The beautiful woman before me controls half of the world's wealth. The descendant of a Qing dynasty imperial chef prepares 3 meals a day for her, going out shopping with a minimum of 30 Rolls-Royces escorting. Today, she ran barefoot into the street, because she had found her long-lost biological son. Just half an hour ago, she was inspecting her own property development, discovering that poor young man moving bricks at the gate. The DNA test results showed a staggering 99% match rate. Overwhelmed with emotion, she sought out the poor young man Lu Shuai. Choking back tears, she pulled out a stack of papers from her hands. I am your mother, look at the paternity test. I've finally found you, I've finally found you. Lu Shuai took the stack of papers. It contains their own photo and detailed information. It encompassed her experiences over the past decade, from the orphanage all the way through the college entrance exams. Lu Shuai secretly marveled in his heart, this was way too detailed. There were even records of him getting into fights back in middle school. After turning a few more pages, sure enough, there was a hospital-issued paternity test document behind it. He also learned the name of this noblewoman, Qin Wan, from above. The DNA test report contained extensive information. He flipped directly to the last page. It showed a 99.8% probability of maternal relationship between Lu Shuai and Qin Wan. When Lu Shuai was a child, he had once envied children with parents more than anything. I have also fantasized countless times about my parents coming to take me home. As I grew a little older, the orphanage director told him, he was abandoned at the orphanage gate. From then on, he began to resent his parents once more. Why give birth to him only to abandon him? Later, when he entered high school, his mind was filled with studying, the college entrance exam, and changing his fate. Lu Shuai had thought he'd long let go of his obsession with finding his biological parents. But when her biological mother stood right before her, my heart surged uncontrollably once more. Lu Shuai looked up. Qin Wan's eyes were still glistening with tears, gazing at herself with deep emotion. Are you really my mother? Qin Wan nodded vigorously and said, your name is Xu Kong, born on May 12, 1993. When you were 1.5 years old, your father took you to the park to play. That was when you went missing. Son, I've been searching for you for 16 years. Qin Wan was overwhelmed with emotion. The words that followed were choked back, unable to be spoken. She actually burst into sobs. Lu Shuai pulled a tissue from the dining table and handed it to Qin Wan. Qin Wan took the tissue, wiped away the tears. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. Qin Wan picked it up and looked. It was old Master Su calling. Dad, Xiao Kong has been found. Yes. The body is very healthy. You've just lost some weight. Tomorrow we'll return to Kyoto. Qin Wan hung up the phone. Set the phone directly to do not disturb mode. Your grandfather and I have been investigating this matter all along. But because it was still 1995 back then, there are too few surveillance cameras on the streets. We never found out. But it probably wasn't a human trafficker. What about my dad? Who is my father? Your father's name is Su Kaisheng, and he was a soldier. After accidentally losing you, he had always felt guilty. Injured during a military exercise half a year later. Unfortunately deceased. After listening, Lu Shuai felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Her biological parents hadn't actually abandoned her. They also loved themselves very much. But Dad can never be seen again. Thinking back to the resentment I felt toward my parents as a child, unable to help feeling a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Mom, I was so immature when I was young. Why did you abandon me? For the first time in over a decade, Qin Wan heard the word mom. Deeply moved. The emotions that had just barely stabilized surged once again. Unable to resist, she tightly embraced Lu Shuai's head once more, smelling the sweat on Lu Shuai's body. Thinking about Lu Shuai being all alone these past 10 years. Endured endless suffering. It's not that Mom failed you. It's my fault for not finding you sooner and letting you suffer. Lu Shuai was once again held by the head, still feeling extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to break free from Qin Wan's embrace, but Qin Wan held him even tighter instead. Mom, I'm dirty and covered in sweat. You're not dirty at all, you're my son. I will never let you leave me again. Lu Shuai was deeply moved, and couldn't help but think of, I'm no longer an orphan, I have a home now. After a while, Qin Wan's sobs gradually subsided. She turned to her assistant and said, Xiao Zhao, work a little harder tonight. Tomorrow we will return to the imperial capital. Send me the flight itinerary once you've arranged it. Okay, President Qin. This is the access card for the presidential suite at Lakeside Hotel. The house number is 888. Son, come with me to the hotel tonight and make do for the night. Tomorrow we'll take a flight back to Kyoto. Is it that urgent? Yes, the one who just called was your grandfather. He was planning to fly over right now, but I managed to talk him out of it. Qin Wan paused for a moment before continuing. Do you still have something to attend to here? Lu Shuai lowered his head, picking at the beef in his bowl, and said, the college entrance exam results come out tomorrow. My homeroom teacher, Mr. Chow, called me several times today, asking me to come to his house tomorrow to check my scores. Moreover, during the 3 years of high school, He covered several thousand in tuition and living expenses for me. Since we're leaving tomorrow, I want to say a proper goodbye to him. Then I'll have Xiao Zhao change the flight to this afternoon. This morning I accompanied you to Teacher Chao's house. After we're done, we'll return to Kyoto. Mom, do you have any extra money? I want to borrow 8,000 yuan from you. Return the tuition and living expenses that Teacher Chao advanced for me to him. With that, Lu Shuai lowered his head and began picking at the beef in his bowl. His already dark face seemed to flush red. Xinwan smiled softly. You are my son. What's the point of talking about borrowing or not? All my family fortune will be yours to inherit in the future. And your sister, do you have a bank card? I'll transfer it to you right now. I haven't gotten a bank card yet. Lu Shuai looked up at Xinwan and said, Mom, are you very wealthy? Well, you can eat whatever you want from now on. Buy whatever you want. You'll never run out of money in your lifetime. Mom, do I have another sister? Xinwan hesitated for a moment before saying, 2 years after your father passed away, I remarried. Your uncle Lin, he's a professor at Beijing University. We had a daughter together after getting married. Her name is Linny, and she is 14 years old this year. Lu Shuai felt downcast after hearing that. It felt as though something that belonged to me had been taken away by someone else. He lowered his head and fell silent. Xinwan noticed Lu Shuai was in a bad mood. She put down her chopsticks. She gently stroked his head. Uncle Lin is a really nice person. If he has any thoughts or opinions about you, I will divorce him, don't worry. From now on, I won't let anyone look down on you. I won't let you suffer any more grievances. And I won't let you leave me either. Lu Shuai had been holding back tears all along, hearing Xinwan's words at this moment. But she could no longer hold back. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm just scared. I'm afraid one day you'll abandon me again. Silly child, how could that be? Xinwan looked at the tattered shoe he was wearing. I just feel terrible inside. Is there a shopping mall nearby? Mom will take you to buy some clothes and shoes. There's a commercial street nearby. It takes about 20 minutes by car. But Mom, can I go back and take a shower first? Change your clothes, my rented apartment is right upstairs. Alright, I'll go with you. Soon, they arrived at the rental house. His place was right across from the entrance of the county's top high school, with 3 bedrooms, each rented out separately. The living room, kitchen, and bathroom were shared. Currently, the other 2 bedrooms were empty since the college entrance exams had ended. Lu Shuai took out his keys and opened his room, pulling out a slightly nicer set of clothes from the closet. He said, Mom, you rest for a bit. I'll take a shower and come out. He heard Xinwan respond, go ahead and shower. I'll just look around. Xinwan entered his bedroom. The room was small but clean. The only large items were a bed, a desk, and a cabinet. The bedding was neatly folded, and on the desk sat a nearly broken electric fan, a few books, a stainless steel bowl, and a pair of chopsticks. Under the desk were 2 large boxes filled with high school textbooks and exam papers. Xinwan sighed inwardly, it's so hot, and there's not even an air conditioner? Xinwan opened the wardrobe. Most of the clothes inside were old, faded, and misshapen. Something seemed to be pressed under the clothes. Xinwan lifted the clothes and blushed upon seeing a pornographic book. Next to it was a test paper wrapped around a stack of items. Xinwan opened it and found a stack of money, some in $100 bills and some in $20 bills. Xinwan's nose grew sore. She carefully put the wallet back in its place along with the pornographic book, trying not to leave any traces. She walked back to the desk and noticed a drawer underneath. Out of curiosity, she opened it and saw a thick stack of notebooks. Xinwan took one out and flipped through it. It turned out to be his diary. She randomly opened a page and read. Today is April 13, 2012. There are only 58 days left until the college entrance exam. A few days ago, the school organized a physical examination for all senior high school students at the City People's Hospital. The results came out today. My overall health is fine, but I'm a bit anemic. I wonder if it's because I haven't been eating enough. Once I get to university, I'll be able to study and work part-time, so I'll have enough money to eat properly. My stomach, you've really suffered with me. Sigh, I'm hungry again. Time to go to bed. Xinwan's nose tingled with emotion. She flipped to the next page, which read. This afternoon after school, I was about to go to the cafeteria to eat when Mr. Chow called me to his office. I felt uneasy and went over everything that had happened in the past few days, but I couldn't think of anything I had done wrong. When I arrived at his office, he handed me a thermos and said it was chicken soup made by his wife, telling me to drink it while it was still hot. When I took the thermos, I was so moved I almost cried. As I drank the chicken soup, I thought to myself, maybe Mr. Chow is the only person in the world who cares about me. There are only 56 days left until the college entrance exam. I must study hard and get into a good university. That's the only way I can repay Mr. Chow and myself. Lu Shuai, you can do it. Xinwan heard the sound of running water in the bathroom and knew that Lu Shuai had finished showering. She quickly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and quietly put her notebook back in the drawer. She picked up a book on the desk and started reading. Lu Shuai walked into the bedroom and saw that Xinwan was just reading. He glanced nervously at the cabinet and said, "Mom, I'm done showering. Let us go." Shinwon noticed his guilty expression and found it slightly amusing. As she followed him out the door, she said, "Let's buy 2 larger suitcases later. Pack all the important things in your room, and we'll have them shipped back to Beijing tomorrow." Lu Shuai nodded lightly. Thinking about moving to a new environment tomorrow, he felt a bit anxious. "We're going to Mr. Chow's house tomorrow. What should we prepare? Does Mr. Chow smoke or drink?" Shinwon asked. "Mr. Chow smokes and drinks a little. Mom, I think we should just buy some cigarettes and alcohol." "Alright, don't worry, I've got it covered. By the way, during your 3 years of high school, was there any girl you liked?" Lu Shuai blushed and hurriedly said, "No, I was just focused on the college entrance exam during high school." After saying that, he thought of his class monitor, Chao Qian, who was the daughter of their homeroom teacher, Chao. She was cheerful and lively, and they had been deskmates for a long time. He had secretly liked her all along but had never dared to express his feelings. "I remember when you were born, your father's close friend also had a daughter, and your birthdays were only 2 days apart. At the time, your father joked about arranging a marriage between the two of you." Shinwon said. "Really? In the 21st century, people still arrange such arranged marriages?" Lu Shuai asked. "I saw that girl a few days ago. She is smart and pretty. After the summer vacation, she is going to study in Europe. She should be at your grandfather's house tomorrow. You should meet her, chat with her, and if you like her, I'll talk to her parents and arrange the marriage." Lu Shuai had always been insecure and had never dared to interact with girls. Hearing this, he said, "She's so outstanding she might not be interested in me." Shinwon stopped in her tracks, looked at Lu Shuai, and said seriously, "Your great-grandfather participated in the war and was awarded the title of general after the founding of the country. Your grandfather has been in politics for decades, and even though he's retired now, he still holds significant influence in political circles. Your father is the third of 4 siblings, and your 2 uncles and aunt are also highly accomplished individuals, some in politics, some in business, all with considerable influence. As for your mother, let me put it this way, even the people on the Forbes list in Huagua aren't as wealthy as I am." Lu Shuai was so shocked he couldn't speak. But Shinwon continued, "I'm telling you all this not to boast, but to let you know that in this country, any girl who marries you would be considered a catch." Lu Shuai felt like he was living in a dream. Just a few hours ago, he was still working on a construction site, struggling to pay for his tuition, and now he was the son of the richest man in the country. This must be something out of a TV drama. Back on the street in front of the school, the sky had completely darkened. Occasional gusts of south wind blew through, bringing a touch of coolness to the city. The streets were now bustling with people. Some elderly folks had turned on their speakers and were dancing to square dance music, while young people were drinking beer and grilling skewers by the roadside. Children were running around and playing. Lu Shuai had lived in this small county town for 16 years, never leaving. He had always felt like a loner, but now, looking at the bustling scene, he felt a pang of sadness. It was like the last class before the college entrance exams. The high school life he had longed to escape was finally over, yet he found himself reluctant to let go. Shinwon noticed Lu Shuai's low spirits and said, "Don't you miss this little county town?" Lu Shuai nodded slightly and said, "After all, I've been here my whole life. Why not buy a house nearby? You can come back anytime you want to visit." Lu Shuai gave her an odd look, thinking, "Are rich people always so spoiled?" After a moment, he said, "No, thanks. People have to move forward in life." Shinwon smiled contentedly. The little brat was trying to act so mature. "Mom, let's take a taxi to the commercial district." "No need, we have a car." Shinwon took out her phone, found the driver's number sent by Zhao's secretary, called him, and briefly explained their location. Soon, a black Mercedes pulled up and parked by the roadside. The driver, Xiaolu, got out, opened the back door, and said, "Ms. Qin, young master, please get in." Lu Shuai felt awkward hearing the term young master. He estimated the driver, Xiaolu, to be around 30 years old, standing at nearly 185 centimeters tall. He seemed like a sunny person. Lu Shuai smiled and said, "Just call me by my name, Lu Shuai. Young master sounds a bit odd." The driver, Xiaolu, looked awkwardly at Lu Shuai, thinking to himself, "How dare I call you by your first name?" Lu Shuai had mostly taken buses for transportation in the past and rarely rode taxis. After getting into the car, he noticed the spacious interior, comfortable seats, and clean cabin. Although he had just finished showering, the weather was still quite hot, and after driving for a while, he started sweating again. Lu Shuai sat upright in his seat, afraid of sweating on the car. Shinwon noticed Lu Shuai's nervousness and felt a bit helpless. She had just told him about her background to help him feel more confident. Maybe he needed some time to adjust to his new identity. "Lu Shuai, I think once we return to Kyoto, we should change your name back to your original name, Sukong. What do you think?" Shinwon said. Lu Shuai knew that changing one's name was a complicated process involving various procedures, but he assumed such matters would be straightforward for the Su family, so he replied, "No problem." "Mom, is this Mercedes-Benz yours?" Su Kong asked. "No, it's a company car from the Jiangcheng branch." Shinwon noticed Su Kong looking around the car and continued, "Do you like this car? But it's a bit cheap." I'll take you to buy a better one in Kyoto in 2 days. I'm still a student. It's not appropriate for me to drive yet. You're already 18, aren't you? I see a lot of kids your age who love driving around on their own. This is the difference in social perception brought about by different social classes. In this small county, where would you find a high school graduate driving around in a luxury car? Su Kong sighed helplessly, but I don't have a driver's license yet. That's true. This summer, you should get your driver's license, and then I'll buy you a car. Chapter 5, How the Rich Spend Their Money. The small county town wasn't very big, and after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the commercial district. Shinwon told the driver to stay in the car and rest, then got out with Su Kong. This commercial street was the most bustling street in the small county town, mainly selling clothes, with a few large appliance stores and mobile phone markets. Although online shopping had begun to gain traction in 2012, most people still preferred to shop in person. It was too hot during the day, so there weren't many people around, but it was cooler in the evening, so there were more people out. Just a few steps away was a large mobile phone market. Shinwon said, "Let us go. I'll get you a new phone first." As soon as a customer entered the store, a beautiful saleswoman hurried over and said, "Hello, what brand of phone are you looking for?" Shinwon said, "Su Kong, do you have a preferred brand? Apple, Nokia, Samsung, or the currently popular Xiaomi?" Su Kong had always used the elderly phone given to him by Mr. Chow. Most of his classmates used domestic brands such as ZTE, Coolpad, and Huawei, priced around 1,000 yuan. Some classmates used more expensive phones like Apple and Samsung, and would often subtly show off their superiority in front of others. Therefore, Su Kong felt a bit resistant to Apple and Samsung phones and said, "Let's go with Xiaomi. I saw it's pretty popular online." "I'm sorry, sir, we're out of stock for Xiaomi phones," the salesperson said. "Do you have any other phones with better value for money?" Su Kong asked. The salesperson was about to showcase his extensive product knowledge when Shinwon interrupted, "Get an iPhone 5. Young people love that model." Su Kang's face turned red. "My mom is so rich, why is she being so stingy and trying to save money for her?" Shinwon said to Su Kong, "Apple phones are relatively decent in terms of performance. You can try it first. If you don't like it, we can always switch later." Su Kong nodded. Rich people really do spend money differently. Soon, the salesperson brought over the new phone and set up a new SIM card. After receiving the new phone, Su Kong immediately added his mother Shinwon's phone number. After paying, Shinwon said, "Let's go, Xiao Kong. I'll buy you a few clothes. If we don't hurry, the store will close." "All right." Su Kong put away his new phone and followed closely behind. Shinwon was usually busy with work and didn't enjoy shopping. She would either go to a few fixed brands in the mall or have clothes custom made. In her opinion, wasting time shopping was pointless. However, today she was unusually enthusiastic, taking Su Kong to over a dozen stores, making him try on at least 5 or 6 outfits in each one. Su Kong initially enjoyed the feeling of shopping for clothes with his family, but after 2 hours, he was exhausted and said, "Mom, look at me. I can't even carry all this." Shinwon actually wanted to continue, as she felt a sense of fulfillment every time she saw Su Kong try on clothes. However, seeing Su Kong loaded down with bags and still holding some herself, she blushed and said, "All right, let's go home and rest for today." Su Kong finally sighed in relief and walked back with Shinwon. Back in the car, Su Kong took stock of his purchases. There were 8 sets of clothes and 5 pairs of shoes for himself, while Shinwon had only 1 set of underwear and a dress. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly he hadn't bought this many clothes or shoes in all 3 years of high school. Upon returning to the lakefront hotel, Secretary Zhao Rong was already waiting in the first-floor lobby. Upon seeing Shinwon and her son enter, she hurried over to greet them. "Ms. Qin, Director Shi, and the others finished eating at 8:30 and have already left. Before they departed, I gave each of them a pack of cigarettes, and they all accepted them." Zhao Rong handed over a room key card and said, "Ms. Qin, here is your room key." Shinwon took the key card and said, "You've worked hard today. Have you booked tomorrow's flight?" "It's booked. The flight is at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. I need to visit someone tomorrow morning. Please adjust the flight time to around 3 p.m. Zhao Rong hurriedly agreed, but she was puzzled. After all, Shinwon had even refused to meet with the local party secretary today. Who else could be important enough for Mr. Qin to visit personally? There's one more thing. Before 8:30 tomorrow morning, see if you can prepare 2 large suitcases, 2 bottles of Maodai, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 10,000 in cash. Shinwon glanced at Su Kong, who was curiously looking around, and pulled Zhao Rong aside to whisper, "Also prepare an additional 200,000 in cash and put it in an envelope in advance." Zhao Rong didn't ask any further questions and nodded in agreement. Seeing that the driver, Xiao Lu, was walking in with several bags, Zhao Rong hurried over to help him carry a few of them. She said, "Mr. Qin, let us help you take your clothes to your room." Shinwon nodded, called Su Kong over, and said as they walked, "You and Xiao Lu have worked hard today. After taking the clothes upstairs, you should also rest early." Back in the room, Zhao Rong and Xiao Lu put down the clothes and left, leaving only Shinwon and Su Kong inside. This presidential suite was nearly 100 square meters in size, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms. The living room had a sofa, a desk, a TV, and other furnishings. Shinwan was already accustomed to such hotel arrangements, but Sukong had never seen anything like it before. He found the hotel lavish and opulent, and estimated it must cost a fortune for a single night. Shinwan took out her phone, switched it from Do Not Disturb mode back to normal, and it kept ringing non-stop. Shinwan had wanted to chat with Sukong for a while, but seeing the 20+ missed calls, she couldn't help but smile wryly. She turned to Sukong and said, "You go watch TV for a bit. I need to make a few calls." Sukong nodded repeatedly and said, "Mom, go ahead. I'll take a shower first. I sweated a lot while shopping earlier." After speaking, Sukong took out a set of clothes he had just bought today and walked into the bathroom and the living room to take a shower. Shinwan walked into the master bedroom. Most of the unanswered calls were from the Su family, probably asking about the children, while a few were from company employees. She called each number back one by one. By the time she finished, 40 minutes had passed. Shinwan stepped out of the bedroom and didn't see Sukong in the living room. She noticed the light was on in the small bedroom next door, so she pushed the door open and found Sukong lying on the bed fiddling with his new phone. Shinwan sat down beside the bed and smiled. "How's the phone working out?" Although Sukong had never used a smartphone before, he was a college student to be with strong adaptability, and he quickly got the hang of the new phone. At that moment, he was wearing a tank top and boxer shorts, enjoying the air conditioning while playing with his phone, looking very comfortable. Seeing Shinwan enter, he felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Mom, are you done with your work?" Shinwan smiled and said, "Yes, everyone called to ask about you. Your grandfather, your uncles, and aunts, the whole family are all waiting for you to return to Beijing tomorrow." Sukong felt awkward. This large family was either wealthy or influential, and he felt a bit nervous. He asked, "What kind of people are they? Are they all very wealthy?" Shinwan noticed Sukang's nervousness and said, "Whether they're rich or not, they're all family members related to you by blood." Shinwan hadn't been in contact with the Su family for many years, and perhaps some members of the Su family truly didn't want him to return. She added, "Don't worry, Mom will be with you all day tomorrow. If you feel uncomfortable staying at the Su family's house, you can always come home with me." Sukong was deeply moved. Having his mother's support behind him felt like this. Sukong looked at Shinwan and softly said, "Mom, you're so kind." Shinwan stroked Sukang's head and said, "You're Mom's child." Recalling Sukang's frail figure while he was moving bricks at the construction site earlier that day, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. "All these years, I don't know how much suffering you've endured. Now that Mom has found you, I won't let you suffer even the slightest bit of hardship." "Mom, aren't you going to take a shower?" Sukong asked. "Mom just saw you today. I want to look at you more and talk to you. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam results day. Tell me how you did on the exam." "It was okay." Inside the room, the mother and son, reunited after a long separation, chatted animatedly, starting with the college entrance exams and moving on to the days they had spent recently working on a construction site. Soon, the conversation turned to Mr. Chow, then to the Su family, and from there to the stepfather who was a professor at Kyoto University and his half-sister from the same mother but different fathers. It was past 1 a.m. when Shinwan saw that Sukong was truly exhausted, especially considering he had been working at the construction site earlier that day. She spoke softly, "You should go to sleep first. We still need to visit Mr. Chow's house tomorrow." Sukong nodded and said, "Mom, you should also go to bed early. Mom will take a shower and then go to sleep. Good night." After taking a shower, Shinwan heard the sound of snoring coming from Sukang's room, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She returned to her own room, still reminiscing about the little moments of their reunion that day. Chapter 6, Teacher, I found my mom. The next morning, Sukong woke up at 6 o'clock sharp, as usual. Before the college entrance exam, he woke up early to study. After the exam, he woke up early to go to the construction site. Today, he woke up so early with nothing to do, and he felt a bit out of place. However, today was the day the college entrance exam results were released, so Sukong still felt a bit nervous and weighed down. After getting up, he noticed that Shinwan's bedroom door was closed. After a quick wash, he went out to buy breakfast. On his way back to the hotel after buying breakfast, he happened to meet Zhao Rong and driver Xiao Lu in the lobby. Zhao Rong approached him with a confident smile and said, "Good morning, Sukong. Getting up so early?" "Ms. Zhao, Mr. Lu, good morning. I usually wake up at this time. I'm already used to it. Are you heading out?" "Yes, last night Mr. Qin asked me to go out and prepare some cash and luggage. I'm heading out to handle that now. Is this breakfast you're bringing for Mr. Qin?" "Yes, what about you? Have you had breakfast yet?" "We've already eaten at the hotel," Zhao Rong said. "Does the hotel have breakfast?" Xiao Lu, who was standing nearby, said, "Yes, it's on the second floor of the hotel. It's free. If Mr. Su hasn't had enough to eat, you can go take a look. It's quite varied." Sukong heard this and felt like a country bumpkin who knew nothing. Zhao Rong, noticing Sukang's uneasy expression, smiled and said, "Sukong, you're really a filial son. Getting up so early to prepare breakfast for Mr. Qin, if he finds out, he'll be so touched." Sukong blushed slightly and said, No, I just bought something simple." "Well, Mr. Su, we'll be heading out now. See you later. Bye. Zhao Rong said. Oh, okay, bye. After saying that, they each went their separate ways. Back at the hotel room door, Su Kong muttered to himself, I'm done for. I don't have the room key. How am I supposed to get in? I wonder if Mom is awake yet. Su Kong hesitated for a moment before pulling out his phone and calling Qinwan. The call connected quickly, and a lazy voice answered, hello. Upon hearing her voice, Su Kong knew she hadn't woken up yet. He said, Mom, it's me. Could you please open the door? I'm outside. Xiao Kong, you're up so early? Wait a moment, I'll open the door right away. The call ended, and soon footsteps could be heard inside. The door opened, revealing Qinwan still in her pajamas, looking fairly alert but with dark circles under her eyes. Mom, did you sleep well last night? Should you go back to sleep for a while? Qinwan shook her head and said no. Qinwan had been unable to sleep the previous night, thinking about Su Kong, and didn't fall asleep until around 4 a.m. However, years of experience in the business world had made her accustomed to short periods of sleep, so even if she felt a bit groggy a minute ago, she could maintain a decent mental state a minute later. When Qinwan saw Su Kong place breakfast on the table, a wave of happiness washed over her. She said, did you get up so early just to buy breakfast? Yeah, I didn't know what you liked, so I just bought a little of everything. Su Kong said. I like everything you bought. You eat first, I'll go wash up and join you shortly. After speaking, Qinwan thought of her daughter still in Beijing, who drove her half crazy every day. How could she be so considerate? Qinwan finished her routine quickly and saw Su Kong still waiting for her. She hurriedly said, come eat with me. It's getting cold. A small table was filled with local specialties, congee, fried dough sticks, fried dough balls, and steamed buns. Qinwan was usually very particular about her meals, rarely eating street food or fried foods. But today, she tried a little of everything, from fried dough sticks to fried dough balls. She didn't eat much, and soon she was full. She sat quietly, watching Su Kong devour his food, unable to help but smile. Su Kong felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze and asked, Mom, aren't you eating? I usually can't eat much, but today I ate more than usual. You're too skinny, you should eat more. Qinwan said. Su Kong continued eating after hearing this. He worked physically every day and had a big appetite. In no time, he had finished most of the remaining food. After eating, he chatted with Qinwan for a while. Around 7:30 p.m., there was a knock on the door. Su Kong opened the door to find Zhao Rong and Xiao Lu, with Xiao Lu carrying 2 large suitcases. Su Kong politely greeted Zhao Jie and Lu Gu, and Zhao Wan and Xiao Lu responded politely as well. Qinwan and Su Kong packed the clothes and sneakers they had bought the previous day into the suitcases, then left the hotel with Zhao Wan and Xiao Lu and arrived at Su Kang's rented apartment. Zhao Wan was visiting Su Kang's former rental apartment for the first time. It was indeed bare and sparsely furnished, with the only appliance being a small, old electric fan. She felt both sympathy for Su Kang's past hardships and curiosity about his future prospects, from extreme poverty to extreme wealth. I wonder where he will end up in this drastic change of fortune. Su Kong said, Mom, I just called the landlord on the way here. She'll be here shortly. As for these things, they seem unnecessary now, so let's just leave them behind. Qinwan smiled and said, take these books and materials back with you. They accompanied you through your entire youth, you should keep them as a memento. Su Kong was actually reluctant to part with them, but he nodded in agreement. His youth had been devoid of games, music, or even sports like basketball. At that time, he had only one goal, to get into a good university and change his destiny. Thus, the things that had accompanied him the most were textbooks and exam papers. Qinwan said, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Lu, help pack these books and materials into the suitcase. Su Kong went over to help, and the 3 of them quickly packed all the books into the suitcase, including the diary in the drawer. Suddenly, he remembered something, opened the cabinet, and saw the cash wrapped in exam papers under the clothes, along with the little yellow book beside it. Damn, how could I forget this? Su Kong quickly took out the cash and closed the cabinet door. He thought to himself, leaving it in the cabinet isn't safe either. The landlord will definitely find it when they clean the room. The landlord is a teacher at First Middle School. Everyone in the school will find out. What should I do? Qinwan noticed Su Kang's unusual expression and immediately thought of the small yellow book in the cabinet. She couldn't help but smile to herself. It seems like I'll have to help him find a girlfriend when we get back to Beijing. Wan Nan is a pretty girl, I wonder if he likes her. Qinwan deliberately sent Zhao Wan and Xiao Lu away and followed them out. Su Kong didn't realize this was Qinwan's intention. Seeing no one in the room, he quickly took out the pornographic book, pressed it between his luggage, and checked it repeatedly to make sure it was hidden. Before long, the landlord arrived. The landlord had already known that Su Kong was a middle school student and an orphan. After briefly understanding Su Kong's reason for moving out, he didn't intentionally make things difficult or withhold any of the deposit, quickly completing the checkout procedures. During the process, he also asked about Su Kong's college entrance exam results and felt happy for him upon seeing that he had found his family. A phone call rang. Su Kong took out his new phone and saw it was Chao teacher calling. He answered quickly and said, Hello, Chao teacher. On the other end of the line, Mr. Chow's voice came through, saying, Lu Shuai, you didn't go to the construction site today, did you? No, I didn't. You can check your scores online at 9 o'clock. Come to my house quickly. Alright, I'll be right over. Su Kong paused for a moment before continuing, Mr. Chow, my biological mother found me yesterday. She'll be coming with me. On the other end of the line, Mr. Chow seemed very happy and said, Really? Lu Shuai, your family has finally found you. Then there was a commotion on the other end of the line. After a moment, a clear voice came through the receiver, Hello, Lu Shuai, your family has really found you. Su Kong envisioned a lively figure. He and Chao Qian had been classmates in middle school. At that time, due to his orphan status, he felt particularly inferior. To avoid being looked down upon by others, he had followed a school bully around as his henchman every day. Later, in the second year of middle school, the bully once again took him to a fight. However, the opposing group was larger, and the bully fled first, leaving him alone to be surrounded and beaten by the others. Fortunately, Chao Qian happened to pass by and called the teacher, scaring the students away. Afterward, Chao Qian privately told him something that he has remembered ever since. She said, Lu Shuai, if I were you, I would study hard, get into a good university, change my destiny, and make others respect me. From that day on, he finally had a life goal, began studying diligently, and was admitted to the county's top high school. Coincidentally, he ended up in the same class as Chao Qian, and their homeroom teacher was Chao Qian's father, Mr. Chow. Chao Qian had been class monitor since junior high school, always maintaining excellent grades. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she was still quite attractive, with a calm and steady personality that made her easy to get along with. Su Kong had always felt a special connection toward her, a feeling neither as intense as love nor as mundane as friendship. Su Kong snapped back to reality and said, That's absolutely true. You should still be careful. It's such a coincidence that you just finished the college entrance exam and are about to go to university, and she shows up now. Who knows, she might want you to take care of her in her old age. Su Kong knew the other person was just looking out for him. Such programs were sometimes shown on TV, where mothers abandoned their children as infants and then came back to exploit them once they were adults. But Qin Wan was different, she was the daughter of a billionaire. He then heard Chao teacher scolding Chao Qian on the other end of the line, with Chao Qian shouting back a few times. Soon, Mr. Chow's voice came through again. He had regained control of the phone and said, Lu Shuai, don't listen to Chao Qian's nonsense. I'll have your stepmother buy some food. You can have lunch here with your mother. Mr. Chow, I'll come over right away, but I want to be having lunch. I have a flight to Beijing this afternoon, and the ticket is already booked. Is it that urgent? Alright, come over first. After hanging up, Su Kong said, Mom, Mr. Chow's house is nearby. Let us walk over. Qin Wan said, Alright. Then she turned to Zhao Rong and said, Xiao Zhao, you and Xiao Lu wait in the car for us. After the four of them went downstairs, Zhao Rong and Xiao Lu loaded the luggage into the car. Su Kong carried the prepared Mao Tai and cigarettes, leading Qin Wan toward Chao teacher's house. Along the way, they bought some fruits. A few minutes later, they arrived at Chao teacher's doorstep. Chapter 7, Education Changes Destiny. Su Kong gently knocked on the door a few times, and it opened quickly. It was Mrs. Chow, the teacher's wife, who opened the door. Su Kong called out, Good morning, Mrs. Chow. Liang Li looked at Su Kong in his new outfit and was immediately impressed. He had a sunny, boyish charm. She smiled and replied, Come in quickly. Your teacher Chow and Chao Qian have been waiting for you. Then she noticed the woman behind him. She had a delicate face, dressed simply yet elegantly. Though she wasn't adorned with gold or silver, she exuded an air of refined nobility. Liang Li was secretly startled. Lu Shuai's biological mother isn't an ordinary person. She hurriedly said to Su Kong, Lu Shuai, this must be your biological mother, right? Before Lu Shuai could speak, Qin Wan introduced herself. Hello, Ms. Liang. I am Lu Shuai's biological mother, Qin Wan. It's a pleasure to meet you. She then placed the 2 bottles of Mao Tai and a pack of cigarettes on the wall. Liang Li looked at them and thought, wow, it's Mao Tai. That pack of cigarettes doesn't look cheap either. It must cost several thousand yuan. She hurriedly said, Mrs. Lu, why did you bring such expensive things? You must be Lu Shuai's parent. Hello, hello. Chao Bin and Chao Qian heard the voices and hurried out of the house to greet them. You must be Mr. Chow, the teacher. Since meeting Lu Shuai yesterday, he's mentioned you several times. She then looked at the little girl behind Chao Bin and smiled, saying, You must be Chao Qian, the class monitor. You're so beautiful. Lu Shuai said you're also a top student. Chao Qian felt that Lu Shuai's biological mother was elegant and graceful, with an aura of great strength, making her blush with nervousness. She stammered, No. Old Chao, look, Lu Shuai's parents brought such expensive gifts. Liang Li pointed to the Mao Tai and cigarettes in the corner and said to Chao Bin, Oh my, Lu Shuai's parents. How could you bring such good cigarettes and alcohol? Chao Bin waved his hands repeatedly. That's right, Lu Shuai's parents. We'll take the fruits, but the cigarettes and alcohol are too expensive. We can't accept them. Liang Li also chimed in. Xinhuan said, Mr. Chow, Mrs. Chow, due to certain circumstances, Su Kong went missing when he was very young. Over the years, I have been constantly worried about him and missed him dearly. I searched for him for 16 years, and it wasn't until yesterday that we were finally reunited as mother and son. I am overjoyed, not only because I found Su Kong, but also because he has grown up to be such an outstanding young man and hasn't gone astray despite his parents' absence. Therefore, I sincerely thank Mr. Chow and Ms. Liang. Chao Bin naturally understood that the Su Kong Xinhuan was referring to was Lu Shuai. He said, as teachers, educating students is our duty. The key is that Su Kong is a determined child. He has maintained excellent grades throughout high school. Xinhuan looked at Su Kong, but he was modestly keeping his head down. Xinhuan took out an envelope and said, Mr. Chow, I heard from Su Kong that you helped him cover his tuition, fees, and living expenses during high school, totaling around 8,000 yuan. This is to repay you. Thank you for taking care of my son Su Kong. Chao Bin said, alright, I'll take the money, but we really can't accept the cigarettes and alcohol. In ancient times, students would present a bundle of straw as a token of respect when they went to school. This is not only my way of thanking you for taking care of Su Kong, but also Su Kang's way of expressing his gratitude to Mr. Chow for his guidance. Chao Bin looked at Liang Li for help, but she smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll accept it on behalf of my husband. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Please come in and sit down. You've been standing at the door for ages. The group entered the living room and sat on the sofa. Liang Li went to cut some fruit, while Chao Qian helped pour tea. Suddenly, a phone rang. Chao Qian picked it up and said, hello, yeah really? With that score, you can get into a good university. I haven't checked mine yet. I'll call you back. I'm going to check now. Liang Li asked, Qian, can we check the scores now? How many points did Wu Yu get? Chao Qian handed the tea to Xinhuan and said, she scored 576. She should be safe for a top-tier university. She then turned to Su Kong and said, Lu Shuai, you should check your score too. After Chao Qian finished speaking, everyone in the room grew tense. Everyone followed Chao Qian into the study, where the score-checking website had already been opened on the computer. Chao Qian entered her exam number and everyone leaned in to look. Total score, 652. Chao Qian jumped up, dancing with joy, and shouted, 652. I scored 652. Liang Li was also very excited and said, it seems like getting into a top-tier university is a sure thing. Mr. Chow said, look at you showing off. Lu Shuai's parents are still here. Mind your manners. Chao Chen blushed and glanced at Xinhuan, who was smiling at her. She said, it's great that the kids did well. Congratulations, little Chow. Chao Chen said, thank you, auntie. She stood up and moved aside, then said to Su Kong, Lu Shuai, come check your scores. Wait, now I should call you Su Kong. Su Kong didn't mind. He nervously entered his exam number and clicked confirm. Chinese, 125, Math, 130, Science, 275, English, 115, total, 645. Chao Bin exclaimed happily, wow, Su Kong, a total score of 645. That's 7 points less than Qian. English is still dragging you down, otherwise, your total score could have been even higher. As Chao teacher was speaking, he suddenly heard a sob. Looking down, he saw Su Kong sitting at the computer, tears streaming down his face. Chao Bin felt a pang of emotion. He knew how much effort this student had put into the college entrance exam. He was almost always the first to arrive in the classroom and the last to leave. Besides sleeping, he was always studying. He might not be naturally gifted, but how many people could match his diligence? Chao Bin looked at Xinhuan, who was filled with sympathy. For some reason, Chao teacher felt a hint of pride. If Su Kong hadn't been brought back by you, he would have changed his destiny through his own efforts. Such an outstanding student I taught him. Mr. Chow gently patted Su Kong on the back and whispered, Lu Shuai, you did well. Mr. Chow still preferred to call Su Kong by his old name, Lu Shuai. Perhaps deep down, only the one named Lu Shuai was truly his student. Su Kong stood up, gave Chao Laoshi a big hug, and choked out, thank you, Chao Laoshi. Xinhuan stood beside them, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She didn't really care about Su Kang's college entrance exam scores. No matter how high or low they were, he could choose any prestigious university in China or abroad. What mattered to her was that, in this moment of emotional turmoil, Su Kong had sought comfort and gratitude from someone else first. She felt bitter inside, realizing only now that what she had been missing for the past 16 years was not just Su Kang's companionship, but also the emotional connection she had hoped for from him. Compared to Chao Laoshi, she felt like an outsider. Xinhuan, though still feeling a pang of jealousy, said, Su Kong did so well on the exam thanks to Mr. Chow's careful guidance. Mr. Chow laughed heartily and said, it's mainly because this child is so determined. I've been teaching for nearly 20 years, and he is the hardest working student I've ever had. Xinhuan's eyes turned red. Deep down, she felt guilty for not fulfilling her duties as a mother and pained by the hardships Su Kong had endured over the years. Seeing Su Kong still crying on Chao Laoshi's shoulder, she couldn't help but tear up, as if she wanted to say something, but her voice choked up and she couldn't speak. Liang Li looked at the mother and son and said, getting such good grades is a cause for celebration. Come, let's go to the living room to eat some fruit and chat. Su Kang wiped away his tears. He had just been overcome with emotion, but now he felt embarrassed to cry in front of so many people. He glanced at Chao Qian, who was curiously looking at him. Their eyes met, and Su Kang blushed, lowering his head. Everyone went to the living room. Liang Li brought out watermelon and other fruits, distributing them to everyone to cool off. Chao teacher and Xin Wan chatted casually, but the main topic was still Su Kang. Mr. Chao couldn't stop praising his student, sharing many amusing stories from the past. His words revealed both pride and concern for Su Kang's diligence and maturity. Xin Wan was also curious about Su Kang's past and took the opportunity to learn more through Mr. Chao's stories. Occasionally, Liang Li would chime in, and the three adults chatted animatedly, enjoying the warm and harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 8, let's give him another send-off. Chao Qian was quite curious about Su Kang's biological mother. Seeing that Su Kang, like herself, couldn't get a word in edgewise, she took out her phone and logged into the QQ group. The group chat had 99 plus messages, and upon glancing through them, she saw that everyone was discussing college entrance exam scores. In the past, she would have joined in immediately to offer her insights. But now, she opened Lu Shuai's chat window. The last message was from before the college entrance exam, still about studying. Chao Qian typed, "Is this really your biological mother?" Chao Qian noticed that Su Kang was still listening to the parents' chat, so she cleared her throat loudly. When Su Kang looked at her, she shook her phone. Su Kang understood and pulled out his phone to open WeChat. Sure enough, Chao Qian had sent him a message. After reading the content, he replied, "Yes, I saw the paternity test results yesterday." After replying, he looked at Chao Qian, who had pulled out her phone, glanced at it, and quickly started typing. Su Kang's phone soon buzzed. He pulled it out and saw the other person asking, "What about your biological father?" Su Kang replied, "He has already passed away." Chao Qian read it, saw that Su Kang looked calm, and typed, "Your new phone seems to be the latest model of Apple, right? It must be expensive. Did your mom buy it for you?" "Yeah, I bought it last night." "Your mom seems so powerful. Is she very wealthy?" "I think so, but I'm not sure. I think she runs a company." "Well, then, you're going to be a rich playboy now. You probably won't even look at us country bumpkin classmates anymore." At the end of the message, there was a smiling emoji. Su Kang read it, smiled to himself, and replied with an emoji of a split head. Then he typed, "Have you decided which school you're applying to?" Chao Qian replied, "I'm planning to apply to Jiangcheng University." "What about you?" Su Kang replied, "I also want to apply to Jiangcheng University, but my mom wants me to study in Beijing." "I'm really torn. I think you should listen to your parents' advice, but you should also consider your own true feelings. How to balance the two is up to you to decide," Chao Qian replied. Su Kang read Chao Qian's reply and stared blankly. He had once read an article about Jiangcheng University, and ever since then, he had developed an inexplicable affection for it. Sometimes before going to sleep, he would daydream about reading under the Luojiao mountain, strolling along the Donghu Lake and the cherry blossoms that bloomed every April, then wandering under the cherry blossom rain. Su Kang replied, "I've liked Jiangcheng University for a long time. I'll apply to Jiangcheng University after all." "Oh, you dare defy your mother's will?" Chao Qian replied. Su Kang sent a bomb emoji and then continued typing, "My mom said she'll respect my choice, okay? Have you decided what major you want to study yet?" "Not yet." "What about you?" "My parents want me to study education, but I just don't like the teaching profession. I want to study computer science. I read a report that said computer science will be a hot field for employment in the future." Su Kang replied, "Should I apply for computer science too?" Chao Qian felt a flutter in her heart and replied, "If you want to, just go for it." Su Kang saw Chao Qian's reply and couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to reply, he heard his teacher's wife, Liang Li, say, "You two stop playing with your phones and come eat some watermelon." Liang Li, who had been a teacher for many years, knew at a glance that Su Kang and Chao Qian had been communicating through their phones. From the subtle changes in their expressions, she couldn't help but think to herself, these two are just at the age where they're starting to develop feelings for each other. I wonder if there's anything going on between them. Chao Qian remained composed, put away her phone, took a piece of watermelon, and placed it in front of Qinwan, saying, "Auntie, it's hot. Have some watermelon." Qinwan had also noticed the private exchange between Chao Qian and Su Kang. She took the slice of watermelon and smiled, saying, "You're so smart and good-looking. There must be a lot of boys who like you at school." Chao Qian blushed bright red and lowered her head without saying a word. Instead, Liang Li took up the conversation and said, "We've always been strict with her in her studies, and she's a good listener. During high school, she focused mainly on her studies." She then turned to Chao Qian and said, "Qian, now that you're in college, you're an adult, and you have the freedom to date. However, Mom still hopes that you prioritize your studies first and be cautious when choosing a partner. A man can be poor, but he must have good character and ambition." Chao Qian looked displeased. With others present, she felt like she was being lectured like a child and replied sarcastically, "I know." Liang Li felt helpless. With Qinwan present, she didn't dare say much. Xiaobin noticed his daughter's displeasure and said to Liangli, Xiao Qian is already a college student. We VE guided her through a long journey. The path ahead is ultimately hers to walk. We can offer advice, but we can't make choices for her. You shouldn't keep treating her like a child. Liangli retorted, you're just good at talking, playing the good guy. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Qinhuan felt heartbroken. When Su Kong needed his parents the most, she wasn't there. Now that he was going to college and becoming an adult, she was finally stepping out. Compared to others, his life was incomplete. Though her mind was on Su Kong, she spoke up to smooth things over for Liangli. All mothers are like this. From the moment a child is born, their heart is tied to them. It's not that mothers love to nag, it's just that their children are the most important people in their lives, so they can't help but say a few words here and there, all out of love for their children. How pitiful are the hearts of parents. Liangli, hearing this, felt as though she had found a kindred spirit and said, exactly. Men are so careless. They always think it's no big deal. But in a romantic relationship, women are already at a disadvantage, so they have to be careful. Xiaobin, being lectured by the two women, adhering to the principle that a gentleman doesn't argue with women, said, I'll shut up. I'll just eat my watermelon. He then picked up a piece of watermelon and started eating. Xinhuan checked her phone and realized it was almost 10 o'clock. She stood up and said, Mr. Chow, Ms. Liang, thank you for your kind hospitality today. Su Kong and I should be going now. Xiaobin and Liangli stood up and said, stay for lunch before you go. The food is already prepared. Xinhuan said, no need to trouble you. We need to rush to Jiangqing to catch a flight. Su Kang's family is waiting for him in Beijing. Xiaobin sighed helplessly and said, all right. Then he turned to Liangli and said, let's see them off. The five of them chatted and laughed as they made their way downstairs. Xiaobin suddenly exclaimed, I forgot something. Wait here for a moment, I'll be right down. A moment later, Xiaobin came downstairs carrying a laptop bag. He grabbed Su Kang's hand and placed the laptop bag into his hands, saying, once you're at university, you'll need a computer for your studies. Take this laptop, it's a gift from your teacher. Su Kong was startled, gripping the laptop bag tightly. It felt heavy. He hurriedly said, Mr. Chow, I can't accept this. Please give it to Xiao Qian instead. I've already prepared one for Xiao Qian at home. This one was specially bought for you. Take it. Xiaobin said. Su Kang's eyes turned red as he looked at Mr. Chow's slightly plump, hunched figure. Choking up, he said, Mr. Chow, thank you. After speaking, perhaps thinking of today's farewell or of past events, tears could no longer be held back and flowed freely. Mr. Chow patted Su Kong on the back and smiled, saying, don't mention it. If you get into a top-tier university, the school will reward me with several thousand yuan. With that added and subtracted, I've actually made a profit. Xinhuan stood by, deeply moved. She reached out to wipe the tears from Su Kang's eyes and said, all right, make sure to come back to the small county town to visit Mr. Chow. As the old saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Remember how kind Mr. Chow has been to you, okay? Su Kong nodded. Liangli, standing nearby, shot Mr. Chow a resentful glance and thought to herself, he went out to buy a notebook without telling me. Am I the kind of person who's stingy and mean? No way. From now on, all his wages will be handed over to me. Xinhuan said, Mr. Chow, Ms. Liang, you can drop them off here. Mr. Chow glanced at Su Kong, his eyes filled with reluctance. Over the years, his colleagues had joked that he was too attentive to Su Kong, wondering if he was his illegitimate son. Of course, that was nonsense, but his concern for Su Kong was genuine, so much so that he had even considered taking Su Kong as his son-in-law. Mr. Chow withdrew his gaze and said, let me walk you a bit further. So the group walked out of the residential area, crossed a small path, and arrived at the roadside. Xinhuan pointed to the Mercedes-Benz by the roadside and said, Mr. Chow, Mr. Liang, this is our car. You can drop us off here. Xiaobin and his family of 3 looked on in awe. The Mercedes-Benz didn't look cheap. Su Kang's biological mother wasn't someone to be underestimated. Xiaobin asked, aren't you heading to Jiangqing to catch a flight back to Beijing? Xinhuan smiled and said, yes, this car will take us to the airport. After speaking, Zhao Rong and Xiao Lu ran over from the shade of a nearby tree and called out, Miss Qin. Xiaobin curiously asked, who are these two? Xinhuan smiled and introduced them, these two are my secretary, Zhao, and my driver, Lu. She then turned to Zhao Rong and Xiao Lu and said, you two get in the car first. I need to say a few words to Mr. Chow. Zhao Rong nodded slightly to everyone and got into the car with Xiao Lu. After they got in, Xinhuan said, Mr. Chow, Mr. Liang, thank you for your kindness toward my son Su Kong over the years. If I have the chance in the future, I'll bring Su Kong back to visit you both. Or if you ever come to Kyoto for travel or work, feel free to contact me. Xiaobin looked dejected, waved his hand, and said, it's what we should do. No need to mention it. Xinhuan took out her phone and said, could you two teachers give me your phone numbers? It'll be more convenient for us to stay in touch. After Xiaobin and Liangli gave their numbers, Xinhuan noted down their names and called them back. Once they had saved her number, she said, Mr. Chow, if you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, please don't hesitate to call me. I'll do my best to help. Chaobin didn't think much of it, but Liangli felt that Qinwan was no ordinary person and kept her words in mind. Qinwan eventually left with Su Kang. Chao Bin and his family of 3 walked home. Liangli said, "Old Chao, what do you think Su Kang's biological mother does? She has a luxury car, a personal secretary, and a driver. She must be wealthy." Mr. Chao said, "Let's hope so. Su Kang deserves to enjoy some good fortune. Why didn't Su Kang's biological father come? I didn't hear her mention it, and I didn't feel comfortable asking." Chao Qian said, "Su Kang said his biological father died in an accident." Liangli looked at Chao Qian with interest and smiled at Mr. Chao, saying, "Old Chao, you once mentioned to me about taking Su Kang as a son-in-law. At the time, I thought it wasn't appropriate, but now that I think about it, he's actually quite suitable. The boy has good grades, a decent character, and we know his background. The only issue is his somewhat reclusive personality, but that's likely due to his experiences, so it's not a big deal. Now that he's been taken back by his biological mother, do you think our daughter still has a chance?" Chao Qian blushed and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not listening to you." She then stormed off in a huff, taking 3 steps at a time. Liangli laughed even harder and said, "Your daughter is blushing." Mr. Chao also smiled and said, "It might be difficult from now on. Let's hurry up and leave. The exam results are out today, and there's a lot to do at school." Chapter 9, Giving a house, a car, and a luxury watch on the first meeting? On the other side, Su Kang and his group drove to Jiangcheng. They had a quick lunch at a highway service area and arrived at the airport. After that, Xiao Lu returned to the Jiangcheng branch. Su Kang was leaving his small county for the first time. He had never even ridden a train before. Upon arriving at the airport, he felt like an old woman from the countryside visiting a grand estate, captivated by the modern buildings. The 3 of them successfully picked up their boarding passes, checked their luggage, passed through security, and boarded the plane. Su Kang sat in a window seat, looking out at the wing, his mind racing with thoughts. He was both excited about his new family and new life, but also worried that he didn't know the rules and would annoy people. As for the novelty of flying for the first time, he didn't really care much about that. Qinwan sat next to Su Kang, noticing his furrowed brows. She gently held his hand and asked, "Are you scared because it's your first time flying?" Su Kang shook his head without speaking. Qinwan smiled gently and said, "Don't worry. My phone was almost ringing off the hook from Beijing. Everyone was asking if we had checked in. Your grandparents and many others are waiting for you at Beijing airport. So you see, they're all looking forward to you coming home. Even if they don't like you, you still have me, your mother." Su Kang was deeply moved. Though he had only met Qinwan for 2 days, her concern for him was heartfelt. Su Kang smiled, feeling much more at ease, and asked, "Mom, what are Uncle Lin and my sister like?" "Your Uncle Lin is okay. He doesn't really do much at home. He just goes fishing, surfs the internet, and isn't interested in money. He's the type who goes with the flow. Your sister, though." Qinwan thought of Lin Yi's colorful hair and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "What's wrong with my sister?" "Your sister is in 8th grade and going through her rebellious phase. You'll have to help me and Uncle Lin keep an eye on her." Su Kang couldn't help but laugh and cry. "I'm just a latecomer to this family, how could I possibly handle such a spoiled princess?" The plane took off quickly. Since Jiangcheng and Kyoto weren't too far apart, it only took 2 hours for the plane to land smoothly at Kyoto airport. Su Kang followed Qinwan and Zhao Rong to collect their luggage and then headed toward the airport exit. From a distance, Su Kang saw a large crowd gathered at the arrival gate, with people of all ages and genders. At the front were an elderly couple with white hair. As Su Kang and the others approached, the elderly couple hurried forward and stood before Su Kang. The old woman took his hand first, tears streaming down her face, and cried, "My dear grandson, you finally returned." Su Kang glanced back at Qinwan, who nodded slightly, then he also took the old woman's hand and said, "Grandmother, I'm back." The old woman heard this and cried even harder, sobbing, "Old 3, did you see from heaven? Shao Kang is back." Su Kang let the old woman hold his hand. Seeing the old man beside her with tears in his eyes, he called out to him, "Grandfather." Su Jinjiang felt a warm surge in his heart and said, "Good grandson, it's good that you're back." Su Kang looked behind the 2 old people and saw more than 20 people staring at him. Some had tear-filled eyes, while others looked curious. However, the most eye-catching person in the crowd was a young girl with her hair dyed in various colors, staring at him with curiosity. Su Kang thought to himself, "That must be my half-sister from the same mother but different fathers. Dyeing her hair like that is no wonder Mom was so worried." A woman in her 40s stepped out of the crowd, walked over to the 2 elderly people, and stared intently at Su Kang. She said, "You look just like your older brother, Jen-san. You're like 2 peas in a pod." Su Kang looked at the woman, wondering how to address her, but she spoke first, "Shao Kang, I'm your 4th aunt. You can also call me auntie." She then took something out of her bag and placed it in Su Kang's hand. Su Kang looked down and saw a set of keys. Just as he was puzzled, his aunt said, "Since this is our first meeting, your auntie is giving you a gift." Su Kang asked curiously, "4th aunt, what are these keys?" "It's a house in Haidian district, Beijing. In a couple of days, I'll take you to see it." Aunt Su Xiaolan said. Fourth aunt, this is such a valuable thing. I can't accept it. Su Kong quickly returned the keys to Su Xiaolan. Although Su Kong was still a student, he knew that in Beijing, where land was so expensive, a house must cost millions. At that moment, his grandmother spoke up, Xiao Kong, take it. When your father was alive, he was closest to your fourth aunt. Su Kong glanced back at Qin Wan, who nodded slightly, so he took the keys and said, thank you, auntie. Su Xiaolan smiled and nodded, saying, good boy. Then she took Su Kong's hand and said, come on, I'll introduce you to the others. Su Kong was led to a middle-aged man. Su Xiaolan said, this is your uncle. Su Kong quickly greeted him. His uncle Su Kai Xiong chuckled and said, here, this is for you. Su Kong took it and saw that it was a silver watch, clearly very valuable. Su Kai Xiong smiled and said, I'm not as wealthy as your aunt, so I'm giving you this watch. Xiao Kong, welcome home. Su Kong hurriedly thanked him. Su Xiaolan then took him to his second uncle, Su Kaiwei, and said, this is your second uncle. Su Kong quickly greeted him, and Uncle Su Kaiwei took out a car key and said, I heard you were coming back yesterday, so I went out and bought this specially for you. Su Kong took the car key, which had a trident emblem on it. Though he didn't recognize the car brand, he still thanked him hurriedly. Su Xiaolan then introduced him to others, mostly old friends of his grandfather Su Jinjiang, all of whom were former or current government officials. They didn't give any expensive gifts, just red envelopes, though no one knew how much was inside. A few others were cousins from his uncles and aunts' families. Finally, they were introduced to Lin Yujian and Lin Yi. Just as Su Kong was thinking about how to introduce them, Lin Yujian spoke first, my name is Lin Yujian. I'm your mother's current husband. You can call me Uncle Lin. Su Kong couldn't bring himself to call this stepfather dad, so he said, hello, Uncle Lin. Lin Yujian said, it's good that you're back. Your mother has sacrificed so much over the years searching for you. Finally, her efforts have been rewarded. He then took out a set of keys from his pocket. Su Kong thought, is Uncle Lin going to give me a house too? But Lin Yujian said, these are the keys to the house. Welcome home. Su Kong was deeply moved and said, thank you, Uncle Lin. Lin Yujian pulled the young girl beside him forward and said, this is your sister, Lin Yi. Then he turned to Lin Yi and said, call him brother. Lin Yi was being spoiled and didn't even lift her head, responding with a flat tone, brother. Lin Yujian scolded her, what's your attitude? But Lin Yi turned her head away, pretending not to hear. Lin Yujian sighed helplessly and said, your mother and I are busy with work, so we haven't been able to spend much time with her. That's why she's developed such a spoiled personality. She doesn't have any feelings for you, she's like this with everyone. You're her older brother, you should keep an eye on her. Lin Yi heard this and merely snorted lightly. Su Kong felt rather helpless. If she weren't rebellious, it wouldn't do justice to her colorful hair. However, he said, at her age, it's normal. Su Xiaolan noticed many curious passers-by looking their way. She suggested, Mom and Dad, maybe we should go home first. There are too many people here, and it's inconvenient. Grandfather Su Jinjiang also said, let's go home first. Then he walked over to Qin Wan and said, Xiao Wan, you're a good person. You've worked hard these years. Don't dwell on the unpleasant things from the past. Since Su Kong went missing and Su Kaisheng passed away, there had been rumors within the Su family circle that Qin Wan was a bringer of bad luck. Qin Wan was well aware of these rumors but could do nothing about them. One day, she had a minor argument with her mother-in-law Chen Yurong over a trivial matter. Chen Yurong openly called her a harbinger of misfortune, accusing her of bringing death to her son and husband. Qin Wan, who had always been proud and headstrong, was so enraged that she left the Su family that very night and severed all ties with them. Qin Wan said, let the past be the past. People have to move forward. Su Jinjiang felt even more ashamed. Back then, the Su family had unfairly blamed Qin Wan. Later, when the Su family had already given up searching for Su Kong, she had continued to persist. Yesterday, upon receiving the paternity test results, she immediately informed the Su family and stated that she would have Su Kong change his name back to his original one. Therefore, at this moment, Su Jinjiang truly admired this former daughter-in-law from the bottom of his heart. Su Jinjiang said, Xiao Wan, let's go. Take Professor Lin and Yi with us. We'll have dinner together tonight. Qin Wan nodded and turned to Zhao Rong, saying, Xiao Zhao, please be kind enough to take the luggage to my home. Zhao Rong nodded in agreement. The group set off toward the airport parking lot. Those who came to pick up the passengers were all wealthy or influential, so they all drove luxury cars. Qin Wan and Lin Yongjian, along with Lin Yi, walked over to a Mercedes-Benz. Su Kong had intended to ride in the same car as Qin Wan, but he heard her say, you should ride with your grandparents. After all, this is your first meeting, so you should get to know them better. After dinner tonight, come back home with me. Su Kong was overjoyed and nodded in agreement. On the Su family side, aside from the two elders, the others were only considered relatives, not family. No matter which house they stayed in, there would always be some distance between them. He had wanted to ask Qin Wan if he could go home with her tonight, but he was too afraid to ask. Now that he had an answer, his heart finally settled. Su Kong was about to turn around to go to his grandparents when Qin Wan called out to him, Xiao Kong, bring over the gifts they gave you. Su Kong smiled broadly. Xinwan took a handbag from the car, put all the gifts Su Kong had just received inside, and placed it in the trunk. She said, "Go on, your grandparents are waiting for you." Su Jinjiang and Chen Yurong were in a Hongqi Guayao. The driver, who was clearly a military officer, got into the car. Su Kong had intended to sit in the front passenger seat, but heard his grandmother Chen Yurong say, "Xiao Kong, come sit in the back and chat with Grandpa and Grandma." Su Kong sat in the middle of the back seat, with his grandparents on either side. The driver started the car once everyone was inside. As the Hongqi Guayao moved, the other cars followed in a line. Throughout the journey, Grandma held Su Kang's hand tightly, asking him about his past experiences. Su Kong was still a bit reserved, answering only what Grandma asked. However, Su Kang's past life had been so heartbreaking that Grandma couldn't help but wipe away tears as she listened. Grandpa Su Jinjiang, though he spoke little, listened attentively, occasionally offering words of comfort. Beijing Capital International Airport was located in the suburbs, quite far from the city center. By the time Su Kong and the others arrived at Su Jinjiang's courtyard house, it had already been an hour. Su Kong followed his grandparents into an alley, with the others trailing behind. After walking for a short while, they saw a courtyard house with many people gathered at the entrance. Su Kong was wondering whose family had so many people, but then he saw the crowd at the entrance coming toward them. "Mr. Su, Aunt Chen, has Xiao Kong returned?" The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Before he arrived, his deep voice carried to them. The middle-aged man hurried over, his eyes fixed on Su Kong, who stood between Su Jinjiang and Chen Yurong. He said, "He really looks like him, especially his eyes and eyebrows. He's exactly like his third brother." Su Kong was curious about who the middle-aged man was, but he noticed a young girl following closely behind him. At first glance, Su Kong was struck by her beauty, as if she were the girl described in the book as bright as spring flowers and as clear as autumn moonlight. The young girl also looked at Su Kong with curiosity. Their eyes met, and Su Kong blushed and lowered his head. Su Jinjiang laughed heartily and said to Su Kong, "This gentleman is Wang Lin, your father's comrade in arms. His father and I have been close friends for many years, so our two families are considered old acquaintances." The young girl beside him is his daughter, Wang Nan. Wang Nan spoke in a sweet voice, "Hello, Mr. Su." "Hello, Mrs. Chen. Congratulations on fulfilling your wish today and reuniting with your grandson." Her voice was clear and melodious, very pleasant to the ear. Su Jinjiang was very happy and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Nan. You're 18 this year, aren't you?" Chen Yurong said, "Old Su, you've forgotten. Xiao Nan and Xiao Kang's birthdays are only a few days apart." Su Xiaolan, standing behind Su Jinjiang, said, "Xiao Nan has grown even more beautiful. I wonder which lucky young man will marry her in the future." Then, as if remembering something, she turned to Wang Lin and joked, "Wang Good, you and my third brother had an agreement back then, right? I wonder if it still stands." Wang Lin heard Su Xiaolan's words and felt a surge of joy. Wang Nan was supposed to go to a classmates' gathering today, but he had dragged her along forcefully. He was hoping to revive the marriage arrangement with the Su family. Wang Lin said, "I, Wang Lin, always keep my word. I just wonder what Xiao Kong thinks about it." Chapter 10, The Fiancé is Too Beautiful. Su Xiaolan looked puzzled. She had only meant it as a joke. After all, it was the 21st century now, and people were free to choose their own partners. Who still believed in arranged marriages? However, she quickly realized the key point. After being discharged from the military, Wang Lin invested in a cement factory in Sanhe City near Beijing. The business was initially profitable, but 2 years ago, he blindly invested in the real estate industry, leading to a cash flow crisis. Meanwhile, the cement factory, due to neglect, faced quality issues, resulting in the collapse of a construction site, which made national headlines and caused a public outcry. In short, Wang Lin's career has been in shambles in recent years, and his assets had shrunk by more than half. If Wang Nan and Su Kong could get married, all of Wang Lin's current problems would be resolved, and he might even be able to take his career to the next level. After all, Su Kong was backed by the Su family and Qinwan. Su Xiaolan felt a bit repulsed by Wang Lin's actions, as it was akin to selling his daughter. Su Xiaolan smiled awkwardly, regretting bringing up the topic, as Su Kang's marriage was not something she could decide. "So the fiancée mom mentioned yesterday was her? She's really beautiful." Su Kong noticed Wang Nan lowering her head, biting her lower lip, furrowing her brows, and turning pale, clearly unhappy. He said, "Uncle Wang, these days it's all about free love." Su Jinjiang also said, "It's rare that Xiaolan is so committed to his promises, but times have changed. Children have their own ideas, and we adults can't force them." Wang Lin looked at his daughter, who indeed looked unwilling, and a flash of anger rose in his heart. However, he maintained a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Su is right." Su Jinjiang turned to Su Kong and said, "Xiao Kong, the Su and Wang families have been close for generations, dating back to your great-grandfather's time. Now that it's your generation, we should maintain our ties." Su Kong nodded and glanced at Wang Nan, finding her even more radiant and charming. Behind Wang Ping were other members of prominent families from the capital, all coming forward to pay their respects. The Su family hadn't been this lively in a long time. Su Jinjiang was very pleased and led Su Kong to greet everyone one by one. However, there were so many people that he couldn't remember everyone's names. Finally, they entered the courtyard, which was also filled with people. His eldest uncle, Su Kai-shion, walked over to his grandfather and said, "Dad, let's go straight to the hotel. There are too many guests, and we can't accommodate everyone at home. Besides, it's almost dinner time." Su Jinjiang hadn't expected so many people to come either. He said, "Go make arrangements. Take the guests directly to the hotel. This old house is almost being crushed by the crowd." Su Xiaolan laughed beside him. "Dad, I told you to move to that villa in the west of the city, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know how nice a big house is, don't you?" Su Jinjiang said, "This kind of day doesn't come every day. Besides, we've lived in this old house for so many years we're used to it." Su Xiaolan led the two elders and the guests to the hotel first. Su Kaixiang and Su Kaiwei, along with a few younger relatives, went inside and outside the house to notify the guests to move to the hotel. After all, there were so many people, and some might not have received the message. Su Kong was walking on the road when he suddenly thought of something and said to Su Xiaolan beside him, "Fourth aunt, have you seen my mom?" Su Xiaolan was also startled and said, "I haven't seen her since she came back." Su Kong pulled out his phone and called Qinwan. The call connected quickly. "Mom, where are you?" The voice on the other end said, "Your Uncle Lin and he didn't want to attend this social gathering, so I sent them home first. I'm still on the way and should arrive at the Su residence in about 10 minutes. "Oh, we've just left the Su family's house and are on our way to the hotel," Su Kong said. "Alright, I understand. I'll be there shortly," Qinwan said. Su Kong hung up the phone and felt relieved. The hotel was very close, just a few minutes walk away. Su Kong walked into the hotel and was immediately struck by its grandeur. He thought to himself that after all, this was the capital city, the imperial capital, far beyond comparison with his small county town. Su Kong stayed by Su Jinjiang's side, listening to him chat with a few old friends. Grandmother Chen Yuan was chatting with a group of elderly women, and occasional bursts of hearty laughter could be heard. The rest of the Su family were busy attending to guests. At the entrance to the banquet hall, there were two uncles, one collecting gift money and the other recording the guest list. Most of the guests were chatting in small groups, and the banquet hall was bustling with activity. Although Su Kong was the host of the banquet, he had nothing to do at the moment. Looking around, he noticed Wang Nan standing among a group of young girls. Some of them kept glancing at him. One of the girls must have said something to Wang Nan, as it caused the group of girls to giggle. Wang Nan walked up to Su Kong, her face slightly red, and said, "They want to add you as a friend. They asked me to come over and ask for your QQ number." Su Kong gave her his QQ number. Wang Nan took out her phone, opened QQ, searched for him, and added him as a friend. She said, "I've added you. Please accept the request." Su Kong felt a surge of joy. He took out his phone, opened QQ, and saw a WeChat name waiting for the wind, waiting for verification. Su Kong asked, "Is that you?" Wang Nan nodded. Su Kong accepted the request and changed her nickname to Wang Nan. He said, "It's accepted." Wang Nan didn't leave. After a few seconds, she asked, "You should also be taking the college entrance exam this year, right? Where are you planning to study, domestically or abroad?" "I plan to go to Jiangcheng University." Su Kong was a bit confused. Why was she asking that? Why not go to Kyoto University or Tsinghua University within the country? Wang Nan asked. Su Kong scratched his head awkwardly and said, "My grades aren't good enough. Those two top-tier universities are out of my reach." Wang Nan looked puzzled, but then recalled that Su Kong had always lived as an orphan, so he understood and said, "Of course you can go. With the Su family and your mother's connections, there's no school in the world you can't get into." Su Kong fell silent. All his efforts over the past 3 years seemed worthless in the face of his noble background. Seeing him remain silent for a while, Wang Nan suggested, "Actually, it's more popular to go to Europe these days. It's relatively easier to graduate there. Why don't you consider it? If I go abroad or to top universities like Kyoto University or Tsinghua University in China using connections, then what would all my years of effort amount to? Jiangcheng University may not be the best in the country, but I got in through my own hard work." Su Kong spoke firmly. Wang Nan looked at Su Kong in surprise, then smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were so principled. But you're really different from the other rich kids." Su Kong remained silent. What are playboys like? Living in luxury and indulgence? Will I become that kind of person in the future? At that moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. Su Kong looked over and smiled. It was Qinwan. Many people rushed forward to greet Qinwan. Su Kong couldn't help but marvel at how influential his mother was. Wang Nan spotted Wang Lin running from a distance to approach Qinwan, his face plastered with a smile as he tried to ingratiate himself. Since they were still some distance apart, he couldn't hear what they were saying. Wang Nan furrowed his brows. Everyone knew that Qinwan and Su Kong had just been reunited as mother and son, so their thoughts were naturally on Su Kong. They only exchanged brief greetings, nothing more. Compared to the others, Wang Lin at that moment seemed so obsequious. "Your dad seems pretty close with my mom," Su Kong suddenly remarked from the side. Wang Nan sneered inwardly but couldn't reveal the truth, so she replied vaguely, maybe. Just then, Wang Lin turned his head toward Su Kong's direction, saw Wang Nan standing next to Su Kong and talking, and his smile grew even broader. He then turned back to continue talking with Qin Wan. Wang Nan knew that his father, Wang Lin, was once again selling him, trying to get the best deal for him, and felt a pang of sadness. From a young age, Wang Lin had always favored his younger brother, Wang Hui, giving him everything good first. He never expected that once he grew up, his only value would be to create wealth for his father through an arranged marriage. Wang Nan felt resentful. She recalled a saying she had heard before: a woman's life has two reincarnations, one is her birth, and the other is her marriage. Birth is predetermined by heaven, but marriage is something one must seize for oneself. Wang Nan turned her head to look at Su Kong. He was tall and slender, with dark skin. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. Wang Nan steeled her resolve and thought to herself, "Father, you want to use that so-called arranged marriage from over a decade ago to achieve a business alliance. I, too, want to use this connection to break free from the shackles your family has placed on me. From today onward, I will decide my own fate. Besides, Su Kong might just be the right man for me." Wang Nan saw Su Kong walking toward Qin Wan. In the past, she would have gone back to her best friend, but now she followed Su Kong closely, lagging half a step behind him. "Mom, Uncle Wang." Su Kong greeted them. "Dad, Aunt Qin." Wang Nan also stepped forward to greet them. Qin Wan smiled warmly at the two of them and said, "Little Nan is here too. Have you two met yet?" "Yes, we just met less than an hour ago." Wang Nan also smiled and said. Wang Lin smiled broadly, feeling that his daughter was being sensible and considerate today. He said, "Young people will always find ways to get along." Qin Wan also smiled and said, "My son Xiao Kong has just arrived in Beijing and doesn't have any friends here yet. You should take good care of him." Wang Nan smiled and nodded in agreement. Qin Wan turned to Wang Lin and said, "Mr. Wang, please take your seat first. I'll take Xiao Kong around for a bit." Wang Lin smiled and agreed, stepping aside. After Qin Wan and Su Kong had left, he whispered to Wang Nan, "Xiao Nan, Su Kong has just returned. You don't know how many unmarried young women from wealthy families across the country are keeping an eye on him. With our connection, you must seize this opportunity. Outstanding men are like a scarce resource, you have to take the initiative to pursue them. If you don't act, someone else will." Wang Nan's eyes flickered slightly and she said, "I understand." Wang Lin smiled and said, "You did well earlier. This summer, spend more time with Su Kong and establish a relationship as soon as possible." Wang Nan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He didn't care whether he liked Su Kong or not, nor did he care what kind of person Su Kong was. For his own interests, he was willing to use his own marriage as a tool. Wang Nan whispered, "I understand, Dad. I'm going to Zhao Li's table." With that, he turned and left. Wang Lin looked around. Most people had already taken their seats. He found an empty spot and sat down. A middle-aged man next to him greeted him, "Mr. Wang, hello. I work in construction engineering in Beijing. My name is Lu Bo. I once purchased cement from your company through your agent." Wang Lin quickly stood up to shake hands, then heard the man continue, "Mr. Wang, you seem very familiar with Mr. Qin." Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing. I've known her for over 20 years. The other man smiled and said, "I have a project I'd like to collaborate on with Ms. Qin. Could you please introduce us?" Wang Lin smiled and said, "No problem at all." On the other side, Qin Wan led Su Kong to Su Jinjiang's side and heard an elderly man beside Su Jinjiang say, "Mr. Qin, congratulations on your reunion with your son." The speaker was someone Qin Wan recognized, a minister from Beijing who had once been Su Jinjiang's subordinate. Qin Wan smiled and said, "Thank you, Minister Chang. How is your back pain? I know an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with some amazing massage techniques. I'll introduce you to him in a couple of days." Minister Chang waved his hand and said, "No need. It's an old ailment, I've gotten used to it." Qin Wan said, "You should still let me try. I'll have my driver bring the old doctor to your residence tomorrow." Minister Chang smiled broadly and said, "That's too kind of you." The other elderly guests were all influential figures in the political arena. They also congratulated Qin Wan, who responded to each one with perfect poise. Su Jinjiang said, "Xiao Wan, Xiao Kong, sit down. Where are Professor Lin and Yi?" Qin Wan led Su Kong to the main table and said, "They have other arrangements tonight, so they didn't come." At that moment, Su Kai-shiong walked up to Su Jinjiang and whispered, "Dad, the guests are mostly seated. Should we serve the dishes now?" Su Jinjiang did not respond, instead looking at Qin Wan and saying, "Xiao Wan, many of the guests here today are here because of you. Should you say a few words to everyone?" Qin Wan said, "Let my older brother do it. He has been in politics for so many years, he is much better at speaking than I am." Su Jinjiang didn't insist and turned to Su Kai-shiong, saying, "Eldest brother, why don't you go up and say a few words on my behalf?" Su Kai-shiong nodded in agreement and walked onto the stage of the banquet hall, speaking eloquently. Su Kong listened below, secretly impressed by his uncle's strong language skills. Even without a script, his logic was clear and his speech was steady. He first thanked everyone for coming today, then recalled the Su family's longing for Su Kang after he went missing, and finally wished everyone a fulfilling life. In between, he quoted classics and spoke beautifully. A few minutes later, Su Kaixiong finished his speech and the applause from the audience continued. Su Kaixiong stepped down from the stage and instructed the waiters to begin serving the meal. Chang, the department head, smiled and said, "These days, the younger generation is truly pushing the older generation forward. We old-timers should make way for the young." Su Jinjiang remarked, "You're good at speaking eloquently, but when it comes to getting things done, we still need the old comrades to steer the course." He then picked up the bottle of manhwa on the table and said with a smile, "My old friends, over the years, today is the happiest day for me. No matter what, you must all join me for a drink, no more excuses." Xinwan took the bottle of manhwa from Su Jinjiang and said, "Dad, let me do it." An elderly man beside him said, "Mr. Qin is the chairman of Ikong Group. He's at the peak of his career. How can you let him pour wine for us old folks?" As he spoke, he reached out to take the bottle. Xinwan smiled and said, "There's no such thing as Mr. Qin here. I'm just a junior named Qin." She then poured wine for everyone in turn. Everyone laughed heartily. Chang, the department head, said, "This is the first time we've ever drunk wine poured by Mr. Qin himself. It seems like we'll be lying down to go home today." Su Kang whispered to Qinwan, "Mom, let me do it." Qinwan said, "There's a lot of etiquette at the dinner table that you don't understand. We didn't have much to eat on the highway earlier, so eat more tonight." After pouring everyone else a full glass, Qinwan poured herself a full glass as well. Then she turned to Su Kang and said, "What would you like to drink? Juice or yogurt?" Su Kang said, "I'll do it myself." He then poured himself a glass of juice. Chang, the department head, said, "Shao Kang, can you drink? Have some too." Su Jinjiang said, "He's just a child, he doesn't know how to drink." Everyone understood the unspoken rule: the elders protected the young, and the young protected the elders, so no one said anything else. Soon, the dishes were served. The people present today were all individuals of status, wealth, and influence. They had likely attended countless such banquets and social gatherings. Soon, the tables were filled with clinking glasses and lively conversation. Su Kang was truly hungry by now. As he ate heartily, he looked around. His grandmother Chen Yuron was sitting at the next table with a group of wealthy elderly women. His eldest uncle, second uncle, and fourth aunt had taken a few bites of their dishes before picking up their wine cups to toast the guests at each table. Su Kang couldn't help but admire his fourth aunt, Su Xiaolan, whose drinking ability was no less impressive than that of his eldest and second uncles. However, glancing at his mother sitting beside him, he realized she could hold her liquor just as well. At Wang Nan's table, a group of young girls chattered away while eating, their conversation lost on Su Kang. As the banquet drew to a close, Su Kang faced a table of delicious dishes, already stuffed to the brim. He put down his chopsticks and sat back in his seat, looking around. At this point, the banquet had entered the socializing phase, and most people had left their seats, holding wine cups and moving around to toast others. Since Su Kang was seated at the main table, almost everyone came over to toast him and say a few words of blessing. Xinwan accepted everyone as toasts and had already downed several cups of wine. Su Kang noticed that Xinwan's face was slightly flushed and that many people were toasting her. He couldn't help but feel concerned. He took a clean cup from the side, poured some yogurt into it, and said, "Mom, drink less." Xinwan took the yogurt, took a sip, and said, "I'm fine. What about you? Have you eaten enough?" Su Kang replied, "I've already eaten my fill." At that moment, another person came over to toast. This person was someone Su Kang had just met, his uncle. After toasting everyone else, he noticed that Su Kang's cup contained juice. He walked over to him, slurring his words, "Shao Kang, how can you drink juice when you're sitting with so many elders? Let me tell you, a man must drink alcohol. A man who doesn't drink has no future." After saying that, he poured out the juice in Su Kang's cup and poured some of his own wine into it. He said, "Uncle will teach you how to drink." Su Kang looked awkwardly at his uncle, not knowing how to respond. Xinwan quickly stood up, her face displeased, and said to her uncle, "Whether a man has potential or not depends on his intelligence and his. Shao Kang is young and hasn't drunk before, but you, Su Kaichang, aren't qualified to teach him. If you want someone to drink with, I, Xinwan, will accompany you." With that, she downed the remaining half cup of wine in one gulp. Su Kaichang was so scared that he sobered up a bit instantly. He quickly downed the wine in his cup and said, "Sister-in-law, I spoke out of turn. Please don't take it to heart." With that, he slinked away. The others at the table murmured to themselves. Earlier, it was the elder protecting the younger, and now it was the younger protecting the younger. This Su Kang was probably going to run rampant in the imperial capital from now on. Chapter 11. Nowadays, free love is encouraged. Wang Nan returned from the restroom and happened to see Qinwan standing up for Su Kang. She felt a bit envious, but then noticed Su Kang's nervous expression and couldn't help but smile. She returned to her seat, took out her phone, and sent Su Kang a message on QQ. "How was your first meal in the imperial capital? Did you like it?" Su Kang didn't know Wang Nan had sent him a message. He sat quietly at his own seat. After the little incident earlier, the banquet ended quickly, and the guests left one after another. At this point, the Su family and Shin-won were sending off the last guest at the hotel entrance. Shin-won staggered over to a Land Rover Range Rover. Su Kong wanted to go over to help her, but Shin-won waved him off and said to Qin Jinjiang, "Dad, I'll take Xiao Kong to my place tonight." Su Jinjiang actually wanted to keep Su Kong in his room to sleep, but Su Kong was clearly closer to Shin-won, so he said, "Alright." Then he turned to Su Kong and said, "Your mother has had too much to drink. Have someone prepare some sobering soup for her tonight." Su Kong agreed readily. Su Jinjiang then said, "The wedding gifts received tonight amount to approximately 7.8 million yuan. There will be more guests tomorrow, and we'll deposit all the money into your account and hand it over to you then." Su Kong asked, "Do I really need to take this money?" Grandmother Chen Yorong smiled and said, "Everyone came to visit you, it's all yours." Su Kong scratched his head and reluctantly accepted it. Chen Yorong added, "Come back to the Su family tomorrow. Grandfather and grandmother have prepared gifts for you, but there were too many people today, so we didn't bring them out." Su Kong said, "Thank you, Grandma. I've already received enough gifts today. Really, it's not necessary." Grandma Chen Yorong laughed and said, "It's not an expensive gift. It's just a token of Grandpa and Grandma's heartfelt feelings. You must accept it." Su Kong had no choice but to agree. Su Kong asked, "Grandpa, will there be more people coming tomorrow?" Su Jinjiang said, "Actually, we only notified a few old friends when you came back. But in today's society, information spreads quickly. One person tells 10, 10 tell 100. Anyone with even a distant connection or a past relationship will come. By tomorrow, when the news spreads, there will probably be even more people." He glanced at Shin-won, who was already tipsy, and said to Su Kong, "Many of these people are here because of your mother's influence. She's really quite powerful now." Su Kong and Shin-won got into the Land Rover Range Rover. Su Kong felt deeply moved. The things they had received today were more than an ordinary family could earn in a lifetime. This stark contrast left Su Kong deeply shaken. The driver was Shin-won's personal chauffeur, around 50 years old. He drove quickly and steadily. Shin-won had closed her eyes to rest since getting into the car. She was indeed drunk, and the car was filled with the smell of alcohol. Su Kong was bored, so he took out his phone and saw a message from Wang Nan. He replied, "It's okay, I ate too much. My stomach still feels bloated." After exiting the chat window, he saw that 6 or 7 new people had added him on WeChat, all of them Wang Nan's close female friends. Su Kong accepted them one by one. Soon, the messages started coming in non-stop. The group of friends quickly sent messages, some asking if he had arrived home yet, others asking if he was staying at Su's house or Chin's house that night, and still others asking him about his feelings on going from an orphan to a wealthy young master. Su Kong found these questions rather pointless, but he still replied briefly. However, the girls kept asking more and more questions, one after another, and Su Kong couldn't keep up. At that moment, Wang Nan sent another message, "I just finished showering. Have you arrived home yet?" Su Kong felt something different about Wang Nan. Her beauty and elegance were already striking, and with their arranged marriage in the works, there was an inexplicable emotion stirring within him. Su Kong replied, "Not yet, still on the way." "Are you going back to your mother's house?" she asked. "Yes, she's right next to me." After a while, she replied, "I'm talking to you, she probably didn't see, right?" Su Kong turned his head to look at Shin-won and saw that her head was tilted to one side, her eyes closed, and she was snoring softly. He replied, "No, she drank too much and fell asleep in the car." Su Kong was worried she might catch a cold, so he told the driver, "Sir, could you please turn up the air conditioning? My mother seems to have fallen asleep." Driverly he adjusted the temperature while saying, "Ms. Chin hasn't had a drink in years. I've never seen her drink so much that she passed out like this before." Su Kong, curious, asked, "Then why did she drink so much today?" Driverly he smiled and said, "Mr. Su hasn't been to a bar before, has he?" Su Kong shook his head and said, "No. Generally, people are aware of their own condition while drinking. But when you're in a lively mood and the drinking atmosphere is also lively, you end up drinking too much without realizing it," he explained. Su Kong fell silent. In plain terms, Shin-won was in a good mood today, and the people drinking with her were also in a good mood. As for why she was in a good mood, it must have something to do with him. Sigh, this heavy burden of maternal love. Just then, his phone buzzed again. Su Kong opened it to see that it was a message from Wang Nan. "I've prepared a gift for you. I'll bring it to you tomorrow." Su Kong replied, "Thank you, but really, it's not necessary. I've already received enough gifts today." Wang Nan replied, "No, you've accepted gifts from others, why wouldn't you take mine?" Su Kong was quite surprised. Clearly, when they first met today, she had kept a certain distance from him. Why was she so enthusiastic now? Was it because the arranged marriage was putting pressure on him? He replied, "Wang Nan, the arranged marriage was just a joke our parents made. Don't take it seriously. Nowadays, people are free to choose their own partners." "What are you talking about? I'm just continuing the friendly relationship between our Su and Wang families. Who's talking about an arranged marriage? You're just a toad trying to eat a swan." Su Kong scratched his head awkwardly, about to reply, when he heard a ringtone. It was Qin Wan's phone. Qin Wan was woken up by the ringtone, groggily took out her phone, and answered, "Hello. Yeah, I had a little. I'm on my way, should be home soon. Did you clean up Xiao Kong's room? Alright, see you later." Su Kong saw Qin Wan hang up and asked, "Mom, are you feeling better now?" Qin Wan closed her eyes for a moment and now seemed much better. She said, "Yes, I'm much better." Then she turned to the driver Li He and said, "Mr. Li, how many more minutes until we get home?" Li He replied, "About 5 or 6 minutes." Qin Wan turned to Su Kong and said, "You've been traveling all day and have social engagements tonight. Must be exhausted." Su Kong replied blankly, "I'm okay, not too tired." Then he thought of Wang Nan and said, "Mom, can you tell me about the arranged marriage with the Wang family?" Qin Wan asked, "Did Wang Lin mention this to you today?" Su Kong replied, "No, it was Aunt Su Xiaolan who mentioned it to Uncle Wang, and then Uncle Wang agreed." Qin Wan smiled and said, "I saw you with Wang Nan at the banquet today. How was it? Do you like her?" Su Kong blushed and said, "Mom, we only met for the first time today." Qin Wan smiled and said, "You and Wang Nan were born in the same hospital, just 2 days apart. Back then, the Wang family and the Su family had a good relationship. Your grandfather and her grandfather were in a good mood and joked about arranging an engagement. But it was just a casual remark at the time." Su Kong said, "So it was more of a joke back then?" Qin Wan nodded and said, "In recent years, the Wang family has been through a lot. First, the old patriarch of the Wang family passed away, and the Wang family's influence in politics declined. Then, Wang Nan's father's company faced numerous setbacks, and their assets shrank by more than half. The Wang family is now in a downward spiral, so he really wants to go through with this marriage to help the Wang family get out of their difficulties." "What about Wang Nan? Is she willing?" Su Kong asked. Qin Wan frowned and said, "In life, things don't always go perfectly. It's like certain social engagements, you can't just say you don't want to drink and then not drink. You have to adapt to the environment. Unless you're strong enough to make the environment adapt to you." Su Kong was speechless. He thought back to a few days ago when he was working as a laborer in a small county town. While others worked indoors, he and another man were outside under the blazing sun. What could they do? Those with skills couldn't do the work, and those relying on physical strength couldn't either. Without any real ability, they had no choice but to follow others' orders. Qin Wan continued, "Wang Nan is young and lacks social standing now, but give her some time. Once she comes to her senses, she might come looking for you on her own." Su Kong looked at Qin Wan in astonishment, thinking to himself, "Don't wait for some time. She's already come looking for me now." Su Kong asked curiously, "Why?" Qin Wan said, "It's like a college graduate looking for a job, they all want a high-paying position. It's the same principle." Su Kong nodded, then heard Qin Wan say, "We're home. Get ready to get out." Su Kong looked out the car window. The car had just entered the gate of a residential complex. It continued to move forward slowly. There were no high-rise buildings in the complex, only rows of high-end villas. Finally, it stopped in front of a 4-story villa. Qin Wan opened the car door and said, "Let's get out first." Chapter 12, Your house is really big. Su Kong followed Qin Wan out of the car and saw Lin Yongjian already standing at the door, with 7 or 8 people behind him, both men and women. Professor Lin said, "Xiao Kong is back. Come inside quickly." Su Kong asked, "Uncle Lin, who are these people?" "They're our family's servants." "Let's go inside first," Lin Yongjian said. Upon entering the house, they saw a floor made of black marble, tiles as bright as mirrors, luxurious crystal chandeliers, imported brand-name armchairs, and exquisitely carved bookshelves. The living room alone was so opulent it defied description. Qin Wan led Su Kong to sit on the sofa. An aunt handed her a cup of honey water and said, "Madam, this is honey water to help you sober up." Qin Wan took the honey water and took a sip, then asked, "Where's E?" Lin Yongjian said, "She's in her own room, probably playing games. She's either out causing trouble or playing games all day. Even when her brother came back, she didn't come out to greet him." Qin Wan frowned. Lin Yongjian gave an awkward smile. He couldn't do anything about his daughter either. He said to Qin Wan, "She's always like this. You've had some wine today, go take a shower and rest early. I'll take Xiao Kong to his room to check on him." Qin Wan said, "I'll take him." Su Kong was about to stand up when his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Chao teacher. Su Kong quickly answered and said, "Chao teacher, what's the matter?" Mr. Chao said, "Su Kong, have you arrived home yet?" "Yes, I'm at my mother's house." Su Kong said, "Is your mom with you?" Su Kong asked in surprise, "She's here." "Is there something you need from my mom, Mr. Chao?" "It's like this. Your mom brought a case of Maotai wine this morning, and your aunt just took it out of curiosity to take a look. When she picked it up, she found 200,000 yuan in cash at the bottom of the wine bag. Give me your account number and I'll transfer the money to you," Mr. Chao said. Su Kong turned to Qin Wan and said, "Mom, was there 20,000 yuan in cash in the wine you gave Mr. Chao this morning?" Qin Wan nodded and said, "Give me your phone. I'll talk to him." Su Kong handed over his phone. Xinhuan took it, turned on speakerphone, and said, Mr. Chow, hello, it's me, Su Kong's mother. Mr. Chow said, hello, Mrs. Su. Why did you put 200,000 yuan in cash under the wine bag? Give me your bank account number and I'll transfer the money to you. Xinhuan said, Mr. Chow, this money is to thank you. Su Kong got separated from me when he was young. If it weren't for you, he might have ended up as a street thug or a beggar on the side of the road. For other students, you're a dedicated teacher, but for Su Kong, you're like a mentor and a father figure. Mr. Chow, I truly appreciate everything you've done. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Chow said, as a teacher, it's my duty. Xinhuan said, ordinary teachers wouldn't pay for his tuition or make chicken soup for him. Su Kong looked at Xinhuan in surprise. How did she know that Mr. Chow had made chicken soup for me? On the other end of the phone, Mr. Chow said, but 20,000 is too much, I can't accept it. Xinhuan said, I'm a businessman, that amount of money isn't significant to me. That's still not acceptable. No one's money just blows in with the wind. Mr. Chow, just consider this money as my contribution to Chao Qian's university tuition and living expenses. Is that acceptable? Xinhuan said. After Xinhuan finished speaking, there was a commotion on the other end of the line. It was Mrs. Liang, Mr. Chow's wife, arguing with Mr. Chow. After a moment, the voice on the phone spoke again. This time it was Mrs. Liang, Su Kang's mother. Thank you. I'll accept this on behalf of my daughter. Once she finishes university, we'll return the money to you. Xinhuan said, Ms. Liang, there's no need to be so polite. This is just a small amount. Is there anything else you need to discuss with Su Kong? No, I'll hang up now so as not to disturb your rest, Ms. Liang said. She then hung up the phone. Xinhuan handed the phone back to Su Kong and said, your teacher Chow really cares about you. Take some time to bring him a gift and visit him. Su Kong said, but mom, why didn't you tell me you gave money to Mr. Chow this morning? He just called and caught me off guard. Xinhuan laughed and said, I didn't want you to find out this morning. Come on, I'll take you to your room. Xinhuan led Su Kong up to the third floor and said, the first floor is the living room, kitchen, and the maid's room. The second floor is the guest room. When your grandparents were alive, they lived on the second floor. The third floor is where our family lives. The fourth floor is mainly for leisure activities, such as a gym, a card room, a billiards room, and a study. Xinhuan opened a door, turned on the light, and continued, this is your room. Take a look and let me know if you like it. Su Kong looked inside the room. The first thing he saw was a large bed, with a wall-mounted LCD TV opposite it. On either side of the TV were wardrobes for storing clothes. The room also had a massage chair, a desk, a desktop computer, a laptop, and a tablet. Next to the desk was a bookshelf and a suitcase brought from the small county town. To the left of the bedroom door was another room. Su Kong opened the door to find it was a bathroom. Su Kong looked at the toilet in the bathroom and stammered, Mom, do we have those squat toilets at home? Xinhuan smiled and said, are you not used to the toilet? Su Kong nodded. Xinhuan called downstairs, Lu Jia, are you there? A few moments later, an auntie ran up and said, what can I do for you, madam? Xinhuan said, tomorrow, have a few people come and replace the toilet in Xiao Kong's room with a squat toilet. Xinhuan then turned to Su Kong and said, Xiao Kong, see if there's anything else that needs to be adjusted. No, I really like it. Su Kong looked at his own room, and the sense of fulfillment in his heart was almost overflowing. As a child, he lived in an orphanage. Later, to make it easier to attend middle school, he lived in a dormitory and rented a room. To save on rent, he often had to move his belongings, which consisted of a pile of bottles and cans, from one place to another. The hardships and struggles he endured during those years were known only to him. Xinhuan said, go to bed early tonight. I'll accompany you to the Su family tomorrow. Su Kong replied, thank you, Mom. You should rest early too. After Xinhuan left, Su Kong took out his phone. Sure enough, Wang Nan had sent several messages. The first one asked why he hadn't replied, the second asked if he was angry, and the third was an apology for saying something like a toad wanting to eat a swan. Su Kong looked at his phone and saw it was almost 11 p.m. He didn't know if she had gone to bed yet. After thinking for a moment, he replied, are you asleep? I'm sorry, I just got home and didn't check my phone. As soon as Su Kong sent the message, his phone buzzed. He picked it up to see that Wang Nan had already replied, you're home? I didn't know what the house of the richest man in Kyoto looks like. Quick, take a video so I can see. Su Kong thought to himself, she typed so fast? He replied, oh, okay, I'll take a shower first and send you a video after I'm done. The other side replied quickly with just 2 words, okay. Su Kong opened his suitcase, took out a set of clothes, and went to the bathroom. After fiddling around for a while, the shower head still wouldn't produce any water. Who should he ask? His mother was probably taking a shower too. His younger sister had always disliked him, and as for Uncle Lin and the maid, he didn't dare ask them. In the end, he had no choice but to take a photo of the shower head with his phone and send it to Wang Nan, asking, how do you make this thing work? The other side first sent a question mark, then a QQ video call came through. Su Kong quickly found a pair of pants to put on, then answered the call. Finally, under Wang Nan's guidance, the shower head started working, and she even taught Su Kong how to adjust the water temperature. After taking a shower, Su Kong felt much fresher. He took out his phone and filmed from the third floor all the way down to the first floor in one continuous shot. On the first floor, a few ants were cleaning. They saw Su Kong holding his phone strangely and whispered to each other. Su Kong felt a bit embarrassed. After sending the video to Wang Nan, he said to the ant mopping the floor, "A friend of mine wants to see the house I'm staying in." After saying that, he blushed and hurried upstairs, leaving the ants laughing softly behind him. Su Kong returned to his room, took the clothes out of his suitcase, folded them neatly, and put them in the closet. The other suitcase contained textbooks, exercise books, a few novels, his diary, and that little yellow book. Su Kong placed the novels on the bookshelf and locked the diary in the desk drawer. He simply locked the little yellow book and the textbooks in the suitcase. Su Kong took out a diary, intending to write something, but couldn't find a pen. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He opened it to find it was Wang Nan again. "Your house is really luxurious." "Congratulations, Su Kong," the other person replied. "Thank you. It's so late, aren't you going to sleep yet? Tomorrow is Zhao Li's birthday, and she asked me to invite you out to celebrate. Do you have time?" Su Kong recalled that among the girls who had added him on QQ earlier, there was indeed one named Xiao Lily who had mentioned her birthday tomorrow and invited him out. He had declined at the time. He replied, "I have to go to my grandfather's house tomorrow." The other person replied with an O. Su Kong felt that Wang Nan seemed upset again. Was it inappropriate to reject a girl so directly? Su Kong replied, "If I have time tomorrow, I'll definitely come. Then we'll come find you tomorrow with Zhao Li. Good night." Su Kong replied, "Good night." Chapter 13, Are You Mr. Qin's son? The next day, Su Kong woke up early. He picked up his phone and saw that it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. Su Kong got up, washed up quickly, and opened the door. It was quiet outside. Su Kong didn't want to disturb anyone else's rest, so he returned to his room, sat down at his desk, and turned on his computer. Several popular games had already been downloaded onto his desktop. Su Kong randomly picked one to play for a while but soon found it boring. Su Kong opened the window. The sun had just risen, a bright red but not blinding. The sunlight filtered through the white poplar trees by the roadside, casting sparse patches of light into the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with various plants, tall and short, lush and green, lifting their heads to soak up the earliest sunlight and dew of the day. Su Kong felt content. He felt like the flowers and plants in the courtyard, at peace and full of hope. Su Kong opened the door again and tiptoed downstairs. He saw the housekeeper in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Upon seeing the young master descend the stairs, they greeted him warmly. Su Kong walked into the courtyard, curiously exploring the area. The courtyard was large, filled with various flowers, plants, and trees. Su Kong didn't know much about plants, but some of the ornamental trees were clearly very valuable. In the southeast corner of the courtyard, there was a vegetable garden. Su Kong walked over and saw that there were quite a few varieties, including cucumbers, green beans, and chili peppers. Su Kong tiptoed into the vegetable garden. Seeing no one around, he picked a cucumber. There was a water tap next to the vegetable garden. Su Kong rinsed it quickly, then sat down on a stone bench and began to eat. At that moment, Xinwan stood at the window, watching Su Kong sneakily eating the cucumber below, and couldn't help but laugh. Xinwan opened the window and called down, "Xiao Kong, pick one for me too." Su Kong suddenly heard someone calling him, startled, and looked up to see his smiling mother. He also smiled. Su Kong picked 3 more cucumbers, washed them with clean water, and brought them back inside. Just then, Xinwan came downstairs. Xinwan said, "Xiao Kong, why didn't you sleep in a little longer?" Su Kong replied, I'm used to it now." Xinwan saw the cucumbers in his hands and asked with a smile, "Why did you pick so many?" Su Kong handed her a cucumber and said, "I didn't know if Uncle Lin and Yi would eat them, so I picked a few extra." Xinwan led Su Kong to the dining table, broke the cucumber into 2 pieces, picked up half of it, and said while eating, "Your Uncle Lin really likes fruits and vegetables. He'll definitely like them when he comes down. Your sister doesn't need them, she won't get up before noon." Su Kong rolled his eyes. "My sister can sleep that much?" Xinwan bit into the cucumber, crunching it crisply, and continued, "This freshly picked cucumber is so different, crisp and sweet." Just then, the housekeeper brought breakfast to the table, which included bread, noodles with sauce, eggs, and fruits. Xinwan and Su Kong ate while chatting. Su Kong said, "Mom, why is there a vegetable garden in our courtyard?" Xinwan said, "Last year, your grandmother stayed with us for several months. She couldn't sit still, so she cleared out a small area in the courtyard to grow vegetables. This spring, your grandmother passed away. But I kept this vegetable garden for her." Seeing Xinwan's somber expression, Su Kong regretted asking the question. Not knowing how to comfort her, he lowered his head and continued eating. Xinwan noticed Su Kong was still looking down, so she said, "When your grandmother was alive, her greatest wish was to see you once. Tomorrow is the weekend, I'll take you to visit her, okay?" Su Kong nodded and said, "Mom, are you going with me to Grandpa's house later?" Xinwan said, "I have to go to the office in the morning. I'll be at your grandfather's place around 11 o'clock. Su Kong hummed in response, feeling a bit disappointed. His grandparents, uncle, and aunt were naturally very kind to him, but since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, there was still a bit of a barrier between them. Su Kang was shy by nature, and with so many people coming and going at the Su household, he still felt nervous when interacting with others. Shinwon seemed to have read Su Kang's mind and said, "Why don't you come with me to the company? Once I finish my work, we can go to your grandfather's house together." Su Kang nodded happily. When Su Kang and Shinwon arrived at Icon Group, it was just past 7:30 a.m. The company's working hours started at 8:30 a.m., so the office building was empty, with only a few people around. Shinwon led Su Kang into her office, handed him a laptop, and said, "Feel free to play around for a while." Su Kang nodded. Shinwon opened another door and said, "If you get tired, you can rest on this bed. This is the toilet if you're not used to it, there's also a squat toilet in the restroom." Su Kang hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Mom, you go ahead and busy yourself. Don't mind me." Shinwon smiled upon hearing this, took out an access card, and said, "The 16th floor is the dining hall, and the 17th floor is the fitness center. If you're bored, you can go take a look around. But don't make too much noise and disturb others working." Su Kang took the access card and asked, "Mom, can you go without the card?" Shinwon laughed and said, "Mom has the password, so it's the same." After saying that, Shinwon sat back down at her desk, turned on the computer, and got back to work. Su Kang leaned against the nearby sofa, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and saw that Wang Nan hadn't sent him a message. He downloaded a casual game called Match 3 to play. As the start of the workday approached, the entire building gradually became bustling with activity. Shinwon picked up the phone on her desk, dialed a number, and said, "Xiao Zhao, arrange for someone to bring some fruits to my office. Also, notify everyone attending today's meeting to be there at 8:40 sharp." After hanging up, she continued with her work. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Su Kang quickly stood up and opened the door. It was Zhao Rong, holding a fruit platter. Zhao Rong saw Su Kang and paused for a moment, then smiled brightly and said, "Little Su, you're here." Su Kang replied, "Hello, Ms. Zhao." Shinwon said, "Xiao Zhao, put the fruits on the table over there." Zhao Rong placed the fruit in front of Su Kang, looking at the shy young man in front of her, and couldn't help but smile. She was curious why Miss Qin suddenly wanted fruit today, only to realize it was for her beloved son. Shinwon said again, "Xiao Zhao, have all the attendees been notified for today's meeting?" Zhao Rong replied, "Yes, everyone is mostly in the meeting room now." Shinwon nodded and said, "Let's go over there too." She then turned to Su Kang and said, "Xiao Kang, wait here for me. After the meeting, I'll go to Grandpa's house with you." Su Kang nodded and said, "All right, Mom." As soon as Shinwon left, Su Kang was the only one left in the office. He ate a few grapes and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He grabbed a few tissues from the desk and rushed out of the office to find a restroom. Since this floor was the chairman's office, there weren't many people working there to begin with, and everyone was busy with their tasks, so no one noticed a young man running out of the chairman's office. After taking care of his business, Su Kang returned to the door of Shinwon's office. Oh no, the door was locked. Su Kang searched his pockets but couldn't find his access card. At that moment, several employees stood up and looked at him curiously. Su Kang's face turned red. Afraid of being mistaken for a thief, he walked away embarrassedly. He knew Shinwon was in a meeting, so he didn't want to disturb her by calling, but he also didn't dare to stray too far. He spotted a small stool in a corner, sat down, and pulled out his phone to play a game. After a while, a female employee walked by carrying a computer tower. She glanced at Su Kang curiously and asked, "Are you new here?" Su Kang felt nervous and replied, "No, I'm here with my mom." Sun Qian understood. Every winter and summer vacation, many employees would bring their children to the office because there was no one to take care of them at home. However, she had never seen anyone as old as Su Kang before. Sun Qian asked again, "Who is your mother?" Su Kang replied, "Shinwon." Sun Qian smiled and said, "So your mom is Qin man? I used to work in the same department as your mom." Su Kang, seeing her speak so confidently, mistakenly believed she was telling the truth. He then heard her continue, "Young man, could you help your sister out? I'll treat you to milk tea for lunch." Su Kang asked, "What kind of help?" Sun Shi handed the computer tower to Su Kang and said, "Help your sister move these computer towers to the 12th floor." So for the rest of the time, Su Kang followed Sun Shi around, helping her move the old computers to the storage room on the 12th floor. Su Kang was young and full of energy, plus he was honest and willing to work hard, so Sun Shi kept praising him. Although Su Kang was tired, the feeling of being needed made him feel accomplished. 2 hours later, Su Kang carried a computer monitor in each hand, following Sun Qian. He heard her say ahead, "Just move these last 2 monitors down, and we're done. I'll take you to the 16th floor for some milk tea later, and the cake there is also really good. You'll definitely like it." Su Kang replied, "No need, Sun Jie. I have to go out with my mom for lunch." Sun Qian was about to speak when 2 people came over, quickly pulling Su Kang aside and shouting, "Hello, Mr. Qin." Su Kang looked over curiously and saw Shinwon and Zhao Rong walking toward them, one in front and one behind. He happily called out, "Mom, are you done?" Shinwon noticed Su Kang as he looked up. Seeing him holding a computer screen in one hand, she asked curiously, "Xiao Kang, what are you doing?" helping move things. At that moment, Sun Shi stood by, speechless. Who would have thought that the timid young man playing with his phone in the corner was the boss's son? Sun Shi hurriedly explained, Mr. Qin, I thought he was the son of Qin Man from the General Affairs Department. I saw him standing around bored, so I asked him to come over and give a hand. She quickly took the computer screen from Su Kang's hands. Xinwan looked at Su Kang, who was sweating profusely and had his clothes soaked through. She felt uneasy. She wouldn't even let her own son do such heavy work, yet he was being made to do it. Xinwan spoke coldly, can't you carry it yourself? Other employees noticed the situation and, seeing Mr. Qin's expression, quickly put aside their gossip and got back to work. Sun Shi lowered her head nervously, her toes curled tightly, and heard Xinwan continue, in the company, you should handle your own work independently. Only if it's truly difficult should you ask a colleague for help. Sun Shi hurriedly agreed. Su Kang saw Sun Shi's current state and felt guilty, saying, Mom, I offered to help on my own. Don't scold Sun Jia. Xinwan thought to herself, what's wrong with me? Why am I getting upset over a junior employee? She then said in a softer tone, go back to work first. Sun Shi nodded and quickly left with 2 computer screens. Xinwan turned to Zhao Rong and said, you go back to work too. If there's anything at the company, just give me a call. Zhao Rong nodded and returned to her desk. Xinwan said to Su Kang, let's go to your grandfather's house. But do you want to go home and take a shower first? Su Kang checked the time and saw it was already 10:30, so he said, no need. It's already 10:30. Xinwan nodded and led Su Kang downstairs to take a car to the Su family's house. After Xinwan and her son left, the office was abuzz with gossip. Sun Shi stormed into the General Affairs Department, venting her anger at Qin Man and demanding to know why she had chosen a name that sounded the same as the CEO's. Qin Man was confused, but after hearing the details from Sun Shi, she laughed so hard she could barely breathe and said, Sun Shi, are you crazy? I'm only 34 years old. Where would I get such an older son? For a long time afterward, whenever colleagues saw Sun Shi, their first words were often, Sun Jia, give me some work to do. I want to become Mr. Qin's child too. Sun Shi heard this and always slunk away. Chapter 14, The New Prince of Kyoto. On the other side, Xinwan led Su Kang back to the hotel from the previous night. Today, there were significantly more people. Su Kang not only saw the entrepreneurs who had appeared in news reports but also many film and television stars among them. Su Kang searched for a while but didn't see Wang Nan, feeling a little disappointed. During lunch, the atmosphere was lively with clinking glasses and laughter. It wasn't until 1:30 p.m. that the guests began to leave, leaving only some of Su's closest relatives and friends, as well as Xinwan's few close friends, who were also her business partners. Everyone returned to the Su family home. Xinwan and her friends gathered in a side room to discuss the future economic situation. Aunt Su Xiaolan was also interested in the topic and joined the discussion after arranging for the guests. Grandfather was chatting with a few old friends over tea, discussing domestic and international affairs. Grandmother and her female friends had already gathered around the card table, laughing and chatting happily. The older generation, including the eldest and second uncles, were either playing mahjong or card games. In China, whenever the family gathered, mahjong and card games were inevitable. Among Su Kang's generation, the eldest was his eldest uncle's son, Su Chang. He took out a deck of playing cards and said, come on, brothers, let's play poker. Su Bin, the second son of the eldest uncle, sat down on a stool and said, I'll join in. Su Chang joked, you're a government official coming here to gamble with us, do you think that's appropriate? Su Bin retorted, nonsense, I'm just playing cards. Su Chang turned to a fat man beside him and said, Wang Tao, take this guy to the police station. Su Bin flew into a rage, but Wang Tao said, enough, stop teasing brother Bin. I'll play too. Wang Tao's grandfather had been a close friend of Su Jinjiang for years, so Wang Tao was already familiar with the Su family and had long since grown accustomed to their brother's dynamic. Su Chang gave Su Bin a sly smile, I told you not to come, but you had to. Today you're going to bleed, and tonight be careful that Xiao Ai doesn't let you into the house. Su Bin retorted, I'm afraid when you go home tonight, your wife will make you kneel on the laundry board. Su Kang watched the two of them and laughed out loud. Su Chang pulled out a chair and said, Xiao Kang, come play a few games with us. He then called out to Qin Wan and Qin, can I take Xiao Kang to play cards with us? Qin Wan said, of course you can. Xiao Kang has just arrived in the capital. You older cousins should take good care of him. Su Bin said, don't worry, Aunt Qin. Su Kang said, but I don't know how to play cards. Xinwan took out a bank card and a stack of cash from her bag, saying, it's okay if we lose while playing cards as family. Just have fun. Su Kang took the bank card in cash, then heard Xinwan say, the password for this card is 6/8. Keep it as living expenses. I have to go to the company now, but I'll come pick you up later tonight. Su Kang nodded and took a seat. In the end, 7 people joined in, Su Chang and Su Bin, the 2 sons of his eldest uncle Su Qi, the youngest son of his second uncle Su Kang Wang Tao and 2 other cousins from the Su family. Su Kang didn't know how to play, but he was a high-achieving student who had scored over 600 on the college entrance exam. After playing a few rounds to familiarize himself with the rules, he gradually became more confident. They played until around 5 in the afternoon when Su Kang's phone rang. Su Kang answered the call and Wang Nan's voice came through. I sent you a lot of messages on QQ. Why didn't you reply? Su Kang said, sorry, I didn't notice. Wang Nan asked, are you at the Su family's house right now? Su Kang hummed in response. Wang Nan said, Zhao Li and I will be there soon. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Wang Nan and Zhao Li arrived at the Su residence. Grandmother Chen Yurong saw them and smiled, saying, oh, you two little girls are here again. Wang Nan and Zhao Li had already visited the Su family yesterday, so Grandma Chen was quite curious to see them again. Zhao Li stepped forward and said, Grandma Chen, we're here to take Su Kang out to play. Wang Nan also said, Grandma Chen, today is Zhao Li's birthday. We younger ones have all made plans to go out singing and eating. Su Kang hasn't been to Beijing before, so we want to take him out to play. Plus, we're all the same age, so we're sure to get along well. Chen Yurong smiled and said, alright, he's playing cards inside. I'll go call him. Zhao Li said, no need, Aunt Chen. We'll go in ourselves. Saying that, he took Wang Nan's hand and walked toward the house. As soon as they entered the house, they saw the Su brothers gathered around playing cards. Zhao Li said, hey, you're still playing cards? Who's winning? Who's treating? Su Chang had been unlucky at cards all afternoon and was seething with anger. Hearing this, he said, let Su Bin treat us. He stepped in dog poop this afternoon and won a lot. Su Bin chuckled and said nonchalantly, no problem. Unlike someone who's both terrible at it and loves to play. This remark made Su Chang's ears turn red. He snorted and said nothing more. Su Bin, seeing that Su Chang wasn't speaking, turned to Wang Nan and asked, why are you here? Zhao Li said, we brought Su Kang out to play. Everyone looked at Su Kang, who was blushing and said, it's Zhao Li's birthday today. Su Chang said, Zhao Li, why didn't you invite your older brother out to play? Zhao Li rolled her eyes and said, brother Su? At your age, you could be my uncle. Everyone burst into laughter. Su Bin looked at Su Chang's expression, which was as if he had eaten something disgusting, and found it even more amusing. He pulled out a stack of cash and said, Zhao Li, you know how to talk. Tonight's expenses are on me. Zhao Li happily took the money and said, Brother Bin is so generous. Brother Bin is so kind. Brother Bin will make a fortune in the future. Su Chang felt even more dejected. He had lost tens of thousands of dollars in the afternoon, and now he was being mocked by a young girl. He pushed the cards on the table and said, I'm done. Let's call it a day. Su Bin saw Su Chang leave, stopped laughing, and said to Zhao Li, what are you going to do tonight? Don't take Shao Kahn to a bar or some other messy place. Zhao Li said, no way, we're just going to sing some songs and have dinner. Su Bin asked again, how many of you are going? Are they all girls? Zhao Li said, about 8 or 9 people, mostly girls. Su Bin looked at Su Qi, who was the second son of his uncle and a graduate student at the National Defense University. He said, Su Qi, do you have time tonight? Why don't you go out and have some fun with these young people? Su Qi knew Su Bin was worried about their safety, and since he had nothing to do that night, he agreed immediately. Wang Tao overheard this and said, take me along too. I haven't been singing in a while, and my voice is itching to be heard. So, Zhao Li and Wang Nan got into one car, driven by Zhao's family driver, while Su Qi, Wang Tao, and Su Kang got into another car, driven by Su Qi on the way. Su Kang called Xin Wan and briefly mentioned that they were going out with Wang Nan to celebrate Zhao Li's birthday. Xin Wan was also concerned about safety, but Su Kang assured her that Su Qi and Wang Tao were also there. One was a graduate student at the National Defense University, and the other was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in a certain district of Beijing, so Xin Wan finally felt at ease. Soon, the cars arrived at their destination, a karaoke bar. There were already several men and women waiting at the entrance. Zhao Li got out of the car casually and greeted them. Among them were several people Su Kang had met at yesterday's banquet, likely all from prominent families. Su Kang, Su Qi, and Wang Tao got out of the car and heard a girl scream, wow, Zhao Li, you really brought Su Kang out. Zhao Li raised her head proudly and said, don't you know who I am? One of the men didn't recognize Su Kang and whispered to the woman next to him. She whispered back, he's the new prince from the capital. As she spoke, she interlocked her fingers, indicating they were a couple. Another guy clearly heard the girl's introduction. He looked at Su Kang warily and walked up to Zhao Li, saying, we don't know Su Kang well. Isn't it awkward to bring him over? Zhao Li shot him a sideways glance and said, precisely because we're not familiar with him, we should get to know him better. How else will we become friends? The boy was speechless. He glanced at Su Kang's back, where Su Qi and Zhao Pu stood. They looked much more mature and clearly several years older. He asked, who are those two? Before Zhao Li could introduce them, Su Qi spoke up first, you guys go do your own thing. Don't mind us. After saying that, Su Qi whispered in Su Kang's ear, go hang out with them. Wang Tao and I are renting a private room next door. Call us if anything happens. Su Kang asked, aren't you coming with us? Su Qi smiled and said, Wang Tao and I are just two rough and tumble guys. We don't mix well with you young folks. Zhao Li heard Su Qi say this and had no objections. She even felt that Su Qi was always putting on an air of superiority, which made her uncomfortable. She said, let's go inside. I've already reserved the private room. Chapter 15, Are the two of you together? Wang Nan deliberately lagged behind, walking with Su Kang at the back, and said, the guy who was talking earlier is named Lu Ji. His family is in business, and he's a high school classmate of Zhao Li. He's been pursuing her for a while. Wang Nan continued, the girl with the boyfriend is Su Jin. Her grandfather has been a close friend of your grandfather for years. He even attended your banquet yesterday. During the banquet, she made a bet with Zhao Li. The wager was whether you would come to her birthday party today. Su Kang said helplessly, is this how rich people play? Wang Nan glanced at him in silence, thinking to himself, who here is richer than you? Su Kang continued, what about Su Jin's boyfriend? Who is he? Wang Nan said, her boyfriend is named Lu Jinghua. He's just from an ordinary family. She's always been too afraid to tell her family about her relationship, worried they'd oppose it. Su Kang said, after all, she's still in school. She can't let dating interfere with her studies. Wang Nan looked at Su Kang as if he were an alien and said, come on, she's almost a college student now. How could she not be allowed to date? Su Kang asked curiously, then why doesn't she dare to let her family know? Wang Nan glanced at Su Kang and said indifferently, because they need to be socially and economically compatible. Su Kang sighed inwardly, not knowing what to say, when he heard Zhao Li calling from ahead, what are you two whispering about? Come in quickly. Su Kang and Wang Nan entered a large private room. The room was lit up with colorful lights, creating a dazzling display. Su Kang had never been to a KTV before and wasn't used to the environment, so he sat down on the sofa. Wang Nan sat down next to him. Lu Ji was selecting songs when he saw Su Kang and Wang Nan sitting together, which made him feel uneasy. Young men are like that. Even if they know a beautiful woman doesn't like them, if she's interested in another man, they still feel jealous. Lu Ji deliberately said, Wang Nan, why don't you pick a few songs too? Wang Nan pretended not to hear and turned to Su Kang, saying, what songs do you like? Want to go pick some? Su Kang had never experienced this before, and with so many people around, he was a bit nervous about making a fool of himself. He said, no, thanks. I'll just watch. Wang Nan didn't insist. She went to the song selection area, picked a few songs she liked, thought for a moment, and then selected a few popular songs that were all the rage, before returning to sit next to Su Kang. Zhao Li had just finished ordering drinks and snacks at the bar outside. As soon as she walked in, she saw Su Kang and Wang Nan sitting together. She walked up to them, her big eyes darting back and forth between the two of them. Wang Nan felt embarrassed by her gaze and snapped, Zhao Li, are you crazy? Why are you staring at me? Zhao Li didn't get angry and said, come on, tell me the truth. What's going on between you two? Are you dating? Su Kang's face turned red, and he hurriedly said, no, don't say that. Then why are you sitting so close? Zhao Li chuckled and said, I knew it. You two were betrothed as children, so now you're on the same wavelength and have developed feelings for each other. You're destined to be together forever. This cursed fate, why doesn't I have it? Everyone was originally chatting and singing their favorite songs, but Zhao Li, with her outgoing personality and loud voice, had just finished speaking when several girls curiously gathered around, chatting animatedly. Wang Nan's face turned crimson, unsure whether she was embarrassed by Zhao Li or by the others. Su Kang quickly interjected, you're all misunderstanding. Wang Nan and I are just regular friends. Lu Ji chimed in from the side, these days, arranged marriages? Who believes that? Su Kang was touched. Lu Ji was actually speaking up for him. Wang Nan stood up and said, the Su and Wang families are old friends. I'm closer to Su Kang, isn't that normal? Why don't you go gossip about Su Jin and Lu Jinghua? Su Jin laughed and said, everyone has already heard about Su Jin and Lu Jinghua's relationship. Yours is fresh and ripe. Just admit it, what's the real deal between the two of you? Wang Nan said, mind your own business. Zhao Li knew that Wang Nan usually presented herself as a well-behaved girl, so he didn't want to joke too much. He said, alright, everyone, stop gossiping. Otherwise, you'll scare Wang Nan away. Let us sing some songs. Everyone knew when to stop and return to their seats. Just then, the waiter brought over drinks and fruits. So everyone sang songs, drank wine, and the birthday party returned to its normal rhythm. Lu Ji opened a bottle of red wine, poured a small glass for each of the girls present, then walked over to Lu Jinghua and asked, what about you? Beer or red wine? Lu Jinghua took a bottle of beer from the table and said, I'll have beer. Lu Ji then walked over to Su Kang and asked, what about you? Beer or red wine? Su Kang said sheepishly, sorry, I don't drink. Lu Ji gave him a mocking look and said sarcastically, what kind of man doesn't drink? Zhao Li hurried over and pulled Lu Ji aside, saying, Su Kang is my friend. Watch your attitude. Lu Ji didn't know about Su Kang's background, but Zhao Li did. That wasn't someone anyone present could afford to offend. Lu Ji looked sullen and said nothing more. Wang Nan poured Su Kang a glass of juice and said, have some juice instead. Wang Nan stood up and smiled at everyone, saying, let's raise our first glass to Zhao Li. Everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and said to Zhao Li, happy birthday. Zhao Li was very happy and said, thank you all for your blessings. After saying that, everyone downed the wine in their glasses. Of course, only Su Kang drank juice. After putting down their glasses, Jolly picked up the microphone and started singing first. She sang a classic song, 7 Miles of Fragrance. Although she was usually carefree, her singing was surprisingly pleasant. After finishing the song, it was quickly time for others to take turns. Luji was very active on the scene, sometimes drinking with Lu Jinghua, sometimes helping the girls choose songs, and sometimes helping others pour wine and get snacks. He completely ignored Su Kong. However, Su Kong didn't mind. He just quietly watched the others sing. After all, they were all young people, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. They started playing a spinning wheel game, where whoever the wheel landed on had to complete a task. Su Kong didn't like the atmosphere, so he used the excuse of needing to use the restroom and stepped out of the private room. He happened to bump into Wang Tao. Su Kong saw Wang Tao belching and walking unsteadily, clearly having had too much to drink. He asked, "Tao Go, how much have you had?" Wang Tao recognized Su Kong and said, "Your brother Su Chi invited a few of his classmates over. They can all drink a lot." After saying that, he wiped his face with some water and said, "All the brothers in the Su family can drink a lot, but you can't drink at all. That's really strange." Su Kong laughed and said, "I used to barely have enough to eat. How could I even think about drinking?" Wang Tao came over and patted Su Kong on the shoulder, saying, "I don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky." Su Kong said, "It's more like a blessing in disguise." He laughed at his own words. Wang Tao laughed and said, "I'll go first. Otherwise, they'll make me drink again." Su Kong hummed in agreement, turned on the faucet, and wiped his face as well. Since there were no tissues, he just shook his hands. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind him, "Are you blind, you brat?" Su Kong turned around and saw a young man with a bare chest and red hair raising a clenched fist toward his face. Su Kong was startled and quickly took a step back, but his feet slipped and he fell onto the ground with a thud. Su Kong looked up at the young man, who had stopped his punch and was now looking down at him with disdain, saying, "What a piece of trash." Su Kong was about to get up when he heard a series of hurried footsteps behind him. Wang Tao suddenly appeared in front of him, slapped the young man across the face, and shouted angrily, "You dog, what are you so arrogant about?" The young man was knocked to the side by the slap, half his face swollen. He staggered to his feet and growled, "You'll pay for this." With that, he bolted out the door. Wang Tao reached out and pulled Su Kong to his feet, asking, "Are you okay?" Su Kong felt touched and said, "Thanks, brother Tao." Thinking about the young man's threatening words before he left, he couldn't help but worry, what if he calls for backup? Wang Tao gave a cold laugh and said, "If I can't handle someone like that, I might as well not bother staying in Beijing." He then took out his phone, dialed a number, and said, "Call a few brothers. Head to Candy Tree KTV. There's a little rat causing trouble." Wang Tao hung up the phone and said to Su Kong, "Don't worry, go back and keep singing." Su Kong was still a bit worried and asked, "Aren't you guys going to fight?" Wang Tao laughed, "I'm the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. I wouldn't resort to such lowly methods as fighting." Chapter 16, What Are You, a Spoiled Rich Kid? After returning to the private room, Su Kong saw that Zhao Li and the others were still having a great time, so he sat back down at his own seat, deep in thought. He took out his phone and sent a message to Su Chi in the neighboring room, briefly recounting what had just happened. The other party replied quickly, saying, "Wang Tao told me. It's fine. Keep having fun." Su Kong put away his phone, hoping the red-haired young man wouldn't come over. Wang Nan noticed he was distracted and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Kong didn't want him to worry, so he smiled and said, "Nothing." Wang Nan handed the microphone to Su Kong and said, "Everyone else has sung. You should sing too." Su Kong said, "I can't sing." Wang Nan said, "None of us can sing either. We're not asking you to perform on stage. What are you afraid of?" Su Kong took the microphone and said, "All right." At that moment, Zhao Li was singing on the roof, and the screen displayed the next song as Fairy Tale. Wang Nan said, "You should know Fairy Tale, right?" Su Kong nodded and said, "I should know that one." Soon, Zhao Li finished singing. Seeing Su Kong holding the microphone, she exclaimed, "Wow, Su Kong, you finally agreed to sing one." After saying that, Zhao Li handed her microphone to Wang Nan and said, "You two should sing a duet." Wang Nan blushed but took the microphone from Zhao Li. After a long romantic music video played, the melody finally began and Su Kong started singing, "I can't remember how long it's been since I last heard your voice." As soon as he finished the first line, Lu Ji burst out laughing because Su Kong had gone off key. Su Kang's cheeks grew hot and he looked awkwardly at Wang Nan beside him. Seeing that she was still watching the music video on the screen with a calm expression, he continued singing, "Tell me the story of how you love me." Lu Ji mocked, "Really? You've never even heard a fairy tale?" Su Kong was utterly embarrassed. He had sung it smoothly enough in the shower, hadn't he? Wang Nan glared at Lu Ji angrily, picked up the microphone, and continued singing, "I've been thinking about it for a long time. I'm starting to panic. Did I do something wrong again?" Wang Nan's voice was melodious and she sang beautifully. Compared to Su Kang's off-key singing, it was like night and day. Su Kong was too embarrassed to sing anymore and placed the microphone on the table in front of him. Lu Ji was overjoyed and was about to pick up the microphone to sing a duet with the goddess, but Wang Nan beat him to it. While singing, Wang Nan passed the microphone back to Su Kong. Su Kong took it, saw Wang Nan put down the microphone and look at him, and realized she was signaling him to continue. By then, it was the chorus, so Su Kong raised the microphone, gathered his courage, and sang, "I wish to become the angel you love in a fairy tale, spread my arms wide, and become wings to protect you." This time it finally went smoothly, though it wasn't particularly good, at least it didn't go off key. And so, Su Kong and Wang Nan took turns singing, and the song Fairy Tale came to an end with their harmonious duet. Su Kong put down the microphone, feeling a ripple of emotion in his heart. He had a different feeling toward Wang Nan. He could sense her affection for him. Perhaps she had many practical considerations, but so what? Over the years, no girl had ever given him a second glance. Even Chao Qian only saw him as a slightly more special classmate. Zhao Li said, "This music video is really well made. Every time I watch it, it moves me." The room was mostly filled with girls, and they all nodded in agreement. A few more songs were sung afterward. Zhao Li checked the time, it was already 8:50 p.m. and said, "Let's go eat. We'll continue the second half after dinner." After everyone packed up their things, Su Kong opened the door and saw several police officers walking toward them. Su Kong's heart leaped with joy, thinking that Wang Tao had called them over. He was about to go next door to call Wang Tao and the others out, but then he saw the red-haired young man behind the police officers. Earlier, he had been shirtless, but now he was wearing a flowery shirt. Su Kong was so scared that he stepped back, but it was too late. The red-haired young man had already spotted Su Kong and shouted, "You little bastard, come here." "Where's that fat bastard?" Lu Ji was right behind Su Kong. Hearing the curses outside and seeing Su Kong open the door then retreat back, he curiously peeked out. He saw the red-haired youth charging toward them, still cursing. Lu Ji recognized the red-haired youth. He was named Qian Mu, and lived next door to him. His father was the chief of a local police station. Lu Ji asked curiously, "Muge, what are you doing?" Qian Mu saw Lu Ji and said, "Where's that guy? Tell him to come out." Lu Ji hadn't processed it yet and pointed at Su Kong, saying, "You mean Su Kong?" Qian Mu said, "That little bastard." Then he reached out to grab Su Kong. Lu Ji felt a sense of schadenfreude. Though he didn't know how Su Kong had offended Qian Mu, he was delighted to see him humiliated. At that moment, the door to the adjacent private room opened. Wang Tao rushed out first, grabbed Qian Mu by the collar with his left hand, and slapped him across the face with his right. Then he kicked Qian Mu to the ground and shouted, "You blind dog." Qian Mu had never endured such humiliation before. Pointing at Wang Tao, he stammered, "Disable him." The elderly police officer leading the group behind him was about to step forward, but saw more people emerging from the private room, some still in uniform. He felt confused, then looked at the fat man who had been beating Qian Mu and was so frightened that he stammered, "Director Wang, what are you doing here?" Wang Tao glanced at the old police officer and said, "Do you know me? Which department are you from?" The old police officer replied, "I'm from the Dongfang Road Street Police Station. The others behind me are my colleagues." He then pointed at Qian Mu lying on the ground and said, "We received a report from this citizen saying there was a fight here, so we came to investigate." Wang Tao chuckled, "You old-timer isn't telling the truth. Be honest. Who is he?" The old police officer had no choice but to say, "He's the son of our chief Qian." Wang Tao kicked Qian Mu and said, "Call your father." Although Qian Mu was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He knew he had provoked someone important today. He pulled out his phone and called his father. Just as the call connected, Wang Tao snatched the phone and turned on the speaker, saying, "Shen Tai, your son is in my hands." The voice on the other end was low and stern. "Who are you? What do you want?" Wang Tao laughed and said, "What's the matter? Can't you recognize my voice? I'm Wang Tao from the District Public Security Bureau." The other party clearly paused for a moment before saying, "Director Wang, what do you mean by that?" Wang Tao said, "Shen Tai, do you know what your son did tonight?" The other person said, "He said someone was beating him up at a KTV, so I called a few colleagues to check it out." Wang Tao said, "The ones who beat him were me." "Do you know why I beat him?" Without waiting for the other person to answer, Wang Tao said, "Because this kid doesn't know his place. He deserved it." The other person asked, "What did this kid do?" Wang Tao said, "What he did, you can ask him when he comes back. But I have something to tell you." Wang Tao continued, "Beijing is the capital city. Even I have to walk on eggshells. What gives your son the right to act so arrogant? With your measly little official position? Don't you dare let him get himself killed one day." Wang Tao didn't wait for the other person to respond. He hung up the phone, threw it onto Qian Mu's body, and said, "Get out of here." Qian Mu knew he had bitten off more than he could chew today. He picked up his phone, ignoring the pain on his body, and slunk away. The police officers followed behind him. Su Qi stepped forward and said, "I didn't expect that, Tao Gu. You're pretty tough." Wang Tao heard the sarcasm in his words and guessed he was blaming him for letting Qian Mu go. He sighed helplessly. That kid was a bit arrogant, but it wasn't a big deal. A lesson will suffice. Su Qi said, "If it weren't for the two of us following along, Shao Kong would have been bullied by that kid. How can we just let it go like this? If a son isn't taught properly, it's the father's fault. Let his father retire." Wang Tao sighed. The Su family was powerful and protective of their own. Su Kang stepped forward and said, Chenggu, let it go. There's no need to make a big deal out of this. Su Chi sighed, sometimes you have to show your strength, otherwise, people will think you're easy to bully. Tao Gu already taught him a lesson, and besides, I didn't get hurt. Su Chi looked at Su Kang helplessly, forget it, I don't care anymore. Let's go eat. Wang Tao laughed heartily and called out to Zhao Li, Zhao Li, my stomach is already growling. Can we go eat now? Zhao Li said, let's go. You looked so cool earlier. Order whatever you want. Everyone chatted and laughed as they walked out. Behind the crowd, Lu Ji looked at Su Kang walking ahead with a complicated expression, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Young people love spicy food, so they found a nearby street food stall. The environment was decent, with a small lake across the street. Occasional breezes from the lake blew away the summer heat. Everyone drank, grilled skewers, and ate small lobsters, enjoying themselves greatly. Although Su Kang didn't drink, he loved the feeling of drinking, grilling skewers, and bragging with people his age. In this atmosphere, it was easy to build friendships. It was already 11 p.m. when Xinwan called to ask where he was. After Su Kang gave her the address, Xinwan said she would arrange a car to pick him up. Su Kang had already eaten his fill and told the people around him, my mom just called and said she's already arranged a car to pick me up. Upon hearing this, Su Chi and Wang Tao also indicated they wanted to leave. Zhao Li, who had had a bit too much to drink, said, I can't take it anymore. Let's call it a night. We'll meet again next time. After everyone else left, Wang Nan stayed behind. Su Kang walked over curiously and asked, aren't you going home? Wang Nan had had a few more beers during dinner and her face was flushed. She pointed across the street to the lakeside and said, look over there. There's a lotus pond in moonlight. Your car hasn't arrived yet. Let's go take a walk. Su Kang looked over and saw the moonlight shimmering like silver silk over the lotus pond. The lotus leaves spread out like green discs, holding droplets of dew that sparkled in the moonlight. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a faint fragrance. Su Kang smiled and said, sure. The two of them walked to the lakeside, but Wang Nan suddenly took out a gift box from her bag and said, I promised to give this to you yesterday. Su Kang opened it to find a silver white high-end men's watch. He said, that must have cost a lot. Wang Nan took the watch and wrapped it around his wrist. Her hair, bathed in moonlight, emitted a faint fragrance, brushing against his skin and sending a tingling sensation through him. Su Kang watched her intently, his heart racing uncontrollably. When she fastened the strap, it felt as though she had fastened his heart as well. His gaze locked onto hers, his heart filled with emotion and excitement. After putting on the watch, Wang Nan flipped through Su Kang's wrist repeatedly, then smiled and said, it's fine, it fits perfectly. Suddenly, her hands were tightly grasped by Su Kang. She paused slightly, raised her eyes to look at Su Kang, and saw a pair of eyes burning with passion and deep affection. Feeling the warmth transmitted through his palms, Wang Nan's heart raced wildly, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Seeing Wang Nan lower her head, Su Kang silently scolded himself and quickly released the girl's hands, saying, I'm sorry, Wang Nan saw Su Kang's flustered expression and thought he was such a fool. She took his hand and gently interlaced her fingers with his. Su Kang felt the soft touch and, filled with surprise, tightly grasped her hand in return. The two walked hand in hand along the lakeside. The dim streetlights illuminated the path beneath their feet, and the cool lake breeze carried away the summer heat. After a while, Su Kang's phone rang. He opened it to see it was Qin Wan. He put it on speaker and said, Mom, has the car arrived? The other person said, I'm on the right side of the road. Su Kang and Wang Nan heard this and quickly let go of each other's hands. Su Kang looked to his right and saw a Land Rover Range Rover parked by the roadside. Su Kang hung up the phone and suddenly thought of the beautiful woman beside him. He asked, by the way, do you have a car to go back? You go back first. I'll take a taxi later. That's not possible. It's too dangerous. Come on, I'll give you a ride. Wang Nan saw that Su Kang was worried about her and felt very satisfied. She nodded slightly and followed Su Kang toward Qin Wan's Land Rover. Qin Wan rolled down the car window and saw the men's watch on Su Kang's wrist, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Thinking back to how the two of them had been holding hands and strolling by the lake earlier, she felt a sense of loss, as if her own prized pig had been lured away by someone else with a piece of cabbage. Seeing them approach, she said, did you have fun? Su Kang nodded and said, Mom, why did you come out personally? Qin Wan said, I was just worried about you. Come on, let's get in the car and go home. Su Kang said, Mom, let's see Wang Nan off. Qin Wan's indifference made Wang Nan feel a little uneasy. She timidly said, hello, Aunt Qin. Qin Wan silently scolded herself for being so petty. Her son would eventually get married, why should she act like a jealous little girl? She said, Xiao Nan, get in the car. I didn't see you earlier. Su Kang sat in the front passenger seat, letting Wang Nan and Qin Wan sit in the back. Qin Wan pretended to notice Su Kang's watch on his wrist and said, Xiao Kang, who gave you that watch on your wrist? It's pretty nice. Wang Nan blushed, but heard Su Kang stammer, why are you asking that? Qin Wan smiled and said teasingly, the watch your uncle gave you yesterday was much more expensive than this one. Why don't you switch to that one when we get home tonight, or I can buy you a better one. Su Kong hurriedly said, no need. Students don't need to wear such nice watches. I think this one suits me just fine. Seeing that Su Kong was getting a bit flustered, Xinwan stopped teasing him and turned to Wang Nan, saying, Xiao Nan, are you planning to study in Europe in the second half of the year? Wang Nan shook her head and said, I haven't decided yet. I need to discuss it with my parents. Maybe I'll stay in China. Xinwan said, there are advantages to studying abroad and benefits to staying in China. It's important to consider all options. And Su Kong said he wants to go to Jianqing University. Do you agree? Xinwan said, I know. He can go to whichever school he wants, as long as he doesn't go abroad. Wang Nan thought about her own experiences and envied him, saying, it's so fortunate that he can decide his own future. Xinwan smiled and said, sometimes parents worry you might go down the wrong path, so they're stricter. That's normal. If you have any ideas, talk to your parents more. They'll understand you. Wang Nan looked out the window, lost in thought, and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 17, A House and a Car. The next day, Su Kong and Xinwan drove to the cemetery early in the morning. Standing before his father's grave, Su Kong felt a mix of emotions. He had once hoped, imagined, and even hated, but now it was all reduced to a pile of yellow earth, leaving him feeling empty inside. Su Kong knelt before the grave and bowed his head 3 times in reverence. He thought to himself, Father, are you watching over me from heaven? Xinwan helped Su Kong to his feet and said, now you've returned home. Your father, if he is watching from above, must feel at peace. Su Kong said, Mom, do you have a photo of my father? I've grown up without ever knowing what he looked like. Xinwan took out her phone, opened the photo album, flipped through it, and handed it to Su Kong, saying, you look just like your father, especially your eyes, they're identical. Su Kong took the phone. The photo album contained an old photo taken with a phone. The photo was taken by a lake, with his father hugging his mother's waist and smiling at the camera. Su Kong thought to himself, so this is what my father looked like. No wonder everyone says I resemble him. Su Kong returned the phone to Xinwan and smiled, saying, Mom, you still have Dad's photo on your phone. Won't Uncle Lin get jealous? Xinwan smiled and said, you little rascal, daring to tease your mother. Su Kong laughed and said, I think Uncle Lin is so gentle and refined he wouldn't mind such a small thing. Xinwan paused for a moment and said, Xiao Kong, do you mind that I remarried? Su Kong said, no, I don't. Xinwan said, your Uncle Lin and I were university classmates. When we were studying, he always admired me, but I never felt anything for him. Su Kong interrupted, then why did you marry him later? Xinwan said, after graduating from university, I chose to marry your father and have children, while Uncle Lin chose to go abroad for further studies. After your father passed away, I had some issues with the Su family, so I returned to the Qin family. When he found out about this, he came back from abroad and stayed by my side through that difficult period of my life. Eventually, I was moved by his genuine feelings and married him. Xinwan continued, your Uncle Lin is a man who goes with the flow and has low material desires, so he probably doesn't hold much of a grudge against you. He might not be as sincere toward you as your mother is, but at least he won't target you or harm you. Su Kong agreed with Xinwan's assessment. Though he hadn't interacted much with Lin Yongjian in recent days, he could sense a certain distance between them. But there was nothing to be done about it after all, they weren't related by blood. Su Kong said, Mom, I understand. I think Uncle Lin is a good person, especially since he loves you so much. Xinwan smiled upon hearing this and said, it's so good that you understand your mother. Xinwan led Su Kong around a few corners and soon arrived at the graves of his maternal grandparents. Xinwan pointed to the 2 graves in front of them and said, these 2 graves belong to your maternal grandparents. Su Kong looked at the empty grave and asked curiously, why is this one still empty? Xinwan looked downcast and said, this one is reserved for me. Su Kong was taken aback and said, Mom, why? Xinwan smiled and said, your grandfather and grandmother only had me as their daughter, so after I pass away, I will definitely be with them. The topic of life and death was too heavy for Su Kong, and he didn't know how to respond. Xinwan continued, your grandfather passed away 3 years ago from a heart attack and your grandmother died from liver cancer this spring. Sometimes I wonder if I really am the unlucky star everyone says I am. Su Kong hurriedly said, no, birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural laws. Who can avoid them? Mom, don't think too much about it. Xinwan smiled and said, Mom is fine. It's just that seeing certain things brings back memories. Su Kong thought for a moment and added, Mom, the Buddhist scriptures say that humans have 7 sufferings, birth, aging, illness, death, separation from loved ones, meeting those one hates, and not getting what one desires. Everyone in the world experiences these. Does that mean everyone is a bringer of misfortune? Xinwan said, I didn't know you studied Buddhist scriptures so deeply. Su Kong said, I don't really understand it. Sometimes I just write down what I read in the books. Xinwan said, the sun is getting hotter. Let's go. Just as the 2 of them got back into the car, Su Kong's phone rang. It was his aunt Su Xiaolan calling him to come back to the Su family home to take him to look at a house. After hanging up, Xinwan said, I have some work to handle later. Is it okay for you to go alone? Su Kong said, Mom, you go ahead. I'll be fine. Xinhuan told the driver Li He, Mr. Li, take me home first, then take Xiao Kong to the Su family, and you can follow Xiao Kong today. Li He hurriedly agreed. When Su Kong arrived at the Su family home, it was just lunchtime. Compared to the bustling crowds of the previous 2 days, the courtyard was much quieter today. Besides a few servants and guards, only Grandpa, Grandma, and Aunt Su Xiaolan were there. This was the first time Su Kong had had lunch with his grandparents at home. The meal was abundant and delicious. Su Kong ate 2 large bowls, making his grandmother Chen Yurong smile so broadly her eyes crinkled. After lunch, grandmother Chen Yurong brought out a peace lock and a jade pendant from the bedroom, fastened them around Su Kang's neck and murmured, "May the Bodhisattva protect my grandson for a lifetime of peace and safety." Su Kong picked up the jade pendant, which was engraved with an image of Guanyin Bodhisattva. It felt smooth and warm to the touch, and he wondered what material it was made of. Chen Yurong said, "This jade pendant was blessed by a high monk at the temple. You must wear it at all times and never take it off, understand?" Su Kong was deeply moved. Though he didn't believe in such superstitions, he knew it was his grandmother's way of showing care. Su Kong nodded and said, "I understand, Grandma. Thank you." Grandmother smiled and said, "Don't be so formal with grandmother." Su Jinjiang took out a card and said, "Xiao Kong, we received a total of 25.42 million in gift money a few days ago. It's all in this card. The password is 68. Take it." Su Kong thought he had heard wrong and asked, "Grandpa, how much did you say?" Su Jinjiang smiled and said, 25.42 million. He then took out a gift registry and said, "The list of all the gift givers is in this book. Take it with you." Su Kong flipped through it casually. Most of the amounts were 100,000 or 200,000, with some as high as 2 million. Su Kong was amazed. He put away the gift registry and said, "Grandpa, how much did the banquet cost in total? Deduct it from this card." Su Xiaolan interjected from the side, "I'm also a shareholder in that hotel. Everything was charged at cost price, so it didn't cost much." Su Jinjiang said, "We're family, there's no need to be so precise. Besides, the Su family isn't a small household, we can afford this." Su Kong nodded and put away the card and the gift registry. Su Jinjiang added, "Xiao Kong, I've already arranged for someone to update your ID information. You may need to go to the police station in a few days. Once the new ID is issued, we'll transfer the car your uncle gave you and the house your aunt gave you into your name." Su Kong was about to speak when Su Jinjiang continued, "I know your mother is very wealthy, and you won't lack for a car or a house. But these are gifts from the Su family, and they hold special meaning." Su Kong nodded and said to Su Xiaolan, "Thank you, Auntie." Su Xiaolan smiled and said, "We're family, no need to be so formal. The Maserati your uncle gave you is parked in the parking lot outside. I'll arrange for someone to drive it directly to your home. But there's one thing I must emphasize, you are not allowed to drive it until you obtain your driver's license. Do you understand?" Su Kong nodded and said, "I understand." Su Xiaolan said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see the house." The two arrived at the house, located in a new residential area called Pomegranate Garden. The apartment was on the 24th floor, with an area of approximately 180 square meters, and the interior was luxuriously decorated, ready to move in. Su Kong had noticed the newly constructed large shopping mall and hospital in the surrounding area while in the car. This apartment was worth at least 10 million. Su Xiaolan said, "This house hasn't sold, so we decided to buy it ourselves, give it a quick renovation, and use it as a place to stay occasionally." Su Kong said, "Aunt Su, this apartment must have cost a fortune." Su Xiaolan laughed, "When your parents got married, your grandparents also gave them a house. After your mother left the Su family, that house came into my possession. At the time, I had just graduated from university and was influenced by the entrepreneurial trend of the era, so I sold the house to start my own business. So, don't feel any guilt. First, your aunt has the financial means now. Second, technically, your aunt owes you a house." Su Kong said, "I feel like I'm dreaming. Just a few days ago, I was a penniless guy, and now I've turned into a spoiled playboy living off others. Life is full of ups and downs, just like a TV drama." Su Xiaolan laughed, "Well, you'd better get used to your new identity." Upon returning home from the pomegranate orchard, as soon as he entered the gate, a servant greeted him with "Master." Su Kong went to his family's garage and indeed saw the Maserati his uncle had sent. He sat in the driver's seat, excitedly touching and feeling everything. Su Kong took out his phone and searched for the car model online. It turned out to be a Maserati Quattroporte, priced around 1.6 million yuan. While Su Kong was enjoying his new car, he heard a snap sound. Su Kong looked over and saw Linny wearing a baseball cap, standing in front of the car. Linny said, "Such an ugly car, look how happy you are, like you ate be dung." Su Kong didn't get angry. He walked over to Linny and said, "Don't you know how to call someone older than you?" Linny rolled her eyes and didn't say a word. Su Kong asked, "Where are you going?" Linny rolled her eyes again and said, "None of your business." Su Kong laughed, "You've been rolling your eyes the whole time. Doesn't your eyes hurt?" Linny threw her bag at Su Kong, but he dodged it with a side step. Linny, furious, stomped her foot, turned around, and got into a Ferrari parked next door. She told the driver, "Drive." The driver was another driver from her family. Lin Yi rolled down the window and said to Su Kong, "Your eyes are the ones that are sore, country bumpkin." With that, the red Ferrari sped off. Chapter 18, I will definitely marry her. Su Kong smiled cheerfully, not taking it seriously at all. He took out his phone and opened QQ. Wang Nan hadn't sent him any messages all day, which made him feel a bit off. "Are you there?" Su Kong typed. "I'm here," Wang Nan replied immediately. Su Kong was still typing when the other person sent another message. "Mr. Su, is there something good you want to tell me?" Su Kong decided to take a photo of his Maserati and send it to Wang Nan. She immediately sent back a question mark. Then she typed, "Did your mom buy it for you?" Su Kong marveled at how fast the other person typed. He slowly typed back, "No, my uncle gave it to me." As soon as Su Kong sent it, the other person replied, "Wow, you have a car already? Do you have a driver's license?" Su Kong replied, "Not yet. I plan to sign up for driving lessons tomorrow." The other person replied, "I'm at a driving school next door. I passed the first test a few days ago, and I just started practicing for the second one. Why don't you join me?" Su Kong was thrilled and typed, "Sure." After sending it, the other person replied, "Okay." Su Kong typed again, "Want to go out and play tonight?" After clicking send, he nervously stared at the phone screen. Normally, after Su Kong sent a message, Wang Nan's status would show typing. But this time, the other person didn't respond for a long time. Su Kong felt a bit regretful, sighed, and stared blankly ahead, wondering how to explain it. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Su Kong picked it up and saw Wang Nan's reply, "Okay, come pick me up later." Su Kong returned home. Uncle Lin was nowhere to be found, so he waited outside the door while Qin Wan was on the phone in her room. After finishing her call, Qin Wan turned to Su Kong and said, "Xiao Kong, you're back. Is there something you need?" Su Kong handed the gift envelope he had taken from his grandfather to Qin Wan and said, "This is what grandfather asked me to give you." Qin Wan flipped through a few pages casually and said, "Alright, I'll keep it here. I'll find an opportunity to repay these favors later." Su Kong then took out the bank card his grandfather had given him and said, "Mom, this is the gift money we received a couple of days ago, totaling over 2 million. Keep it with you." Qin Wan asked curiously, "Why keep it with me?" Su Kong said, "There's too much money. I'm afraid I'll lose it." Qin Wan laughed and said, "No need. Just change the passwords, including the one I gave you yesterday. There's 10 million in there. Keep it as pocket money." Su Kong's mind went blank. The two cards together totaled over 30 million yuan, and she was treating it as pocket money. Seeing Su Kong still standing at the door, Qin Wan asked, "Is there anything else?" Su Kong said, "I'm going out to eat tonight." Qin Wan asked, "With whom? Wang Nan?" Su Kong shyly nodded. Qin Wan felt a bit disappointed. She had specially arranged for the servants to prepare a lavish dinner since it was Su Kang's first time eating at home. However, she quickly adjusted her mood and smiled, saying, "Alright, remember to come back early." Su Kong suddenly thought of Lin Yi and said, "Mom, did you know that my younger sister just left?" Qin Wan laughed and said, "I know. She went to her tutoring class." Su Kong quickly tidied up and left. Li He was still his driver, driving his own Maserati. Last night when he dropped Wang Nan off at home, Su Kong had already found out her address. He parked the car at the entrance of Wang Nan's residential complex and contacted her directly to say he had arrived. Soon, Wang Nan appeared at the entrance of the residential complex. She was holding an umbrella, wearing a white dress, and carrying a sky blue handbag. She looked elegant yet sophisticated. Su Kong waved at Wang Nan and called out, "I'm here." Wang Nan hurried towards Su Kong. Seeing him standing in the sun with his clothes drenched in sweat, she asked, "Why didn't you wait in the car?" Su Kong chuckled and said, "It's okay, let's get in the car." After saying that, he led Wang Nan to the back seat and sat in the front passenger seat himself. Su Kong turned around and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Wang Nan rolled her eyes. "You invited me out and didn't even plan the itinerary? Besides, it's only 5 o'clock. Who eats this early?" Wang Nan said, "Why don't we go watch a movie first, then eat afterward?" Su Kong said happily, "Sure." Wang Nan asked, "Have you seen the latest Avengers movie?" Su Kong, who had never been to the movies before, said, "Not yet." Wang Nan fiddled with his phone and said, "Alright, the tickets are booked." Then he turned to the driver, Li He, and said, "Uncle, could you take us to the Wanda on Dongfeng Road?" Li He didn't say much and started the car. Wang Nan looked at the car's interior and smiled, saying, "Once I get my driver's license, can I borrow it to drive?" Su Kong said, "No problem." It was Su Kang's first time watching such a Hollywood blockbuster in a movie theater. The plot was thrilling, and the scenes were spectacular. After the movie ended, Su Kong was still eager for more and kept discussing the plot with Wang Nan. Seeing that Wang Nan seemed uninterested, he asked, "Have you seen this movie before?" Wang Nan laughed and said, "Come on, this movie has been out for over a month. This is my second time watching it." Su Kong said, "Then why watch this movie again? Why not choose another one?" Wang Nan said, "But you haven't seen it before, have you? Let's go eat." Su Kong said, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll treat you." Wang Nan said, let's have hot pot. I haven't had hot pot in ages, but it's too hot. Can you handle spicy food? Su Kong laughed, don't you know? People from the south love spicy food. Let's go eat hot pot. As they walked and talked, Wang Nan suddenly slowed down and looked ahead in surprise. Su Kong followed her gaze and saw Wang Nan's father, Wang Lin, chatting with a fashionably dressed woman in her 20s. The two were acting very intimate, clearly not just acquaintances. Su Kong was very surprised. The woman was so young she couldn't possibly be Wang Nan's mother. Wang Lin also noticed Wang Nan and Su Kong. He exchanged a few words with the woman before walking toward Su Kong. Wang Lin said politely, Xiao Kong, are you and my daughter Nan out shopping? Su Kong replied, hello, Uncle Wang. We were just about to go eat. Wang Lin smiled and said, alright, then I won't bother you. You young people are so great, you always manage to have fun together. Wang Lin turned to Wang Nan and said, Xiao Nan, take good care of Xiao Kong. He just arrived in Beijing. Show him around. It's okay if you come home late. Wang Lin paused for a moment and continued, that woman was an employee at my father's company. She had been working overtime today. After finishing her work, she said she wanted to go to Wanda, but it was too late and there were no buses, so I gave her a ride here. Wang Nan took Su Kang's hand and said, let's go eat. Without waiting for Wang Lin's response, she pulled Su Kong past him. As they passed by the woman, Su Kong glanced at Wang Nan, who didn't even glance at the woman. Su Kong thought to himself, this father and daughter seem to have a lot of tension between them. The two arrived at a Chongqing hot pot restaurant. Su Kong ordered a lot of dishes, but Wang Nan was clearly deep in thought and only ate a few bites. Su Kong put down his chopsticks and said, are you still angry at your father? Wang Nan looked at Su Kong and said, are all men like this? What do you mean? They get bored easily and move on to something new. Su Kong thought of his own parents and then of Mr. Chow and his wife, and said, I think many people are loyal to their marriages, right? Wang Nan shook her head and said, I've seen and heard too many wealthy people keeping mistresses. Sometimes I think humans aren't much different from animals. Once they gain enough power and wealth, they naturally seek out multiple women. Those who don't cheat aren't necessarily loyal, they just haven't reached that point yet. Su Kong didn't expect Wang Nan to have such a deep understanding of gender dynamics in marriage. He said, but people aren't animals. While a small minority might lose themselves in a life of luxury, I believe most people prioritize ethics and morality over physical desires. Wang Nan thought Su Kong was too idealistic about human nature and didn't argue with him. He continued, with the one I saw today, my dad must have at least 5 women on the side. My mom doesn't even bother with him anymore. They live under the same roof but act like strangers. Why don't they just get a divorce? Wang Nan gave a mocking smile and said, you won't believe me, but it's my dad who's been wanting to divorce. He wants to marry the woman he's been seeing, but my mom refuses. Su Kong couldn't understand. Your dad is like this, why won't your mom agree? Because she can't bear to give up the title of Mrs. Wang, or the prestige and wealth that comes with it. Su Kong fell silent. He didn't know how to comfort the young girl in front of him. Wang Nan sighed bitterly, everyone thinks I'm a happy rich girl, but they don't know how much I envy those ordinary families of 3 who can eat together and go out to play. Su Kong recalled his own painful past and said softly, I was no better than you. At least you have family, a place to sleep, and don't have to worry about going hungry at night. I had nothing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. Su Kong shook his head and said, what I meant was, while fate is predetermined by heaven, it's also something we strive for. Let's leave the bad experiences behind and focus on a better future. Wang Nan saw Su Kong staring at her and shyly nodded. Wang Nan. Will you be my girlfriend? Ah. Wang Nan blushed and lowered her head. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Last night by the lake, when you put the watch on my wrist, I silently swore to myself that I wanted to be with you. Wang Nan looked at Su Kong in surprise. Seeing his intense gaze and serious expression, she knew he wasn't joking. Her pretty face turned bright red, and she softly murmured, Su Kong's brows relaxed, and he smiled happily. After dinner, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. Su Kong and Wang Nan went to the underground parking lot where they had parked their car, but they didn't know where the driver Li He had gone. Su Kong called Li He, who said he was resting inside the mall and would come down shortly. Since the car keys were with Li He, Su Kong and Wang Nan could only wait outside the car. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground echoed through the parking lot. Su Kong and Wang Nan both turned toward the sound, only to see Wang Lin's mistress, whom they had just seen in the mall. The woman clearly noticed them as well, paused briefly, then lifted her head proudly and walked over. As she passed by Wang Nan, she noticed the Maserati parked nearby and chuckled, oh, your little boyfriend drives a Maserati? I hope you didn't rent it. What's the matter? Didn't my dad tell you who my boyfriend is? Seeing that Su Kong was only driving a Maserati, the woman assumed his family might have some money, but not much. She then added sarcastically, having a man to rely on makes all the difference. You talk so confidently. Be careful he doesn't dump you someday. After speaking, she saw Wang Nan glaring angrily at her, smirked triumphantly, and walked away in her high heels, her heels clicking on the ground. Su Kang shouted at the woman as retreating back, unless she stops loving me one day, I'll definitely marry her. The woman got into a BMW. Hearing this, she was slightly taken aback. Are there still such pure-hearted rich young men nowadays? She started the car and drove away with a complicated expression. Chapter 19, Are you two dating? Wang Nan looked up at Su Kang, tears streaming down her cheeks, and smiled. Su Kang wiped away her tears and said, Come on, don't cry. Wang Nan asked, You said you'd marry me. Is that true? Su Kang said, Heaven and earth can bear witness, the sun and moon can attest. Wang Nan tiptoed and gently kissed Su Kang on the lips. Su Kang felt a surge of emotion. Seeing Wang Nan lower her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, he embraced her head and rested it on his shoulder, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair. A certain part of his body began to stir. Su Kang feared he might be too forward, so he shifted his hips slightly backward. He said, I meant every word I said. Wang Nan wrapped her arms around Su Kang's waist and said, Su Kang, I feel so lucky. After saying that, she noticed that Su Kang's posture was a bit odd. In an instant, she suddenly thought of something and quickly let go with an ah. Su Kang said sheepishly, I didn't mean to. Excuse me, Mr. Su, I'm late. Just then, Li He arrived. Su Kang thought to himself, You're not late, you're early. You need to get your driver's license quickly. Otherwise, having a third wheel around every time is too inconvenient. Li He opened the car door and said, Mr. Su, get in. Su Kang was about to sit in the front passenger seat when he heard Wang Nan say, Why don't you sit in the back? Su Kang was delighted, opened the back door, and sat next to Wang Nan. He reached out his left hand and held her right hand, their fingers intertwined. They sat like that the entire ride, neither of them speaking. Su Kang dropped Wang Nan off at her home first and didn't arrive at his own home until nearly 9 p.m. As soon as he entered the house, he noticed the light in the first floor lobby was still on. Xinwan was sitting on the sofa with a worried expression. Su Kang asked, Mom, what's wrong? Xinwan sighed and said, Your Uncle Lin received a call from his hometown this evening. His mother suddenly fainted at home and is currently being rushed to the local hospital. Your Uncle Lin didn't even have dinner and rushed back immediately. Su Kang exclaimed, How could this happen so suddenly? She's always had high cholesterol, and a few years ago she had heart bypass surgery in Beijing. This time, it's probably a heart attack or a stroke, Xinwan said. Should we go there? We're not doctors going there, won't help. I've already arranged for several experts from Beijing Union Hospital to fly there with your Uncle Lin. After saying this, Xinwan turned to Su Kang and said, You should go rest first. Su Kang said, Mom, you should rest early too. The next morning, Su Kang got up early, sat in the first floor lobby for a while, and then saw Xinwan descend the stairs with a smile on her lips. Su Kang asked, Mom, is there any good news from Uncle Lin's side? Xinwan smiled and said, Yes, we received a call early this morning. Thanks to the timely medical attention, he has been stabilized. Su Kang said, That's wonderful. Xinwan said, Your Uncle Lin said that the recovery process will take a long time. Once her condition stabilizes in a few days, we should still bring her to Beijing for rehabilitation treatment. Why didn't you bring her to Beijing earlier? Xinwan sighed and said, We did bring her to Beijing before, but she couldn't stay for more than a few days and kept insisting on going back. The elderly are used to rural life, she just couldn't adjust here. By the way, you've been spending all your time with Wang Nan lately. Are you dating? Xinwan asked with a smile. Su Kang nodded awkwardly. Xinwan laughed, Wang Nan is a good girl, but you're both still young. Be careful and take precautions. Su Kang didn't understand what Xinwan meant and asked, What precautions? Xinwan was speechless, what else could it be? Do you want her to get pregnant before marriage? Su Kang's face turned red and said, Wang Nan isn't that kind of girl. Xinwan didn't dwell on it. If she really got pregnant, she could just have the baby. It wasn't a big deal. Xinwan said, Stay home and eat tonight. I'll ask the aunt to buy some shrimp. I saw you like them at the banquet a few days ago. Su Kang thought about how he'd been in Beijing for several days and hadn't had a proper meal at home yet, so he said, I'll go with Wang Nan to sign up for driving lessons this morning. We'll come back after that. Xinwan said, Alright, I'll wait for you at home with your sister. Xinwan suddenly thought of something and said, Before you get your driver's license, don't drive the car your uncle gave you, or any other cars in our family. If you need a ride, contact Li He directly. I'll have him be your designated driver. Su Kang knew Xinwan was worried about him and said, Don't worry, Mom. I wouldn't risk my life. While Su Kang was having breakfast, Lin Yi, who rarely got up early, rushed downstairs excitedly and told Xinwan that her grandmother was fine. She didn't know that Xinwan already knew, but seeing how happy she was, she must have been genuinely happy for her grandmother. After finishing breakfast, Su Kang went to the garage and looked at the row of luxury cars, ultimately choosing his own Maserati. Upon arriving at the entrance of Wang Nan's residential complex, he saw her holding an umbrella, already waiting there. After Wang Nan got into the car, Su Kang said, Why were you waiting there so early? Wang Nan smiled and said, I was afraid of a certain little cutie. I got here first and didn't know where to go, so I stayed in the car. Now I'm baking in the sun. I'm already dark, and if I stay out any longer, I'll turn into an African. Su Kang scratched his head and said, I'm a guy, I'm not afraid of getting dark. You can't be like that. Wang Nan looked at the young man in front of her, feeling both touched and delighted. Last night, after she returned home, her father Wang Lin and mother Kaian had completely changed their attitude toward her. Wang Nan knew it wasn't because they suddenly cared about her, it was because of Su Kang. She now had greater value as a potential marriage partner, a tool to be exploited. But Wang Nan was still just an 18-year-old girl. Even knowing this, she couldn't help but enjoy the deliberate affection from her parents. Wang Nan held Su Kang's hand, blushing and saying nothing. The driving school was right next to the residential complex, just a few minutes' drive away. Wang Nan had scheduled a driving lesson for this morning, so after dropping Su Kang off at the registration desk, she followed her instructor inside. After paying the fees and completing the registration, Su Kang naturally chose the same instructor as Wang Nan. The young woman at the registration desk said, You can go find Coach Feng now to practice the content for the second subject exam. For the first subject, you can study at home. Once you feel ready, come back here to register and we'll schedule your exam. Su Kang wasn't familiar with these rules and asked, Can I practice subject 2 even if I haven't passed subject 1? Many newcomers asked the same question, so the young woman patiently explained, Yes, subject 1 is a written exam and relatively simple. With normal preparation, you should be able to pass after a few days of practice. You can only take subject 2 after passing subject 1, but you can start practicing subject 2 content in advance. Su Kang understood and thanked her before hurrying off to find Wang Nan. However, there were over a dozen cars practicing subject 2 outside, and Su Kang had no idea which one Wang Nan was in. Seeing Li He at the entrance, he asked, Uncle Li, do you know which car Wang Nan is in? Li He pointed in a direction and said, That's the one practicing parallel parking over there. Mr. Su, are you here to practice subject 2 today? Su Kang said, Yes, I'm here anyway, so I'll practice for a while. Uncle Li, why don't you come in the car and teach me too? Li He smiled and said, If you want me to drive, I'm an expert, but teaching driving is best left to the instructor. Let the professionals do their job. Su Kang and Li He walked over to Wang Nan's car. Before they got close, they heard 2 beeps. Wang Nan stuck his head out and shouted, Get in the car quickly. Su Kang and Li He sat in the back seat and noticed a man in his 30s in the front passenger seat. Su Kang assumed this must be Coach Feng, so he called out, Hello, Coach Feng. I'm the new student who just signed up today. I'm your student. Coach Feng was delighted. The more students he had, the higher his performance evaluation would be, so he said, You were recommended by Wang Nan, right? Today, just stay in the car and observe. I'll arrange your schedule tonight and send it to you. Just come at the designated time. Wang Nan said, Coach, can you schedule him with me? Su Kang also said, Yes, Coach, please help us out. We're together. Coach Feng looked displeased and said, That's not possible. The schedules for other students have already been arranged. We can't just change things on the spot. Su Kang was turned down, but then he saw Li He pull out a red envelope from his pocket and slip it into Coach Feng's pocket, smiling and saying, Coach Feng, see if you can work something out. There. Li He paused, thinking that saying they were boyfriend and girlfriend might not be appropriate, so he changed his words and said, They're good friends and soon-to-be college students. They'll be heading to university after September 1st, so first, try to schedule their lessons together, and second, make the schedule as tight as possible so they can get their driver's licenses before the summer ends. Coach Feng curiously asked, May I ask who you are? I'm the driver for my young master, I drive him around. Coach Feng heard this and realized he was dealing with another rich kid. Such wealthy young people wouldn't be offended. Plus, the red envelope was thick, indicating a substantial amount. Coach Feng feigned a look of difficulty and said, Alright, I'll think of a solution tonight and do my best to satisfy you. After this little incident, Coach Feng's attitude improved significantly. After guiding Wang Nan for a while, he noticed that he had basically mastered parallel parking. He then used the excuse of needing to use the restroom and went to a secluded area to open the red envelope. Li He saw that Coach Feng had left and, not wanting to be a third wheel, also found an excuse to get out of the car. Wang Nan parked the car and said, Su Kang, sit in the passenger seat. I'll teach you parallel parking. Su Kang said, That's not right. This is your practice time. Wang Nan said, It's okay. I feel like I've got the hang of it. You sit in the passenger seat and I'll practice while teaching you the tips the coach taught me. That way, you'll learn faster. Su Kang thought that sounded like a good idea and said, Alright. Once in the passenger seat, Wang Nan acted like a little teacher, operating the instructor's car while imparting the techniques to Su Kang. One taught earnestly, the other learned intently, so much so that they didn't notice Instructor Feng approaching the car. Instructor Feng looked at Su Kang sitting in the passenger seat and was taken aback. He said, Why are you sitting up front? Su Kang quickly got out of the passenger seat and returned to the back seat, saying, Sorry, coach. Wang Nan was just teaching me some techniques for parallel parking. Coach Feng smiled and said, Are you two dating? Su Kang looked at Wang Nan, who had a slight blush on her face, and said, Yes, she's my girlfriend. Coach Feng smiled, thinking they made a handsome couple. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and Wang Nan's driving lesson had ended. The two got out of the car and walked toward the Maserati. Wang Nan happily took Su Kang's hand and said, "Let's go shopping now." Su Kang said, "Not today. I promised my mom I'd have lunch at home." Seeing Wang Nan's slightly disappointed expression, he added, "I've been in Beijing for several days and haven't had a proper meal at home yet." Wang Nan understood, but she was so deeply in love with Su Kang that she wanted to be with him every day. Wang Nan smiled and said, "If I keep you tied to me like this, your mom will probably hate me." Su Kang laughed too. Looking at Wang Nan, he felt that even with just a touch of makeup, she was already a vision of beauty. Su Kang said, "Wang Nan, do you know? Before, when I was alone, besides Mr. Chow, no one ever cared about me. I was like a grain of dust in some corner, ordinary and insignificant. Now, I have my grandparents, the elders of the Su family, and my mother." Su Kang looked into Wang Nan's eyes and continued, "And you? I'm no longer alone. I have family and love." Wang Nan smiled and said, "You're so wonderful, more and more people will come to love you. And you know what? There are countless young ladies in the capital city who are inquiring about you. You mustn't leave me behind and let them sweep you off your feet. You're just making things up." "I'm not making things up. Haven't you received any new QQ ads lately?" Su Kang thought about it. Lately, there had indeed been many people adding him on QQ, both men and women. Su Kang, who didn't like socializing, had always ignored strangers who added him on QQ. Su Kang said, "It seems like you're right. I'll ask them to send photos, and I'll approve all the pretty ones." After saying that, he looked at Wang Nan with a smug expression. Wang Nan said, "I don't believe you're that kind of person." "Then what kind of person am I? You get nervous around beautiful women and can't even speak properly." Wang Nan said this and giggled. Su Kang pretended to be angry and reached out to tap Wang Nan on the head. Wang Nan laughed and dodged, stepping back. But she saw Su Kang's expression suddenly change, and he shouted, "Watch out." Wang Nan didn't have time to turn around before Su Kang grabbed her arm and pulled her toward him. Then both of them fell heavily to the ground. Wang Nan looked at Su Kang and asked urgently, "Are you okay?" Su Kang said, "Get up first, or else something bad will happen." Wang Nan finally noticed he was still on top of Su Kang and quickly got up. Behind them, the door opened, and someone shouted, "Are you okay?" Wang Nan turned around and saw a driving instructor car behind him. A middle-aged man in his 40s got out of the passenger seat. He must be the driving instructor who had been speaking earlier. A woman in her 40s then got out of the driver's seat. She looked at Su Kang and Wang Nan with a puzzled expression, but seeing that they were unharmed, she impatiently said, "Are you two friends? Can you go somewhere safer? This area is full of people practicing driving. Isn't it dangerous?" Su Kang stood up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, it's our fault. Please forgive us." The male instructor approached Su Kang and noticed that aside from some scrapes on his arm, he was unharmed. He said, "If I hadn't been in the passenger seat and stepped on the brakes, or if the car had been going any faster, you might have been hit. When you're at the driving school, always keep an eye on your surroundings and don't race or play around." Wang Nan nodded in agreement, feeling a chill run down his spine. The two returned to the Maserati and found Li He resting inside. Wang Nan took Su Kang's injured arm and saw a scrape on it. He asked, "Does it still hurt?" Li He turned around and asked, "Mr. Su, what's wrong?" Su Kang said, "I just tripped and fell. It's nothing." Wang Nan said, "Why don't we go to the hospital to check it out? I'm not that delicate." "Let's just go back first," Su Kang said. Chapter 20, Want to Be With You. When Su Kang arrived home, he found Xin Wan sitting on the sofa in the first-floor lobby reading a book. Xin Wan put down the book and said, "You're back. Come and have some fruit." Su Kang sat down beside her and took a few grapes from the fruit plate. Xin Wan noticed the injury on his arm and asked, "How did you get that scrape on your arm?" Su Kang ate a grape and said, "I tripped and fell." Xin Wan called out to the kitchen, "Lu Sitsi, bring some iodine solution over here." Soon, a maid came over with a bottle of medicine. Xin Wan took the bottle and dipped a cotton swab in the iodine solution. Su Kang said, "Mom, let me do it myself." Xin Wan said in a firm tone, "Hold out your hand." Su Kang extended his injured left hand. Seeing Xin Wan carefully applying the iodine, a wave of happiness washed over him, and he couldn't help but smile. Xin Wan continued wiping while asking, "Does it still hurt?" When Su Kang didn't respond for a while, she looked up at him and saw him smiling happily. Xin Wan laughed, "What are you laughing at? You look like a little cutie." Su Kang touched his face and asked, "Really?" Xin Wan laughed even more and said, "Yes, you look even more like one when you don't smile." Su Kang knew Xin Wan was teasing him. Seeing her laugh so happily, he laughed too and said, "By the way, where's Linny? I saw her this morning." "She is probably playing games in her room," Xin Wan said. Su Kang checked his watch. It was only around 10:30 a.m., still a while before lunch, so he said, "Mom, I'll go up too." Xin Wan hummed in response. Su Kang returned to his own room, passing by Linny's room, only to find that Linny had unexpectedly left the door open. She was sitting at the computer, her back to him, busy with something. Su Kang curiously walked into her room. The blankets and pillowcases were scattered messily on the bed, and the vanity table was cluttered with various bottles and jars in disarray. Su Kong walked behind her and saw that she was engrossed in an online game. The desk beside the computer was piled high with snacks, drinks, and leftover trash. Su Kong asked, "Don't you have any summer homework?" Lin Yi was startled by the sudden voice behind her. When she turned around and saw Su Kong, her eyebrows furrowed, and she shouted, "Mind your own business." Then she suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Are you crazy? Get out of my room, you pervert." After saying that, Lin Yi took off her headphones and pushed Su Kong out of the room. Then she slammed the door shut. Su Kong rubbed his nose. This little girl had such a fiery temper, she was so easy to provoke. Xinwan heard the commotion upstairs and called down from the first floor, "Are you okay up there?" Su Kong shouted, "We're fine, Mom." Su Kong returned to his room and started playing with his phone out of boredom. He noticed he had unread messages on QQ. He opened it and saw that the class chat had 99 plus messages, and there were also messages from Wang Nan and Chao Qian. Su Kong opened Chao Qian's chat window and saw that she was asking if he had filled out his college application yet. Su Kong suddenly remembered that today was the day to submit applications. Although Su Kong had already agreed with Chao Qian to apply for the computer science program at Jiangcheng University, he still wanted to discuss it with Xinwan first, as this was a major decision in his life. So, Su Kong replied, "I haven't filled it out yet. I'll talk to my mom first before filling it out." Su Kong opened Wang Nan's chat window again and saw that she had written, "Thank you. You were so brave today." Su Kong replied, "No, actually the driving instructor's car should have stopped. If I hadn't pulled you, you might have been okay, and you wouldn't have fallen with me." Soon. The other person replied, "Does your arm still hurt? Did you apply any ointment after you got home?" "I applied iodine solution when I got home, and it doesn't hurt anymore." "By the way, are you planning to study abroad?" "No, I'll stay in China to study." Su Kong was delighted and replied, "Really? Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Su Kong waited for about 10 seconds before the other person replied, "Because I want to be with you." Su Kong stared at the phone screen, smiling, but saw the other person immediately type another message, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Su Kong replied quickly, "I'm so happy. Thank you. How are you going to thank me? You gave me a watch a few days ago, so I'll give you a bag. Deal. Let's go to the mall this afternoon." "Sure." Su Kong replied, still in a good mood. Suddenly, he remembered the college application forms and asked, "Have you filled out your college application yet?" The other person replied, "Not yet. It starts tomorrow. Can you guys fill them out today?" I'll talk to my mom later. I still want to apply for the computer science department at Jiangcheng University." Su Kong went downstairs and saw Xinwan still reading on the sofa. He sat down next to her and said, "Mom, today is the day to fill out college applications. I want to apply for the computer science program at Jiangcheng University. What do you think?" Xinwan put down her book and asked, "Why do you want to study computer science?" "I think the computer field has been developing so rapidly in recent years. Online shopping, ride-hailing services, mobile payments, and more are all related to computers. The job market should need a lot of computer science graduates in the future." Su Kong explained. Xinwan asked, "But the real estate market is booming right now. Why not choose civil engineering instead?" Su Kong replied, "Although I don't have data on the real estate market in Huagua, I feel that it's too hot right now. I think problems will arise soon." Xinwan became even more interested and said excitedly, "Tell me more. What problems do you think will arise, and why?" "Because there are too many houses. Eventually, the number of houses on the market will far exceed the demand of the general public, and then housing prices will collapse." Su Kong looked at Xinwan, who was listening intently, and continued, "I think the real estate collapse in neighboring Sakura country will repeat itself in China. But our system is completely different from Japan's. Why can't we avoid it?" Xinwan asked. "Mom, I'm a science major. I don't understand specific economic or political issues, but Jia Yi said in his essay on the downfall of the Qin dynasty, the people of Qin had no time to mourn themselves, but later generations mourned them. Those who mourned them did not learn from their mistakes, and thus caused future generations to mourn them as well. There are many economic experts both domestically and internationally who have already noticed the issues with China's real estate market. They may have already developed numerous solutions to address the problems you mentioned," Xinwan said. "Mom, every dynasty in ancient China summarized the reasons for the previous dynasty's downfall, but has any dynasty managed to avoid the same fate?" Xinwan's heart trembled violently. She stared at Su Kong as if she had just met him for the first time. Su Kong felt embarrassed under Xinwan's gaze and said, "Mom, did I say something wrong?" Xinwan shook her head and said, "Those words don't sound like something a high school student would say." She then smiled and added, "And why doesn't the computer science field face the same issues as the real estate market? Because computer-related fields are technological products, they're easy to transition. For example, a few years ago, many companies were producing MP3s and MP4s, but now they're all making smartphones," Su Kong explained. Xinwan was very pleased. She smiled and said, "You really are my son." Xinwan handed the book she was holding to Su Kong. The title was The Development of Mobile Payments and E-Commerce. Shinwon smiled and said, I agree with your perspective. I've been thinking about how to enter the internet industry recently. So I fully support you studying computer science. But there's one thing, you shouldn't always think like an employee when considering job prospects. You need to think like an employer, because eventually, you'll be helping your mother manage the business. But I don't know how, Su Kong said. If you don't know, just learn more. No one is born knowing everything, and besides, you're so smart. Plus, mom doesn't have any brothers or sisters, and your uncle Lin is an academic. Who else would I rely on but you? Shinwon said. What about your younger sister? As long as she doesn't cause trouble, I'll be grateful. Her teacher called me 5 times this semester, all because she was misbehaving at school. Now, whenever I see her teacher calling, I get scared. Shinwon said. Su Kangol couldn't help but laugh. This was indeed the style of Linny, the little troublemaker. Su Kangol returned upstairs, turned on his computer, and just as he did, Chao Qian sent him a QQ message with a screenshot of her college application. Her first choice was computer science and technology at Jiangcheng University. Then Chao Qian sent a message, I've already filled it out. Su Kangol replied, I'll fill mine out right away too. Soon, Su Kangol finished filling out his application and sent a screenshot to Chao Qian. Their applications were identical except for their names and exam numbers. Chao Qian replied, Why did you copy my application? Su Kong replied, This is an academic matter, how can you call it copying? It's called drawing inspiration. The other person quickly sent a knife emoji. Su Kong saw it and smiled, then sent a bomb emoji back. After sending it, Su Kong felt a mix of emotions. Lately, he really seemed to have changed. Chao Qian was the class's acknowledged goddess, smart, beautiful, and secretly admired by many. In the past, Su Kong would have been nervous just speaking to her, let alone joking around so casually now. Chao Qian didn't send any more emojis. She typed, Have you discussed your college applications with your mom yet? Su Kong replied, Yeah, she's pretty supportive of me applying for a computer science major. Then we'll see each other at Jiangda University. Old classmates. See you at Jiangda, old class monitor. After replying, Su Kong couldn't help but feel a bit excited, thinking that he might end up in the same class as Chao Qian. This sense of anticipation might stem from the vague crush typical of adolescence, or perhaps it was the comfort of having a familiar face in an unfamiliar city. Chapter 21, Registering my household registration with my mom. Su Kong forwarded a screenshot of his college applications to Wang Nan and typed, Feel free to copy it. No need to thank me. The other person quickly sent a face-covering smile emoji and typed back, I'll treat you to milk tea this afternoon as a thank you. Su Kong replied, You said it, so I'll get the most expensive one. The other person sent another face-covering smile emoji and replied, Sure, you decide. Su Kong was in a good mood when suddenly Chinwan's voice came from downstairs, Su Kong, Linny, dinner's ready. Su Kong shut down his computer and went downstairs. The dining table was set with 7 dishes and a soup, including dishes made from things that fly in the sky, run on land, and swim in water, making it quite a feast. Shinwan smiled and said, Xiao Kong, come sit down and see if the dishes I made suit your taste. Su Kong noticed that the aunt who had cooked was still helping to serve rice and pass the chopsticks, and hadn't sat down yet. Curious, he asked, Mom, aren't the ants eating? An older auntie nearby hurriedly said, We'll eat later. Su Kong, who was eating at home for the first time, didn't know the family's dining etiquette, so he remained silent. He noticed that Lin Yi hadn't come down yet and asked, Has Yi not come down yet? Shinwan said, She's always so slow. Don't mind her. Shinwan pulled Su Kong to sit down, handed him a bowl of rice, and then picked a few pieces of shrimp and fish meat and put them in his bowl, making Su Kong's face turn red. Su Kong said, Mom, I'm already this old. I can do it myself. After saying that, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating, taking several bites in a row. Seeing that Shinwan was still staring at him, he said, Mom, aren't you going to eat? Shinwan smiled and said, I'm not very hungry. How do you like the food? Is it tasty? Su Kong said, Of course it's delicious. I've never had anything like this before. He then took another big bite. Shinwan smiled at him and picked up a bowl of plain rice porridge from the side. At that moment, a series of thudding sounds came from the spiral staircase. Lin Yi rushed down from the 3rd floor like a whirlwind, rolled her eyes at Su Kong, and sat down next to Shinwan. Lin Yi looked at the table full of food and exclaimed, Wow, there's so much good food today. Su Kong thought to himself that the family must not be short on money, so he asked, Don't you usually eat well? Lin Yi, unusually calm, glanced at Shinwan and said, One is cultivating immortality, the other is chanting sutras. Poor me, in the midst of growing up, I have to eat nothing but vegetables and radishes every day. Su Kong laughed out loud and looked at Shinwan, who looked slightly embarrassed. He said, Lin Yi, when have I ever refused to treat you to something delicious? Lin Yi snorted and said, But if I don't order anything, you'll just serve me cabbage and radishes. Please, Mom, go check out the other families in our neighborhood. Who eats cabbage and radishes every day? Su Kong laughed even louder. Shinwan felt a bit embarrassed and said to Lin Yi, My blood sugar has always been a bit high, your father has very high cholesterol, and your grandmother's stroke was caused by high cholesterol. So we really need to watch what we eat. I specially hired the best expert in the country to design a nutritious meal plan for us. How did it turn into cabbage and radishes in your mouth? Linny rolled her eyes and said, then why didn't you listen to those experts today? Your brother is at home, isn't he? Look how skinny he is. How can he not eat more meat? Just then, Shinwon's phone rang. After answering it, she chatted with the other person for a moment before turning to Su Kong and saying, Xiao Kong, Su Jiaying has invited you to attend a charity dinner tomorrow night. There will be many celebrities there. Do you want to go? Before Su Kong could respond, Linny interjected, Mom, I'll go. I love this kind of event. Shinwon glared at Linny, then heard Su Kong ask, Mom, who is Su Jiaying? Shinwon explained, she's your second uncle's daughter, Su Chi's older sister. Linny chimed in, come on, you don't even know Su Jiaying? Haven't you seen the TV series she starred in, 18-Year-Old Campus? Su Kong asked in surprise, my cousin is an actress? Linny said, of course I know. You don't? And your cousin Su Chang's wife is the famous actress Lu Wen. Su Kong sighed wryly, how come none of them told me about this? My cousin's wife is a big star and my cousin is a small star. Am I born into a family of celebrities? Shinwon handed the phone to Su Kong and said, talk to your cousin yourself. Su Kong took the phone and said, hello, cousin. This is Su Kong. The voice on the other end said, calling me cousin is so awkward. Should I call you sister instead? Su Kang's face turned red, and he called her sister. The other side laughed, you must come to tomorrow's banquet. There will be many big celebrities, including many from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Linny came over to Su Kong and whispered, I want to go too, I want to go too. Su Kong sighed helplessly, sister, can I bring two people tomorrow? The other person said, sure, that's settled then. I'll send the address to your phone later. Oh, and one more thing, Su Chi asked you to go to the local police station tomorrow. Your new ID card is almost ready, you just need to go there in person. Alright. You can also register your household registration tomorrow. Grandpa asked if you want to be registered under the Su family or your mother's household. Shinwon clearly heard what Su Jiaying said. She stopped eating and looked at Su Kong nervously. Su Kong noticed Shinwon's gaze and felt a pang of anxiety. It's finally come to this. No matter which side I choose, I'll offend the other. Just as Su Kong was hesitating, he saw Shinwon smile at him. Su Kong knew she was telling him to choose the Su family. Su Kong said into the phone, sister, I still want to register the household registration under my mother's name. Alright, but make sure to bring Auntie's household registration book tomorrow. After hanging up, Shinwon feigned calmness and said, I was just hinting that you should choose the Su family. Su Kong smiled and said in a spoiled tone, I don't care, I just want to be with you. Ugh, I'm going to be sick from all the mushy talk, Linny said from the side. Su Kong said, if you say another word, I won't take you with me tomorrow night. Linny dared not say another word, glaring at Su Kong with her big eyes. Shinwon listened to the siblings bickering, lowering her head to eat her porridge, but she saw her own tear-filled eyes in the bowl. Chapter 22, A Girlfriend Who Can Play the Piano. After resting for a while after lunch, Su Kong left with his driver Li He. Upon picking up Wang Nan, Su Kong said, Wang Nan, are you free tomorrow night? I'd like to take you to a celebrity charity gala. Wang Nan excitedly replied, sure, where is it? At Luchuan Mansion. My cousin Su Jiaying called me today and asked me to come over to play. Oh, Jiaying is back too? I wonder if Lu Zhe is coming. I'm his biggest fan. Wang Nan looked thrilled, clearly looking forward to tomorrow's event. Seeing Wang Nan so happy, Su Kong smiled and asked, by the way, is there any luxury shopping mall nearby? Wang Nan laughed, are you really going to buy me a bag? Of course I will. Su Kong raised his wrist and said, look, I'm still wearing the watch you gave me. Wang Nan smiled sweetly, took Su Kang's hand, and said, I'm fine with anything. Whatever you give me, I'll be happy. Su Kong was a bit at a loss, as he wasn't familiar with Beijing, so he turned to the driver, Li He, for help. Li He sighed and said, why don't we go to SKP? Mr. Qin often shops there. Su Kong was about to agree, but Wang Nan beat him to it, saying, no, that place is way too expensive and there's nothing fun around there. Let's go to Wangfu Street instead. They sell bags there too, and it's the most Kyoto-style place with lots of fun things to do. Seeing Wang Nan's excited expression, Su Kong said, alright. The three of them headed straight for Wangfu Street. Upon arriving, Li He did as he usually did and found a place to rest. Wang Nan and Su Kong held hands as they walked down the street, looking at the shopping malls lining both sides of the road and the crowds of people, including many foreign visitors. Su Kong couldn't help but sigh. Kyoto was truly Kyoto. If it weren't for Shinwon bringing him out of the small county town, he would never have seen such a prosperous world. Wang Nan said, Wangfu Street is the oldest commercial street in the capital. There are many shops here, some with over a century of history. As she spoke, Wang Nan pulled Su Kong into a large building and said, let me show you this department store first. It's also been around for many years. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent with Su Kong following Shinwon as they navigated Wangfu Street. They would buy a few pieces of clothing here, head to the snack street for some street food there, and then go to the arcade to play claw machines. By the time the sun began to set, Su Kong was carrying bags of purchases and felt as though he could barely stand. Seeing Wang Nan still full of energy, he couldn't help but say, "Xinwan, why don't we go buy a bag now? It's almost dark." Wang Nan looked at Su Kang's exhausted expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you look so tired? Aren't guys supposed to have good stamina?" Su Kang shook his head and said, "All I want to do now is find a place to sit down for a while." Wang Nan felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Then let's find a place to eat first. I promised my mom I'd be home for dinner." Seeing Wang Nan's peculiar expression, as if she had something to say, Su Kang asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Nan sighed and said, "Your mom doesn't approve of us being together, does she?" Su Kang asked in surprise, "Why do you say that? Your mom knows we're together, but she insists you come home for meals. It was like this at lunch, and now it's the same for dinner." Su Kang smiled and said, "You misunderstood. You know I've been away for over a decade. My mom just wants our family to have a simple meal together. So, Wang Nan, let me spend more time with her for now. We'll have plenty of time together once we're at the same university." Wang Nan looked guilty and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't think of that." Su Kang smiled, took Wang Nan's hand, and said, "Let's go buy a bag now." Although Su Kang didn't know much about bags, he had heard of brands like Chanel and LV. Just a few steps ahead, they saw an LV store. Inside, there was a piano by the glass window, with a sign that read, "Play a song. If you can attract 30 customers into the store within 5 minutes, you'll get a 20% discount." Su Kang didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a marketing tactic to attract customers. As they entered the store, the staff noticed the young couple and were only slightly surprised. After all, this was Kyoto, where wealthy families were common. A young staff member approached them and asked, "May I assist you with anything, gentlemen?" Su Kang replied, "I'm buying a bag for my girlfriend." The clerk, hearing this, thought he had struck gold. He immediately turned to Wang Nan and said, "Wow, you're so beautiful. No wonder your boyfriend treats you so well." True to his salesmanship, his words made the two of them feel as though they had been drenched in honey. Wang Nan walked around the store, eventually stopping at a sky blue lady's handbag. The sales clerk, quick on his feet, took the handbag from the counter and said, "This is our latest model for this year. Look at the delicate orchid embroidered on it, it matches your image perfectly." Wang Nan took the bag from the salesperson, held it in her hand, and walked to the mirror to examine it closely. It was indeed as the salesperson had described. The handbag perfectly complemented her fresh and elegant appearance. Wang Nan took the price tag and saw the price, and her joyful expression immediately faded. She returned the handbag to the salesperson and said, "I'll take a look around some more." Su Kang quickly snatched the handbag and said, "I think this one is pretty nice. Let's just take this one." Wang Nan gently shook Su Kang's arm and said, "This is too expensive. I'll go pick out a cheaper one." Su Kang currently had over 40,000 in cash, which was given to him by Xinwan a few days ago during a card game. He had kept it in his wallet, and there was still over 30 million in his bank account, which he hadn't touched. Su Kang spoke confidently, "It's okay, I have money." Su Kang handed the handbag to the store clerk and said, "Please pack it up for me. Where do I pay?" The sales clerk, who had seen Wang Nan try to return the item earlier and had been quite nervous, now smiled broadly and said, "Sir, the cash register is over there. The total is 68,000. Su Kang was reaching for his wallet when he heard the amount and thought he must have heard wrong, asking, "How much?" The clerk grew tense again and said, "Sir, the total is 68,000. Su Kang winced at the thought of the money. Was this made of gold? How expensive? Wang Nan chimed in, "Why don't we get a cheaper one? I think the red one over there looks nice too." The sales clerk, worried that Su Kang couldn't afford that much, added, "Right, I have many other styles of women's bags here, some with great value for money. Would you like to take a look? This one then." Su Kang took out his wallet, pulled out a card, and said, "I don't have that much cash on me. Can I pay by card?" The sales clerk replied happily, "Of course, sir." "Wait a moment." Wang Nan pointed to the piano at the store entrance and said to the salesperson, "Is the promotion written on the wall real? Are you referring to the promotion where playing the piano attracts 30 customers into the store?" Wang Nan nodded. The clerk smiled and said, "Of course it's real. Would you like to give it a try, beautiful lady?" Wang Nan hummed in agreement, walked over to the piano, sat down, and called out to Su Kang, "Su Kang, count for me later and see if there are 30 people." Su Kang naturally nodded in agreement. Wang Nan gently touched the piano keys with her fingers. What piece should she play to attract 30 people? Seeing Su Kang standing beside her, Wang Nan smiled softly and decided on that one. Wang Nan's fingers moved lightly, and a beautiful melody flowed from the piano. Su Kang was startled she was playing Fairy Tale. Sure enough, as soon as the passers-by outside heard the piano music, they curiously looked over this way. Some glanced once and hurried away, while others stopped in their tracks, quietly enjoying the music outside the store. Upon seeing the pianist's appearance, they were all amazed. Gradually, more and more people gathered outside the store, but few entered. Su Kang watched Wang Nan quietly. The way she played the piano with such focus made her look like a fairy who had descended to earth. Su Kang couldn't help but think, "She's so smart and beautiful, and she can play the piano. I'm only good at studying, everything else is average." If it weren't for my special status, how could I possibly be worthy of being her boyfriend? After finishing the piece, Wang Nan stood up happily and asked, how many people came in just now? Did you count? Su Kong scratched his head awkwardly and said, I was watching you play the piano and forgot to count. The store clerk said, I just counted, there were 12 people. The store has surveillance cameras, you can check if you don't believe me. Although Su Kong hadn't counted the people, he noticed that most of them were just gathered outside and hadn't entered the store. He waved his hand and told the store clerk, no need to check. Just swipe the card. The sales clerk swiped the card, and only when the payment confirmation beep sounded did she relax. She carefully packed the blue handbag and handed it to Su Kong, smiling as she said, I didn't expect your girlfriend to not only be beautiful but also play the piano. You're a lucky man, sir. Su Kong smiled broadly. To be honest, he had the same thought. After buying the handbag, Su Kong did as usual and drove Wang Nan home first before returning to his own home. He had dinner with Qin Wan and Lin Yi, then went back to his room and took out the diary from his drawer. In just a few days, his life had undergone a complete transformation. Since he had some free time tonight, he felt it was important to document everything that had happened over the past few days. Su Kong had only written a few words when his phone buzzed. He opened it to see that it was a message from his driving instructor scheduling practice sessions. Starting tomorrow, he would go every other day for 2 hours each time. The instructor also noted that both Su Kong and Wang Nan's schedules were the same, and both sessions would be in the morning. After reading the message, Su Kong replied with a thank you before continuing to write his diary. Chapter 23, The Celebrity Sister-in-Law and the Celebrity Cousin. The next morning, Su Kong and Wang Nan arrived at the driving school together. Since Su Kong needed to go to the police station to apply for an ID card and household registration, he got into the car to practice first. Although he was a bit nervous at first, he was young and adaptable, so he gradually improved. After 2 hours, Su Kong finished his practice, said goodbye to Wang Nan, and had Li Ati drive him to the police station. Since Su Tao had already made arrangements with the police station, everything went smoothly. By noon, Su Kong had obtained his new ID card, and a new page had been added to Qin Wan's household registration book. From now on, the name Lu Shui was completely a thing of the past. With some rare free time today, Su Kong planned to explore Kyoto in the afternoon. He handed the household registration book to driver Li He, asking him to take it home. Li He was concerned about Su Kong's safety and insisted on accompanying him. Su Kong knew this was likely his mother Qin Wan's arrangement, so he reluctantly agreed to bring him along. The two of them had a quick bowl of noodles by the roadside and then drove to Jingshan Park. Kyoto was already densely populated, and even though it was hot in the afternoon, the scenic area was still crowded with people. Li He stayed by Su Kang's side the whole time. Seeing that Su Kang's clothes were soaked through with sweat, he said, Mr. Su, if you really wanted to come out to see some of Kyoto's local customs and natural scenery, you could have told Miss Qin. She would have arranged it for you, and you wouldn't have to come to the scenic area just to see people like this. Su Kong smiled and said, it's okay. Watching people is also a kind of scenery. Back in my small county town, I never saw so many people. Li He laughed as well. Though he had only known Su Kong for a few days, he had always felt a certain affinity for him. Though he didn't speak much, he didn't have the air of a spoiled young master. Li He said, everyone knows that the capital has a long history and is the political and cultural center of our country, so everyone wants to come and see it, especially during the summer vacation when every scenic spot is packed. Su Kong said, that's right. My former homeroom teacher, Mr. Chow, used to often mention during class that he had never been to the capital and wanted to come and see it, but for various reasons, he never managed to make the trip. Why don't you invite your teacher to come to the capital for a few days? People of their age have a special affection for the capital. Su Kong was taken aback. That's right, he could invite Mr. Chow to come over. His mother, Qin Wan, wouldn't object. He also thought about how he hadn't contacted Mr. Chow since arriving in Kyoto, feeling somewhat guilty. He took out his phone and called Mr. Chow. The call connected quickly, and Mr. Chow said, hello, Su Kong. Why are you calling your teacher suddenly today? Is something wrong? Su Kong felt warm inside. Chow Laosher was still the same Chow Laosher, always caring about him. Su Kong said, Chow Laosher, I'm fine. I'm doing well here. I called to ask if you're busy this summer. If you're not, I'd like to invite you to Kyoto for a visit. After all, you've always said that Kyoto is the place you've always wanted to visit in your life. On the other end of the line, Mr. Chow laughed heartily and said, you're the one who's thinking of me. Are you having a graduation banquet? If you are, I'll bring Mr. Liang and Chow Qian along. But you have to let me know in advance. Once I'm in Kyoto, you'll have to take care of everything: food, lodging, transportation. After all, Kyoto is expensive, and we can't afford it. Su Kong laughed and said, sure, I'm rich now. Leave it to me. Su Kong then thought of Chow Qian and asked, by the way, Mr. Chow, when is Chow Qian's graduation banquet? It hasn't been decided yet, probably around early August. If you're not available, you don't have to come back. After all, it's too far. Chow Qian had been one of Su Kang's better friends during middle and high school, and with the added connection through Chow teacher, Su Kong was determined to attend Chow Qian's graduation banquet no matter what. Su Kong said, no problem. I don't have much to do in Kyoto anyway. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Chow smiled and said, alright, it's good for you to come back and see your old classmates. After hanging up, Su Kong looked at the time and saw it was already 4:30 p.m., so he set off for Luchuan Manor. Before they even reached their destination, Su Kong noticed the number of cars and people on the road gradually increasing. Fans holding photos of their idols were everywhere. Su Kong was surprised and asked Li He, who was driving, can all these fans get into the venue? How big is the venue? Fans definitely can't get in. Otherwise, the venue would be chaos. They're just there to see their idols on the estate road and show their support. To be honest, these fans are pretty crazy. No matter how crazy they are, these celebrities won't even glance at you. Why not use that time to do something you enjoy? Everyone in this world is different. Take these celebrities today, for example. Some of them post their schedules online in advance, indirectly guiding their fans to come and support them, thereby boosting their status. Su Kong smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his younger sister, Linny. Hello, what's wrong? Su Kong asked. Come pick me up quickly. My driver just called and said he has an emergency at home and can't come. Su Kong was at a loss for words. Seeing that there was still time, he said, wait there. I'll have Uncle Lee come over. Su Kong hung up and called Wang Nan. She hadn't left yet, so he told her to wait and have Li He pick her up too. After giving Li He a few instructions, Su Kong got out of the car. Luckily, the rest of the way wasn't far, and he could already see the gates of the estate. However, when Su Kong got out of the car, it still caused a small commotion among the surrounding fans. After all, the Maserati was already considered a luxury car in the eyes of ordinary people. Su Kong didn't like the feeling of being stared at, so he quickened his pace toward the estate. At the entrance to Luchuan Mansion, there were already many security guards standing around, forming a human wall to block the fans. When the celebrities passed through this section, most of them would roll down their car windows to interact with the fans outside, which would then trigger a frenzy of cheers. The businessmen, however, were much more low-key. Their cars passed by without any fanfare, as the fans didn't recognize them. Su Kong noticed various street vendors on both sides of the road, selling glow sticks, celebrity photos, water, and snacks. Su Kong hadn't eaten much for lunch and had been walking all afternoon, so he was both hungry and thirsty. He approached a vendor and ordered a pancake with fried dough sticks and a bottle of mineral water. Although Su Jiaying had mentioned that the event organizers would provide dinner before the show, he decided to eat something first. The vendor was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Noticing Su Kong's relaxed demeanor and the absence of any photos or names of celebrities on his clothes, he curiously asked, "Are you a fan of any celebrity?" Su Kong laughed and said, "I'm not a fan of anyone. I'm here to attend the evening event." The vendor laughed, "You're here for the evening event and you're buying my pancakes for $5 each?" Su Kong blushed and said, "I'm hungry, so I just need something to tide me over." The vendor handed the pancake to Su Kong, who took a bite, and found it fragrant and crispy, not bad at all. The vendor said, "Young man, I bet you won't be able to get through that gate today." Su Kong laughed and asked, "Why are you so sure I can't get in?" The shop owner chuckled, "Want to bet on it?" Su Kong was intrigued. "Alright, you name it. If I win, you buy another top-of-the-line pancake from me. If I lose, I'll give you a top-of-the-line pancake for free. Deal." So Su Kong walked toward the entrance, holding a bottle of mineral water in one hand and a pancake in the other, strutting confidently. "What are you doing here? No unauthorized personnel allowed inside." A burly security guard blocked Su Kang's path. "My name is Su Kong. My cousin Su Jiaying sent me here. Didn't she tell you?" The security guard looked Su Kong up and down, as if he were looking at a cute little kid, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You must be mentally unstable." The crowd around them heard the commotion and turned to look. Su Kong felt embarrassed, his toes curling tightly, and he asked nervously, "How can I get in?" The security guard laughed sarcastically, "Have Su Jiaying bring you in." Su Kong, looking dejected, returned to the pancake stall. The owner chuckled, "How about it, young man? You lost, didn't you? Come on, try the deluxe version." Su Kong was in a bad mood and didn't respond to the vendor. He pulled out his phone and called Su Jiaying. When she answered, Su Jiaying said, "Su Kong, have you arrived?" Su Kong said, "Sis, I'm here, but the security guard won't let me in." Su Jiaying was puzzled. "No way, didn't I give your license plate number to the organizers?" Su Kong finally realized where the problem was and sheepishly explained to Su Jiaying that he had gone out to pick up Linny and Wang Nan. Su Jiaying laughed, "What were you thinking? You wanted to get in by recognizing your face? Do you think you're me? The security guards don't know you. Sis, what should we do now? What else can we do? I'll arrange someone to pick you up." "Never mind, I'll just come myself." The boss, seeing that Su Kong had hung up the phone, said, "You're still not giving up and want to go in? Do you think your sister is some big celebrity?" Su Kong said, "My sister is just a newcomer, but my sister-in-law is a big star." The boss scoffed, clearly not believing him, and said, "I can tell you're just a stubborn fool who refuses to admit defeat. A few moments later, Su Kang had just finished eating his pancake when he saw two beautiful women emerge from the estate. Both were wearing hats and masks, with only their eyes visible, and several staff members followed behind them. One of the women took out her phone and dialed a number. Su Kang's phone rang immediately. He hurried over to them and called out, "Sis, I'm here." Su Jiaying put her phone back in her bag and said, "I'm really impressed by you. You specifically asked for my license plate number last night, yet you didn't drive." Su Kang stammered, not knowing how to respond. Another woman said, "Are you only looking at your sister? What about your sister-in-law? You didn't even know to call her." Su Kang looked at her and saw her quickly pull off her mask and put it back on. It was none other than the famous actress Lu Wen, Su Chang's wife and his own cousin's wife. Su Kang's face turned red, and he said, "Hello, sister-in-law." People in the crowd quickly recognized Lu Wen and started shouting her name. Lu Wen didn't bother hiding anymore, took off her mask, and gracefully responded to her fans. Su Jiaying muttered beside her, "What's so great about having fans? In a few years, I'll have more fans than her. Su Kang, let's go inside and let her show off here alone." Lu Wen laughed, "Oh, jealous? You're just a newcomer. How many fans do you have? Don't be ungrateful." Su Jiaying turned her head and snorted. Lu Wen laughed, "Alright, when I was your age, I wasn't as famous as you are now." Su Jiaying lifted her head arrogantly, and even with a mask on, one could sense her lips trembling with suppressed laughter. In truth, she wasn't truly upset. On the contrary, she and Lu Wen were family, both working in the entertainment industry, sharing resources and maintaining a close relationship within the circle, which allowed them to freely indulge in playful banter. Lu Wen turned to the burly security guard and said, "This person was invited to attend the gala. He just didn't bring his car today. Is it okay if I take him inside?" The security guard bowed his head and kept saying yes. Then, awkwardly, he said to Su Kang, "I was the one who was rude earlier, but I was just following the rules. Please forgive me." Su Kang smiled and shrugged it off. The pancake vendor watched the scene unfold. That young man wasn't bluffing after all. I owe him a pancake now. Chapter 24, Threatening Me? As Su Kang entered the estate, he was immediately drawn to the Western-style building directly ahead. Though only 3 stories tall, it covered a vast area. To the left of the building was a small lake the size of a football field, with crystal-clear water shimmering in the sunlight. Along the lakeshore stood a row of sun umbrellas, each with 2 beach chairs underneath. Several people were already lying on the chairs, sipping juice and enjoying the cool evening breeze of summer. Additionally, the estate was adorned with various rare and valuable ornamental trees. It was hard to believe that such a large private estate could exist in Kyoto, where every inch of land was so valuable. Su Kang asked, "Sister, who do you think is so wealthy that they can afford such a large estate in Kyoto?" This estate has always been managed by a third party. For events like this one, we coordinate with the third party, so the true owner of the estate remains unknown. Lu Wen interjected, "Su Kang, could it be your mother? After all, she's incredibly wealthy." Su Jiaying shook her head and said, "But her mother is very frugal. She wouldn't spend billions on a mansion she doesn't need." Su Kang said, "There are so many wealthy people in the world, who knows?" Su Kang suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait, where are Su Chang and the others?" Lu Wen said, "Some of them have to work, and others don't like this kind of place, so they didn't come." Su Chi wanted to come and have some fun, but... Lu Wen smiled and looked at Su Jiaying. "What's he going to do? He's always good for nothing," Su Jiaying said. "Oh, your own brother is a good for nothing, yet you still invited Su Kang's cousin over?" Lu Wen laughed. Su Jiaying ignored Lu Wen and turned to Su Kang, saying, "A few days ago when you returned to Beijing, your sister-in-law Lu Wen and I were filming outside and couldn't come back. That's why we asked you to join this event, mainly to see you, and secondly because young people like to chase celebrities, so we thought we'd give you a taste of it. If my old classmates found out that my sister is Su Jiaying and my sister-in-law is Lu Wen, they'd probably fly over immediately to ask for autographs." Su Kang laughed. They'd definitely ask for as many as they could get," Su Jiaying laughed happily. "Jiaying, what's so funny?" The popular young actor Lu Zhe walked over. He first greeted Lu Wen politely, then looked at Su Kang and said, "This young man looks unfamiliar." "I'm not an artist, I'm just here with Jiaying's sister for fun," Su Kang said. "Oh, so you're Jiaying's younger brother, Su Chi?" "No, I'm Su Kang, her cousin. Su Chi is several years older than me." After hearing Su Kang's introduction, Lu Zhe's enthusiasm clearly waned, clearly not taking him seriously. He turned to Su Jiaying and said, "Sister Jiaying, I just came from director Zhao Gang's place. He was full of praise for your acting in your latest film and said he wants to collaborate with you on his next project." Zhao Gang is a renowned director in China. His recent films have been huge hits, not only at the box office but also critically acclaimed, and he's won multiple awards. Su Jiaying smiled broadly and said, "Really? Is director Zhao Gang here too?" Lu Zhe said, "He's in the lobby. Do you want me to take you there now?" Let's go. Su Jiaying urged as she walked. Just a few steps later, she suddenly turned around and said, "Lu Wen, aren't you coming with me?" "You go ahead. I'll just take Su Kang for a walk," Lu Wen said. Su Jialing then remembered that Lu Wen had had a falling out with director Zhao Gang a year ago, so she didn't insist anymore. She turned to Su Kong and said, "There will be a simple dinner at 6 o'clock in the banquet hall. Remember to go with Lu Wen." After seeing Su Kong nod in agreement, she left quickly with Lu Zhe. Su Kong, seeing that Su Jiaying had already walked away, curiously asked Lu Wen, "Sister-in-law, why aren't you going with them?" Lu Wen smiled faintly and said, "Last year, I worked with Zhao Gang on a movie. At the time, Zhao Gang wanted to cast a popular young actor as the male lead, but I strongly opposed it. Although I won in the end, there's still a rift between us." Su Kong was surprised to hear this story. Though he didn't follow the entertainment industry, he knew Lu Wen had starred in several of Zhao Gang's films and had assumed they were close. Su Kong said, "Aren't actors supposed to follow the director's instructions? How did you end up winning?" "I was a rising star back then. Besides, I have the Su family backing me. I wasn't afraid of him." Su Kong fell silent. The influence of the Su family was far greater than he had imagined. "Do you know who that popular young actor was?" Lu Wen asked. Seeing Su Kang's confused expression, she explained, "It was Lu Zhe, the one who just came in. He looks like a pretty boy, and his acting is as bad as the elementary school students, yet he has so many fans, supposedly 8 million. I wonder what kind of people like him." So he was Lu Zhe. Su Kong remembered that Wang Nan had mentioned yesterday that she was his fan. Su Kong smiled and said, "No wonder he was so cold to you earlier. You're way more famous than Zhao Wen." Lu Wen sighed and said, "I wonder what's wrong with the entertainment industry nowadays. These so-called traffic stars are all the rage, while some talented actors can't even get a role." Su Kong said, "When I was in school, my history teacher once said that during a certain special historical period, due to various reasons, there would be a phenomenon where bad money drives out good money. But looking at the long history of human civilization, it is definitely good money that drives out bad money. I think this also applies to the entertainment industry today. Actors ultimately have to rely on their acting skills to go further." Lu Wen's eyes lit up upon hearing this and said, "No wonder you're a top student, you speak with such insight. So, tell me, am I an idol type or a talented type?" "Oh no, here comes the tough question." Su Kong said, "In the eyes of the audience, you're the talented type. In the eyes of your fans, you're the idol type. I, Su Chang, am truly blessed to have married you." Lu Wen giggled, "Your brother Su Chang told me you're honest and not very talkative, but I see you're quite the smooth talker." Su Kong scratched his head awkwardly. Just then, a Hong Kong accent rang out, "Lu Wen, it's been a long time." Su Kong turned to look and saw none other than the Hong Kong and Taiwanese superstar Chen Hua. He had been in the industry for over 30 years, having starred in countless action films in his youth. Now in his later years and busy with charitable work, his recent works were few and far between. He was a respected artist renowned for both his talent and his character. Lu Wen hurried forward to shake hands and said, "I didn't expect you to be here too, Brother Hua. The last time we met was at the Film Festival Gala 2 years ago. It really has been a long time." Chen Hua laughed and said, "You're really making a name for yourself now. Several of your movies have been box office hits. The younger generation is truly pushing forward. In front of Brother Hua, I'm always just a student." Chen Hua said, "You're too humble." Then he turned to Su Kong and asked, "Who is this young man?" "He's my husband Su Chang's cousin, Su Kong," Lu Wen said. "Mr. Chen, hello. I'm your biggest fan. I grew up watching your movies," Su Kong said excitedly. "Su Kong, are you Qin Wan's son?" Chen Hua asked. "Have you heard of me?" Su Kong asked in confusion. "I've known Miss Qin for many years. I just heard a few days ago that her missing son had returned, and I never expected to meet him today," Chen Hua said, then reached out to shake Su Kang's hand. Su Kong was stunned. It seemed that his mother Qin Wan's influence was far beyond his imagination. At that moment, Su Kang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Wang Nan calling. Su Kong turned to Chen Hua and said, "Brother Hua, I need to take this call." After saying that, he stepped aside. As soon as the call connected, Wang Nan's sweet voice came through. "Su Kong, we're here. Where are you? I'll come find you. Are you at the parking lot?" "Yes, come over quickly." Su Kong hung up the phone and said to Lu Wen, "Sis, my sister and Wang Nan have arrived. I'll go pick them up." Lu Wen smiled and said, "Go ahead. You can take Wang Nan for a walk. Remember to come down to the first floor restaurant for dinner at 6 o'clock. Su Kong blushed and left. He felt like the whole world knew he was dating Wang Nan. Upon arriving at the estate's parking lot, he saw a young girl in a white dress waiting under a large tree. Su Kong waved his hand and called out, "Wang Nan, I'm here." Wang Nan saw Su Kong and walked toward him. She said, "Have you been here for a while? I just arrived a moment ago. By the way, where are Linny and Uncle Lee? Your sister is holding a bunch of celebrity photos and went to ask for autographs. Uncle Lee is with her." Su Kong smiled and said, "Girls her age are always into celebrities. By the way, I just saw your favorite celebrity, Lu Zhe. Want me to take you over there? Let's not rush it." Wang Nan took Su Kang's hand and looked toward the small lake ahead, saying, "Let's go to the lake first. There are lots of people playing there." Su Kong held Wang Nan's hand and walked toward the lake, saying, "You said yesterday that you like Lu Zhe the most. Why don't you seem interested today?" Actually, celebrities are just like that. Sometimes when you meet them in person, it ruins the feeling you had for them. Su Kong nodded in agreement. He and Wang Nan arrived at the lakeside, holding hands, feeling the lake breeze, and walking slowly. The men around them, noticing Wang Nan's appearance, cast envious glances at Su Kong. Suddenly, there was a commotion as Lu Zhe also arrived. Su Kong smiled and said, "Your idol has been drawn to you." Wang Nan playfully tapped Su Kong and said, "Stop teasing me." However, her eyes were still curiously fixed on Lu Zhe, and she said, "I don't think he's as handsome as he is on TV. Aren't you going to go ask her for an autograph?" Wang Nan shook her head. "Just one look is enough. I'm not like your sister." Lu Zhe also noticed Wang Nan. Even though he had seen countless beautiful women in the entertainment industry, he was still captivated by her appearance and demeanor. Seeing Su Kong holding her hand with an uncertain expression in his eyes, Su Kong was just a branch of the Su family and unworthy of holding this girl's hand. Lu Zhe pushed through the crowd and walked up to Wang Nan, flashing what he thought was a friendly smile. "Beautiful lady, I'm Lu Zhe. Would you like to be friends?" Wang Nan was surprised by how bold the man was. Anyone could tell that she and Su Kong were in a relationship, yet he dared to approach her in front of him. She couldn't believe it, especially since she had once been his fan. Wang Nan glanced at Su Kong, who had already turned bright red, clearly furious. Wang Nan said, "No, thanks." Lu Zhe smiled indifferently and said, "You're so beautiful and have such a great figure. You're born to be an actress. I have plenty of connections. Follow me, and I'll make you an international superstar. Let's go." Su Kong took Wang Nan's hand and walked away. Lu Zhe stepped forward to block them, saying, "Beautiful lady, consider it. You deserve a brighter future. Don't let temporary love blind you." Su Kong was so angry he could barely breathe. Not only had he hit on his girlfriend right in front of him, but he hadn't even looked at him once. Since arriving in Beijing, he had never been treated with such contempt. Su Kong sneered and asked, "May I ask your surname?" "My name is Lu Zhe." "Of course, my surname is Lu. You misunderstood. I was referring to gender, not your surname." Wang Nan giggled, surprised by how sharp Su Kong was. Lu Zhe hated it most when haters called him effeminate. Pointing at Su Kong, he said, "You're just a distant relative of the Su family. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think Su Jiaying can protect you? Are you threatening me?" Lu Zhe sneered, "What's wrong with threatening you? What, scared? It's too late to regret it now. I hope you don't regret it. Don't cry like a woman begging for forgiveness," Su Kong said. Lu Zhe suppressed the urge to hit him. He took a deep breath, pulled out a business card from his pocket, and said to Wang Nan, "This is my business card. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. I'll say it again, you're attractive and have a great figure. Don't let a rude little man like him blind you to your bright future." After speaking, he glanced sideways at Su Kong. Wang Nan didn't say a word and didn't take the business card. She tiptoed up and gave Su Kong a light kiss on the lips, then turned to Lu Zhe and said, "My boyfriend isn't a rude person." Lu Zhe withdrew his hand, which had been holding the business card, and left with a furious expression. What a waste of a beautiful flower on a pile of manure. Chapter 25, Hurry up and call for backup, let us fight. Su Kong savored the sensation on his lips. Seeing Wang Nan's flushed face and alluring beauty, he teased her, "You kissed so quickly just now I didn't even feel anything. Can we do it again?" Su Kong thought Wang Nan would refuse out of shyness, but to his surprise, she tiptoed again and kissed him. Su Kong felt the warmth between their lips and breathed in the faint fragrance of her youth. His mind went blank and he could barely breathe. After a long while, their lips parted. Wang Nan lowered her head, staring at her toes, too shy to look at him. Su Kong licked his lips and smiled. He took Wang Nan's hand and walked slowly along the lakeside. Su Kong noticed the sun was setting and fewer people were around the lake, so he said, "It's almost time for the banquet. Let's go over there." The two arrived at the restaurant and found it packed with people. After searching around, they finally spotted Lin Yi still standing with a young new celebrity. Li He held a stack of celebrity posters in one hand and a phone in the other, taking photos. Su Kong saw this and laughed. It seemed like Li He had been put through the ringer by Lin Yi. Su Kong said, "Lin Yi, are you ready? Let's go eat." To everyone's surprise, Lin Yi actually responded with a seeming in a good mood. After taking the photo, she took the phone from Li He and flipped through the previous photos. "Wang Nan, look at this one. This is the photo I just took with Lu Zhe. Wow, he's so polite." Lin Yi pulled out a photo from her phone and showed it to Wang Nan, saying, "You said you're also a fan of Lu Zhe, right? Did you take a photo with him?" Wang Nan shook her head and said, "I don't have any feelings for him at all now." Lin Yi asked curiously, "Why?" "I think he's a nice guy." Su Kong took Wang Nan's hand and placed it in front of Lin Yi, saying, "What do you think the relationship between me and Wang Nan is?" Lin Yi blushed and said, "What else could it be? You're such a pervert. Wang Nan is so beautiful, even more beautiful than a celebrity. I really don't know what she sees in you. Don't worry about what she likes about me. Anyone can see that we're a couple, yet Lu Zhe actually asked for Wang Nan's contact information right in front of me. Su Kong was still furious when he mentioned this. Lin Yi's little eyes twinkled with curiosity. What happened next? Of course I gave him a piece of my mind and he slinked away. That's it? Su Kong looked puzzled. What else should there be? You're way too easygoing. She is trying to steal your girlfriend and you didn't even slap him a few times to teach him a lesson? Su Kong scratched his nose and said, there's no need to be so harsh. Don't ever say you're my brother again. I can't take that shame. Lin Yi looked at Su Kong with disdain. Wang Nan recalled what Lu Zhe had said before leaving and looked uneasy. He turned to Su Kong and said, let us try to get along better from now on. Lu Zhe laughed with a threat. These things aren't something you can predict. If he really wants to target you, it'll be hard to defend against. Li He heard this and immediately changed his expression. He dares. Lin Yi shouted, drawing curious glances from those around her. Lin Yi paid no heed to the stares and said, you have to look at the master before you hit the dog. Is that even a human thing to say? Who's the dog here? Su Kong said, he's still a celebrity. He probably won't do anything reckless. Lin Yi ignored Su Kong and turned to Li He, saying, Uncle Li, call for backup. Li He nodded and stepped aside. He didn't call his brothers but directly called Qinwan. Su Kong saw how much Lin Yi was protecting her older brother and felt touched. He said, isn't Lu Zhe your idol? Bull, he's just an actor. Lin Yi said in a condescending tone, you just serve me tea and water and I'll protect you. Are you asking for a beating, little brat? Lin Yi raised her fist and hit Su Kang's arm, saying, are you trying to die? Call me big sister. Got it, Lin big sister. Wang Nan watched the lively brother and sister and couldn't help but laugh. Since there were many people at this event, most of them ate at the buffet in the restaurant. Lu Wen and Su Jiaying had both called Su Kong to invite him to the private room, but since Su Kong and his friends were students and didn't like socializing, they declined and stayed in the main hall to eat the buffet. After finishing their meal, Su Kong and his group were about to leave the restaurant when the door to a private room opened. Director Zhao Gang and Hong Kong Taiwan superstar Chen Hua emerged, accompanied by a man who looked like a businessman, chatting and laughing. Behind them were several prominent film and television stars, singers, and well-known entrepreneurs. Lu Wen and Su Jiaying were inside, and of course, Lu Zhe was among them. Lin Yi spotted Lin Zhe and shouted, Lu Zhe, don't run away after school. No, wait, don't run away after the banquet ends. Su Kong couldn't bear to watch. What was this? A schoolyard fight? And in front of so many people? My own sister. Are you the reincarnation of a troublemaker? Lu Zhe heard the shout and froze. He was too impressed by Lin Yi's colorful hair. She had been asking him for autographs and photos earlier. But what did she mean by after the banquet? Shouldn't she mean don't leave after the banquet? Why use the word run? Lu Zhe's brain froze, and he asked, what do you want? Lin Yi extended her fist, hummed, and fortunately didn't say, I'm going to beat you up. The commotion drew everyone's attention to Su Kong and his group. Su Jiaying waved her hand and called out, Su Kong, come over here. I'll introduce you to some big celebrities. The businessman leading the group heard Su Kang's name and looked over curiously. Upon seeing Su Kong in person, he excitedly walked toward him and said, Su Kong, you're here too. Where's Mr. Qin? Has he arrived yet? Su Kong looked at the slightly overweight businessman but had no recollection of him. He said, my mom went to work today. May I ask who you are? Lu Zhe heard that Su Kong didn't recognize Ma Xianhui, the CEO of Huai, the largest entertainment company in the country, and that his mother was just an office worker. He couldn't help but chuckle. He's just an ordinary person after all. How dare he embarrass me like this? Ma Xianhui smiled and said, my name is Ma Xianhui. You just returned to Beijing a few days ago, and I attended your banquet. Seeing Su Kong look confused, he continued, have you eaten dinner yet? Why didn't you tell me you were coming here? Su Kong said, hello, Uncle Ma. We're just here to have some fun. We'll just eat something light. Ma Xianhui looked at Su Jiaying and Lu Wen and said, you two cousins are the same. You brought Su Kong here without telling me. How could you let them eat in the hall? Lu Wen smiled and said, Mr. Ma, you don't know. I called him several times, but he refused to come. He insisted on eating in the hall, so there was nothing I could do. Su Kong said, Uncle Ma, we're still students. We like to be more free. Eating in a private room makes us feel uncomfortable. Ma Xianhui looked at the few people behind Su Kong and asked, are these people with you? This is my younger sister, Lin Yi. This is our family driver, Uncle Li. Su Kong glanced at Lu Zhe and pointed to Wang Nan, introducing her, and this is my girlfriend, Wang Nan. Ma Xianhui immediately understood young men and women, just at the age when love is budding. He smiled and said, go ahead and explore. Have fun. After Ma Xianhui left, Su Jiaying and Lu Wen stayed behind. Su Jiaying smiled and greeted Lin Yi and Wang Nan. Lin Yi, Wang Nan, how's it going? Is it fun here? Lin Yi pouted and said, I'm having a lot of fun, but the two of them seem a bit unhappy. She then glanced at Su Kong and Wang Nan. Lu Wen asked, what's wrong? Someone was being rude and picking on my family. Luan recalled the earlier incident and asked Su Kong, was it Lu Zhe? What did he do? Su Kong sighed helplessly and briefly explained the conflict he had with Lu Zhe earlier. Su Jiaying, who had been listening nearby, was furious. I clearly told him that Su Kong is my brother, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly. He clearly doesn't respect the Su family at all. Exactly. I used to be his fan, but after the show ends, I'll have someone beat him up. Lin Yi said. Just beating him up is too lenient. I want to make sure he loses all his resources and can't get any roles, Su Jiaying said. Lin Yi felt like she had found a soulmate, nodding wildly and saying, exactly, we also need to ruin his reputation so he can't be a celebrity anymore. Luan shook her head and said to Su Kong, what are you thinking? Su Kong said, I don't think we need to make such a big deal out of this. You're such a pushover. You let him bully you like that and still can't stand up for yourself, Lin Yi said without holding back. Luan said, we definitely need to teach him a lesson, but there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Why don't I mention this to Mr. Ma and have him give Lu Zhe a stern talking to? Su Kong nodded in agreement, thinking it was a good idea. Luan looked at Wang Nan and said, Wang Nan, you're also involved. Do you think this is the right way to handle it? Wang Nan saw that Su Kong had no objections, so he nodded along. Luan smiled at Su Jiaying and Lin Yi and said, you two just stay out of it. All you ever think about is fighting. Su Jiaying and Lin Yi snorted, clearly disagreeing with the approach. Luan checked the time and said, the gala is about to start. Let's go over there quickly. The group arrived at the banquet hall. Since the charity gala was hosted by Huai Company, the main guests were all celebrities, so the central seats in the banquet hall were reserved for the most popular stars. Luan had intended to find Ma Xianhui, but seeing that the gala was about to begin, she returned to her seat with Su Jiaying. Su Kong, Wang Nan, Lin Yi, and Li He sat in the back row. The gala officially began with the performance of a popular singer. Lin Yi whispered to Li He, Uncle Li, how many people did you invite? When will they arrive? Li He was a bit flustered. He had called Qin Wan, who said she would handle it personally, so he hadn't called anyone. Now that Lin Yi asked, he could only say, Miss Qin already knows about this. She said she would handle it personally. Lin Yi widened her eyes angrily and said, why did you tell my mom? She'll definitely not agree to me calling people to fight. Li He was also helpless and pretended to watch the stage performance. Su Kong said, alright, Luan's wife is right. We can't be thinking about fighting all the time. Lin Yi turned her head away, sulking alone. Chapter 26, Qin Wan arrives. The singer finished the song quickly, said a few words of blessing, and then left the stage. A short video then played on the stage screen, mainly introducing children from impoverished areas who couldn't go to school due to financial difficulties. The video was simple and unadorned, yet it was strikingly real and touching. After watching it, Su Kang's tears welled up in his eyes. He recalled countless nights when he couldn't eat enough and couldn't sleep from hunger, and a time when he couldn't afford medicine and nearly died from a cold. Among all the people present, only he could truly empathize. No matter what, I must do my part. Su Kang made a silent vow. After the short film ended, two well-known hosts took the stage. They spoke eloquently and wittily, setting the tone for the event while also giving the audience a clearer understanding of the plight of impoverished children. Finally, they shifted the focus and said, our Hong Kong and Taiwan superstar Chen Hua has always been passionate about charitable causes. This time, he has brought along a Ming Dynasty calligraphy piece he has treasured for years. Everyone present may participate in the auction. Chen Hua has stated that all proceeds will be donated to students in impoverished areas. As the host finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Chen Hua, who was seated in the middle of the front row, stood up, bowed to the audience in the back rows, and then took a microphone from a staff member beside him. He said, everyone here tonight is a kind-hearted person. I am here to set an example, and I hope you will all lend a helping hand, donate generously, and send our care to the children in impoverished areas of our country. Thank you all. The host said, this calligraphy piece has been authenticated by experts and is an absolute genuine work. Its market value is estimated at around 8 million yuan. I, as an amateur auctioneer, will now conduct this auction. The starting bid is 4 million yuan, with each bid increase of no less than 200,000 yuan. The auction begins now. As the host finished speaking, the evening event venue erupted with excitement. The auction price quickly rose to 9.2 million, with far fewer bidders compared to the beginning. Are there any more bids? 9.2 million once. 9.2 million twice. 9.2 million. I'll bid 9.5 million. Lu Zhe raised his hand and spoke calmly. Lately, there had been constant criticism of his acting skills, and he had decided to make a bold move at this event to attract media attention and turn public opinion in his favor. Sure enough, after Lu Zhe made his bid, everyone in the room turned to look at him. Lu Zhe raised his head slightly, basking in the attention. Lin Yi heard Lu Zhe's bid and snorted, he thinks he can steal the spotlight? Lin Yi turned to Su Kong and said, hey, do you have any money on you? Su Kong frowned, I'm your brother, not hey. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me how much money you have on you? 1,200,000. Su Kong didn't dare to tell the truth. He was afraid Lin Yi would spend all his money. I'll offer 10 million. As soon as Su Kong finished speaking, Lin Yi shouted loudly. She was worried others wouldn't see her, so she stood up and raised her left hand high. Everyone present looked at Lin Yi with curiosity. Who was this little girl? Did she really have that much money? The host was also confused. Lin Yi looked to be around 14 or 15 years old, with colorful hair. Could she be here to cause trouble? The host gave her a smile he thought was friendly and said, "Little sister, is your parent here? You can't just make up a price like that." Lin Yi pointed at Su Kong and said, "That's my brother. He has money." Everyone looked at Su Kong, who was also just a teenager, and shook their heads. This brother and sister were either here to cause trouble or had no concept of money. The host was at a loss for words when he noticed Ma Xianhui nodding at him from the front row. The host caught the hint and smiled, saying, "Little beauty, what's your name?" "Lin Yi." The host chuckled and said, "Who would have thought that our little beauty is so brave and kind-hearted? Is anyone else willing to bid?" Lin Yi was delighted to hear this. She hadn't expected the host to be so unattractive, but he sure had a nice voice. Lu Zhe sat in the audience, glaring angrily at Su Kong. He didn't believe this brother and sister could come up with 10 million. It must have been Su Kong's idea, purely to provoke him. Lu Zhe clenched his teeth and shouted, 10.2 million. 11 million. As soon as Lu Zhe spoke, Lin Yi quickly followed with a higher bid, significantly increasing the price. 11.2 million. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth and continued bidding. 12 million. Lin Yi quoted again in an instant. Lu Zhe's face turned ashen. Since he had entered the industry, he had never been humiliated like this before. It was like being slapped in the face. The others also caught on to what was happening. The young girl hadn't bid at all earlier, but every time Lu Zhe bid, she immediately raised the price. This was clearly targeting Lu Zhe. When had Lu Zhe offended such a little tyrant? Su Jiaying, sitting next to Lu Zhe, couldn't help but laugh at his humiliation. She whispered to Lu Wen beside her, "I think Lu Zhe needs someone like Lin Yi to teach him a lesson. He deserves it." Lu Wen glared at Su Jiaying and said, "Shut up and watch the show." Huai's CEO Ma Xianhui was also puzzled. How did Lu Zhe manage to offend Lin Yi? Thinking about how Lin Yi had publicly told Lu Zhe not to leave after dinner, he wondered what she was up to. Was this some kind of elementary school fight? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Now he could only wait for the event to end and try to mediate himself, hoping the young lady would give him some face. Ma Xianhui raised his hand and shouted, "I'll offer 13 million. After Ma Xianhui shouted, almost everyone turned to look at Lin Yi, but she just shrugged indifferently and didn't counter the offer. Whispers filled the hall. Lu Zhe's face alternated between red and white. He pretended to look at the stage but could still feel everyone's gaze on him. He now wished he could tie the brother and sister to a rock and sink them into the moat to ease his hatred. In the end, the painting was sold for 13 million yuan by Ma Xianhui. He was invited onto the stage by the host, delivered some formal remarks, and the evening moved on to the second phase, the donation segment. Donations were made on a voluntary basis. Staff members distributed small cards and pens to everyone present. Those willing to donate wrote the amount on the card and then brought it to the stage to display it to everyone. Su Kong took the card and was about to write the amount when he was stopped by Lin Yi, who said, "Don't write yet, I'm afraid there won't be enough money." Su Kong curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Yi noticed Lu Zhe getting up to go on stage and quickly said, "I'll write it on stage. I want to donate more than Lu Zhe. You can donate whatever you want afterward." With that, she took the pen and card and walked toward the stage. By then, a line had already formed of people waiting to go up. Lin Yi pushed her way forward while saying, "Excuse me, can I cut in line?" The crowd, who had been a bit impatient, immediately made way for her upon seeing it was Lin Yi. They watched until she stood behind Lu Zhe, then all looked at each other with a look of realization. This little witch must have another trick up her sleeve. Lu Zhe heard the murmurs around him and turned his head out of curiosity, only to see Lin Yi behind him. Lu Zhe was startled. He was sure there were other people behind him, but now it was her. What was this little witch up to now? Wasn't she done yet? Lin Yi saw him looking at her and snapped, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Pervert." Lu Zhe felt as though he had swallowed a fly, but he couldn't argue with her, so he turned away and ignored her. Soon it was Lu Zhe's turn to take the stage. He composed himself and addressed the audience. "To support children in impoverished areas so they can go to school and have food to eat, I will donate 2 million yuan to the whole project." As soon as Lu Zhe finished speaking, a voice rang out, "Only 2 million yuan? What are you trying to be, a big shot?" The voice wasn't too loud, but Lu Zhe heard it clearly. The host beside him also heard it, as did Ma Xianhui and others sitting in the front row. 2 million is already a lot, isn't it? Haven't you seen that most people only donate a few 100,000? Lu Zhe glared angrily at Lin Yi, struggling to suppress the urge to explode. Lin Yi, seeing that Lu Zhe dared to glare at her, said to him, "What are you looking at? Big shot? Do you want me to lend you some more money to make it 2.5 million? The host, watching Lin Yi speak so boldly, had forgotten what to say. Who was this troublemaker, so bold and unrestrained? Lu Zhe took a deep breath, suppressed his urge to hit her, and quickly walked off the stage. He just wanted the event to end as soon as possible. After Lu Zhe left the stage, Lin Yi rushed up to the stage. The host noticed there was nothing on her small sign and curiously asked, "Little sister, are you here to donate too?" Lin Yi rolled her eyes. "Why else would I be up here?" She then picked up a pen and wrote Lin Yi 2.01 million on the small sign. After finishing, she looked at Lu Zhe, who had just stepped down, with a challenging expression. Lu Zhe turned his head away, unable to look at her. He could only adopt the ostrich mentality now. "Thank you, Miss Lin Yi, for donating 2.01 million yuan to students in impoverished areas." Despite her young age, Miss Lin Yi is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, with the heart of a bodhisattva. I speak on behalf of the students in those impoverished areas to express our gratitude for your generous assistance. The host delivered a professional round of praise, making Lin Yi feel a bit giddy. The host spoke so eloquently perhaps she should donate more. Su Kang looked at Lin Yi on the stage, still acting like a child, and couldn't help but smile. He turned to Wang Nan and asked, "Wang Nan, are you going to donate?" Wang Nan sighed helplessly. "I also want to help those children in impoverished areas, but I don't have much money on me." "It's okay, I'll give you some." He then turned to Li He and said, "Uncle Li, I'll give you some too. The three of us can each donate 1 million, how about that?" Li He hurriedly said, "Mr. Su, there's no need. Mr. Qin pays me a decent salary. I'll handle it myself. Whether I donate more or less, it's my own gesture of goodwill." Wang Nan was surprised that Li He would say that and felt ashamed. Since her grandfather passed away a year ago, her parents had favored her brother and restricted her allowance strictly. Wang Nan was a proud person. If they wouldn't give her money, she wouldn't take it, so she never had much pocket money. A few days ago, she had spent over 10,000 yuan to buy a watch for Su Kang, leaving only 18,000 yuan in her account. Wang Nan said to Su Kang, "Uncle Li is right. Donations shouldn't be made with your money. I'll handle it myself." She then wrote Wang Nan 15,000 on her small sign. After finishing, she noticed Su Kang staring blankly at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Kang sighed and said, "A few days ago, I was still called Lu Shuai. I was renting the cheapest place in a small county in the south. To save up for university tuition, I was working on a construction site in this heat, moving bricks every day. I would save every penny I earned. Even though it was tough, my heart felt at peace. Now, I eat, wear, use, and live in the most luxurious things. I don't have to do anything, and I have millions in my bank account. Yet, I always feel uneasy and unreal. It wasn't until just now that I realized this luxurious life wasn't something I created myself. I'm afraid of losing it one day, which is why I'm so anxious." "You're just being dramatic," Wang Nan said. "How many people would kill for rich parents, and you're complaining? That's not what I meant." "Don't say that," Su Kang hurriedly said, but in his heart he was thinking, "I should find a summer job tomorrow." "What are you talking about?" Lin Yi came down from the stage and saw that Su Kang's signboard was still blank. She asked, "Are you going to follow me and write an amount on the stage? Or are you just being a stingy person who can't bear to part with your own money?" Su Kang ignored her and wrote on his own signboard, "Su Kang 10,000. "No way, Su Kang, did you write it wrong? You missed 1,000. Seeing Su Kang didn't respond, Lin Yi continued, "What are you saving all that money for? To marry a wife?" Su Kang glanced at Wang Nan, but saw her face turn red. He quickly said to Lin Yi, "If you keep nagging, I won't pay your 2.01 million. Let's see how you'll save face in front of everyone. You dare." Lin Yi's tone was firm, but she still closed her mouth angrily. She didn't speak until Su Kang and the others walked toward the stage. She then muttered to Su Kang's back, "Humph, the most stingy person in the world." Li He was the first of the three to take the stage. He donated 30,000 yuan, the smallest amount so far. The audience responded with sparse applause, and some even laughed out loud. Even the host dismissed him with a few perfunctory words. Su Kang saw that Li He was in a bad mood and felt a little upset himself. Donating money to children in impoverished areas was a good deed, so why was someone being discriminated against for donating less? Indeed, arrogance and prejudice were innate human traits that did not fade away with societal progress. Su Kang took Wang Nan by the hand and walked onto the stage. He noticed the hostess gaze lingering on Wang Nan's face, which annoyed him. He took the microphone and said, "My name is Su Kang. I'm donating 10,000 yuan. After he finished speaking, only a few people like Lu Wen and Su Jiaying clapped, while the rest of the audience stared at Wang Nan, and some even laughed mockingly. Su Kang had anticipated this outcome and handed the microphone to Wang Nan, eager to end the performance and leave the stage. Wang Nan took the microphone and said, "My name is Wang Nan. I am donating 15,000 yuan. Her voice was clear and melodious, drawing applause from the crowd. It was indeed a world where appearances mattered. Wang Nan handed the microphone back to the host and prepared to leave the stage with Su Kang, but the host stepped forward and stopped her. With a smile, he asked, "Beautiful lady, please stay. Are the two of you a couple?" Wang Nan glanced back at Su Kang, who was smiling at her, and blushed as she nodded. "You're so young and already in a relationship. That's not good, it might hinder your future development, the host said in a condescending tone. Looking at you, you have a pure and beautiful appearance and a sweet voice. You'd be perfect for the entertainment industry. Plus, there are so many seasoned professionals here. If any of them are willing to mentor you, you'd have no trouble becoming a rising star. Sorry, I'm not planning to go down that path. The host was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a direct refusal. Reluctantly, he said, look at all these people here. Most of them are donating at least 200,000 yuan, and some are even giving $1 million or two. Don't you want to be one of them? He glanced at Su Kong, who was dark-skinned and skinny, with no charm whatsoever, and thought he wasn't worthy of the beautiful Wang Nan. Smiling, he said, look at your boyfriend. He is average-looking and has no money. In the entertainment industry, there are so many rich and handsome guys. You could close your eyes and pick any one of them, and he'd be better than him. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted into a burst of joyful laughter. Su Kong felt a surge of anger rise to the top of his head. Am I just a worthless clown for you to mock and ridicule? What are you barking about? Su Kong is someone you can mock? Lin Yi stood on the back row of chairs, pointing at the host and shouting. The host, seeing Lin Yi, froze. Does this little witch also know Su Kong? Minghui, you'd better not regret what you just said. The speaker was Su Jiaying. What are you all laughing at? What's so funny? It was Lu Wen speaking. Xiaoming, do you know what you're saying? Apologize to Mr. Su immediately. It was Ma Xianhui speaking. The host Minghui finally realized that Su Kong wasn't an ordinary person. How could he have said such things earlier? Wang Nan saw Su Kong's grim expression and gripped his hand even tighter, saying, Su Kong, don't be angry. Let us go down first. In my heart, you're the best, better than everyone here. Su Kong shook his head. There were some words he had to say. He snatched the microphone from host Minghui, looked down at the well-dressed crowd, and said, I know I'm not good looking, and I know I can't earn much money on my own, but what gives you the right to look down on ordinary people like us? Is 10,000 yuan not enough? That's the blood and sweat I earned from working on construction sites. Is Uncle Lee's 30,000 yuan not enough? That's what he saved by living frugally. In terms of wealth, you are indeed far richer than us, but in terms of kindness, we are no less than you. Su Kong finished speaking and was about to throw down the microphone and leave the stage, but he noticed Lu Zai's disdainful expression below and glared at him, saying, some people have a few stinking dollars and think they're better than everyone else. But there are always people better than you, and there is always something bigger out there. Don't you dare think you're invincible. After speaking, Su Kong felt a sense of relief. Seeing Wang Nan staring at him with a dazed expression, he smiled at her and said, let's go down. Just then, the doors to the hall swung open, and everyone turned to look. An elegantly dressed woman walked in. Ma Xianhui, the boss of Huai, and the others saw her and stood up to greet her, shouting, Miss Qin, you're here. The woman was none other than Qin Wan. Chapter 27, Mr. Su, I was wrong. After exchanging a few polite words with Ma Xianhui and the others, Qin Wan walked directly onto the stage, with Ma Xianhui following closely behind her. Most of the people in the hall did not recognize Qin Wan, and they whispered to each other. A few who did recognize her looked proud and introduced her to those around them. Mom, why are you here? Su Kong whispered to Qin Wan. I came to support you, so no one will think you're easy to bully. She glanced sideways at the host Minghui, staring at him until he turned red with embarrassment. Ma Xianhui took the microphone from the host and introduced her to the audience. This is Qin Wan, the chairwoman of Icon Group. Let's give her a warm round of applause for her arrival. After Ma Xianhui finished speaking, everyone in the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. This was mainly because Icon Group was too famous, spanning multiple industries such as real estate, logistics, and medical equipment, and was a leader in each field. However, everyone was curious about the relationship between Qin Wan and Su Kong, as they clearly knew each other. Qin Wan took the microphone from Ma Xianhui and said, I am here today for two reasons. First, since this is a charity gala, let us focus on charity. My son has a kind heart but is overly proud and refuses to use the money I gave him, which is embarrassing for everyone. I will donate 100 million yuan on his behalf. Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted into chaos. Some were amazed by Qin Wan's generosity, donating 100 million yuan so casually, while others were shocked by the relationship between Su Kong and Qin Wan. Who could have imagined that an ordinary-looking teenager was the son of Qin Wan, the chairman of Icon Group? The second matter is that I heard someone threatened my son's safety before the gala began. Qin Wan fixed her gaze on Lu Zai below the stage, who was lowering his head with a panicked expression, and continued, I'm a protective person. Anyone who threatens my son will disappear. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd, with everyone speculating about what had happened before the gala. Ma Xianhui, who was standing nearby, noticed Qin Wan's gaze earlier and recalled how Lin Yi had been targeting Lu Zai all along. He whispered, Ms. Qin, is that person Lu Zai? Could there be some misunderstanding here? Before Qin Wan could respond, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. Ma Xianhui looked up and saw two police officers approaching. The two officers walked straight up to Lu Zai and said, Mr. Lu, please come with us. Lu Zhe shouted, "What right do you have to arrest me? What law have I broken?" The taller officer said, "We're here with proper procedures and evidence. If you refuse to cooperate, there are many more officers outside, and we'll have no choice but to enforce the law." Lu Zhe panicked and turned to Ma Xianhui on the stage, shouting, "Mr. Ma, I'm innocent. I haven't done anything wrong." Seeing that Lu Zhe was still resisting, the tall police officer sneered, "There is evidence that you have repeatedly raped underage girls. Please cooperate with us and come back for investigation." Lu Zhe stared at the police in disbelief, his lips trembling but unable to utter a word. Turning his head, he saw Ma Xianhui standing on the stage, silent, while Qinwan stood beside him, gazing down at him coldly. Endless fear turned to anger, and he exclaimed, "You're abusing your authority. I'm going to report you." Qinwan gave a light laugh and turned to Ma Xianhui, saying, "Look, there's no misunderstanding here. It's clearly him who has poor character and disregards the law, yet he's framing me and threatening me." Ma Xianhui was terrified. From the time Lu Zhe offended Su Kong to now being arrested, it had only been a few hours. In that short time, Qinwan had not only gathered evidence of Lu Zhe's illegal activities but also brought the police directly here. How much power did she have? He glared hatefully at Lu Zhe, thinking, "You're just a good-looking fool with no sense of judgment." Seeing that Ma Xianhui refused to speak on his behalf or plead for mercy, Lu Zhe looked around. Everyone turned away with cold expressions, leaving him utterly despairing. He muttered to the two police officers, "I haven't broken the law. Please don't arrest me." His voice was pitiful, a far cry from his usual arrogant tone. The tall police officer said, "Whether you've broken the law or not, you need to come with us for questioning." Seeing that Lu Zhe refused to cooperate, he pulled out a pair of handcuffs and cuffed him, then escorted him toward the exit of the hall. "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Please let me go. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, please spare me." As Lu Zhe was escorted out of the hall by the police, his cries could no longer be heard in the venue, which fell completely silent. Everyone looked at Qinwan and Su Kong on the stage, their eyes no longer daring to show the slightest trace of contempt. With this incident, everyone lost interest, and the evening event quickly came to an end. Qinwan and Su Kong led their group toward the parking lot, but they were stopped halfway by Ma Xianhui, who was followed by Lu Wen and Su Jiaying. Qinwan coldly asked, "Mr. Ma, what do you mean by this?" Ma Xianhui, seeing that Qinwan was still furious, forced a laugh and glanced secretly at Lu Wen and Su Jiaying. Lu Wen sighed helplessly and said, "Aunt Qin, Mr. Ma asked me and Jiaying to clarify the situation, so we came over to apologize. There's no need for apologies. As long as you don't blame me for interrupting the gala, that's enough. Mr. Qin not only lent me the Luchuan mansion for free today but also generously donated 100 million yuan. How could I blame you? On the contrary, I should represent the children from impoverished areas to thank you." Ma Xianhui changed the subject and continued, "I just asked Xiao Wan and Jiaying about the incident. Lu Zhe did indeed act improperly, but he didn't know your son's identity at the time. As they say, ignorance is. But Lu Zhe was arrested because he raped a minor. It has nothing to do with my son Xiao Kong. Mr. Ma, please don't make things up. I've also heard about his girlfriend, but it was consensual between the two of them. It doesn't qualify as rape. Mr. Ma, don't you know that in our country, any girl under the age of 14 is considered rape, regardless of whether she consented or not?" Ma Xianhui sighed inwardly. He was well aware of this legal provision, but such cases were all too common, and they were typically handled with a no complaint, no investigation approach. Ma Xianhui said, "Mr. Qin, our Huai company has invested so much effort and money into cultivating Lu Zhe. If this charge is proven, not only will he be ruined, but our company's reputation will be tarnished, and our stock prices will plummet. Could you please spare him?" Qinwan glanced at Lu Wen and Su Jiaying, deep in thought. Then she turned to Su Kong and said, "Xiao Kong, what do you think?" Before Su Kong could speak, Lin Yi interrupted, "Mom, we can't let him off. Such scum deserves to rot in prison." Qinwan glared at Lin Yi, signaling her to keep quiet. Then she heard Su Kong say, "Actually, the conflict between him and me is really insignificant. But the fact that he raped a minor is something I cannot tolerate. He broke the law, and he must face the consequences of the law. Mr. Ma, you heard it too. We can't just let this go. As for the losses incurred by Huai Company, I'll give you face and compensate you partially. Please leave." With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Ma Xianhui sighed, knowing the matter was irreversible, and left reluctantly. Chapter 28, Applying for a Summer Job. Before getting into the car, Qinwan specifically asked Su Kong and Lin Yi to ride in the Maserati, while she and Wang Nan took the other car. Su Kong looked at Qinwan suspiciously but ultimately didn't ask why. Qinwan noticed that Wang Nan was quite reserved and smiled, saying, "Xiao Nan, where did you go to university? Domestic or overseas?" Wang Nan blushed and said, "I applied to Jiangcheng University." "What major?" "The same as Su Kong." Su Kong chose computer science after discussing it with me. He thinks that computers will be a major trend in the future, so he chose this major. "What about you? How did you decide?" After Qinwan finished speaking, she noticed that Wang Nan remained silent, so she continued, "I guess you just want to stay with Su Kong, right?" Wang Nan's face turned red, but fortunately, the car was dark, so no one could see. She softly nodded but dared not look at Qin Wan. You're close with Su Kong now, so you're always thinking about being together and neglecting your own future plans. But have you ever considered that the world is constantly changing? What if one day your relationship with Su Kong isn't is good anymore? What will you do then? Or, if you marry Su Kong, will you just rely on him and become a wealthy housewife, spending your days getting manicures and playing cards? Wang Nan was stunned by her words. She had always been an outstanding student, proud and arrogant, looking down on her mother for bending over backwards for her father. But now, she was no different from her mother. Qin Wan continued, of course, if Su Kong loves you, even if you don't do anything, our family can afford to support you. But you're so talented you should have your own aspirations and value in this world. What do you think? Wang Nan said, I understand, Aunt Qin. I'll prove myself. Qin Wan smiled approvingly and said, since you've already chosen your computer science major, there's no need to change it. However, you can still take a business management course as an elective. You can also read some management books in your free time. It will definitely benefit you. Wang Nan was both surprised and moved. Qin Wan's words essentially treated her as part of the family. Wang Nan said emotionally, thank you, Aunt Qin. Qin Wan took out a card and said, there's 1 million yuan in this card. When you go shopping with Su Kong, help him buy some new clothes. The clothes he's wearing now are all from when I bought them for him in the small county. He's too frugal and doesn't want to spend money. This task is up to you. Is that okay? Wang Nan hesitated, that's not appropriate, is it? Qin Wan slipped the card into Wang Nan's hand and said, there's nothing wrong with that. Young people in love need to spend money. Su Kong is such a stubborn old timer, I bet he hasn't even bought you flowers yet. You can spend this money however you like, don't save it for me. Wang Nan chuckled and said, Su Kong is a down-to-earth guy. I think he's pretty good. Qin Wan smiled knowingly, then couldn't help but think of Su Kang's father, Su Kaisheng. The two were quite alike in personality, but now they were separated by death. The next morning, major news websites broke the big entertainment industry scandal. The popular young actor Lu Zhe was arrested by the police for raping a minor. The streets were abuzz with the news. However, those in the know from influential families were more concerned about how Qin Wan had managed to gather evidence of the popular actor's illegal activities within just a few hours, and then take him away in front of Huai's CEO Ma Xianhui. This demonstrated immense power. In any case, that morning, the capital was buzzing with activity. Su Kong was unaware of the rumors circulating about him in the city. He had just stepped out of a coffee shop, looking dejected. He had applied to several companies but had been rejected by all of them. Summer jobs were already scarce, and his need for frequent time off due to driving lessons made him an even less desirable candidate. Su Kong refused to give up. He noticed a Western-style restaurant next door with employees wanted written in large letters on the door, so he walked inside. It was nearly noon, and there were a few customers dining inside. The waitress, Fujian, saw Su Kong enter and assumed he was there to eat, so she hurried over and asked, "What would you like to order, sir?" Su Kong replied nervously, "I saw the sign on the door saying employees wanted, so I came in." Fujian smiled and said, "Are you here to apply for a job?" Su Kong nodded. "Then please wait here. I'll go get the boss." A few moments later, a woman in her 40s came over. She looked Su Kong up and down and asked, "Summer job?" Su Kong nodded, then nervously glanced at the boss, worried she might fire him like she had others. The female boss pointed to a seat beside her and said, "Sit down and talk." After sitting down across from each other, the woman said, "Our regular employees earn 4,000 yuan a month. Summer workers get less, 3,000 yuan a month, with 4 days off per month. Working hours are from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. How about it? Can you accept that?" Su Kong was overjoyed and replied, "No problem." He had just finished his college entrance exams and had been looking for summer jobs in a small county town, but all the offers were only around 1,000 yuan. That wasn't enough to cover his university tuition fees, so he had no choice but to take a construction job. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the work started at 10 a.m., which didn't conflict with his driving practice. The female boss asked, "Do you have any other questions? If I take more than 4 days off in a month, how will the wages be calculated? For each day over 4, 150 yuan will be deducted, and so on." Su Kong found this acceptable and said, "Alright, when should I start work? If you're free today, you can start right away, and we'll count it as a full day's pay." "Alright, I'll start today. There are a few more things I need to mention. First, you must wear the work uniform during working hours. Second, lunch is usually at 2 p.m., and dinner is at 9:30 p.m. No eating is allowed during other times. Third, you are not allowed to use your phone during working hours. Fourth, any damaged items must be compensated at the original price. Is that clear?" "No problem." Thus, Su Kang's first day of work officially began. He put on the custom-made uniform of the Western restaurant, took orders from customers, served dishes, poured water, and was busy having a great time. Fujian noticed that Su Kong was new and unfamiliar with many tasks, so she offered her assistance like a caring older sister. After the midday rush hour, the staff could take a short break. Fujin looked around and saw Su Kong tidying up a table, so she walked over to help. Su Kong hurriedly said, "Ms. Fu, it's just this little bit of work, let me handle it." Fujin replied, "It's okay. We're just standing around anyway." She thought Su Kong was slow but diligent, so she had a good impression of him. "Thank you, Fujia. You must be a college student, right? You don't look like someone from a poor family. Why did you decide to work as a waiter?" "There's nothing to do at home, so I came out to find something to do." "I thought you were forced to come by your parents." Fujin said while wiping the table, "I have a younger brother back home who scored over 400 on the college entrance exam this year, but all he does is play games. If he could be like you, that would be great." Su Kong smiled and said, "Everyone has different experiences, so their thoughts are different." Soon, the two of them had cleaned the table. Fujin picked up the 7 or 8 dirty plates stacked together and prepared to take them to the kitchen. Su Kong hurriedly said, "Ms. Fu, this is a bit heavy. Let me do it." Fujin smiled and said, "It's the same for me. The first day of work is always tiring. You should rest a bit." After saying that, she carried the dirty plates toward the kitchen. Just as she reached a corner, a child suddenly ran out. Fujin quickly dodged to the side, but her hand slipped because the plates were covered in oil stains. With a loud clatter, all the plates fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Su Kong hurried over and asked, "Ms. Fu, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but all the plates are broken." Fujin frowned. Other staff members in the store heard the commotion and rushed over to help. Some brought brooms to sweep up the shards. The female boss came out of the office, looked at the broken pieces on the floor, and scolded Fujin with a stern expression. "Fujin, did you do this?" "I'm sorry, Miss Xiao. A child suddenly ran out, and I accidentally." "Come to my office right now." The female boss impatiently cut her off, turned around, and entered her own office. Fujin followed nervously, and with a loud bang, the office door was shut. Su Kong noticed the female boss's displeased expression and felt concerned for Fujin. After helping the other employees clean up the debris on the floor, he was thinking about how to help Fujin share the blame when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Boss, take the order." Su Kong followed the voice and saw that it was Qinwan's secretary, Zhao Rong, speaking, while Qinwan was sitting across from her. Su Kong was taken aback. Was his mother, Qinwan, sending someone to follow him? How else could this be such a coincidence? Seeing that the other waitstaff hadn't moved, Su Kong hurried forward and whispered, "Mom, what are you doing here?" Chapter 29, I've never seen such a spendthrift mother. Qinwan feigned a look of surprise and said, "Xiao Kong, what are you doing here? Are you working as a waiter?" "No, Mom, stop pretending. I just found a summer job here, and you came here to eat. There's no way this could be a coincidence. Did you send someone to follow me, or did you put a tracking device on me?" Qinwan replied seriously, "What? How could that be? I just came here to run some errands and happened to stop by for lunch. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Zhao." Su Kong looked at Zhao Rong, who had her cheeks puffed out, holding back a laugh, and said, "We really are here on business with Miss Qin." Seeing that they refused to admit it, Su Kong sighed helplessly and pulled out the menu, saying, "What would the two of you like to eat?" When Zhao Rong and Qinwan were entertaining guests outside, she was always the one to order. This time, she was about to do the same, but saw that Qinwan had already taken the menu and ordered more than a dozen dishes. "Can the two of you really eat that much?" Su Kong muttered under his breath, wrote down the order, and was about to send it to the kitchen. But then he heard Qinwan say, "Have Xiao Zhao take the menu over. You sit next to me, let's chat for a bit." Su Kong hesitated, "That's not appropriate. I'm still working." Zhao Rong took the menu from Su Kong's hands and smiled, "I'll do it." She then left with the menu. Su Kong stood beside Qinwan, still unwilling to sit down, and asked, "Mom, what do you want to talk about?" Qinwan looked at Su Kong with a gentle expression, paused for a moment, then said, "Xiao Kong, tell me the truth. Is there a misunderstanding between you and Uncle Lin or your sister, which is why you don't want to stay at home?" "No, I think they're both nice." "Then do you still hate me?" Qinwan asked, her voice trembling. Su Kong was startled by her words, looked at Qinwan, and saw her eyes were slightly red. He hurriedly said, "No, Mom, what's wrong? Why are you saying that? I think it's great being with you. Then why don't you use my money and still go out to work?" Su Kong finally understood the reason behind Qinwan's unusual behavior and couldn't help but smile. He said, "Mom, it's not what you think. Don't overthink things." Seeing that Qinwan was still looking at him seriously, he sighed and said, "Mom, I used to often go hungry. Even now that I've returned to Beijing, I'm still afraid of going hungry. That's why I sometimes bring some snacks and fruits to my room. It's not that I really want to eat them. It's just that seeing food when I open my eyes gives me a sense of security. The reason I came out to work during summer vacation is the same. At home, I had everything done for me, food served to me, clothes handed to me. That life was too comfortable, and I felt I should do something, otherwise I'd feel restless. So, Mom, I've never hated you, and I don't have any resentment toward Uncle Lin or Linyi. I just want to live comfortably in my own way." Qinwan didn't expect Su Kong to say such things. She had always thought about how to compensate him properly but had never asked him what he truly wanted. Shinwon asked again, then why don't you use the money I give you? Su Kong scratched his head and said, I have food to eat and clothes to wear every day. I really don't know where else to spend the money. Shinwon thought about it and realized he didn't smoke, drink, gamble, or socialize. There really was nowhere for him to spend the money. Shinwon's heart felt lighter and she couldn't help but smile. How much do you make here? 3,000 a month. Is that 8 hours a day, with 2 days off per week? 12 hours a day, 4 days off a month. Shinwon was surprised and asked, how could you agree to such conditions? Su Kong frowned and said, there is no other option. I looked all morning and this is the only place willing to hire summer workers and it doesn't conflict with my driving lessons. Why don't you come work at my company instead? 8-hour workdays, 2 days off per week and I'll pay you 5,000 a month. What do you think? What could I do at your company? Plus, with you looking out for me, everyone treats me like a prince. Shinwon laughed and said, with your high school diploma, you think you can work at my headquarters? At least my headquarters requires a master's degree from a top university. I'm offering you a position at the branch office to sell houses. You mentioned earlier that housing prices might drop, so help me sell a few more units. Don't worry, I'm too busy to bother with you. Su Kong frowned. I can serve tea and water, but sell houses? I don't know how to do that. Zhao Rong and a waitress walked over. Su Kong remembered the waitress's name was Zhu Xian, a cheerful young woman. She was pushing a cart loaded with dishes. Su Kong was about to leave but was pulled back by Shinwon. Aren't you going to eat? I ordered this specially for you. Su Kong glanced at the delicious food on the table and felt even hungrier. He forced himself to say, Mom, I'm still working. Can't you eat while working? What if you get hungry? Shinwon feigned anger. The waitress Zhu Xian, who was seeing this for the first time, couldn't help but find it amusing. She said to Su Kong, look how much your mom cares about you. It's your first day at work and she came to see you. She then looked at the table full of food and said with a hint of pity, you ordered way too much. That's half a month's salary gone. Shinwon heard this and was delighted. She said to Zhu Xian, you have no idea how much he can eat. I can barely afford to feed him anymore. She laughed at her own words. Su Kong turned bright red. Was he really that much of a big eater? It seemed like he was. Zhu Xian whispered, eat your mother's food. What are you afraid of? Besides, the boss is in the office. She can't see you. After saying that, she looked enviously at the table. I've been working here for over a year and I still don't know what the Western food in our restaurant tastes like. Shinwon smiled slightly and said, let's all eat together. Xiao Xiao, go call all the waitstaff over. I'll treat everyone today. Auntie, really? There are so many of us. Of course it's true. Zhu Xian saw that Shinwon didn't seem to be joking, so she happily said to Zhao Rong, Miss, sit down and rest. I'll go call them over. After saying that, Zhu Xian ran off happily. Su Kong looked at Shinwon in disbelief, having never seen such a spendthrift mother. Just then, the door to the female boss's office opened, and Fu Jin emerged with a worried expression. Su Kong hurried over and asked, Sister Fu, what did the boss say? Fu Jin sighed and said, Sigh, they're deducting my monthly salary 2,000 yuan. Why so much? Those few plates aren't worth that much. Fu Jin glanced behind her. Luckily, the door was closed, so the female boss probably couldn't hear. She said, never mind, it's okay. Let's go. Chapter 30, Who will serve tea and water? Fu Jin saw Zhu Xian smiling broadly as she led all the waitstaff past her. She asked curiously, Zhu Xian, what are you all doing? Fu Jia, you didn't know? Su Kong's mother is treating us all to a Western meal. Fu Jin looked at Su Kong in confusion, who shrugged helplessly. Zhu Xian grabbed Fu Jin's hand and said, let's go together. Su Kang's mother is clearly a super rich person. Fu Jin was dragged by Zhu Xian to where Shinwon was standing. As Zhu Xian had said, the older women were dignified and beautiful, clearly not ordinary people, while the younger ones wore business suits and glasses, exuding elegance. Shinwon said, order whatever you want. Don't worry about saving money for me. Fu Jin hesitated and said, it's still during working hours. This isn't appropriate. What if customers come in? At this time of day, who would come in? Even if someone does, we'll just go greet them. After saying that, Zhu Xian picked up a menu and called out to everyone, what do you want to eat? Come order here. Everyone started chatting and ordering, some wanted steak, others wanted pasta. Seeing that many people had ordered several dishes, Fu Jin called out, order only what you can eat. No one's money is flowing like water. Shinwon smiled and said, it's okay, eat until you're full. Don't go hungry. Just then, a stern voice rang out. What are you all doing? Don't you know it's work time? The female boss, Xiao Hui, walked over with an angry expression, and the once bustling restaurant fell silent. Su Kong whispered in Shinwon's ear, that's the boss. She's in trouble. Fu Jia accidentally broke a few plates, and she's going to deduct 2,000 yuan from her wages. Shinwon shot Xiao Hui a disapproving glance. Seeing her strutting over with an air of superiority, she couldn't help but frown. Zhao Rong hurriedly stood up and approached Xiao Hui, saying, "You must be the owner of this restaurant. Our boss, Mr. Qin, is having a meal here. Is there a problem?" Xiao Hui saw Zhao Rong's elegant demeanor and her arrogance faded by half. The wealthy woman sitting at the table, who was called Miss Qin, didn't even glance at her. Xiao Hui felt uneasy and smiled, saying, "Of course it's fine. How many of you are there? What would you like to eat?" After speaking, she turned to Du Jin and the others and said, "Why are so many of you gathered here? You're disrupting the customer's dining experience." The boss misunderstood. "Mr. Qin is inviting them." Xiao Hui doubted she had heard correctly and asked, "Who are you inviting? The waitresses in my store? Then who else?" Zhao Rong said. Xiao Hui was speechless, turning to glance at Qin Wan, who remained expressionless, not even bothering to look at her once. Xiao Hui felt uncomfortable, as if she were being ignored. She guessed that this person who had suddenly invited the waitresses from her own restaurant to dinner was no ordinary person, and certainly not someone she could afford to offend. She turned to Jin and said, "You go ahead and do your job first. Once they're done eating, you can take over." Fu Jin was about to agree when she heard Qin Wan speak up, "I'm treating my guests to dinner, yet you're making her serve them? Is that appropriate?" Xiao Hui looked embarrassed and said, "But someone has to serve the food and pour the water." Qin Wan shot Xiao Hui a sideways glance and said indifferently, "Aren't you human?" Xiao Hui's expression changed. She forced herself to suppress her frustration and said, "Alright, I'll do the serving today and make sure the guests are satisfied." The others looked at Qin Wan, then at Xiao Hui, and stood there frozen, unsure of what to do. Qin Wan smiled and said, "Go ahead and order whatever you want." After speaking, she pulled Su Kong to sit beside her, placed a piece of beefsteak in front of him, and said, "Eat quickly, you must be starving." Su Kong was indeed starving and didn't care about the others' stares. He picked up the steak and started eating. The others quickly ordered their meals and began eating one after another. Xiao Hui, however, was genuinely busy serving tea and water, running back and forth, the only one in the entire room who was hungry. Qin Wan didn't eat much either, spending most of her time watching Su Kong eat. Once Su Kong had finished eating, Qin Wan said, "What do you think about what I said earlier? If you really want to work as a waiter, I have several hotels under my name. You can choose anyone you like, or I can give you one to try managing yourself." "Mom, don't say that." "I agree. I'll go sell the house tomorrow." Su Kong hurriedly stopped Qin Wan. He knew that after today's incident, working here for the summer wasn't feasible anymore. Su Kong looked around and saw Fu Jin eating nearby. He walked over to her, took out his wallet, and pulled out 2,000 yuan in cash, saying, "Sister Fu, because of me, you were docked wages today. Take this money, otherwise, I'll feel really guilty." Fu Jin was taken aback but quickly relaxed. She put the cash away and said, "Thank you." Fu Jin guessed that Su Kang's family must be very wealthy, and the so-called summer job was just a rich kid trying to experience life. Many people one encounters in life are merely passing acquaintances, leaving no lasting impression. However, Su Kang's unique status made him stand out in Fu Jin's mind. Like a pebble dropped into water, it might create ripples, but eventually, everything would return to calm. Fu Jin accepted Su Kang's gift with composure. Perhaps after this day, the two would never meet again. Su Kang said, "My mom doesn't approve of me working here as a summer job. I have to go with her soon. If Mr. Xiao still targets you, come find me, and I'll have my mom arrange a job for you." He then gave her his phone number. "Su Kang, are you really giving up?" Zhu Xian, who was eating nearby, asked. Seeing Su Kang nod, she took out her phone and said, "If I ever end up in a bind, I'll come find you. Don't abandon me." Su Kang laughed, "Of course not." Su Kang changed back into his original clothes in the changing room and came out just in time to see Qin Wan and Zhao Rong at the cash register, with Xiao Hui standing nervously nearby. Su Kang walked over. The total bill for lunch came to 9,760 yuan. Qin Wan said to Zhao Rong, "Just charge 10,000 yuan. The extra will be the boss's tip." Xiao Hui looked embarrassed but said nothing. She followed Zhao Rong in swiping her card. She then heard Qin Wan continue, "Boss, should you pay Xiao Kang his wages for today?" Xiao Hui looked at Qin Wan with a complicated expression and pulled out 500 yuan in cash. Su Kang only took a red bill from her hand and said, "I didn't work all day today. Taking 100 yuan is still a loss for you, boss." Seeing that Xiao Hui had been treated harshly by Qin Wan and looked wronged, Su Kang felt sorry for her and said, "Boss, my mom can be a bit stubborn sometimes. Don't take it to heart." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Su Kang looked at Qin Wan, who was smiling at him. Su Kang endured the pain and said, "Mom, can you be gentler? You've pulled my flesh until it's red." Qin Wan blushed and said, "You little brat, I don't care about you." Seeing Zhao Rong looking like she wanted to laugh but dared not, she said angrily, Zhao, why are you still here? Aren't you going to work this afternoon?" Zhao Rong quickly replied with a no and followed Qin Wan out the door. Su Kang sighed and followed them out. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, "Mr. Xiao, I think we should be more lenient with the employees. Otherwise, they'll all leave like me, and who will serve tea and water?" Xiao Hui never imagined she'd be lectured by a high school student. It wasn't until Su Kang walked out the door and followed Qin Wan into a Land Rover Range Rover that she snapped back to reality. She saw the employees in the restaurant staring at her, too afraid to eat, some even standing up. Xiao Hui felt for the first time like a harsh, evil capitalist. She hurriedly made her way to her office, opened the door, but didn't go in immediately. She paused for a moment and said, starting today, everyone's salary will increase by 300. After saying that, she hurriedly closed the office door. Cheers from the employees outside finally relaxed Xiao Hui, and she couldn't help but think that perhaps the young man had been right after all. Chapter 31, Backdoor? No, remove the backdoor. The driver pulled up in front of a real estate sales office and Su Kang looked out the window. The four large characters on the building read Hongwei Residential. Qin Wan said, this development is by Icon Group and it's pretty close to our place. You can work here and your salary and benefits will be the same as other employees. Let Xiao Jiao take you up later, I won't show up. That way, you won't have to worry about being treated specially. But selling houses, I'm afraid I won't be good at it. Challenges are what build people. Observe more, learn more, think more, and practice more. Even if you don't sell a single house, it's okay. The focus is on building your skills. Su Kang had no choice but to agree. Since Qin Wan had already said it was all about building skills and there was no performance pressure, he could only take it one step at a time. Zhao Rong was quick-witted. Was Qin Zong really planning to groom Su Kang as his successor? Thinking about it, it made sense. Qin Zong only had one son and one daughter, and Lin Yi was too young and mischievous. Su Kang was young but much more steady, and in Huagua, the eldest son had always inherited the family business. Zhao Rong gave Su Kang a meaningful look and said, Su Kang, let's go up. The two walked through the sales lobby and arrived at the second-floor general manager's office. Zhao Rong knocked on the door first and an impatient voice came from inside, who is it? It's me, Zhao Rong. A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed disheveled and looking sleepy, opened the door and mumbled, which Zhao Rong? Upon recognizing Zhao Rong's face, his expression cleared immediately. He began tidying his clothes while saying, sorry, Ms. Zhao. It's so hot, I slept in. Please come in. Yang Chen led the two into the office, hurriedly boiling water and making tea while saying, what brings Secretary Zhao here today? Is Ms. Qin okay? Zhao Rong smiled and said, don't worry, Ms. Qin isn't here. But you should have known better. Look at the time, you were still taking a nap. Yang Chen relaxed upon hearing that Qin Wan hadn't come and said, I had lunch with a superior and had a few drinks. Plus, it's so hot, so I slept in a bit. Don't bother making tea. I'll just say a few words and leave. Yang Chen put down the teapot and glanced curiously at Su Kang beside Zhao Rong, asking, does Secretary Zhao have any instructions? Assign someone to work with you. Zhao Rong pointed at Su Kang and continued, he'll be working as a salesperson under you until the start of the new semester in September. Assign him regular work and ensure his salary and benefits are the same as everyone else's. Yang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. When had his place ever needed a summer intern? It took at least 1 or 2 years to properly train a good salesperson. A kid with only 2 months of summer work experience, could he even sell a single house? Yang Chen saw Su Kang standing nervously beside Zhao Rong and looked down on him even more. Sales required boldness, someone timid wouldn't cut it. However, Zhao Rong was now a favorite of Qin Wan, so he had to give her face. Yang Chen smiled and said, alright, but I'm making it clear, you must follow company regulations here. No slacking off. Yang Chen's words were not problematic, as many companies often hire connections, some of whom abuse their connections to avoid work and act arrogantly, causing headaches for management. Yang Chen's words were essentially a precautionary measure. Zhao Rong didn't say anything, but she gave Yang Chen a meaningful look. Yang Chen felt uneasy under her gaze. Did I say something wrong just now? Su Kang noticed the tense atmosphere and boldly said, no problem, boss. We'll do whatever is needed. However, sometimes I need to practice driving in the morning, so I might arrive a bit late. But I can stay later in the afternoon to make up for it. Yang Chen frowned inwardly. The company wasn't his home, he couldn't just come and go as he pleased. He was curious about the relationship between this young man and Zhao Rong, as he hadn't heard that Zhao Rong had a younger brother in Beijing. Zhao Rong said, Mr. Yang, according to company regulations, employees aren't allowed to work overtime on their own initiative, right? Yang Chen nodded blankly and said, yes, there is such a rule. Zhao Rong smiled at Su Kang and said, so when you need to practice driving, just take a day off from work and come back on time in the afternoon. Su Kang asked uncertainly, is that okay? Yang Chen was internally panicking. Is that really okay? Of course it's not. This isn't just opening a back door, it's like they've completely removed the back door, letting people come and go as they please. However, Yang Chen still retained a shred of rationality and didn't voice his thoughts. He asked Zhao Rong uncertainly, Ms. Zhao, what is your relationship with this person? Zhao Rong smiled sweetly on the surface but felt annoyed inside. Yang Chen was usually a smart person, why was he being so foolish now? Su Kang, seeing that Zhao Rong hadn't spoken for a while, finally said, my name is Su Kang. I'm just an ordinary person. Yang Chen was startled. Qin Zong's son, who had just returned to Beijing, also went by the name Su Kang. Zhao Rong was Qin Zong's personal secretary, responsible for many external affairs. Considering her unusual behavior earlier, the unremarkable young man before him could only be Qin Zong's son. Yang Chen felt a chill run up his spine. Earlier that morning, he had been gossiping about how Qin Wan had donated 100 million yuan for her son and even sent the hottest young actor, Lu Zhe, to prison. Now, the entire capital was buzzing with the same rumor. Qin Wan was the most protective mother in the world, and no one dared to cross her son, Su Kong. Yang Chen cast a complicated glance at Zhao Rong, who was smiling sweetly at him. He really should have been more careful. Zhao Rong had given him plenty of hints, yet he hadn't caught on. Yang Chen feigned confusion and said, "Oh, your name is Su Kong, right? Zhao's secretary already mentioned that if you had something to do this morning, you could come in later. You can still leave at the usual time this afternoon." Su Kong looked at Yang Chen with suspicion. Was corporate management really this lax these days? Su Kong said, "Mr. Yang, I'll take a day off today. I need to practice driving tomorrow, and I promise to be at the company before 10 o'clock. "Oh, that's fine. You can come later. No need to rush," Yang Chen hurriedly said. Zhao Rong, having completed her task, smiled and said, "Well, Mr. Yang, I've handed him over to you. Make sure nothing goes wrong." Yang Chen forced a smile and said, "All right, I understand." Only after Zhao Rong and Su Kong had left the office did Yang Chen suddenly think of something. He walked to the window and looked outside. At that moment, Zhao Rong and Su Kong had just emerged from the sales office and were getting into a Land Rover Range Rover parked by the roadside. Yang Chen recognized the car immediately. It belonged to Mr. Qin, the company's CEO. There was a good chance Mr. Qin was inside right now. 1,000 curses raced through Yang Chen's mind. Oh my god, how did they assign such a high-ranking executive to work with me? Chapter 32, The Crown Prince leaves the palace to experience life? After dropping Su Kong off at home, Qin Wan returned to the company. Su Kong saw that Lin Yi's room was empty and had no idea where she had gone to play. Feeling bored at home, he thought about starting to sell houses tomorrow and decided to look for some books on the subject. Su Kong went to the study, found a book titled Real Estate Basics on the bookshelf, took it out, returned to his room, and sat down at his desk to read it slowly. The book wasn't too difficult to understand, and even though Su Kong had never been involved in real estate before, he could still grasp the general idea. Su Kong was completely engrossed in the book, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the door. Xiao Kong, are you home?" As soon as Qin Wan finished speaking, she walked into Su Kong's room. Su Kong checked the time and realized it was already past 6 o'clock. He felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I was reading a book and lost track of time." Qin Wan walked over curiously, picked up the book Su Kong had left on the desk, and upon seeing the title, felt a mix of relief and heartache. She said, "Xiao Kong, you don't have to work so hard. You've just graduated from high school, and this summer vacation should be a time to rest. But I saw you insisted on taking a summer job, so I suggested you try selling houses. I told you to focus on building your skills and not put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay. I like reading, I don't feel tired." Qin Wan sighed and said, "Actually, to be a good real estate salesperson, reading these books isn't very helpful. Sales is all about interacting with people and understanding their needs to provide tailored solutions." Qin Wan stopped mid-sentence when she saw Su Kong take out paper and a pen from the drawer to jot down what she was saying. Unwilling to see him work so hard, she changed her mind and said, "Never mind, come down and eat first. You've been busy all day. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Su Kong nodded, stood up, stretched his neck, and followed Qin Wan downstairs to eat. Upon arriving at the dining room, Su Kong saw Lin Yi playing with her phone. Curious, he asked, "Where did you go this afternoon? I didn't see you when I came back." Lin Yi rolled her eyes and said haughtily, "Mind your own business." There she goes again with the eye rolls. During dinner, Qin Wan mentioned that Lin Yongjian would be returning to Beijing tomorrow and would bring Lin Yi's grandmother with him. Lin Yi was very happy to hear this and stopped eating, getting up to call her father. It was clear that Lin Yi was very close to her grandmother. After finishing his meal, Su Kong stayed in the living room to chat with Qin Wan for a while. Upon returning to his room, he wondered why Wang Nan hadn't contacted him today. He took out his phone and sent her a message on QQ, "What are you doing?" She quickly sent back a photo of an open book, which she must have just taken, followed by a message, "I've been reading all day, and my eyes are sore." Su Kong glanced at the book's contents, which were all professional terms related to business, and curiously replied, "What book is this? I don't understand it at all. It's about business trade. I'm planning to read some professional books this summer to enrich myself." Su Kong replied with a thumbs up emoji and typed, "You're so outstanding, it's making me feel a bit pressured." What about you? What are you doing today? Making money. Stop joking around, be serious. I really went to work at a Western restaurant today for my summer job. After typing, Su Kong sent a photo of himself in his work uniform, taken in the mirror just after changing into it. "You really are unique, you know." Su Kong replied with a question mark. "You have millions of dollars in pocket money. Do you really need to work for a few $1,000s a month to serve others? That's different. The money I earn from working is mine to spend as I please. You're being dramatic. Are you planning to work as a server all summer? What about your car? Of course I'll keep practicing. I've already paid the tuition fees, I can't waste that. But I'm switching jobs tomorrow. Why? Because my mom won't let me go. If I were your mom, I wouldn't let you go either. Sukong sent a helpless emoji and typed, she told me to sell the house. Your mom is the richest person in Kyoto. Are you that short on money? Why don't you talk to your dad and ask him to reduce the dowry so you don't have to work so hard? Sukong finished typing and added a mischievous smile. This time, Wang Nan didn't respond for a long time. Sukong was regretting whether he had joked too much when his phone buzzed twice. He picked it up and couldn't help but laugh, feeling a tingle in his heart. Wang Nan had only replied with 2 words, annoying. The next day, after Sukong and Wang Nan finished their driving practice, driverly he drove the Maserati to take Sukong to the sales office of the Hongwei mansion. Yang Chen had been worried ever since Sukong left the previous day. That evening, he secretly called Zhao Rong, who told him 3 things. First, Qin Zong had entrusted his son to him, which was a sign of trust. Second, Sukong didn't want to be treated differently, so he should just play along and treat him like an ordinary employee. And most importantly, third, Qin Zong was very protective of his son, so he must protect Sukong and make sure he wasn't bullied. After hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly understood. It was like a prince leaving the palace to experience life. All he needed to do was act as if he knew nothing and cooperate to finish the charade. So this morning, Yang Chen arrived at the sales office early and waited in the lobby. As soon as he saw Sukong enter, he immediately greeted him, saying, "Su, you're here so early." Sukong was surprised by Yang Chen's enthusiasm and hurriedly replied, "Sorry, Mr. Yang. I had to practice driving this morning. I'll definitely be here before 8 tomorrow." "No problem, your situation is a bit special, I understand. Come on, the contract is ready, let's sign it." Yang Chen led Sukong to a table where the contract was already laid out. Sukong picked it up and glanced through it. There were many pages, and he thought to himself that since it was his mother's company, he didn't have to worry about being taken advantage of, so he flipped to the last page and signed his name. After signing, Sukong said, "Mr. Yang, this is my first time in sales, so there will definitely be things I do poorly. Please point them out to me, and I'll improve gradually. Also, I'm not afraid of trouble, just give me any tasks, and I'll handle them." Yang Chen was a bit surprised. Sukong's words didn't sound like those of a newbie in the workplace. He seemed quite composed. However, he recalled that Sukong's mother was Qin Wan, so it made sense that he had been influenced by her. Yang Chen, of course, didn't take Sukong's words seriously. It was easy to say nice things, but putting them into practice was another matter entirely. He smiled and said, "For someone your age to come out and work hard to earn money, that's already quite commendable. It's normal to have things you don't know. If you encounter any problems or difficulties, feel free to come find me anytime." As Yang Chen finished speaking, he noticed someone passing by and quickly called out, "Xiaoli, I'm introducing someone to you. Could you take him under your wing?" Li Shaoqin stopped in her tracks and asked in confusion, "Aren't new hires supposed to be assigned by manager you? This young man is special. It's better for you to take him under your wing. Just assign him some tasks." Li Shaoqin looked at Sukong with confusion. Besides being a bit younger, what was so special about him? However, since the boss had spoken, she couldn't refuse and said, "Alright, I'll take care of it." Yang Chen turned to Sukong and said, "Sukong, starting today, you'll be working under Li Shaoqin. Is that okay?" "Got it, Mr. Yang. Go familiarize yourself with the work environment first. I'll brief Little Li on the tasks," Yang Chen said. After Sukong had walked away, Yang Chen pulled Li Shaoqin aside and whispered, "Little Li, Sukong is a special case. He's going back to school after the summer vacation, so don't expect him to actually excel at sales. Assign him some simple tasks and just let him get by for the next 2 months." Li Shaoqin immediately realized he had gotten in through connections. She said worriedly, "I'm mainly worried that manager you will misunderstand." Yang Chen sighed and said, "Your manager is indeed quite capable in her work, but she has a sharp tongue. That's why I dare not entrust Sukong to her." Li Shaoqin laughed, "Are you worried that the newcomer will upset manager you?" "I'm afraid manager you will upset Sukong." Li Shaoqin looked at Yang Chen in surprise. After all, 20% of the company's business was handled by Yu Qing alone. If this salesperson wasn't as capable as her, then how powerful must this newcomer's connections be? Take my words to heart. Don't make any mistakes, and don't go snooping around about Sukong's background. Got it? Yang Chen said sternly. Li Shaoqin felt a chill run down her spine. She nodded and said, "Mr. Yang, I understand what to do. Alright, take Sukong to change into a work uniform first." Chapter 33, The Wealthy Second Generation Who Loves His Work. Li Shaoqin found Sukong wandering around, helped him change into his work uniform, and said, "You don't know anything yet. First, read through these materials to familiarize yourself with our company's basic operations. I'll assign you some simple tasks later." After speaking, Li Shaoqin handed Sukong 5 or 6 books. Sukong took the materials and said, "Alright, Ms. Li." Sukong found an empty desk, took out the materials, and began reading them carefully. Whenever he came across unfamiliar professional terms such as shared area, building spacing, or bay window, he pulled out his phone to look them up online. For questions he couldn't understand, he wrote them down beside the text. After some time, he heard a voice from nearby. "What are you writing?" Su Kang looked up and saw it was Li Xiaoqin. He said, "Sisterly, there are some things I don't understand, so I wrote them down to ask you later." Li Xiaoqin took a look and saw several questions written there. What is the difference between equal principal and interest mortgage rates and equal principal mortgage rates? How are they calculated? How do you distinguish between load-bearing walls and non-load-bearing walls in a floor plan? How can you determine the lighting and ventilation of a house from a floor plan? Li Xiaoqin asked in surprise, "Did you write all these questions?" Su Kang nodded and said, "Ms. Li, do you have time to help me answer these questions now?" Li Xiaoqin smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, but let's eat first. I'll teach you after lunch." Su Kang looked at his watch and realized it was already noon. The two went to the dining hall and heard the bustling noise around them. Su Kang followed Li Xiaoqin to get their meals, found a seat, and looked at the seafood and large shrimp in his bowl, asking curiously, "Sisterly, is the food at our company this good?" Li Xiaoqin was also puzzled and joked, "There's usually not this much food. Maybe they're treating you to a special meal to welcome you." Su Kang felt a bit embarrassed and said, "No, I'm just a newcomer at the workplace." Just then, Yang Chen walked in. Someone called out, "Mr. Yang, why is the food so good today?" Headquarters called yesterday and said our recent sales performance has been decent, so they allocated extra funds to improve our lunch. Yang Chen said while looking around. When he saw Su Kang, he nodded slightly. "Mr. Yang, I feel that the over 100 pounds of fat on my body doesn't deserve such a good meal. Could you convert it into cash and give it to me? I'll use it to buy some weight loss pills." Su Kang looked over at the speaker, noticing her plump face with 2 dimples when she smiled. "This is Su Yun. She's not very calculating, but she's quite fun." Li Xiaoqin introduced her to Su Kang. Su Kang didn't expect this slightly plump young woman to have such a nice name, but seeing her outgoing personality, she was indeed quite likable. Yang Chen, recognizing Su Yun, smiled and said, "You're the only one talking about losing weight, yet you're the one eating the most." Everyone burst into laughter. After the laughter died down, Yang Chen continued, "But everyone, I've already improved the quality of our meals. Can we all try harder next month to boost our sales performance? We have 24 salespeople, now 25. This month is almost over, and aside from Yu Qing and Li Xiaoqin, most of you only have 1 to 2 sales. There's still a lot of room for improvement." Yang Chen cleared his throat and continued, "Yu Qing doesn't need to be mentioned, she's always been our top performer. This month alone, she's already sold 7 units. Li Xiaoqin, last year she was just like the rest of you, only selling 1 or 2 units a month. But she loves to learn and think critically, and her progress has been remarkable. This month alone, she's already sold 5 units. So, those who put in the effort will be rewarded. You should all learn from her." Everyone turned envious glances toward Zhu Xiaoqin, as sales commissions are directly tied to performance. Let me also introduce our new team member today, Su Kang. He's a very handsome young man. Please give him a warm welcome. Yang Chen finished speaking and clapped his hands first. Su Kang stood up shyly and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Su Kang. Please take care of me in the future." "Wow, a young hunk. Do you have a girlfriend?" Just as everyone was clapping, Su Yun shouted loudly. The restaurant erupted in laughter, and everyone teased Su Yun, calling her an old cow eating tender grass. Su Yun retorted, "I'm just concerned about the new colleague. What are you laughing at? Enough, she's young and shy. Let's not tease her. By the way, where's Yu Qing?" "I didn't see her," Yang Chen said. "I just saw her leave. I wonder what she is doing," someone said. Yang Chen frowned but said nothing. In the afternoon, Li Xiaoqin answered a few questions from Su Kang from the morning, then went back to her own work. Whenever she had a moment, she would come over to Su Kang's site to continue helping him. Every time she looked at this focused young man, he didn't seem like the kind of person Yang Chen described as just coming to kill time. "Li Xiaoqin, take this document to headquarters." Just as Li Xiaoqin was lost in thought, a voice rang out. Li Xiaoqin turned her head and couldn't help but frown. She said, "Manager Yu, doesn't our company have someone specifically assigned to handle this? Besides, I have a client waiting for me here. It's not appropriate for me to go deliver the documents now, is it?" Yu Qing shot Su Kang a glance and said sarcastically, "You don't have time? Does your new apprentice, who just joined today, also not have time? Do you think he just arrived today and knows where headquarters is? Even if he finds headquarters, with so many people there, how would he know who to contact? Besides, Yang Zong said that Su Kang's work arrangements are under my responsibility. I'm the sales manager. All sales staff must follow my work arrangements. Don't come to me with excuses. If there's a problem, find a solution. Otherwise, why does the company need you?" Yu Qing said loudly. Su Kang, hearing the two arguing over him, hurried over to Li Xiaoqin and whispered, "It's okay, Li Jia. I know where the headquarters is." Li Xiaoqin said, "Sometimes the more accommodating you are, the more people take advantage of you. Let's go report this situation to Yang Zong." Su Kong said, Li Jia, I happen to be heading to headquarters for something. It's no problem, it's on my way. Li Xiaoqin asked curiously, what business do you have at headquarters? I'm not going to the headquarters, just nearby. My grandmother came from the countryside to Beijing today and arrived at Beijing Capital International Airport at 6 p.m. I'm going to pick her up with my mother, and she happens to work near the headquarters. Su Kong explained. Yu Qing sneered, handed the documents to Su Kong, and said, it's work hours now. Deliver the documents and return to the company promptly. Any personal matters can be handled after work. Yu Qing, it's almost 4 o'clock now. By the time he delivers the documents, it'll be 4:30. If you make him come back then, it'll already be after work hours. Do you think it's fun to make him run back and forth? I'm not targeting anyone. Everything must follow company regulations. You sound so righteous. Where were you during lunch? Where were your regulations then? Yu Qing's face turned red with anger and said, I'm the sales manager. I don't need to report my whereabouts to you. Su Kong saw that Li Xiaoqin was defending him fiercely and felt touched. He didn't want her to argue too much with Yu Qing for his sake, so he said, Ms. Li, never mind. I'll go fill out a leave request form. Yu Qing, seeing Su Kong cooperate so readily, snorted and turned to leave. Li Xiaoqin said to Su Kong, you're just too honest. Su Kong smiled awkwardly and said, it's okay, Li Jia. I'll go ahead then. Alright, the contact person should be listed in the documents. If you can't find anyone when you arrive, give me a call. Li Xiaoqin instructed. Alright. Su Kong exited the sales office and walked a considerable distance to ensure no one from the company could see him before taking out his phone to call Li He. Shortly after, Li He arrived in his Maserati and pulled up in front of Su Kong. Upon arriving at the headquarters of Icon Group, Su Kong opened the file folder and indeed saw an address on the cover, Icon Group Headquarters Building, 12th floor, contact person Sun Qian, followed by a phone number. Su Kong dialed the number, but the voice prompt indicated it was an invalid number. Su Kong thought to himself, how could it be an invalid number? Could it be that Yu Qing intentionally set me up? Su Kong told Li He to wait in the car while he got out with the documents. Seeing the security guard at the main entrance, he said, hello, I'm Su Kong from the sales department of manhwa. I'm here to deliver some documents. Call the person you're supposed to be in contact with and put it on speakerphone. We need to verify. Su Kong scratched his head and said, sorry, I just called the number on the documents, but it said it was disconnected. I'm sorry, but I can't let you in without a call. The tall security guard stepped forward, blocking Su Kang's path. Su Kong took out his phone and called Qinwan. Hello, Mom, I've arrived. Xiao Kong, you're so fast. Wait a moment, I'll come down with Yi right away. Mom, hold on. I need to deliver some documents to the 12th floor. Tell the security guard to let me in. Su Kong put the phone on speaker and said to the tall security guard, sir, please answer the call. The tall security guard muttered angrily, what's the use of calling your mom? You need to call the people upstairs. I'm from Icon Group. A voice came through the phone. The tall security guard recognized the voice and hurriedly took the phone, asking, which department of Icon Group are you from? I need to register you. I'm Qinwan. The tall security guard was momentarily taken aback and asked, which Qinwan? Another security guard nearby quickly tugged at his sleeve and said, it's the chairman, Mr. Qin. The tall security guard finally realized and said, hello, Mr. Qin. I'll have him come in right away. The tall security guard nervously handed the phone back to Su Kong and only relaxed when he saw that Su Kang's expression was normal. Su Kong said into the phone, Mom, I'll hang up now. Alright, after you deliver the documents, come to my office on the 24th floor. I'll be waiting for you with E. Alright, Mom. After saying that, Su Kong hung up the phone. Chapter 34, Su Kong has connections, but I don't? After entering the building, Su Kong took the elevator to the 12th floor. As he walked down the hallway, he saw a woman carrying a water bottle and hurriedly asked, excuse me, where is Sun Qian from the General Affairs Department? That's me. The woman turned around, recognized Su Kang's face, and said, oh, it's you. Su Kong also recognized the woman in front of him. She was the beautiful woman who had asked him to help move the display screen a few days ago. Su Kong smiled and said, oh, it's you. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Sun Qian recalled her embarrassing moment from that day and felt her face flush. She whispered, shouldn't you be looking for Mr. Qin? Why are you looking for me? Su Kong handed her the documents he was holding and said, I'm here to deliver these documents. Sun Qian placed the water bottle on the nearby table, picked up the documents, and began reading them. Curiously, she asked, why do you have documents from Hongwei? I work there to earn some pocket money, Su Kong chuckled. You? Working part-time? Sun Qian stared at him with wide eyes, seemingly unable to believe it, and asked, was it your mom, Mr. Qin, who sent you there? Yes, they don't know about my relationship with my mom. Sun Jia, you have to keep this a secret for me. Sun Shi laughed awkwardly. This young master sure knows how to play the game, pretending to be humble to get what he wants. But thinking about how someone from the Hongwei family might be going through the same thing as her, she felt a bit better. Son, she smiled and said, of course I will. I'll keep it a secret. Do you have anything else to do? Let's go to the 16th floor. Last time, your sister promised to treat you to milk tea. No need, son, yeah. My mom is waiting for me. Oh, okay. We'll do it next time. After Su Kong left, Sun, she took the documents back to her seat. This young man is really interesting. Sun, she thought to herself as she flipped through the documents, her brows furrowing deeper with each page. Finally, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Sun manager, what's the matter? The voice on the other end asked. Yu Qing, I've received the documents. Did you make a mistake? How could the most critical reports be missing? No way, I handed them over to Su Kong from our office and they were complete. Maybe he lost them on the way. Sun Qian looked puzzled and added, also, why is my phone number wrong on the documents? Did he change it too? I really have no idea what happened. But if the phone number is wrong, how did he get into the headquarters building? The headquarters building is his family's property, he can come and go as he pleases. Sun Qian, of course, didn't voice her thoughts. She smiled and said, if he managed to get in, he must have his own methods. Speaking of which, how do you plan to handle the missing documents? Ms. Sun, this report is crucial. I need to report this to our CEO, Mr. Yang, first. Once we clarify the situation, I'll arrange for someone to deliver it. There's not much to investigate. Even if it's lost, it's not a big deal. It wasn't intentionally handed over to the competition. Just get it done as soon as possible. Yu Qing chuckled, who knows? You can't judge a book by its cover. What if? Who would take responsibility for that? Are you accusing Su Kong of being a spy? Sun, she thought Yu Qing had lost his mind. Sun manager, I didn't say that. We should wait until the investigation is complete before making any conclusions. Sun, she looked puzzled and said, Yu Qing, this kind of thing has happened before. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. According to company regulations, Su Kong has only been there for a short time. Did he offend you in some way? Sun manager, Su Kong just started today. How could I have any issues with him? I'm just following the company's regulations. If you have no prior issues with Su Kong, that's best. Sun Qian paused for a moment before continuing, Yu Qing, we've known each other for years. I'm trying to advise you, Su Kong isn't an ordinary person. Don't target him at work. Just because he is easy to talk to doesn't mean the people behind him are. Plus, he is definitely not a spy. Think it through carefully. On the other end, after hanging up the phone, Yu Qing's expression fluctuated. Isn't Su Kong backed by Zhao Rong? Just because he has connections, does that mean I don't? Su Kong, don't blame me. Blame Yang Chen and Li Xiaoqin. They want to take my power away. How can I just sit here and wait for my downfall? Yu Qing walked to a corner, made sure no one was around, took out his phone, and made a call. Hello, Tao Good, you'll have to make a trip tomorrow. Yes, all the evidence is ready. Don't worry, the other party is just a small fry. Haha, once it's done, I'll definitely treat you to a wild night. Alright, bye. Yu Qing hung up the phone, wiped the smile off her face, and left calmly. On the other side, Su Kong, Xin Wan, and Lin Yi were in a Land Rover SUV heading to Kyoto Airport. Another Ferrari was empty, while Su Kang's Maserati was driven home by Li He. Throughout the journey, Lin Yi chattered non-stop, clearly excited. Suddenly, Xin Wan received a call. After listening for a moment, she glanced at Su Kong in the passenger seat and said, alright, I understand. Collect that woman's information tomorrow morning and send it to me. She hung up the phone. Su Kong curiously asked, Mom, what happened? Nothing, it's already taken care of. Xin Wan smiled and said, how was your first day at work? It's okay, but I feel like I don't know enough about the professional knowledge, so I'm a bit behind. Pfft, you're just putting on a show to impress the adults, Lin Yi scoffed disdainfully. Who said I'm pretending? I'm studying seriously. Who's like you, not doing your summer homework and playing games all day, not even bothering to pretend? Su Kong retorted. Mind your own business, you hypocrite. Xinwan watched the arguing siblings with a headache and said, Lin Yi, Su Kong is your older brother, 4 years older than you. You should at least show some respect. You don't even call him by his name. Is that appropriate? Lin Yi snorted and turned her head to look out the window. You always get upset when I mention it. Look at your colorful hair. You don't look like a middle school student at all. And your brother is right. You can play games, but you also have to do your summer homework and attend the classes you're supposed to. Don't just play all day. If your parents aren't around, I wonder who you'll rely on then. You guys are always picking on me. I'm almost 15 years old. I have the right to decide what I want to do and what I don't want to do. Even Xin Wan, who was a formidable figure in the business world, was furious at that moment. She glared at Lin Yi and said, you have the right to decide what to do, right? Fine, starting today, your allowance is gone. Since you don't want me to take care of you, don't use my money. If you don't want it, then don't take it. Who needs it? Lin Yi turned her head away, speaking defiantly. Could it be that coming back to her mother made Lin Yi feel uncomfortable? But at the party that night, she did seem to be defending me. Su Kang couldn't figure out what Lin Yi was thinking. Seeing the silence in the car, he changed the subject and said, "Mom, why didn't Grandma stay at home when she came to Beijing? There are plenty of empty rooms at home, aren't there? Is that your grandmother? You're calling her so affectionately." Lin Yi snapped. Su Kang awkwardly smiled. This young girl was in a bad mood. She would snap at anyone who crossed her. Xinwan glared at Lin Yi but saw her turn her head to look out the window. Xinwan sighed softly and said to Su Kang, "Although Grandma was saved, she's paralyzed on one side. Although we have maids at home, they're not professionals, so we've arranged for her to stay at a nearby rehabilitation center for gradual rehabilitation treatment." After speaking, Xinwan looked at the brother and sister and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They're both from the same mother, yet their personalities are so different. Chapter 35, The Two Brothers, Jiwen and Jiwoo. After arriving at the airport, the driver parked the car in the parking lot and Xinwan and the others went to the arrival gate to wait. After a while, they finally saw Lin Yongjian, who was pushing a wheelchair. Sitting in the wheelchair was an elderly woman with white hair, who must be Lin Yi's grandmother. Beside Lin Yongjian were a middle-aged man and two young men in their 30s. The middle-aged man wore glasses and was chatting with Lin Yongjian as they walked. The two young men, however, looked around nervously, as if they were country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time. Lin Yi ran toward Lin Yongjian, knelt down in front of the old woman, and saw her vacant gaze. Her heart ached, and she whispered, "Grandma, it's E." The old woman, Zhang Hongmei, seemed to hear Lin Yi's call. She looked at Lin Yi, uttering incoherent sounds, but couldn't form a complete sentence. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yongjian in confusion. He sighed and said, "Although your grandmother's life was saved, she will likely remain like this from now on, unable to eat, walk, or speak." After speaking, he let out another long sigh. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, felt tears welling up in her eyes, and small tears began to flow like a tide. "You said on the phone that Grandma was getting better. How could this happen?" Xinwan, who had been angry with Lin Yi in the car earlier, felt deeply moved by her genuine emotions. She helped Lin Yi up and said, "Your grandmother will need further rehabilitation therapy. She might gradually improve. Why don't you ask Professor Zhou? He's the best cardiovascular specialist in the country. Ms. Qin is right. With proper treatment, she will indeed improve gradually." Professor Zhou, the bespectacled man, looked at the tearful young girl but did not mention the low probability of her full recovery. "Thank you so much, Professor Zhou. I'm hosting a banquet at the Kyoto Grand Hotel tomorrow. Please do come," Xinwan said. Lin Yongjian also said, "Yes, Professor Zhou, if it weren't for you, my mother might have." "Mr. Qin, Professor Lin, there's no need to thank me. I'm a doctor, saving lives is my duty. But this time is different. You had to fly from Kyoto to Hunan province, endure the long journey, and stay by her side throughout the treatment. I truly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart," Lin Yongjian said. Professor Zhou looked at Lin Yongjian's earnest expression and said, "Alright, I'll definitely come tomorrow evening. I should head back now, otherwise, my wife will start calling again." After saying this, everyone laughed. After Professor Zhou left, Lin Yongjian glanced at his two nephews beside him and said to Xinwan, "This time, we owe a lot to my older brother's family for their help. Especially the two children, Jiwen and Jiwoo, who did a lot. This morning when we were about to leave, I found out that the two of them are currently unemployed, so I decided at the last minute to bring them along to see if there's any suitable work you can arrange for them." "Hello, Auntie." The two brothers, Jiwen and Jiwoo, approached and greeted her. Xinwan knew immediately that this was Lin Yongjian's way of speaking. Seeing the two brothers looking lazy and unmotivated, she felt a headache coming on and said indifferently, "Let's go home and talk about it later." Lin Yongjian saw Xinwan's displeased expression and knew she had seen through his words. He sighed inwardly. "These two nephews of mine are good for nothing. They're already 30 years old, haven't gotten married, and don't have decent jobs. Last night, my older brother and sister-in-law pleaded with me for hours. I thought, after all, they're Lin family children, I can't just let them waste their lives away. So I decided to act first and ask for forgiveness later, bringing them to the capital. I only hope that under my wife's guidance, they'll become more motivated." Lin Yongjian saw that Xinwan had already turned and left, and was about to push his mother to follow, when he heard Su Kang, who had been silent all along, say, "Uncle Lin, you've worked hard all day. Let me take them." Lin Yongjian looked at Su Kang in surprise, feeling disappointed in Lin Yi and his two nephews. He smiled and said, "Alright, thank you for your trouble. Let me do it." His older brother Jiwen hurried forward, took the wheelchair handles, and turned to Su Kang, saying, "You must be Yi's older brother. I'm her cousin Jiwen. The one behind me is my younger brother, Jiwoo." Su Kang politely replied, "Hello, my name is Su Kang." Lin Jiwen smiled broadly and said, "To be honest, we're all family. If you ever get the chance to make it big, don't forget about us two brothers." Su Kang looked awkwardly at Lin Jiwen and stammered, Oh, okay. Xinwan, who was walking in front, heard their conversation and frowned in disgust. Everyone arrived at the parking lot. Since the Land Rover Range Rover had plenty of space, Xinwan and Lin Yongjian accompanied Zhang Hongmei into the Land Rover, while the four younger relatives got into Lin Yi's red Ferrari. From the moment they got into the car, the two brothers, Jiwon and Jiwoo, began boasting about their glorious past in their hometown, mentioning how they were close friends with this official and had dined with that wealthy businessman. Sukong could only respond with a series of ahs in frustration, but Lin Yi was intrigued and kept asking questions, which only made the two brothers boast even more enthusiastically. You know, I have a friend who works at a securities company who's really impressive. He told me in March that a few stocks were going to skyrocket. I didn't believe him at the time, thinking he was just trying to impress me. But guess what? In just a few days, they doubled in value. I regretted it so much I could have kicked myself. How could you be so stupid? You missed such a great opportunity, Lin Yi said. Yeah, my brother and I weren't satisfied, so we invited that friend out to dinner again. But he said the opportunity had already passed. Then, just 2 days ago, he finally called me again and said the opportunity was back. It made me so angry. I can't even talk about it. Isn't that a good thing? Why are you upset? A few days ago, I invested all my money in a wind power project with another friend in the same field, and now I can't get a single penny back. Lin Jiwon, seeing that Sukong wasn't moved after all his setup, couldn't help but say, brother, do you have some extra cash? Why don't you invest a few million to try your luck? Don't worry, it's a sure thing. Sukong didn't expect the two brothers to brag and bring him into it, so he hurriedly said, oh, I'm still working a summer job, so I don't have any money on me. Lin Jiwon looked at Sukong suspiciously and said, your fourth aunt is so rich, how could she not give you some pocket money? Why are you asking him? He's the most stingy person in the world. Lin Yi had just told her not to ask for Chin Wan's living expenses today, and she was worried about how to earn some pocket money. The two cousins had brought her some good news. Lin Yi patted her chest and said, I still have 170,000 yuan. Let's make some money together. Sukong furrowed his brows. Such a clumsy excuse was hard to believe, so he couldn't help but remind her, why don't you discuss it with our mom first? Discuss what? I don't want her meddling, Lin Yi said angrily. Lin Jiwon chuckled, little sister, don't worry. Big brother will definitely help you make some money. Lin Jiwon turned to Sukong and said, brother, and you too, driver. My friend told me these insider details, but he made a mistake. This is something only we can know. Don't tell anyone else, or he'll be in danger. Did you two hear that? You absolutely must not betray your brother, and you must not let my mom find out. Lin Yi threatened. The driver, who had long since seen through the brothers' words, could only pretend not to hear and said, what were you just talking about? I was driving and didn't hear a thing. Sukong also said, don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone else. Sukong thought to himself, after all, mom isn't an outsider. Chapter 36, the sister-in-law is someone else. Upon arriving home, the servants had already prepared the meal. Despite their confident banter in the car, the two brothers now dared not breathe a word in the presence of Chin Wan. Lin Yongjian saw the two brothers sitting stiffly on the sofa and hurriedly invited them to sit down and eat. He then went into the kitchen to fetch a bowl of congee and fed it to his mother himself. Chin Wan watched her husband kneel before her mother-in-law feeding her, feeling both heartbroken and guilty. After all, those two brothers were her husband's own nephews. Treating them so coldly was indeed inappropriate. Chin Wan picked up a piece of chicken wing for each of the two brothers and said, tonight, the two of you will sleep in the guest room on the second floor. Tomorrow, I'll take you to my company and find something for you to do. What are you good at? The two brothers were taken aback by Chin Wan's kindness. The younger brother, Jiwoo, was more honest and quickly said, fourth mother, whatever you arrange, we will do. The older brother, Jiwon, waved his hands repeatedly and said, Aunt Chin, I know you have many projects under your supervision. Could you assign a couple of small projects for my brother and me to work on? Relying on manual labor, my brother and I will never be able to improve our circumstances. Chin Wan frowned slightly and said, alright, the two of you can start by working in a construction crew. If you do well, I'll assign a couple of projects to you. Jiwon and Jiwoo heard this and immediately lit up with joy. Lin Yongjian, who was feeding them, looked at his wife gratefully. When Chin Wan glanced at him, he quickly returned a smile. After dinner, Lin Yi generously took the two brothers on a tour of the house. Sukong took the opportunity while they were upstairs to quietly tell Chin Wan about what had happened in the car earlier. After hearing this, the slightest trace of guilt Chin Wan had felt toward the two brothers vanished completely. The next morning, since Sukong didn't have to practice driving, he arrived at the Hongwei Rinjia sales office before 7 o'clock. Seeing that the main hall door was still closed, he decided to take a stroll around the Hongwei Rinjia residential complex. The complex consisted of 12 residential buildings and 38 villas. Except for some landscaping, most of the construction was already complete. After walking around for a while, Sukong gained a clearer understanding of the layout of the community. As Sukong noticed that it was almost time for work, he was about to return to the sales office when his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Li Xiaoqin. As soon as he answered, he heard her urgent voice, Sukong, where are you now? Sukong felt a sense of unease and said, Ms. Li, I'm at the Hongwei Rinjia community. What's going on? I'm asking you, did you send the documents to headquarters yesterday? Yes, I handed them over to the person in charge. Did you hand it over to anyone else along the way, or did you accidentally open the documents and lose a few pages while you were on your way? Sukong quickly reviewed the process of delivering the documents yesterday in his mind and said, I'm certain I didn't. I only opened the folder when I arrived at the Icon Group building, so it's impossible for me to have lost the documents, and I definitely didn't hand them over to a third party. Ms. Lee, what's going on? Just now, Yu Qing suddenly came over with a few police officers, saying you're suspected of leaking company secrets and they need to investigate you. Come to the sales office first. If you're innocent, Yang Zong will speak on your behalf. Why does this kind of mess always happen? Sukong hung up the phone and walked toward the sales office in a foul mood. As soon as he entered the lobby, Suyun pulled Sukong aside and whispered, What did you do? Why are the police looking for you? I'm clueless too, Sukong sighed, then asked, Has something like this ever happened at the company before? Never. Any conflicts are handled internally. Why would we call the police? Just be careful and don't say anything wrong. All right. Sukong bid farewell to Su Yun and headed toward Yang Chen's office on the second floor. However, in the stairwell on the second floor, he bumped into a police officer. Sukong? Sukong looked up in surprise at the police officer in front of him. Tao Go, what are you doing here? I'm here on some business. What are you doing here? Buying a house? What are you talking about? I don't have enough money to buy a house in Kyoto. I'm just working here. You? Working? Wang Tao looked at Sukong suspiciously and said, You're not trying to deceive me, are you? I'm telling you, deceiving the police is not a good thing. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just ask anyone around here. You're not serious, are you? You're not the type who needs money, are you? Just looking for something to do. I don't want to just sit around at home all day. Wang Tao was speechless. How could there be someone like Sukong in this world? He stepped forward, gave Sukong a light pat on the shoulder, and smiled, Got time tonight? Let me take you out for some fun. Sukong looked at Wang Tao, smiled, and said, Let's not talk about tonight yet. Can you help me deal with this trouble first? Wang Tao perked up and asked, What's the matter? You were called here by Yu Qing, weren't you? Yeah, how did you know? She said there's an employee suspected of leaking company secrets. Wang Tao suddenly looked at Sukong and asked, That person isn't related to you, is it? Sukong sighed wryly, That person is me. Damn it. Yu Qing, that idiot, doesn't she know who you are? Wang Tao cursed under his breath, feeling embarrassed as he looked at Sukong and said, Brother, believe me, I really just found out. Tao Ge, how could I possibly leak my mother's company secrets? There must be some misunderstanding. You must clear my name later. Of course. Sigh, it's all my fault for being so careless. I should have clarified things beforehand before rushing over here. I've really embarrassed you. Wang Tao knew deep down that Sukong was innocent and that the so-called evidence in Yu Qing's hands was fabricated. But as he had said, he truly didn't know that the ordinary employee was Sukong. Otherwise, even if you gave him 10 lives, he wouldn't dare come over to cooperate with Yu Qing in the investigation. Wang Tao was sweating profusely behind his back, relieved that he had happened to encounter Sukong. Otherwise, once Qinwan found out about this, not only would Yu Qing be held accountable, but he would also be in big trouble. He whispered, Sukong, this is just a misunderstanding. Yu Qing and I have a little connection. Can we let her off? Sukong asked curiously, What's your relationship with her? Wang Tao's face turned beet red as he whispered, A romantic relationship. Oh, so she's your sister-in-law. No, she's someone else's sister-in-law. Sukong chuckled dryly. You're quite the player, aren't you? Chapter 37, Do As You Say. The two arrived outside Yang Chen's office. Even through the door, they could hear the intense arguing inside. Sukong pushed open the door. Besides Yang Chen, Li Shaoqin, and Yu Qing, there were also 2 police officers. Yu Qing saw Wang Tao leading Sukong inside, her eyes lit up, and she felt more confident. She said, Mr. Yang, I'll say it again. I'm doing this for the company's interests. Whether Sukong is innocent or not, the police will naturally investigate and clarify it for us. Yang Chen ignored Yu Qing and turned to Wang Tao, saying, Director Wang, this is an internal matter of our company. We will naturally investigate it thoroughly. Yu Qing reported it to the police without authorization, which violates our company's management regulations. I hope you can understand. Mr. Yang, what can our internal investigation uncover? Or are you doubting the investigative capabilities of the police? Wang Tao cleared his throat and said, Mr. Yang is correct. This is all just Ms. Yu Qing's personal speculation, and there is no direct evidence, so it does not rise to the level of a civil case. But if you investigate, won't the evidence come out? Yu Qing blurted out. Wang Tao cursed inwardly but remained calm on the surface, continuing, Earlier, I encountered Sukong in the stairwell, and he has already proven his innocence to me. Yu Qing, next time you encounter an issue, investigate thoroughly before reporting it to the police, otherwise, it will be considered a waste of police resources. Yu Qing stared at Wang Tao in shock. Why did Wang Tao suddenly change his story? Didn't he say he had to go back to the police station first? Why did he come back? Could it be that he already knew Sukong before? She recalled Sun Shi's warning over the phone yesterday. Perhaps Su Kang's background was far more complicated than she had imagined. Li Xiaoqin didn't understand why Wang Tao had given two different accounts, but overall, things were moving in a positive direction. Yang Chen, however, gave Wang Tao a meaningful glance but smiled and said nothing. Wang Tao looked at Yu Qing, who was still standing there in a daze, and finally couldn't bear it. He said softly, "Yu Qing, come with me for a moment. I need to talk to you." Yu Qing looked at Wang Tao blankly, then followed him out of the office. The two of them went to a secluded corner, where Wang Tao whispered, "Su Kang has extremely deep connections. Don't even think about going after him. Tonight, come with me to invite him to dinner. Apologize properly. Hopefully, the person behind him will forgive you and let both of us off the hook." Yu Qing stared at Wang Tao, too shocked to speak. Though she wasn't his legitimate wife, she had lived with him for years and knew of the power behind his family. If even he feared that man, who could Su Kang possibly be? Wang Tao returned to his office and Yu Qing followed silently behind him. One of the junior police officers said, "Director Wang, didn't you say you had to return to the police station first? Why are you back? I came to pick you up. Why are you still here? You're disrupting others' work." Wang Tao finished speaking and turned to Yang Chen, saying, "Mr. Yang, we've caused you trouble today. We'll head back first." "No problem." Yang Chen stood up, escorted Wang Tao to the office door, and said, "Director Wang, it's early in the morning, and there's still a lot of work to do at the company. I won't see you off. That's natural. No need to be polite." Su Kang saw Wang Tao leaving with the two young police officers, so he stood up and followed them. Just as he escorted Wang Tao to the entrance of the sales office, he heard a rush of footsteps. It turned out that Yu Qing had also followed downstairs. Wang Tao said, "Brother, I acted rashly today. I'll come back tonight to apologize." Su Kang laughed, "What are you saying, Tao Go? It was you who stepped in to teach that redhead a lesson at the KTV. Ah, it's nothing. You don't need to see me off. We'll meet again tonight." Wang Tao turned to look at Yu Qing, who looked dejected, nowhere near his usual confident self. He was about to say something when a phone ringtone suddenly sounded. Wang Tao saw it was an unknown number and was about to hang up, but then he suddenly thought of something and answered the call. "Hello, Officer Wang, this is Zhao Rong." The voice on the other end said. "So fast?" Wang Tao sighed inwardly and said, "Hello, Ms. Zhao, this is Wang Tao. I just sent a document to Director Wang's phone. Please take a look." After saying that, Zhao Rong hung up. Sure enough, Wang Tao's phone had just received the document. He opened it nervously. Inside were records of Yu Qing taking bribes, bullying colleagues, and fabricating false evidence yesterday to frame Su Kang. The more Wang Tao read, the more terrified he became, his palms sweating profusely. "Tao Go, what's wrong?" Yu Qing noticed Wang Tao's furrowed brows and pale face and asked. Wang Tao looked at Yu Qing with a complicated expression and said, "You've caused a major problem." Yu Qing felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. If even Wang Tao was saying this, what was he supposed to do? Just then, Wang Tao's phone rang again. It was the same call as before. "Hello, Director Wang, have you reviewed the documents?" Wang Tao's voice was low. "I've seen it. Do you know what to do, Director Wang?" Wang Tao looked at Yu Qing. Though he hated her for being reckless, seeing her so helpless and pitiful, he couldn't bring himself to hand her over. Su Kang witnessed everything. Though he also hated Yu Qing for framing him out of the blue, he couldn't turn a blind eye to Wang Tao, who had once stood up for him in a fight at the KTV and was closely connected to Su Chang. How could he stand by and do nothing? Su Kang said, "Tao Ge, let me handle this." Yu Qing looked at Su Kang in surprise. The person on the phone was someone even Wang Tao feared. Could he really handle it? Wang Tao's face lit up with joy, as if he had seen a lifeline, and quickly handed the phone to Su Kang. "Hello, Zhao Jia, it's me, Su Kang." "Haha, little Su, you're here too?" Zhao Rong's laughter came through the phone, a stark contrast to her earlier serious tone. "Zhao Jia, it was just a misunderstanding between me and Manager Yu. Please don't make things difficult for Tao Go and Manager Yu." "Alright, whatever you say." "Thank you, Zhao Jia. Let's have dinner together next time." Su Kang hung up the phone happily, returned it to Wang Tao, and said, "Alright, everything should be fine now." Wang Tao was deeply moved. He gently patted Su Kang on the chest and said, "Good brother, I owe you a big favor. Whenever you need me, just ask." Su Kang smiled and said, "I already said it was a misunderstanding. Once it's cleared up, there's no need to dwell on it." Wang Tao also smiled. This Su Kang really had no airs about him. Turning to see Yu Qing still standing there in a daze, he said, "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Su." Yu Qing snapped back to reality, bowed deeply to Su Kang, and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su." Su Kang hurriedly helped Yu Qing up and said, "Mr. Yu, no need to be so formal. There are many colleagues watching inside." Yu Qing looked at the shy young man in front of him, feeling deeply ashamed. Why was I so foolish yesterday? After Wang Tao left, Su Kang and Yu Qing returned to the sales office. Many colleagues glanced at the two of them and whispered among themselves. "Shao Kang, did you notice that Yu Qing apologized to you just now? Li Xiaoqing, who had also seen Yu Qing bowing to Su Kong, asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Li Jia, what should I do today? Su Kong said with a smile. I've already reviewed most of your materials from yesterday. Today, just follow me around and pay close attention to how I handle clients. Oh, okay. Thus, Su Kong followed Li Xiaoqing around all day. Since Wang Tao left, Yu Qing had been distracted all day. Whenever she crossed paths with Su Kong, she lowered her head and hurried past, avoiding eye contact. When interacting with other colleagues, she spoke softly, no longer displaying her former arrogance. Chapter 38. Who is Su Kang's mother? After work, Su Kong and Yu Qing both went to a Audi AA parked by the roadside. Xiao Kong, get in the car. Wang Tao, who had been resting inside the car, saw Su Kong approaching and hurried out to open the back door for him. Su Kong felt embarrassed by Wang Tao's gesture and hurriedly said, Brother Tao, really, I can do it myself. Get in quickly, Chang Gu and the others are waiting. Su Kong had no choice but to climb in. After seeing Wang Tao and Yu Qing seated in the driver's and passenger seats, he asked, Tao Gu, did you say Su Chang Gu is coming too? Yes, and Su Bin, Su Chi, plus the three of us. By the way, where's your Maserati? Why didn't you drive it over? It's so close to home. Why take a car? I always walk to work. You're really something. With such a low-key attitude, who would believe you're a rich second-generation heir? What's that called? Oh right, playing the fool to catch the wise, right? Wang Tao said with a laugh while driving. Yu Qing, sitting beside him, listened in horror. So he was from the Su family, no wonder Wang Tao was so familiar with him. The car soon arrived at its destination. Su Kong and the others got out and found that the entire street was filled with street food stalls. Due to the high temperature inside the shops, many owners had moved their tables outside. Looking around, there were people everywhere drinking beer with their shirts off, creating a lively scene. Su Kong, over here. Su Kong looked in the direction of the voice and indeed saw Su Chang and the others sitting at a table by the roadside. Su Kong and the others hurried over and greeted them. What surprised Su Kong was that Su Chang and the others actually knew Yu Qing. Su Chang, seeing Wang Tao with Yu Qing, joked, Wang Fatso, why bring your family? Aren't you just going to drink and eat without any main course? Everyone around them burst into laughter. Wang Tao laughed, what do you mean no main course? We'll drink and eat first, and after dinner, I'll send Yu Qing back. Everyone laughed even harder. Su Kong noticed that Yu Qing's face was red and curiously asked, what kind of main course? Su Bin stopped laughing and said, Su Chang, you still want to eat the main course? If Third Aunt finds out you brought Su Kong to that kind of place, do you think she'll spare you the whip? Su Chang wanted to be stubborn, but he remembered what happened to Lu Zhe a couple of days ago. He decided to give up. Being whipped with a whip was the least of his worries. Su Chang changed the subject and said to Wang Tao, Wang Fatso, why did you suddenly decide to treat us to a meal today? Are you up to something? What trouble? I'll tell you, I was scared out of my wits today. Wang Tao then recounted the morning's events to the others. After Wang Tao finished, Su Chang gave Yu Qing a disapproving look and said, Wang Fatso, you know the Su family? We never bully others, but we also won't let anyone bully us. Yu Qing listened from the side, feeling her ears burn with embarrassment. She stood up and bowed to everyone, saying, I'm sorry, Su Chang, I didn't know Su Kong was from the Su family. I was wrong. Su Kong hurriedly said, come on, Su Chang, it's just a small matter. Why make such a big deal out of it? Su Chang said, fortunately, Su Kong isn't hurt. If something had happened to him, not only would Aunt Su be furious, but the entire Su family's anger would be upon you, and you wouldn't be able to bear it. Yu Qing's face alternated between pale and red, feeling as though needles were pricking her back, unable to sit still. Wang Tao pulled Yu Qing to sit down and said seriously, Xiao Cheng, I wasn't lying when I said I was scared today. He took out his phone, opened the app Zhao Rong had sent him, and said, take a look at this. Yu Qing took the phone and stared at the content in disbelief. She exclaimed in horror, how is this possible? Did someone deliberately follow me? Wang Tao said calmly, yesterday morning, all the entertainment news was reporting on Lu Zhe's scandal. Do you know why? Because of the rape of a minor? Yu Qing wasn't sure, but that's what the news said. Such things happen all the time now. Why was he the one reported? Did he offend someone? Yu Qing suddenly looked at Su Kong and said, could it be that he offended Su Kong? If you had been this smart yesterday. Wang Tao sighed and continued, there's a saying circulating in our circle now, it's better to offend the emperor than to offend Su Kong. Su Kong awkwardly smiled and said, it's not that exaggerated, is it? Everyone looked at Su Kong strangely, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Wang Tao said, it's really that exaggerated? Su Chi sighed and said, I heard from my sister that Lu Zhe had a conflict with you around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, right? Yeah, that guy kept hitting on Wang Nan. I mocked him a few times, and he threatened me. Su Kong said. That's not the point. Su Chi interrupted, Lu Zhe was taken away by the police around 9 p.m., right? Seeing Su Kong nod, he continued, that means, from the time Lu Zhe got into a fight with you until he was taken away by the police, there were only 4 hours. In those 4 hours, not only did you collect evidence of Lu Zhe's crimes, but you also handed it over to the police, allowing them to make the arrest. What family in the capital could do that? Su Kang is from your Su family, right? Wasn't it your family who did this? Asked Yu Qing curiously. How could that be? We only found out when my sister came back and told us that night. Su Qi said. It was Su Kang's mother who took action, Wang Tao explained. Who is Su Kang's mother? Yu Qing asked again. Su Qi burst into laughter and said, so you didn't know anything and dared to fabricate evidence to report my younger brother? If she knew who Su Kang's mother is, she wouldn't dare do this even if you gave her 10 times the courage. Wang Tao turned to Yu Qing and said, his mother is your company's boss, Qin Wan. Yu Qing was so shocked she couldn't speak. She looked at Su Kang with a complicated expression, but saw him smiling at her, so she lowered her head again. No wonder Yang Chen was so polite to him, no wonder son, she said he would never betray the company's secrets. She wasn't the only one who noticed the suspicious things about Su Kang, she could only blame herself for being too arrogant. Ms. Yu, I didn't mean to hide my identity. I just didn't want to stay home all summer doing nothing, so I came out to work and earn some pocket money, Su Kang said. No, it was my fault for being too rash and arrogant. I offended you. I'm sorry, Yu Qing hurriedly apologized. Actually, Yu Qing wasn't intentionally targeting you either, Wang Tao said. Yesterday, your boss Yang handed you over to someone else to handle, right? Yu Qing thought Yang was intentionally targeting her, trying to push her out and take her authority, so she acted first. Sigh, this is also my fault. When she told me about it yesterday, I didn't take it seriously and didn't even ask your name. If I had mentioned it at the time, we wouldn't have this misunderstanding today. Alright, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'm sure Xiao Kang isn't the type to hold a grudge. Su Bin, who had been silent all along, spoke up as the waiter began serving the dishes. Wang Tao, we've been sitting here for ages. Where's your drink? We're just eating the food. Oh my goodness, it's in the trunk. I forgot to bring it. After saying that, Wang Tao stood up and walked toward his Audi. A moment later, he returned with a box of Mao Tai. Wang Tao politely poured everyone a full glass of wine. When it came to Su Kang, he asked, Su Kang, do you want to have a little something today? I'll just have some soda. I really don't drink. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Chapter 39, no one in the Su family refuses alcohol. Since the group had known each other for years and were all wine enthusiasts, the table soon became lively with toasts and exchanges. After Yu Qing had toasted the other Su brothers, there wasn't much left in her glass. She picked up the bottle, filled her glass, stood up, and walked over to Su Kang. Brother Kang, I was wrong today. I'm sorry. I'll drink it, and you can drink as you like. She downed the white wine in one gulp. She drank too quickly and choked, coughing continuously. Su Kang felt deeply guilty. This was already the third time she had apologized today. He poured out the drink in his cup, picked up the bottle of Mao Tai on the table, filled his cup, and said, Ms. Yu, let's put this behind us. I'll drink this cup too. Let's not dwell on it anymore. Hey, why are you so reckless? Su Qi, sitting beside him, hurriedly stopped Su Kang and said, it's your first time drinking, and you just downed it? That's 2.5 ounces. Aren't you afraid of ending up in the hospital? After saying that, Su Qi poured half of Su Kang's drink into his own cup and said, I'll help you drink some. Take your time. Su Chang burst into laughter. He walked over to Su Kang and said, I've been wanting to get you to drink for ages, but every time I saw Aunt Su standing by your side, I dared not. Today, you asked to drink yourself, so even if Aunt Su finds out, she can't blame us. Su Chang poured half of Su Kang's remaining wine into his own cup and said, Su Qi is right. Don't drink too quickly. I'll help you finish it. Then I'll take some too, otherwise I'll look like I don't fit in. Su Bin was about to take Su Kang's wine glass when Su Qi stopped him. Su Qi said, Brother Bin, Su Kang's wine is here with me. I'll share some with you. After saying that, he poured some of the wine from his glass into Su Bin's. Wang Tao also stood up, added some wine to his own cup, and said, let's drink together. He then downed it in one gulp. Su Kang finished the wine in his cup and felt a burning pain in his throat. Su Chang saw that Su Kang's cup was empty and laughed, that's more like it. There's no one in the Su family who can't hold their liquor. Yu Qing saw that Su Kang had finished his drink and knew that the matter was finally settled. A weight lifted from her heart. Su Kang saw that Yu Qing's furrowed brows had finally relaxed and smiled, saying, Manager Yu, I just want to work quietly at the company. Please don't reveal my identity. I understand, Yu Qing replied with a smile. She felt relieved now, not only because she hadn't faced any retaliation today, but also because this might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. After Su Kang joined the drinking session, the atmosphere became even more lively. However, since it was his first time drinking, everyone took care of him and didn't let him drink too much. Even so, by the end of the drinking session, Su Kang felt lightheaded and his whole body was burning up. Let us go, guys, let us head to the nightclub, Wang Tao slurred. I'll pass. My mom just called and said she is coming to pick me up, Su Kang said. Wang Tao staggered over, wrapped his arm around Su Kang's neck, and said, Brother, you're still a virgin, right? Want me to take you out tonight? Su Kang had already had a few drinks, and hearing those words, his mind wandered, his face flushed, and he hurriedly said, No, I have a girlfriend. I have a wife too. Men are like that as long as our hearts are at home, everything else is just for fun. Don't believe me? Ask Chang-gu. Which of them doesn't he have a mistress? After saying this, he deliberately wrapped his arm around Yu Qing's waist. Su Kong looked over at Su Chang, who said, Wang Fatso, why are you dragging me into this? Su Kong found it hard to believe. After all, Chang Ji's wife was the famous actress Lu Wen. How could he still be looking for a mistress? Wang Tao chuckled and whispered in Su Kang's ear, do you want to know who your brother's mistress is? Who? Su Kong was genuinely curious. She's also a big star. He's into that kind of thing. You fat idiot, don't you see where we are? Don't you care if others hear? Su Chang interrupted Wang Tao angrily. Wang Tao finally noticed they were still in the bustling city center, surrounded by ordinary people eating dinner. If someone overheard, it could cause a lot of trouble. Wang Tao turned back to Su Kong and said, don't worry, even if Wang Nan finds out, she won't say anything. Her father has several women. This is how things are in our circle. You'll get used to it. Before he could finish, Wang Tao noticed Su Chang coughing continuously and asked curiously, Chang-gu, why are you coughing so much? Did I say something wrong? Su Chang sighed helplessly, glancing upward to signal that someone was behind them. Wang Tao turned around curiously and was so startled that he sobered up instantly. He let go of Yu Qing's hand and whispered, Mr. Qing, you're here. Yu Qing was also startled, her drunkenness gone, and she called out to Mr. Qing before hiding to the side. Su Chang and his two brothers also stood up immediately and called out, Uncle Qing. Xinhuan gave everyone a dismissive glance and said to Su Kong, don't come to places like this to eat in the future. It's unhealthy. Su Kong hung his head like a scolded child and muttered an oh. Seeing Su Kang's demeanor, Xinhuan's heart softened and she said, let's go home. After seeing Xinhuan and Su Kong walk away, Su Chang turned to Wang Tao and said, Wang Fatso, are you a pig? I've been coughing for ages and you didn't hear me, did you? Sigh, I'll never brag again. Wang Tao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said. On the other side, Su Kong and Xinhuan returned to her Land Rover Range Rover. Xinhuan noticed the faint smell of alcohol on Su Kong and asked, how much did the six of you drink? We finished 6 bottles. Most of them were drinking, and I only had a little. Seeing that Su Kong was still looking scared, Xinhuan stroked his head and said, don't be afraid. Drinking means you're growing up, but don't drink too much. Excessive drinking is bad for your health. Su Kong looked up at Xinhuan, seeing her gentle gaze, and said, yes, I know. Xinhuan looked at her tall, slender son, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. If he continued to be influenced by Wang Tao and the others, she didn't know where he might end up. She said, actually, what Wang Tao said earlier was both right and wrong. It's true that in the world of the wealthy, people often have more than one sexual partner. But he was wrong because he was looking at it from the perspective of a second-generation rich kid. He only saw that many first-generation rich people have many women, but he didn't see how much effort those first-generation rich people put into improving their living conditions and breaking into the upper-class circle. Struggle is always the main theme of a man's life, and relationships are just a side dish. So I hope you're different from those second-generation rich kids. At least have some higher aspirations, don't waste all your energy on women. Su Kong was deeply moved. He nodded heavily and said, Mom, I understand. Xinhuan saw Su Kang's serious expression and knew he had taken her words to heart. She felt a sense of relief and said, if he were as obedient as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. She's just going through her rebellious phase. She'll grow out of it. Let's hope so, Xinhuan sighed. On the way home, the two chatted. Su Kong learned from Xinhuan that Uncle Lin's mother had been sent to a rehabilitation center near their home. As for the two brothers, Jiwen and Jiwu, who had agreed to go to the construction site yesterday, they slept in until they woke up naturally this morning. It was clear they weren't the type to work hard. How to handle these two brothers was giving Xinhuan a headache. Chapter 40, Li Jia, you're so amazing. The next morning, Su Kong and Wang Nan went to the driving school to practice driving. Su Kong felt that Wang Nan was different from usual today, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He just felt that her overall demeanor had improved. It wasn't until Su Kong left the driving school that he realized it was her eyes. Wang Nan's eyes now had a sparkle to them, like a lost child who had finally found their way. Su Kong smiled to himself. It was good that she had changed like this. Su Kong arrived at the sales office and found that the lobby was empty except for a few customers and staff members. Su Kong quickly stopped Su Yun, who was passing by, and asked, Su Jia, where is everyone? They're all in Mr. Yang's office for a meeting. Apparently, a senior executive is coming for a business discussion and they're making arrangements. Which leader? Su Kang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be her mother coming? But she hadn't mentioned it this morning during breakfast. I don't know either. Don't just stand there. There are so many customers without anyone to attend to. Go help out. With that, Su Yun hurried away with a stack of documents. Su Kong hurriedly agreed. Seeing a middle-aged couple looking at the property model alone, he brought over 2 cups of water and said, Sir, madam, please have some water. The middle-aged man took the water, glanced at Su Kong, and frowned slightly, saying, Are you a staff member here? Yes, sir. Is there anything I can assist you with? I just came from the neighboring Yulongwan community. The prices there are around 50,000, but here, most of the properties are over 55,000. Why is there such a big price difference? Su Kong felt a bit nervous. He recalled how Li Xiaoqin had interacted with clients yesterday and replied, it's because of the quality and environment. Oh, where exactly are the quality and environment different? Su Kong hadn't heard Li Xiaoqin mention this yesterday, but seeing the couple staring intently at him, he could only plunge ahead and say, our buildings here are 2 elevators per 3 units. If you're in a hurry in the morning. Their place also has 2 elevators and 3 units per floor, the middle-aged man interrupted Su Kong. But our area has hospitals, schools, and large shopping malls. It's very convenient. Are you serious? Yulong Bay is just across the street from you. Don't you think they have all those things there too? Su Kong's face turned red, and he didn't know how to respond. Seeing Su Kang's embarrassment, his wife tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to say less. The middle-aged man muttered under his breath, I wonder what's going on with that Hongwei family. Hiring such a young kid as a salesperson is really unprofessional. Good afternoon, sir. May I ask if you're here to view the property? Li Xiaoqin came down from the 2nd floor and happened to see the scene, rushing over to ask. Is this young man your employee? The middle-aged man, seeing Li Xiaoqin approach, relaxed slightly and pointed at Su Kong. Li Xiaoqin instinctively shielded Su Kong behind her and said, he's only been here for 2 days and is still on probation. He's not familiar with many things, so I apologize on his behalf for any confusion he may have caused you. The middle-aged man felt much better after hearing this and asked, why is your house several $1,000s more expensive than the one next door at Yulong Bay? Li Xiaoqin smiled and said, the first reason is the distance between buildings. Their buildings are much closer together than ours. If you look closely, the prices for mid to high-rise units between the 2 buildings aren't that different. The main price difference is in the mid to low-rise units because their buildings are closer together, so the mid to low-rise units have poorer natural light and ventilation, which naturally makes them cheaper. Seeing that the couple had been drawn in by her words, Li Xiaoqin continued, the second reason is the quality of the buildings. Our developer, Hongwei Rinjia, is part of Icon Group, one of the top real estate developers in the country. They have developed over 200 projects nationwide, and there are very few complaints about quality issues. However, smaller companies cut corners to save costs, using subpar materials. While there may be no issues initially, problems like exterior wall peeling and water leaks often arise after a while. Didn't you hear about the news last month? In a southern city, a residential building that had been completed less than 5 years ago experienced wall cracks. The homeowners sought compensation but received no response. So, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. It's an undeniable truth. The middle-aged couple nodded in agreement. The woman said, my son is getting married next year, and we need to prepare a wedding home for him. However, housing prices in Kyoto are too high. My husband and I sold our 2 homes in our hometown just to afford the down payment, so we have to be very careful in choosing a property. Your son is from another city and came to Kyoto to work. Being able to work in Kyoto and obtain Kyoto household registration must mean he's a pillar of the nation. The wife, hearing this, said proudly, my son graduated from Kyoto University. After graduation, he started working at a research institute in Kyoto. My future daughter-in-law was his classmate and is now his colleague. What a coincidence. I just sold a house a few days ago. The owner was in the same situation as you. He bought it for his son, who also works at a research institute. However, his son graduated from Beijing University. Su Kong watched Li Xiaoqin chatting and laughing with the couple, and he was deeply impressed by her. No wonder my mother told me to work in sales. It's truly a great way to build one's character. Su Kong snapped back to reality. He observed the questions the middle-aged couple asked and watched how Li Xiaoqin answered them. Well, Ms. Li, we'll head back for now. I'll bring my son over again in a couple of days when he's off work. The middle-aged man said. Li Xiaoqin handed him a business card and said, here's my card. Please keep it. When you come next time, please contact me in advance, and I'll set aside other matters to serve you personally. The middle-aged couple smiled happily and said, all right, thank you, Ms. Li. After the middle-aged couple left, Su Kong said sincerely, Sister Li, you're amazing. Li Xiaoqin smiled and said, actually, sales isn't that difficult. The key is to observe more, learn more, and think critically. Stay by my side for now, observe the questions customers frequently ask, and see how I respond to them. Ask yourself why during your free time, and make summaries. After some time, you'll be able to do it too. Su Kong nodded seriously. By the way, during the meeting, Mr. Yang mentioned that a senior manager from headquarters will be arriving shortly. You should be responsible for serving tea and water to the client. Even if there's nothing to do, act busy. Don't play with your phone or daydream. If the senior manager sees you, it won't look good. Su Kong replied with an O, then added, Ms. Li, I'd like to write down the questions the client asked earlier in your answers in my notebook. I'll study them carefully tonight. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll forget them over time. Alright, but make sure to put it away as soon as the senior manager arrives. Su Kong went to an empty seat, recalling the conversation between Li Xiaoqin and the client while quickly jotting down the dialogue in his notebook. Chapter 41, Negotiating on behalf of Icon Group. What are you writing? Su Kong was engrossed in his writing when a voice suddenly came from behind, startling him. Su Kong turned around and saw the person behind him wearing sunglasses and a mask. It was none other than Qinwan. Seeing no one else around, Su Kong whispered, "Mom, what are you doing here? I came to check on you and arrange a job for you." Qinwan spoke while picking up the notebook on the desk and flipping through it. After a moment, she put the notebook down and smiled, saying, "That is quite good. You're quite thoughtful." Su Kong frowned, looking unhappy. "What's wrong? Are you upset? You're the one saying that? You came all the way here just to see me. If my colleagues find out, how am I supposed to work? Pfft, I went out of my way to come see you, dressed up like this, and you're not even grateful." Qinwan finished speaking, sat down across from Su Kong, took out a stack of documents from her bag and ordered, "Go, get me a glass of water." Su Kong rolled his eyes but reluctantly stood up, fetched a glass of water for Qinwan and placed it beside her. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Qinwan say, "Don't go yet. Sit down and take a look at this agreement first." She then handed the agreement to Su Kong. Seeing that Su Kong hesitated to take it, Qinwan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm dressed like this, no one will recognize me. It won't affect you working here." Su Kong sighed and reluctantly took the agreement. Just as he opened it, a voice sounded beside him, "Hello, customer. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. This young man is new here and doesn't know much yet." Su Kong turned to look and saw it was Yu Qing. It turned out that Yu Qing had noticed the situation earlier. Seeing Su Kong looking so distressed, first handing water to the woman across from him and then showing her documents, he assumed Su Kong was being harassed by the customer, so he hurried over to check on the situation. Qinwan heard the voice and curiously looked up. It was Yu Qing, whom she had met briefly the previous evening. Yu Qing noticed that although the client was wearing sunglasses and a mask, there was something familiar about her. When she looked up, she saw those sharp eyes and felt a chill run down her spine. She softly asked, "Are you Miss Qin?" Before she could finish, she saw the other person frown, and she was so scared that she immediately stopped talking. She muttered an apology and fled the scene. "See, I told you no one recognized me," Qinwan said triumphantly. Su Kong couldn't help but roll his eyes, then looked back at the agreement in his hands. A few minutes later, he pointed at the agreement and said curiously, "Mom, are you guys about to discuss the joint development of the second phase of manhwa with Su Feng Real Estate?" Qinwan nodded and asked, "What do you think of the contents of the agreement?" "I think Su Feng Real Estate might be getting the short end of the stick." Qinwan said with interest, "Oh, why don't you tell me? It's clearly stated in the agreement that we will jointly fund the development of manhwa Phase 2 with Su Feng, but we hold 55% of the shares, while Su Feng Group only has 45%. Isn't that a disadvantage? Well, if I tell you that this agreement was drafted by Su Feng Group, then tell me how they came to this decision. Why would they agree to this arrangement even if it means they're at a disadvantage?" Su Kong thought for a moment and said, "Is it because the land was provided by us? Although we converted the land into equity, if we don't cooperate with them, they won't make a single penny. This way, even though they're at a slight disadvantage, at least they still stand to gain something." Qinwan nodded in satisfaction and said, "You're right, but that's only part of it. There's an even more important reason. Su Feng Real Estate currently only has businesses in Beijing and its surrounding areas. If this cooperation succeeds, they can use it as a model to collaborate with us in other regions across the country, leveraging our momentum to expand their business nationwide. So even if we ask for a larger share, they're willing to agree." Su Kong suddenly understood and asked, "So, Mom, what do you think? Should we go it alone or negotiate for a larger share?" Qinwan handed the revised agreement to Su Kong and said, "This is the version I've revised. Take a look." Su Kong quickly skimmed through it and exclaimed, "Mom, you're crazy. Not only did you not increase your share, but you actually reduced it? Isn't that like giving the money away? Why are you so worked up? If your colleagues see this, how will you work here anymore?" Qinwan said calmly. Su Kong glanced nervously around the room. Fortunately, the lobby was bustling with activity, and no one paid much attention to them. Su Kong said, "Mom, can you tell me how you came to this decision? Figure it out yourself. And by the way, you'll be representing Icon Group in the negotiations later. Stick to the new agreement." Su Kong reached out to touch Qinwan's forehead and said, "Mom, are you possessed today? Why are you talking nonsense like this?" Qinwan angrily slapped Su Kang's hand away and said, "You're now an employee of Icon Group. What's the problem? I'm just a lowly salesman. Is it appropriate for me to sign such an important agreement? Won't my colleagues question my authority? There's a way to handle that. I'll go now. Remember to sign according to the new agreement." With that, Qinwan stood up and left. Su Kong watched Qinwan's receding figure inside. Though he couldn't understand his mother's thoughts since she had arranged it this way, perhaps there was a deeper meaning behind it. Soon, a luxury car pulled up outside the sales office. Zhao Rong got out and walked in first. Yang Chen had been waiting at the door for some time. Seeing Zhao Rong arrive, he hurried forward to shake her hand and asked, "Is Miss Jean not coming today?" Zhao Rong smiled and said, "Miss Jean has a lot on her plate today and she's already made arrangements for how to negotiate the cooperation agreement." Zhao Rong scanned the crowd and finally spotted Su Kong in the back. She smiled and said, "That young man, follow me to the second floor meeting room. You'll be responsible for serving tea and water. Everyone else, go back to your tasks." Su Kong didn't expect such a simple excuse to resolve his identity issue, so he took the agreement and followed Zhao Rong eagerly. Yang Chen saw Zhao Rong and Su Kong going upstairs and followed them. Zhao Rong turned around and asked, "Mr. Yang, why are you following me? Aren't I going up?" Zhao Rong smiled at him without saying a word. Yang Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Then I'll go down." "Mr. Yang, once the people from Su Feng Real Estate arrive, please escort them to the second floor conference room." Yang Chen nodded and went downstairs dejectedly. The two arrived at the meeting room. After Su Kong closed the door, he whispered, "Zhao Jia, our equity has been reduced to 50.5% in the new agreement. You know that, right?" Zhao Rong smiled and nodded, saying, "I know. This was arranged by Mr. Qin." "Why? Won't we be at a disadvantage then? Didn't your mother tell you the reason?" "No, she just left." Zhao Rong smiled sweetly and said, "You're so smart you must be able to figure it out." "I have to figure it out myself. I'm not some old monk living in the mountains, what could I possibly figure out?" "Su Kong, come sit in this seat. From now on, you'll be the representative of Icon Group, responsible for handling all matters related to the cooperation with Su Feng Real Estate." Zhao Rong pulled out the chair in the middle of the conference table and gestured for Su Kong to sit down. Su Kong frowned and asked, "What about you?" "I'll assist you." Su Kong had no choice but to sit down in the main seat. Chapter 42, She Did It For You. Soon, there was a commotion outside the meeting room, and 5 people walked in. The one leading the group wore a white village robe, with her hair neatly tied up in a high bun, looking extremely elegant. "Fourth aunt, why are you here?" Su Kong exclaimed in surprise. "Shao Kong, what are you doing here? Whereas your mother?" Su Xiaolan looked at Su Kong sitting in the main seat and asked in surprise. "Our CEO, Mr. Qin, has a lot on his plate today, so he has entrusted Mr. Su Kong to handle today's cooperation agreement negotiations," Zhao Rong said from the side. Su Xiaolan's expression darkened upon hearing this. She feared the worst. Xinhuan has reneged on the deal and is too embarrassed to show up, so she sent Su Kong to negotiate instead. Of course, who would willingly give up their share of the pie? Su Xiaolan felt uneasy and said coldly, "If Mr. Qin is too busy, he could have just given me a call. Why bother us to come all the way here? How else are we supposed to sign the agreement?" "You?" Su Xiaolan glared angrily at Zhao Rong, feeling that every word she spoke was laced with sarcasm. Su Kong saw Su Xiaolan and Zhao Rong arguing fiercely and hurriedly said, "Auntie, Zhao Jia is telling the truth. Did you misunderstand something?" Su Xiaolan felt even angrier, but she spoke gently to her nephew, saying, "Shao Kong, where did you change the agreement? Let me take a look." Su Kong handed her the revised agreement while explaining, "Everything else is the same, we only changed the equity distribution." Su Xiaolan took the agreement from Su Kong, frowned, and asked, "How much did you ask to add?" "We adjusted it from 55% to 50.5%. "Ha? How much did you say it was adjusted to?" Su Xiaolan thought she had heard incorrectly and asked again. "From 55% to 50.5%. Su Kong repeated. Seeing Su Kang's serious expression, Su Xiaolan realized he wasn't joking. She looked at Zhao Rong with suspicion, but saw her still smiling. Su Xiaolan quickly flipped to the equity distribution page of the agreement and indeed saw that Icon Group had adjusted its 55% equity to 50.5%. Su Xiaolan still couldn't believe it. She stared at Zhao Rong and asked seriously, "Why did your boss, Mr. Qin, reduce Icon Group's equity?" Zhao Rong didn't answer Su Xiaolan's question but said calmly, "Our Mr. Qin had to withstand a lot of pressure from the board to amend this clause. We hope Mr. Su won't misunderstand his intentions." Su Xiaolan's face flushed red and white. She glanced at Su Kong, who looked completely bewildered, and suddenly understood the entire situation. She couldn't help but laugh. "Auntie, what are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at myself for being so shallow." Seeing Su Kong still looking confused, she continued, "Before, I thought your mother was more successful than me because of luck, but now I see that in terms of vision, ability, and I fall short in every way." After both parties signed and stamped the agreement, each took a copy. Zhao Rong held the stamped agreement and said, "Mr. Su, I need to send this agreement to headquarters. I won't be staying for lunch." Su Xiaolan waved it off nonchalantly. After Zhao Rong left, she turned to her attendant and said, "You all go out first. I'll chat with Shao Kong for a bit." Once everyone had left the meeting room, Su Xiaolan said, "Shao Kong, do you know why your mother decided to reduce her stake in Icon Group?" Su Kong shook his head. "It's for you." "For me? How could that be? I didn't get a single penny from it." Upon hearing Su Kang's response, Su Xiaolan couldn't help but smile and said, "The shareholders of Su Feng Real Estate are mostly members of the Su family. Your mother had you represent Icon Group in negotiations with Su Feng, which is essentially telling the Su family that her wealth will be inherited by you in the future." As for the shares of Su Feng real estate that originally belonged to you, she doesn't think much of them. If the Su family ever engages in power struggles over the shares of Su Feng real estate in the future, you won't be involved. I don't think so. I thought the Su family was pretty united. Su Xiaolan looked at her naive nephew and didn't know how to explain. She had always felt that if Su Kong had simply gone missing, the Su family would have found him long ago given their resources. But after years of investigation, there was still no trace of him. It was highly likely that something was wrong within the Su family. As for who was responsible, Su Xiaolan dared not think about it further. Perhaps Qin Wan had also discovered something, which was why she had arranged things this way. Su Xiaolan sighed and said, some things may not be as simple as they appear on the surface. Regardless, you represented Icon Group in making concessions to Su Feng real estate. Everyone in the Su family owes you a favor. If you ever have a conflict with anyone in the Su family in the future, the others will naturally side with you. After Su Xiaolan left with the agreement, Su Kong continued to reflect on what she had said. Though he subconsciously acknowledged her analysis, he couldn't accept it just yet. First, inheriting Qin Wan's fortune put immense pressure on him. After all, Icon Group wasn't just involved in real estate, it also encompassed logistics, apparel, medical equipment, and more, making it a true domestic conglomerate. Additionally, aside from Icon Group, Qin Wan privately owned a venture capital firm. Every well-known internet company and emerging industry firm in the market had her shares. The exact amount of wealth under her name might even be beyond her own knowledge. On the other hand, Su Xiaolan's subtle hint that the Su family appeared harmonious on the surface but was filled with power struggles behind the scenes made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The painful experiences from his childhood had made him dislike engaging in major emotional conflicts with others, and he especially disliked people who said one thing to your face and another behind your back. Yet, the Su family was his bloodline, and no matter how much he disliked it, he had to face it. Su Kong, what are you daydreaming about? Go eat. Su Kong snapped back to reality. No matter how the external environment changes, he would do what he loved. He was himself both the Su Kong of the Kyoto aristocracy and the poor teenager Lu Shuai from the small county. Seeing that Li Xiaoqin was still waiting for him, he called out, "Oh, here you are." Chapter 43, My Girlfriend Wang Nan. Time flew by, and the July south wind blew into August. Su Kong had been working at the sales office of Hongwei Rinjia for over a month. Though he hadn't sold a single house yet, he had become much more skilled in sales techniques and more confident when interacting with clients. At the driving school, he had passed the third driving test. Once he passed the written exam for the fourth test, he would finally get his driver's license. Over the past month, every weekend, Su Kong returned to the Su family courtyard to have dinner with his grandparents. Sometimes he would also go with Lin Yi to visit her grandmother at the rehabilitation center. Of course, most of his free time was spent with Wang Nan, either going out shopping or watching movies, or staying up late into the night to share their feelings over the phone. After Qin Wan introduced the two brothers, Ji Wen and Ji Wu, to a construction team, the two brothers stopped going to work and became addicted to games. Lin Yongjian had no choice but to make them move out of the house and rent an apartment near his mother's rehabilitation center, where the two brothers were tasked with taking care of the elderly. Lin Yi, after being cut off from her allowance by Qin Wan and then scammed out of her money by Ji Wen and Ji Wu, secretly sought out Lin Yongjian several times. Though he pitied his daughter, he also wanted to discipline her spoiled temper, so he only gave her a few hundred each time. This amount was far from enough for her expenses, and eventually she went to find Su Kong. Su Kong initially intended to tease her, saying, "Just call me brother, and I'll give you 1,000. To his surprise, she actually did it. Thus, a humorous scene often unfolded at home. Every time Lin Yi ran out of money, she would chase after Su Kong, calling him brother. Once she received the money, she would roll her eyes and strut back into the house with a smug expression. At that moment, at Beijing Capital International Airport, Qin Wan looked at Su Kong and said, "Are you sure you don't want me to go with you? I'm just going back for a graduation banquet and to pick up Mr. Chow. It's only 2 days. Uncle Li will accompany me. What's going on with Wang Nan? Why hasn't she arrived yet?" Su Kong checked his watch. There was only half an hour left before the flight departed. He said with a hint of worry, "I just called. She said she's stuck in traffic. She should be here soon." As soon as Su Kong finished speaking, he saw Wang Nan dragging a pink suitcase, rushing into the terminal building. Su Kong happily ran over, took the suitcase from Wang Nan, and asked, "You're finally here. Let's go board the plane." Wang Nan walked up to Qin Wan and said, "Hello, Aunt Qin. I was late because I had to prepare a gift for Su Kang's teacher." Qin Wan smiled and said, "This boy is bringing such a beautiful girlfriend back. I wonder how much face he's saving for him. He was probably worried you wouldn't come." "I didn't." Su Kong hurriedly protested, glancing secretly at Wang Nan, who had blushed. "All right, you two go board the plane. Stay safe." Su Kong and the others completed the boarding procedures and boarded the flight to Zhengcheng. The Zhengcheng branch of Icon Group had already arranged a car to wait at the airport, the same Mercedes-Benz as last time. However, this time Li He was also along, so they didn't ask Xiao Lu from the Zhengcheng branch to drive. On the way, Xiaobin called several times to ask where Su Kong was. After arriving in Daji County, Su Kong and the others didn't even go to the hotel, they headed straight to Chow Teacher's house. After more than a month, standing once again in front of Chow Teacher's house, Su Kong couldn't hide his excitement. He knocked on the door, and soon Chow Qian opened it. Su Kong exclaimed happily, "Hello, class monitor." Chow Qian was also delighted to see Su Kong. She called out to the house, "Dad and Mom, Su Kong is here." "Su Kong, you're here." Xiaobin came out from the living room and, upon seeing Li He and Wang Nan behind Su Kong, curiously asked, "Su Kong, who are these two?" "This is Uncle Li, and this is my girlfriend, Wang Nan." "Hello, Ms. Chow. I'm Wang Nan, Su Kang's girlfriend." Chow Qian hadn't been able to see Wang Nan clearly outside the door because it was dark. When she entered the house, she was stunned by her beauty. She felt a pang of jealousy. What was Su Kong doing? He hadn't been gone for more than a month, and he'd already found such a beautiful girlfriend. Men really do change for the worse when they have money. Xiaobin was also taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "This girl is really beautiful. Su Kong is a lucky guy." He then turned to Su Kong and scolded him, "You didn't even tell me you were bringing your girlfriend over." "I didn't prepare anything." Su Kong gave a sheepish smile and said, "We were in a hurry on the way and forgot." "Su Kong has a girlfriend now?" Liang Li, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, came out of the kitchen. Upon seeing Wang Nan, she couldn't help but say, "This girl looks just like a celebrity." Su Kong introduced her, "This is my mentor, Ms. Liang. Ms. Liang, you look so young and beautiful. Oh my, this girl has such a sweet mouth." Liang Li smiled broadly and said, "Come inside and get ready to eat. The meal is just about ready." Su Kong and the others entered the living room but found three people already sitting on the sofa. A man, a woman, and a teenager. They appeared to be a family of three. Xiaobin hurriedly introduced, "Su Kong, this is your teacher Liang's sister's family. They've also come to attend Xiao Qian's graduation banquet tomorrow and specially returned from Jiangchang." "Hello, uncle and aunt," Su Kong greeted them hurriedly. Liang Li's sister, Liang Su, had always felt superior since she married into the provincial capital. She had finally come to her sister's house once, but ended up waiting for a student and delaying dinner, so she was already impatient. She glanced at Su Kong and continued playing with her phone, saying, "You must be the orphan Su Kong that my sister-in-law Xiaobin mentioned. I heard you also got into Jiangcheng University?" Su Kong noticed her arrogant attitude but didn't take it to heart. He smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Mr. Chow's patient guidance that I managed to get in." Liang Su's husband, Zhang Haiping, and Xiaobin were both impressed by Su Kang's composure, especially Xiaobin, who marveled at how much Su Kong had changed in just a month. However, Su Kang's composure annoyed Liang Su. An orphan with no one to care for, how dare he act so arrogant? She snorted coldly and said, "Getting into a 985 university from a small county is indeed quite lucky. Unlike my son Liang, who is about to report to Kassel University in Germany." Su Kong glanced at the young boy sitting beside him, who was secretly turning his face away, pretending to watch the TV. Su Kong thought to himself, "This boy looks so shy, but he must be quite talented to get into a university in Germany." Wang Nan couldn't help but giggle and whispered to Su Kong, "The student who ranked last in our class is attending that same school." Wang Nan's voice wasn't very loud, but it wasn't quiet either, and everyone in the room heard it. Liang Su, embarrassed and angry, said, "You little girl, what do you know? This school is ranked among the top few in Germany. It's not just any school you can get into. Well, it's not that easy. You have to spend some money." Liang Su stood up abruptly, her chest heaving with anger. Wang Nan was telling the truth. Her son wasn't actually that good at school, and she had to pull strings and spend a fortune to send him abroad. But the sense of superiority she had cultivated over the years in front of her sister's family wouldn't allow her to admit the truth. Liang Su sneered and said, "Someone like you, who only knows how to talk about love, probably can only get into a domestic diploma mill. You have no idea how difficult it is to study abroad." Wang Nan was about to retort, but saw Su Kong give her a stern look, knowing he didn't want to make Chow Teacher uncomfortable. She huffed and remained silent. "What are you talking about? Come to the table and eat." Liang Li walked over carrying a dish, instructing, "Shanxian, go get the disposable chopsticks and bowls. And old Chow, don't just stand there, go get the Mao Tai that Su Kong's mother sent over last time. Today, you should have a drink with your brother-in-law." Xiaobin wasn't very happy. He never had a good impression of the Liang family, and he really didn't want to use such good wine to entertain them. "You still have Mao Tai at home? Let me take a look. You don't know how widespread counterfeit alcohol is these days." Zhang Haiping, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Xiaobin sighed and took a bottle of Mao Tai from the cabinet and placed it on the table. Zhang Haiping opened the packaging, examined the cap, checked the label, shook the bottle, and finally opened the cap to sniff the aroma. Xiaobin watched Zhang Haiping act as if he were putting on a show, feeling even more annoyed. "How about it? Is it real Mao Tai?" Liang Su leaned over and asked. "It should be real," Zhang Haiping chuckled, turning to Xiaobin and said, "Hey, brother-in-law, we're just having dinner as a family, why be so formal with Mao Tai?" Xiaobin replied indifferently, "It's only proper." Chapter 44, Showing Off Superiority. As dish after dish was served, Chaobin hurriedly gestured for everyone to sit down. Zhang Haiping's family naturally took their seats at the head of the table. Chaobin noticed Li He sitting in the corner and hurriedly said to him, "Uncle Su Kong, why are you sitting over there? Come sit next to me. Let's have a drink." Li He waved his hands and said, "No need. I have to drive later. This is fine here. Su Kong, tell your uncle to come sit over here. Have a drink, Uncle Li. It's okay. We can take a taxi back to the hotel later." Su Kong also urged him. "That's not appropriate," Li He replied. Though he loved wine, he had rarely drunk since becoming the Qin family's driver, and he was now tempted. Su Kong smiled and said, "This is Mr. Chow's house. He's the host, we should listen to him." Li He had no choice but to sit down next to Chaobin. Chaobin poured wine for Li He while saying, "By the way, Su Kong, you're now a college student to be. You can drink now. Want some? I don't drink much. If you can't hold your liquor, just drink a little." Chaobin took the cup from Su Kong's side and poured some for him as well. "Dad, pour less. Su Kong already said he doesn't drink well." Chao Qian regretted her words immediately. Even the official girlfriend didn't say anything, so why was she in such a hurry? Chaobin gave his daughter a strange look. Seeing her flushed face, he guessed she had realized she had said something wrong and was feeling embarrassed. Chaobin glanced at Wang Nan again, but she looked calm and composed. Chaobin poured half a cup for Su Kong and asked, "Su Kong, is your girlfriend also taking the college entrance exam this year?" "Yes, but she is in Beijing, so our exams are different." "Which university did she get into?" "Also Zhengzhou University." Chaobin's eyes lit up and he said, "Oh, that's pretty good too. The three of you will all be at the same university." Liang Li chimed in, "I didn't expect this girl to not only be pretty but also so smart." "Oh, it's Zhengzhou University. I thought it was Harvard or Oxford earlier." Liang Su, upon hearing that Wang Nan was only attending a domestic university, felt a sense of superiority rise again. Everyone present frowned upon hearing this. Liang Li was also a bit annoyed with her sister. After all, the other woman had come all the way from Beijing to attend her daughter's graduation banquet. Why be so harsh? She laughed it off and said, "Everyone, hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold." Liang Su saw that no one was speaking and didn't notice that she had offended everyone. Instead, she said triumphantly, "Sister, do you have a knife and fork? To help my son Liang adapt to Western dining habits, we've been using European noble dining utensils at home. Now he is a bit unaccustomed to using chopsticks." Wang Nan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing Liang Su glaring at her, she said, "Sorry, I just thought of something funny and couldn't help it." "Go on. You don't know anything. The major civilized countries in the world all use knives and forks." Liang Li said awkwardly, "Where am I supposed to find Western-style cutlery now?" "Mom, I'll just use chopsticks. They're the same." Zhang Liang, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. "Forget it then. I should have brought that set of cutlery from home." Chaobin, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere at the table, raised his wine glass and said, "Come on, let us drink." After a few rounds of drinks and several courses, Chaobin had already brought out the second bottle of Maotai. Although Zhang Haiping had some money, he didn't often drink Maotai, and he was now in a state of mild intoxication. He slurred his words as he asked Li He, "Where do you work in Beijing? What high position?" "I'm just an ordinary driver." Zhang Haiping grew even more arrogant. "As it happens, I've been looking for a private driver lately. Can you drive a Mercedes-Benz? Why don't you come work for me? I'll pay you 8,000 a month." "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Jiang. I don't drive Mercedes-Benzes very often." Liang Su heard this and chuckled, then turned to her son and said, Liang, when you go to Europe, you must study hard. Otherwise, you won't even be able to afford a Mercedes-Benz." The Chaobin family stood nearby, listening uncomfortably, frowning but saying nothing. "It doesn't matter if it's not a Mercedes-Benz. You can always learn to drive one." Zhang Haiping took a sip of his spare rib soup and continued, "Xiaolu, what kind of car do you usually drive?" "I mostly drive a Land Rover Range Rover. I occasionally drive a Ferrari, Porsche, or Rolls-Royce, but now I mainly drive a Maserati. To be honest, this is the first time I've driven a Mercedes-Benz, and I'm not used to it yet." Su Haiping exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, are you serious?" Li He sighed helplessly, "Why would I lie to you? You must be driving for some prominent family in Kyoto, right?" Li He glanced at Su Kong and said, "Sort of. Can I ask who the important person you're driving for is? Could you introduce me? Aren't you already acquainted with him, Mr. Su?" "Which Su Gongzi?" "Su Kong, Mr. Su." Everyone present, except for Wang Nan, turned to look at Su Kong. "How is that possible? Aren't you his uncle?" Liang Su said from the side. "Mr. Su has always been very polite and insists on calling me Uncle Li." Seeing everyone looking at him again, Su Kong said embarrassedly, "I think we're all the same. There's no need to place too much importance on one's status." "Well said," Chaobin said with a satisfied smile, then turned to his daughter Chao Qian and said, "Shanshan, see? You've been studying the classics correctly. A person must understand right from wrong and not let material conditions be the sole standard for how one conducts oneself in the world. Chao Qian knew her father was saying this on purpose. She had long been unable to tolerate her aunt's family's superior attitude. She said, "Dad, I'm reading the sacred texts of our nation that have been passed down for thousands of years. I'm not reading some Western book on noble etiquette. How could I not know that?" Liang Li watched the father and daughter mocking her sister's family in unison, and she felt a bit of satisfaction, though her sister's face looked rather unpleasant. If he were the son of a prominent family, how could he have only attended an ordinary 985 university? Wang Nan had previously refrained from responding to Liang Su's mockery out of consideration for Mr. Chao's feelings. But now that Mr. Chao had stepped in personally, she couldn't hold back anymore and immediately retorted, if Su Kong wanted to, he could choose any university in the world. He chose Jianzhou University because he earned his spot there through his own efforts. Plus, I've already received an admission letter from Oxford University. I chose Jianzhou University because I think the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Don't even bring up Western noble dining etiquette, my dog won't even eat Western food. Liang Su snorted coldly, lifting her head and said, who knows if what you're saying is true or not? Boasting isn't a crime. In 2 days, Mr. Chao's family will be going to Kyoto to attend the farewell banquet for my son, Su Gongzi. The truth will be revealed then. Li He saw that Liang Su was still acting so high and mighty, and couldn't help but speak up. You say you're just a commoner, yet you're showing off your superiority in front of Su Gongzi. After saying this, Li He felt a sense of relief. If Su Kong blamed him later, he could just say he was drunk and didn't remember. Liang Su's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Li He's last words completely shattered her vanity. She glared fiercely at her husband beside her but eventually lowered her proud head. Chapter 45, The Best Reward. Dinner ended quickly, and the Liang Su family left in a hurry without lingering for a moment. Liang Li wanted to see them off, but upon seeing her sister's ugly expression, she reluctantly gave up. Su Kong helped Xiaobin's family clean up the leftovers and then took out the suitcase he had brought from the capital. Xiaobin curiously asked, Su Kong, what are you doing? Su Kong smiled and said, I brought a lot of specialties from the capital for Mr. Chao. Liang Li and Xiao Qian gathered around upon hearing this. Xiao Qian asked curiously, is there any Kyoto-style roast duck? Of course there is. Su Kong opened the suitcase, took out the boxed Beijing roast duck, and handed it to Xiao Qian, saying, here, for you. He then took out a yellow fox fur coat and said, Ms. Liang, my mother asked me to give you this fox fur coat. She bought it last year but didn't like the style, so she never wore it. Look, the tag is still on it. Isn't this too expensive? Liang Li felt embarrassed to accept it. Su Kong directly handed the coat to Liang Li and said, what's expensive or not? If you don't want it, my mom will just leave it in the closet to gather dust. Su Kong then took out a watch and handed it to Chao Bin, saying, Mr. Chao, this watch was given to me by my uncle. I already have one, so I'll give this one to you. Chao Bin's old watch on his wrist had been worn for over a decade, and he had always been reluctant to replace it. Seeing Su Kong give him a watch, he was naturally overjoyed. He took the watch from Su Kong, feeling its smooth texture and elegant design, and asked hesitantly, is this very valuable? I'm not sure, but it should be okay. Su Kong then took out several pieces of clothing, a leather belt and a wallet to give to Chao Bin. He also took out a lady's handbag, a lady's watch, and a set of expensive skincare products for Liang Li. Finally, he prepared a pink lady's handbag and the latest model Apple iPhone 5 for Chao Qian. Chao Bin quickly returned the phone to Su Kong and said, Xiao Kong's phone is too expensive. Shanqian is still a student, she doesn't need such a good phone. Wang Nan, who was standing nearby, chuckled softly. After all, the phone was the cheapest item there. Su Kong awkwardly took the phone back, glancing nervously at Mr. Chao. Chao Qian, who had her first handbag, excitedly put it on and admired herself in the mirror. Mom, do you think the handbag Su Kong gave me is nice? It's beautiful. Hurry up and thank him. Liang Li saw her daughter so happy and couldn't help but smile herself. Her daughter had grown up so much, yet she had never bought her any cosmetics or a handbag. Chao Qian opened the zipper of the bag and found a note inside. Curious, she took it out and read it, her face turning pale as she gasped in shock. Liang Li noticed Chao Qian's unusual expression and quickly took the note from her. She asked in disbelief, Su Kong, is this tiny little bag really worth 5,000? Chao teacher, who had been happily fiddling with the watch Su Kong had given him, turned pale upon hearing this. He took the note from Liang Li and said, Xiao Kong, tell me the truth. How much does this handbag really cost? Su Kong saw Chao teacher's serious expression and felt regretful for forgetting to remove the price tag from the bag. Realizing the truth had been exposed, he could only nod slightly. What about this watch? How much is it? This one is really a gift from my uncle. Su Kong raised his wrist and said, look, I already have a watch. Even if your uncle gave it to you, it still has a price. How much? Su Kong felt like he was back in high school. Looking at Mr. Chao's serious expression, he dared not lie. This watch is over 30. Such a nice watch can't possibly be only 30-something. Do you think I've never bought a watch before? 30,000. Xiaobin gasped in shock. 30,000 could buy a house outright in this small county. What about this cashmere sweater? Over 70,000. A single piece of clothing costs over 70,000? Why doesn't he just go rob someone? Xiaobin pulled his hand away from Liang Li's grip, revealing the watch on his wrist, and asked, what about your mentor's watch? Over 160,000. What about your mentor's handbag? Over 80,000. Well, my belt and wallet should be cheaper, right? Those two can be cheaper, just over 20,000. Xiaobin took off the watch on his wrist, raised it high as usual, and was about to slam it down on the table when he remembered its value and gently put it back down. He said angrily, take it back. Take it all back. I don't need it. Turning to see Su Kong standing there, looking at him helplessly, he softened his heart. Sighing, he said, Su Kong, this makes me very sad. I'd rather you come back empty-handed than bring so many expensive gifts. You make me feel unworthy of being a teacher. Liang Li gently tugged at Xiaobin's sleeve and said, calm down. This is his heartfelt gesture. Your attitude is making Su Kong feel very hurt. Liang Li turned to see Su Kong with his head down, looking like a child who had done something wrong, and said, Xiao Kong, you are a grateful child, and that's a good thing. But you also know that we teachers have discipline and professional ethics. If you bring such expensive gifts every time you visit, what would that make me in Xiao teacher? Besides, we face students every day and stand by the blackboard. What use do we have for such fine fur coats, watches, and handbags? Su Kong lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. He choked out, I'm sorry, Mr. Chow. I was wrong. Xiaobin, after all, cared deeply for his student. Seeing Su Kong crying, he walked over, embraced Su Kang's head, and gently patted his back, saying, You're a good student. Really, you're the most outstanding student I've had in all my years of teaching. Let me tell you, teachers don't need any gifts from you. Getting into Jiangcheng University is the best reward you can give your teacher. Liang Li spoke softly from the side, alright, stop crying. We'll accept the gift you gave this time, but please don't go to such trouble again. Su Kong wiped away his tears and nodded firmly. Wang Nan watched quietly from the side. She finally understood why not only Su Kong, but even Qin Wan, who had seen so many people, respected this Chow teacher so much. The peach and the plum do not speak, yet their paths are trodden. The ancients did not deceive me. Wang Nan suddenly glanced aside and saw Chao Qian gazing tenderly at Su Kong, a strong sense of crisis rising in her heart. Chapter 46, Pay attention to your influence. The next morning at the Binhe Grand Hotel, Su Kong got up early again. After washing up, he went to the hotel restaurant and found that although the free breakfast was quite abundant, several local specialty breakfast items were missing. He went outside the hotel and bought a double portion of hot dry noodles, egg wine, and bean curd skin from a small stall. He brought them back to the hotel restaurant and called Wang Nan and Li He, asking them to come down for breakfast. Soon, Wang Nan and Li He appeared at the restaurant entrance. Come quickly. I specially went out to buy some local specialty breakfast items. Come try them. You got up so early just to go out and buy breakfast? Wang Nan asked in surprise. Su Kong scratched his head awkwardly and said, It's your first time in my hometown, so I wanted you to try some local specialties. I didn't see any here, so I went out to buy some. Su Kong handed the hot dry noodles to Wang Nan and said, Try our southern-style noodles. Wang Nan picked up the chopsticks and took a bite, furrowing his brows. This tastes a bit off. Don't you like it? Su Kong asked. Li He, who was sitting beside them, laughed and said, Hot dry noodles are alkaline noodles. Most people from the north don't get used to them at first. But after eating them a few times, you'll find the taste is actually quite good, especially when paired with egg wine. It's absolutely delicious. Wang Nan took another bite of the noodles and sipped the egg wine, still frowning. She pushed the bowl of hot dry noodles back towards Su Kong and said, I still can't get used to this, but the egg wine is pretty good. Wang Nan pointed to the bean curd skin beside her and asked, What's this called? It looks delicious. This is tofu skin. Try some. Su Kong picked up the bowl of hot dry noodles Wang Nan had eaten from and said. Under Wang Nan's puzzled gaze, Su Kong picked up his chopsticks and started eating the bowl of hot dry noodles from Wang Nan's plate. Wang Nan's face flushed instantly, and she said in a soft voice, Why are you eating what I left? Ah, you pushed the hot dry noodles toward me. Isn't that an invitation to eat? Was that what I meant just now? It's okay, I don't mind, Su Kong said with a smile. You dare to look down on me? You have to finish your noodles today. Li He saw the young couple teasing each other and, knowing better, carried the hot dry noodles away. After breakfast, Li He didn't want to be a third wheel, so he went back to the hotel to rest. After all, the graduation banquet was at the Binhe Grand Hotel in the afternoon. Su Kong took Wang Nan to his alma mater, County First High School, but the gates were locked. Su Kong pleaded and begged, and finally, after calling Mr. Chow, the security guard let them in. Su Kong led Wang Nan through the playground, basketball court, dormitory building, and cafeteria. This was where he had lived for 3 years. Returning here now, he felt that everything had changed, yet it was still strangely familiar. As they walked slowly, Su Kong recounted many amusing stories from his high school days to Wang Nan. Finally, Su Kong led Wang Nan into the classroom building and stopped at the door of a classroom. He pointed through the window at a seat and said, "Look, that's where I used to sit." Chao Qian sat in front of me. Whenever Chao teacher's family had something delicious to eat, they would ask Chao Qian to bring me a portion. Wang Nan, hearing Su Kong mention Chao Qian again, felt a pang of jealousy and said, "Chao Qian is so pretty, and she's Mr. Chao's daughter. Didn't you have any feelings for her back then?" Su Kong seemed to recall a time when Chao Qian came to evening self-study after washing her hair. Her long, black hair naturally fell over her shoulders, and the pleasant scent of shampoo lingered in the air, a memory he still cherished. Su Kong smiled faintly and said, "I did have a crush on her back then." "What about now?" Su Kong looked at Wang Nan in surprise and said, "Now I have you, don't I? But what if one day you find out Chao Qian also likes you?" "That's impossible. Chao Qian is a very independent and goal-oriented girl. She knows I'm with you, why would she still like me?" Su Kong defended himself loudly. Wang Nan recalled Chao Qian's gaze from last night and sighed, saying, "Sometimes loving someone is irrational, even irrational. Do you remember our first date? After we watched the movie and had dinner, we ran into your father's mistress in the parking lot. At that time, I said that unless you stop liking me one day, I will definitely marry you. Whether it's a month, a year, or a lifetime, no matter who asks, I will always answer the same way." Wang Nan's eyes welled up with tears, and she threw herself into Su Kong's arms, clinging tightly to his waist and said, "Su Kong, the better you are, the less secure I feel." Su Kong gently patted Wang Nan's back and said, "Don't worry. I won't become like your father, and I won't be like those second-generation rich kids in Beijing who waste their lives on parties and alcohol." Wang Nan looked up at Su Kong and said, "Su Kong, let's get married after we graduate from university, okay?" "No, let's go now." Su Kong gently wiped away the tears from Wang Nan's eyes and said, "We're not old enough yet. Come on, stop crying. Your face is all tear-stained. What are you two students doing?" Just as the two were gazing at each other romantically, a shout came from the distance. The two hurriedly separated and straightened their clothes. A teacher hurried over. Su Kong quickly said, "Sorry, teacher, we've already graduated. We were just passing by our old school, so we came in to take a look." The teacher, seeing the boy's innocent expression and the girl's tear-stained face, said, "This is still a school. You should be more mindful of your behavior." With that, he turned and left. Su Kong took Wang Nan's hand and said, "Let's go. It's almost time. We should head to Chao Qian's graduation banquet." After saying that, Su Kong nervously looked at Wang Nan. She wouldn't still be jealous, would she? Wang Nan saw Su Kong looking at her, quickly kissed him on the cheek, then giggled. The teacher heard the laughter, paused briefly, then smiled and left. Chapter 47. The family across the street is also holding a graduation banquet. When they arrived at the Binhu Grand Hotel again, it was already 10:30 a.m. Su Kong saw Chao teacher's family at the hotel entrance, carrying bottles of alcohol and gifts into the hotel. Su Kong hurried over and said, "Mr. Chao, let me help you." He then reached out to pick up a box of white wine. Chao Bin hurriedly stopped him, saying, "There's not much to carry. Why bother you? Go accompany your girlfriend instead." Wang Nan also picked up a box of gifts and said, "It's okay, Mr. Chao. We can each carry a little, and it'll be done quickly." "Alright, thank you, Wang Nan. Old Chao, do you think ordering 12 tables is a bit too many? I just heard from Mr. Chen that Principal Zhu's son is also having a graduation banquet at the Binhe Grand Hotel today, and several teachers who had originally agreed to come are going there instead." Liang Li, holding a gift, said worriedly. Chao Bin, who had always disliked Principal Zhu, snorted. His son only got into a second-tier university. How dare he throw a banquet? What should we do now? Should we cancel 2 tables? Otherwise, the tables will be empty with no one to sit at them. That wouldn't look good. Liang Li said. Chao Bin sighed and said, "Forget it. What if those teachers come to our place? There won't even be enough seats. That would be awkward. We only have one daughter, so let's be generous. It's better to have a few extra tables than to be short. If necessary, we can have 5 or 6 people per table and fill all the tables." The group carried the drinks upstairs to the banquet hall. Chao Qian's banquet hall was actually quite spacious, capable of accommodating 20 tables under normal circumstances. However, since Chao's family had only reserved 12 tables, the extra tables had been removed, making the hall feel much more open. Directly across from Chao Qian's banquet hall was a large banquet hall with over 50 tables set up. Many staff members were bustling around inside. Liang Li turned to Chao Bin beside her and said, "Old Chao, do you think it's such a coincidence that Principal Zhu is holding his banquet right across the hall?" Before she could finish speaking, Principal Zhu appeared in everyone's line of sight, his belly protruding, accompanied by a lavishly dressed woman. She was Zhang Teacher, the school's logistics manager and Principal Zhu's wife. Principal Zhu was also surprised to see Chao Bin and his wife. He said, "Oh, what a coincidence. Mr. Chao is also holding a graduation banquet here?" Chao Bin and Principal Zhu had started teaching at first middle school around the same time, but their personalities were completely opposite and they had never gotten along. Over the years, Principal Zhu had climbed the ranks by brown-nosing his superiors, and he often made life difficult for Chao Bin at work. Chao Bin remained calm and replied, "Yes, what a coincidence. Principal Zhu glanced at the banquet hall behind Xiao Bin and smiled, saying, Mr. Chow, your hall looks quite spacious. My side is a bit cramped. Why don't I set up a few tables in your hall? Mr. Chow suppressed his anger and said, Principal Zhu, you're really joking. You already have so many tables, how could there be enough seats? What can we do? Friends honor us by coming to drink with us. Mr. Chow looked at Principal Zhu and his wife's smug expressions, felt disgusted, and chuckled twice without saying a word. Principal Zhu put on a show in front of Xiao Bin, then returned to his banquet hall with an air of superiority. Chao Qian saw Principal Zhu walk away and muttered, what's he so proud of? His son just barely passed the 500-point mark, he's only getting into a second-tier university. Liang Li glared at Chao Qian and signaled her to keep quiet, lest someone overhear. She walked over to Xiao Bin and said, we went all out for Qian. If they end up having a lively gathering while we're left alone, that'll be so upsetting. We should have just chosen a more ordinary hotel in the first place. Xiao Bin frowned and said, the banquet is about to begin. What's the point of talking about this now? Su Kong had witnessed everything that had just happened. He whispered, Mr. Chow, before I came back, my mother called me several times. They were all her employees. Should I call them and ask them to come and make up the numbers? Xiao Bin was amused by Su Kang's idea and said, that's not how things are done. Don't worry about it. There will be many classmates from our class coming later. Just help Chao Qian entertain them. As time passed, the guests gradually arrived. Su Kang and Wang Nan helped Xiao teacher distribute cigarettes, pour water, and guide the guests to their seats. Li He had come down from the guest room early and was now sitting at the entrance of the banquet hall helping to register the guests' names. The person collecting money was Chao Qian's uncle. Mr. Chow, congratulations. Where's Chao Qian? Oh, Mr. Zhu, you're here too? That girl went downstairs to greet the students. Su Kang saw Mr. Zhu, his chemistry teacher, and hurried over, offering him a cigarette and calling out, Mr. Zhu. Wang Nan also came over with a cup of water. Xu Ling saw Su Kang and was quite surprised. He said, Lu Shuai, I heard your biological mother found you? Su Kang nodded, yes, I'm now living with her in Kyoto. That's really considerate of you to come all the way back from Kyoto. Xu Ling took the cup of water from Wang Nan and asked curiously, who is this young lady? She's really pretty. Su Kang blushed and said, she's my girlfriend. I brought her along to have some fun. You're quite the catch. You were such a quiet bookworm in school, and now you've found such a beautiful girlfriend right after graduation. Su Kang chuckled, just as Qin Wan had said, bringing Wang Nan back was indeed a source of pride. Su Kang said, Mr. Zhu, please take a seat. Zhu Ring glanced at the opposite side and hesitantly said to Chao teacher, Principal Zhu is a bit, so. Chao Bin pretended not to care and said, it's fine, go over there. I understand. Su Kang watched Principal Zhu walk over to the opposite side, feeling uneasy. This was already the 12th teacher to go over there. The other teachers didn't matter, but Principal Zhu was his class's substitute teacher. How could he go over there too? Su Kang checked the time, it was already 11:30, leaving only half an hour before the banquet ended. There were only about 40 people in his banquet hall, mostly Chao teacher and Liang teacher's family members. Not a single teacher from first middle school was present. The empty banquet hall stood in stark contrast to the bustling crowd across the room, making it feel especially desolate. Liang Sua's family, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair, slowly made their way over. Xiao Bin, upon seeing them, hurried forward to greet them, saying, Dad, your legs aren't very steady. Why did you come all the way here? Inside the banquet hall, Liang Li, who was greeting guests, also hurried out upon seeing them. The elderly man was Xiao Bin's father-in-law. Since his wife passed away, Xiao Bin and his wife had been taking care of him all these years. However, despite this, he had never liked Xiao Bin. On the other hand, his eldest daughter and her family living in the provincial capital made him feel much more respected. Liang's father looked into the banquet hall and frowned, saying, why is it so empty in here? Xiao Qian finally got into university, don't make a fool of yourself. Seeing the banquet in such a state, Xiao Bin felt uneasy. He gave an awkward smile and glanced at his wife, Liang Li. Liang Li had been in the banquet hall the whole time, but she kept an eye on the entrance. She knew that the teachers from first middle school had all gone to the other side. Though she sighed at the coldness of the world, she could do nothing about it. Seeing that her father was deliberately asking about it, she felt even more upset and said, Dad, Mr. Chow and I are just ordinary people with no social connections. We're just trying to celebrate Xiao Qian's admission to a good university. Those who wanted to come would have come even if they were in Beijing, those who didn't want to come wouldn't come even if you tied them up with a rope. Mr. Liang snorted and said, I've always told you that being a teacher has no future. Look at your eldest sister's family, they live in a villa in the provincial capital, drive luxury cars, and even little Liang is studying abroad. How prestigious is that? What about your family? All you have are these troublesome matters. Even Liang Li, who had a good temper, felt a chill in her heart upon hearing these words. She remained silent with a cold expression. Your eldest sister's family is so well off, yet they never come to visit you or give you a single penny. My old Chow may have no future, but at least he visits you regularly and sends you monthly living expenses. Even if you don't appreciate his kindness, is it necessary to belittle him so much? Liang Su had been feeling defiant since leaving Chow Bin's house yesterday. Even though she was staying at a hotel, she deliberately waited until late at night before bringing her father over. Now, seeing Liang Li's family humiliated, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Chapter 48, Borrowing a Few Tables. Dad, Wu Yu and the others have arrived. Chao Qian led a group of classmates over. Chow Bin saw his students arrive and immediately broke into a smile, saying, "Everyone is here, come in and sit down. What is the use of having more poor students? They don't give any gifts, and we have to treat them to a meal," Liang's father muttered under his breath. Liang Li heard this and frowned. She said to Liang Su, "Big sister, why don't you take Dad inside to sit down first?" "That's not possible. We're the only two sisters in the Liang family. I need to help you entertain the guests," Liang Su said, folding her arms. Liang Li knew exactly what her sister was thinking. Helping was just an excuse. She wanted to take their father to watch the spectacle. Anyway, today's banquet was already bad enough. If you want to watch, go ahead. After greeting the students, Liang Li entered the banquet hall. Su Kong saw his high school classmates had arrived and hurried over to greet them. Wu Yu, who was in the crowd, spotted Su Kong and shouted, "Lu Shuai, I heard your biological mother took you to Beijing?" That's right. Although Su Kong had been shy and kept to himself during his school days, seeing his high school classmates again after more than a month made him feel quite warm. "Lu Shuai, you really live in Kyoto? Is Kyoto fun?" Zhang Darren, one of Su Kang's few friends from high school, pushed through the crowd and asked Su Kong. "Of course it's fun. I'm having a graduation banquet in Kyoto the day after tomorrow. Will you come?" Zhang Darren hesitated and said, "Kyoto is too far away, and the round-trip transportation costs would be quite expensive. I'm afraid my family won't agree." "No way, I'll cover the round-trip transportation and accommodation." Zhang Darren was quite tempted and said, "Really? Then I'll go home and discuss it with my family today." "Lu Shuai, Zhang Darren is your classmate. What about us? You can't play favorites," Wu Yu said. Upon hearing this, Su Kong shouted loudly, "Everyone, my graduation banquet is in Beijing in 2 days. Everyone is welcome to attend. I'll cover all transportation and accommodation costs." Wu Yu exclaimed, "Lu Shuai, you're crazy. So many people eating alone could bankrupt you." Chao Qian smiled and said, "You guys don't know, do you? Lu Shuai's biological mother is very wealthy. Tomorrow, I'll go with my parents. We'll attend his graduation banquet and stay in Beijing for a few days. I've never been to Beijing before." Everyone was tempted, and several families with decent financial conditions signed up on the spot. Just as everyone was chatting excitedly, Wu Yu noticed that next to Lu Shuai stood a beauty even more stunning than a celebrity. Curious, she asked, "Lu Shuai, who is she?" Wang Nan smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Wang Nan, Su Kang's girlfriend." The previously noisy crowd fell silent. Wu Yu looked at the two of them suspiciously and said in disbelief, "Su Kang, no way. You just graduated and already found such a beautiful girlfriend?" Su Kang's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. He chuckled and said proudly, "Actually, she's not really my girlfriend." Everyone sighed in relief, feeling a bit better. "She's my fiancé, we were betrothed since we were children." "What? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" The crowd felt even more uncomfortable. Wu Yu forced a laugh. "Are there still arranged marriages in this day and age?" "Of course there is. I'm right here as a living example." Wu Yu looked at Wang Nan. "He is not serious, is he?" Wang Nan felt sweet inside, smiled, and took Su Kang's hand, saying, "Of course it's true. Everyone is welcome to come to Beijing in 2 days for Su Kang's graduation banquet." Zhang Darren envied him and said, "Brother, you're amazing." Chao Chen watched the two holding hands and felt a bit empty inside. After the students entered the banquet hall and took their seats, the entrance to the hall became deserted again. As it neared midnight, Mr. Chow looked at the 3 empty tables inside the hall outside and was about to return inside to ask the staff to start the banquet when he saw Principal Zhu arriving with 7 or 8 young people. "Old Chow, wait a moment. I don't have enough tables here. I see your side isn't fully occupied. Hurry up and spare me 5 tables." Chow Bin frowned and said, "I can spare 3 tables for you, but the rest are for us. Your side is either poor people or students. Have them squeeze in." Not only Chow Bin and his wife, but even Su Kong was furious upon hearing this. He couldn't help but say, "If you need more tables, go ask the hotel. Why are you bothering us?" Principal Zhu didn't expect a high school student to dare to speak up in front of him. He said sternly, "What does it have to do with you?" Then he turned to Chow Bin and said, "Old Chow, county magistrate sure is about to arrive. It's too late to call the hotel now. Either you squeeze in over there, or you wait a bit longer and let the hotel bring more tables." Chow Bin saw his aggressive attitude and was furious. He said, "Su Kang's opinion is my opinion. You should go find a hotel." Principal Zhu seemed to have anticipated Chow Bin's refusal. He snorted and said, "Chow Bin, after all these years, you haven't learned a thing. If you knew anything about proper conduct, you wouldn't still be teaching on the front lines. I gave you face earlier, but you refused. Don't blame me for being forceful now. With that, he turned to the 8 young men behind him and said, go in and move the tables. Anyone who dares to stop us, take them down. You dare? Su Kang sidestepped and blocked the entrance to the banquet hall. Li He was concerned for Su Kang's safety and quickly stepped forward to stand in front of him. His gaze was intense, and his posture was upright. Though unarmed, he exuded an aura of a lone warrior capable of holding back 1,000 enemies. Xiaobin looked at Li He in surprise, thinking to himself, this guy must have been in the military before. Wang Nan saw the tense standoff and feared the situation might spiral out of control. She recalled that when she left the capital, Xinwan had given her a contact number, saying to reach out if she ever encountered trouble. Though she didn't know who the person was, she had no choice but to try. She found a secluded corner, dialed the number, and pressed call. The 8 young men, seeing Li He blocking the way and intimidated by his aura, dared not move forward. Just then, footsteps echoed from the stairwell entrance. A man in an administrative jacket, slightly overweight, walked over. Principal Zhu didn't recognize him, but his attire didn't seem ordinary. He was about to approach to inquire when he heard the high school student beside him exclaim in surprise, Tao Go, what are you doing here? Chapter 49, There's a troublemaker hitting me. Wang Tao saw Su Kang and smiled, shouting in a standard Beijing accent, brother, you're really here. Aren't you in Beijing? Why did you come all the way to this small county? Wang Tao chuckled, unable to hide his smile, and said, I was transferred to Jiangqing a few days ago. This morning, I heard you were attending a graduation banquet in Daji County, so I drove straight over. Looking at how happy you are, you must have been promoted again. Keep it low-key, just a small promotion. After saying that, Wang Tao noticed Principal Zhu behind him looking radiant and mistakenly thought he was Chao Bin. He hurriedly bowed and shook hands, saying, Hello, Mr. Chao. I'm Wang Tao, a friend of Su Kang. Principal Zhu saw that Wang Tao was only there to find Su Kang and didn't take him seriously. He brushed away Wang Tao's outstretched hand and sneered, Chao Bin is this one. Wang Tao felt 3 parts embarrassed and 7 parts angry. Just because you mistook me, you dare to brush off my hand? If Su Kang weren't here, I'd show you what I'm made of. Xiaobin was worried that Principal Zhu might cause trouble, and since he thought Wang Tao was just an ordinary friend of Su Kang, he spoke in a calm tone, Hello, I'm Xiaobin. Thank you for coming to my daughter's graduation banquet. Wang Tao took out a large red envelope from his bag and said, Mr. Chao's name is already well known in Beijing. Meeting you today, you are indeed elegant and refined. He spoke without blushing or stuttering, showing no embarrassment over the earlier mistake. Xiaobin noticed the bulge in Wang Tao's red envelope and knew it contained a substantial amount of money. He hurriedly said, You're Su Kang's friend. Just coming to dinner is already a great honor. Why give a gift? Please take it back. How can that be? I'm not just a friend of Su Kang, we're closer than brothers. You're his mentor, so you're my mentor too. I was worried I didn't bring enough. Please take it. As the two of them struggled over the gift package, Principal Zhu had already grown impatient. He shouted at the young men, You lot, go inside and move the tables. Anyone who gets in the way, knock them down. Li He saw the young men approaching and looked at Su Kang, who shook his head slightly. Earlier, when Wang Tao wasn't there, Su Kang had stood in front of them out of sheer passion, but now that Wang Tao was here, he felt much calmer. He let the young men pass by him and looked at Chao Bin, who was holding Wang Tao's red envelope, looking down as if deep in thought. Wang Tao looked at the scene before him, stunned for a few seconds. He pointed at Principal Zhu and asked Su Kang, Brother, I'm a bit confused. Who is this guy? Why is he moving the tables? And which one of these two is Chao Teacher's banquet hall? Su Kang didn't answer. He looked at Chao Teacher and said, Chao Teacher, Wang Tao has a lot of influence. Since he's here, we don't need to be afraid of that Zhu guy. Just say one thing, should we continue to swallow our anger and let that Zhu guy move the tables, or should we tell that Zhu guy to pack his things and leave? Wang Tao frowned after hearing this. He roughly understood the situation and couldn't help but glance at Chao Bin. Chao Bin was torn inside. He too wanted to resist, but Principal Zhu was the tyrant of first middle school. If he offended him today, he and Liang Li would be expelled from the school tomorrow. After teaching for a lifetime, where could he go to survive? What are you doing? Why are you taking our desks? The sound of clattering objects and Liang Li's terrified screams echoed through the banquet hall. Xiaobin suddenly looked up and said firmly, Mr. Wang, please stop those people from taking the desks. Wang Tao chuckled and said, Mr. Chao, you're too polite. Such a small matter doesn't require such a fuss. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and said expressionlessly, Bring your men to the second-floor banquet hall of the Binhu Grand Hotel. Chao Bin was startled upon hearing this and whispered to Su Kang, Your friend isn't part of the mafia, is he? Su Kang saw that Wang Tao had finished his call and finally relaxed, saying, Don't worry, he's a police officer. Chao Bin felt even worse after hearing that. A cop? Can a lowly cop really afford to off Principal Zhu? Principal Zhu, seeing that Wang Tao had finished his call, sneered, What kind of nobodies think they can come here and show off? Wang Tao merely glanced at Principal Zhu indifferently, said nothing, and walked toward the banquet hall, shouting inside, Those who are moving the tables, come out here. Principal Zhu rushed forward and shouted, "Don't listen to this fat man, continue." Before he could finish speaking, he felt the ground spin, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Principal Zhu held his swollen left cheek and staggered to his feet. Wang Tao didn't even glance at Principal Zhu's disheveled appearance, as if he hadn't been the one who had just attacked him. Seeing the few people inside staring at him in shock, he shouted again, "You table movers, did you hear me? Get out here!" The men put down the tables and ran out. Seeing Principal Zhu still sitting on the ground, they hurried to help him up. However, whether it was because Principal Zhu was too heavy or the young men were reluctant to exert themselves, they only managed to lift him slightly before he plopped back down with a thud. At this point, many people from both banquet halls had come out to watch. Seeing this scene, they didn't care about Principal Zhu's disheveled state and burst into laughter. Principal Zhu sat on the ground, his face alternating between pale and red. Seeing the men trying to help him again, he pushed them away and shouted at the guests around him, "What are you all doing out here? Go back inside and sit down properly." The onlookers, fearing that Principal Zhu might take his anger out on them, hurried back into the banquet hall, though their eyes remained fixed on the door with curiosity. Principal Zhu didn't bother to pick up the teeth that had fallen to the ground or wipe the blood from his lips. He glared angrily at Wang Tao, pulled out his phone, and began dialing while saying, "Fine, very good. I won't rest until I've finished you off today." Wang Tao chuckled, walking toward Principal Zhu while cracking his knuckles, making a pop sound. Principal Zhu, seeing Wang Tao approaching him with a menacing expression, forgot about the phone call and crawled backward in fear, shouting, "Stop him! Stop him!" The 8 young men saw that although Wang Tao was physically strong, he was alone, so they all stepped in front of him. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a commotion erupted at the stairwell entrance. Principal Zhu, upon seeing the arriving figure, suddenly stood up. He clutched his swollen left cheek, walked toward the newcomer, and began sobbing. "County Magistrate Sure, you must avenge me. These troublemakers are attacking me." Chapter 50, How to Handle This. County Magistrature looked at Principal Zhu, who was crying with snot and tears, and curiously asked, "Aren't you supposed to be hosting a graduation banquet today? Why is someone beating you?" Principal Zhu pointed at Wang Tao and cried, "It was that fat man. I just went across the street to borrow a few tables. They refused to lend them to me, and then they beat my face like this." County Magistrature looked over at Wang Tao, who was standing there calmly in his administrative jacket. He was startled. This man's background must be no ordinary. Su Kang also looked at County Magistrature, feeling that he looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. County Magistrature looked behind Wang Tao and saw a young couple and a middle-aged man, while everyone else looked worried. County Magistrature suddenly froze, then looked at the young man again. He suddenly thought of something and ignored Principal Zhu, who was crying beside him, and walked straight toward Su Kang. The attendants who had come with County Magistrature also followed curiously. From several meters away, County Magistrature finally recognized the teenager and smiled broadly, calling out, "Mr. Su, you've returned to our dodgy county from the capital. May I ask who you are?" Su Kang's mind raced, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. A secretary-like figure behind County Magistrature interjected, "This is." County Magistrature let out an exclamation, cutting off the secretary, then turned to Su Kang with a smile and said, "Mr. Su, you've forgotten. When Mr. Qin recognized you at the noodle shop, it was I who helped guide the way." Su Kang suddenly realized why he had felt so familiar earlier. He smiled and said, "I remember now. Thank you so much, County Magistrature." "Oh, no need to thank me. It's just part of serving the people." County Magistrature felt that the young man before him was his benefactor. Since helping Qin find Su Kang a month ago, he had risen rapidly through the ranks, from deputy director to deputy county magistrate. Sure wasn't a novice in the workplace, he knew that his rapid promotion wasn't just luck, but because Qin had given him a push behind the scenes. So seeing Su Kang now, he felt particularly close to him. County Magistrature asked curiously, "Mr. Su, what are you doing here?" "Today, my classmate is holding a graduation banquet, so I specially came back from Beijing." Su Kang pointed to Chao Bin and said, "This is my high school homeroom teacher, Mr. Chao, and this is my friend Wang Tao." County Magistrature felt that the name Wang Tao sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. He took out a red envelope from his pocket. This red envelope was originally intended for Principal Zhu, but now it seemed unnecessary. While shaking hands with Chao Bin, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Chao. This is a small token of my appreciation." Chao Bin took the red envelope nervously and said, "County Magistrature, you're too kind." Principal Zhu also walked over at this moment. He was curious why such an important figure as County Magistrature would know a high school student. Seeing County Magistrature give Chao Bin a red envelope, he felt both upset and resentful. Ignoring his swollen face, he forced a smile and said, "County Magistrature, why don't you come to my place? I've prepared some good wine and food for you." County Magistrature frowned inwardly. How could Principal Zhu be so lacking in discernment? The man standing beside him, Wang Tao, was clearly no ordinary person. He deserved that slap. County Magistrature said indifferently, "No need. I'll stay here." Accompanying county magistrature were many other government and business officials. Upon seeing him go to Chow Bin, they immediately sensed something amiss and quickly redirected the red envelopes they had intended for Principal Zhu to Chow Bin instead. Suddenly, so many people were presenting gifts, leaving Chow Bin feeling both honored and overwhelmed. Seeing that County Magistrature was still standing outside, he said, "County Magistrature, please come inside and take a seat." County Magistrature was worried that Principal Zhu might cause trouble again, so he said, "It's fine. You go ahead and take the others inside. I'll stay here at the door with Mr. Su for a while." Mr. Chow had no choice but to have Liang Li lead the important guests to the banquet hall, while he stayed outside to accompany County Magistrature. Principal Zhu had come to Chow Bin's place to curry favor with County Magistrature, only to be publicly humiliated. Now, not only had he been shamed in front of everyone, but even County Magistrature had gone to sit with Chow Bin. He had lost both face and respect. How could he possibly accept this? Seeing that County Magistrature was scanning him with his eyes, he mustered up the courage to say, "County Magistrature, I admit defeat today, but tell me, who exactly is this Su Gongzi you keep mentioning? Even if I die, I want to die knowing the truth." County Magistrature frowned and said, "Principal Zhu, don't be too curious. If someone doesn't want to say it, it's because they don't want others to know. Do you understand?" Just as the two were speaking, several police officers in uniform appeared at the entrance of the hallway. Those present who had some connections knew that County Magistrature also served as the local County Public Security Bureau chief, so everyone curiously turned their gaze toward him. County Magistrature felt the stares and was puzzled. He didn't recognize these police officers. What were they doing here? Seeing them walking toward him, he asked, "Which police station are you from? What are you doing here?" To his surprise, the police officers didn't respond to County Magistrature at all. They walked straight up to Wang Tao and said in unison, "Director Wang." A bolt of lightning seemed to strike County Magistrature's mind. No wonder the name Wang Tao sounded so familiar. His voice trembling, he asked, "Are you Wang Tao, the Deputy Director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau who was transferred here from the capital?" "Oh, you actually know me?" Wang Tao said in surprise. County Magistrature's forehead began to sweat. He was relieved that he had chosen the right side and smiled, saying, "The Bureau just received a report a few days ago that a leader from Beijing had been transferred to the Provincial Public Security Bureau to serve as Deputy Director." "Oh, it's all my fault for being so careless earlier and not remembering your name." Wang Tao waved his hand dismissively, pointing at Principal Zhu and saying, "This fat man just slapped my hand with his face. I suspect he assaulted a police officer with ulterior motives. Take him to the Provincial Bureau for investigation." County Magistrature, is that reasonable? County Magistrature smiled awkwardly. Wang Tao was being too domineering. It was clearly him who had slapped Principal Zhu, yet he was accusing him of assaulting a police officer. He said hesitantly, "Director Wang, Principal Zhu has worked tirelessly for the local education cause for decades. Even if he hasn't achieved much, he's put in the effort. Could you spare me some face and not take him to the Provincial Bureau? I'm afraid he'll panic and blurt out everything he shouldn't, which could have a negative impact on our county." Wang Tao understood implicitly. He suspected that Principal Zhu and County Magistrature had some sort of vested interest. Having just arrived in Hebei Province, he hadn't established much influence yet and didn't want to appear overly assertive. After all, the other party was the principal of a county high school. Even if issues were uncovered and required handling, that would be the responsibility of the disciplinary committee. He turned to Su Kong and asked, "Shao Kong, what's your take on this?" Su Kong saw that Principal Zhu's face was ashen, clearly terrified. How should they handle this? Chapter 51, Old Chow, we don't have enough tables here. Suddenly, Chow Bin stepped forward and bowed deeply before County Magistrature. Everyone was puzzled, and County Magistrature hurriedly helped Chow Bin to his feet, asking, "Mr. Chow, what do you mean by this?" Mr. Chow's expression was serious as he said solemnly, "County Magistrature, I am an ordinary teacher at Daji County First Middle School. For the sake of the students and parents of the school, there are some things I must speak my mind." Chow Bin glanced at Principal Zhu and said, during Principal Zhu's tenure, he was obsessed with flattery and sycophancy, spending most of his time and energy on pleasing superiors and buttering them up. At the school, whoever flattered him was promoted, regardless of their teaching ability or professional competence. Those truly talented and responsible teachers were marginalized, and their teaching enthusiasm was severely dampened. The quality of classroom teaching gradually declined, and students no longer received proper guidance and education. Under the influence of this negative atmosphere, within just 5 years, the first-tier university admission rate at our high school has plummeted from 76% to 53% this year. Mr. Shi, as the county magistrate, and Mr. Zhu, as the principal, how can you justify your actions to the students who came to our school seeking education? How can you justify your actions to the parents who trusted us? And how can you justify your actions to the century-old glorious history of our high school? County Magistrature was visibly moved and said, "Mr. Chow, please rest assured. I will personally write a report on the issues you raised today and submit it to the disciplinary commission. We will ensure that First Middle School is restored to a clean and pure educational environment." Chaobin bowed deeply again and said, "Thank you, County Magistrate Sure." County Magistrate Sure hurriedly helped Chaobin to his feet and said, "Mr. Chao, your concern for the school and the students is truly touching. I, Sure Zhao, am unworthy of such a great gesture from you." Zhuling was sitting at the entrance of Principal Zhu's banquet hall. After hearing Chaobin's account, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. His actions today had no trace of the integrity and dignity expected of a teacher. He slowly walked out of the banquet hall, approached Chaobin, bowed deeply, and said, "Mr. Chao's words today have awakened me. I, Zhuing, am truly ashamed. From today onward, I will take Mr. Chao as my role model and strive to be a teacher who deserves the trust of both students and parents." Chaobin helped Zhuing to her feet and smiled, saying, "Zhu teacher, you have always been a good colleague and partner to me. Choosing to go to Principal Zhu today was only human nature, there is no need to dwell on it." Zhuing shook her head and said, "I'm ashamed, Chao teacher. Would you mind if I join you for dinner?" "Haha, I'd be delighted." Chao teacher called out to Liangli, "Liangli, quickly bring Zhu teacher over to sit down." With Zhuing leading the way, more and more teachers from first middle school defected from Principal Zhu to Chao's side, leaving Liangli so delighted she couldn't stop smiling. "Where is Su Gongzi?" A large group of people rushed over, with the man in the front wearing a suit and looking out of breath, followed by over 10 people, each holding a wooden stick, looking fierce. Su Kong saw their appearance and felt a bit scared, asking from a distance, "I'm Su Kong. What do you want from me?" Xian Zhong saw that Su Kong was unharmed and finally relaxed. Upon noticing Sure, the county magistrate, standing beside Su Kong, he asked in surprise, "County Magistrate Sure, what are you doing here?" "Yes, Mr. Qian, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I almost forgot." County Magistrate Sure, upon seeing Xian Zhong, was initially puzzled, but upon recalling his identity, he suddenly understood. Seeing Su Kang's confused expression, he explained, "Mr. Qian is the project manager of the manhwa project in Daji County, and he works under your mother, Ms. Qin." Xian Zhong walked up to Su Kong and said, "Mr. Su, you've returned to Daji County. Why didn't you contact me? At least you should have ensured your own safety, right?" After receiving Wang Nan's call, he was worried Su Kong might be in danger, so he hurriedly gathered a dozen people at the construction site and rushed over. Now that he saw Su Kong was safe, he finally relaxed. "I'm not that delicate. I just came back to attend my teacher's graduation banquet. There's no danger." After saying this, Su Kong felt a bit guilty. If Wang Tao hadn't appeared in time, he might have been beaten up by Principal Zhu's men. "Su Kong, who are these people?" Chaobin asked. "Hello, I'm Qianzong from Hongwei family in Daji County. I'm here to attend Chao teacher's daughter's graduation banquet." After speaking, Chen Zhong didn't bother to see if Chaobin believed him. He shouted to the people behind him, "What are you still holding those sticks for? Drop them and come over to eat. Each of you will be given 200 yuan, and the company will reimburse you later." Chaobin was completely confused. What was going on here? Su Kong was also confused. How did these people know he was here? Wang Nan walked over and said, "Mr. Chao, I'm sorry. I saw that the other side had more people, and I was afraid we'd get into a fight, so I called some help." Mr. Chao turned slightly away, adopting a lecturing posture, and said, "Xiaonan, sometimes violence is..." Mr. Chao paused for a moment, thinking that if it weren't for Wang Tao's tall stature and the fact that he had slapped Principal Zhu unconscious with one blow, it might have been his own family and students who were injured. He then changed his tone and said, "Sometimes violence can resolve certain special issues. Sai, let's eat. We've already wasted so much time." "Old Chao." Liang Li walked over with a worried expression. "What's wrong? There aren't enough tables." After Liang Li finished speaking, everyone looked at the banquet hall across the room with malicious intent. County Magistrate Sure smiled awkwardly and said to his secretary, "Shaoli, go borrow a few tables from across the way. Remember to speak politely." He then thought of something else and whispered a few words in his secretary's ear. Principal Zhu stood there dejectedly. He was already in trouble himself, how could he possibly think about organizing a graduation banquet? Secretary Li approached Principal Zhu and whispered, "County Magistrate Sure asked me to remind you, don't be too arrogant. You should go down to the grassroots level and gain some experience first." Principal Zhu's eyes lit up. "Right, County Magistrate Sure must be leaving me a way out. As long as there's still a chance, I can climb back up. Additionally, County Magistrate Sure asked me to come and borrow a few tables from you." Principal Zhu felt relieved. There was no way he could refuse. Many of his guests had either gone to Mr. Chao's place or left early. The once grand banquet hall now felt empty. He instructed a few people to move tables from his own banquet hall, not feeling the least bit embarrassed about what had just happened. Chapter 52, Su Kong, pay me my wages. After lunch, the guests gradually dispersed. After witnessing Su Kong's influence, the Liang Su family no longer had that arrogant attitude. Before leaving, they even brought Liang Su's father to show off in front of Liang Li. County Magistrate Sure and Shenzhong had both drunk quite a bit during lunch. Before leaving, they exchanged pleasantries with Su Kong for a while before staggering away in a drunken stupor. Wang Tao saw that most people had left and knew it was time for him to return to Jiangcheng. He wrapped his arm around Su Kang's neck and slurred, "Su Kang, I can't make it to your graduation banquet in 2 days, but don't worry. I've already arranged for my wife to prepare the red envelope for you." Su Kang joked, "This time it's your sister-in-law handling it? What about Yu Qing? Why didn't you ask her? She's still my boss." Wang Tao laughed awkwardly. In such a formal occasion, of course the main wife should handle it. Chao Qian heard this and frowned. This man had no shame, using such lofty words to justify his affair. Wang Nan was already used to such things. She glanced at Su Kang secretly, feeling sweet inside. "My Su Kang is different from all of you playboys." Wang Tao sighed and said, "I heard that your mother booked the entire Kyoto Grand Hotel this time, inviting half of the wealthy elite of Huagua. Kyoto hasn't been this lively in ages. Too bad I can't join the fun. It's not that exaggerated, is it?" Wang Tao glanced at Su Kang and said, "Last time you came back to Kyoto, you didn't invite a single person. Look at how many people came this time. This time, your mother and the Su family sent out invitations half a month in advance. Someone like me, who is considered quite powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, isn't even qualified to attend. Only someone of my father's status could get an invitation. The Tiandu Hotel has over 800 tables. Do the math and see how many powerful people will be there. So you should know how high profile your graduation banquet will be." Everyone present was startled. Xiao Bin and his wife only knew that Su Kang's mother might be wealthy, but they had no idea just how wealthy she was. Now, hearing Wang Tao speak like this, it was clear that her wealth went far beyond mere money. Wang Tao enjoyed everyone's reactions, giving him a sense of accomplishment, as if he was the only one who knew something they didn't. He glanced at Wang Nan beside him and said with a smile, "Little Nan, I heard that many wealthy young ladies are targeting you at this graduation banquet. You must be careful not to let Su Kang be taken away by someone else." Wang Nan glanced nervously at Su Kang, who gave her an assuring look. She then happily wrapped her arm around Su Kang's and giggled, "I'm not afraid." After speaking, her big eyes glanced at Chao Qian. Wang Tao found her pretending to be calm amusing. He glanced at his watch and said, "Su Kang, I have to return to Jiangcheng. The next time we meet will probably be when you enroll at Jiangcheng University." Wang Tao suddenly thought of something, and his expression grew serious. He stared at Su Kang and said, "Did your mother arrange for me to be transferred to Jiangcheng, specifically to be your bodyguard?" Seeing that Su Kang didn't respond, Wang Tao muttered to himself, "It must be that way. Otherwise, why would they suddenly promote me out of nowhere, especially when the university you're going to is in Jiangcheng? There's no such coincidence in this world. That's all your imagination. My mom is just a businesswoman, she doesn't have that kind of influence. Maybe it's your family who pulled strings." Su Kang said, looking at Wang Tao's expression. Wang Tao grabbed Su Kang's arm and said, "My old man hasn't spoken to me in ages, and besides, he doesn't have the influence. If it's not your mom, then who else could it be? I don't care. Su Kang, you better pay me my salary, or else why should I be your bodyguard? I don't have any money. If you're so capable, go ask my mom for it." Wang Tao heard this, and his previously agitated heart instantly cooled. Go find Qin Wan? He didn't have the guts to do that. Wang Tao was eventually escorted away by his subordinates, leaving with a forced smile on his face. Chao Qian looked at Su Kang and Wang Nan and said, "Su Kang, all the other students have gone to the KTV. What about you? Do you want to take Wang Nan with you?" Liang Li smiled and said, "Go ahead. You've already graduated from high school, you can go to these entertainment venues now." Su Kang glanced at Wang Nan, who nodded slightly, and agreed. Liang Li took out 1,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Chao Qian, saying, "Remember to treat everyone this afternoon." The other students were waiting in the lobby of the hotel. When they saw Chao Qian and the others come down, they all headed toward a nearby karaoke bar in a large group. It was the peak season for KTV, and even in the afternoon, many private rooms were already booked. Chao Qian, like Su Kang, had only started going to KTV this summer after attending a graduation banquet with other classmates. She stood at the bar counter, listened to the manager explain several pricing options, and finally said, "Manager, I'll book a large private room with the 888 yuan package." "Sure, the package includes a fruit platter, beer, and more. If you need anything else, you can order a la carte." Chao Qian only had the 1,000 yuan given to her by Liang Li. Upon hearing this, she immediately said, "That's enough, no need to order anything else." She then pulled out 900 yuan and said, "Here's the money, boss." Seeing that the group of students looked so young and inexperienced, the manager smiled and said, "You don't need to pay now. Just settle the bill when you're done." Chao Qian awkwardly nodded and followed a server into the large private room. Although the room was spacious, it felt slightly crowded with nearly 20 students inside. Su Kang sat in the corner with Wang Nan. Seeing the other students selecting songs, Su Kang asked, "Wang Nan, you sing so well. Why don't you pick a few songs?" Wang Nan smiled and said, "I don't mind. How can you just say that? I love watching you sing. Stay here, and I'll pick some songs for you." Su Kang, who had some experience singing at a KTV in Beijing, went to the song selection machine and picked a few songs for Wang Nan that she had sung at the KTV last time. When he returned to his seat, he noticed a slightly hunched-over girl standing next to Wang Nan. "Wang Quan, what are you doing standing here? There's a seat available." Wang Quan nervously clasped her hands and whispered, "It's okay, Su Kong. I can't sing anyway, so standing here for a while is fine. Besides, there are still many other students who haven't sat down yet." Su Kong looked at her timid and hesitant manner, and it reminded him of himself in the past, also timid and afraid of making mistakes, afraid of causing trouble for others. He felt a pang of sadness and went outside to ask a server for a chair, which he placed next to Wang Quan. He said, "You can sit now." Wang Quan's face turned red, and she lowered her head and whispered a quiet thank you. Chapter 53, The Lost Thousand Yuan. After 3 years of high school, the students let go of their inhibitions and freely expressed themselves. Some sang "The Classmate Next to Me," while others sang "Those Years." Though their voices weren't particularly melodious, they still resonated deeply with everyone's emotions. Through song, they bid farewell to the past and looked forward to the future. Su Kong was also swept up in the atmosphere. Regardless of whether he had a microphone or not, whenever he heard a song he knew, he would join in, regardless of whether he was off-key or not. Wang Nan sang 7 Miles Fragrant and 10 Years. Su Kong wanted to sing with her, but after a few lines, he felt his voice couldn't match Wang Nan's beautiful and melodious singing, so he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his classmates. Su Kong noticed that Wang Quan had remained quiet the entire time, except for a brief trip to the restroom. Even when Chao Qian and Su Kong repeatedly handed her the microphone, she remained shy and refused to sing. She was just like Su Kong used to be, a classic case of social anxiety. Time spent together always flies by quickly. By 7 o'clock, the waiter came over to inform them that only 10 minutes remained. Su Kong thought about how he was alone in Kyoto and would have few opportunities to meet these classmates in the future, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, after today, we don't know when we'll have another chance to meet. Tonight, I'll treat everyone. Let's find a place to drink and toast to our 3 years of high school and to our pure friendship." The students in the private room erupted into loud cheers and applause. Wang Nan stared blankly at Su Kong. He had really changed a lot. He had become more confident and better at expressing himself. Chao Chen watched Wang Nan staring at Su Kong with such devotion, feeling a pang of jealousy and discomfort. She rummaged through her pockets, intending to pay the bill and leave, but after searching everywhere, she couldn't find the 1,000 yuan. She stood up and searched the sofa and coffee table, but still came up empty-handed. Chao Chen grew increasingly anxious. She had never lost so much money in her entire life. Su Kong noticed Chao Qian's unusual behavior and asked, "Class monitor, what did you lose?" Chao Qian said with a trembling voice, "I can't find the 1,000 yuan my mom gave me. I clearly took it out and showed it to the front desk before entering the private room. How could I have lost it?" "Don't worry, let us look for it together." Over a dozen students searched everywhere, inside and out, front and back, but not a single yuan was found. "Class monitor, didn't you go to the restroom earlier? Maybe you dropped it then," a female classmate suggested. Chao Qian grew more convinced it might be there. She went to the front desk with the other students and asked the manager to check the surveillance footage. The manager sighed helplessly, "This is a legitimate KTV. How could we have surveillance cameras in the women's restroom? The money fell out of your pocket, so you're responsible. Who knows if one of your friends picked it up?" A male student from the class said. The store manager frowned and said, "If you think we're at fault, you can choose to call the police and we'll cooperate with the investigation." The boy was speechless. Su Kong took out 900 in cash from his wallet and said to the store manager, "Sir, let's settle the bill first." Seeing someone pay, the store manager relaxed. Su Kong turned to Chao Qian and said, "Take them to the nearby Fat Man's barbecue to order food. I'll stay here and check the hallway surveillance first. If we don't find anything, we'll just have to accept our bad luck." Chao Qian nodded. There was nothing else to do. Seeing that Chao Qian was still looking upset, Su Kong said, "Never mind, cheer up. Who hasn't lost something before? Besides, maybe we'll find it later." Chao Qian felt warmed by Su Kang's words and said, "All right, I'll take the others to the barbecue place first. Come over as soon as you're done." "Chao class monitor, I won't be joining you for dinner. My family is waiting for me at home," Wang Quan said timidly. "Wang Quan, we've already graduated from high school. We don't have to follow our parents' arrangements for everything. Come on, let's do as Su Kong said and toast to our pure friendship." Thus, Wang Quan was dragged along by Chao Qian to the dining place. Su Kong saw that all the students had left and said to the store manager, "Manager, could you please pull up the surveillance footage from the corridor between our private room and the restroom?" The manager didn't say anything, clicked a few times on the mouse, and said, "Here, take your time and look." Su Kong quickly scrolled through the footage and finally spotted Chao Qian and Wu Yu leaving the private room and entering the restroom at 4:30 p.m. A few minutes later, the two emerged side by side from the restroom. Suddenly, Chao Qian pulled out her phone from her pocket to answer a call, and a stack of cash fell out of her pocket. Neither she nor Wu Yu noticed, and they returned directly to the private room. Su Kang's heart sank. Who had picked up the cash? Wang Nan and the store manager, seeing this, also leaned forward to stare at the screen. On the screen, a few minutes later, another girl emerged from the private room. Upon seeing the cash lying on the corridor floor, she knelt down to pick it up. After glancing around and noticing the security camera, she panicked, quickly lowered her head, and rushed into the restroom with the cash. The store manager smirked, so it was one of your own who picked it up. You're the ones who lost it and now you're accusing others. What do you think? The video is right here. Should I call the police for you? Sukong never expected it to be her, but upon further thought, it made sense. Sukong took out $100 and said, "Manager, please delete this video." The store manager and Wang Nan looked at Sukong in confusion. He said calmly, "She's just a student." When Sukong and Wang Nan arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Xiao Qian immediately asked, "Sukong, did you find it on the surveillance footage? Where did I lose my money?" In the crowd, Wang Quan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, lowering her head and dared not look at Sukong. "We didn't find anything. There are 3 surveillance cameras in the hallway, and one of them is broken. We only saw you and Wu Yu entering and exiting the private room." Xiao Qian's face fell. "I'll ask my mom to transfer the money from the KTV to you when I get home tonight." Sukong laughed. "Why are we being so clear about this? Besides, if you tell your mom you lost the money, she'll nag you for hours." Xiao Qian's face turned red. What did he mean by us? But Sukong had a point. If her mother found out she'd lost the money, that would be a disaster. Xiao Qian took out the menu and said, "The items with the checkmark are already ordered. Take a look and see if that's okay." Sukong took the menu and looked at it, saying, "There are so many of us, and you ordered so little." "It's not that little. Besides, I don't want to spend your money carelessly." "It's fine. If I don't spend any money, my mom will feel uncomfortable." The surrounding classmates all looked at Sukong in astonishment. Mothers really are different. Sukong added more dishes, beer, and drinks. He called Li He and invited him to join them, but Li He said he was eating with a group of students and felt awkward, so he'd just have something light later. Since there were many classmates, they sat at 2 tables, one for the guys drinking beer and another for the girls drinking soft drinks. Sukong was worried that Wang Nan might feel out of place among the girls, but to his surprise, she soon started calling everyone sister one after another. During dinner, someone started singing Friends, and soon others joined in, turning it into a chorus. Perhaps the atmosphere was right, some of the girls started drinking beer, and the boys started drinking baijiu. Sukong wasn't spared either. By the time the gathering ended, his head was spinning. Seeing that most of the other students had left, Sukong decided to call Li He and ask him to come pick him up. Chapter 54, Sukong, can I borrow some money? Soon, Li He arrived in his Mercedes-Benz. Sukong and Wang Nan got into the car, rolled down the window, and the hot evening breeze blew against their faces, making Sukong feel much more awake. Suddenly, Sukong spotted a familiar figure and hurriedly told Li He to stop. The girls on the side of the road, seeing the car suddenly stop, hurriedly picked up their pace out of fear. "Wang Quan, where do you live? Let me give you a ride." Wang Quan turned around and saw Sukong sticking his head out the window. "It's you, Sukong." Sukong opened the car door, got out, and said, "You were walking so fast. Were you afraid I was a bad guy? Get in the car." Wang Quan looked at the luxurious Mercedes-Benz and said nervously, "No, thank you. My house is just ahead. But that's not safe. You're a girl walking alone at night. It's dangerous." Wang Quan didn't know what scary thing she had thought of, her face turned pale, but she eventually got into the car. Upon seeing Wang Nan in the car, Wang Quan blushed and said shyly, "Hello." Wang Nan saw the girl dressed in simple clothes with a slender face and smiled, saying, "Hello, Wang Quan. Where do you live, Wang Quan?" Li Jiatsuan. Li Jia village was a village within the city, with relatively cheap rent, so most of the residents were migrant workers from the countryside. It was a mix of all kinds of people. Sukong said, "Mr. Li, Li Jia village is the second traffic light ahead, turn right, and then drive a few hundred meters." Li He nodded and started the car, driving forward. "Wang Quan, are you going to Kyoto with Mr. Chow and the others tomorrow?" Wang Quan shook his head and said, "Kyoto is too far away. I can't afford the transportation costs alone. Xiao Qian already said she'll cover all the transportation and accommodation costs. You don't have to worry about anything." Wang Quan whispered, "I'd rather not go." After speaking, he lowered his head again. Sukong looked at his shy female classmate and felt a sense of sympathy for her. She reminded him so much of himself in the past. The only difference was that he had been lifted out of the mud by Qinwan and brought to the clouds, while Wang Quan was still struggling in the mud. If it weren't for Qinwan's appearance, he would probably be just like her, lowly and worthless. Sukong didn't ask Wang Quan why she wasn't going. He smiled and said, "I remember you also went to university in Jiangcheng, right?" "Yeah, I scored 562 on the college entrance exam and went to Hebei University." "That's great. We're in the same city for university." The car slowly came to a stop by the roadside. Sukong said, "Wang Quan, we've arrived." Seeing that Wang Quan hadn't moved for a while, he asked curiously, "Wang Quan, is there something else you need?" "Sukong, could you drop me off at the building?" Wang Quan said, his face turning bright red. Sukong looked awkwardly at Wang Nan, who was squinting her eyes and smiling at him. Su Kang laughed awkwardly and said, "That's not really appropriate." "Oh." Wang Quan mechanically opened the car door, her face filled with sadness. Su Kang felt a pang of sympathy and said, "I'll still give you a ride." Su Kang turned to Wang Nan and said, "Wait here, I'll be right back." He actually went. What does Wang Quan mean? She's already at her doorstep, does he really need to take her all the way home? Wang Nan grew increasingly annoyed. As she watched the two disappear around the corner, she said to Li He, "Uncle Li, I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go buy a bottle of water." Without waiting for Li He's response, she hurriedly opened the car door and headed in their direction. Li He saw that he was alone in the car and muttered to himself, "Never mind, I'll go buy a pack of cigarettes too." He turned off the engine, got out of the car, and followed after them. Su Kang lagged half a step behind Wang Quan. He wanted to find something to talk about but didn't know what to say. It wasn't until they reached the old red brick building that Wang Quan stopped. "Wang Quan, is this your home?" Wang Quan nodded slightly. "Then go up. My girlfriend is waiting for me in the car." Su Kang emphasized the word girlfriend before turning and walking away. Just a few steps later, he heard Wang Quan's voice from behind him. "Su Kang, actually, the cameras in the KTV were working. You saw everything, didn't you?" Su Kang was startled. He thought he had covered it up well, but he hadn't expected her to notice. Su Kang turned around and saw Wang Quan pulling out a stack of cash from her pocket under the dim streetlight. "Please return this money to Chao Qian tomorrow and tell her I'm sorry. I'm a bad girl and don't deserve to be your classmate." After saying this, Wang Quan burst into tears. Su Kang looked at the crying girl in front of him, his mind racing. He spoke softly, "Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a high school student who went to the school supermarket during PE class and stole a loaf of bread. Before he could even step out of the supermarket, he was caught red-handed by the shop owner. The shopkeeper insisted on taking the student to his homeroom teacher, who was an extremely strict teacher. The student was terrified that his teacher would find out, so he begged the shopkeeper not to tell him, but to no avail. The shopkeeper eventually found the teacher. Just as the high school student was trembling in fear, expecting to be severely scolded or even expelled. Su Kang said this with tears in his eyes. But the homeroom teacher hugged the student tightly and said, "My student just wanted to eat. What did he do wrong?" Su Kang put the money back into Wang Quan's pocket and said, "We just want to survive. We're not bad people." Su Kang. Wang Quan cried even louder. Su Kang wanted to wipe away her tears but held back. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Quan wiped away her tears, stopped sobbing, and gathered her courage to say to Su Kang, "Su Kang, can you lend me 28,800 yuan? "Sure, give me your account number and I'll transfer it to you right away." "Aren't you going to ask me what the money is for?" "What is it for?" Wang Quan looked at Su Kang speechlessly and said, "You really asked?" "Oh, then I won't ask." Wang Quan sighed and said, "My grandmother is sick and needs surgery. What about your tuition? Is that enough? I'm working a summer job and borrowing some money from relatives. It should be enough." Wang Quan asked curiously, "Didn't you ask where my parents went?" Su Kang smiled and said, "I'll just not ask. If you want to tell me, you'll tell me naturally." "Su Kang, you're a good person. Thank you." After saying that, Wang Quan bowed deeply. "We're all the same. No need to be so formal." Su Kang looked at his watch and said, "I really have to go. You should go upstairs." Wang Quan felt much better. She nodded and went inside. Su Kang saw her go inside and turned to leave. Suddenly, a bright light shone from behind, casting his shadow forward. Su Kang looked back and saw a glowing white light bulb hanging under the eaves of the first-floor house. Standing beneath it was a young girl, staring blankly at him. Su Kang waved his hand and walked away without looking back. Chapter 55, Thrift and Frugality Are Virtues. Back in the car, Su Kang noticed that Wang Nan's eyes were red and asked curiously, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Wang Nan panicked and said, Maybe it's from the wind after drinking." "You didn't drink much." Su Kang noticed a bottle of drink on the seat, which was just what he needed to quench his thirst. He opened the cap and started drinking greedily. "Why are you drinking the drink I've already had? I didn't even mind." After saying that, Su Kang started drinking again. Wang Nan watched Su Kang's Adam's apple bob up and down, and his ears turned red. "Mr. Li, find an ATM machine. I'll transfer some money and then head back to the hotel." Su Kang wiped his mouth and said. Li He nodded and soon found an ATM machine. Su Kang transferred 100,000 yuan to Wang Quan's account using the information she had provided. Back at the hotel, Su Kang opened his phone. The QQ class group had 99 plus messages. Chao Qian was helping Su Kang post a message in the group, inviting classmates to attend his college entrance banquet in Kyoto tomorrow. Su Kang scrolled up to read the messages. Although many people were discussing it, only a few had responded. Kyoto was simply too far away, and even with Chao teacher leading the group, many parents were still uneasy. Suddenly, the QQ voice call rang. It was Wang Quan calling. As soon as Su Kang answered, the other person said, "Su Kang, why did you transfer so much to me? Consider the extra as a loan for your tuition." Don't borrow money from your relatives. Borrowing too much will make you lose your dignity and they'll feel awkward too. Su Kong, thank you. I'll pay you back with interest. Su Kong laughed, alright, once you graduate and get a job, you can pay me back however much you can, and I'll take it. After hanging up, Su Kong called the manager of Hongwei Rinjia in Daji County, Chen Zhong. Chen Zhong was surprised to receive the call and immediately agreed when Su Kong asked him to help rent a minibus. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Kong and the three others packed their luggage and went to the hotel parking lot. After waiting for a while, Chao Teacher's family and the other students arrived one after another. Besides Chao Teacher's family, there were 8 other students. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Su Kong hurriedly called Xian Zhong. Xian Zhong said the minibus would arrive shortly. Sure enough, a Mercedes-Benz SUV pulled into the parking lot, followed by a minibus. Seeing Xian Zhong get out of the SUV, Su Kong curiously asked, Mr. Qian, are you coming to Beijing with us? Xian Zhong smiled awkwardly and said, hey, with my status, going to your graduation banquet would just be wasting a seat. Then what are you doing here? Xian Zhong pulled out a red envelope and slipped it into Su Kang's hand, saying, I know you're not short on money, but this is my way of showing my regards. Congratulations on your success in the exams. I wish you all the best in your studies. Su Kang hesitated for a moment before taking the red envelope. Thank you for your blessings, Mr. Qian. I also wish you more house sales and a thriving career. Seeing that Su Kang had accepted the red envelope, Chen Zhong's face turned a bit redder. Thank you, Mr. Su. You have a flight to catch, so I won't keep you any longer. With that, Xian Zhong drove off in his Mercedes-Benz. Su Kang walked over to Chao Bin and said, Mr. Chao, you and Mr. Liang can take the car. The rest of us will take the minibus. Mr. Chao glanced at the Mercedes-Benz and said, Mr. Liang and I aren't used to riding in such luxurious cars. We'll take the minibus. You and Wang Nan can ride in the Mercedes-Benz. That's not possible. The trip takes 2.5 hours. You and Mr. Liang are older, you should rest in the car. That's not necessarily true. Your generation is always on your phones and computers. Your stamina might not be as good as mine and old Chao's. Right, old Chao? Liang Li was in a great mood today. Yesterday afternoon, she and Xiaobin had specially gone to a clothing store to buy several new outfits. She was now wearing a light beige blouse and carrying the new bag Su Kang had given her, looking particularly vibrant. I think you should just stop insisting and I'll take the minibus, Chao Qian couldn't help but interject. Li He watched everyone get on the minibus and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. A luxury car couldn't even compare to a minibus. Chao Bin was excited the whole way. He had always longed to visit Beijing, but every time he tried to go, something came up. He cleared his throat and said, everyone, I have a question for you. No way, Mr. Chao, we've already graduated. Are you going to test us now? Wu Yu said dramatically. Chao Bin smiled and said, it's a general knowledge question about literature. Let's see how much you know about the capital city. Everyone relaxed. They were in the science class, not knowing the answer to a humanities question wasn't that unusual. Tell me, which dynasties in ancient times used the capital city as their national capital? The Ming and Qing dynasties. The Yuan dynasty too. The Song dynasty was too, right? Zhang Darren, you're so smart. The capital of the Song dynasty was Bianliang. Wu Yu, you're so smart, but how come you only scored in the 90s in math? Your English score was only in the 80s. Out of everyone on this bus, you scored the lowest. But my total score is higher than yours. What's the use of having a higher total score? We're still going to the same school. Watching the two bicker, the carriage erupted into bursts of joyful laughter. Upon arriving at the airport, Li He returned the Mercedes-Benz to the Jiangchen branch staff. Everyone collected their boarding passes and completed the necessary procedures. Since the flight was at 12:30 p.m., Su Kang invited everyone to have a light meal in the waiting area. After eating, Chao Bin held his boarding pass and asked, Su Kang, why are my boarding pass and Mr. Liang's different from yours? Oh, you and Mr. Liang are in business class, we're all in economy class. Is business class more expensive? Not much more expensive, it's about the same. Oh, that's not good. You and Xiao Wang should go sit there. Mr. Chao, plane tickets aren't like bus tickets, you can't just switch seats. Who said you can't switch seats? A middle-aged balding man sitting next to him said to Chao Bin, here's 5,000. You can switch your business class seat with me. Su Kang furrowed his brows slightly and said, I'm sorry, my teacher has a bad back. 8,000. You should be satisfied, young man. It's not about the money, Su Kang said. Let us swap. Chao Bin pulled Su Kang aside and said to the middle-aged balding man. Mr. Chao. Su Kang looked at Chao Bin disapprovingly. Chao Bin laughed it off and said, this time you invited us to Kyoto, and we've already spent a lot of money. Your mother may be wealthy, but no one's money comes from nowhere. We should save where we can. Besides, neither I nor your teacher Liang are that delicate. The middle-aged bald man's eyes lit up upon hearing this and asked, do you have another business class ticket? Yes, do you want it? Chao Bin asked. The middle-aged bald man pulled out 16,000 in cash from his briefcase and said, I'll take both. Chaobin happily took the cash and exchanged the 2 tickets with the middle-aged bald man. Chaobin handed the cash to Su Kong and said, "Frugality is a virtue. Even if you have a mountain of gold, extravagance will eventually lead to ruin." Wang Nan, standing nearby, watched Su Kong being scolded like a schoolchild by his teacher and giggled happily. Chapter 56, Which Kyoto Grand Hotel? At 2:30 p.m., the flight from Jiangchun landed smoothly at Kyoto International Airport. Most of Su Kang's group had never traveled far before, let alone to the bustling imperial capital. As soon as they stepped off the plane, everyone was full of energy, constantly asking Su Kong and Wang Nan questions. At the baggage claim area, they unexpectedly encountered the middle-aged bald man again. Chaobin noticed him and greeted him. "Hello, what a coincidence." The middle-aged bald man was also taken aback. "Hello, I didn't expect to see you again." Standing beside him was a woman in her 30s, dressed elegantly and clearly well off. She asked curiously, "Mr. Liu, who is he? Is he also here for Mr. Qin's son's graduation banquet?" "I don't know him. We just swapped business class seats when I was in Jiangcheng." The woman nodded, noticing that most of them were dressed like students, and assumed they were probably in Kyoto for a tourist visit, so she didn't think much of it. Lu Zhuang saw that the luggage would take a while, so he continued chatting with Chao teacher. "Are you here in Kyoto for a trip?" "Sort of. After attending my student's graduation banquet tomorrow, we'll stay in Kyoto to explore." Chao Bin replied. Lu Zhuang smiled and said, "Flying all the way from Jiangcheng to Kyoto for a graduation banquet, that's quite thoughtful of you." Chao Bin glanced at Su Kong and said proudly, "Of course. My student is the hardest working one I've ever seen. What about you? You look like a boss. Are you here in Kyoto for business?" "Hey, I'm here for the graduation banquet too." "What a coincidence." The woman snorted and said, "What's so coincidental about that? The graduation banquet we're attending requires an invitation. Do you have one?" Seeing that Chaobin didn't respond, the woman continued, "So the graduation banquet that our Mr. Liu mentioned is completely different from the one you're talking about." "Su Kong, your luggage." Just as Chaobin remained silent, Chao Qian suddenly called out. "Oh, here it is." Su Kong hurried over to Chao Qian. Lu Zhuang and the woman were both startled by this. They looked at Su Kang's back and asked, "Is that student named Su Kong?" Chaobin looked confused and asked, "Yes, what's wrong? How could Qin's own son be here to fetch his luggage himself? How could he appear here? How could he have no manners at all, looking like an ordinary passerby?" Lu Zhuang chuckled, "Nothing." After collecting the luggage, Chao Bin and Lu Zhuang led the way toward the airport exit. The two chatted as they walked, soon engrossed in lively conversation. Liang Li had intended to chat with the woman who had been with Lu Zhuang, but seeing her proud demeanor, she gave up and fell behind a few steps, chatting and laughing with the students. The woman, noticing that Lu Zhuang was still chatting with Chao Bin, felt neglected and deliberately asked, "Mr. Liu, do you think how many people will attend the graduation banquet tomorrow? I heard there will be over 800 tables. The attendees will either be business elites or political heavyweights. Someone like me would just be an ordinary person there. What should I wear tomorrow? Is that purple evening gown too flashy? Just wear whatever you like." The woman gave him a flirtatious glance and said, "If I look good, it's just to make you look good." Lu Zhuang brought her here with that exact thought in mind. Beautiful women are always a scarce resource, a calling card proving a man's status. He chuckled, "Alright, I'll take you shopping tonight. You can buy a few more outfits." The woman beamed with joy, "Tomorrow I'll definitely outshine everyone. I'll make those Kyoto aristocrats pale in comparison." Lu Zhuang couldn't help but glance at Wang Nan. If it came down to looks, he was probably no match for this girl. "By the way, Mr. Liu, Mr. Qin has a welcome banquet at the Kyoto Grand Hotel tonight. We should hurry to the mall, otherwise, we'll miss the banquet. I heard Mr. Qin has something to do tonight and won't be attending the banquet. There's no need for us to rush," Lu Zhuang said casually. Chao Bin had been standing beside his mother the whole time. Upon hearing the name Kyoto Grand Hotel, he felt a sense of familiarity. He turned to Su Kong behind him and asked, "Su Kong, aren't we staying at the Kyoto Grand Hotel tonight as well?" "Yes, it's already arranged." Lu Zhuang asked Chao Bin in surprise, "You said you're staying at the Kyoto Grand Hotel tonight?" "Yes, are you staying there too?" "Yes, we were arranged by Mr. Qin." "How did you get in? Isn't the hotel booked by Mr. Qin?" A woman beside them said, "Could there be 2 Kyoto Grand Hotels in Kyoto?" Lu Zhuang said uncertainly, "I don't know. I've only heard of one. Maybe there are others." Lu Zhuang cautiously asked Chao Bin, "May I ask which Kyoto Grand Hotel you're staying at?" Chao Bin didn't know either. He turned to look at Su Kong, who had never been involved in such matters and wasn't familiar with Kyoto either. He also said uncertainly, "I don't know either. My mother arranged everything. There's only one Kyoto Grand Hotel in Kyoto, and that's the one on Fengxi Road," Wang Nan said indifferently. Lu Zhuang and the woman were stunned. He suddenly thought of an absurd yet seemingly plausible possibility. The unremarkable-looking Su Kong before him might very well be the real Su Kong. Just as he was about to ask, the young man looked ahead and exclaimed joyfully, "Mom, Uncle Lin, you're here." Chapter 57, Not a graduation banquet, but a farewell banquet. Lu Zhuang and the woman looked toward the exit, where Qinhuan was standing, her eyes fixed on the front, eagerly awaiting someone. She then seemed to spot someone she had been longing to see, and her face lit up with a joyful smile. Mr. Chao, Ms. Liang, it's been a long time. Welcome to Beijing. Qinhuan extended her hand and shook hands with Chao Bin and Liang Li. Lin Yongjian followed closely behind and said, Mr. Chao, Ms. Liang, welcome to Beijing. I am Lin Yongjian, the stepfather of Su Kang. After speaking, he also reached out to shake hands with Chao Bin and Liang Li. The Chao family was meeting Su Kang's stepfather for the first time. Seeing him wearing glasses and looking scholarly, they asked, Are you a scholar? Lin Yongjian chuckled, I'm no scholar. I'm just a teacher like you. Su Kang said, My uncle Lin is a professor at Kyoto University. Chao Bin was a pure-hearted teacher who had no particular feelings toward the wealthy, but he harbored a fervent admiration for highly educated intellectuals. He gripped Lin Yongjian's hand tightly and said, Professor Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Su Kang rolled his eyes. He had never even heard of Lin Yongjian before, yet he was already long admired. Su Kang's mother, this really is a hassle for you. We originally agreed to come just the three of us, but now you've brought 8 students alone. Liang Li said sheepishly. Qinhuan laughed, the more people you bring, the livelier it is. I was just worried you'd come with too few people. Lu Zhuang, who had been standing nearby and hadn't been noticed by Qinhuan for a while, hurriedly said, Ms. Qin, it's been a long time. Qinhuan hadn't noticed Lu Zhuang at all. Hearing his voice, she was genuinely surprised and said, Mr. Lu, what are you doing here? Did you take the same flight as my son? Lu Zhuang smiled awkwardly and said, Yes, we saw each other a few times along the way, but I didn't realize he was the main guest at tomorrow's graduation banquet. That's quite a coincidence. But tomorrow is Xiaokong's farewell banquet for his teachers, not the graduation banquet. Lu Zhuang looked at Qinhuan in confusion. Is there a difference? Qinhuan glanced at Chao Bin and smiled, saying, Mr. Chao isn't here, so it's Xiaokong's graduation banquet. Since Mr. Chao is here, it's Xiaokong's teacher appreciation banquet. Lu Zhuang stood there speechless. Was this teacher really so respected by Ms. Qin? Qinhuan saw Lu Zhuang still standing there and said, Mr. Lu, thank you for coming to my son's teacher appreciation banquet tomorrow. I've already had Zhao Rong arrange a room and dinner at the Beijing Grand Hotel. You've traveled a long way, you can go rest now. Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Qin. I'll go ahead then. After Lu Zhuang and the others had left, Qinhuan turned to Chao Bin and said, Chao teacher, let's go. I've already arranged the dinner at home. Qinhuan and Lin Yongjian led the group toward the parking lot. Wu Yu approached Su Kang and asked, Su Kang, was that man who looked like a big boss also here to attend your graduation, farewell banquet? I think so. Why? I just don't like that woman. She's so arrogant, looking down on everyone. After finding out your status, she acted like a wilted eggplant. People like that deserve it. Wu Yu, you sound like a disgruntled youth. Chao Qian said disapprovingly. Wu Yu chuckled and leaned close to Chao Qian's ear, whispering something while glancing at Su Kang and Wang Nan. Chao Qian blushed after hearing this, pushed Wu Yu away, and said, Wu Yu, what are you talking about? I'm not talking to you anymore. Wu Yu didn't seem to care. He walked over to Su Kang and asked, Su Kang, your family is so rich. Do you have your own car too? Yeah, my uncle gave me a car. Zhang Darren was a seasoned luxury car enthusiast who loved browsing online for various luxury cars. Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, he hurried over to Su Kang and asked, Su Kang, what kind of car did your uncle give you? Is it a BBA? Su Kang pointed to a silver-white Maserati in front and said, That's the one. Wow, a Volkswagen CC. No, the silver-white one. Wow. Zhang Darren ran over in a few steps, circled Su Kang's Maserati a few times, and asked, Su Kang, is that Maserati yours? Yes. Zhang Darren took out his phone and snapped several photos of himself with the car. Other students also walked over. Chao Qian circled the car and asked, Su Kang, how much does this car cost? Su Kang scratched his head and said, My uncle gave it to me. I really don't know how much it costs. This car is worth over $1 million. Zhang Darren noticed several other luxury cars parked nearby and grew even more excited. Wow, a Land Rover Range Rover, a Lamborghini, a Bentley Bentayga, a Maybach S680, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wu Yu said in disbelief, You recognize all these cars? Of course I do. Don't you know who I am? This is Kyoto. A parking lot like this has so many luxury cars. Each one is worth millions. If I could just sit inside for a while, it would be worth my entire life. As Zhang Darren finished speaking, the drivers of the luxury cars all got out of their vehicles and shouted to Qinhuan, Miss Qin. Qinhuan nodded at the drivers and said, Help load the luggage into the cars. Liang Li was a bit disbelieving and asked, Su Kang's mom, are all these luxury cars yours? It's nothing special. They're just means of transportation. Take this Land Rover, for example. It's the cheapest one, but I've been driving it for 4 or 5 years. I'm not used to driving other cars. Qinhuan spoke casually, but her words left the people from the small city speechless. Xinwan personally opened the rear door of the Range Rover and said, "Mr. Liang, Mr. Chow, please get in." Chow Bin and Liang Li felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention. As they got into the car, they said, "Mrs. Su, you don't need to be so formal." Seeing the other students gathered around the luxury cars with curious expressions, Xinwan shouted, "Students, you can sit in any car you like." Zhang Daran rushed forward and shouted, "Everyone step aside. I want to ride in the Rolls-Royce Phantom." Zhang Daran, didn't you say that riding in these luxury cars would make your life worth it? No, I want it to be worth it in my next life, the life after that, and the life after that. The crowd burst into laughter again. On the road, Su Kong and Wang Nan sat in the back seat of the Maserati. Su Kong noticed the fatigue on Wang Nan's face and felt sorry for her, saying, "You've been traveling with me for days, it must be tiring." Wang Nan smiled slightly, holding Su Kang's hand and said, "Compared to the hardships you endured in the past, this is nothing." Su Kong looked at Wang Nan in surprise. "Who told you about my past?" Wang Nan shook her head and said, "I heard the story you told Wang Quan last night." "You were following me," Su Kong pretended to be angry. "No, you don't trust me. Do you think something might happen between us? I was just thirsty and wanted to buy a bottle of water. I happened to pass by." After saying that, she saw Su Kong looking at her teasingly and couldn't help but blush. She turned her head toward the window and said, "I'm not talking to you anymore." Su Kong chuckled, "Alright, I'm a principled person with boundaries. I wouldn't do anything reckless." Wang Tao said that tomorrow there will be many wealthy young ladies coming to meet you. They're definitely more accomplished and more beautiful than me, but I'm not worried at all. Why? Su Kong asked with a smile. Because you're different from the other rich second-generation kids in the capital. Su Kong listened and smiled smugly. About an hour later, a row of luxury cars pulled up to the Qin family's mansion. My goodness, such a huge villa. Wu Yu couldn't wait to get out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and shouted to the car, "Chao Chen, come out and see. I've never seen such a luxurious house in my life." Chao Chen followed Wu Yu out of the car and said, "Keep your voice down." Wu Yu giggled, pulled out her phone, and said, "Chao Chen, come over here. Let's take a photo together." Others got out of the car one after another. Another girl said, "I want to take a photo too." Mr. Chow, seeing them trampling on the grass while taking photos, quietly scolded, "Be careful, don't damage the flowers and plants in the yard." Qin Wan chuckled, "It's okay. The students are having fun. There's a computer room and a billiards room on the 4th floor. The boys who like to play games can go there." The boys exclaimed with excitement. Su Kong noticed that Zhang Daran was still lingering in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and joked, "Zhang Daran, are you planning to live in the car?" Zhang Daran, upon seeing Su Kong, said, "Su Kong, you have your own car now. Do you have your driver's license yet? Take us out for a spin tonight." "I haven't gotten my driver's license yet. If you want to go for a drive, I'll have someone take you." "Really? Why would I lie to you? But you should at least pay for the gas." "How much?" "I'll give you a special price, 200 per ride." Zhang Daran pulled out 1,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and said with great enthusiasm, "I want to try out all these luxury cars." Everyone looked at him and burst into laughter. Chapter 58, Finally, I can leave this house. Su Kong took a group of boys to the 4th floor card room to play computer games and came back down. As he passed the 2nd floor, he saw that Lin Yi's door was closed again and wondered what she was doing. The girls were taking photos all over the house, even sneaking into the kitchen to snap a photo of the ingredients while the kitchen ant was cooking. Wang Nan was also visiting Su Kang's house for the first time. She admired the interior design of Su Kang's house with curiosity. Although her family also lived in a villa, compared to this one, their villa was no match. Qin Wan and Lin Yongjian were accompanying Mr. Chow and his wife in the 1st floor lobby, but after witnessing the Qin family's wealth, Mr. Chow and his wife couldn't help but feel a bit self-conscious. After Su Kong came downstairs, he sat next to Wang Nan on the sofa to the left of Mr. Chow. "Su Kong, aren't you going to play computer games with them?" Liang Li asked curiously when she saw Su Kong come down. "Oh, I don't really like those games. But my younger sister, Lin Yi, loves them. She often plays games alone at home." Chao Bin laughed, "This child is always so easy to handle. Actually, at this age, children shouldn't play games. Their self-control is too weak, they easily get addicted and neglect their studies. To be honest, Mr. Chow, I'd like to send my daughter to your class. Could you help me raise another Su Kong? My wife Qin Wan and I have hired so many private tutors for her, but it's been useless. The worst part is we can't even scold her, she just throws a tantrum." Lin Yongjian said with a smile. Chao Bin naturally knew that Lin Yongjian was just being polite. He was all the way in Hebei province, there was no way they'd really send their daughter so far away to study. Qin Wan, however, perked up at the suggestion. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She said excitedly, "I think it could actually work." She turned to Chao Bin and said, "Mr. Chow, my daughter Yi will be in 9th grade after summer vacation. I'll find her a school in Daji County. She can stay at your place during the week, and I'll cover all her living expenses. Please help me train her for a year." Chao Bin knew she was serious when he heard Qin Wan's words. He looked at Liang Li and signaled with his eyes, asking her what to do. Liang Li saw that Chao Bin wasn't speaking, so she said, Su Kang's mother, both Mr. Chao and I are from a small county. Your daughter might not respect our discipline. You can hit her, scold her, or even starve her. I and old Lin won't interfere at all. Liang Li gave an awkward smile. We now advocate quality education. Physical punishment can cause irreversible trauma to children, and we don't support it anymore. Lin Yongjian had been a bit worried that Lin Yi might be mistreated after going there, but hearing Liang Li say that, he felt reassured and said, Ms. Liang, Mr. Chao, since we've entrusted our child to you, we trust you. We don't expect you to improve her grades much, but we just hope she'll learn about the hardships of life and curb her spoiled nature. Liang Li looked at Chao Bin, and the two exchanged glances, as if they had no choice but to agree. Chao Bin said, alright, Liang Li and I will give it a try. It just so happens that Liang Li will be teaching the 9th grade in the 2nd semester. Su Kang couldn't believe it. Mom, are you really going to entrust Lin Yi to Mr. Chao? Will he agree? Xinwan said, she has to agree whether she wants to or not. It's not up to her. Lin Yongjian stood up and said, I'll go get Yi down. He then headed upstairs. Soon, Lin Yi came downstairs with a look of impatience on her face, following Lin Yongjian. Liang Li looked at Lin Yi's colorful hair and felt a bit regretful. This child was clearly hard to manage. This is Mr. Chao, Mr. Su Kang's teacher, and Ms. Liang. Say hello. Lin Yongjian said. Hello, Lin Yi replied half-heartedly. After summer vacation, your father and I have decided to send you to study with Mr. Chao. Xinwan had barely finished speaking when she saw Lin Yi's eyes light up. Really? Everyone was a bit taken aback. This wasn't what they had imagined. She seemed pretty happy. Of course it's true. Lin Yi jumped up in excitement. Yay, finally I can leave this house. Xinwan and Lin Yongjin heard this and their faces turned dark with anger. At dinner, everyone gathered around a large table. The family's cook usually prepared simple home-cooked meals, but since there were guests today, she had gone all out, preparing over 20 dishes from various regional cuisines, all of which were visually appealing and delicious. Lin Yongjian brought out the family's treasured red wine and Mao Tai. The 3 men who could drink didn't need to be told, and even the 2 who couldn't drink tried a sip of the Mao Tai. Liang Li and the 3 women originally didn't drink, but after Qinwan's persuasion, they couldn't refuse and had a little taste. What they didn't know was that a bottle of Mao Tai or red wine was equivalent to a house in their county. About 10 minutes after everyone sat down, Lin Yi finally finished playing the game and came down to eat. When Zhang Darren saw Lin Yi's hairstyle, he was immediately struck by her beauty and exclaimed, Shanling you. Lin Yi looked at Zhang Darren in surprise and said, oh, you have good taste. Everyone was confused. Su Kang, sitting next to Zhang Darren, curiously asked, what did you just call her? What does Qianling Yu mean? Qianling Yu. It's a female character from a Japanese manga. Your sister's hairstyle is exactly the same as hers. We're on the same wavelength. They don't understand a thing. Lin Yi felt like she had found a kindred spirit. Zhang Darren, seeing everyone staring at him, felt embarrassed and buried his head in his food. Just as dinner was ending, Qinwan suddenly received a call from Zhao Rong, who was in charge of hospitality at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. After answering the call, Qinwan's expression changed slightly before quickly returning to normal. She said indifferently, I'll be there shortly. Qinwan hung up the phone and said to Chao Bin, Mr. Chao, shall we go to the hotel now? Chao Bin, who had been traveling all day and had drunk quite a bit in the evening, was eager to rest at the hotel. He agreed immediately. Xinwan was arranging for a driver when she saw Su Kang getting into the car. She hurriedly said, Xiao Kang, Wang Nan has been with you for a few days and must be tired. Please take her back to rest first. Mr. Chao, don't worry about me, I'll take them back to the hotel. It's okay. Su Kang and I will take Mr. Chao and the others back to the hotel first, then drop me off at home on the way. Wang Nan said. Su Kang noticed that Wang Nan's fair complexion had a hint of fatigue and he felt guilty. He said, my mother was right. You've been following me around for several days. I'll take you home first. He drove his Maserati to the entrance of the residential complex and dropped off Su Kang and Wang Nan. Su Kang got out of the car to help Wang Nan with her luggage and said, let's go. I'll take you all the way to your door today. Wang Nan smiled faintly, why didn't you ever drop me off at my front door before? Su Kang held the luggage with one hand and Wang Nan's hand with the other, saying, hey, back then I was just too shy. I was afraid your family would see. Aren't you afraid now? We're engaged, legally bound. What's there to be afraid of? Who says an arranged marriage is legally protected? You have to get a marriage certificate for that. Wang Nan giggled. Chapter 59, You Need to Try Harder. Wang Nan stopped in front of a 3-story villa. She looked at the dark house, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. She took the suitcase from Su Kang's hand and forced a smile, saying, I'm home. Su Kang looked at the dark house in front of him and asked curiously, is no one home? I think so. Doesn't your family know you're coming back today? Wang Nan smiled and said, Su Kang, thank you for bringing me home. You should go home and rest early too. After speaking, Wang Nan pushed the luggage toward the door. Just as she took 2 steps forward, her left hand was suddenly pulled back. She turned around in surprise and asked, "What are you doing? Wang Nan, why don't you come to my place to sleep?" Under the moonlight, the girl's face turned bright red like the fiery clouds at sunset. Wang Nan spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Isn't this a bit too fast? Come on, there are plenty of empty rooms at my place." "Ha? I must have misunderstood." Wang Nan blushed and let Su Kang pull her hand toward the exit of the residential complex. Li He saw the two return and curiously asked, "Mr. Su, what's going on? Why did Miss Wang come back?" "Wang Nan is staying at my place tonight." Li He saw Wang Nan with her head down and her face red, and smiled, "Oh." Upon returning home, Lin Yongjin saw Wang Nan and paused, asking, "Did Wang Nan not go home?" "Uncle Lin, there is no one at Wang Nan's house, so I let her stay over." Lin Yongjin chuckled and quietly gave Su Kang a thumbs up, saying, "Wang Nan, there's an empty room next to Su Kang's room. It's a bit small and doesn't have a private bathroom, but do you think it's okay?" Wang Nan softly nodded. "But our house has." Before Su Kang could finish, Lin Yongjin coughed twice to interrupt him. Su Kang noticed Lin Yongjin winking at him and instantly realized he had intentionally arranged it this way. The ants quickly tidied up the empty room next to Su Kang's, laying out fresh sheets and blankets. Su Kang said awkwardly, "Wang Nan, why don't you go to my room to take a shower?" Wang Nan took out some clean underwear from her suitcase. Seeing Su Kang still standing at the door, she blushed and said, "Aren't you going out yet?" Su Kang blushed and quickly ran downstairs. Girls always take a long time to shower, and by the time Wang Nan was almost done, Xinwan had already returned. "Mom, have you finished over there?" "Yes, Mr. Chow and the others have already gone to the hotel room." Xinwan saw Su Kang sitting on the sofa in the living room and asked, "Why are you still sitting here? Aren't you going to rest?" "Wang Nan is taking a shower in my room," Su Kang said sheepishly. "Ha? Didn't you take her back?" Xinwan looked at Su Kang suspiciously. "When I took her home, I found her house was completely dark, so I brought her back." Su Kang paused for a moment before continuing, "Mom, I think Wang Nan's family doesn't really care about her. Why don't we let her stay at our place from now on?" Xinwan smiled and looked up and down at Su Kang, saying, "You're something else. You managed to bring such a pretty girl home." Su Kang blushed and said, "What's seducing? I'm serious about Wang Nan." Xinwan sat down next to Su Kang and whispered, "Shao Kang, tell me the truth. Did you sleep with Wang Nan when you went back to the small county?" Su Kang jumped to his feet, his face flushing red. "Mom, don't slander that girl's reputation. We're 3 people in 3 separate rooms." Seeing that Xinwan still didn't believe him, Su Kang sighed and said, "Mom, do you really think I'm that kind of person? You weren't before, but who knows now?" Xinwan found Su Kang's anxious expression rather cute. "She didn't stay in the same room as you tonight, did she? There's an empty room next to my bedroom without a private bathroom. She's staying there. You're pretty clever, aren't you? You even know to put her in that room. It was Uncle Lin who arranged it." "Su Kang, I'm done showering. You go next." Wang Nan peeked out from the 3rd floor, her long hair flowing naturally over her shoulders. Upon seeing Xinwan downstairs, her pretty face turned as red as a ripe apple. "Aunt Xin, you're back." Xinwan smiled and said, "Wang Nan, are you just staying here for tonight, or are you planning to stay here long term?" Wang Nan blushed, afraid that Xinwan would look down on her, and said, "I'll just stay for 1 night." Su Kang said disappointedly, "Just 1 night? Why not just stay here permanently? We're not married yet, how could that be?" Wang Nan said, then blushed and went back to her room. Xinwan saw Wang Nan go back to her room and smiled at Su Kang, saying, "It seems like you need to step up your game." Xinwan checked her watch and said, "You should go wash up and rest early too." Su Kang saw Xinwan about to go upstairs and hurriedly asked, "Mom, is everything okay at the hotel? I noticed you looked a bit worried when you left." Xinwan felt a surge of relief and said, "It's nothing. Just an unfamiliar out-of-town boss wanted to attend your teacher appreciation banquet and insisted on staying at the hotel, so I let him in." Su Kang recalled the unpleasant incidents that occurred at Chao Chin's graduation banquet and casually remarked, "Oh, I hope he's not here to cause trouble." Xinwan laughed, "Who dares to cause trouble in Beijing, my territory?" Back in her room, Xinwan pondered Su Kang's words and suddenly felt uneasy. She took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiao Xiao, have we had any business competition with Chuanjian Real Estate in Chuanyu City recently?" "Yeah, about half a month ago, we teamed up with Su Feng Real Estate to bid for a piece of land in Chuanyu City. At the time, Chuanjian Group also participated in the bidding." "Got it." After hanging up, Xinwan immediately made another call. "Hello, old Meng, investigate someone for me. The CEO of Chuanjian Real Estate in Chuanju City, Lei Ben. Check if he or anyone around him has been acting suspiciously recently. Report any information immediately." Shortly after hanging up, Xinwan's phone rang again. "Hello, old Meng, any results yet? Ms. Qin, you're amazing. Lei Ben's family left the country 3 days ago. He's the only one left in the country." Xinwan stood up abruptly, a chill rising in her heart. "Keep investigating. Find out which country and city his family is in and bring them all back." Also, find out everyone he's been in contact with recently. I want everything clearly documented. Lin Yongjian had just finished showering and saw Qinwan's pale face. He asked, "What happened?" Qinwan glanced at her husband and said, "Nothing. Go rest early." Chapter 60, Kyoto Grand Hotel. The next morning, Su Kang got up, washed up, and went to Wang Nan's door. He was thinking about whether to wake her up when the door suddenly opened. Wang Nan appeared at the door wearing a revealing nightgown, her figure graceful. "What are you doing at my door?" Wang Nan said, her face red. "I was just about to wake you up, but you came out unexpectedly," Su Kang said awkwardly. "After you finish getting ready, come down to the first floor restaurant for breakfast." He then hurried downstairs as if escaping. Wang Nan watched Su Kang's disheveled figure and couldn't help but smile. Su Kang arrived downstairs and saw Qinwan making calls non-stop. Qinwan noticed Su Kang coming downstairs, merely nodded slightly, and continued talking on the phone while walking toward an empty corner. Su Kang rarely saw Qinwan look so serious, which made him feel uneasy. Soon, Lin Yongjian and Wang Nan also came downstairs. Lin Yongjian asked softly, "What's wrong with your mom?" Su Kang shook his head, "I don't know either. I came down and saw her on the phone the whole time." The three were puzzled by Qinwan's unusual behavior today and went about eating their breakfast. Finally, Qinwan finished her call, came to the table, and saw that no one was speaking. She asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything?" Su Kang saw Qinwan's smiling face and realized she wasn't the same person from earlier. "Mom, were you upset about something earlier?" "It's nothing major. It's already been taken care of." Qinwan sat down at the table, sipping her porridge as she spoke. "Shaonan, did you sleep well last night?" Wang Nan nodded slightly. "Should I tell your parents that you might as well just stay here from now on?" Wang Nan blushed and said, "Thank you, Aunt Qin, but it's not necessary." Qinwan smiled at Wang Nan's shy expression and didn't say anything else. "By the way, Xiao Kang, Mr. Li noticed something wrong with your Maserati yesterday. He took it to the repair shop early this morning. It should take a few days. If you need a car in the meantime, just use the Rolls-Royce." Su Kang was puzzled. The car was fine when he came back last night. How could it suddenly break down? Qinwan added in a casual tone, "Also, old Lin, stay home today and keep an eye on Linyi. Don't let her go out." Lin Yongjian suddenly looked up at Qinwan, but she still looked calm and composed. "What about Su Kang and Wang Nan?" "They're with me." "Alright, I'll watch the house. Be careful." Lin Yongjian sighed and said. "Mom, did something happen?" Su Kang asked anxiously. "Nothing. Just go about your day and don't worry too much." After finishing her porridge, Qinwan put down her bowl and chopsticks and said to Wang Nan, "By the way, Wang Nan, come with me for a moment. I need to tell you something." Wang Nan looked at Su Kang in confusion, but saw him shrug his shoulders. He could only follow Qinwan to a corner. Su Kang, seeing Qinwan had walked away, whispered to Lin Yongjian, "Uncle Lin, is there any danger at my promotion banquet today? Don't worry too much. Just listen to your mother at the scene and trust her." Lin Yongjian sighed and said, "Your mother has always been like this. But every time, she manages to turn things around and her business keeps growing. I've never been able to help much, she's done it all on her own." Su Kang felt a pang of sadness. A woman had built such a large business empire, how many difficulties must she have overcome? My mother must have had it so tough all these years. Qinwan chatted briefly with Wang Nan before coming over and saying to Su Kang, "Let us go. We're heading to the Kyoto Grand Hotel now." When they arrived at the garage, Su Kang didn't see his Maserati. He got into Qinwan's Land Rover Range Rover with Wang Nan. As soon as they drove out of the gate, they saw a Mercedes-Benz leading the way, followed by two more Mercedes-Benzes. Su Kang had never seen Qinwan leave the house with such caution before, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. The second, third, and fourth floors of the hotel were all banquet halls, with a total of over 800 tables, all reserved by Qinwan. By the time Su Kang and the others arrived at the hotel, although it was just past 9 p.m., the third-floor banquet hall was already packed with people. Along the way, many people greeted Qinwan, but she merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Su Jinjiang, Chen Yuron, and several of the Su family's younger generation were already there. Fortunately, the Su family was numerous, so the venue was orderly and well organized. Su Kang approached the elder members of the Su family to greet them. Since he had represented Icon Group in signing an agreement with Su Feng Real Estate last time, he had become particularly popular within the Su family. After all, someone who could help the Su family expand their business without seeking a share of the profits was someone everyone would appreciate. After a while, Chao Bin and Liang Li arrived with 9 students. Mr. Chao had taken extra care with his hair today, neatly covering his receding hairline. He wore a white shirt tucked into his pants, paired with the leather belt Su Kang had given him, giving him the air of a leader. Ms. Liang, on the other hand, wore light makeup, a long dress, and carried the Chanel handbag Su Kang had given her, completely transforming her appearance. Su Kang walked over and smiled, saying, "Today, Mr. Chao and Ms. Liang look at least 20 years younger." Chao Chen chuckled, "This morning, my mom spent so much time getting me ready for my dad, and he was still in a bad mood. You say it's just a meal. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Why did you put all that stuff on my face? Chao Bin said angrily. I was wondering why Mr. Chao's face was so pale today. It's all thanks to Mr. Liang. Liang Li heard this and covered her mouth to giggle. Su Jinjiang walked over and said, Shao Kong, is this Mr. Chao? Yes, he is. Su Kong turned to introduce Chao Bin. Mr. Chao, this is my grandfather. Chao Bin, upon seeing Su Jinjiang, was extremely excited. You must be Su Jinjiang. My goodness, I actually got to meet the real person. Su Jinjiang laughed and said, Mr. Chao, the Su family is grateful to you for raising such an outstanding grandson. Chao Bin blushed and said, no, it's your grandson Su Kong who is naturally talented. Chao Bin turned to Su Kong and said, Su Kong, your grandfather is Su Jinjiang. Why didn't you ever mention it? Su Kong scratched his head and said, I thought you already knew. I'm not a fortune teller. How would I know if you didn't tell me? Qin Wan was chatting with someone nearby. Seeing Chao teacher and the others coming down, she hurried over and smiled, saying, Chao teacher, your outfit today must have cost Liang teacher a lot of effort. Liang Li chuckled, if I don't dress up, I'll end up looking like an old man. Other business tycoons noticed that a middle-aged man was being greeted by both Qin Wan and Su Jinjiang, and began speculating about who he might be. Lu Zhuang cleared his throat proudly and said to those around him, this man is Su Kang's high school homeroom teacher. When Su Kong was an orphan, it was his homeroom teacher who helped him out, which is why he is where he is today. As Ms. Qin said, if Mr. Chao hadn't come, today would have been a graduation banquet. Since Mr. Chao is here, today is a teacher appreciation banquet. Those were Ms. Qin's exact words. Everyone was curious and asked, how do you know that? So Lu Zhuang began to vividly describe how he had met Chao Bin and Su Kong at the airport, how they had regretted not meeting sooner, and how they had parted with great reluctance, leaving the group of bigwigs speechless. Chapter 61, Where did you go last night? Wang Nan was with Su Kong when he suddenly heard someone call his name from behind. He turned around and saw his close friend Zhao Li and her group. Wang Nan greeted Su Kong and walked toward Zhao Li. Zhao Li saw Wang Nan approaching and asked with a curious expression, Wang Nan, I heard you went with Su Kong to his old county town? Yeah, I went to attend her homeroom teacher's daughter's graduation banquet. Why? Zhao Li's face lit up with excitement. Did you sleep with him last night? Wang Nan blushed. What are you thinking about all day? We're staying in separate rooms, okay? Zhao Li looked at Wang Nan suspiciously. I don't believe you. Such a good opportunity, and you didn't take it? Wang Nan frowned and said, I'm not talking to you anymore. You're always talking about such inappropriate things. If you have time for gossip, why don't you go find yourself a boyfriend? Zhao Li chuckled, then why don't you give Su Kong to me? You two haven't done anything anyway. Wang Nan was so angry that her eyes widened. After a long pause, she said, You're the most shameless person in the entire city. How could I have ever befriended someone like you? Zhao Li giggled, completely unfazed by Wang Nan's anger. She leaned close to Wang Nan's ear and whispered, You should watch out for Lu Wanqin from the Lu family and Shen Wan from the Shen family. They're both genuinely hostile toward you. Wang Nan looked confused and said, I don't even know them. A top-tier family like the Su Kong clan which Beijing noblewoman Wen Ti envy them? They're just letting you, a mere commoner, take advantage of that arranged marriage to gain the upper hand. And what? Well, ever since your grandfather passed away, your Wang family has been declining year after year. That's why they dare to act so brazenly and try to cause trouble. Wang Nan's heart sank. Zhao Li was absolutely right. If the Wang family still held its former status, they wouldn't dare harbor such petty thoughts. She then thought of something else and smiled faintly. Don't you feel any sense of crisis? You're still smiling? My backing isn't the Wang family. Then what is it? I'm not telling you. I don't want you to go blabbing it all over town and have everyone in the capital find out. Zhao Li's face darkened. How could she speak like that? Wang Nan, you're here? Why couldn't I get through when I called you? A woman adorned in gold and silver, accompanied by a boy around 10 years old, walked over gracefully. Zhao Li looked at the woman speaking and realized it was Wang Nan's mother, Kaiyan. He hurriedly greeted her, Hello, Aunt Kai. Kaiyan saw Zhao Li and exclaimed, So you were with Zhao Li last night? Why didn't you tell your family? Zhao Li was puzzled and said, No, I just happened to run into Wang Nan. Zhao Li turned to Wang Nan and asked, Didn't you go home last night? Kaiyan realized she had spoken out of turn. She nervously glanced at Zhao Li's female friends beside her and hurriedly said, He was at home. I must have misunderstood. Wang Hui, still a child, blurted out, Mom, you're wrong. You just said your sister was so silly, and now she's out all night, letting the Su family. Before Wang Hui could finish, Kaiyan covered his mouth. Children don't understand, just talking nonsense. Everyone turned to look at Wang Nan. This wasn't a child being ignorant, it was just a child speaking the truth. But why hadn't Wang Nan come home? Where had she gone? Wang Nan's face turned pale. Mind your own business. She turned and walked away. Kaiyan couldn't help but follow Wang Nan, waiting until they were in a secluded corner before pulling her aside and asking, Wang Nan, where did you go last night? Why didn't you answer my calls? Wang Nan looked at Kaiyan's anxious expression and couldn't help but think, if she were truly worried about me, that would be so much better. Alas, she was worried that she would be abandoned by Su Kong, which would affect the Wang family's efforts to climb the social ladder by aligning with the Su and Qin families. She was worried that her wealth and status would vanish. Wang Nan felt a chill in her heart and said indifferently, when I got home around 9 last night, where were you? Why did you go out again after coming home last night? Kaiyan saw that Wang Nan was still cold-faced and said, last night I was playing cards at Aunt Lu's house. You came back and didn't even call me. Didn't I tell you I was coming home last night? Wang Nan shouted, then knelt down, hugging her head and sobbing. Years of pent-up emotions seemed to burst forth in that moment. Kaiyan looked around in panic and saw Su Kong walking over. He quickly knelt down and whispered in Wang Nan's ear, stop crying. Su Kong is coming. May I ask who you are? Su Kong had never seen Kaiyan before. Seeing that the woman's appearance bore a resemblance to Wang Nan, he guessed she might be Wang Nan's mother. Kaiyan stood up awkwardly and said, Su Kong, I'm Wang Nan's mother. She's feeling a bit down, and I'm trying to comfort her. Su Kong knew that Wang Nan's family wasn't very warm toward her, and her current outburst was likely due to her mother. He knelt down, lifted Wang Nan's head, and saw her hair and tears stuck together. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he gently tucked her hair behind her ear while saying, it's okay, don't cry. There are so many people watching. Wang Nan looked at the young man in front of her, feeling a warm wave wash over her heart. She whispered, Su Kong, why are you so kind? Because you're the fiancé I was promised to since we were children, Su Kong said, wiping away Wang Nan's tears. Alright, stop crying. Your face is all tear-stained. Kaiyan had been feeling anxious, but seeing how close Su Kong and Wang Nan were, her heart eased slightly. However, she still wondered where Wang Nan had gone last night and why she wouldn't say. Su Kong took Wang Nan's hand and stood up, saying, Auntie, I'll take Wang Nan to the restroom. Oh, okay. Kaiyan watched Su Kong and Wang Nan walk away, thinking about when her own partner had ever been so gentle, and a pang of jealousy washed over her. Wang Nan washed her face in the restroom, and a few strands of damp hair clung to her face. Su Kong noticed her expression had improved significantly and asked, why were you crying earlier? Did your mother say something? Wang Nan sighed and said, she asked me where I went last night. Isn't she just worried about you? She wasn't concerned about me. She was afraid I went out last night and did something reckless, and if you found out, you'd abandon me. Then the Wang family's dream of climbing the social ladder by marrying into the Su and Qin families would be shattered. Then just tell her directly. You're staying at my house. Wang Nan sighed and said, Su Kong, sometimes I really envy you. You came back to the capital from Daji County, and even though your mother was so busy, she still came to the airport to pick you up. But my parents knew I was coming back last night. Did any of them care what time I got home? Does anyone care if I ate when I got home? They're either playing cards or out causing trouble. There wasn't even a light left on for me at home. As Wang Nan spoke, tears began to flow again. Sometimes I even think about running away from home. Why are you crying again? Su Kong quickly pulled out 2 tissues, wiping her tears while saying, it's okay, I'm here with you now. Wang Nan looked up at Su Kong, can you always stay with me? Su Kong chuckled, sure, I'll always be with you. Chapter 62, because I like her. Once Wang Nan had calmed down, the two returned to the banquet hall and saw Wu Yu walking past with an excited expression. Su Kong curiously asked, Wu Yu, what's got you so happy? Wu Yu pointed ahead and said, look, there are so many celebrities. Chen Hua, Lu Wen, Su Jiaying. I need to go back to my room to get a pen and paper. I have to ask them for autographs. Oh, another star-struck young girl. Su Kong, Wang Nan, aren't you going to sign? Hey, I've got plenty of these. Under Wu Yu's puzzled gaze, Su Kong shouted to Lu Wen and Su Jiaying, sister-in-law, cousin, are you heading back to Beijing? Wu Yu's mind froze for a few seconds. Did he just call her sister-in-law and cousin? Su Jiaying walked over in a few steps, pulled Su Kang's ear, and said, I've told you many times, you should call her sister. Calling her cousin is too formal. Sister, I'm sorry. Will you do it again next time? I won't. Alright, her girlfriend is right here. Don't you care if she gets upset? Lu Wen said with a smile. Su Jiaying let go of his ear and turned to Wang Nan, saying, Xiao Nan, if he doesn't listen in the future, use this trick. Wang Nan laughed so hard her eyes squinted. Su Kong rubbed his ears and said, sister-in-law, sister, do you have any signed photos? I want to share some with my classmates. Lu Wen noticed Wu Yu standing there dumbfounded and said, this must be your classmate, right? Seeing Su Kong nod, she smiled and extended her hand, saying, hello, I'm Lu Wen, Su Kong's sister-in-law. Wu Yu excitedly shook hands with Lu Wen and said, hello, my name is Wu Yu. Su Jiaying reached out her hand, about to introduce herself, when she saw Wu Yu turn around, running while shouting, Chao Qian, come quick. I shook hands with a big star. Su Kong rolled his eyes and said to the two surprised people, well, she's from a small place. She's never seen a celebrity before. She's just too excited. Everyone watched Wu Yu's receding figure and couldn't help but laugh. Hi, Su Kong. A woman with gold-rimmed glasses, a beautiful face, and an age that was hard to guess walked over. Su Kang didn't recognize her and, fearing that Wang Nan might misunderstand, immediately asked, "May I ask who you are?" Zhong Ling, Wang Tao's wife. "Oh, hello, Mrs. Wang." Su Kang looked at Zhong Ling in surprise, not expecting Wang Tao's wife to be so beautiful. He wondered if Wang Tao was cheating on her. Su Kang smiled and said, "I had dinner with Brother Tao in Daji County yesterday. Congratulations on his promotion." Zhong Ling sighed and said, "Now that he has been promoted, I have to move to Jiangcheng with my family." "Why don't you stay in Beijing, Ling? You have a job. Why keep moving for Wang the Fatso?" Su Jiaying said. "You don't know Wang Tao. Leaving him alone in Jiangcheng, how can I feel at ease?" Su Jiaying snorted, "Men are all the same." She looked at Wang Nan beside her and said, "Wang Nan, you better keep an eye on Su Kang. Don't let him get into trouble." "Hey, what's it to me?" Wang Nan giggled, "Su Kang is different. See? My Wang Nan understands me." Everyone looked at Su Kang, who had no shame, and laughed. In this day and age, who still takes arranged marriages seriously? Shen Nuan said as she walked over, followed by 3 or 4 girls. She approached Su Kang with a smile and said, "Su Kang, let's get acquainted. I'm Shen Nuan, Shen Yiming's daughter. This is Lu Wanxin, and this is..." Su Kang frowned and interrupted Shen Nuan, saying, "What do you want from me? Just to make friends." "No, thanks." The others didn't expect Su Kang to refuse so bluntly. They stood there speechless for a moment, feeling extremely awkward. Lu Wen and the others saw these noble young ladies acting like little girls, competing for attention, and feeling awkward standing there. They greeted them and left. Su Kang tried to leave with Wang Nan, but was blocked by Shen Nuan. "What do you want now?" Shen Nuan looked pouty and said, "Mr. Su, look at us, where are we any worse than Wang Nan? You should at least give us a chance to get to know you." Su Kang stepped aside, took Wang Nan's hand, and said, "Let's go somewhere else." Seeing that Su Kang was ignoring her, Shen Nuan grew furious but dared not offend Su Kang. She could only shout at Wang Nan, "With your family's meager background, what gives you the right to marry into the Su family?" Su Kang stopped in his tracks, didn't even turn his head, and shouted, "Because I like her." Then he walked away proudly. "Shen Nuan, maybe we should just give up. With Su Kang protecting Wang Nan, there's nothing we can do," Lu Wanxin said. "I just heard some dirt on Wang Nan," a girl wearing glasses said. "What dirt?" "Last night, Wang Nan didn't come home all night. No one knows where she went." "Really?" Shen Nuan looked surprised, then said doubtfully, "I spent a lot of money investigating Wang Nan before. Her father is a womanizer, but she keeps her private life clean." "Is your information reliable?" "It's absolutely true. Wang Nan's mother and brother let it slip, and many people heard it." Shen Nuan laughed happily, "I never expected you, 4 Eyes, to come through in the clutch. Once we ruin Wang Nan, we sisters will each rise to the top on our own merits." Several aristocratic young ladies from the capital chatted animatedly, and a breakup plan was born. Su Kang brought Wang Nan over to Qin Wan's side. Just then, Wang Nan's entire family was there. Chao Laoshi and the others were nowhere to be seen, perhaps they had gone out to explore. Su Kang and Wang Nan greeted everyone and unconsciously stood beside Qin Wan. Wang Lin saw Wang Nan standing across from him and felt a bit uneasy, but he forced a smile and said, "Look at how close they are. They're always together." "That's right. Even though Hebei province is so far away, my Su Kang insisted on bringing your precious daughter along. Look how proud he is." Qin Wan pulled Wang Nan closer and said, "The more I look at this girl, the more I like her. That's right. She has always been so well behaved. Her father and I cherish her dearly." Kaian said. "Mom, didn't you say I'm the Wang family's treasure? You said sister is the one who doesn't listen to you." Kaianxin panicked and said, "Children don't know anything. Don't talk nonsense." She then tried to pull Wang Hui away. Wang Hui, who had been spoiled rotten all his life, struggled while saying, "I didn't say anything wrong. You're the one who said my sister has money from somewhere and doesn't give it to you, yet you only protect that outsider." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin and his wife turned pale with anger. Wang Lin slapped his son across the face, ignoring his son's wailing, and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Qin, it's just a child speaking. Don't take it seriously." Qin Wan remained expressionless, her voice cold as she said, "Wang Hui is 10 years old this year, isn't he?" "Yes, he'll be 10 in October. Children speak without reservation, that's good." Qin Wan turned to leave with a cold expression, but suddenly saw Shen Yiming running over with her daughter Shen Wan. "Miss Qin, please wait." Qin Wan curiously examined the father and daughter and asked, "Mr. Shen, is there something you need?" Chapter 63, the upper beam is crooked, so the lower beam follows. Shen Yiming smiled and said, "My daughter Shen Nuan just returned from a trip abroad. She heard that Mr. Qin's son had come back and has been admiring him ever since. She insisted I bring her over to introduce the two of them." Qin Wan's brows relaxed, and she smiled, "My son Xiaokang just returned to the capital from a small town. The Shen family wouldn't think of him as some rough and tumble guy, would you?" Wang Lin noticed the sarcastic undertone in Qin Wan's words and felt uneasy. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Qin, children don't know any better. Don't take it to heart." Qin Wan stared at Kaian and asked, "Is your precious son just talking nonsense?" Kyan felt uneasy under Qin Wan's gaze, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. Shin Yiming was overjoyed, sensing that there was some tension between them. He quickly interjected, Miss Qin, our families have all come from humble beginnings. In my opinion, suffering hardships in one's youth can help cultivate a resilient character. Qin Wan seemed satisfied with Shin Yiming's answer. She smiled at Shin Wan and asked, Your name is Shin Wan? How old are you? Shin Wan was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, Aunt Qin, I'm 18 years old. Your age is the same as my son Xiaokong's. Where do you plan to attend university? Shin Yiming interjected, she's chosen to study abroad, but she can always switch back to China if she wants. Mom Sukong saw that Qin Wan was getting off track and quickly intervened. What's wrong? I think Shan Wan is pretty outstanding too, Qin Wan said with a smile. Well, you two can chat. I'll be going. Sukong took Wang Nan's hand and tried to leave. But to his surprise, he couldn't pull her away. Sukong turned back to see Wang Nan still standing there motionless and couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? Wang Nan didn't answer Sukong's question. Instead, she turned to Qin Wan and said, Aunt Qin, my parents don't look down on Sukong at all. They just simply don't like me. Wang Nan took out a card and continued, Aunt Qin, this is the 1 million you gave me. There's still 420,000 left. I spent 28,000 on clothes for Sukong and other things, and the rest was for gifts for Mr. Chow. Qin Wan laughed and said, so what do you mean now? Give me back the card and cut ties with Sukong? Mom, you're being too much. Sukong saw Wang Nan's lips twitch and said anxiously, I won't separate from Wang Nan. Shin Wan chuckled, Mr. Su, you don't know, do you? Last night, Wang Nan didn't come home, and one of my friends saw her entering and exiting a hotel with another man. Nonsense. My Wang Nan is not that kind of person. Kyan said anxiously. I have video evidence. Kyan and Wang Lin both looked panicked. They turned to look at Wang Nan, but saw her face looking strange. Could she really have gone to a hotel with another man last night? It must be true, otherwise why wouldn't she admit where she went last night? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Shin Wan, seeing the panicked expressions on Wang Lin and his wife's faces, said triumphantly, Did Wang Nan come home last night? You two must know the truth, right? What video are you talking about? Let me see it. Sukong asked curiously. Shin Wan smiled brightly, quickly pulled out her phone from her bag, fiddled with it for a moment, then handed it to Sukong. Sukong took the phone and saw that the video indeed showed a young couple walking into a hotel with their arms around each other, but it was only a silhouette, and the faces were not visible. Judging by the build, it did resemble Wang Nan. Wang Lin, standing nearby, craned his neck to finish watching the video. Thinking of his years of hopes shattered, he couldn't contain his anger and shouted at Wang Nan, How dare you be so shameless? Before he could finish speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Wang Nan across the face. But before he could react, Sukong raised his arm to block Wang Lin. Wang Lin's thick palm struck Sukong's arm with great force, causing the phone to slip from his hand and, following its momentum, hit Wang Nan on the head. Wang Lin, you're really something, Qin Wan said angrily. Many guests nearby heard the commotion and curiously looked over, while several black-clad waiters quietly gathered around. Wang Lin's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. He hurriedly said, Ms. Qin, I didn't mean to. He then tried to check Sukong's injured arm. Mr. Su, is your arm okay? Sukong glared angrily at Wang Lin, then helped Wang Nan, who was trembling in fear, to her feet. She had a large bump on her forehead. Qin Wan grabbed Sukong's arm, seeing the bruised area, and felt a pang of sorrow. Shin Yiming narrowed his eyes and said, It's truly a case of the pot calling the kettle black. What good does getting angry now do? Wang Lin ignored Shin Yiming's mockery, thinking to himself, It's over. The Wang family is finished. Sukong was furious at the Shin family's slanderous words and shouted at Shin Yiming, What do you mean the upper beam is crooked, so the lower beam is crooked? What are you barking about? Shin Yiming looked surprised and said, Isn't that true? Wang Lin himself has a promiscuous lifestyle, and his daughter is no better. You're full of it. Wang Nan slept at my house last night. Shin Yiming and his daughter exchanged glances, stunned. How could this be? They looked toward Qin Wan, who said calmly, Wang Nan did indeed sleep at my house last night. Where did you get that fake video? Miss Qin, this is a misunderstanding. We didn't get the facts straight. Shin Yiming said nervously. Wang Lin's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, suddenly rose to the clouds. He said happily, I told you my Wang Nan isn't that kind of person. Qin Wan gave Wang Lin a disgusted look and said calmly, If you believe you're Wang Nan, why did you act on a video? I didn't know what was going on at the time. I was completely confused. Kyan, standing nearby, angrily said to Wang Nan, You're just as bad. You were clearly sleeping at Su Kang's house. Why didn't you just say so? If you had said it earlier, there wouldn't have been all this misunderstanding. Qin Wan said coldly, She's a girl. How could she possibly say that she spent the night at a boy's house? But they were already engaged as children. Sleeping together isn't such a bad thing. Wang Nan, hearing Kyan's words, felt ashamed, angry, and wronged. She said, Am I not your daughter? I'm only 18 years old. What do you think I am? A tool for your Wang family's arranged marriage? Did you ever ask about my feelings? Kyan retorted, but you're the one who likes Su Kong, aren't you? Besides, Su Kong is more than good enough for you. Wang Nan gave a bitter smile, thank goodness it's Su Kong. That's my greatest luck. But if the one betrothed to me wasn't Su Kong, but some wicked nobleman from the capital, you'd still push me into his bed, wouldn't you? Women must marry eventually. It doesn't matter who they marry. Marriage is something one must build for oneself, Kyan said matter-of-factly. Xinwan couldn't bear to listen anymore and blurted out, whether it's a son or a daughter, they're all our own children. If one day my daughter Linyi has to marry, I will definitely help her find a good husband. If a man has no moral character, how can a woman maintain a marriage? By pretending to be deaf and mute, enduring insults and suffering in silence? Kyan knew Xinwan was mocking him, his face turning red with embarrassment, unable to say a word. Xinwan saw Wang Nan's eyes reddening and struggled to hold back her tears. She couldn't help but say, why don't you just stay at my house from now on? Wang Nan glanced at Wang Lin and Kyan, who were looking at her with eager expressions, wishing she would agree immediately. She felt utterly disappointed, and the tears she had been holding back finally flowed down her cheeks. She choked out, Aunt Xin, thank you for taking me in. Xinwan smiled and said, silly girl, one must rely on oneself. Only when you are strong enough can you take control of your own destiny. Chapter 64, Who is supporting you behind the scenes? Xinwan glanced at the others, who were all looking down, meet her gaze. She turned to Su Kong and Wang Nan and said, let's go to the infirmary to have your wounds treated. Xinwan led Su Kong and Wang Nan to the hotel infirmary. While the doctor was applying an ice pack to Su Kang's injured arm, Xinwan walked over to Wang Nan and whispered a few words in her ear. Su Kong curiously asked, Mom, what did you say to Wang Nan? You did the same thing this morning. Why are you asking so many questions? Wang Nan, tell me what my mom whispered to you? Wang Nan, feeling much better now, giggled, I'm not telling you. Su Kong sighed, now you two are in cahoots, and I'm the outsider. Xinwan saw that Su Kang's arm had been treated, so she said, let's go. The guests have mostly arrived. We should go out to greet them first. Wang Nan's head injury will take a little longer to treat. Su Kong looked at Wang Nan, but she said, go ahead. I'll come out to find you later. Su Kong could only give her a few words of advice before following Xinwan back to the banquet hall. At that moment, the banquet halls on the second, third, and fourth floors were packed with people. Fortunately, the Su family had many members, and whether it was the Su Kai-shung siblings from the son's generation or the Su Chang and Su Bin from the grandson's generation, their social skills were top-notch. Otherwise, with so many guests to entertain, things would have turned into chaos long ago. Su Kong followed behind Xinwan, and business tycoons and political heavyweights kept coming over to greet him. Xinwan introduced Su Kong to everyone, but unfortunately, Su Kong had a natural inability to remember faces, and with so many people greeting him, he soon lost track of who was who. Su Xiaolan found Xinwan and said, sister-in-law, it's almost time. Most of the guests have taken their seats, and we can start the banquet shortly. Xinwan nodded and looked toward the main table, only to find that Chao Bin's seat was empty. Xinwan asked in confusion, Su Kong, where's your teacher Chao? Why hasn't he taken his seat yet? Su Kong looked around and finally spotted Chao Bin and his wife, along with their group of students, in a corner. Su Kong smiled and said, they're sitting over there in the corner. I knew he wouldn't want to sit at the main table. Xinwan took Su Kong by the hand and hurried over to Chao Bin, saying, Mr. Chao, why are you sitting here? I told you yesterday to come to the main table with me. Su Kang's mother, I'm fine here. There are so many important people I'm not used to sitting at the main table yet. That won't do. Today is the teacher appreciation banquet. You're the most important person here. As the two of them tugged and pulled, Chao Bin finally gave in to Xinwan and sat down at the main table. An old man at the neighboring table snorted disapprovingly, as expected, once you get old, you don't respect others anymore. The world is going to hell. Mr. Yang, you can't say that. Since today is the teacher appreciation banquet, it's only natural to seat Xiao Kang's mentor at the main table. It's not out of disrespect for you. Su Jinjiang intervened. Rank and seniority are the rules of the underworld. I understand. It's my own fault. Chao Bin couldn't stand the strange glances from the elders and said, maybe I should just go sit in that corner. He stood up to return to his previous seat. Xinwan hurriedly stopped him, saying, Mr. Chao, stay here. She then looked at Yang Lin and smiled, saying, if you think you deserve a seat at the main table, then go ahead and say so. Who do you want to replace? Yang Lin didn't expect Xinwan to speak so bluntly. He was speechless. At this table, aside from Chao Bin, who wasn't more prestigious than him. But Chao Bin was the main guest at the banquet. He couldn't really compete with him for a seat. That would lose both face and dignity. He could only snort and remain silent. Seeing that Yang Lin didn't respond, Xinwan's expression turned cold. She turned to the people around her and said, I've been fighting my way up in the business world for nearly 20 years. Don't think that just because I'm a woman, you can take advantage of me or pick on me. If I didn't have some skills, I wouldn't be here today with so many distinguished guests. Some of you should take a good look at yourselves before trying to show off. Yang Lin's face turned red, but he dared not say another word. Just as the entire room fell silent, a deep Sichuan-accented Mandarin voice rang out. Miss Qin, you sure know how to make a scene. Even if Mr. Yang spoke out of turn, he is still our senior. A little respect is the least we can show. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. He was a burly man with a muscular build. While a few recognized him, most had never seen him before. Who are you? Su Kaixiang asked. I'm just a lowly servant from Chuanyu City, not worth mentioning. I came today to attend young Master Su's graduation banquet. First, to congratulate young Master Su on his success in the exams, and second, to ask the Qin and Su families to spare us small families and let us keep our business. Su Xiaolan suddenly remembered and said, Are you Lei Ben from Chuanjian Real Estate? It's rare that Mr. Su still recognizes someone like me. Since the Qin and Su families started collaborating, there's no place for me in Chuanyu City anymore. Mr. Lei is a prominent figure in the city, how could you be a nobody? However, this is Xiaokong's graduation banquet. There's no need to discuss business here. Let's wait until this afternoon. I'll be at Su Feng Real Estate, awaiting your arrival. It's just a matter of a word. Why make it so complicated? Mr. Su, just say yes or no, or tell me you don't have the authority to decide and that Mr. Qin needs to make the final call. Su Kong had been feeling uneasy all morning after seeing Qin Wan on the phone constantly. Now, seeing Lei Ben suddenly raise the issue, he suddenly thought of something. He looked around but couldn't see Wang Nan anywhere. Su Kong felt a chill run through his limbs. He gently tugged at Qin Wan's sleeve and said, Mom, where's Wang Nan? Why isn't she here? Before Qin Wan could respond, Lei Ben laughed. Young Master Su, you should ask me that question. Did you see her? Where is she? Su Kong asked anxiously. Lei Ben chuckled. She's in a bit of a predicament right now. You dare to kidnap my daughter? Wang Lin stood up, glaring angrily at Lei Ben. Lei Ben glanced at Wang Lin, chuckled, and turned to Su Kong, saying, Everyone knows Wang Nan is your fiancé. I wouldn't dare kidnap her. I just happened to pass by and saw her. If you agree to my demands, I'll provide you with the clues. What demands? That's something Mr. Qin has to decide. Qin Wan gently patted Su Kong on the back, signaling him not to get too worked up, then turned to Lei Ben and said, Go ahead, what are your conditions? First, your Icon Group and Su Feng Real Estate must withdraw from the Sichuan Chongqing region. I, Lei Ben, don't have any grand ambitions, I just want to protect my own little patch of land. What else? Second, Icon Group and Su Feng Real Estate must terminate all cooperation agreements and are prohibited from collaborating in the future. You're dreaming. Do you think you, Lei Ben, dare to threaten the Su family? Su Xiaolan said angrily. Mr. Su, you're overreacting. I'll tell you where Wang Nan is. If you agree to my conditions, this is just a fair exchange. As everyone watched the Su family for their reaction, Qin Wan suddenly burst into laughter. How amusing. Since Icon Group and Su Feng Real Estate are no longer entering the Sichuan Chongqing market, whether our two companies cooperate or not has nothing to do with you. Do you think you can control other regions as well? Qin Wan suddenly looked around and continued, or are you here to convey a message from someone present? Lei Ben snorted, business is for everyone in the world. The Qin and Su families can't possibly monopolize all the benefits, can they? Why beat around the bush? We're not children. Just speak plainly, who's backing you? Lei Ben shook his head and said, No one. That's exactly what I mean. You're just a small-time boss from a backwater town. You dare to come to my territory in the capital and cause trouble? No one's backing you up. Do I believe that? Anyway, there's no one. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Qin Wan sneered and said, Market matters are settled by market rules. Underworld matters are settled by underworld rules. Do you think sending your family to Paris and France means I can't find them? Lei Ben's heart trembled violently. He looked at Qin Wan, who appeared to be a delicate woman, yet she was so terrifying. Chapter 65. I don't want to fight here. Qin Wan walked up to Lei Ben and said, Don't believe me? Want me to call your family on video right now? Lei Ben lowered his head and said, It's Feng Han from the capital. Everyone looked around, but they realized that Feng Han hadn't even come today. What else? Mr. Qin, there really isn't any left. Are you really out of it, or are you just afraid to say so? Lei Ben trembled all over and clenched his teeth, saying, There really isn't any left. Qin Wan chuckled, If you don't tell me, how would I know? Qin Wan slowly walked over to the main table, gently tapping the chair with her fingers. The old man sitting on the chair chuckled and said, Mr. Qin, are you doubting me? Qin Wan sighed and said, Lu Jiawei, you were my father's close friend. You shouldn't have set your sights on my son. He is my Achilles heel. Anyone who touches him will face my wrath. That's ridiculous. Your son is standing right beside you, isn't he? Yes, but if I hadn't prepared in advance, he'd probably be in the same situation as Wang Nan, in your hands. Lu Jiawei, seeing everyone staring at him, remained calm and said, Our two families have been long-term partners. How can you be so sure I'm involved? What would I gain from it? Exactly, you're taking such a huge risk. How could you be like Lei Ben, who's so useless, just after a little market share? If I'm not mistaken, you probably have a share transfer agreement regarding me on you right now. You want to use Su Kong to blackmail me, but unfortunately, you underestimated me. You didn't expect Su Kong to be in the same car as me today, so you had to settle for the next best thing and kidnap Wang Nan to force the Qin and Su families to terminate their partnership. Lu Jiahui clapped his hands after hearing this. Mr. Qin, why don't you search me to see if I have the equity transfer agreement you mentioned? Qin Wan laughed. Mr. Lu is an old man. It's really embarrassing to make him search himself. Wouldn't that be a joke? But you just made such a clever deduction without any actual evidence. Aren't you just trying to frame me? Qin Wan smiled, stood up, and shouted toward the door, Mr. Li, bring everyone over here. Everyone curiously looked toward the banquet hall door. As the door opened, He led 5 or 6 people escorting 2 middle-aged men inside. The 2 men were bound with ropes, their faces bruised and swollen, still struggling violently. Behind them followed a young girl. Su Kong, upon seeing her, burst into joy, rushed over, grabbed her hand, and said, Wang Nan, you're okay? Wang Nan smiled happily and said, yes, I'm fine. There's just a small bump on my head. How did this happen? Weren't you kidnapped by them? Wang Nan giggled and said, they just tied me up in the room, but Uncle Li came with some people and rescued me. Everything was part of your mother's plan. Su Kong furrowed his brows and asked, what did my mom whisper to you in the infirmary? She told me to leave the infirmary and go to a secluded place, attract the bad guys to kidnap me, and then she would send people to rescue me and take care of the bad guys. Su Kong asked in surprise, and those people were that stupid? They fell for it? How were they supposed to know your mother already knew their plan? What did she tell you during breakfast this morning? Wang Nan blushed and said, she said you might be kidnapped today and asked if I was willing to take the risk for you? And you agreed? Wang Nan didn't say anything, just giggled. Su Kong was moved. How could you be so foolish? A man should never hide behind a woman. Wang Nan said, what I did was nothing. Your mom is the real hero. If we're talking about it, we're all hiding behind your mom. Su Kong looked at Qin Wan, who stood tall and confident, facing Lu Jiahui and his son alone. She truly resembled a towering tree, shielding those below from the wind and rain. Su Kong couldn't help but sigh inwardly, when will I grow up quickly enough to protect everyone who loves me from the wind and rain? Meanwhile, no one at the scene was paying attention to the young couple. Everyone was staring at the 2 middle-aged men with bruised faces, whispering to each other. Qin Wan turned to Lu Jiahui and said, Mr. Lu, do you have anything else to say? Lu Jiahui looked at the 2 of them, his heart sinking to the bottom. Dad, we've lost everything. Lu Zizang, seeing that Lu Jiahui hadn't spoken, suddenly knelt before Qin Wan and said, Mr. Qin, for the sake of our years of friendship, please spare us this time. Feng Han, standing nearby, followed suit and knelt down as well, saying, Miss Qin, I was blinded by greed. Please spare me. Qin Wan sneered and looked at Lu Jiahui. Lu Jiahui slowly stood up from his seat, walking toward Qin Wan while saying, you're truly an extraordinary young woman. Even when you were very young, I knew you would amount to something great when you grew up, but I never imagined you would be this formidable. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Lu, Qin Wan smiled. Lu Jiahui walked up to Qin Wan and said, what a pity. If you had chosen my son, Zizang, and married into the Lu family back then, the Lu family would have been the first family in the capital long ago. Lu Jiahui glanced at the Su family members and added, but to speak of regret, the Su family is the most unfortunate. Back then, you insisted on spreading rumors and drove her away. Otherwise, the capital would have been under the Su family's control long ago. The members of the Su family all had expressions of varying emotions, and grandmother Chen Yurong lowered her head. Qin Wan sighed and said, what's the point of bringing up old history? Lu Jiahui helped his son Lu Zizang to his feet and said, Miss Qin, how do you plan to handle us? Today is Xiao Kong's farewell banquet for his teacher. I don't want to cause a scene here. You should leave. Lu Jiahui and his son, along with Feng Hui, seemed unable to believe it and exclaimed in surprise, are you serious? Qin Wan ignored them. She walked over to Su Kong and Wang Nan and said, let's go. We've kept everyone waiting long enough. Let's sit down and eat. Lu Jiahui hurriedly helped Lu Zizang and Feng Han untie themselves. The 3 of them, ignoring the strange glances from the guests in the banquet hall, fled in a hurry. Lei Ben saw the 3 of them leave and stood there dumbfounded, unsure whether to leave immediately or stay for dinner. When he saw Qin Wan looking at him, he immediately lowered his head and walked toward the door. As he passed by Qin Wan, he heard her say softly, I will send your family back to you. From now on, you are forbidden from leaving the Chongqing-Chengdu region. Lei Ben heard this and was overjoyed, walking away with light steps. Just as he reached the lobby of the hotel, he saw Lu Jiahui and his son, along with Feng Han. He was about to greet them, but saw them hurriedly get into 2 separate cars, which quickly drove off onto the road. Before they had even gone 100 meters, there were 2 loud explosions, and both cars burst into flames. Lei Ben nearly collapsed to the ground, his legs trembling with fear. He glanced back at the hotel and quickly hailed a taxi, rushing straight to the airport. Inside the hotel banquet hall, the prominent figures watched through the windows as the 2 cars burned fiercely outside, but none dared to speak. Qin Wan smiled faintly and said, it's so hot today, isn't car fires common? It was a cloudy day, how could it be hot? Even if a car caught fire, how could two cars catch fire at the same time? Everyone knew the truth in their hearts, but no one dared to speak it aloud. The Lu family, a colossal family that had stood firm in the capital for decades, and the Feng family, a newly rising family with considerable influence, had both been wiped out in an instant. At that moment, everyone felt like frogs that had just jumped out of a well. They realized that the sky over the capital had already changed. At that moment, a waiter approached Qin Wan and whispered, "Miss Qin, Lu Zhouhui's grandson, who is studying in France, has gone missing from his rented apartment. Our people can't find him anywhere." Qin Wan frowned and hummed in response. Seeing everyone at the table looking at her, she smiled and said, "Everyone, please enjoy your meal." Due to the unexpected incident, everyone was deep in thought, and the banquet ended quickly. The many business activities scheduled for the afternoon were all cancelled. The bigwigs departed one after another. After all, the Lu family of Kyoto was a colossal powerhouse. When a whale falls, all creatures thrive. They needed to return home to rearrange their plans and seize the initiative. Chapter 66, The First Person in Kyoto. After the banquet, Su Jinjiang brought the Su family to find Qin Wan and said, "Xiao Wan, is now a good time?" Qin Wan had already anticipated that Su Jinjiang would seek her out after dinner. Seeing that the surroundings were still bustling, she said, "Yes, let's go somewhere quieter." Su Kong had intended to take Xiao Laoshi out to tour the sights of Kyoto, but upon hearing Qin Wan say, "Xiao Kong, Xiao Nan, you two come in and listen as well," Wang Nan couldn't believe it and asked, "Me too?" Qin Wan merely nodded slightly and led the way into a private room. The Su brothers exchanged puzzled glances at Wang Nan. The discussion was of the utmost confidentiality. Was it appropriate for an outsider like Wang Nan to be present? Su Jinjiang smiled and said, "It's good for the young ones to listen and it'll help them grow." Su Chang and the others looked at Su Jinjiang with eager expressions, their eyes seeming to say, "What about us? We want to grow and improve too." Su Xiaolan patted Su Chang on the shoulder and said, "You younger ones stay outside and make sure no unauthorized people come near." She then walked into the private room, closed the door, leaving Su Chang and the others staring at each other in confusion. Perhaps it was an unspoken understanding, but inside the private room, Su Jinjiang and his two sons and one daughter sat on one side, while Qin Wan, Su Kong, and Wang Nan sat on the other. Seeing everyone was present, Su Jinjiang cut straight to the point and said, "Xiao Wan, how do you plan to handle the Lu family and the Feng family moving forward?" Qin Wan replied indifferently, "As for their families, leave no room for them to escape. As for their businesses, we'll stand by and watch." "That's not a good idea. The Feng family's assets are limited, so it doesn't matter. But the Lu family's businesses are true giants. If we stand by and do nothing, won't they be devoured by other aristocratic families? Won't we end up with nothing substantial?" said the second son, Su Kaiwei. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement with Su Kaiwei's words. "What's your take on this, eldest brother?" Su Jinjiang asked. "I also agree with my second brother's opinion." Su Jinjiang noticed Su Kong and Wang Nan sitting upright and said with a smile, "Xiao Kong, Xiao Nan, you can also share your thoughts. Don't worry about making mistakes, there are no outsiders here." "Me?" Su Kong couldn't believe it. This kind of topic was something a high school student like him could participate in. Su Kong was still weighing the pros and cons of the matter when he heard Wang Nan speak first. She said nervously, "I agree with Aunt Qin's approach." Seeing everyone staring at her, Wang Nan forced herself to continue. "Everyone is currently focused on the Lu family's assets. Even if the pie is large, how much can one family get if it's divided among so many? Plus, it's easy to make enemies." After speaking, Wang Nan nervously glanced at everyone's expressions. She saw Qin Wan smiling at her, clearly satisfied with her answer, and immediately relaxed. Su Jinjiang smiled and said, "Very good. What about you, Xiao Kang? What do you think?" Su Kong thought for a moment and said, "I think after today's incident, all the aristocratic families in the capital might start to fear the alliance between the Su and Qin families. If we go into the Lu family's assets, other families might hesitate to compete with us out of fear of our strength, and that would be disastrous." "Isn't that better?" Su Kaiwei said. "You're in your 40s and you're acting like a child," Su Jinjiang sighed and said, "I'm worried about the same thing. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind. The other clans fear our strength and will eventually unite against us. At that point, whether it's the Su family or the Qin family, we'll all be in danger." Everyone was deeply moved by his words, but giving up such a lucrative opportunity was hard to swallow. Su Kaiwei said, "Are we just going to give up this opportunity? If we take over the Lu family's assets, the Su family will become the most powerful family in the capital." Qin Wan sneered and said, "Then go ahead and take it yourselves." Su Kaiwei, rebuked by Qin Wan, dared not utter a word and could only look at Su Jinjiang. Su Jinjiang said, "Why did the Lu and Feng families suddenly attack us today?" "It's because our cooperation with the Qin family has made them feel threatened. They want to use the kidnapping of Su Kong to force us to end our alliance." "Do you think the Lu and Feng families are the only ones in the capital thinking this way? Today it's the Lu family, tomorrow it could be the Zhao family, and the day after that the Qian family. How can we even step out of the house then? How many bodyguards will we need?" Su Kaiwei heard this and felt a chill run down his spine. There's a saying, you can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Su Jinjiang sighed and said, speaking of the first family of Kyoto, is it really that important? Su Jinjiang looked at Su Kong and continued, isn't it better for a family to be together? Everyone present knew that Su Jinjiang was reminiscing about Su Kang's father, Su Kaishine, and all felt moved, remaining silent. Su Xiaolan said, Dad, we understand. Let's do as third sister-in-law suggested. Leave the remaining members of the Lu and Feng families to our eldest brother. Make sure they have no chance to retaliate. There's no need for us to get involved. Everyone looked at Qinwan in surprise. Didn't you just say that yourself? Qinwan said calmly, as long as we stand by and watch, the other clans will naturally eliminate the remaining members of the Lu and Feng families in their struggle for assets. We only need to clean up afterward to ensure no one escapes. Using others to do your dirty work, that's clever. Qinwan continued, although we won't get directly involved, we must be cautious to prevent any single family from getting too much of the pie. Additionally, we can support one or two trustworthy smaller families to share in the spoils and cultivate external forces. The three siblings of the Su family's eyes lit up again. That's clever. Xinwan stood up and said, you all discuss this here. There are many guests from out of town waiting outside. I'll step out first. Su Xiaolan asked curiously, aren't you arranging for one or two small families here? I'm not interested in these matters. You all handle it yourselves. Xinwan stood up, took Su Kong and Wang Nan by the hand, and walked toward the door. Just as they reached the entrance, they heard the voice of their eldest brother, Su Kai-xiong. Sister-in-law, can you explain how you figured out the Lu family's plan today? Xinwan paused for a moment, said nothing, and led Su Kong and Wang Nan out the door. Su Xiaolan sighed softly, that's their trump card for survival. How could they tell you? In the end, they still don't trust our Su family. Su Jinjiang sighed and said, but now, Xinwan is already the top person in the capital. Chapter 67, from now on, she belongs to you. Xinwan had to stay at the hotel in the afternoon because she had to entertain several business associates from out of town and handle some follow-up matters. Su Kong planned to take Chao Lasher and the others to tour the scenic spots in the capital, but when he called them, they had already set off on their own and told Su Kong to go ahead and not worry about them. Su Kong glanced at Wang Nan beside him, thinking that she would be living at the Qin family villa from now on, and said, Wang Nan, why don't we go to your place now to pack the things you'll need? Wang Nan nodded. Su Kong called Li He, and soon he arrived in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The two returned to the Wang family villa, where only a maid was present. Wang Lin and Kian were likely still at the hotel and hadn't returned yet. Upon seeing Wang Nan return with a man, the maid asked softly, Miss Wang, is this Mr. Su Kong? Wang Nan nodded slightly and said, Aunt Zhang, I will be moving to Su Kang's house from now on. Ha? Your relationship progressed so quickly? Zhang Auntie noticed Wang Nan's flushed cheeks and asked, do your parents know? They know. I came back this time to pack my things and take them with me. Zhang Yanti pulled Wang Nan aside and whispered, are you really going to live with him? Now you two are close, but what if you break up one day? Your reputation will be ruined, and no one will dare to marry you then. Wang Nan felt warm inside. This family actually cared about her. She looked toward Su Kong in the living room, who was occasionally glancing at her, and said to Aunt Zhang, you know my family has never liked me. They even want me to marry Su Kong as soon as possible to benefit their business interests. Now, I have no other choice but to trust Su Kong. And I truly believe that Su Kang's feelings for me are genuine both now and in the future. Aunt Zhang sighed and said, your parents are so unreasonable. You're only 18 years old, and they're already pushing you into the man's family. Isn't that making the man's family look down on you, as if you're unmarriageable? Wang Nan was moved and said, Aunt Zhang, I feel like you're the only one in this family who truly cares about me. Aunt Zhang blushed and smiled, saying, I've watched you grow up. You're so sensible and smart. Who wouldn't like you? After saying that, Aunt Zhang sighed again and said, I remember the first day I came to your house. You were only 6 or 7 years old back then. I cooked dinner for you, but you wouldn't eat it. You insisted on having egg tarts. I'm just a country girl, how would I know how to make that? Wang Nan laughed, was I really like that? Of course you did. In the end, I had no choice but to ask the neighbor how to make egg tarts. After fiddling around for ages, I managed to make a few that didn't look right at all. Luckily, you weren't picky back then and ate them happily. Now that I think about it, it's been over a decade. I'm afraid I'll never be able to make your favorite egg tarts for you again. Wang Nan listened quietly, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. She sniffled and said, Aunt Zhang, I really want to eat the egg tarts you make right now. Aunt Zhang's eyes also welled up with tears. She wiped her eyes and said, all right, I'll make you egg tarts right now. Wang Nan called out to Su Kong in the living room, Su Kong, come in quickly. Su Kong asked curiously, what's going on? Wang Nan gave him a sweet smile, let's help Aunt Zhang make egg tarts together. Seeing Wang Nan smiling happily, Su Kong couldn't help but smile too and replied, all right, what do you need me to do? Why are you all here? Go out. I'll be done soon. You're just getting in the way. Even if we're in the way, we should help. Wang Nan took a few eggs from the refrigerator and handed them to Su Kong, saying, Su Kong, help me beat a few eggs. Su Kong took the eggs, quickly cracked them into a bowl, and stirred them evenly. Zhang Auntie remarked in wonder, you're pretty quick with that. Su Kong smiled and said, back then, when there was no food to eat, eggs were like a meat dish to me. Zhang Auntie was taken aback, I didn't know you had such a hard time back then. With the three of them working together, they soon made 8 egg tarts. Aunt Zhang brought the freshly baked tarts into the living room and said, come, everyone, try some. Su Kong took one and tasted it. It was sweet and rich, quite delicious, but since he had just eaten a full lunch, he couldn't eat another one after finishing the first one. Wang Nan ate 3 in one go and stopped only when he was truly full. Seeing that Aunt Zhang hadn't taken any, he picked one up and placed it in her hand, saying, Aunt Zhang, you should try some too. It's too sweet. I don't like the taste. Aunt Zhang went into the kitchen, took a bowl, and packed the remaining 4 egg tarts, saying, Miss Wang, take these home for dinner. Remember to reheat them before eating. Wang Nan took the egg tarts, looked at Zhang Auntie's familiar face, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Aunt Zhang saw Wang Nan crying and couldn't help but wipe away her own tears. She said, come on, don't cry. Let's go upstairs together and help you tidy up. Su Kong was visiting a girl's bedroom for the first time. The room was decorated in a soft pink color scheme, though small in size, it felt warm and cozy. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Su Kong could smell a pleasant fragrance in the air. Wang Nan didn't have much to pack, and after picking through her belongings for about an hour, the two of them managed to fill 2 large suitcases. Li He had called a van from somewhere, which was already parked at the villa's entrance. Su Kong loaded the 2 suitcases into the van and then got into the Rolls-Royce with Wang Nan. The sound of the engine starting filled the air. Wang Nan rolled down the window, preparing to say her final goodbye to Zhang Auntie, but saw her standing at the villa gate, her body slightly hunched over, wiping away tears. Wang Nan's tears also flowed uncontrollably. She wanted to say goodbye, but her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't utter a word. Su Kong watched the scene unfold, feeling a pang of sadness. After all, she was just a maid, and at that moment, she was merely taking Wang Nan back to her own home. Yet, there was an absurd sense of him being the groom and Wang Nan the bride. He suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder and knew he had to do something. He opened the car door, walked toward Zhang Auntie, and said, Zhang Auntie, we're leaving now. I'll come back often with Wang Nan to visit you and eat the egg tarts you make. Zhang Auntie wiped away her tears and said, alright, be careful on the road. Su Kong took a few steps back and heard Aunt Zhang call out from behind him, Mr. Su. Su Kong turned around in surprise and heard Zhang Auntie say, Wang Nan is going home with you today, which means she is now your responsibility. You must treat her well and never let her feel homeless. Su Kang's nose grew sore, and he nodded solemnly. The wheels rolled slowly, and Wang Nan looked through the glass, seeing Aunt Zhang run from the door to the road, sadly watching the car's retreating figure. She couldn't hold back anymore, stuck her head out the window, and shouted, Goodbye, Aunt Zhang. Chapter 68, Are you asking for money? Upon returning to the Qin family villa, Lin Yongjian was watching TV in the living room. Upon seeing the two of them return, he hurriedly inquired about the hotel situation. After learning the details of what had happened, he finally felt at ease. He looked at Li He dragging 2 large suitcases and smiled, asking, You've decided to move in after all? Wang Nan felt a bit embarrassed and nodded slightly. Su Kong said, Uncle Lin, my mom asked Wang Nan to stay at our place during the day. Lin Yongjian chuckled, Are you worried I wouldn't agree? There are so many empty rooms in the house. Lin Yongjian then thought of something else and said, Little Wang, I noticed that Lin Yi sometimes has a lot to say to you. You could help her with her studies if you have time. Teach her? She has to be willing to learn first. Wang Nan thought to himself, but agreed with his mouth. In the evening, Xinhuan returned home and saw Wang Nan and Su Kong sitting together watching TV. She smiled and said, Xiaonan, you weren't scared today, were you? Wang Nan shook his head and said, No, I was just taken to a room by them, but then Uncle Li and his men rescued me. Also, I think you're so amazing, Aunt Qin. You thought of everything. Actually, it was thanks to Su Kong's reminder last night that I thought of everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to prepare so thoroughly. Xinhuan sat down next to Wang Nan and continued, By the way, did you bring all your clothes? If not, don't worry, we can buy new ones. I brought them. Su Kong went with me this afternoon. Xinhuan suddenly held Wang Nan's hand and said, Xiaonan, even though you two aren't married yet, since you've officially moved in, you're part of our family. If you need anything or have any difficulties, don't keep it to yourself. You can just tell me directly. If I'm not home, you can tell Su Kong as well. Also, you can choose any car you like from the garage. I'll arrange a driver for you, so it'll be more convenient for you to get around. Xinhuan turned to Su Kong and said, By the way, Su Kong, did you give Wang Nan the house keys? I already did. Wang Nan was deeply moved and choked out, Thank you, Aunt Qin. Xinhuan laughed and said, We're family. No need to be so formal. As they were talking, the aunts brought the dishes to the table. Soon, Lin Yongjian and Lin Yi also came down to eat. At the dinner table, Lin Yongjian asked Xinhuan again about what had happened at the hotel that day. Xinhuan briefly explained it in a few words, but it piqued Lin Yi's interest. Seeing that Wan didn't want to say more, she turned to Wang Nan and said in a sweet voice, Wang Nan's sister, what exactly happened at the hotel this afternoon? I love hearing stories like this. Wang Nan had no choice but to recount how she had seduced someone to kidnap them, how she was rescued, how she led the criminals to the banquet hall to confess, and finally how the criminal's car exploded, leaving Linny so engrossed that her eyes were wide open. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed, oh my gosh, how could you let them escape? If I had been there, I would have beaten them so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Wan frowned, do you know how dangerous it was today? You're just a girl, why try to be a hero? Linny shrugged it off with a humph, how did I sleep in today? Next time something like this happens, I'm definitely going. Lin Yongjin and Wan felt a headache coming on. How could they have such a rebellious daughter? Just then, a butler rushed over, saying there was a couple at the door requesting an audience with a man named Wang Lin. What are they here for now? Wang Nan remained calm and continued eating. Wan said indifferently, let them come in. After the butler brought Wang Lin and his wife inside, Lin Yongjin was about to stand up to greet them, but saw Wan glaring at him, so he quickly sat back down. Wang Lin and Kyan, each carrying 2 large bags, stood there awkwardly since no one greeted them. Wan said while eating, Mr. Wang, have you eaten? Would you like to join us? Thank you, Ms. Qin. We've already eaten. Wang Lin returned home that evening and heard from Zhang Auntie that Su Kong had already taken Wang Nan to the Qin family villa. Overjoyed, he didn't even bother to eat and hurried over with Kyan, carrying Wang Nan's few old clothes. Now, seeing the other party's icy attitude, he couldn't very well act like a little cutie. Should he really go over and eat with them? He saw that Wang Nan only glanced at him before continuing to eat without saying a word, and a surge of anger rose within him. What brings you here so late? Nothing important. We'll talk after you've finished eating. Then why don't you sit down and rest for a while? Wan called out to the kitchen, Lu Jia, pour some tea for the guests. Wang Lin and Kyan sat on the sofa, already starving. Seeing Wan's family eating dinner and chatting about everyday matters, and occasionally hearing the happy laughter of their daughter, they felt both mentally and physically tormented. They wished they had just eaten at home and come over later. It wasn't until the entire family had finished eating that Wan brought everyone back to the sofa to sit down, while Linny went back to her room on her own. Kyan forced a smile and said, I noticed Xiaonan didn't bring a few of her clothes, so I brought them over for her. Why bother bringing them over so late? You could have brought them tomorrow. After saying that, Wan instructed the servants to take Wang Nan's clothes upstairs. Wang Lin said, this child has always lived with us since she was little. Moving here today, I wonder if she'll get used to it. Wang Nan replied coldly, as long as I can eat on time and sleep soundly, there's nothing I'm not used to. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew awkward. Lin Yongjin laughed awkwardly and said, Mr. Wang, rest assured. We treat Wang Nan just like our own daughter. I certainly believe that. Wang Nan being with Su Kong is her good fortune. Uncle Wang, being able to be with Wang Nan is also my good fortune, Su Kong said. This child really knows how to speak, Kyan said with a smile. The two families exchanged pleasantries for a while. Wang Lin noticed that Wan remained silent, so he couldn't help but speak first. Mr. Qin, actually, I have a favor to ask you this time. Finally getting down to business. I thought you'd keep it bottled up, Wan sneered inwardly, but on the surface she smiled and said, Mr. Wang, please speak. There's a project recently. You need a loan, don't you? Wan interrupted Wang Lin directly. Wang Lin's face turned red as he said, we're indeed short on cash lately, otherwise, we wouldn't have come to you. How much do you need? 3 small goals. Wan leaned back on the sofa and said, 3 small goals isn't a small amount. Wang Lin said anxiously, 2 small goals would be fine. Wan pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at Wang Nan and asked, Xiaonan, what do you think? Wang Nan was taken aback that such a large sum was being discussed, and that Wan would ask her, especially since the other party was her own father. She hesitated, Aunt Qin, since it's my father, maybe I shouldn't be the one to discuss my thoughts. Wan laughed, it's fine. Or why don't you negotiate on my behalf? Me? Wang Nan asked in confusion. Yes, whether to lend or not, how to lend, how to repay, and the interest rate, all of that is up to you. Wang Lin and his wife heard this and both felt secretly delighted. Su Kong saw that Wang Nan was still hesitating and smiled, saying, my mother has given you a free pass. What are you afraid of? Wang Nan had no choice but to nod in agreement. Chapter 69, Daughter, you're better than your father. Wang Nan looked at her father sitting across from her heart filled with mixed emotions. She took a deep breath and said, Mr. Wang, you said this money is for investment. How long do you plan to borrow it for, and how much interest are you willing to pay? Wang Lin felt uncomfortable hearing Wang Nan address him as Mr. Wang, but he reminded himself that business was business, and since she was representing Wan, it was understandable. He cleared his throat and said, 1 year, with a 1% interest rate. I remember you borrowed money from others before, and the interest rate was 1.5%, and some were even 2%. Wang Lin furrowed his brows, feeling betrayed yet powerless. Kyan couldn't help but interject, how can you be like this? Are you even my daughter? Wang Nan ignored Kyan and continued to stare at Wang Lin. Su Kang also murmured to himself, Wang Nan really doesn't spare any feelings. At most 1.5%. Business is tough these days, and the interest rates are too high for me to handle. Wang Lin sighed. Wang Nan smiled, alright, let's go with 1% and 2/10 as Mr. Wang suggested. But what about the repayment? What if you can't pay back the principal after a year? This project should be profitable. I'll definitely repay the principal and interest in full after a year. Wang Nan chuckled, Mr. Wang making big money is a good thing. But in business, there are profits and losses. No one can guarantee that investing in a project will definitely make money. What if, after a year, you can't repay the principal and interest? Kyan couldn't help but interject, what else can we do? We'll just have to wait until we have the money to repay it. When will you have the money? In a year, 2 years, or 10 years? Wang Nan sneered, as far as I know, Mr. Wang has lost money in every business you've tried over the years. Are you going to keep not repaying until you have the money? Wang Lin felt a surge of anger rise within him. His face darkened as he said, then what should we do? Simple. Convert Mr. Wang's company shares into cash to offset the debt. Thud. Kyan slapped the table, his chest heaving with anger. He stammered, I've really raised a thankless bastard. Xinhuan said coldly, this isn't your home, it's not a place for you to show off your power. Kyan startled, too scared to speak, but glared fiercely at Wang Nan with his eyes. Wang Lin lowered his head, his face extremely grim. He had never imagined that one day he would be pushed to this extent by his own daughter. In the past, if someone had made such a demand, he would have walked away without a second glance. But only he knew that the investment project was just an excuse. Now, the company's cash flow had hit a snag, and the bank loans were about to mature. If he couldn't get the money from Xinhuan today, the company might not survive another day. Wang Lin pondered for a long time but couldn't make a decision. He looked at Wang Nan, only to see her eyes staring at him without any emotion. He suddenly recalled when Wang Nan was a child. Every time he came home from work, she would hear the door open and run excitedly to him, staring at him just as she was doing now. But back then, her eyes were filled with anticipation, and he would always pull out a small toy as if by magic, making her happy for hours. He couldn't remember when they had become strangers to each other. As far as he could recall, she hadn't smiled happily in his presence for a long time. Wang Lin exhaled deeply, gave a self-deprecating smile, and in an instant, he felt as though he had aged greatly. Alright, I'll agree to your request. Do you have any paper? I'll write it down. Wang Lin, you can't agree to this. Let us think of another way, Kyan said, trying to pull Wang Lin away. Wang Lin grabbed Kyan's hand and said, who else would be willing to lend me money now? Even if someone is willing, they ask for an exorbitant amount. Wang Lin turned to look at Wang Nan and said, thank you, my daughter. You've suffered so much over the years. It's your father who's let you down. Wang Nan heard her father's words and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Had she been too harsh earlier? She looked at Xinhuan and didn't know what to do. Xinhuan spoke softly, you're feeling sorry for your parents, aren't you? Wang Nan nodded silently. Wang Lin felt a surge of relief and said, daughter, it's okay. You handled the negotiations well, and by offering to lend me money, you're helping your father. He glanced at Su Kang and added, Su Kang isn't like your father. He's a good young man. You'll be happy with him. As for our business dealings, we'll handle them as usual. Wang Nan suddenly knelt before Xinhuan and said, I'm sorry, Aunt Xin. I'm asking you for a favor. Su Kang was confused and said, Wang Nan, don't do this. Stand up and speak clearly. My mother will help you. Xinhuan seemed to have read Wang Nan's mind and said, girl, you want me to buy your father's company, don't you? Wang Nan was shocked. She nodded and said, my father isn't cut out for business. I'm begging Aunt Xin to buy his company, give him a stake, and let him receive dividends each year to live out his retirement. Any losses incurred during the acquisition, I'll find a way to make up for them in the future. Xinhuan helped Wang Nan to her feet and smiled, saying, it's no big deal. Auntie has more than enough money. She turned to look at Wang Lin and said, old Wang, do you agree with your daughter's plan? Wang Lin sighed. Perhaps he really wasn't cut out for business. Thinking back to when his father was alive, the Wang family had been a prominent family in Beijing. Yet in just a few years, the Wang family had fallen into decline, to the point where even a real estate tycoon from Sichuan Chongqing could ignore them. He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him and said, let's do as Xiao Nan suggested. After speaking, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders, as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. Kyan, standing nearby, exclaimed anxiously, Wang Lin, have you lost your mind? Selling the company? What will become of the Wang family in Beijing? The Wang family no longer has a place in the capital. It's better to leave gracefully than be forced out. Wang Lin turned to Wang Nan and said, daughter, you're much stronger than your father. Learn from Aunt Xin in the future. Don't follow in my footsteps. I'm a good-for-nothing man who ruined this once prosperous family. Wang Nan looked at her father and nodded solemnly. Chapter 70, The Modern-Day Wei Xiaobao. In the days that followed, with the sudden deaths of Lu Jiahui and his son, as well as Feng Han, the aristocratic circles of Kyoto were abuzz with unrest. The assets of the two families began to be gradually devoured by other families. Anyone who dared to resist would mysteriously disappear. Su Kong paid no attention to these matters. Over the past 2 days, he had been accompanying Chao teacher and his classmates on a tour of Kyoto's major attractions. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, Su Kang's family saw Chao teacher off at Kyoto airport. Lin Yi had also come along, excitedly insisting on returning with Chao teacher. Xin didn't understand what had gotten into Lin Yi. Why would a wealthy young lady want to give up her privileged life to experience the life of an ordinary person in a small county? She sighed and said to Lin Yi, Mr. Chao has a lot of work to do now. I'll send you back when school starts. I can take your brother and Wang Nan to university at the same time. Lin Yi pouted, looking unhappy. And make sure you do your homework properly during the rest of your summer vacation. Otherwise, I won't take you there either. Lin Yi heard this and became even more unhappy. Xin said to Chao Bin, Mr. Chao, I've already arranged for someone to handle the transfer procedures for my daughter. When she comes to your place, please take good care of her. Chao Bin said okay with a smile, but inside he was headache. He feared the next year would be tough. Liang Li smiled and said, Mr. Su Kong, we've been bothering you for several days. You should go back now. Alright, have a safe trip. Su Kong felt a pang of sadness and said, Mr. Chao, remember to contact me once you get home. Chao Bin smiled, alright, Jiangqing isn't far from Daji County. Remember to come back often when you're in college. Su Kong nodded firmly. Chao Qian followed her parents toward the departure hall. Suddenly, she felt as though the past few days had been a dream. She slowed her pace and glanced back, only to see Su Kong and Wang Nan holding hands. A hint of loneliness flashed in her eyes. She gave a self-deprecating smile and caught up with the others. After returning from the airport, Su Kong rushed straight to the sales office to work. He had taken a week off, which was indeed quite long. As Yang Chen put it, other employees at the company only take 4 or 5 days off for their weddings, but you went to a graduation banquet and took a whole week off. Of course, Yang Chen was just joking, as the company was run by his own mother, but it still made Su Kong feel a bit embarrassed. As soon as Su Kong entered the sales office, he saw Li Shaoqin standing at the door looking at documents. It had been a long time since they last saw each other, and he missed her dearly. Su Kong greeted her enthusiastically, sisterly, I'm back. Li Shaoqin's eyes lit up and she said, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, we would have almost forgotten about you. Su Kong chuckled, so here I am. I'm pretty curious too. You said you attended a graduation banquet, but why did you take such a long leave of absence? In the whole world, only Mr. Yang would approve your leave request. Actually, after attending my classmate's graduation banquet, I also hosted my own graduation banquet, so it took a bit longer. Li Shaoqin complained, hey, why didn't you tell us you were hosting a graduation banquet? We could have at least come to support you. If I had invited you, my true identity would have been exposed. Su Kong scratched his head and said, I was just worried you'd spend too much money. You're being too formal. We don't have much, but a 200 yuan red envelope wouldn't be a problem, and it wouldn't be a loss for you. That meal alone cost tens of thousands. Su Kong, you're back. Su Yun saw Su Kong and, disregarding her 150-pound weight, ran over and said, I've missed you so much these past few days. She then tried to give Su Kong a big hug. Su Kong quickly stepped aside and said, Sister Su, men and women shouldn't touch each other, and besides, I have a girlfriend. Su Yun missed her target and said unhappily, you always say you have a girlfriend, but you've never brought her over for everyone to see. Su Kong had no choice but to pull out a photo from his phone gallery and said, just look for yourself. Su Yun glanced at it and glared at Su Kong, saying, you just found some random beauty online to fool me. Su Kong was utterly exasperated. Seeing Yu Qing walking toward him, he rushed over like he'd found a lifeline and said, Manager I'm back to work. Yu Qing, due to her connection with Wang Tao, was the only one among them who knew about the recent turmoil in Beijing. Although her relationship with Su Kong had already improved, she still felt a lot of pressure whenever she was with him, mainly because his mother was simply too terrifying. Yu Qing panicked and said, Su Kong, you're back? Are you okay from the other day? Realizing she had spoken out of turn, she nervously glanced at Su Kong and quickly added, it's good you're back at work. Go have lunch. Then she fled the scene. Su Yun whispered to Li Shaoqin, I feel like Yu Qing has been acting strange lately, as if she's afraid of Su Kong. Li Shaoqin only knew that Su Kong had connections, but didn't know who was behind him, so she said, who knows? But I heard from Yang Zong that Yu Qing is planning to resign? What? Manager Yu is resigning? She's doing so well, why would she quit? Su Kong turned to ask. I don't know. It seems to be for personal reasons. Yang Zong tried to persuade her to stay yesterday, but she insisted on leaving. Actually, I think Manager Yu has been much nicer lately. If she quits, I'll be a bit sad to see her go. Su Yun said. Could it be because of me? No, I have to ask her directly. Su Kong couldn't help but think. After lunch, Su Kong took the opportunity when no one was around to approach Yu Qing and whispered, Manager Yu, I heard you're resigning? Yu Qing nodded. You're so good at sales. It's a shame you're quitting. Su Kong paused for a moment before asking, "You're not quitting because of me, are you?" Yu Qing hurriedly said, "It's not because of you. I'm leaving on my own." Seeing Su Kong still looking at her in confusion, she blushed and said, "It was Wang Tao who told me to resign. She wants me to go to Jiangcheng for development." Su Kong felt a surge of anger. "Wang Tao, you're something else. Even Wei Xiaobao wouldn't be able to match you." Chapter 71. Rice is expensive in the capital, and living there is no easy task. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when everyone was feeling sleepy, and with no customers coming in, everyone was dozing off. Su Kong was dozing by the door when he suddenly heard a creak. A man in his 30s opened the door and walked into the sales office. Su Kong hurried over and asked, "Sir, looking to buy a property?" Yang Yi nodded and asked, "What's the cheapest house here?" Su Kong was taken aback for a moment before smiling and explaining, "Sir, we have one unit available. It's in Building 3, Unit 2, on the first floor. The area is 92 square meters, with a unit price of 48,500 yuan per square meter. The total price comes to 4,462,000 yuan. Yang Yi frowned and asked, "Is there anything cheaper?" Su Kong shook his head. "No, sir. If you're living alone, why not consider an apartment? Apartments are much cheaper." Yang Yi simply shook his head and said, "Can you calculate the minimum down payment for me?" Su Kong took out his phone and calculated 1.34 million yuan. Yang Yi sighed, looking dejected. Su Kong handed him a glass of water and said, "Sir, would you like to sit down? I have other units with similar prices that I can show you." Yang Yi took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Su Kang's youthful face, he asked, "You're so young, didn't you go to school?" This question had been asked many times before. Su Kong smiled and said, "No, I'm about to start university. I'm here for a summer job." Yang Yi's eyes lit up. "When I was in school, my family was poor too. I had to find work every summer. You must have had it tough too." "It's okay," Su Kong replied. Seeing that although Yang Yi dressed simply, there was an air of intellectualism about him, he smiled and said, "You must be a top student." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Not bad. I graduated from Kyoto University with a Master's degree." Then he seemed to think of something inside, "But what is the use of graduating from Kyoto University? Rice is expensive there, and it's hard to make ends meet." Su Kong led him to a seat, poured him another cup of water, and said, "Since you graduated from Kyoto University, you shouldn't be struggling financially, right?" Yang Yi sighed and said, "My salary is decent now. If I don't buy a house, life is manageable. Then why not buy a cheaper apartment, or wait a few years to buy a house? To be honest, even the cheapest house in a neighborhood will have some flaws." Yang Yi laughed and said, "You're too honest. Someone like you probably hasn't sold a single house yet." Su Kong blushed and nodded awkwardly. Yang Yi looked at Su Kang's expression and felt a hint of affection. He said, "I have no choice. I met my girlfriend in college and we've been dating for 8 years. I'm 31 now, and she's 28. A few days ago, I went to her house to meet her parents. They probably think my family is poor and not good enough for their daughter, so they weren't very nice to me. But my girlfriend loves me and insists on being with me." Yang Yi smiled slightly as he said this. He took a sip of water and continued, "Her parents had no choice but to make a demand. If I can buy an apartment in Beijing within a month, they'll agree to let us be together. Over the years, I've saved every penny I've earned after covering basic living expenses, but I only have around 700,000 yuan. My parents are farmers, and we have a younger brother who hasn't gotten married yet. They don't have much money either." After finishing, he sighed deeply and said, "Why is my life so difficult?" Su Kong listened quietly, wanting to say something comforting but not knowing where to begin. Ordinary people are always striving to make ends meet, yet life remains a mess. Yang Yi patted Su Kong on the shoulder and said, "You're a honest person. I'll go back and raise some more money, then come back." Su Kong saw him mount the bicycle. Perhaps because the sun had made the seat hot, he slightly tilted his hips. Yang Yi saw Su Kong still standing at the door and said, "Brother, I'll go raise some money first. Next time I come, I'll find you." Su Kong gave a faint smile and called out, "Brother, no matter if you manage to raise the money or not, you must come back here to find me." Yang Yi smiled, waved his hand, and rode away on his bicycle. As soon as Su Kong entered the sales office, he saw Wang Nan holding 2 cups of milk tea waiting for him. "When did you arrive?" I've been here for a while. You were too busy working and didn't notice me." Wang Nan handed a cup of milk tea to Su Kong and said, "Here you go." Su Kong took the milk tea and smiled, saying, "It's so hot outside. Why didn't you stay home?" "I'm not your little sister Linny, I can't just stay home and play games all day." Wang Nan sat down on a sofa, took out a book, and said, "You go ahead with your work, I'll wait for you after you finish." Su Kong felt as sweet as honey inside. "Alright, let us go home together after work." Su Yun walked over and asked curiously, "Su Kong, who is she?" Wang Nan looked up at Su Yun. "Hey, isn't she the beautiful woman in your phone?" Su Yun exclaimed in surprise, "She's really your girlfriend, isn't she?" Su Kong proudly raised his milk tea, his lips curled up in a smile, "Of course. After work, the two ignored the surprised glances of others and held hands as they walked out of the sales office. Behind them, they could faintly hear people teasing Su Yun. As soon as they returned home, they saw Lin Yongjian rushing around. Su Kong curiously asked, "Uncle Lin, is something wrong?" Lin Yongjian nodded and said, "I just received a notice that I need to go to the school for a meeting." "Aren't you going to eat dinner?" "I'll grab something to eat on the way," Lin Yongjian said, looking as though he had something else to say. "Uncle Lin, is there something you need to tell me?" "No, I'll send Lin Yi instead. It won't interfere with the two of you." After saying that, Lin Yongjian hurried upstairs and called out to Lin Yi, "Remember to bring dinner to your grandmother." "What about my two cousins? Aren't they supposed to take care of grandma? I don't trust them. You must remember to go and don't forget." "But there's food at the rehabilitation center, isn't there? Your grandmother doesn't tea like the food at the cafeteria. She can only drink some porridge every day. This is so annoying. I'll go, okay? Just get out of here and don't disturb me while I'm playing games." Lin Yongjian walked downstairs, gave Wang Nan an awkward glance, and left. Su Kong gave Wang Nan a forced smile and said, "My sister is like that. You'll get used to it." A while later, Xinwan called, saying she had some work at the office and wouldn't be back for dinner. Su Kong waited for a while, but by 6:30, Lin Yi was still playing games in her room. He turned to Wang Nan and said, "I'll go bring some food to grandma and be right back. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. I'll go too." Wang Nan grabbed her bag and was about to leave with him. "No need. The rehabilitation center is right near the house. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Su Kong picked up the thermos bowl that Lin Yongjian had prepared earlier, called Li He, and left. Chapter 72, Su Kong, you're pretty good. When they arrived at the rehabilitation center, Su Kong saw Lin Yi's grandmother, Zhang Hongmei, sitting on the bed with a bib around her neck, which was stained with spilled soup. The full-time caregiver hired by Lin Yongjian, Huna, was holding some kanji bought from the canteen. Upon seeing Su Kong, she paused for a moment and said, "Mr. Su, didn't Mr. Lin come today?" "Yes, he had an urgent matter at school today." Su Kong handed the thermos bowl to Huna and said, "Aunt Hu, does grandma still not like the kanji from the cafeteria?" Huna took the thermos bowl and smiled, saying, "Yes, I don't know why either. She just won't eat anything from the canteen." Huna opened the thermos, scooped a spoonful of kanji, and fed it to Zhang Hongmei. Zhang Hongmei took a small bite and then spat it all out with a pf sound. She mumbled incoherently, unable to speak clearly. "Why isn't grandma eating?" Huna looked awkwardly at Su Kong and said, "Before, when I fed her, she would eat, but for the past 2 days, I don't know why, she only recognizes Ms. Lin. Let me try." Su Kong took the thermos bowl from Huna, then took it from her hands again, dripped some porridge onto his wrist, and said in surprise, "It's not even hot." Su Kong scooped a spoonful of kanji, fed her a mouthful, but Zhang Hongmei spat it out. Su Kong, inexperienced, couldn't dodge in time, and some of the liquid splashed onto his hand. Su Kong awkwardly laughed and said, "I guess I'm no good at this either. Let me try." "Mr. Su, go wash your hands first." Su Kong went to the restroom to wash his hands. When he returned, he saw Huna feeding Zhang Hongmei, but she still refused to eat. Reluctantly, she said, "Let me try again." Huna handed the bowl to Su Kong and said, "Maybe we should call Mr. Lin. It's not good for an elderly person to go without eating for so long." Su Kong suddenly thought of something and asked, "Does Uncle Lin usually do anything or say anything when he feeds her?" Huna thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Lin always seems to blow a breath before feeding her." "Blow once?" Su Kong scooped another spoonful of porridge, blew on it, and fed it to Zhang Hongmei. This time, she actually ate it. Su Kong exclaimed happily, "So we need to imitate Uncle Lin blowing a breath." "You're so smart, Mr. Su." Huna added, "Let me try." Su Kong blew a breath again, fed her a mouthful, and said, "No need. I'm also the old man's grandson. Feeding her a meal is only right." Huna sighed, "Mr. Su, you're much better than the old man's 2 biological grandsons. I heard that Mr. Lin even rented 2 houses for them and gave them salaries, but they never show up. When they do, they stay for less than 5 minutes. You're so patient." Su Kong continued feeding while saying, "Many things can't be forced. Just do your best." After a while, Su Kong tried to feed her again, but Zhang Hongmei refused to open her mouth. "Mr. Su, the old lady must be full." Su Kong hummed in response, saw that the porridge in the thermos was almost finished, and set it aside. He was about to remove the bib from Zhang Hongmei's neck when Huna stopped him. "Mr. Su, let me finish the rest. You should go back and eat as well." Su Kong felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed made a noise from his empty stomach while feeding her. Su Kong picked up the thermos bowl and just stepped out the door when he saw Lin Yongjian rushing over. Upon seeing Su Kong, Lin Yongjian clearly startled, surprised, and asked, "Su Kong, did you bring the meal?" "Yes, Uncle Lin, weren't you supposed to be at school for something? Why did you come back so suddenly?" "I called Yi, but she was still playing games. I was worried, so I postponed the school meeting and rushed over." Lin Yongjian finished speaking and walked into the room. He saw Huna cleaning up the mess after the elderly person had finished eating and asked curiously, "How is my mother today? Did she eat the kanji?" Huna smiled and said, she's already finished. At first she didn't want to eat, but thanks to Mr. Su's quick thinking, he imitated the way you usually feed her, so the old lady didn't resist at all while eating. Lin Yongjian asked in surprise, what actions did he imitate? Just blowing a breath over the porridge. Oh, that's it. Lin Yongjian suddenly understood. He realized he did indeed have that habit when feeding the elderly. He was touched and said, I didn't realize you were so thoughtful. Su Kong felt embarrassed under his gaze and said, I was just trying things out. I didn't expect this method to work so well. Lin Yongjian smiled first, then sighed and said, to be honest, I feel ashamed. My mother has 2 grandsons and 1 granddaughter, but the 3 of them combined don't care as much as you do. That's exactly right. The first time Mr. Su fed the elderly, they even spilled food on his hands, but he didn't get angry. He just washed his hands and came back to continue feeding them. I've been in this line of work for so many years, and it's rare to see someone so devoted to their elders, Una said with a smile. Lin Yongjian felt both ashamed and moved. Although he had been polite to Su Kong on the surface since he returned, there had always been a barrier between them. Lin Yongjian looked at Su Kong, wanting to say something to express his gratitude, but he didn't know where to start. In the end, all his words condensed into one sentence, Su Kong, you're a good person. Uncle Lin, don't be so formal. It's what family does. As he finished speaking, Su Kang's stomach growled loudly. Lin Yongjian couldn't help but smile and said, let's go. I haven't eaten either. Let's go out for something to eat. The 2 of them went outside and found a street food stall. Lin Yongjian ordered some grilled skewers and beer. According to his usual preference for lighter meals, he wouldn't normally come to a place like this that catered to younger tastes, but today he wanted to try something different to please Su Kong. Lin Yongjian opened 2 bottles of ice-cold beer, handed one to Su Kong, and smiled, saying, you should be able to drink a little, right? Su Kong smiled and nodded, saying, I've never seen Uncle Lin drink before. It's been years since I last drank. I've never been good at holding my liquor, I can only handle a little beer. White wine knocks me out. After saying this, Lin Yongjian clinked glasses with Su Kong and took a big sip. Lin Yongjian wasn't a heavy drinker, but he was in a good mood today and kept clinking glasses with Su Kong. After 2 bottles of beer, he was already a bit tipsy. During the breaks in their drinking, Lin Yongjian asked Su Kong about his life as an orphan. Su Kong was a bit surprised. This was the first time Lin Yongjian had ever asked about his past. Su Kong smiled and shared many embarrassing and amusing stories from his childhood, but he didn't mention any of the hardships or difficulties he had endured. Lin Yongjian listened quietly, growing increasingly impressed by Su Kang's straightforward nature. The last remnants of his reservations towards Su Kong gradually faded away. Chapter 73, The Head of the Household. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Yongjian picked it up and saw it was the school principal calling to ask why he hadn't attended the meeting. Lin Yongjian explained that he had originally planned to come, but his elderly mother was seriously ill and bedridden, and he was worried no one would take care of her, so he turned back halfway to school. When Lin Yongjian hung up the phone, his expression was not good. Su Kong asked, Uncle Lin, does the school not believe what you said? Lin Yongjian sighed and said, they didn't say it outright, but their words made it clear. Lin Yongjian drank the beer in his glass in frustration and said, damn it, they're all being so hypocritical. They say your family has over a dozen drivers and maids, so why do you need to go take care of your paralyzed mother yourself? I'll do whatever I want, and they can't tell me what to do. Su Kong heard Lin Yongjian swear for the first time, and it was clear that this call had really gotten to him. Su Kong comforted him, let them say whatever they want. We can't force them to think differently. But I think Uncle Lin is truly a filial son. Lin Yongjian laughed heartily, his mood clearly improved. He raised his glass and said, I have 4 siblings. I'm the youngest, with an older brother and 2 older sisters. When I was in elementary school, my father passed away. Our family was already struggling, and after my father's death, things became even more difficult. Lin Yongjian took a sip of beer and continued, from then on, my mother worked day and night, taking odd jobs for others. One day, she came home very late, with her knees bruised and swollen. I finally couldn't hold back and told my mother that I wouldn't go to school anymore. I wanted to go out and work like my older brother and sister to earn money to support the family. Lin Yongjian took a deep breath and said, in my memory, my mother was always a strong woman, but that day she cried. She cried while hitting me with a stick. From then on, I studied like a madman and finally managed to escape from that small mountain village. Lin Yongjian's eyes misted over as he said, I'm no great son. I just feel I owe my mother so much and want to make it up to her in any way I can. Su Kong was deeply moved. He picked up his cup and said, Uncle Lin, I toast to you. The 2 took turns drinking, and before they knew it, they had each downed several bottles. Su Kong felt dizzy, and seeing Lin Yongjian's face flushed red, he worried that drinking more might be too much. He said uneasily, Uncle Lin, maybe we should stop here? No, let's finish the rest of the wine. Uncle Lin, you've had too much. I'm not drunk. My head is clear. Su Kong's heart was pounding. Are you really not drunk? Lin Yongjian suddenly laughed and said, Su Kong, if you had to label me, what would you put on me? A university professor or a freeloader? Definitely a university professor. Su Kang said it without blushing or hesitating. Lin Yongjian was delighted. He rolled his tongue and said, I'm a legitimate PhD who studied abroad. I'm a physics professor at Kyoto University. Though I'm not among the top in the world, I'm still well known in China. As for income, I make 7 figures a year. With my qualifications, in an ordinary family, I'd be the head of the household, wouldn't I? Su Kang was listening intently to Lin Yongjian's candid remarks after drinking, when he suddenly noticed several familiar figures approaching from behind Lin Yongjian. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Qin Wan and Wang Nan, followed by Li He and another driver named Wang Gue. Su Kang was about to warn Lin Yongjian when he saw Qin Wan glaring at him, scaring him into swallowing his words. Wang Nan, however, was smiling sweetly at him. At that moment, the man in front of him, who was so drunk he wanted to be the head of the household, didn't notice that the real head of the household was standing right behind him. He continued to slur his words, look at my Mercedes-Benz. Even though it's cheap in the eyes of the wealthy, it's my own money I bought it with, not a single penny from your mother. There's over 100,000 in my bank account, all my personal savings. Su Kang, tell me, am I not a successful person? Su Kang glanced at Qin Wan, who was smiling, and reluctantly said, sure. Lin Yongjian didn't notice the danger at all and continued, actually, I think I'm not that bad. But I just happened to marry your mother. Everyone who sees me thinks I'm just Qin Wan's husband. It's like I have no other social value or role in society besides being Qin Wan's husband. Lin Yongjian poured himself a glass of wine, drank it in one gulp, and continued, everyone thinks I'm living off your mom, but let me tell you, I bought my own car. Even if we had more drivers at home, I wouldn't use them. I drive myself. EES tuition and training fees were all paid by me. The house was bought by your mom, but I pay her rent every month, including the utilities and groceries for the house. Su Kang, tell me, am I a freeloader? Su Kang awkwardly smiled and said, Uncle Lin, you've had too much to drink. Say less. I'm not drunk. Lin Yongjian was about to continue his rant when a stunning figure sat down beside him. She turned her head and looked at Su Kang expressionlessly, then said, Su Kang, who is this person beside you? He looks just like your mother. After saying that, she tilted her head and fell asleep on the table. Su Kang called out to Uncle Lin several times, but Lin Yongjian didn't respond at all. Su Kang sighed and said to Qin Wan, he must have drunk too much and fallen asleep. Qin Wan slapped the table hard, startling Su Kang, but he noticed that Lin Yongjian had suddenly jumped up. You weren't drunk and asleep? You were just pretending. No wonder you're a professor at Kyoto University. Your mind works so fast. Too bad your mom saw through you. Lin Yongjian laughed awkwardly, I was just dreaming that you came to pick me up, and you actually did. Su Kang suddenly found Uncle Lin quite amusing and chuckled. Qin Wan glared at Su Kang, who quickly shut his mouth. Wang Nan, who was standing nearby, saw this and covered her mouth to suppress a laugh. Qin Wan said coldly, let's go home. Thus, the head of the household, Lin Yongjian, followed Qin Wan obediently like a wronged wife. Chapter 74, the head of the household is at a loss. As the group walked toward the parking lot by the roadside, sudden commotion erupted nearby. The voices sounded familiar, and Su Kang curiously looked over. It was Jiwen and Jiwoo, the two brothers. They were bruised and battered, walking ahead, with several thugs following behind, pushing and shoving them while cursing. Many passers-by gathered around, curiously watching the scene. Lin Yongjian had also noticed the commotion. He turned to Qin Wan and said, wait here for a moment. I'll go see what's going on. Lin Yongjian walked over to the group and shouted, Jiwen and Jiwoo, what are you doing? Jiwen and Jiwoo, the two brothers, saw Lin Yongjian as if he were their savior. Jiwoo even burst into tears and said, Uncle Lin, save us. They say they're going to beat us to death. Nonsense. This is the capital city. Who dares to break the law here? The leader of the thugs was a bald man. Seeing Lin Yongjian's scholarly appearance and his refined manner of speaking, he sneered, are you the family of these two trash? Lin Yongjian frowned and said, I'm their fourth uncle. I don't know what these two nephews of mine did to offend you. These two trashes were playing cards here, lost all their money, then borrowed more from me, and lost that too. Now they not only refuse to pay back the debt but also accuse us of cheating. Lin Yongjian listened, then looked at the two brothers. Seeing their evasive glances, he guessed that the bald man was telling the truth. Lin Yongjian felt utterly disappointed. Not only did they neglect their grandmother, but they also gambled. They were two good-for-nothing pieces of trash. Lin Yongjian sighed and said, what do you plan to do now? The bald man chuckled, I was planning to check these two houses for anything valuable. Since you're their family, there's no need to go through all that trouble. They owe me 210,000 yuan. Why don't you pay it for them? Bull, it's clearly 170,000, Lin Jiwoo said. Who lends money without interest? The bald man glared at Lin Yongjian and said, you'd better know your place or else you'll regret it. He gave a nod, and the others silently moved toward Lin Yongjian. Lin Yongjian frowned but said, alright, I'll pay what they owe. He pulled out his phone and said, it's too late to go to the bank now. Do you have a Ji Fu Bao? The bald man pulled out his phone, opened the payment code, and after seeing 210,000 yuan transferred, he chuckled, "You're a man of your word." Then his eyes darted around, and he continued, "But that's only for the two of them. Earlier, he damaged quite a bit of stuff on my turf. Shouldn't we settle that too?" "Bull, that was all you're doing," Lin Jiwen shouted. Seeing Lin Yongjian's scholarly appearance, the bald man remained unfazed, grinning. "What's the difference? If you don't give us 50,000 yuan, none of you three are leaving." Lin Yongjian said, "This is robbery. If you want to call it robbery, fine. It's your own fault for having such weird nephews. If you don't have the money, just leave. But you're causing trouble on my turf, talking about how your uncle is a professor at Kyoto University and your aunt is the chairwoman of Icon Group. I spit on that. Boasting about your connections on my turf is a crime." The two brothers avoided Lin Yongjian's gaze, dared not look at him. Lin Yongjian sighed and said, "Do whatever you want with these two brothers. I can't interfere." Lin Yongjian turned to leave. Jiwen and Jiwoo, the two brothers, panicked upon hearing this and cried out, "Fourth uncle, don't abandon us. They'll really beat us to death." Lin Yongjian hardened his heart. "You made your own mistakes, you must take responsibility for them." He turned to leave, but as he did, he noticed Qin Wan and the others standing not far behind him. Lin Yongjian felt a warm surge in his heart and was about to walk over, but he was blocked by a small thug. Lin Yongjian furrowed his brows. "What do you want? You haven't paid yet, and you want to leave? I don't have any money. Whoever damaged it should pay for it." The bald man chuckled, holding a wooden stick as he approached Lin Yongjian. He said, "I've seen people like you before. You always say you have no money, but after a beating, you'll have money." Lin Yongjian panicked and shouted, "What do you want? Do you want to beat someone up in broad daylight?" The bald man's eyes turned cold, and he swung the stick at Lin Yongjian. Lin Yongjian reflexively raised his hands to protect his head, but instead of the expected pain, he heard a loud cry of pain from ahead. Lin Yongjian looked forward and saw the bald man collapsed on the ground, with a large black footprint on his chest. His driver, Li He, stood beside the bald man like a martial arts master, hands behind his back. Su Kong had seen it clearly. Li He's flying kick had been fast, accurate, and ruthless, knocking the bald man to the ground with a single blow, leaving him unable to get up for a long time. Su Kong couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He had always suspected that Li He was no ordinary man, but he never expected him to be such a master. Some passers-by began to gather around them unconsciously. Su Kang's heart sank. These people were likely all undercover agents arranged by Qin Wan to protect herself and Lin Yongjian. The other henchmen, seeing their boss being attacked, quickly grabbed sticks and surrounded Li He. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, a soft, laughter-filled voice rang out. "What's wrong, head of the household? Just a few thugs? You're helpless?" Lin Yongjian's face flushed red. "You're the head of the family. I'll follow your lead." Jiwen and Jiwoo, the two brothers, saw Qin Wan and excitedly called out, "Fourth mother." Qin Wan shot the two a disgusted glance and said to Li He, "Masterly, the police will be here soon. Stay behind to handle this." The bald man lay on the ground for a while. Seeing that Qin Wan was about to leave with Lin Yongjian and the others, he turned to his henchmen and shouted, "Damn it, you dare call the police? Beat them to death." Qin Wan's expression turned cold. She turned to another driver and said, "Wang, go help out. Make sure to hit them hard." Wang Gue, upon hearing this, excitedly cracked his neck. He had been driving all day and hadn't had a chance to move around in a while. Seeing a small thug charge toward him, he punched him in the stomach. The thug fell to the ground in agony, his body convulsing. The bald man's heart sank. Earlier, he had been kicked to the ground by Li He, and he had thought it was just his own carelessness that had allowed him to ambush him successfully. But now, seeing Wang Gue's movements, it was clear he was a trained fighter. This woman must be no ordinary person. But there was no time to think. In less than a minute, Wang Gue and Li He swept through the 5 or 6 thugs like autumn winds clearing fallen leaves, knocking them all to the ground. The lighter ones had dislocated arms, while the more severely injured were coughing up blood, likely suffering from internal injuries. The bald man now regretted his actions too late. He slapped himself hard across the face, causing it to swell and turn red. "I didn't recognize your true strength. Please spare me, sir." Jiwen and Jiwoo, the two brothers, regained their arrogant demeanor. They picked up the sticks from the ground and struck the bald man, saying, "Do you really think we're just bragging?" The bald man couldn't believe it. Could the woman in front of him really be Qin Wan? And had he just extorted money from Qin Wan's husband? Ignoring the pain on his body, the bald man knelt down with a thud, bowing his head and begging for mercy. "Please spare me, Mr. Qin. I'll never do it again." "Go to hell." Lin Jiwen kicked the bald man to the ground and said, "Hurry up and give me my money back." The bald man immediately pulled out his phone to transfer the money, fearing he'd be beaten if he delayed. Lin Yongjian watched the two brothers act so arrogantly and sighed, saying, "Jiwen, Jiwoo, you two should go back tomorrow." "All right, we'll leave right away. I meant you should go back to your hometown in the south tomorrow." The two brothers were startled by his words and panicked, saying, "But Grandma's illness hasn't gotten better yet. I'll buy you plane tickets tonight. You don't need to worry about your grandmother's illness." After saying this, Lin Yongjian didn't wait for their response and turned to leave. Chapter 75. I'd rather starve to death outside than go home. Upon returning home, Lin Yongjian, who had drunk quite a bit that evening, intended to go to his room to rest. However, as he passed by Lin Yi's room, he saw her still playing games. A surge of anger welled up inside him. He walked into the room, slammed his hand heavily on the desk, and shouted, "All you ever do is play games. Lin Yi, do you care about anything besides playing games?" Lin Yi was startled by the shout. She had never seen her father so angry before and was momentarily at a loss for words. "Look at yourself. Your hair is a mess, and you spend all day locked in your room playing games. I asked you to take your grandmother her meal, and you didn't go. Do you think this is how a normal person lives? I forgot, it wasn't tea on purpose. Besides, didn't T Sukong already take it? You have no respect for your elders. Did you just call him by his first name? He's your older brother." Lin Yi had never been scolded so harshly by Lin Yongjian before. Her lips trembled, and she looked utterly dejected. Sukong, who was downstairs, heard Lin Yongjian scolding his daughter and quietly asked, "Mom, did Uncle Lin speak too harshly? Should we go up and check?" Xinwan frowned and said, "No need. Your sister does need to be disciplined." Lin Yongjian looked at Lin Yi's expression and his heart softened again. He said with frustration, "Lin Yi, you're already 14 years old. You're not a child anymore. Your grandmother used to love you so much. Now she is paralyzed and doesn't know how many years she has left. I arranged for you to take her some food, but you didn't even want to go. Your brother isn't even related by blood to your grandmother, yet he not only brings her meals but also feeds her himself. When will you ever grow up and become as mature as your brother?" "Sukong isn't my brother," Lin Yi shouted. "How isn't he? What is his last name? What is mine? Sukong is your mother's biological son. He is your brother and a blood-related older brother. You have to acknowledge him, whether you want to or not." Lin Yi burst into tears. "You're all one family, and I'm the only outsider. You're all ganging up on me." Lin Yongjian sighed and said, "When have we ever bullied you? It's always been like this. Ever since Sukong came back, Mom has been doting on him every day. Now even you're always speaking highly of him. None of you care about me, and you won't even give me pocket money. I hate you all. What else do you want us to do? Did you even listen to what we said? We hired a tutor for you, but you chased them all away. You said you wanted to go to an after-school class like the other students, so we signed you up, but you only went for 3 days before getting into a fight with your classmates and refusing to go back. And your colorful hair, I can't stand looking at it." Lin Yongjian was still speaking when he saw Lin Yi suddenly stand up, grab a backpack, and start packing clothes inside. "What are you packing?" Lin Yongjian asked in confusion. "I'm leaving this house. I never want to see any of you again." Lin Yongjian was so angry he could spit fire. "Lin Yi, if you have the guts to leave this house, don't ever come back. Even if I starve to death outside, I won't come back." With that, Lin Yi grabbed her backpack and walked out the door. Upon reaching the first floor, she saw Qinwan and the others watching TV. Lin Yi felt increasingly wronged. "I said I was running away from home, and you're still watching TV? None of you tried to stop me." Lin Yi shouted at the three watching TV, "You're all bad people. I hate you." Then she stormed out the door. Seeing that Lin Yi had already left, the three of them looked at each other. Sukong said to Qinwan, "Mom, aren't we going to stop her?" Qinwan sighed, "How can we stop her? The more we stop her, the more she'll run away." Seeing Lin Yongjian come downstairs with his head hanging low, she couldn't help but say, "Old Lin, you're also at fault. Why did you speak so harshly? What should we do now that she's run away? You're always blaming me. You didn't stop her either." After saying that, the two of them glared at each other. Lin Yongjian sighed and said uneasily, "Old Qin, have you arranged for someone to protect her? Don't worry about safety. There are several undercover agents keeping an eye on her at all times." Qinwan rubbed her temples and said, "Old Lin, you're a university professor. What should we do now? We can't just let her wander around outside." "You're asking me? You're the group chairman. Should I go talk to her?" Sukong suggested softly. "She's already full of grievances toward you. Going now would just pour oil on the fire." Lin Yongjian said. "Why don't I go?" Wang Nan said cautiously. "If we can convince her to come back, that's best. If not, we'll take her to a hotel for the night." Qinwan's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Don't rush out now. Wait another 2 hours before going to look for her." Seeing the others looking at him, he explained, "Let's wait a bit longer and let her cool down." At 10 o'clock in the evening, Qinwan, Lin Yongjian, and Su Kang were all sitting in the first floor lobby, restlessly watching TV. Suddenly, Su Kang's phone buzzed. He picked it up and said happily, "It's from Wang Nan. Quick, see what Wang Nan said." Seeing Qinwan and Lin Yongjian staring at him nervously, Su Kang placed his phone on the coffee table in front of him and opened the chat with Wang Nan. The message read, "I've gained the trust of Miss Lin Yi and brought her to the hotel. However, she is still being very stubborn, saying she'll stay at the hotel and never go home. Shinwan read it and was stunned, saying, "Old Lin cut off her living expenses. Let's see if she can afford to stay at the hotel. As long as Wang Nan is with her, she'll have unlimited funds." Shinwan sighed and said, "We'll let her stay at the hotel for a few days first, then we'll see." Lin Yongjin nodded, "That's the only option." Su Kong replied, "Stay with her at the hotel for a few days first, then we'll see how things go." As soon as Su Kong sent the message, his phone buzzed. The three of them looked over curiously and saw Wang Nan reply, "No way." Shinwan's expression darkened, and Lin Yongjin looked awkward. They hadn't expected Wang Nan to refuse so bluntly. Just as they were about to say something, the phone rang again. The three of them turned their heads simultaneously to look at it. Wang Nan had replied, "I'll bring the young miss home tomorrow. The first person I see every day will be you, and the last person I see every day will also be you." The message ended with a heart emoji. Su Kang's face turned red. He hurriedly put his phone away and glanced sideways at the other two, who were trying to suppress their laughter. He said, "Wang Nan said he'll bring Lin Yi home tomorrow." Lin Yongjin laughed it off. "Really? I suddenly feel so tired. I didn't even see what Wang Nan sent earlier. I think I'll go rest." Shinwan followed behind Lin Yongjin and said, "Old Lin, wait for me. I'm also really tired." When they reached the third floor, they saw Su Kong still holding his phone and replying to messages. She smiled and said, "Su Kong, aren't you going back to your room? Your Wang Nan isn't going to run away just because you didn't reply for a few minutes." Su Kang's face turned red upon hearing this. Chapter 76, What do you want from him? The next day, Su Kong had just arrived at the sales office when Yang Yi walked in with a young woman. He looked around and, upon seeing Su Kong, exclaimed happily, "Brother, I'm back." Su Kong was surprised and asked, "Did you manage to raise the money so quickly?" Yang Yi looked at the woman with a loving gaze and said, "Yes, this is my girlfriend Chen Yen. She helped me gather the remaining money." Yang Yi then turned to Su Kong and said, "By the way, what's your last name?" "My name is Su Kong. You can just call me Xiao Su." Yang Yi pointed at Su Kong and said to Chen Yen, "This is Su, the brother I met yesterday. He's a reliable guy. Buying a house from him is definitely a good choice." Chen Yen extended her hand with a smile and said, "Hello, my husband is a bit reserved. Not many people can call him brother." Su Kong smiled and said, "I'm just working a summer job. I'm not very capable, but Yang Ge really thinks highly of me." Yang Yi turned to Chen Yen and said, "Those with real ability are all smooth talkers. When it comes to buying a house, we should only trust someone like Su." Li Xiaoqin, who had been about to step in to vet Su Kong, overheard Yang Yi's words and awkwardly walked away. Su Kong led the two of them to a nearby table and asked, "Brother Yang, are you still interested in that first floor unit today?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Are there any other units that are slightly better?" Su Kong perked up and showed them several more floor plans. Yang Yi and Chen Yen discussed it back and forth, eventually settling on two options. Chen Yen preferred a smaller unit on the 5th floor, while Yang Yi favored a slightly larger one on the 8th floor. Chen Yen said, "We're just a small family. What use is such a large area? Every penny saved is a penny earned. I think this 95 square meter unit is perfect, 2 bedrooms and a living room. One room for us and one for the child, just right. Buying a house is a lifetime decision. If we're going to buy, we should go for something bigger. What if our parents come to stay for a few days in the future? A 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit would be so convenient." Chen Yen was quite tempted, but then frowned and said, "But it's 40,000 more expensive. That's a lot, almost 2 years' salary for you. Using 2 years' salary to get a bigger house is worth it. But we'll need money for the wedding. If we spend all the money on the house, how will we afford the wedding?" Yang Ye's expression immediately fell. He turned to Su Kong and said, "Su brother, could you help me calculate the down payments for both houses?" Su Kong pulled out a calculator and quickly calculated the figures, saying, "The smaller one is 1.46 million, and the larger one is 1.58 million. Chen Yen sighed and said, "You have 780,000 yuan, I have 310,000 yuan, plus the 470,000 yuan we borrowed from our classmates and colleagues, that adds up to 1,560,000 yuan. It's still 20,000 yuan short of the down payment for the bigger house. We still need to save some money for living expenses, right?" Yang Yi clenched his teeth and said, "No, I'll borrow some more from my classmates." "What about when we get married? Will we have to borrow money again?" Chen Yen said, Yang, I know you don't want me to suffer, but as long as we can have our own little home, I'll be happy." Yang Yi was moved. He said, "Don't worry. My salary will increase next month. This is just a temporary hardship. Once we get through this period, things will get better." Chen Yen angrily said, "How can I make you understand?" Su Kong couldn't help but interject, Yang, why don't I take you to see the apartment first? You can decide after you've seen it." The two nodded and followed Su Kong into the residential complex. Shortly after the three left the sales office, a middle-aged man in his 30s entered with 2 elderly people. He smiled and introduced himself, "Uncle and Aunt, I've come to look at this villa several times. Overall, I'm quite satisfied with it. It has 3 floors and a total area of 780 square meters. Today, I brought the 2 elders to take a look. If you're satisfied, I'll buy it directly as the wedding home for me and Yin Yin. Chen's father was overjoyed and said to Chen's mother beside him, look how considerate Xiao Wang is. If Yin Yin marries him, she'll definitely live a life of luxury. You're absolutely right. Mrs. Chen chimed in with a smile. Yu Qing saw Wang Cheng arrive and hurried over to greet him, saying, Mr. Wang, you're here. Take my future in-laws to take a look at the villa. If they have no objections, I'll make the down payment and secure the property today. Chen's father and mother were overjoyed to hear Wang Cheng address them as father-in-law and mother-in-law. We've already prepared everything for you. Let us go over there. After Yu Qing led them away, Su Kong just happened to return with Ouyang Yi. During the house viewing, the two continued to argue. Su Kong smiled and said, you two wait here for a moment. I'll go ask my boss for the final discounted price for these 2 units. You can decide then. Su Kong couldn't find Yu Qing anywhere, so a colleague told him that Yu Qing had taken someone out to view properties. He then went straight to the 2nd floor to look for Yang Chen. Ouyang Yi and Shen Yan were still discussing their housing budget when they suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures entering the sales office. Ouyang Yi quickly stood up from his seat and said, Uncle and Aunt, you're here too. As he spoke, he noticed Wang Cheng standing beside Chen's parents, and his expression turned extremely grim. Shen Yan also turned around, her heart skipping a beat. She stood next to Ouyang Yi, tightly gripping his hand. Chen's parents saw their daughter standing so closely with Ouyang Yi, and their previously cheerful expressions turned gloomy. They glanced sideways at Wang Cheng, who indeed had a dark, ugly expression. Chen's mother glared at Chen Yan and said angrily, Yin Yin, come here immediately. Look at yourself, do you even look like a proper lady? Chen Yan cut straight to the point, Dad and Mom, I won't be with Wang Cheng. Don't waste your time. Marriage is not something you can decide on your own. Wang Cheng is so outstanding, yet you insist on being with a poor country boy. What are you after? I want him to love me and do everything I want. Chen's father was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. You? Ouyang Yi was also furious inside, but he forced himself to say, Uncle and Aunt, didn't you say back then that as long as I bought a house in the Hongwei residential community, you'd agree to let Yin marry me? Do you think I didn't investigate you? With your salary, even if you didn't eat or drink and saved every penny, you couldn't afford the down payment. How can you not afford it? I'm bringing Yin Yin to look at the house today, aren't I? Shen's father sneered, you must have borrowed a mountain of debt. If you need to borrow money for the down payment, what about the wedding expenses? What about the daily necessities after marriage? Do you want my daughter to live with you in debt? Ouyang Yi's face turned red, but he didn't know how to respond. Chapter 77, Are you going to be Ma Wenkai? Shen's parents followed closely behind. Seeing that Ouyang Yi and Shen Yan hadn't caught up, they said coldly, you two, come up here. There are so many people watching. Don't you feel ashamed? Shen Yan grew angry upon hearing her father's words. We truly love each other, what's shameful about that? You're the one shaming us by trying to break us apart. She then pulled Ouyang Yi and said, Ouyang, let's go home. Let them have another daughter to marry some Wang Xiao. The surrounding audience heard this and snickered, pointing and whispering at Chen's parents. What kind of outrageous words were those? Chen's father was so angry his face turned pale, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Ouyang Yi shook his head and said, let's go upstairs. We must settle this today. The group went to the 2nd floor meeting room. Ouyang Yi said, Uncle and Aunt, I am indeed a bit poor right now, but I can promise you both that I will definitely give Yin Yin a bright future. Chen's mother said, what good is a promise? With your meager salary, you'd be lucky to buy an apartment in Beijing, and you'd have to pay off the mortgage for decades. What future could my daughter have with you? Ouyang Yi was at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond. Shen Yan said, the future is whatever life I can live the way I want to live it. If I end up living a life I don't want, that's not a future. Chen's mother sighed, a poor couple faces 100 sorrows. You sound good now, but you'll regret it later. Aunt Chen, I'll work hard and never let Yin Yin regret this. Shen Yan gripped Ouyang Yi's hand tightly and said, you only see Ouyang's current poverty, but you overlook his bright spots. He's willing to work dawn to dusk and live frugally to marry me. Just for that, I believe that no matter how poor we are, we won't be destitute. Wang Cheng saw Chen Yan and Ouyang Yi holding hands, his face turning extremely ugly. He said, when it comes to family background, education, career, resources, or even looks, I'm miles ahead of him. Where did I go wrong? Loving someone isn't about weighing the pros and cons. But marriage is. Wang Cheng said, if you marry me, you'll be a wealthy woman in the capital, never wanting for anything. That's not the life I want. Then what kind of life do you want? He can give you everything I can, and even more. Wang Cheng saw Chen Yan turn away and ignore him, so he said again, Yin Yin, you know I've liked you since high school. All these years, my feelings haven't changed. What did I do wrong to make you choose him over me? Shen Yan replied coldly, you didn't do anything wrong. We're just not meant for each other. I've never liked you, not in the past, not now, and never will. Did I never move you at all? Wang Xiao, stop pretending to be so sentimental. I'm only asking you, whose name will be on the property deed when you buy the house? Wang Cheng's expression grew cold. That was decided by the family. They said to put my name first on the deed when we bought the house and add yours after the wedding. Chen's father frowned slightly, but Chen's mother smiled and said, that arrangement seems reasonable. We've never met your parents, so we don't know if you're telling the truth or not. Chen Yin turned to ask Ouyang Yi, Ouyang, what about you? I already told you, didn't I? We put both our names on the deed when we bought the house. Wang Cheng sneered, his place isn't worth much. How can it compare to my villa? But that's all he has, Chen Yin said excitedly. What about you? Do you need a house? Or even a woman? Wang Cheng was extremely angry. I'm sincere about you. Why won't you believe me? My parents were blinded by your appearance, but I wasn't. I still remember how determined Hu Chui was when she jumped off the building. Wang Cheng's forehead veins bulged when he heard Hu Chui's name. Hu Chui jumping off the building had nothing to do with me. Is that so? She was the school beauty back then. You lured her into bed with a few sweet words, and within days, her nude photos were circulating all over school. A few days later, she jumped off the building. She was still a high school student, in the prime of her life, and you didn't cherish her at all after getting what you wanted. Everyone present was shocked to hear this. Wang Cheng panicked and defended himself to Chen's parents. I did pursue Hu Chui, but she never agreed to be my girlfriend. As for sleeping with her, that's complete nonsense. Seeing that everyone was still looking at him suspiciously, he added, everything I just said is the truth. Uncle and aunt, you've known me for years. If I were really like Chui said, wouldn't you have noticed by now? Chen's father couldn't help but nod. No matter how well someone pretended, they would eventually give themselves away. He said to Chen Yan, Yan, you can't slander someone without evidence. Hu Chui was my best friend at the time. How could I be making things up? Chen Yan said anxiously, Dad, think about it. There are so many girls in the capital who are more beautiful than me. Why would he insist on marrying me? If I agree to marry him, I'll end up like Hu Chui. You and Mom have no power or influence. How will you avenge me and clear my name? This is completely made up. Why would you believe a poor young man over me? No, big brother, why are you doing this? If someone wants to be Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai, does that mean you want to be Ma Wenkai? A voice came from the corner, and everyone turned to look. It was Su Kong, who had been standing there for a while. Standing next to Su Kong were Yang Chan and Yu Qing, both looking curious. They were just bystanders. I know who Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai are, but who is Ma Wenkai? Wang Cheng looked at Su Kong, who was wearing a work uniform and appeared to be a real estate agent, but his face looked extremely familiar. He suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in horror, You're Su. Su Kong asked curiously, Do you know me? No, I don't know you. Wang Cheng said, then hurried toward the door. Wang Xiao, why did you suddenly leave? Chen's mother said anxiously. I don't have the surname Wang. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Wang Cheng didn't even look back and ran off in a hurry. Yang Chen sighed inwardly. This was the difference between a second-rate wealthy family and a top-tier one. Just a single glance was enough to send him running away. He turned to Yu Qing and said, The person has already left. Why are you still here? Let's go out. The two stepped outside. Yang Chen asked, Yu Qing, do you have this Wang's contact information? Yu Qing nodded. Send him a message saying that the man inside surnamed Ouyang is a close friend of Su Kong. He should back down then. Yang Chen looked at Yu Qing and couldn't help asking again, You still don't want to stay? Yes, I'm currently handing over my work to Li Shaoqin. By the end of the month, I'll officially resign. If you leave, half of my sales team will be gone. Yu Qing smiled and said, Actually, Li Shaoqin is quite capable. She can do a better job than me. Chapter 78, The Authentic Kyoto Aristocrat. In the conference room, Chen's parents were puzzled by Wang Cheng's sudden departure and couldn't help but glance at Su Kong. He seemed like an ordinary person, yet he acted as if he had seen a ghost. Su Kong, noticing everyone staring at him, laughed it off and said, That guy must be crazy. He just left without even saying goodbye. Ouyang Yi introduced Su Kong to Chen's parents, uncle and aunt. This young man is Su, the salesman here. I've been looking for him these past few days to view properties. Chen's father had calmed down a bit by now. The more he thought about it, the more he believed Chen Yan was telling the truth. This man surnamed Wang hadn't even met his parents once. He was probably just playing around. He felt a chill run down his spine. However, looking at Ouyang Yi's wrinkled shirt, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He said indifferently, What kind of house did you look at earlier? How many square meters? Ouyang Yi's heart sank with joy, and he hurriedly began to describe the two properties he had shown them earlier. Chen's father said coldly, What are you still arguing about? We should definitely choose the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room one. I think so too. Chen Yan, seeing that Wang Cheng had left, spoke up boldly, We don't have money. We'll just cook whatever we have. Seeing her father fuming, Chen Yan pressed further, Why don't the two of you lend me a couple of 100,000? 100 or 80,000? I'm telling you, we don't have a single penny. If he can't buy this 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment today, I won't agree to your marriage. Yang Yi said helplessly, Uncle, can we wait a few more days? Postpone it a few days and borrow more money? Can't you call your family for support? Chen Yan saw Yang Yi's grim expression and hurriedly said, Dad, haven't I told you about Yang's family situation? You've been bewitched by this boy. I'm so frustrated with you. Chen's father glared at his daughter and said earnestly, Yan, a happy life for a small family requires a material foundation. I know. 30 years of fortune in the East, 30 years in the West. I believe Yan will work hard to provide me with a life of comfort and security. Let me interject here. Just as the tension in the room reached a boiling point, Su Kang interjected, earlier, I negotiated a discount with my boss. He heard that Yang is a graduate of Kyoto University, so he can now enjoy a significant discount. Therefore, the money you have should be enough for the down payment. Really? Yang Yi asked in surprise. Absolutely true. Yang Yi looked at Chen's father and said excitedly, Uncle, you really meant that if we buy the house today, you'll agree to let Yan marry me, right? Chen's father looked at Yang Yi's excited expression and was deeply moved. This young man may be a bit poor, but he truly loves my daughter with all his heart. He nodded and said, it's true. Yang Yi excitedly took Chen Yan's hand and said, Yan, let's go pay the deposit together. Chen Yan happily nodded. Su Kang said to the two elders, please rest here for a moment. I'll take Yang to pay the deposit. Upon reaching the entrance of the first-floor finance office, Su Kang said, you two wait here for a moment, I'll go in and speak with the finance department. Under the puzzled gazes of the two, Su Kang entered the finance office and closed the door. After a moment, Su Kang emerged and said to Yang Yi, Yang Ge, I've already arranged everything with the finance department. Come in and make the payment. With Su Kang's assistance, Yang Yi quickly completed all the procedures. After deducting various discounts, there was still 50,000 yuan left in the account. Su Kang handed the house keys to Yang Yi and said, congratulations, Yang Gu. You are now a proud homeowner of the magnificent Hongwei community. Yang Yi held the keys, his expression filled with excitement. He turned to Chen Yan and said, Yan, we finally have our own home. Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you, Su brother. It's me who should be thanking you. This is the first house I've ever sold. Chen Yan saw her parents approaching and immediately held up the keys, saying excitedly, Dad and Mom, look. We've bought a house. Chen's father, seeing his daughter so happy, felt deeply moved. He said with some concern, let me see the property deed. Is Yan Yan's name on it? Chen Yan flipped open the property deed and said, look for yourself. Why isn't my name on it? Chen's father saw his daughter's name and couldn't help but smile happily. Chen's mother sighed worriedly, now that we've bought the house, what about the renovation? I was thinking of waiting. Before Yang Yi could finish speaking, Chen's father interrupted, let the two of us handle the renovation. Chen Yan happily grabbed her father's clothes and said in a spoiled tone, Dad, you're truly the best father in the world. Now I'm the best dad again? Don't get too excited yet, I have conditions. What? Chen Yan was stunned. Was he going to mention another harsh condition? Yang Yi felt nervous but still said, Uncle, go ahead, I'm listening. Chen's father sighed and said, first, you're both grown-ups now and have known each other for years. Arrange for your family to come to Beijing to propose marriage as soon as possible, preferably before National Day. Is that clear? Yang Yi hadn't expected such good news and happily nodded in agreement. Second, after you marry Yan, the first child must take your surname. The second child, regardless of gender, must take Yan's surname. Chen Yan's face turned pale and she exclaimed, Dad. Chen's father ignored Chen Yan and looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled lightly and said, Uncle, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I had the same idea. Chen Yan was surprised and asked, you don't mind? What is there to mind? Old people always think about carrying on the family line. Maybe we'll feel the same way when we're old. Chen's father smiled contentedly. He had previously disapproved of the idea, but now that his mindset had changed, he found it increasingly acceptable. Yang Yi turned to Su Kang and said, Su brother, thanks for helping me secure the discount today. Do you have time for lunch? I'd like to treat you. Su Kang was about to speak when he saw two young girls, one older and one younger, walk into the sales office. Su Kang was puzzled and hurriedly said to Yang Yi, Yang brother, no need to be so formal. You're all together as a family, I'm still working and it's inconvenient for me. After saying that, Su Kang walked toward Wang Nan and Lin Yi. Halfway there, Su Kang suddenly turned around and said, oh, right, Yang brother, Chen's sister, I'd like to wish you both a happy marriage in advance. Thank you. Yang Yi smiled and turned to Chen Yan, saying, Yan, why don't we wait for Su brother to finish work and then invite him out for a meal? Chen Yan shook her head. Yang, forget it. He's a genuine Kyoto noble. We shouldn't disturb him. Seeing Yang Yi's confused expression, Chen Yan explained, didn't you notice how calm he was when facing Wang Chang? But when Wang Chang saw him, he acted like a mouse seeing a cat, not even daring to say his name before running away. That means Su Kang is someone Wang Chang can't afford to provoke. But he doesn't look like it, and he's even working his summer job. He's just a Kyoto nobleman experiencing life. Do you think he's short on money? His watch alone is worth tens of thousands, and there's no such thing as a housing discount for Kyoto University in Kyoto. That's money he paid out of his own pocket to help you. Yang Yi watched Su Kong's back and felt even more convinced that Chen Yan was right. He felt both moved and ashamed. Don't just stand there. Befriending a Kyoto noble is a good thing for us. Chen Yan held the keys and said, let's go. I want to take another look at the new house and design our little nest myself. Yang Yi smiled, no longer dwelling on Su Kang's background, and led Chen's parents toward the new house. Chapter 79, Targeting Me. Lin Yi saw Su Kong approaching and snorted, lifting her head proudly. Su Kong didn't get angry. He smiled at Wang Nan and said, what are you doing here? Wang Nan smiled sweetly and said, your sister said she wanted to be independent, so I brought her here to look for a job. Really? She is only 14, not even an adult yet. Who would hire her? Wang Nan frowned and said, exactly. We've been looking all morning and my legs are about to give out. We had no choice but to come here. Su Kong looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. Miss Lin, are you serious? Lin Yi remained arrogant and said, Su Kong, go tell your boss. My requirements aren't high. The same salary as you will do. Is this company yours or mine? Can we just decide between the two of us? Su Kong sighed, there's no need to tell the boss. You're too young, they won't hire you here. Lin Yi retorted, you're not the boss. Why can't you hire me? I'm not going to say anything. If you want to go, go yourself. Fine, I'll go. Lin Yi pouted, then saw Su Yun walking over and hurriedly asked, sister, where's your boss? Su Yun looked at Lin Yi strangely and said, he's in the second floor office. The door says general manager. Wang Nan, let's go find the boss. Wang Nan gave Su Kong an innocent look and followed behind Lin Yi. Su Yun saw the two of them walk away and approached Su Kong, asking, who's that little girl? What's she doing looking for Mr. Yang? Su Kong frowned and said, she's my sister. She's having a fight with our family and said she wants to make it on her own. I can't talk to you now. I need to go check on her. Su Kong entered Yang Chen's office and heard Yang Chen say impatiently, I told you, we don't hire minors here. Lin Yi saw Su Kong enter and pointed at him, saying, then why is Su Kong allowed to work here? Yang Chen was puzzled and asked, do you know Su Kong? Who knows that troublemaker? Yang Chen looked curiously at Su Kong, who said awkwardly, my sister is having a fight with her family. Oh, it's your sister? Your sister? Yang Chen cautiously asked Lin Yi, what's your name? Lin Yi. Oh no, not again. Yang Chen looked at the non-mainstream girl in front of him, feeling like crying. Your mom has so many businesses, why are you picking on me? Should I take her or not? That's the question. Mr. Yang, what are you thinking about? Minors are child labor, it's illegal. Su Kong said. Su Kong, shut up. I didn't ask you to pay her wages. What's it to you? Then what can you do here? I can do anything. If you're so capable, why don't you just go fly? Yang Chen listened to the siblings arguing and felt a headache coming on. Just as he was feeling stuck, the office door opened again. Upon recognizing the person, Yang Chen jumped up from his seat in shock. He cautiously called out, Mr. Qin. Qin narrowed her eyes at Yang Chen and asked, do you know me? Should I say I know her or not? This is another problem. Yang Chen cautiously replied, my name is Yang Chen. I've met Miss Qin a few times before, so it's normal that you don't recognize me. Yang Chen looked at Qin, who was looking at him with approval. That was close. Thank goodness I'm quick on my feet. Lin Yi saw Qin enter and turned her head away with a pout. Qin glanced at her daughter, then sat down on the sofa, crossing her legs. Yang Chen looked at the entire family sitting in silence, unsure whether to sit or stand, feeling so embarrassed he wanted to jump out the second floor window. Qin said casually, Mr. Yang, why are you still standing? Sit down. Yang Chen nodded and sat down. Lin Yi pulled Wang Nan's hand and said, Wang Nan's sister, let's go find the next place. I don't believe there's no place for me in this big city. You're not even 15 yet. You're considered child labor. Who would dare hire you? Qin smiled and said, if you listen to me in the future, I'll ask this Mr. Yang to take you in. Right, Mr. Yang? Right. Yang Chen nodded repeatedly. Lin Yi, who had already taken a step forward, pulled her leg back and said with a pout, you all look down on me because I'm young and bully me. Just say whether you agree or not. Seeing that Lin Yi was still hesitating, Qin said again, you wanted to run away from home, right? Without money, where can you go? Can you even get out of the third ring road of Kyoto? Lin Yi stormed back and said, I only listened to you because I wanted to run away from home. I didn't really want to listen to you. Fine, do as you please. Qin said indifferently. Lin Yi looked at Yang Chen pitifully and said, Mr. Yang, how much will my monthly salary be? I'm much more capable than Su Kong, it can't be less than his. Yang Chen looked at Qin, who nodded slightly, and said, no problem. Your salary will be the same as Su Kang's. Also, I need my salary paid daily because I'm completely broke now. If you don't pay me, I'll starve to death on the streets. Yang Chen looked at Qin again and saw her nod slightly, so he said, alright, no problem. Also, can I come in a little later in the morning? Yang Chen looked at Qinwan again and saw her shake her head slightly, so he said, I'm sorry, that's probably not possible. Qinwan coughed a few times and Yang Chen finally realized what she meant, saying, that's absolutely out of the question. Qinwan said, every morning, I get up with your brother and come to work together. I don't want to go with him. I want to come on my own. Ha? You just said you'd listen. Oh, okay then. Lin Yi turned to Yang Chen and asked, so, Mr. Yang, what kind of work will I be doing? Yang Chen looked at Qinwan, but she spoke directly, follow your brother. Do whatever he tells you to do. Why do I have to follow him again? Lin Yi grew impatient, then suddenly thought of something and said, wait, this isn't your company. You should assign me a job, right, Mr. Yang? Yes, no. Yang Chen glanced nervously at Qinwan and said, your brother is quite capable now. You can assist him. He's capable? Lin Yi expressed her doubts. He just sold a house today. Su Kong, noticing Lin Yi constantly glancing at him, said, what are you looking at? If you're so capable, sell a house yourself and I'll assist you. That's what you said. Lin Yi retorted. Yang Chen saw Lin Yi looking at him again and felt extremely nervous. Miss, don't ask any more questions. This isn't your interview, it's mine. Qinwan checked her watch and asked, any more questions? If not, let's go eat. After dinner, you'll start working here officially. No more. Yang Chen sighed in relief. Qinwan then said, Mr. Yang, please prepare a set of tableware for us. We'll have a work meal here. What? Is it appropriate for people of your status to eat a work meal? Chapter 80, An Unconventional Sales Office. Qinwan had a quick lunch and left. Lin Yi had no idea about her family's business. She thought Yang Chen was her mother's friend, which is why he could get in through the back door. After lunch, she changed into a work uniform, but with her vibrant hair and youthful face, she looked completely out of place. Su Kong thought that only Yang Chen and Fu Cheng knew about Qinwan and the entire company. After lunch, he specifically found Yang Chen and asked him to keep Qinwan's identity a secret. Yang Chen was utterly speechless inside. Your mother is the big boss. As an employee of Icon Group, how could you not know her? Could you just come clean about your identity yourself? I've been keeping this secret for you every day, and it's not even a secret, it's exhausting, you know? Yang Chen looked at Su Kang's serious expression and sighed, alright, I won't tell anyone that the person sitting across from you at dinner was the group's chairman, Qinzong. Su Kang hurriedly thanked him and left in a hurry. Su Kang, didn't you see that old man with white hair who doesn't have any water? Go get him a cup of water. Su Kang frowned and went to get a cup of water. Su Kang, this trash can is full. Go dispose of it. Su Kang sighed and emptied the trash. Su Kang, deliver this document to that young lady. Su Kang took a deep breath and handed over the documents. Su Kang. Stop calling me Su Kang. Su Kang finally snapped and said to Lin Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, I'm working for the company, not for you. You're the one who should be assisting me, not the other way around. Why are you shouting so loudly? You were the one who asked me to look at the documents. Lin Yi said with a pout. Wang Nan, sitting beside them, covered her mouth and giggled. Su Kang felt like his head was about to explode. He tried to control his tone and spoke in a gentle voice, Miss Lin Yi, could you please just quietly look at the documents? Don't talk, it's distracting others from their work. But there's so much to read. How can I finish it all? Lin Yi, seeing Su Kang glaring at her, glared back and said, anyway, I'm not going to read the documents. It's so boring. I'm going to go sell houses with you. You don't know anything. How are you going to sell them? I've already figured it out. If you don't believe me, just watch this lady in action. I can sell a house in minutes. Who needs to take over a month like you? Selling houses is hard, you know? Do you think it's as easy as playing a game? I'm a genius for selling one in over a month. Lin Yi rolled her eyes and snorted, let's make a bet. See who can sell a house first. Who wants to bet with you? You're so boring. Su Kang saw Li Shaoqin passing by and hurriedly said, Ms. Li, please take this little witch away. I can't handle her. Li Shaoqin pretended not to hear and ran off. Handing the chairman's daughter over to me? What kind of joke is that? If you make her unhappy, it's a family matter. If I make her unhappy, it's a class conflict. What's going on today? Everyone seems so strange. Su Kang muttered to himself. Lin Yi stood up from the sofa and said, anyway, I can't read this at all. If you want to read it, you can read it yourself. I'm going to sell the house. Just then, a man walked in. Lin Yi hurried over to greet him, saying, hello, are you looking to buy a house? The man looked at Lin Yi strangely and said, come over here first. No need to look. The houses here are both good and cheap. Buying from me, you 1T lose out. Is this a legitimate real estate office? How much are the houses here? Lin Yi turned to Su Kang and asked, Su Kang, how much are the houses here? Su Kang put away his documents, walked over, and said to the man, good afternoon, sir. Our prices range from 40,000 to 50,000. As soon as Su Kang finished speaking, Lin Yi crossed her arms and said, Su Kang, are you crazy? This is my client. Don't try to steal my clients from me. Why did I take your client? The client asked me a question, so I have to answer it. Linny put on a smile and said to the man, "Good afternoon, sir. How much is this property?" "Ha?" The man's eyes widened. "Linny, what are you talking about?" "I said 40,000 to 50,000 per square meter, not 40,000 to 50,000 for the entire property." "Su Kong, you're deliberately trying to sabotage me, aren't you? Miss, do you have any common sense? Where can you find a house for 40,000 to 50,000 yuan?" Linny, of course, wouldn't admit her mistake. She said stubbornly, "This is so annoying. Just tell me how much one house costs, okay? Every house has a different area, how can I tell you the price?" "Oh." Linny turned her head and said to the man with an innocent expression, "You need to tell me how big the house is. If you don't tell me the size, how can I give you a price?" The man thought the young woman was unreliable. Seeing Li Shaoqin approaching, he hurried over to her. Linny quickly grabbed his shirt and said, "Don't go. I haven't told you the price yet." The man said awkwardly, "Never mind, I'll ask someone else. My prices here are the lowest. Why ask others? Others charge 50,000, I'll give you 40,000. Others charge 40,000, I'll give you 30,000. I'll give you prices others dare not offer, and I'll sell houses others dare not sell." The man was so scared he ran out without looking back, all the way to the door. He glanced at the real estate agency sign. It's a legitimate real estate agency, but why are the people inside so strange? Linny saw the man run away and said angrily, "Didn't I tell you he's an idiot? I already told him my prices are the cheapest here, yet he still didn't buy from me." Su Kong looked up and took a deep breath. "My dear mother, she was playing games at home just fine. Why did you let her out?" Su Kong pulled Linny aside and said, "You wanted to work to earn money, right? Now I'll pay you a salary. You can go over there and play on your phone, play games, do whatever you want, just don't make any noise." Linny raised her eyebrows. "How much will you pay?" 5,000. Seeing Linny frown, Su Kong added, "Your salary here is also 5,000. That's not bad." Linny laughed, "Do you think I'm stupid? Selling houses comes with commissions. You're tricking me into playing games so you can sell more houses and get more commissions, right? I'm not falling for your trick. I'm not calling you stupid, I realized you really are." Su Kong didn't know how he had spent the afternoon. He only knew that during high school, he had studied until midnight doing homework, but he hadn't felt this tired today. Chapter 81, The Incapable Brother and Sister. In the evening, at the dinner table, Linny rarely joined everyone for dinner. She sat next to Wang Nan and ate heartily. Lin Yongjian wanted to ease the tension with Linny and struck up a conversation. "I heard you also went to work a summer job today. How was it?" Linny shot Su Kong a glare and said, "It wasn't great. Su Kong is too clumsy and holding me back. You've made me so upset with no place to vent, and now you're turning it around on me?" Su Kong immediately retorted, "Who is the clumsy one here? Who is really holding who back? You're holding me back. Ha ha." Seeing that Su Kong wasn't backing down, Linny turned to Wang Nan and said, "Wang Nan, you tell me, who's holding who back?" Wang Nan didn't expect the gossip to involve her. If she said Su Kong was holding them back, her conscience wouldn't let her. If she said Linny, she'd be picking on her. Seeing that all four of them were looking at her, Wang Nan laughed awkwardly and said, "I went to read a book this afternoon." "I didn't know." Linny turned her gaze back to Su Kong and glared at him, saying, "I'm asking you, that couple this afternoon I'd already negotiated the price with them. Why didn't you agree?" "My dear auntie, my house is priced at 51,800 yuan per square meter, and you quoted them 40,000 yuan directly? Are you here to do charity work? But you said you could offer a reasonable discount. Is that what you call a reasonable discount?" "Of course it is. It's only an 80% discount. Is my house as unsellable as clothes on the street that you have to give an 80% discount? Then you didn't even specify how much of a discount you're offering." Su Kong said to the people eating, "Listen to what she is saying. Is this about how much of a discount to give? Who starts off by offering an 80% discount when selling a house? But you didn't say anything." "I did say it. I said from the start that we could give customers a discount of 1 or 2,000 yuan per unit. You're just offering a discount of 1 or 2,000 yuan per square meter. Why not just give the house away for free?" Linny put down her chopsticks and said loudly, "It's all because you didn't make it clear on purpose. You're afraid I'll sell the house. Why would I be afraid you'd sell the house? At such a low price, would Zhang Zong even agree to sell?" Linny stood up, leaned on the table, and said angrily, "You didn't even ask Mr. Yang. How do you know he wouldn't agree? Su Kong, you're just afraid. You're afraid I'll sell the house and prove I'm more capable than you. Right, your ability is better than mine. So please don't follow me tomorrow, okay? Who's following you? It's you who's shameless, stealing my clients. Which client did I take from you?" "The female executive from this afternoon. I found her first, why did you come over and take her?" "I've been handling her all along. She came here this time, so it's obviously my responsibility. Do you even know the rules?" You're the one breaking the rules. I won't tolerate it anymore. From now on, any client I spot first is mine to handle. Just because a client comes along, you think you get to handle them? What about all the other salespeople in the company? Are they just here for show? I don't care. I'm the most capable. I get to pick all the clients first. Ridiculous. The company isn't yours. Everyone else is fine with it. Why are you the only one causing trouble? The two glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Shinwon couldn't help but giggle and said, "Was your afternoon so exciting? Mom, you're laughing? It's all your fault for putting her next to me. Get her out of here. Let her go wherever she wants. It's you who should be sent away. You've been at the company for over a month and haven't sold a single house. How dare you still ask for your salary? Haha, who else in the company is like you? You rush to Mr. Yang's office to ask for your salary as soon as you get off work. How dare you? That was agreed today. My salary is paid daily. Alright, I'll pay you 200 a day, paid daily. Just don't go to work and cause trouble for me, okay? Who needs your stinking money? I can earn my own money, and I can earn more than you." Lin Yongjian saw the two of them on the verge of a fight and smiled, saying, "Let's eat." "Stop arguing." Su Kong snorted. A real man doesn't fight with a woman. Seeing the last chicken drumstick on the table, he just reached out with his chopsticks, but another pair of chopsticks also reached out. "Linny, are you doing this on purpose? Su Kong, are you trying to pick a fight with me? I saw it first. I saw it first." Su Kong shouted angrily, "Who said yesterday that even if we starved to death outside, we wouldn't come back? What's it to you, old hag?" Shinwon watched the siblings arguing fiercely and suddenly realized that placing Lin Yi next to Su Kong wasn't a very good idea. In the days that followed, Lin Yi managed to get up early every day and went to work with Su Kong. Shinwon and Lin Yongjian were also puzzled by how this girl seemed far more enthusiastic about going to work than about going to school. However, whether at the company or back home, Su Kong and Lin Yi were constantly at odds with each other. Almost everyone at the company knew they were the chairman's children, so they kept their distance from both of them. Well, mainly from Lin Yi. No one could tolerate her outlandish ideas and her spoiled, stubborn temper. Every day after returning home, the two would engage in intense discussions about their workday. Whenever this happened, Shinwon, Lin Yongjian, and Wang Nan either kept their distance or remained silent. In the end, of course, neither could do anything about the other. Yu Qing had originally planned to resign at the end of the month, but one day Lin Yi went to see her and asked her something that scared her so much that she immediately handed over her work to Li Shaoqin and didn't come back the next day. Su Kong wanted nothing more than to stay far away from Lin Yi every day, but there was nothing he could do. He was the only one in the entire company who could handle her, or rather, the only one who wasn't afraid to cross her. After work that day, Su Kong said to Lin Yi, "Tomorrow Wang Nan and I are going to take the driving test. Why don't you stay home and rest?" "I'm not resting. It's perfect that you're not here. Without you getting in the way, I'm sure I'll sell a house tomorrow." "Don't sell the company." Lin Yi replied impatiently, "I'm not a newbie anymore. I know what prices work and what prices don't." Su Kong couldn't help but smile. After all his training over the past few days, she had indeed improved a bit. However, her temper was still too hot. Yesterday, she had gotten into a fight with a client and kicked them out. That wasn't how things were done. Su Kong feared she might cause trouble again tomorrow, so he patiently said, "Don't argue with clients or colleagues tomorrow. If there's anything uncertain, ask Li Jie or Yang Zong. Don't act on your own. I know, you're more nagging than my mom. Let us hope nothing goes wrong tomorrow." Su Kong could only think to himself. Chapter 82, The Ashtray is More Convenient. The next day, Su Kong passed his driving test. Since he had to wait several hours to get his license, he asked Wang Nan to pick it up for him and rushed to the sales office. As he was about to arrive at the sales office, Su Kong was just relieved that Lin Yi hadn't caused any trouble. Then he received a call from Li Shaoqin. The line was noisy, and he could faintly hear someone cursing. Li Shaoqin said that Lin Yi had just hit a customer on the head, causing bleeding, and now the customer refused to settle privately and wanted to call the police. Su Kong felt a surge of anger, hung up the phone, and rushed to the sales office. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the door, he saw a middle-aged man with a bandage on his head, shouting, "I'm calling the police. You're forcing people to buy, gathering a crowd to beat people up, you're a gang." Yang Chen was leading the company employees in constant apologies, while Lin Yi stood behind Li Shaoqin like a student who had done something wrong. Su Kong walked over to Li Shaoqin, intending to mock Lin Yi, but seeing her pitiful expression, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He asked Lin Yi, "What happened? Why did you hit someone on the head?" Lin Yi puffed out her cheeks and said, "That guy was a scoundrel. He kept saying our house was this and that. When he made up lies, I couldn't stand it. I told him if he didn't like it, I wouldn't sell it. I just told him to leave." Su Kong interrupted, "Are you really being polite by asking him to leave?" Lin Yi whispered, "I told him to get lost." "So that's how it was." Su Kong sighed helplessly, "Then what happened? Did he try to hit you?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up and said, "How did you know? He also called me uncultured and said he'd beat me. I've never been treated like that before, so I grabbed an ashtray and smashed it on his head. Su Kong noticed the slight smile on Lin Yi's lips and asked, "Are you feeling pretty proud of yourself? Who told him to be so mean? He was just pointing out flaws in your house to negotiate a better price. There are plenty of people like that. Are you going to beat everyone else until they're bloody? Then he should just negotiate properly. I wasn't refusing to give him a discount. He deserved it." Su Kong was speechless and turned to Li Shaoqin. "Sisterly, did the other party really call the police?" Li Shaoqin nodded. "I saw the call he made. The police should be here soon." "What did Yang Zong say?" "Mr. Yang offered to take him to the hospital for treatment and cover the expenses. But the other party refused, insisting on calling the police and saying they'll have your sister arrested. They won't even accept compensation? Why? They're just asking for an exorbitant amount." Su Kong chuckled. There were too many such people in society, but as long as it could be resolved with money, it wasn't a big deal. Su Kong felt relieved. He looked at the tall man who was still shouting loudly and said curiously, "Why is that tall man so emotional?" Li Shaoqin gave Lin Yi a complicated look and said, "Your sister isn't as tall as him, yet she brought a chair, stood on it, and hit him with a spoon." Su Kong looked at the man, who was over 1.8 meters tall, yet he was being scolded by a petite girl who was only 1.5 meters tall. That was indeed quite humiliating. Su Kong glared at Lin Yi and said, "I told you yesterday not to get into a fight with the client, but you wouldn't listen. The police should arrest you and send you to jail." Lin Yi actually looked scared and said, "Su Kong, call mom quickly and tell her to come save me." "Why don't you call her yourself?" "I'm afraid she'll scold me." "I won't call." "If you want to call, do it yourself." "Su Kong, you're abandoning me." Su Kong deliberately scared her, saying, "What's wrong? You have the guts to open someone else's head, but you don't have the guts to go to jail? You want our mom to save you? Tell me how she's supposed to save you. You open someone's head in public, with so many witnesses and evidence." Lin Yi whispered, "Then just pay them money." "Pay money?" The other party said they don't want money, they just want to send you to jail. Lin Yi, lacking confidence, said, "Then what should we do now, Su Kong?" Su Kang's lips curled up slightly. "I have a friend at the police station. As long as you obey me from now on, I'll talk to my friend, and you'll just have to go to the police station for his show, and they'll let you go." Lin Yi looked at Su Kong suspiciously. "You've only been in Beijing for over a month. How do you know someone at the police station? Did you forget my last name?" Lin Yi clenched her teeth and said, "All right, but you must keep this a secret and not tell anyone at home." "Of course." Su Kong looked at Lin Yi smugly. "Call me brother first." Lin Yi's eyebrows furrowed. "You've called me brother before when I gave you living expenses. If you really don't want to, it's fine. I, Su Kong, don't like forcing people." Su Kong said indifferently. Lin Yi glared at Su Kong and whispered, "Brother." Su Kong smiled sweetly, "Good girl. From now on, you can only call me brother. Don't call me by my name, understand? You big jerk." I know, big brother." Li Shaoqin watched the playful brother and sister from the side, nearly laughing out loud. However, this harmonious scene between the siblings annoyed the tall man. He pointed at Lin Yi and said, "What good does it do for you to apologize to me? Look at that gangster girl, does she even look like she's sorry?" Su Kong walked up to the man, seeing Yang Chen and his colleagues gathered around, and said, "Mr. Yang, this is my sister's own issue. It has nothing to do with the company. I'll handle it myself." Yang Chen knew Su Kang's influence well. He dismissed the others and whispered in Su Kang's ear, "I've already called your mother. She should be here soon." Su Kong nodded. He glanced at Lin Yi and thought to himself, "This is what Mr. Yang said himself. I can't be blamed for this." The tall man, seeing everyone had dispersed, hurriedly said, "Hey, why did everyone leave?" Su Kong smiled and said, "Sorry, old friend. It was my sister who hit you. I'm apologizing on her behalf." "Apologize? Is that all? What do you want me to do?" Your sister hit me on purpose. You need to compensate me and have her sent to jail." Su Kong asked deliberately, "Earlier, I heard our boss Yang say you didn't want compensation." The tall man's face turned red as he said, "I was knocked unconscious earlier and lost so much blood. How could I not want compensation? But look at us, we're just teenagers. Where would we get the money to compensate you? Let your company pay. My sister isn't even an employee at the sales office. Why should the company pay? How isn't it? The boss just said he'd compensate." Su Kong chuckled and asked Lin Yi, "Did you sign a labor contract with the company?" "No." Lin Yi hadn't signed a contract, she had just started working there directly. "Did you hear that? She is not company staff, and with so many college graduates out there, which company would hire a minor as a salesperson?" The tall man's face turned red with anger. "If she is not your company's employee, why was she pushing real estate on me the whole time? Why was she wearing your company's uniform?" Lin Yi replied confidently, "I can wear whatever I want. It's none of your business." Su Kong smiled and said, "Anyway, that's the situation. My sister's actions were her own, and have nothing to do with the company. Of course, since she caused you harm, it's reasonable for you to ask for compensation. Su Kang took out his wallet and pulled out all the cash inside, roughly over 3,000 yuan, saying, "Anyway, that's all the money my sister and I have." The tall man was furious. "What do you mean? Your boss just said he'd compensate 50,000 yuan. The tall man looked aside and saw that Yang Chen had already disappeared. Su Kang smiled and said, "Then go find the company boss to compensate you. I'm taking my sister home. You can't leave." The tall man grabbed Su Kang and said, "Your sister hit me until I bled, and you just want to walk away? I'll compensate you. Why don't you take it? How could it be just a few thousand yuan? Your wound is just a superficial cut. Disinfect it, bandage it, and what more do you want? 10,000, not a single cent less. Otherwise, the police will be here soon and arrest your sister. Who are you trying to scare? My sister is only 14 years old. She's a minor. At most, she'll get a verbal warning. What jail?" The tall man sneered and was about to speak when he noticed two police officers walking in. The tall man hurried over and said, "Officer He, this is the gangster girl. She hit me on the head with an ashtray. Look, she hit my head like this." Officer He asked curiously, "You're 1.8 meters tall. How did a 1.5 meter tall girl manage to hit you like that?" "She brought over a chair, stood on it, picked up an ashtray, and hit me hard with it." Officer Lu, who was listening to his description, imagined the comical scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he quickly composed himself and asked Lin Yi, "Why did you hit him with an ashtray?" "Because it was the only thing handy at the time," Lin Yi said with an innocent expression. Chapter 83, Trying to Use Connections? The officer was taken aback. "Is that what I asked?" He heard laughter from the side, cleared his throat, and asked, "I asked why you hit him." He asked for it himself. Officer Lu was taken aback again and looked at the tall man. Would someone actually make such a request? "Bull, I wouldn't have asked for that." The tall man exclaimed angrily. "You leaned your head over and said, 'If you're so tough, hit me here.' Then I." Lin Yi said, mimicking the tall man's actions at the time. Su Kang watched Lin Yi's performance and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the tall man glaring at him, he suppressed his laughter and said in a serious tone, "Since you asked for it yourself, my sister was kind enough to help you. If you're not grateful, that's fine, but why are you turning it around on her?" The tall man was so angry he was seeing stars. He said to Su Kang, "You're just like your sister, rude and uncultured." Su Kang chuckled, "Thanks for the compliment." You, the tall man pointed at Su Kang, stammering for a while but unable to form a complete sentence. He then turned to Officer He and said, "Officer He, it was this little girl who stood on the chair first, holding an ashtray and saying she was going to kill me. That's why I said those harsh words." After finishing, he glanced at the crowd and added, "Officer He, there were many people who saw her hit me. I'm going to report her for attempted murder." Lin Yi stepped forward, puffing out her chest and said, "Don't try to pin this on me. My brother just said I'm a minor, so I'm not afraid. Does being a minor give you the right to hit someone on the head? Who told you not to get out of here? I'm here to look at the house. Why should I get out?" After the tall man finished speaking, more laughter erupted from the crowd. He turned red and said, "I'm here to look at the house. Why should I leave? If you're here to look at the house, just look at it. Why are you constantly complaining and making a fuss, saying this is bad and that's bad? There's something wrong with the house, and I'm going to say it. Why can't I say it? What law says I can't? You're not allowed to say it. If you say it again, I'll smash you. Officer He, listen to this. He is threatening me right in front of you. Is there any law or order in this world? Is there any fairness in this world?" Officer He glanced at the two arguing individuals, cleared his throat, and said, "I've already gotten a basic understanding of the situation. It's not a major issue, but it's not minor either. You're both too young. Call your parents over here. See if you can reach a compensation agreement with this tall gentleman. If you two can settle this privately, then there will be no further issues. If you can't reach an agreement, then we'll have to go through the legal process. As for the outcome, no one can predict that." Su Kang said calmly, "Our parents can't come right now. I'm her older brother, and I'm an adult. I can act as her guardian to resolve the issue with this gentleman. Before you arrived, I already discussed a compensation plan with him, but he refused. That's right. He bullied me because I'm a child and wants to extort a large sum of money from me." Lin Yi chimed in. "Who's extorting you? You hit me like this, and you think a few $1,000s will settle it? Forget it. You're just desperate for money. You even bully a girl. This is a society governed by the rule of law. Who told you to start the fight? You told me to hit you first." The tall man knew he wasn't a match for the little girl in an argument, so he pulled Officer He aside and whispered something to him. Su Kang sneered inwardly, "Trying to use your connections? If you can outdo me, I'll take your surname." The other party said a few more words before coming over. Officer He glanced at Su Kang's wrist where he was wearing a watch and said, "This gentleman just said he's a bit dazed and needs to go to the hospital for treatment and get a disability certificate. As for you, come with me to the police station to make a statement. I'll notify your parents afterward. My sister and I don't have time to go to the police station, and there's no need to go. We don't need to call any parents either. This tall guy only has some superficial injuries. Let's just talk about compensation. Su Kong said coldly. I already told you, 100,000 yuan, not a single cent less, the tall man said with a cold smile. Don't act so pitiful here. With the watch you're wearing, you can't possibly be from a poor family. Su Kong laughed angrily. So what? Just because we have money, we should be extorted by you? The injury on my head is fake? I'm starting to think I was hit hard enough to cause a concussion. So go to the hospital and get a fake concussion diagnosis? Don't pull that on me. I'll compensate you 5,000 yuan. If you agree, I'll give it to you right now. If you don't, you won't get a single cent. Su Kong said coldly. Another police officer named Lu, seeing that Su Kong remained calm and composed, suspected he might be the son of a prominent family in the capital, and cautiously suggested, I think we should all be reasonable. Just compensate them 5,000 yuan and call it even? No way. It has to be 100,000 yuan. Officer Lu, they don't have the money. Make the real estate company pay. They're definitely their employees. Su Kong sneered, don't even mention 100,000. I could afford $1 million, but why should I give it to you? He pulled out his phone and said, this is your last chance. I'll give you 5,000, and this matter is settled. Otherwise, I'll make a call, and not only will you not get a single cent, but you'll end up in prison for extortion. Do you believe me? The tall man saw Su Kang's attitude harden and suddenly felt a pang of fear. Could he really be the son of some powerful official? Seeing him hesitate for a while without speaking, Su Kang directly found Wang Tao's number and dialed it. There was no other option in such situations, Wang Tao was too useful. The tall man, hearing the ringing from Su Kang's phone, panicked and said, don't call. I agree. Just 5,000. Su Kang smiled, you're not too stupid after all. Just as he was about to hang up, the call connected, and Wang Tao's playful voice came through. Hey, Su brother, what's up? Can't I call you just because I want to? Damn it, I'm in the middle of hosting a meeting. I specifically came out to take your call, and you tell me it's nothing? Su Kang chuckled, in a few days, I'm going to Jiangzhou for school. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Do you think your older brother never went to school? School starts on September 1st nationwide. What do you need to tell me? Wang Tao's voice was filled with strong dissatisfaction. Alright, Tao Ge, don't get angry. I'll treat you to a meal once I arrive in Jiangzhou. That's all. I've got things to attend to here. I'll hang up now. Officer He, seeing that Su Kang had hung up, cautiously asked, was the person you just spoke with the newly transferred Wang Tao, the director of Zhongcheng? Of course, he's now Deputy Director Wang. Do you know him? Officer He nodded awkwardly. He used to be my superior. I've seen him a few times at meetings. After saying that, he glared at the tall man and turned to Officer Lu beside him, saying, Old Lu, let's go back. This isn't something we can handle. The tall man, seeing the two police officers leave, followed closely behind, trembling with fear. Just kidding, I'm not some little kid. I don't need Officer He to give me a look. Someone who dares to call the deputy director and hang up on him, that's not someone I can afford to mess with. Su Kang grabbed the tall man and said, why are you running? I haven't given you the money yet. No need. I forgot to turn off the air conditioner at home. I need to hurry back. Su Kang took out all the cash he had on him, about 3,000 yuan, and handed it to the tall man, saying, my sister was at fault first. I'll compensate you for what's owed. Get out of here. The tall man took the money and ran off without looking back. The matter was resolved, and Su Kang felt a sense of relief. He was about to exchange polite banter with his colleagues, but noticed their eyes darting around nervously, avoiding him just like Yu Qing had done before. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Ever since Qin Wan had eaten here once before, he felt his colleagues growing increasingly distant. He guessed that was when they found out about his identity. Su Kang turned to Lin Yi and said, let's go home. Why go home? We still have to work. Why go back to work? Our cover is blown. Staying here will only disrupt others' work. Lin Yi looked at Su Kang in confusion. This company belongs to our mom. What? Our mom's company isn't in the Icon Group building? My dear, that's the headquarters. I've only been back for over a month and already know everything. You've been by Mom's side your whole life and still don't know anything. Lin Yi's face turned red. Mom never mentions her company at home. How would I know? Su Kang suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure darting past the door. Looking more closely, he saw the person had already gotten into a Land Rover and driven away. Brother, what are you looking at? Huh? Su Kang looked at Lin Yi in surprise. You just called me brother on your own? Lin Yi lowered her head. Who called you brother? You big bully. Su Kang ruffled Lin Yi's hair and said, come on, say it again. Lin Yi angrily swatted away Su Kang's hand and said, Su Kang, go die. Su Kang laughed and dodged her. Lin Yi swung her little fists at him again, and Su Kang dodged while shouting, Lin Yi, call me brother a few more times. The brother and sister played around for a while before Su Kong finally took Lin Yi to find Yang Chen and formally told him about their resignation. Yang Chen was surprised and said, "Isn't there still 8 or 9 days left before school starts? Why are you suddenly talking about quitting? Summer vacation is almost over. I want to rest at home for the last few days and prepare for university life." Yang Chen smiled. "You're leaving so suddenly, I'll miss you." He glanced at Lin Yi beside Su Kong and asked nervously, "Where's your sister?" "She's with me." Yang Chen immediately felt relieved. "But I haven't sold a single house yet." "Brother, why don't you quit first, and I'll wait until after school starts to resign." Yang Chen's heart jumped to his throat. "You're just causing trouble here. Let's go back together." "Who is causing trouble? If I hadn't come today, you would be ended up in the police station. That's not messing things up?" Lin Yi saw Su Kong frowning at her and said pitifully, "I know." Yang Chen finally relaxed, sighing in relief. What a good day this was. Yang Chen personally took Su Kong to the finance office to collect his wages for the past month, totaling 7,000 yuan, leaving Lin Yi envious with sparkling eyes. After completing the resignation procedures, Yang Chen and Li Shaoqin escorted Su Kong and his sister to the entrance of the sales office. Su Kong glanced at the large characters Hongwei Rinjia and felt a pang of reluctance. Before parting, he asked Yang Chen, "Mr. Yang, did you know I was Qin Wan's son on my first day here?" Yang Chen paused, then nodded awkwardly. Su Kong asked again, "Did everyone in the company know I was the chairman's son when my mom came for lunch that day?" Yang Chen and Li Shaoqin nodded in agreement. Li Shaoqin explained, "Think about it. Icon Group has tens of thousands of employees in Kyoto alone, but there's only one boss. It's normal for the boss not to recognize every employee, but how could the employees not recognize the boss?" Su Kong laughed and said, "So the entire company has been indulging my sister and me for over a week." Yang Chen also smiled and said, "Actually, sometimes watching the two of you bicker, we find it quite amusing." Chapter 84, We Are the Rich Ones. Su Kong and Lin Yi had just left the sales office when Lin Yi said, "Let's go to the mall. You just got paid, so you should treat me to dinner and buy me a gift. When you were making 200 a day, you never bought me gifts. Sisters don't give gifts to their brothers, brothers give gifts to their sisters. Besides, my 200 yuan is my hard-earned money, I wouldn't even spend it on myself." Su Kong sighed helplessly, "Alright, let's go to the DMV to pick up your sister Wang Nan first, then we'll go shopping." He drove the Rolls-Royce, taking Su Kong and his sister to the DMV. After Wang Nan got into the car, she pulled out 2 small books and excitedly said, "Look, our driver's licenses are finally here." Su Kong was about to take them, but Lin Yi snatched them first. She flipped open the licenses and asked, "Now that you both have your licenses, can you drive?" Wang Nan happily replied, "Yes." Lin Yi frowned, "When can I drive on my own?" Su Kong snatched the driver's license from Lin Yi and said, "You'll have to wait until you're 18 and an adult. Don't even think about it now." Su Kong turned to Li He and said, "Uncle Li, take us to the mall." As Li He started the car, Lin Yi said, "We're not going to the mall. Let's go look at cars." Su Kong looked at Lin Yi in confusion and said, "We're getting our driver's licenses. What are you going to look at?" "Our mom said that once you get your driver's license, she'll buy you a car. Let's go check it out first and then have our mom come pay for it." After saying that, Lin Yi turned to Li He and said, "Uncle Li, hurry up and go to the Bentley dealership. I saw a model there that's really beautiful." Su Kong was at a loss for words. Was he buying a car for her or for himself? Upon arriving at the 4S store, Li He was still waiting inside the car. Su Kong and the others walked into the store. Lin Yi scanned the area briefly before rushing over to a display car and shouting to Wang Nan, "Come quick. Isn't this car beautiful?" Su Kong and Wang Nan walked over. In terms of appearance alone, it was indeed quite beautiful. Wang Nan walked around the car once and said, "It's indeed pretty, but it's not grand enough. I wonder if your brother will like it." "Who cares if he likes it or not? As long as we like it." "Ha? Are you buying a car for the two of you?" Wang Nan noticed Su Kong glaring at Lin Yi and giggled, "I agree. Your brother has no taste. He never pays attention to color coordination when buying clothes. He has no sense of aesthetics at all. You two are in cahoots, bullying me, aren't you?" Su Kong said deliberately, "If you didn't ask my opinion, I'm not looking at the car. Let's go home. It's for me anyway, not for the two of you." After saying that, he walked toward the door. "Hey, don't go." Lin Yi grabbed Su Kong's arm and said, "Who said you couldn't give your opinion? That's more like it. Brother, which color do you think looks better, pink or cherry red?" Su Kong had a million questions in his mind. "Are you really asking me for my opinion on this?" Seeing Su Kong didn't respond for a while, Lin Yi said impatiently, "You don't say anything when I ask for your opinion. Are you just trying to pick a fight? How did I become the unreasonable one?" Su Kong gave up arguing and said, "I think both colors are nice." Lin Yi rolled her eyes, asking you is pointless. She then turned to Wang Nan and said, "Wang Nan, which color do you think is better?" "I think blue might be prettier." Su Kong watched the two of them discuss for a while without reaching a conclusion and finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, how much does this car cost? Lin Yi froze, I don't know either. She shouted toward the salesperson in the distance, we're looking at the car. Why isn't anyone coming over? That's unprofessional. The salespeople seemed to ignore her and continued chatting on their phones. Lin Yi, who had a short temper, saw they weren't responding and immediately shouted, where's your manager? I'm going to complain about you. Coming right up. A female salesperson walked over from another direction, holding a tray with 3 cups of water. She handed the water to the 3 of them and said, sorry, I went to get you some water. Please don't complain to the manager. Su Kong noticed she was only a few years older than him, and her mannerisms were rather reserved, likely because she had only been working there for a short time. He smiled and said, don't worry, my sister won't complain. Who said I want tea? Jofun looked worriedly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled, of course not you. It's those people over there. They're so snobby, probably thinking we're just kids who can't afford a car. My sister isn't as naive as I thought. Sure enough, as if to confirm Lin Yi's words, a man and a woman walked in through the door. The man had slicked back hair and a smooth complexion, while the woman was adorned with jewelry and accessories. The sales clerks rushed over and surrounded the two of them. I told you so, Lin Yi said angrily, whispering to Jofun, don't worry, we're actually the ones with money. I'll buy a car from you and give you your commission. This sounded unreliable, but Jofun still smiled politely and said, thank you. Don't doubt me. I'm telling the truth. Seeing Jofun's dismissive attitude, Lin Yi grew impatient and said, if you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. She shouted at the man and woman, hey, you two handsome guys and beautiful girls, do you know me? The couple and several salespeople looked at Lin Yi in confusion. Lin Yi pointed at Su Kong and shouted, do you know him? You're crazy, the man with the fair complexion cursed. A salesperson ran over from across the way and shouted at Jofun, Jofun, keep your people in line. Don't make a scene and disturb our VIPs. We're all here to look at cars. Why are you calling us people and referring to them as VIPs? Lin Yi's temper flared up instantly. I'm sorry, I'm apologizing on behalf of Ms. Wu, Jofun said while bowing. Su Kong chuckled, why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong. The saleswoman named Wu frowned, gave them a disdainful glance, and walked away. I'm so angry. Look at the way she looked at us at the end. Brother, give me some money to throw in her face. I'll show her not to look down on people. Wang Nan looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. She had actually called Su Kong brother so naturally. I'm crazy. I'll throw money at her. I worked so hard for over a month and only made 7,000. Lin Yi snorted disapprovingly, you're so cheap. She turned to Jofun and said, see? That couple doesn't even know my brother or me. We're just ordinary people. Those salespeople are going to end up with nothing. Jofun gave a polite yet awkward smile. Your brother is just a blue-collar worker making a few thousand a month. Chapter 85, Who is Spring Brother? Su Kong asked Jofun, how much does this car cost? Sir, this Bentley Continental, even in its base model, costs 3.12 million. What about the highest configuration? Jofun was taken aback. Where did you get the nerve to ask about the highest configuration when you only make a few thousand a month? Out of professional courtesy, she still smiled and said, the highest configuration is 4.18 million. Su Kong nodded, walked around the car once, and admitted it was indeed beautiful. He turned to Wang Nan and asked, Wang Nan, what do you think of this car? It's beautiful. Su Kong opened the driver's side door and said, come on, get in and take a test drive. Wang Nan blushed and said shyly, it's not for you. I already have a Maserati. Why buy another car? Lin Yi curiously asked from the side, brother, are you buying a car for sister Wang Nan? Yes. Wang Nan blushed, we're not even married yet. How can we buy such an expensive car? Are you planning to cheat on me? Wang Nan blushed and shyly lowered her head. Lin Yi excitedly ran over, her face full of anticipation, and said, brother, I want one too. Buy me one too. Are you even an adult yet? You want a car too? Don't mind me. I can have the family driver drive it. No way. You already have a Ferrari at home. Why do you need so many cars? That Ferrari is an old relic from years ago. Lin Yi walked over to Su Kong, shook his arm, and whispered, brother, you promised me that you'd give me a gift today when you got paid. I earn 7,000 a month, and you want me to buy you a car worth millions? Do I have sucker written on my forehead? Brother. Lin Yi's whiny voice made Su Kong break out in goosebumps. He hurriedly said, stop, bye. Lin Yi cheered and immediately left Su Kong, happily climbing into the passenger seat. Then she shouted to Wang Nan's sister, come in and sit down. Wang Nan glanced at Su Kong, who was smiling at her, and blushed before climbing in. Su Kong stood outside, watching Lin Yi and Wang Nan inside the car, both looking excited, and smiled happily. He turned to Jofun and said, if I buy 2 cars this time, is there any discount? You're really buying them? Jofun asked in surprise. Really? Su Kong saw the group of salespeople surrounding the oily-faced man walking toward him and deliberately said, and I'm only buying from you. The oily-faced man walked over to Su Kong and said in a sarcastic tone, "Do you know how much this car costs? Are you just showing off here?" Su Kong replied casually, "I know. Over 4 million. Jofun whispered, "The base model is only 3 million. Su Kong asked curiously, "I was just about to ask, what's the difference between the base model and the high-end model?" The man with the oily face laughed derisively, "You're just showing off without doing your homework. You look so poor, yet you're buying two at once." After speaking, he deliberately twisted his neck to show off the large gold chain inside. Su Kong felt sick to his stomach. "I wasn't talking to you. Why are you getting so close? I'm also interested in this European-style car. Have your woman get out of it?" Wu Jie chimed in, "You've seen it, you've sat in it. It's time to go home and do your homework. Don't disrupt our business." Even Su Kong, who had a good temper, was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He pulled out his bank card and said, "A car worth millions? Do you really think I can't afford it?" The oily-faced man's female companion, a spoiled-looking woman, snorted, "Who doesn't have a bank card these days?" The oily-faced man also sneered, "Kids, go home and do your homework." Su Kong hadn't been mocked like this in a long time. He forced himself to swallow his anger, ignored the couple, and turned to Jofun, saying, "I want 2 of these cars. Help me process the paperwork. Don't worry, there's enough in my account." The woman wrapped her arm around the oily-faced man's arm and said in a sweet voice, "Brother, we want this car too. Process it for us." The man with the greasy hair laughed it off and said, "No rush. Let's go check out the Rolls-Royce and Ferrari first. We should compare a few models." Lin Yi climbed out of the car and mocked, "If you don't have money, just admit it. Why pretend to be something you're not?" The man with the oily face angrily said, "My circle is full of wealthy young men from Beijing. How could I be poor? You don't even know my brother, so who do you think you are? Is this guy also one of those Beijing rich kids I haven't met?" The oily-faced man asked hesitantly, "What's your brother's name?" "Su Kong." "Who is Su Kong?" The oily-faced man looked confused. Lin Yi saw his confused expression and sneered, "You've never even heard of Su Kong? That's the cream of the crop of trash." The greasy-haired man couldn't save face and asked, "Do you guys know Spring Brother?" "Which Spring Brother?" "Zhang Chun." "Who is Zhang Chun?" Su Kong and Lin Yi also looked confused. Seeing Su Kong and Lin Yi looking confused, the oily-faced man sneered, "You've never even heard of Zhang Chun? You two are the real trash. I know Zhang Chun." Wang Nan got out of the driver's seat and, seeing Su Kong and Lin Yi looking at him, introduced, "Zhang Chun's family is in the steel industry. They're considered wealthy in Beijing." The greasy-haired man raised his head proudly and said, "You know your stuff. I'm Zhang Chun's good friend. We've been drinking and eating together for years. You 3 get out of the way. My girlfriend and I want to go inside and try out this European-style car." After the oily-faced man finished speaking, the salesmen all looked at him with gleaming eyes. "This is the god of wealth." Wang Nan looked down on him. Seeing the oily-faced man walking toward him, he blocked the driver's door. "What do you mean? Can't I even get in to sit down?" Wang Nan said coldly, "You've got it wrong. In Kyoto, you've never heard of Su Kong because you're too low class, and Su Kong hasn't heard of Zhang Chun because he's too high class." Seeing the oil-faced man's disbelieving expression, Wang Nan said, "You're Zhang Chun's good friend, aren't you? Why don't you call him on video and ask him if he knows Su Kong?" The man with the oily face was filled with doubt. Could this Su Kong really be an unknown wealthy young man from the capital? He saw that Su Kong was dressed simply, and Lin Yi was dressed like a young girl, so he was certain they were just ordinary people. "Damn it, I'll expose you." He took out his phone and called Zhang Chun on WeChat video, but after a few rings, the call was hung up. The oily-faced man wasn't the least bit embarrassed. He explained to the person next to him, "Brother Zhang is too busy with business right now. He'll call me back later." Chapter 86, Hitting Someone with an Ashtray is Contagious. Wang Nan sneered, took out his phone, and called Zhang Chun on WeChat. The call rang a few times before being answered. "Oh, Wang Nan, what's up?" Wang Nan switched the camera to face the oily-faced man and said, "Do you know this guy? Chen Nan? He just called me, but I didn't answer." "Is he one of your men?" "He is from another province. We've had a few meals together, but we're not very close. He has been acting like a beggar, always trying to curry favor with my brothers. It's gotten really annoying." Chen Nan's face turned red with embarrassment, not expecting that in Zhang Chun's eyes, he was so despicable. Zhang Chun's voice grew colder as he said, "Did he offend you? If he did, I'll bring men right now and have him drowned in the moat." The man with the oily face turned pale with fear, knowing that Zhang Chun was capable of such a thing. Wang Nan chuckled, "It's not really an offense, he just lacks common sense." "I understand. I'll have someone deal with him later." Wang Nan innocently glanced at the oily-faced man and said, "This isn't my fault. Zhang Chun, I've got something to take care of here. I'll hang up first." Wait. Wang Nan, are you buying a car at the forest store?" Zhang Chun hurriedly shouted, afraid that Wang Nan would hang up the video. "Yes, what's the matter? Why waste your money on that? I just bought a new Rolls-Royce Cullinan. How about I give it to you?" "Ha?" Su Kong and Lin Yi both turned to look at Wang Nan. Wang Nan knew exactly what Su Kong and Lin Yi were thinking, so she said coldly, Zhang Chun, make yourself clear. What do you mean by giving me a car? Zhang Chun was taken aback. How did Wang Nan suddenly become so serious? He whispered, it doesn't mean anything. I just wanted to ask you for a small favor. What favor? Wang Nan's voice remained icy. Su Kong and Lin Yi couldn't help but prick up their ears. They heard Zhang Chun say cautiously, I added Su Kang's WeChat, but he hasn't accepted my request yet. Could you please tell him to accept mine? Just that? Wang Nan finally relaxed. She handed the phone to Su Kong and said, you tell him yourself. Su Kong took the phone. The person on the other end looked to be around 25 years old, seemingly at some entertainment venue. Su Kong adjusted the camera angle to ensure his handsome face was visible on the screen. Upon seeing Su Kong on the screen, the other person clearly became excited and shouted, oh my god, Su Kong, no, Kong Gu, so you're with Wang Nan's sister-in-law? Su Kong replied coldly, Zhang Chun, what do you mean? Does my girlfriend need you to send her a car? Brother Kong, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I have a limited edition sports car imported from Europe at home. I'll have it delivered to your residence tomorrow as an apology. My family isn't exactly short on cars, you know. Why do you have to give me one? The other person said awkwardly, I just wanted to make friends with you. Su Kong didn't want to tease him anymore and said, alright, add your name to my WeChat contacts, send me a new request and I'll approve it. Alright, thanks, Kong Gu. One more thing, Su Kong aimed the camera at the greasy-haired man and said, tell this idiot to get lost. I can't stand seeing greasy-haired men right now. Chen Nan, didn't you hear? Get out of here as far as you can. Zhang Chun, who was aptly nicknamed Spring Brother, had a loud voice. Chen Nan, upon hearing this, didn't even bother with his female companion and rushed toward the door. Just kidding, someone who even Spring Brother has to kowtow to must be some kind of legend. Alright, Spring Brother, let's have dinner together next time. I've got some things to take care of here, so I'll hang up first. Alright, Kong Gu. You go ahead and take care of your business. See you later. Su Kong ended the video call, returned the phone to Wang Nan, and saw that Chen Nan's female companion hadn't left yet. He asked, your man has already left. Why aren't you leaving? The woman giggled and said, handsome guy, you look so cool just now. She then thrust out her chest proudly. Wang Nan's face darkened. He grabbed an ashtray from the table beside him and was about to throw it at the woman, but she had already bolted out of sight. You've got guts, don't run. The other salesman watched in astonishment as Wang Nan, a delicate young woman, acted so fiercely. Wang Nan said coldly, what are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman lose her temper before? Lin Yi giggled, Sister Wang Nan is truly a heroine. That's how you deal with such shameless women, hit them on the head with an ashtray. Can hitting someone with an ashtray be contagious? Su Kong pulled out his bank card and said to Jofun, stop looking. 2 top-of-the-line European cars. Help me with the paperwork. Jofun looked delighted and said, sure, sir. Wait a moment, sir. The woman leading the group, who called herself Wu Jie, forcefully pushed Jofun aside and stood in front of Su Kong, saying, Xiao Zhou has just started working here and isn't familiar with many of the procedures. Let me assist you instead. Su Kong looked at Jofun, who was staring at the ground with her hands tightly gripping the hem of her shirt. Su Kong said indifferently, I don't see that she's unfamiliar with the procedures, I just think she's quite enthusiastic. Could you please step aside? I only trust her. Wu Jie persisted, but sir, I'm the sales manager. I can get you better discounts and benefits. Lin Yi, who had been listening, couldn't take it anymore. She took the ashtray from Wang Nan and walked toward Wu Jie. Wu Jie was startled by Lin Yi's aggressive stance and quickly backed away. Lin Yi held up the ashtray and shouted, if you've got the guts, don't run. Let's see if I'll smash it on you. Wu Jie dared not utter a word and turned and ran away. Lin Yi glared at the other salespeople and said angrily, do you think I've never been a salesperson? You just want more commission, so you bully the newcomers. The other salespeople, afraid of Lin Yi's temper, scattered like birds. Jofun looked at the 3 of them gratefully and said, thank you. The discounts and benefits Wu Jie can give you, I'll try my best to negotiate with the general manager. Please wait here for a moment, I'll handle all the paperwork for you right away. Jofun wasn't very experienced in her job, but Su Kong and the others didn't mind. While waiting, the owner of the forest store even came over personally, constantly asking Su Kong and the others about their well-being and trying to build a relationship with them. Several hours later, all the paperwork was finally completed. Since the new car wouldn't arrive at the store for another week or so, it just happened to be before the start of the school term. Su Kong and the others directly got into the Rolls-Royce and headed home. Once inside the car, Su Kong finally realized, aren't you supposed to show me the car? I didn't even see the car, and I ended up paying over 8 million. Chapter 87, 2 e-commerce companies. During dinner that evening, Lin Yi recounted the details of buying the car while eating. When she got to the part about confronting the oily-faced man, she spoke enthusiastically, her words flying out as she gestured dramatically. Lin Yongjian frowned and said, you're a girl. Why are you always thinking about hitting people with an ashtray? But Wang Nan did it too. Lin Yongjin and Qin Wan both looked at Wang Nan. Was this girl also so fierce? She didn't seem like it. Lin Yi said proudly, you don't know, that woman was so shameless, she actually rubbed herself against my brother. Wang Nan grabbed an ashtray and was about to smash it on her head. Unfortunately, the woman escaped. If it had been me, I would have smashed her head open before she could run away. Wang Nan, seeing Lin Yongjin and Qin Wan staring at her curiously, whispered, it wasn't as exaggerated as Yi said. I just wanted to scare her. That really happened? Qin Wan suddenly felt something was off. She turned to Lin Yi and asked, you just said that woman was rubbing herself against someone? My brother. Lin Yi saw Qin Wan and Lin Yongjin staring at her in surprise and added, are you guys kidding? My brother, Su Kong. Qin Wan couldn't help but smile slightly, looking at Lin Yi with a satisfied expression. Even Lin Yongjin chuckled. Lin Yi suddenly realized something. She blushed shyly, it's all Su Kang's fault. He's been tricking me into calling him brother every day. Now it's too late, I've gotten used to it. Qin Wan smiled and picked up a piece of chicken drumstick that Lin Yi loved and said, keep going. What happened next? There's nothing else. It's just that my brother, Su Kong bought a car for me and Wang Nan's sister. Qin Wan laughed and said, so, originally you were supposed to go help your brother look at cars today, but in the end, you and Wang Nan each got a Bentley, and your brother paid for them. Lin Yi nodded, that's right. We were just there to look at the car, but he insisted on buying cars for me and Wang Nan. We said no, but he said no way, he has plenty of money. Su Kong stared at Lin Yi with wide eyes, is that how it happened? Why are you looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Yeah, I'm such a sucker. I feel uncomfortable when I have too much money. Lin Yi decided to just go all out. She cooed, brother, sending a chill down the spines of everyone at the table. Su Kong jumped to his feet in fright, don't call me brother, I don't have any money left in my account. Lin Yi gave an innocent expression and said, who asked for your money? I was just asking if you bought the car for me this afternoon, or if you gave it to me on your own. Of course I bought it for you. Lin Yi looked at Qin Wan and said, see, I wasn't lying, was I? Qin Wan stared at Lin Yi in disbelief. She whispered in Lin Youjian's ear, is this really our daughter? Has she been possessed? Lin Youjian was also completely surprised. She must be possessed. We need to find a high priest tomorrow morning to perform an exorcism. Though their voices were low, everyone heard them. Lin Yi said angrily, you two are the ones who've been possessed. Speaking of buying a car, Su Kong thought of his Maserati, which he hadn't seen in ages, and asked, Mom, has my Maserati been fixed yet? What's wrong with it? Why is it taking so long to fix? It should be almost done. Once it's fixed, they'll bring it back. Qin Wan said calmly, by the way, what kind of car do you want for yourself? I'll take you to buy one tomorrow. I'll pass. I'm already used to the Rolls-Royce at home, and no one else is using it, so I'll just use that one. That is fine. I'll have Mr. Li drive your Maserati to Jiangcheng. You can drive the Maserati there and use the Rolls-Royce when you return to Beijing. Going to school doesn't require such a luxury car, does it? Qin Wan laughed, your sister will be studying in Daji County, and she'll be commuting between Daji and Jiangcheng frequently. Having a car will be much more convenient. Mom, I want to take my new Bentley to that small county too. Qin Wan said seriously, you can't. You're going to study. Why do you need such a nice car? Do you want me to hire a driver for you? But my brother can. He is going to university. When you go to university, you can drive your beloved car to your school. Lin Yi pouted and looked unhappy. Su Kong thought about the figure he saw earlier and asked, Mom, did you go to the real estate office this morning? Yes, I saw you handled the issue well, so I left. Qin Wan suddenly smiled and said, you're much more confident now than before. That's very good. This unexpected praise made Su Kong blush with embarrassment. However, Lin Yi glanced nervously at Qin Wan before burying her head back into her food. As they were talking, Su Kang's phone suddenly rang. It was his Aunt Su Xiaolan calling. Hello, Auntie Su, good evening. Xiao Kong, is Wang Nan with you? Su Kong glanced at Wang Nan, curious, what could she want with Wang Nan at this time? He said, Wang Nan is right next to me. What do you need her for, Auntie? I don't have her contact information, so I called you. Put your phone on speakerphone. Su Kong turned on speakerphone and said, Auntie, I've turned on speakerphone. You can speak now. Su Xiaolan spoke at length. It turned out that after the Lu family and the Feng family fell from power at Su Kang's teacher appreciation banquet, the Su family wanted to promote two smaller families to take their place. The Feng family owned two large e-commerce companies, one specializing in clothing sales and the other in electronics. These companies were now largely under the Su family's control. They had originally intended to give them to Wang Lin, but since Wang Lin had agreed to sell his company to Qin Wan, he had lost interest in such matters. Perhaps out of self-interest, Wang Lin had recommended Wang Nan to the Su family at the last moment. That was why this call had come. Wang Nan felt uneasy after hearing this. She was still a college student, and managing two e-commerce stores with annual sales of tens of millions was beyond her capabilities. However, she was reluctant to give up such a great opportunity. Wang Nan couldn't help but look at Qinwan. In matters of business, she had a blind trust in Qinwan. Qinwan smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Just agree to it first." Wang Nan then said into the phone, "Auntie Sue, thank you. I'll give it a try." On the other end of the line, Su Xiaolan's laughter could be heard, followed by her voice, "With your Aunt Qin guiding you on the big picture, you'll definitely succeed. Once you've built up these 2 stores, you'll have the confidence to marry Su Kong with your head held high." Wang Nan's face flushed red, then she quickly became serious again. After hanging up, Lin Yi immediately approached and said, "Sister Wang Nan, please hire me as your store manager. I guarantee you'll make a fortune every day." Wang Nan looked at Lin Yi's eager expression and thought, "How can I politely refuse your trouble? Lin Yi, you're only 14 years old. What are you thinking about all day? You should focus on your studies." Qinwan raised her voice. "You can say I'm not focusing on my studies because I play games, but how is doing business not focusing on your studies?" Lin Yi clearly wasn't convinced. "Oh, so you know playing games is a waste of time, huh? Anyway, I don't like studying," Lin Yi said, then turned her head away. Qinwan couldn't do anything about her daughter, so she patiently persuaded her, "Do what's appropriate for your age. You're still young. Once you finish your studies, if you want to do business, I'll give you 1 or 2 companies to manage. But how long will that take? At least until you graduate from university. That's 8 more years." Qinwan nodded. "It also depends on your grades. If you can't even study properly, you won't be good at business either." "Who says that? I'm a business genius. If it weren't for my brother messing things up for me, I wouldn't even know how many houses I could have sold." Lin Yi saw Qinwan glaring at her and stubbornly said, "Anyway, I don't want to go to school for even a single day." Qinwan finally snapped, "You're going to school whether you like it or not. Starting this semester, all your living expenses are cancelled." Lin Yi pouted and stormed out of the dining table. Qinwan said coldly, "What's wrong? Are you going to run away again?" "I'm going back to my room." She said this and deliberately stomped up the stairs, making the wooden planks creak loudly. Qinwan waited for a while before her mood calmed down. She turned to Wang Nan and said, "Tomorrow I'll go with you to the e-commerce space to see what's going on." Wang Nan was still a bit afraid of Qinwan, especially after she had just lost her temper. She nodded in agreement. Qinwan thought for a moment and added, "The timing isn't ideal right now. If you want to understand and control this e-commerce company, you'll need to stay at the e-commerce base for at least 1 or 2 months to familiarize yourself with their operational model, especially the financial management. You must have a clear understanding of everything. Of course, I can also arrange for a trustworthy person to help you manage things. Once you return for winter break, you can take full control of the e-commerce company. However, Aunt Qin, I'll choose the first option," Wang Nan said firmly. Qinwan smiled with satisfaction and said, "All right, I'll have someone contact the school to postpone your university enrollment by a month. Use this month to firmly establish control over the company before heading back to school." Wang Nan nodded and said, "That's perfect. The first month is military training, so it won't affect my studies." Su Kong curiously asked, "Why can't we wait until winter break?" Qinwan explained, "Right now, those 2 e-commerce companies are in a transitional phase with new and old management, and it's the best time for Wang Nan to firmly control the company. If we wait until winter break, even though I'll have people to help manage the company, if the operations aren't good, it'll be difficult to get things back on track after such a long delay. On the other hand, if the company is running well, it means Wang Nan isn't a necessary figure as the boss, and it'll be harder for her to gain the respect of the employees." Su Kong suddenly understood. Since Wang Nan had chosen the first option, it meant she was aware of the drawbacks of the second option. However, she had just graduated from high school. Could she really manage 2 companies? Su Kong turned to Qinwan and said, "Mom, Wang Nan is only 18. You need to help her more." Qinwan looked at Su Kong with a hint of resentment and said, "You're only thinking about your girlfriend. Don't you think about your old mother? Who has been helping me all these years? You should stop studying so hard at school and think more about how to run a business. You need to prepare yourself to help me manage the company after you graduate." "Ha? Is this the kind of pressure someone my age can handle?" However, Su Kong knew that Qinwan was speaking from the heart. The more successful someone appears on the surface, the more hardships they must endure behind the scenes. Su Kong suddenly felt a sense of urgency and said, "Mom, I understand." Qinwan looked at Su Kang's serious expression and smiled with satisfaction. She suddenly thought of something and said to Wang Nan, "Actually, you could move the company to Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng is located in the central part of our country, so shipping packages to any province is convenient. Most importantly, you can study while managing the company." Su Kong and Wang Nan both perked up. Su Kong said anxiously, "Then can Wang Nan go to Jiangcheng sooner? What are you thinking? Moving the company is also quite troublesome. It will probably take about a month to get to Jiangcheng." Chapter 88, Ambiguous Teenagers. The next day, accompanied by Qinwan and Su Kong, Wang Nan visited 2 e-commerce companies on the outskirts of the city. Since the Feng family had fallen from power, these 2 companies had been in a state of semi-bankruptcy. Since the Su family had already finalized the acquisition plan, Wang Nen handled the matter with ease, acquiring all the shares of the two companies for just 5 million yuan. It's important to note that during the early days of e-commerce, these two companies had an annual turnover of 20 million yuan, making them highly promising. 5 million yuan was practically a giveaway, though the money was provided by Su Kong. In the days that followed, Su Kong accompanied Wang Nan to the e-commerce companies every day, assisting her with changing the legal representative, revising the company charter, hiring employees, expanding new supply channels, and handling various other tasks. Xin Wan would also drop by occasionally, bringing along an experienced manager and accountant for Wang Nan. What Su Kong didn't expect was that Wang Lin also came by twice, helping out wherever he could and pointing out areas where Wang Nan needed improvement. After all, they were blood relatives. On the last night before school started, Wang Nan finished showering in Su Kang's bathroom, dried her hair, and came out to see Su Kong folding clothes. She smiled and said, "Let me help you." Su Kong continued folding while saying, "Hey, I've done this countless times. It's you city girls who aren't used to household chores, right? Who says that? I'm pretty good at it, you know." Wang Nan picked up a t-shirt from the bed and started folding it as well. Su Kong caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, a mix of a young girl's natural scent and the lavender scent of shower gel, and couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. He glanced at the girl beside him. Wang Nan was bent over, focusing on folding the clothes, her long black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Her skin, freshly bathed, was pale and rosy, like milk. Su Kang's gaze drifted down from the girl's face to the slightly open collar, and he couldn't tear his eyes away. Wang Nan was completely unaware of Su Kang's gaze. She looked at the bed covered in t-shirts and shorts and asked curiously, "Why did you only bring summer clothes? Didn't you bring any winter clothes?" Su Kong heard Wang Nan's voice and hurriedly looked away, feeling his mouth go dry and his heart race. He silently cursed himself for being a beast, yet regretted that the light was too dim to see clearly. Wang Nan, seeing that Su Kong hadn't spoken for a while, raised her eyes to look at him and curiously asked, "Why is your face so red?" Mentioning it only made Su Kang's face even redder. He stammered, "What did you just ask? About winter clothes?" Wang Nan saw Su Kang's awkward expression and suddenly thought of something. She looked down at her chest and saw that, because she was bending over, the loose nightgown had opened slightly, revealing a glimpse of her cleavage. Wang Nan blushed and stood up, feeling 3 parts shy and 7 parts delighted. She pretended not to know anything and continued bending over to fold the clothes, her ears turning bright red. She whispered, "Yes, why didn't you bring any winter clothes?" Su Kong saw Wang Nan bending over again and dared not look, quickly turning around to fold another pile of clothes. He wasn't oblivious to the meaning behind Wang Nan's gesture. He feared the elder brother might lose control and do something indecent. Wang Nan glared at Su Kang's back with a hint of resentment, then quickly cheered up. "What a bookworm. But if even my subtle hints can't tempt you, I won't worry about you being seduced by other foxes while I'm away for a month." As Wang Nan was lost in thought, Su Kong had already composed himself. He spoke slowly, "Because I don't have any winter clothes. All the old ones are too worn out and I threw them away." Wang Nan paused for a moment before remembering that Su Kong had only returned to Kyoto this summer. Su Kong neatly folded his clothes and opened the suitcase he had brought from his small hometown, which was filled with textbooks from his high school days. Wang Nan knelt down, picked up a Chinese language textbook at random, and asked, "Do you still keep your old textbooks? What else would I do with them? Selling them for scrap paper wouldn't fetch much, but at least they're a keepsake." Su Kong carefully carried each book to the corner and arranged them neatly. Wang Nan saw this and helped him move the books to the corner. Suddenly, Wang Nan's gaze was drawn to a book. It was being held down by several other books, with only a corner of the cover visible. However, the color was much brighter. Wang Nan curiously pulled the book out, revealing the cover with a naked woman on it. His face turned as red as a monkey's butt. She tried to cover it up by quickly stuffing the book between several textbooks and pressing them down, then nonchalantly moved the books to the corner. Wang Nan sneakily glanced at Su Kong, only to find that Su Kong was also sneakily glancing at her. Their eyes met for a moment, then they both quickly looked away in perfect sync. Wang Nan pretended not to notice the book. Su Kong pretended not to notice that Wang Nan had already seen the book. The two of them moved the books from the suitcase to the corner and placed the neatly folded clothes back into the suitcase. The young boy and girl remained silent in the awkward silence, the air filled with a faint scent of hormones. After putting his clothes away, Su Kong placed the laptop that Chow teacher had given him inside, along with other small items like a razor and a charger. After thinking it over, he finally decided there was nothing else and closed the suitcase. "Wang Nan," Su Kong broke the silence and said, "I'll head to Jiangcheng University tomorrow to report for duty. Can you handle the company matters here within a month? You've asked me this many times already. Don't worry, I'll definitely be in Jiangcheng to meet you before the National Day holiday. If we hadn't moved the company to Jiangcheng, I'd have to leave even earlier." Su Kong joked, "Then next time we meet, I'll have to call you Mr. Wang." "What kind of Mr. Wang am I? The company's acquisition was all funded by you, and the 5 million in liquid assets in the account are also provided by you. If I were Mr. Wang, then you'd be Mr. Su, the chairman." Wang Nan checked the time and continued, it's getting late. You have a flight tomorrow. Get some rest. After speaking, Wang Nan walked toward the door. Wang Nan. What's wrong? Wang Nan turned around curiously. We're parting ways tomorrow. Can I give you a hug? Wang Nan blushed and nodded, wrapping his arms around him. Wang Nan also hugged Su Kang's waist and the two stood there silently, feeling each other's body heat, neither saying a word. Until. Su Kang, did you finish that yet? Xinwan walked into Su Kang's room, then quietly backed out, closing the door behind her. Su Kang and Wang Nan quickly separated, staring at the closed door. Su Kang felt like crying. Mom, is that how you see me? Wang Nan adjusted her nightgown, her face flushed, and said, I'm going back to my room. It was already very late at night. Su Kang tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Outside, the intermittent chirping of cicadas could be heard. The book said that was the sound male cicadas made to attract females, a special sonic signal. The next day, at Kyoto International Airport, Lin Yi chattered excitedly. Lin Yongjian thought about his daughter having to study abroad for half a year, feeling both worried and reluctant. He pulled Lin Yi aside and whispered, Did you bring the pocket money I gave you? Don't worry, I've hidden it in my backpack. Lin Yi smiled sweetly and said, Daddy really cares about me. Lin Yongjian glanced at Qin Wan and said, Don't let your mom find out. If you want any snacks or fruits, just buy them yourself. I know, Lin Yi said absent-mindedly. Lin Yongjian wanted to give her a few more instructions, but saw Qin Wan walking over, so he felt guilty and walked away. What did your dad just tell you? Lin Yi blinked and said, He told me to listen to Mr. Chow more over there. Qin Wan nodded and said, Your monthly allowance is still 50,000. Lin Yi looked surprised. But you can't use it while you're studying in the small county. I've saved it all for you. I'll give it to you all at once when you come back for winter break. Lin Yi's expression fell again. She suddenly said discontentedly, Why does my brother get 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses, while I only get 50,000 yuan? Xinwan had already anticipated Lin Yi's question and replied, Because your brother eats 2 bowls of rice per meal while you only eat 1. Lin Yi looked completely confused, so his allowance is twice mine? Xinwan looked at Lin Yi's expression and said impatiently, Enough. Don't think I don't know that your dad secretly gives you pocket money. Lin Yi immediately grew tense, unconsciously shielding her backpack with both hands. Stop standing there like an idiot. Let's go. Xinwan led Lin Yi toward the security checkpoint. Seeing Su Kang and Wang Nan still chatting, she teased, Didn't you two finish talking last night? You're so reluctant to part. Su Kang shot Xinwan a playful glance and said to Wang Nan, Be careful in Beijing. If there's any business issue, ask my mom. Wang Nan nodded and said, I'll be back in a month at most. Alright, I'll wait for you. The plane rose and fell, just like life's ups and downs. A brief farewell was for a better reunion. Chapter 89, Xinwan, who doesn't know how to make a bed. At 1 p.m., Xinwan led Su Kang and Lin Yi out of Jiangcheng International Airport. A Maserati was parked by the roadside, standing out prominently. Li Yi saw Su Kang and the others and hurried over to help with the luggage. Su Kang looked at his Maserati and felt something was off, especially the windshield in the front of the car, which seemed different from before. He asked uncertainly, Uncle Li, is this my Maserati? Li Yi replied, It's yours. The license plate is still on it. Su Kang walked around to the front of the car and confirmed it was indeed his own. Xinwan, seeing Su Kang's confused expression, said, Get in the car first, we'll talk on the way. Xinwan and the others got into the car. Su Kang curiously asked, Mr. Li, when did you arrive in Jiangcheng? I left yesterday morning and arrived at 9 p.m. last night. You drove all day? Over 1,000 kilometers. And why does my car look different on the outside? Li Yi glanced at Xinwan through the rearview mirror but didn't say anything. Su Kang, sitting in the passenger seat, naturally noticed Li Yi's gaze. He turned his head to look at Xinwan in the back seat. We made some modifications to your car to enhance safety. Su Kang immediately perked up and joked, How did you modify it? Is it like in the movies, where bullets can't even penetrate it? Pretty much. Su Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yi immediately called out, Mom, can you modify my Bentley at home too? I want it to be bulletproof too. Xinwan first gave a soft then asked, Why do you want to modify it too? Next time I see someone driving slowly and blocking the way, I'll floor it and send them flying. Sure enough, it was the real Lin Yi. The other three in the car turned pale. Xinwan suppressed her anger and said, Lin Yi, if you still have such childish ideas, I'll make sure you never get behind the wheel again. After driving around for over an hour, the car finally arrived outside the gates of Jiangcheng University. Su Kang got out of the car. The sidewalk was crowded with parents sending off their students. Some were carrying, others were carrying, and some were simply holding luggage. Su Kang looked toward the entrance of Jiangcheng University. The entrance was filled with volunteers from various colleges helping the freshmen. Above the entrance, there were banners welcoming the class of 2012, and above that, in elegant calligraphy, were the 4 characters Jiangcheng University. Su Kang's heart raced. Jiangcheng University, hello. What are you daydreaming about? Chin-won said from behind him, help Uncle Lee carry his luggage. Su-kong turned around to see Chin-won and Lin-hee each holding an umbrella, while Lee carried a mattress and a blanket in both hands, with a suitcase in front of him. Su-kong quickly took the suitcase and said, let's go. First, we'll register as freshmen, get the dorm keys, and then we can put our luggage in the dorm. Chin-won said as they walked, I bought a house near the school. Once we put your luggage away, I'll take you to see it. Ha? Are rich people always so spoiled? Su-kong sighed helplessly, I'm staying in the dormitory. Why did you buy a house? Who said I'm buying it for you? Don't flatter yourself. It's for me to live in. Of course, you can stay there occasionally if you want. It's only a 10-minute walk. Seeing Su-kang's skeptical expression, Chin-won explained, now that you and E are both in Jiangcheng, I'll come over on weekends when I have nothing to do. But even flying is a hassle, right? No problem. I just bought a private jet a few days ago. I'm currently handling all the paperwork. It'll be much more convenient for travel in the future. This damn rich person's life is too indulgent. After Su-kong received his dorm key at the registration point, an upperclassman politely helped carry his luggage and led Su-kong and his group to the dormitory. Su-kang's dormitory was in room 220 of building L3, a standard 4-person room. When Su-kong entered, there was already a glasses-wearing, well-mannered student inside. Upon seeing Su-kong and his group enter, he hurriedly greeted them, hello. Behind him were likely his parents. His mother was making the top bunk, and his father was handing her the blankets. Su-kong also greeted them politely, hello, uncle and aunt, and fellow student. My name is Su-kong, and I'm also in this dormitory. Hello, my name is Lin Feng. His parents stopped what they were doing, took out a few boxes of milk drinks from the cabinet, and said, it's hot outside, have something to drink. Su-kong noticed that Lin Feng's parents had deep wrinkles on their faces, looking weathered and tired, though they were dressed in bright clothes that clearly looked new. Su-kong thanked them and distributed the milk to Chin-won and the others. Lin-hee took the milk from Su-kong and whispered to Chin-won, aren't you usually the one who doesn't let me drink this kind of drink? Chin-won glared at Lin-hee, you really don't know how to speak. Lin Feng's parents naturally heard what Lin-hee said and looked embarrassed. Chin-won smiled and said, Su-kong, you brought some local specialties too, right? Quickly share some with your classmates' parents to try. Su-kong let out a soft "oh" and opened his suitcase, taking out box after box of Kyoto pastries. He handed one box to Lin Feng's family and then walked over to the beds of his other two roommates. The first roommate's bed had a note with Lu Daoi's name on it, and his belongings were neatly arranged. He must have already left. The second roommate's bed had a note with Xiao Jun's name on it, and his bed was empty. He must not have arrived yet. Su-kong placed the remaining 2 boxes of pastries on the desks of these 2 students. Lin Feng looked at the packaging of the pastries and said in surprise, Su-kong, are you from Kyoto? Yes, and where are you from? I'm from a small county in Hebei Province, Huoqiao County. I also studied in Daji County, which is under Hebei Province. Aren't you from Kyoto? Why did you come to study in Hebei? I've always lived in Daji County, but I moved to Kyoto this summer. Lin Feng nodded. So you just moved to Beijing, but you're still from a wealthy family. Lin Feng's parents exchanged a few polite words with Chin-won before returning to the upper bunk to make the bed. Lin-hee curiously asked Chin-won, Mom, look, everyone else's parents are helping make the beds. Why aren't you helping my brother? Chin-won froze. Make the bed? I don't know how to do that. Chin-won regretted not bringing Aunt Lee from home. She glanced at Su-kong, Lin-hee, and Lee-hee, then decided to do it herself. She climbed up to the upper bunk and called out, Mr. Lee, could you bring the mattress pad and sheets up here? Lee held the mattress pad and sheets up to the top bunk and said, Ms. Chin, shall I do it for you? No need. Making a bed isn't that hard. Lin Feng pointed at Lee and asked curiously, isn't that your father? Lee was startled and quickly waved his hands, saying, I'm just an ordinary driver. There's a dedicated driver? My new roommate seems pretty wealthy. Chin-won fiddled around up there for a while. She compared Su Feng's and Lu Daoi's beds and found they were decent. She then said to Su-kong, it's all set. Su-kong climbed up to take a look. Wow, the mattress pad is uneven, and the sheets are crooked. He couldn't help but say, Mom, whose bed is made like this? Chin-won replied impatiently, how else do you want it made? Look at how bumpy it is here. How are we supposed to sleep on this? What's the big deal? It'll flatten out after a few nights. Su-kong sighed, fine, I'll do it myself. Please go rest, Miss Chin. Chin-won glared at Su-kong but obediently climbed down from the top bunk. As soon as she got down, she saw Lin-hee grinning at her. Chin-won angrily said, what are you laughing at? I haven't made a bed in decades. This is already pretty good. Oh, Miss Chin is right. Lin-hee laughed so hard her eyes squinted. Keep laughing, and I'll make you give me the pocket money your dad gave you. Lin-hee changed her expression as quickly as she could, adopting a look of innocence. A few minutes later, Su-kong had made the bed neatly. He climbed down from the top bunk and said to Chin-won, Mom, want to pay some tuition? I'll teach you how to make a bed. Get lost. This was the first time Chin-won had ever scolded Su-kong, but he just grinned and shrugged. Lin Feng and his family were completely stunned. What an odd family. After greeting Lin Feng, Su Kong left the dormitory with Jin Wan and the others. On the way to the villa, they received a call from Mr. Chow. It turned out that his family of 3 had also arrived at Jiangcheng University and wanted to meet up. Su Kong and the others headed toward the student cafeteria. From a distance, they saw Chow teacher and his family of 3 already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Chow, Ms. Liang, Su Kong called out to greet them. Chow Bin and Liang Li hurried forward to greet them. After some polite small talk, Chow Bin got straight to the point. Mr. Su, we had originally planned to have dinner together before heading back to Daji, but we just received notice that there is something urgent at the school, so. No problem, we'll leave now. Xinwan looked at Su Kong, then at Chao Qian, and smiled. Linny and I will accompany Mr. Chow back to the small county town first. Since you're high school classmates, you can spend the afternoon together exploring the campus and getting familiar with the learning environment. We just met and you're already leaving? Su Kong said reluctantly. Chao Bin chuckled, there's nothing we can do. It's the busiest time of the year with new students starting school. Both I and your teacher Liang had to take leave to come here. Exactly. My husband is also too busy with the start of the school year and couldn't make it, Xinwan added. Seeing that Su Kong was in a bad mood, Chao Bin smiled and said, don't worry, it's only an hour and a half from Jiangcheng to Daji. You can come back by the 11th and visit your sister while you're there. Linny had been eager to go to the small county town. She urged, stop saying goodbye. If we keep this up, it'll be dark. Let's leave already. Chapter 90, Su Kong's girlfriend starts a company? Su Kong and Chao Qian saw the others off at the school gate until the group of 5 drove away in their Maserati. Su Kong looked at Chao Qian and asked, by the way, class monitor, which class are you in for software engineering? Class 1. Really? We're in the same class then. Wang Nan is also in class 1. Chao Qian asked curiously, by the way, where's your girlfriend Wang Nan? Why didn't she come with you? She has some things to take care of in Beijing and won't be able to report to school until a month later. Chao Qian asked in surprise, what could be more important than starting school? Su Kong hesitated for a moment before saying, she just took over 2 e-commerce companies and there are many decisions she needs to make. Once things are sorted out, she'll come to school. Chao Qian sighed disappointedly. Su Kong was a wealthy young man from Beijing, and his girlfriend was already a company owner before even starting university. She felt that she and Su Kong were growing apart, slowly drifting into different worlds separated by an invisible chasm. Su Kong was unaware of Chao Qian's thoughts. Seeing the bustling crowd of new students around him, he felt filled with anticipation for his upcoming university life. He smiled at Chao Qian and said, old class monitor, why don't we take a stroll around campus to get familiar with the environment? I heard from an upperclassman that it takes several hours to explore the entire campus. Chao Qian smiled and said, sure, I don't have anything planned for the afternoon. Let's just take a stroll. The two walked side by side along the campus path, wanting to talk but not knowing where to start. The atmosphere was awkward and silent. Finally, Su Kong couldn't help but ask, old class monitor, do you have any plans for the next 4 years of university? I'll stick to my usual routine. Run for a class officer position, join the student union to gain some experience, and then apply for graduate school. Chao Qian looked at Su Kong and asked, what about you? Any plans? I'm not really into social activities, so I don't want to join the student union or any clubs. I'll just focus on my studies for now. If I get the chance, I'd like to start a business while I'm in college. Start a business? Chao Qian was somewhat surprised, then felt a bit relieved, and joked, that makes sense. With such a large family business, you'll definitely need to take it over. Once you graduate, you have to let me work at your company. Su Kong also joked, old class monitor, you're so capable. I'll definitely give you the position of general manager. You really think you're the boss now? Then you be the boss, and I'll work for you at your company. You can give me the general manager position, right? That's more like it. From middle school to high school, you were just one of my underlings. The two began chatting freely, discussing their university plans, the layout of the school buildings, and the distribution of other high school classmates across different schools. As the sun set, Su Kong noticed fewer students on the road and suggested, let's go, old classmate. I'll treat you to your first dinner at university. Chao Qian giggled, you're the big shot, are you going to make me pay? The two arrived at the school cafeteria, each ordered a simple stir-fried rice dish, found an empty table, and sat across from each other to eat. Just as they had taken a few bites, a voice suddenly called out, Su Kong, are you here? Su Kong looked up and saw Lin Feng, the roommate he had just met that afternoon, standing there with 3 others. Through Lin Feng's introduction, Su Kong learned that the tallest one was Zhu Wan from the neighboring room 219. The one with long bangs almost covering his eyes was Xiao Jun, and the slightly chubby one was Lu Dawei. The two of them were from room 220 like Su Kong, and with Lin Feng, it meant that everyone from room 220 was gathered. Su Kong stood up and greeted everyone, then asked, have you guys eaten yet? Want to grab something together? We've been looking for you all over the dorm for ages. Today's the first day we're all together in the dorm, so I'll treat you all to a nice meal tonight, Xiao Jun said, adjusting his signature bangs. Su Kang hesitated and said, but I just got my meal. I haven't eaten much yet. Then don't eat it. Besides, what's so good about it? Lin Feng also urged, exactly, Su Kang. Our dorm is missing you. Su Kang looked at Chao Qian and asked, class monitor, are you coming? I'll pass. You guys are having a dorm dinner. Lin Feng and the others initially thought Chao Qian was just a stranger, but they didn't expect her to be connected to Su Kang. Xiao Jun exclaimed dramatically, no way. You've already found a girl before the semester even officially started? What are you thinking? She's my high school classmate and my former class monitor. We're in the same class. The chubby Lu Dawei chuckled, you both chose the same major. You must have had some history in high school and are continuing your relationship in college. Stop making things up. Our scores were only a few points apart, so we both applied to the computer science program at this university. Su Kang glanced at Chao Qian with a hint of embarrassment, but she looked unfazed. Xiao Jun shouted, whether you're boyfriend and girlfriend or just classmates, today's first meal in room 220 must be a proper one. Xiao Jun turned to Lu Dawei and said, little fatty, let us carry Su Kang over there. Lu Dawei joined in, grabbing Su Kang's arms on either side. Su Kang couldn't resist his roommate's enthusiasm and said, alright, I'll go. Xiao Jun and Lu Dawei finally let go. Su Kang turned to Chao Qian and said, class monitor, why don't you come too? You guys are having a guys gathering. What would I be doing there? Xiao Jun leaned close to Chao Qian and said with a playful smile, classmate, since we have Su Kang as a connection, we roommates are counting on you to help us find dates. Zhu Huan from the neighboring dormitory also chimed in, don't just focus on room 220. Don't forget about me. I also want a girl to take care of me. Chao Qian blushed fiercely. Are all college guys like this? In the end, Chao Qian followed them out. She didn't know how to describe Su Kang's roommates, were they too enthusiastic or too crude? Outside the school, there was a row of places selling grilled meat and hot pot. It was mealtime, and the area was packed with students eating. Xiao Jun found a restaurant with just the right number of people. As he put it, places with too few people usually don't taste very good, while those with too many people make waiting too long. After everyone settled into their seats, they began chatting about everything under the sun. Su Kang only then realized that Xiao Jun was a local from Jiangcheng, with a relatively affluent family background. He was the type of person who could balance both work and study, even attending a prestigious university like a 985 institution. Lu Dawei, as Xiao Jun had nicknamed him Little Fatso, was the type of person who was a bit overweight but not overly so. He was from the neighboring province of Anhui and had a knack for speaking nonsense in a serious manner, making him the one to lighten the mood in the dormitory. Xu Huan was the most seasoned looking among them. If you just looked at his face, you'd think he was 25. Among the group, Lin Feng was the one who spoke and acted the most, how to put it? To put it nicely, he was polite and considerate. To put it bluntly, he was timid and hesitant. Of course, this was largely due to his family background and upbringing. While waiting for the food, the conversation gradually turned to Chao Qian again. There was no way around it after all, she was the only girl in the group. Xiao Jun placed one hand on Su Kang's neck and chuckled, be honest, did you secretly like Chao Qian, your class monitor, back in the day? Su Kang's face turned red. Back in high school, he had indeed had a crush on Chao Qian, but that was just the vague infatuation of adolescence. After all, who hasn't had a crush on someone during their teenage years? So, having a crush doesn't necessarily mean you like someone. Su Kang said firmly, stop making assumptions. I'm just a regular classmate of the old class monitor. Chao Qian's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Not even a secret crush? She said to everyone, stop spreading rumors. Su Kang already has a girlfriend. Really? Lu Dawei exclaimed in surprise. Which school does your girlfriend go to? She's also in our software 1 class, Su Kang said. No way. Lu Dawei looked at Su Kang, then at Chao Qian. Are you just making stuff up to fool us? Su Kang shrugged, why would I lie to you? She's got some business in Beijing and won't be back to school for about a month. Everyone looked skeptical. What could be more important than the start of the school year that she couldn't come back to school for a month? Su Kang explained further, she currently has 2 e-commerce companies to manage. Once she sorts everything out, she'll come over. You're just bragging. Your girlfriend runs a company? If you looked as handsome as me, I might believe you a little, Xiao Jun said. The chubby Lu Dawei snorted, do you believe I have 8-pack abs, or do you believe this guy's girlfriend runs a company? Chao Qian covered her mouth and giggled. Su Kang's roommates were pretty entertaining. How dare you? I was just stating a fact, yet you insist I'm bragging. This is bullying an honest person. Su Kang snorted, if you don't believe me, that's your problem. Lin Feng whispered, I believe Su Kang is telling the truth. Xiao Jun and Lu Dawei looked at Lin Feng. I saw Su Kang's family today. His family must be pretty wealthy, they even have a personal driver. Xiao Jun asked curiously, you and Chao Qian went to school in Daji County, right? How come your girlfriend runs a company in Kyoto? I only moved to Beijing this summer. And in just 1 summer, you found a rich woman who runs a company to be your girlfriend? Plus, your girlfriend is in the same field as us? Xiao Jun said suspiciously, you've been reading too many romance novels, haven't you? Su Kong simply remained silent, letting them believe what they wanted. Lu Dawei said doubtfully, where's your girlfriend's photo? Let us take a look. Xiao Jun also leaned in and said, quick, show us the photos. I just can't believe it. Su Kong took out his phone, ready to open the photo album to prove his roommates wrong, but just then, his phone buzzed. It was Wang Nan sending a video call request. Su Kong didn't rush to accept the video call. He chuckled, if I had a girlfriend, what would you say? Xiao Jun, being the big spender, pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and said, who are you trying to scare? I'll bet you don't have any bullets in your gun. The chubby kid also pulled out his wallet. He first took out 200 yuan, but after glancing at Su Kang's smug expression, he quickly pulled back 100 yuan and said, I'll follow your lead. Let me see your cards. Su Kang looked at Lin Feng and Zhu Huan, who quickly shook their heads, indicating they were good students and wouldn't participate in gambling. Chapter 91, No Other Hobbies, Just Love for Money. Su Kang answered the video call. The screen showed Su Kang's room, but Wang Nan wasn't there. All they heard was the sound of a hairdryer and Wang Nan's resentful voice, Su Kang, what are you doing? Why did it take so long to answer the video call? Holy crap, that voice is so nice. Could this guy really have a girlfriend? Xiao Jun and Lu Dawei quietly approached Su Kang from behind, peeking at his phone from both sides. However, the screen only showed the ceiling. The two looked at Su Kang in confusion, their expressions seeming to say, why can we only hear the voice but not see anyone? Su Kang glared at the two of them, but they didn't budge, still standing there stubbornly. Su Kang sighed and replied to Wang Nan, I'm out eating. I didn't hear the phone ring. Is Aunt Qin with you, or did she take Linyi to Daji County? She took Linyi to Daji County. She should be staying there tonight as well. Xiao Jun saw that Su Kang wasn't getting to the point and grew impatient. He whispered, hurry up and get your girlfriend on camera. Fortunately, Wang Nan was busy blow-drying her hair and didn't hear Xiao Jun's voice. Su Kang said, Wang Nan, have you eaten yet? I already did. Xiao Jun couldn't take it anymore and shouted into Su Kang's phone, beautiful lady, I'm Su Kang's roommate. Can you come out and meet us? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Nan's beautiful and graceful face appeared on the screen. Xiao Jun and Lu Dawei both felt a surge of envy, jealousy, and hatred, thinking of phrases like wasting a good thing, a flower planted in cow dung, and a worthless person. Wang Nan asked in confusion, Su Kang, who was that speaking just now? Was it your roommate? Why didn't I see anyone? Su Kang looked at Xiao Jun's embarrassed expression and said to Wang Nan with a smug expression, don't mind them. They're just a bunch of beggars who've never seen a beautiful woman before. Xiao Jun's face appeared on the screen, and he said to Wang Nan, beautiful lady, you're not Su Kang's girlfriend, are you? You must be his sister or something. Wang Nan giggled and said, did Su Kang say I'm his girlfriend? Exactly. I think he's just a toad trying to eat swan meat, deliberately deceiving us. Wang Nan laughed happily, right, Su Kang is definitely a toad. Xiao Jun looked at Su Kang challengingly, as if to say, just wait and see who's going to pay. Wang Nan asked again, are you all from the same dorm and having dinner out together? Yeah, today's entire bill is on me, Mr. Xiao. After saying that, Xiao Jun flipped his signature bangs. Su Kang pushed Xiao Jun aside with his arm, then switched the camera to focus on the hundreds of dollars on the table and said to Wang Nan, stop giggling. Tell them seriously whether you're my girlfriend or not. Look clearly at what's on the table and think it over before you speak. Wang Nan, who had been smiling, suddenly changed her expression. Su Kang noticed her change and felt a chill in his heart. Oh no, I caught Chao Qian. This little girl must be jealous. Su Kang felt uneasy and panicked, saying, the food is almost ready here. I'll hang up first. Wait, I haven't told you my identity yet. Wang Nan put on a smile again and said, Su Kang's roommates, I can't really be considered Su Kang's girlfriend. Everyone could sense the change in Wang Nan's tone. Though she still smiled sweetly, there was an icy chill in her voice that sent shivers down their spines. Everyone turned to Su Kang, what's going on? What did you do to her? Wang Nan continued, because Su Kang and I were engaged since we were children. I'm his legitimate fiancé. Su Kang knew exactly what Wang Nan was saying, she was staking her claim. But the others were utterly shocked. Such a beautiful girl is actually Su Kang's fiancé? Who could handle that? Su Kang glanced at Chao Qian, who looked unfazed and felt slightly relieved. He turned to Wang Nan and said, alright, go rest early. The food is almost ready. I'll hang up now. At the Qin family's mansion in Beijing, after Su Kang ended the video call, Wang Nan angrily threw her phone onto the bed. Why does Chao Qian get to go with Su Kang to his roommate's dinner party? She's the only woman there. How dare she? It's only the first day of school and she's already trying to hook up with someone else's fiancé. I have to handle this quickly, or else my family will be ruined. Su Kang said to the people at the table, you win, you lose. After speaking, he quickly grabbed the 600 yuan on the table, afraid that Xiao Jun and Lu Dawei would change their minds. Su Kang put the money in his pocket and said to Xiao Jun and Lu Dawei, if you think the money is too much next time, come find me. I don't have any other hobbies, I just love money. Xiao Jun and Lu Dawei felt as though they had swallowed a fly. You have a beautiful fiancé, and now you've won my money. Even if you won, you had to rub it in my face. Xiao Jun angrily said, Su Kong, you're buying tonight. Why should I treat you? Didn't you say tonight's entire bill was on you, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Jun laughed and said to the chubby guy, did I say that? No. The little fat guy was now on the same side as Xiao Jun. He and Xiao Jun moved silently toward Su Kong, looking ready to fight at any moment. Su Kong quickly said, alright, tonight's bill is on me, Su Kong, the Su young master. Xiao Jun and the chubby guy finally returned to their seats. Xiao Jun wasn't satisfied and turned to the owner, saying, Owner, bring us your most expensive dishes. The owner hesitated, there are only a few of you. You won't be able to finish it all. If we can't finish it, I'll take it home to feed the dogs. The boss laughed awkwardly and looked at the others at the table. Sir, he's just joking. Don't mind him. But could you please hurry up with the food? We've been waiting for a long time. After Su Kong finished speaking, everyone felt even hungrier. The frog hot pot you ordered takes a bit longer. Please wait a moment, it'll be out shortly. Xiao Jun pointed to the table next to them and said, I remember this table came after us. Why did they get served first? The hot pot takes time, but does that mean the other dishes are also slow? The table next to them was occupied by a man and 3 women. The man had his bangs dyed red and wore a black necklace, clearly a rebellious rich playboy. Seeing Xiao Jun pointing at him, he was extremely displeased and said in a hostile tone, You're so ill-mannered. Didn't your mother teach you how to respect people? Xiao Jun jumped to his feet and shouted at the man, What's it to you if I'm talking to the boss? The man wasn't one to back down either. He stood up and shouted, Go ahead and point at me again if you dare. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm pointing at you. What's the problem? Xiao Jun didn't back down. Su Kong and the others feared the situation would escalate and quickly stepped in to stop Xiao Jun. The few girls on the other side also began too. Seeing that Xiao Jun's table had 4 or 5 men, the man feared he might be at a disadvantage in a fight, so he huffed and sat back down. Xiao Jun saw that the other party had backed down and sat down as well, but he sat there like a proud rooster that had won a fight, holding his head high. After this incident, the waiter served the food much faster. Everyone was in high spirits, completely unaffected by the earlier incident, and drank quite a bit of beer. Chapter 92, The Stubborn Bronze. The dinner party finally ended around 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Kong said to Chao Qian, senior classmate, let me walk you back to the dormitory. Chao Qian was about to refuse when she heard Xiao Jun interrupt, Su Kong, you're being mean. You already have a girlfriend, no, a fiancé, and you're still trying to steal this opportunity from me. Xiao Jun then turned to the others and said, you all go back to the dorm first. I need to take Chao class leader back first. The chubby kid also said, why should you be the only one to send her? I want to go too. Xu Huan also said, I'll go too. What if I meet the girl of my dreams downstairs at the girls' dormitory? Everyone turned to look at Lin Feng, who cautiously said, why don't I go with you? We can go together and come back together. Chao Qian blushed and said, why are you all getting involved? It's just a short distance. You've all had some drinks, go back and rest early. I can go back to the dormitory alone. That's not possible. What if we encounter a pervert on the way back? Xiao Jun said matter-of-factly. Thus, a group of boys escorted Chao Qian in a large procession toward the girls' dormitory, attracting the attention of many passers-by along the way. When they arrived at the girls' dormitory, they unexpectedly encountered the same red-haired boy with bangs and 3 girls again. Sometimes one couldn't help but marvel at how small the world really was. The guy with the red bangs saw Su Kong and the others, paused for a moment, then said in a sarcastic tone, you're all just a bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen a woman before. He then proudly wrapped his arm around a beautiful girl in front of him, and the girl blushed and leaned into his embrace. Shameful. Xiao Jun and the others all cursed under their breath, but there was nothing they could do after all, the guy had a girlfriend. However, when it came to looks, the red-haired guy was quite handsome, tall, and well-dressed, clearly from a wealthy family. No wonder he was so popular with women. Chao Qian was worried that Xiao Jun would get into another fight with the other guy, so she said, you guys should go back to the dormitory quickly. We just started school, we don't want to get into a fight and end up with a disciplinary record. Everyone understood this, and Xiao Jun said, don't worry, Chao class monitor. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I'll just ignore him. Chao Qian finally felt reassured and went upstairs. After returning to the dormitory, Xiao Jun still felt uneasy. He said to Su Kong, when your fiancé comes to school, you must show off in front of him. I'll make him bring a bunch of those superficial girls to act all cool. There are tens of thousands of students in this school. We might not even run into them later. We'll definitely run into them. Since that guy's girlfriend is from our college, there's a high chance he's also from our college. I just don't know what year he's in. Su Kong said curiously, given your good looks and your lavish spending, finding a girlfriend should be a piece of cake. Xiao Jun heard this and smiled like the logo of a famous sneaker brand. Speaking of which, why do I love listening to you so much? He sighed again and said, the past is best left forgotten. Let's not talk about it. Typical. He must have a story to tell. Xiao Jun noticed Su Kang's laptop on the desk and asked, Su Kang, play games? Dota or League of Legends? Let me show you how to play and help you get ahead. I don't play games. If you don't play games, why did you go to university? The chubby kid pulled out his laptop and said, Jun-gu, he's not coming, I'll play. I'm a super master in the first region of League of Legends. Xiao Jun stood behind Lu Dawei, watching him open the laptop, and said, What are you bragging about in front of Jun-gu? Overpowered master in Dota 1? As Lu Dawei logged into the game, Xiao Jun's expression first furrowed, then gradually turned fervent. Wei-gu, no, fat lord, take me with you to show off and fly high. Su Kang and Lin Feng also walked over curiously and asked, Why are you so excited? Is Super Master that strong? You guys don't play games, so you don't understand. That's the pinnacle of the pyramid, a godlike existence. What about you, Xiao Jun? What's your level? Xiao Jun's face turned red as he said, I'm also very skilled. My character is already max level. Lin Feng and Su Kang nodded, sounding impressed. The chubby kid Lu Dawei said, Do you have an account in the electric zone? Add me as a friend quickly. Xiao Jun quickly logged into the game, and the two added each other as friends. The chubby kid looked at the other's bronze-colored rank and exclaimed in disbelief, You're only bronze rank? Su Kang asked again, What level is bronze? The chubby kid explained succinctly, If Grandmaster is equivalent to a top-tier university, then bronze is like a fourth-tier private university. Su Kang exaggeratedly said to Xiao Jun, You're so good, bronze brother. Xiao Jun blushed but stubbornly said, Bronze in the electric first district is at least equivalent to gold in other districts. The next day was September 1st. The class group chat announced that there would be a class meeting in the evening, mainly for new students to get to know each other and to hold a mobilization meeting for the military training starting on September 2nd. So during the day, it was another day of freedom and relaxation. When Su Kang woke up, it wasn't even 7 a.m. He saw his three roommates still asleep, so he quietly got out of bed to wash up. Lu Dawei was woken up by Su Kang's noise and muttered, Su Kang, you're not sleeping in? You're such an oddball. He then rolled over and went back to sleep. Su Kang muttered to himself, I wonder how late you guys were playing games last night. It's already this late and you're still not getting up. After finishing his morning routine, Su Kang went to the cafeteria for breakfast, then headed to the library to soak up the atmosphere. However, as soon as he entered the study room, he was startled to find every desk occupied. What Su Kang didn't know was that most of the people there were preparing for the graduate school entrance exams, and there were almost no freshmen like him. Su Kang only stayed for a while, then headed toward the school gate. He called Qin Wan, who said she would be there soon. Sure enough, shortly after, his Maserati pulled up at the school gate. Su Kang got in and asked, Mom, did Linnie cry or throw a tantrum today on her first day of school? No, on the contrary, she seemed pretty excited. Xinwan changed the subject and said with concern, however, your sister doesn't seem to listen to your teacher Chow very much. I'm worried she'll become even more unruly over there. Su Kang sighed. His younger sister wasn't a bad person, but she was too self-centered, with all the spoiled habits of a rich girl. He doubted that Chow teacher could change her. Let's go. I'll take you to see the new house, and then I need to head back to Beijing. The car turned a few corners on the road and stopped at the entrance of a high-end villa in less than 10 minutes. So close? If we went straight there, it would probably take about 10 minutes? Su Kang followed Qin Wan into the house and said, Mom, when did you buy this house? I had someone buy it for you after you filled out your college applications. But it's just been renovated, so you shouldn't move in for the next few months. I don't need it. You're just wasting money. A villa in Jiangqing doesn't cost that much. Besides, I'll sell it after you graduate from university and make a nice profit. Su Kang's eyes widened. Could there be such a scheme? As soon as they opened the villa gate, an aunt came out to greet them. Su Kang exclaimed in surprise, Aunt Lu, did my mom transfer you here from Beijing? Aunt Lu smiled and nodded, saying, Mr. Qin even gave me a raise. Mr. Su, you can still eat your 3 meals a day here. Su Kang looked at Qin Wan and said, Mom, giving me 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses is already generous enough. Why did you also arrange for an auntie to cook for me? Yes, Mr. Li will also stay in Jiangqing as your driver and bodyguard. Su Kang sighed and said, You're taking care of me too well. If I were Linnie, I'd feel jealous. Qin Wan smiled and said, She's the opposite of you. You always think of others first and are overly frugal with yourself. Without the financial security to back your confidence, you'd easily get taken advantage of. As for your sister, she's been spoiled rotten by Uncle Lin since childhood, with all the spoiled habits of a rich girl. She has no concept of money, so she needs to face some setbacks to grow up. That's why we have to treat them differently. Su Kang laughed and said, The other day, Uncle Lin secretly told me that Linnie is like this because you spoiled her. Nonsense. It's clearly his fault for spoiling her. Su Kang suddenly felt that Linnie's current state wasn't spoiled, it was genetic. Chapter 93, The Beautiful Tutor. Aunt Lu prepared a few simple dishes for lunch. During the meal, Su Kang mentioned that he was fine staying at school and wanted he and Aunt Lu to return to Beijing with him. However, reality dictated that one's status often determined the weight of their words. Su Kong, with his slender build, couldn't stand up to Qin Wan's influence. In the end, Aunt Lu and Li He decided to stay at the Jiangcheng Villa long term. After lunch, Li He directly drove Qin Wan to the airport. When Su Kong left to return to school, he still took the villa keys and car keys with him. When Su Kong returned to the dormitory, the chubby kid and Xiao Jun were still playing games, while Lin Feng had no idea where he had gone. Xiao Jun said to Su Kong, "Brother Kong, you're back. Hurry up and help me and the little fat guy get some food from the canteen." "What the hell? You two haven't eaten yet?" "Of course not. We didn't eat breakfast. We were planning to finish this game and then go downstairs to eat. Since you're back, can you bring us some food?" After saying that, Xiao Jun feared Su Kong might refuse, so he added, "Don't worry, I'll give you some money for transportation. You won't be doing this for free. It's just the start of the semester and you two are already playing games day and night. Is that appropriate? There's no class today. What else can we do besides play games?" It seemed like he had a point. Su Kong reluctantly went downstairs and got them each a meal. However, since he had made 600 yuan off them last night, he didn't charge them for the food, which left them both deeply moved. Su Kong curiously asked, "Where did Lin Feng go?" "I didn't see him. I don't know. You were the first one to wake up, and he was the second. Then he just left." The chubby kid finished speaking and then asked Su Kong curiously, "By the way, why did you get up so early?" "I just took a walk around the school." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng finally returned to the dormitory. The four people in room 228 dinner together in the canteen. Su Kong asked Lin Feng where he had been during the day, but he stammered for a while and still didn't say anything. The chubby kid was about to pry further, but was secretly kicked by Xiao Jun. The chubby kid immediately got the hint, saw Lin Feng's awkward expression, and knew he must have something he couldn't say. After finishing their meal, the four headed to the academic building. College students had a good habit of never arriving early. The first class meeting of the semester started at 7 p.m., and Su Kong and the others arrived precisely at 6:55 p.m. Lin Feng saw that the front row seats were still empty, but before he could sit down, he was pulled back by the chubby boy and Xiao Jun. Lin Feng asked curiously, "What are you two doing? Look who is sitting in the front row. Hurry up and go to the back row, or there won't be any seats left." Lin Feng turned to Su Kong for help, his eyes saying, "We're good students, we should sit in the front row." Su Kong had no choice but to say, "Lin Feng has always been a good student, he's not used to sitting in the back. Let's do this, you two sit in the back and I'll sit in the front with Lin Feng." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Xiao Jun sighed, "I'm really impressed by the two of you. University is supposed to be about pursuing freedom and love. After studying for so many years, you're still not tired of it? You're just spouting nonsense, misleading a good student like Lin Feng." Su Kong said, then sat down next to Lin Feng. Xiao Jun and the chubby kid exchanged helpless glances and reluctantly sat down in the front row. Su Kong asked curiously, "Aren't you two going to the back? Everyone in the dorm must keep their belongings neat and tidy." As Xiao Jungang finished speaking, Chao Qian and several other girls walked in laughing. Xiao Junjiang sat down and immediately stood up again. "Chao, the class monitor, come sit over here." Chao Qian looked at the four members of room 220 sitting in a row and remarked curiously, "Oh, everyone in your dorm is sitting in the front row." Xiao Jun said without blushing or getting flustered, "At my strong request, everyone in our dorm agreed to sit in the first row to study hard and strive for excellence." After saying that, he even flaunted his bangs in front of the girls. The chubby boy rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, it's because everyone in our dorm has a higher level of ideological awareness." After saying that, the chubby boy quickly moved aside to make room, saying, "Ladies, please come sit here." Even Lin Feng, the honest guy, blushed and moved aside. The girls exchanged glances and sat down. Xiao Jun was over the moon, about to introduce himself to the girls, when a woman with flowing long hair gracefully walked toward the podium. Not just Xiao Jun, but the entire class fell into a silence after the woman entered. But beneath the surface of the silence lay the restless hearts of the boys and the envious glances of the girls. "Wow, her looks are almost as good as my friend Wang Nan. Hello everyone, my name is Wu Wanshou. I will be your academic advisor for the next 4 years." Wu Wanshou finished speaking, glanced at her watch, and said, "It's 7 o'clock. The class meeting for Software Engineering Class 1 will now begin. Let us start taking attendance." Chapter 94, Self-Introduction at the Class Meeting. Wu Wanshou kept one hand in his pocket and held the class roster in the other, calling out, "Zhao Mu. Present. Zhu Lin. Present." Xiao Jun quietly leaned over to Su Kang's ear and whispered, "This female counselor looks like she has a fiery temper. Watch out." Before Xiao Jun could finish complaining, Su Kang also winced and muttered, "Hey." 2 pieces of chalk struck Xiao Jun and Su Kang's foreheads with precision. Wu Wanshou looked serious. "I have a bad habit, when I'm speaking, no one else is allowed to talk. Now, let's continue with roll call." The classroom fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Xiao Jun and Su Kang stared at each other with wide eyes, communicating through some kind of magical brainwave. "Xiao Jun, Su Kang, I was right, wasn't I? Su Kong, Xiao Jun, you bastard, I didn't say a word, why did you hit me too? Xiao Jun, what's the point of asking me? Go ask this dinosaur tutor. Su Kong, damn it. Su Kong. Damn it. As soon as Su Kong shouted, his mind was filled with one thought, it's over. My entire reputation is ruined. Sure enough, Wu Wancho's eyebrows were furrowed, clearly on the verge of exploding. Su Kong quickly shouted, here. Then he panicked and explained, I'm sorry, Ms. Wu. I was too nervous and my tongue got tied. The rest of the class burst into laughter. This student actually dared to tease this fierce tutor? Clearly, he hadn't been hit hard enough with the chalk and still had the nerve to sit in the front row. Just as everyone was laughing, there were two more whoosh sounds. Two boys in the back row winced in pain and rubbed their heads. Wu Wancho didn't say a word, and the classroom fell deathly silent. Wu Wancho glared at Su Kong and coldly said, if you do it again, get out of here. Su Kong sighed in relief, having managed to get away with it. Why did I sit in the front row? I'm such an idiot. Roll call ended quickly. What Su Kong didn't expect was that the boy with the red bangs who had gotten into a fight with Xiao Jun yesterday was also in this class. His girlfriend, named Zhang Meng, looked pure and cute, very likable. Wu Wancho placed the class roster on the desk, looked at all the students, and said, Software Class 1 has a total of 36 students. 35 are present. One student will report to school in a month due to personal reasons. After Wu Wancho finished speaking, the classroom erupted into whispers again. Wu Wancho gave a glance, and the room fell silent again. What a terrifying glare. Wu Wancho picked up a piece of chalk and wrote her name and phone number on the blackboard, saying, Good evening, everyone. My name is Wu Wancho. I've written my phone number on the blackboard. Please save it on your phones. Let me give a brief introduction. I graduated from Jiangcheng University for my bachelor's degree, and I earned my master's and doctoral degrees from Kyoto University. The classroom erupted in a buzz. After all, a Kyoto University PhD was still quite impressive among these students. Wu Wancho continued, over the next 4 years, I will serve as the class advisor for Software Class 1. If you have any questions about your studies or daily life, feel free to come find me. My office is in room 306 on the 3rd floor of the Computer Science Building. After finishing, Wu Wancho wrote Class President, Youth League Secretary, and Academic Representative on the blackboard. He said, everyone here comes from all over the country. To help us get to know each other better, please come up one by one in the order I called your names and give a brief self-introduction. Additionally, if anyone is willing to volunteer their free time to serve their classmates and assist teachers with teaching tasks, please write your name after the class committee position during your self-introduction. In other words, all class committee positions are self-nominated. If multiple students wish to run for the same position, we will have everyone present vote to decide. Now, we'll start with number 1, Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu was a straightforward man from Northeast China, and his first words were in a typical Northeast accent. After briefly introducing himself, he wrote his name next to the position of Youth League Branch Secretary. The others followed suit, introducing themselves one by one. Some were nervous, some were humorous, and some became humorous due to their nervousness. Soon it was Su Kang's turn. He walked up to the stage, cleared his throat, and said, Good evening, everyone. My name is Su Kang. That's all for my introduction. Thank you. Ha? That's it? Just as Su Kang was about to step down, he was called back by Wu Wancho. Hey, Su Kang, is that all? Could you also share your hometown, hobbies, and personal background? Oh, I'm from Kyoto. I don't have many hobbies, but my personal experiences are quite rich. However, it's not something I can explain in a few words. If you're really curious, you can come find me in room 220. Of course, I won't tell you even if you do. The students below were amused by Su Kang's words and burst into laughter. Everyone thought Su Kang was telling a joke, but only Chao Qian knew he was being serious. His personal experiences could fill a book. Soon it was Chao Qian's turn. She walked up to the podium, bowed to the students below, and said, Hello everyone, my name is Chao Qian. I'm from Daji County in Hebei Province. My life is the exact opposite of the previous speaker, Su Kang, who has a very rich life experience. My life is quite simple, so simple that I was his classmate in middle school, high school, and now we're university classmates. As soon as Chao Qian finished speaking, the entire hall erupted in laughter. Even Wu Wancho couldn't help but laugh. The same educational background, one describes it as simple, the other as rich. What an interesting pair. Once the laughter died down, Chao Qian continued, My simple life is also reflected in my class positions. From middle school to high school, I was always class president, so I thought I'd give it a try in college too. After saying this, she wrote her name next to the class president position. As for my personal abilities, I can't possibly list them all here. If anyone is interested, you can go to room 220 and ask Su Kang, he'll tell you all about it. After Chao Qian finished speaking, there was another burst of laughter from the audience. Su Kang was seething with anger. If you want to be class president, just go for it. Why are you always making fun of me? Chao Qian bowed to the students below and said, My self-introduction is complete. Thank you everyone. She then slowly walked off the stage. Wu Wancho was highly impressed with Chao Qian. She was both witty and graceful, making her an ideal candidate for class president. Perhaps intimidated by Chao Qian's performance, none of the other students dared to run for class president. However, to Su Kang's surprise, not a single person from room 220 ran for any class committee position. What a bunch of lazy slackers. After the self-introductions, in the 3 important class committee positions, Chao Qian, with no competitors, successfully ran for class president again. There were 3 candidates for Youth League Secretary: Zhao Mu from Northeast China, another male student, and Maiji Zhangmeng with her red bangs. In the end, Zhang Meng won by a landslide thanks to her adorable appearance, securing the position. As for why she didn't receive a unanimous vote, it was because everyone in room 220 disliked Zhang Meng and voted for Zhao Mu from Northeast China, leaving Zhao Mu so touched that tears welled up in his eyes. The study committee position was decided by voting, and it was ultimately won by Li Sikhen, the roommate of Chao Qian. What a disgrace! Out of 27 boys and 9 girls in the class, plus 1 Wang Nan who didn't show up, the 3 most important class committee positions were all taken by girls. After all the class committee members were finalized, Wu Wanqiu took the stage again to discuss the military training discipline starting tomorrow, which mainly included not being late, not leaving early, and obeying the instructor's orders. Finally, I'd like to ask if anyone in our class has any heart conditions, asthma, or other physical illnesses, or has recently undergone surgery. Those individuals are exempt from participating in military training. Xiao Jun immediately raised his hand. Speak. I had my wisdom teeth removed during the summer vacation. As soon as Xiao Jun finished speaking, a piece of chalk flew straight toward his forehead. Xiao Jun was prepared and ducked just in time. Wu Wanqiu, seeing that she had missed, frowned. She took a piece of paper with a red stamp from the desk and handed it to Chao Qian, saying, "Class monitor, take a few boys to the first floor to collect the military training uniforms. The rest of you wait for the uniforms to arrive. Each person will receive one, make sure to take the right size. Once you've collected them, you can return to your dormitories and rest early. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we'll gather at the East Sports Field for the military training mobilization meeting." Chao Qian held the military training uniform slip, smiled at the 4 people from room 220, and Su Kang and the others immediately followed her obediently, acting as free labor. Chapter 95: An Unexpected Incident During Military Training. The next morning at 10 a.m., the Eastern Sports Field of Jiangcheng University was under a blazing sun with no breeze. After the military training mobilization meeting for freshmen, the male students from software class 1 and 2 were combined into one squad, while the female students, due to their small numbers, were grouped into several squads. The drill instructor for the software class squad was a young soldier in his 20s with a crew cut, surnamed Huang, always wearing a stern expression. He looked at the software students standing at attention, slowly pacing back and forth while saying, "As my soldiers, you are both fortunate and unfortunate. The fortune is that I will ensure you achieve an excellent score in the final military training evaluation. The misfortune is that the military training process will leave an indelible mark on your lives. You can curse me in your hearts, but your actions must obey my orders 100%. Instructor Huan walked past Zhu Huan, nodded, and said, "Not bad, you have some potential." Zhu Huan smiled broadly. "Can you smile while standing at attention? Stand there for 5 more minutes." Zhu Huan immediately turned into a sourpuss. Instructor Huang walked past Lu Dawei again, patted his stomach, and said, "Don't worry, by the end of military training, you'll lose at least a few pounds." Lu Dawei was too scared to move, while Xiao Jun, standing beside him, struggled to suppress a laugh upon hearing the drill sergeant's words. Instructor Huang walked over to Xiao Jun, smiled, and asked, "Was what I just say funny?" Xiao Jun looked at the instructor, who resembled a big gray wolf, and dared not speak, shaking his head. Little did he know that Huang immediately changed his expression and said, "When communicating with an instructor, you must say report, instructor, instead of nodding or shaking your head. You'll stand for 5 more minutes." Xiao Jun's face darkened. "Oh, no." Instructor Huang walked over to Su Kang again and said thoughtfully, "Look, the sweat is almost dripping into your eyes. Do you want me to wipe it off for you?" "Report, instructor, no need." Instructor Huang nodded and continued walking forward. Su Kang's tense nerves finally relaxed. That scared the life out of me. When Instructor Huang reached Lin Feng, he saw his face was deathly pale. Startled, he didn't have time to speak before Lin Feng collapsed forward. Into the fray, Instructor Huang acted swiftly, catching him before he hit the ground. Su Kang was also startled. He didn't bother with military posture and rushed over to the water station to grab a bottle of mineral water. Instructor Huang took the bottle and fed Lin Feng a sip. Lin Feng closed his eyes slightly and drank several gulps. By now, many students had gathered around Lin Feng. Seeing that he could drink water, everyone relaxed. Instructor Huang turned to Su Kang and asked, "Do you know him?" "Yes, my roommate." Instructor Huang nodded and said, "He must be suffering from heat stroke. Help him to a shaded area to rest." Xiao Jun, upon hearing this, also said, reporting to the instructor, "I'm also his roommate." "Alright, you help him over there too." The 2 of them, one on each side, helped Lin Feng to the shade under the trees. The chubby boy Lu Dawei glanced around and said, reporting, "Sir, I'm also his roommate." Instructor Huang's expression turned cold. Why does he need so many people to help him? Everyone return to your positions, rest for 5 minutes, then resume military training. Lu Dawei watched the backs of his 3 roommates. Damn it, we were supposed to be neat and tidy in room 220. They left me alone. Xiao Jun, you bastard, you're even smiling at me. Su Kong and Xiao Jun helped Lin Feng to the shade of a tree. By then, Lin Feng's face had improved significantly. Counselor Wu Wanshou walked over from a distance. Seeing that Lin Feng was okay, she relaxed and asked, "What happened just now? Are you okay now?" Lin Feng's voice was still weak. "I don't know what happened. I suddenly felt dizzy and everything went black. I have low blood sugar, so I should be fine after resting for a while." Wu Wanshou said, "I'll inform your instructor about the situation. You don't need to participate in the rest of the military training." "No, I think I'm okay." Xiao Jun covered Lin Feng's mouth and said, "Don't be stubborn. This isn't something to joke about. Besides, even if your body can handle it, the drill instructor, your classmates, and even Ms. Wu will all have to keep an eye on you." Lin Feng knew Xiao Jun was right and hung his head dejectedly. Wu Wanshou turned to Su Kong and Xiao Jun and said, "Take him to the school clinic for a checkup and have the doctor issue a certificate for low blood sugar." After saying that, she walked toward Huang, the instructor. Xiao Jun and Su Kong took Lin Feng to the school infirmary. At that time, there were almost no people in the hospital. The 3 of them found an old doctor. The elderly doctor, seeing that the 3 of them looked normal, asked with some confusion, "What's the matter with the 3 of you?" Su Kong said, "Earlier, this student fainted during military training and his face turned pale." Su Kong glanced at Lin Feng's face and added, "After drinking some water and resting for a while, his face has returned to normal." The elderly doctor turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Have you ever experienced this before?" "I've had similar episodes before when I was in school, but not as severe as today. I've had low blood sugar since I was a child." "In that case, you definitely can't participate in military training. I'll write you a note. Make sure to pay attention to your diet and consume some sugar regularly. Avoid exercising on an empty stomach." Lin Feng nodded. Xiao Jun's eyes darted around, and he said, "Doctor, I also felt dizzy during military training earlier, and I have a history of hypoglycemia." The doctor looked at Xiao Jun suspiciously. "Doctor, I'm telling the truth. Please write me a note as well." After speaking, Xiao Jun secretly pulled something out of his pocket and slipped it under the elderly doctor's desk. The old doctor remained expressionless and wrote the certificate for Xiao Jun. Holy crap, is that even possible? Chapter 96, Push-Ups. The 3 of them walked back to the playground. Xiao Jun held the low blood sugar certificate the doctor had written, and the smile on his lips resembled the logo of a famous sneaker brand. He said to Su Kong, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to suffer with you guys, but my body just can't handle it. You and the little fat guy should work hard and don't disgrace room 220. Is that even human speech?" Su Kong couldn't stand his smug attitude after getting off easy and said, "Watch out for the drill sergeant finding out you're using a fake certificate. You'll be in for it." "What fake certificate? Look, it's stamped with a red seal. It's the real deal, okay?" Su Kong sneered at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun forced a laugh. "If you don't say anything, and Lin Feng doesn't say anything, who's going to know if it's real or not? But I'm the most honest person around. I tell people exactly what they ask me." Xiao Jun's face darkened. "What conditions do you have? Just say it. What conditions? I can't stand people holding others hostage to negotiate terms." Su Kong took a sip of the mineral water in his hand and said, "What is this stuff? It's so bland. Red Bull is much better, but it's too expensive for me to afford." Xiao Jun said with a dark expression, "I'll buy it for you. 1 bottle isn't enough to drink, and besides, there's Lin Feng too." Lin Feng shook his head quickly. "I don't need any." "Why don't you want it? You have low blood sugar, you need to replenish your sugar." Xiao Jun said with a dark expression, "You two should each drink 2 cans of Red Bull every day until military training ends." Su Kong turned to Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, what were those expensive dishes we didn't order during the dinner gathering the other night? What did they taste like?" Lin Feng said innocently, "We didn't order them, so how would I know what they tasted like?" Xiao Jun said with a dark expression, "Tonight I'll treat you guys to dinner there again, and we'll order the most expensive ones." Xiao Jun, fearing Su Kong would make more demands, hurriedly said, "That's enough. We've already spent hundreds of dollars. It's only been 3 days since school started, and I've already spent half of my living expenses. You're talking like that? If you ever see me forging a sick note, feel free to take a slice off me too." Xiao Jun was so angry he could bite his teeth, but thinking about not having to go through military training for the next 2 weeks, he felt better again. The 3 returned to the playground, but Wu Wanshou was nowhere to be seen. Coach Huang looked at the 2 low blood sugar certificates in his hand and said to Lin Feng, "You don't have to participate in military training during this period, but you must stay on site. You can't go far and must remain within my line of sight at all times." Lin Feng was a model student and wouldn't even consider running off to an internet cafe. After hearing Coach Huang's instructions, he nodded in agreement. Coach Huang returned the low blood sugar certificate to Lin Feng and said, "I don't need this. Give it to your teacher." Coach Huang added, you can go rest by the sidelines now. Lin Feng took his certificate, glanced worriedly at Xiao Jun and Su Kong, then walked toward the shade under a tree by the sidelines. Xiao Jun, seeing that Coach Huang had left him standing there for a while, couldn't help but say, Coach Huang, I also have hypoglycemia. Coach Huang glared at Xiao Jun coldly and asked, have you had low blood sugar since you were a child? Xiao Jun, lacking confidence, felt a bit scared under his gaze and replied, yes. Su Kong sensed something was off. This Huang instructor not only had a normal mind but also couldn't tolerate any nonsense. He feared that Xiao Jun's clever maneuver would be exposed by this strict instructor. Better the dog die than the monk, he thought, just as he was about to return to the ranks, but Huang instructor called him over. You there, come over here. Su Kong turned around and stood at attention. You've been with your roommate the whole time, haven't you? Reporting, instructor, yes. Then is this proof genuine or forged? Su Kang's heart skipped a beat. It had come to this. Xiao Jun looked at Su Kong for help. Su Kong could only say, reporting to the instructor, it's genuine. Did the doctor examine him? Reporting to the instructor, yes, they did. What kind of examination? Reporting to the instructor, a blood test. What's his blood sugar level? Xiao Jun muttered under his breath, this isn't good. Not only him, but even the students practicing their posture behind instructor Huang all turned to look at Su Kong. Su Kong replied calmly, reporting to the instructor, I don't know. The doctor saw the results and issued the certificate directly. Neither Xiao Jun nor I saw the results. You're lying. Instructor Huang shouted loudly. Xiao Jun trembled in fear beside him, this is bad, this instructor is going to keep asking until he gets an answer. Su Kong might not be able to handle the pressure. Su Kong felt a surge of anger and shouted back, if you don't believe what I'm saying, why are you asking me? Instructor Huang stared into Su Kang's eyes, but saw that the student was not backing down and was staring back at him. Instructor Huang chuckled, recalling a memory buried deep in his heart and thinking of a clever solution. He suddenly smiled at Su Kong, though the smile looked eerily unsettling. Instructor Huang asked Su Kong, can you do push-ups? Su Kong nodded. How many can you do normally? Su Kong could usually do 30, but he wasn't about to say that. He replied, 10. That's a bit weak. Go do 20 push-ups first and see how you do. Xiao Jun's eyes lit up. Would doing these 20 push-ups be enough to get him off the hook? He turned to Su Kong for help again. Su Kong was seething inside. It wasn't him who issued the certificate, so why was he targeting him? Ignoring Xiao Jun's pleading gaze, he quickly did 20 push-ups on the ground. You little liar. You can do 20, but you only did 10. But it doesn't matter. Today, I'll strip you down to your underwear. Take a drink of water and rest for 2 minutes, then get ready to do 30 push-ups. Damn it! Chapter 97, The Real Man Su Kong. Under the scorching sun, Su Kong and Xiao Jun stood at the front of the line, glaring at each other. If Su Kong's gaze could kill, Xiao Jun would already be dead. Instructor Huang walked up to Su Kong again and asked, 2 minutes are up. Did you remember this time? Is your friend's low blood sugar certificate real or fake? Su Kong shouted loudly, reporting, Instructor, it's real. Instructor Huang clapped his hands and said, good job, you've got some guts. He turned to Xiao Jun and said, congratulations. From now on, you can skip military training just like your roommate. Xiao Jun's face lit up, and he was about to escape this dreadful place. But he saw Huang instructor turn to Su Kong and say, get down. 30 push-ups. Su Kong didn't hesitate, dropped to the ground, and started doing 30 push-ups. By the end, his hands were trembling. Su Kong struggled to finish the 30 push-ups, stood up, and continued to look defiantly at Huang, the drill instructor. Instructor Huang sneered and said, continue resting in place for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, 40 push-ups. Instructor Huang, Xiao Jun just managed to call out, but saw Instructor Huang's eyes narrow in anger, and the rest of his words were forced back into his throat. Xiao Jun looked at Su Kong again, but saw that he was still staring at Huang Jiaguan with a determined expression. Xiao Jun regretted his decision deeply. If he had known it would end up like this, he would have never gone through the trouble of getting that fake certificate. 2 minutes later, Instructor Huang approached Su Kong again and asked, have you made up your mind this time? Before Su Kong could finish, he dropped to the ground and started doing push-ups. This time, he managed to do only 20 before his hands began trembling uncontrollably. Eventually, he collapsed onto the scorching ground, gasping for breath. The students in the software class formation watched their stubborn classmate lying on the ground, feeling both admiration and sympathy. Even the female formation in the distance noticed Su Kong, who was arguing with the instructor and lying on the ground, and Chao Qian, who was watching from afar, felt a tinge of anxiety. In his understanding, Su Kong had always been a rule-abiding student. What could have possibly led to him being punished by the drill instructor? Instructor Huang knelt down in front of Su Kong, looking at his sweat-soaked face, and said in a low voice, I'll ask one more time. Is that low blood sugar certificate real or fake? Just tell me the truth, and you can rest immediately. Otherwise, you'll keep doing push-ups. Instructor, I'll do these 40 push-ups for him. Xiao Jun almost shouted. You worthless hypoglycemic good for nothing, shut your mouth. Xiao Jun had always been pampered like a prince, but he had never been humiliated like this before. However, compared to the humiliation, he felt even more guilty towards Su Kang. He lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. Instructor Huang stared intently at Su Kang and said slowly, "He's enjoying himself over there while you're suffering here. Is it worth it?" Su Kang lay on the ground, gave a wry smile, and said, "Let me rest for a minute. I'll finish the rest." "Instructor, I can only do 20 push-ups at most. I'm willing to do the 40 push-ups for Su Kang." The chubby boy stepped out of the ranks and shouted, "Instructor, I'll do 60 push-ups for Su Kang." Xu Huan also stepped out of the ranks and said, "Instructor, I'll do 40 push-ups for Su Kang." "Instructor, I'll do 40 push-ups for Su Kang." More and more students stepped forward, shouting that they would do push-ups for Su Kang. Students and instructors from other squads noticed the commotion and curiously looked over. Instructor Huang had been kneeling in front of Su Kang. He suddenly slumped down onto the ground, as if deflated. If I had been as persistent as him back then, maybe the outcome would have been different. He looked at Su Kang, who remained stubborn, then at the excited students, and gave a self-deprecating smile. He stood up and addressed the students who had stepped forward. All students who stepped forward, line up behind Su Kang. With a clatter, 37 out of the 56 students in the formation stepped forward and stood behind Su Kang, glaring angrily at Instructor Huang. Huang didn't seem to mind. He said, "Two of you, help Su Kang up." The chubby boy smiled happily and immediately helped Su Kang to his feet, one on each side. Su Kang, seeing so many classmates he didn't even know supporting him, felt a surge of emotion but quickly looked at Huang Jiaguan with a defiant expression. Seeing Su Kang's defiant expression, Huang softened his tone and said, "Su Kang, congratulations. You won." "Ha? What does that mean?" Instructor Huang brushed the dust off Su Kang's clothes and said, "You've got guts. A real man. From today onward, you're the captain of our software class formation." "Ha? What's going on here?" Instructor Huang turned to the 30-plus students who had stepped forward earlier and shouted, "You did well too. You've got some spirit. Now you can rest for 10 minutes. Before the others could celebrate, Instructor Huang turned to the students who hadn't stepped forward and said, "Those who didn't step forward, all of you, stand at attention." The remaining 19 students were completely confused. How come those who stepped forward earlier could relax, while we, the obedient students, had to endure more training? Seeing Huang look their way, they quickly stood at attention. As he walked, Instructor Huang continued, "Although you are all high-achieving students from all over the country, since fate has brought you together as a group, you should have a sense of collective honor. Is Su Kang not your classmate? He was being bullied by me, and so many of you dared to stand up for him. Why didn't you? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid I'll take it out on you?" The instructor grew increasingly agitated. Finally, a male student from Class 2 shouted, reporting, "Sir, you yourself said we must obey your orders 100%. I think we are not at fault. Soldiers must obey orders, but they must also have their own stance." Huang instructor said sternly, "All of you, 30 push-ups." The 19 boys, some ashamed, some regretful, still lay on the ground and began doing push-ups. Instructor Huang turned around and saw Xiao Jun still standing there. He walked up to him and said, "Take your things and get out of here." With that, he threw the low blood sugar certificate, stamped with a red seal, at his feet. "I won't leave." Instructor Huang stared at Xiao Jun and said slowly, "What did you just say?" "I said I won't leave." Xiao Jun picked up the certificate from the ground, tore it to pieces, and then stared at Huang, saying, "I'm not a worthless piece of trash, instructor. I beg you to let me return to the unit." Instructor Huang's serious face broke into a smile as he said, "Return to the ranks." Chapter 98, The Unconventional Store and the Unconventional Dishes. In the evening, the first day of military training for the freshmen finally ended. The 4-person group from room 220, the 4-person group from Chao Chen's room, and Zhu Huan, totaling 9 people, were once again on their way to the street food stall outside the gate. The chubby boy excitedly said to Zhu Huan, "Holy crap, Zhu Huan, did you used to train? Your backflip last night was freaking awesome." "Really? Zhu Huan can do a backflip?" The one speaking was Yu Xiaoyu, a roommate from Chao Qian's dorm. She was petite, cute, and had a sweet voice, resembling a cute schoolgirl from a Japanese manga. Zhu Huan saw Yu Xiaoyu staring at him with wide eyes and felt a surge of excitement. He covered his mouth with his hand to suppress his smile and said, "Well, I don't know much, just a little bit. When can you show us?" Yu Xiaoyu asked, still looking adorable. "Sure, anytime you want to see. You have such a great figure. Do you have abs?" Yu Xiaoyu asked, and the other girls secretly glanced at Zhu Huan's stomach. Zhu Huan, seeing the girls looking at him, blushed embarrassedly. Xiao Jun said discontentedly, "Zhu Huan, you shy guy, what are you being shy for? If I had your physique, I'd strip off my clothes right now and show them what 8-pack abs look like." The girls all rolled their eyes at Xiao Jun. The class monitor, Li Siken, said, "Xiao Jun, you have the nerve to talk now? Everyone in the computer science department knows your name." Xiao Jun, with a thick skin, said, "My fame is widespread. For someone like me, it's just business as usual." Li Siken rolled her eyes again. "I just want to laugh." You figure out what that means yourself. Does that mean you like me? Lee Sikhan grabbed her military training hat and threw it at Xiao Jun, but he dodged it easily. Lee Sikhan looked at Xiao Jun's smug expression and angrily said, "You're really shameless." "Thanks for the compliment." "You." Lee Sikhan had no words left. Indeed, those without shame are invincible. Chao Qian turned to Lee Sikhan and said, "Why are you wasting your breath on Xiao Jun? Just ask him one question. Xiao Jun, are you still counting on Su Kong to help you do push-ups in the future?" Sure enough, those words cut to the bone. Xiao Jun immediately dropped his playful smile, looking as dejected as a castrated chick. Chao Qian saw Xiao Jun's expression and felt a bit regretful, but then he lifted his head and said proudly, "Now everyone in the computer science department knows that Su Kong would go to any lengths for his brothers. He's a true hero with a heart of gold. I'm proud to be in the same dorm as such a legendary figure." "Right, Su Kong?" A few girls shuddered in disgust. How shameless. They only mentioned Su Kang's willingness to risk his life but never mentioned where the knife came from. Su Kong was furious and said, "You bastard. Next time something like this happens, don't expect me to cover for you again. Next time, how could I ask you to keep covering for me? It's the little fat guy's turn now." "Oh my god, Xiao Jun, can't you have some dignity?" the little fat guy said. The girls all giggled. The group returned to the same shop from before. The owner recognized Xiao Jun and the others, handed them the menu, and said, "You're back again. What would you like to eat today?" Su Kong said, "Give me the most expensive one. No cheap stuff." Xiao Jun chuckled and said, "Owner, what is the most expensive dish you have? Bring it over." The owner looked at everyone with a bit of hesitation. Xiao Jun said impatiently, "Are you afraid I can't pay? Just bring it out." The owner whispered something in Xiao Jun's ear. Xiao Jun looked at the manager in confusion. "Is that true? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" The manager gave him a firm nod and said, "It's absolutely true." Xiao Jun whispered, "How effective is it?" "It's very effective." Xiao Jun gave a lecherous smile, then noticed there were 4 girls in the room and quickly composed himself, saying, "Since the most expensive dish is sold out today, let's try the pork knuckle hot pot instead." Su Kong stood by, looking puzzled. "It's just one dish. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Are you being stingy and not willing to spend money?" "Who said I'm being cheap?" Xiao Jun whispered softly in Su Kang's ear. Su Kong blushed, glanced at the few girls in the room, and said, "Oh, then let's have the pork knuckle hot pot. The most expensive dish is too expensive, we can't afford it." Sometimes people are like that. The more mysterious you are, the more curious others become. The less you want others to know, the more they want to know. Chao Qian took the menu from the owner, glanced through it, pointed to the most expensive dish on the menu, and asked the owner, "Is this the dish you mentioned earlier?" The boss nodded mechanically. Chao Qian asked in confusion, "This dish isn't that expensive, why not eat it?" Xiao Jun and Su Kong didn't know what to say either. Yu Xiaoyu tilted her head and said in a cute yet puzzled tone, "Beef penis stewed with soft-shelled turtle, 288 yuan. It is a bit pricey. Why don't we split the bill?" The chubby Lu Dawei was drinking water when he heard Yu Xiaoyu's words and choked on the water, coughing violently. Customers at the neighboring tables also looked over curiously. Li Siping was also confused and asked, "Is there something wrong with this dish? Why are you all acting so strange?" The last girl, Ma Ai Yuan, blushed. "Why don't the 3 of them know what this is and are shouting so loudly? I can't let them know I don't know either." Li Sikhan said again, "Soft-shelled turtle is just turtle, and ox penis is just ox tail. Why are you all so strange? What the hell is ox penis? It's just a cow's tail." Customers at the neighboring tables, including the owner, couldn't help but laugh. Even the 4 girls from room 220 and Zhu Huan awkwardly smiled. Ma Ai Yuan wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground and hide. "Sis, if you don't know, don't say anything, especially not out loud. This is so embarrassing." Li Sikhen, even if she was slow on the uptake, knew there was something wrong with this dish. Seeing Ma Ai Yuan with her head down and her face red, she asked her, "Ma Ai Yuan, have you eaten this dish before?" Ma Ai Yuan shook her head vigorously, saying, "I have no idea what this dish is." "Sis, can you please stop asking?" Li Sikhan wasn't satisfied. She turned to Xiao Jun and asked, "Xiao Jun, have you ever eaten this dish before? My man, as strong as an eagle, would eat that?" Li Sikhan was about to ask again but was interrupted by Su Kong. Su Kong turned to Chao Qian and said, "Chao class monitor, check your phone." Chao Qian curiously pulled out her phone. Her face went from puzzled to surprised, then turned bright red. Li Sikhan and Yu Xiaoyu also looked over curiously. Thus, the 3 innocent young women finally evolved and became less innocent. What kind of inappropriate place is this, with such inappropriate dishes? Chapter 99, Toast to Master Kong. Xiao Jun ordered a pork knuckle hot pot and some side dishes, then grabbed a bottle of white wine and said, "Let's drink white wine today, beer isn't satisfying enough." The other guys could drink a little, but Lin Feng hesitated and said, "I'll stick to beer. I can't handle white wine." "All right." Xiao Jun then turned to the girls and asked, "Ladies, would you like some beer too?" "We'll just have some drinks," Chao Qian said. The food came out quickly this time, as there were 3 girls at the table, and Xiao Jun and Zhu Huan wanted to impress them. As for how to impress them, it was naturally a drinking contest. Among the 5 guys, Zhu Huan, the northern man, had the best drinking tolerance, followed by Xiao Jun, then the chubby guy and Su Kong. As for Lin Feng, he was drinking beer and didn't join in. Of course, it was also possible that Zhu Huan and Xiao Jun both wanted to impress the girls, so they were in good spirits. As everyone drank and ate, they gradually started talking about the incident earlier that day where Su Kong had confronted Huan, the drill sergeant. Ma Yuan turned to Xiao Jun and asked, Xiao Jun, was your low blood sugar certificate today real or fake? Xiao Fat didn't wait for Xiao Jun to answer and blurted out, it's obviously fake, even a fool can tell. Xiao Jun retorted, what if it's real? Lin Feng can have low blood sugar, so why can't I? Do you really think everyone here is a pushover? Lin Feng fainted in front of everyone, and you just sent him to the hospital. How come you can also have low blood sugar? Is it contagious in your family? After the chubby guy finished speaking, Xiao Jun fell silent. Zhu Huan said, actually, today's incident can't really be blamed on Jungu. It's just that we happened to encounter a strict instructor named Huang. Xiao Jun sighed and said, today, I brought shame to our room 220. Su Kong said, you've embarrassed yourself plenty of times before, what's one more? Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Feng said, but I think Jungu looked pretty cool when he shouted that he wanted to return to the team. Xiao Jun smiled and said, I've always been the handsomest guy in our class, you know? How can you be cooler than my brother Kong, the chubby kid said disdainfully. Today, brother Kong went head to head with the drill sergeant. He was on the ground, but he didn't back down an inch. If it had been anyone else, they would have called you out already. Xiao Jun's expression changed upon hearing this. He raised his glass toward Su Kong and said, Konggu, no, Kong-yi, I've never admitted defeat to anyone in my life, but today I'm completely convinced. From now on, if there's ever anything you need me for, just ask. If I say no, I'll change my last name. After saying this, he downed the rest of his drink in one gulp. Everyone looked at Xiao Jun's serious expression and realized he wasn't just talking nonsense after drinking. He was being sincere. Su Kong hurriedly said, we're brothers from the same dormitory. Don't make this sound like we're in the mafia. Are you saying you'd do something illegal if I asked you to? Xiao Jun replied seriously, I would. Probably drank too much, his brain must be fried. The chubby guy said to Su Kong, to be honest, anyone who got into our school isn't exactly a prodigy, but at least they're all highly intelligent and proud. Look at the guys in software class 1 and 2 today, they all look at you with admiration. Is it really that exaggerated? Su Kong asked in surprise. In ancient times, Guan Yu rode 1,000 miles alone for the sake of righteousness. Today, you're standing up to the instructor alone for Jungu. Isn't that also for the sake of righteousness? Konggu, I, Lu Dawei, also salute you. Konggu is not only righteous but also brave. I, Zhu Huan, also pay my respects. I also admire Su Kong or Kong very much. I, Lin Feng, also pay my respects. If you're all paying respects, then we girls should too. Let's all pay respects to Kong. Li Sikhan said. Since it's a toast, let's switch to beer. Ma Yuan said. So the 4 girls took a bottle of beer from Lin Feng and poured it into their glasses one by one. Everyone turned to Su Kong and said, let's all pay our respects to Master Kong. Su Kong was also deeply moved and said, I'll also toast everyone. After speaking, everyone downed their drinks. Chao Qian looked at Su Kong with misty eyes. If she had followed her heart sooner in high school, maybe she wouldn't have that fiancé now. Unfortunately, life has no turning back, and there's no such thing as a do-over. Class monitor, why are you still standing there? Yu Xiaoyu asked. Chao Qian snapped back to reality and realized that everyone had already sat down after toasting. Chao Qian hurriedly sat down, her face flushing red, as if her earlier thoughts had been exposed. Yu Xiaoyu asked, by the way, Chao class monitor, weren't you and Su Kong classmates in both middle school and high school? Was he always so manly back then? Him? Back then, he blushed just from talking to a girl, Chao Qian said with a smile. Though she only graduated from high school 3 months ago, it felt like ages ago. Yu Xiaoyu whispered something in Chao Qian's ear, then smiled mischievously. Chao Qian first glared at Yu Xiaoyu, then said confidently, Su Kong already has an fiancé. Already engaged in his first year of college? The other 3 girls clearly didn't believe it. Xiao Jun laughed and said, don't doubt it. Su Kong's fiancé is super beautiful. Have you seen her? The 3 girls looked at Xiao Jun with curious expressions. Didn't our class monitor Chao tell you? No, the 3 shook their heads in unison. His fiancé is Wang Nan, the girl who didn't come to class today. The 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief. How coincidental. Li Sikhan asked, Su Kong, why didn't your fiancé come to school? I know, Xiao Jun interjected. His fiancé is running a company. She'll come over once she finishes her work. Are you serious? You're not just making that up, are you? Li Sikhan still didn't believe him. Of course it's true. The night before last, when the 3 of you weren't here, we all saw it. Because of this, I even lost 600 yuan of my living expenses to Su Kong. Yu Xiaoyu immediately turned to Su Kong and said, Su Kong, show us a photo of your fiancée. I want to see how beautiful she is. What's there to see? When Wang Nan comes back to school, you'll all get to see her then. Don't you know curiosity killed the cat? If you don't show me now, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yu Xiaoyu continued. Xiao Jun simply took Su Kang's phone off the table and asked, what's your password? Su Kong had no choice but to unlock the phone, open the photo album, and pull up Wang Nan's photo. Xiao Jun held the phone in front of the three girls. Sure enough, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Jun said, I told you she's super beautiful, just like my ex-girlfriend. Everyone looked at Xiao Jun with curiosity. You have a story too? Xiao Jun realized too late that he had slipped up. Seeing everyone staring at him curiously, he laughed awkwardly and said, just a regular friend. We broke up. Ah, no, we just haven't been in touch for a long time. Chapter 100, Your sister-in-law lives with you? After the meal, the five guys showed their gentlemanly manners, sending the four girls back to their dormitory before returning to their own. As for Xiao Jun's ex-girlfriend, everyone tried every trick in the book to pry information out of him, but Xiao Jun remained tight-lipped. Su Kong was about to take a shower when his phone rang. It was Wang Tao calling, but there was nothing important. He just wanted to invite him out for dinner tomorrow. Just as he hung up, Xinwan sent another video message, also with nothing important to say. She just wanted to ask if he was getting used to living on campus and if the food was to his liking. Su Kong had long been accustomed to going about his business alone at school, so Xinwan's casual, chatty concern warmed his heart greatly. The two of them asked and answered questions, and before they knew it, half an hour had passed. Xinwan noticed that Su Kong was still wearing his military training uniform and asked, have you not taken a shower yet? Su Kong nodded. I was just about to go take a shower, but then your video came in. Then go quickly. You've been sweating all day, you must smell terrible. Su Kong chuckled awkwardly, then suddenly remembered something and said, oh, Mom, where's Wang Nan? Xiao Jun and the chubby kid were playing a game. Upon hearing Wang Nan's name, they both put down their controllers and listened intently. Even Lin Feng, the model student, put down his book and curiously glanced at Su Kong. Xinwan aimed the camera at Wang Nan. In the video, Wang Nan puckered her lips, and when she saw the camera pointed at her, she finally smiled. Xinwan laughed, we were chatting for a bit too long, and your Wang Nan is a little upset. In the video, Wang Nan shyly said, Aunt Xin, I didn't. Xinwan smiled and said, Su Kong, go take a shower first, then hurry up and comfort your girlfriend. Su Kong had just hung up the video call when a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Sure enough, three roommates looked at him at the same time. Kong, what is going on? Weren't you video chatting with your mom? Why is your sister-in-law at your place? This was Xiao Jun asking. You and your sister-in-law aren't already living together, are you? This was said by the chubby Lu Dawei. Your sister-in-law hasn't already married into your family, has she? Lin Feng guessed. Su Kong angrily said, stop guessing. Go play your games. Games aren't as interesting as gossip. Mr. Kong, tell us or I won't be able to sleep tonight. Xiao Jun said. Then you tell me first about your ex-girlfriend. You tell me first, are you really living with your sister-in-law? I'll tell you all about my love-hate relationship with my ex-girlfriend after you do. No, you tell me first. You go first. The chubby kid suggested from the side, why don't you both tell me at the same time? I'll listen with one ear each. Get lost. You just want to eavesdrop on two gossip sessions for free. Su Kong and Xiao Jun agreed not to say anything, so they wouldn't let certain people get a free ride. After taking a shower, it was already past 10 o'clock. Su Kong lay on the bed, took out his phone, and saw that Wang Nan had sent two messages, both asking if he was done showering. Su Kong hurriedly replied, I'm done. As soon as the message was sent, his phone buzzed. Wang Nan had sent a video call request. Su Kong glanced at his three roommates, who were indeed stretching their necks to eavesdrop. Three freeloaders. Su Kong rejected the video call, and Wang Nan quickly sent a question mark. Su Kong replied, wait for me to go outside first. There are three nosy roommates in my dorm who are trying to eavesdrop on your conversation. Wang Nan sent over an emoji of someone covering their mouth and giggling, then typed, never mind, it's hot outside. Let's just chat via text. Su Kong felt a warm glow and replied, alright. Wang Nan sent a screenshot of today's freshman class group chat, where everyone was discussing Su Kang's confrontation with the drill sergeant. I forgot Wang Nan was also in the freshman group chat. Su Kong typed, you didn't tell my mom about this, did you? No, but I think your mom probably already knows. Su Kong thought about it and realized she was right. When he was in Beijing, his mother had already arranged for someone to keep an eye on him, so it made sense that she would do the same in Jiangcheng. Although many of his privacy had been compromised, he was still touched by his mother's concern for his safety. She typed again, aren't you going to tell me what happened during military training today? Su Kong then recounted the entire incident with Huang, the drill instructor, through text to Wang Nan. Wang Nan found this quite interesting and occasionally asked for more details. Finally, Wang Nan sighed, your roommate named Xiao Jun must be completely devoted to you now. Su Kong replied proudly, of course. He now calls me Master Su. Su Kang then asked Wang Nan about her company's situation. She said everything was going smoothly, and the two continued chatting until midnight before saying goodnight and going to rest. Meanwhile, in a dormitory for second-year female students at Jiangcheng University, a short-haired girl named Colin Xian was staring at her computer and said, "Quick, check the campus bulletin board." This year, a first-year freshman dared to confront the drill instructor during military training. What's so surprising about that? There's always a few reckless newbies every year. This time is different. The student won, and the drill instructor even appointed him as the squad leader. This statement immediately caught the attention of two other girls, who hurried over. "Su Jin, aren't you going to take a look?" Su Jin was lying on her bed reading a book and said, "I'm not interested in this kind of thing." Colin Xian rolled her eyes and said to her two roommates, "Did you see that? He's from the computer science department. His name is Su Kong." "What did he and the drill instructor argue about?" another roommate asked. According to the comments below, it's because he and his roommate took a classmate with low blood sugar to the hospital. Then his roommate also got a fake low blood sugar certificate. The instructor wanted to find out from Su Kong whether the certificate was real or fake. But Su Kong is a real man. No matter how many push-ups the instructor made him do, he stayed on the ground and insisted it was real. The short-haired girl said, "You know, Su Kong is really manly. What happened in the end?" Later, many students supported Su Kong, and the instructor was impressed by him, even appointing him as the team leader. Colin Xian continued, "If my future boyfriend were as manly as him, that would be great. Let's go see the real thing tomorrow." "Sure, let's go together." Colin Xian called out to Su Jin, "Su Jin, are you coming?" Su Jin blurted out, "No." The three girls shared an awkward laugh. One of them pointed to a photo on the computer and said, "Is this Su Kong? He looks so handsome." Colin Xian scrolled through the mouse and said, "Let me see. This is Su Kang's roommate. To be honest, even though he's handsome, he doesn't seem very responsible. His name is Xiao Jun." Su Jin, who was reading a book, froze upon hearing this. She leaned over the edge of the bed and asked her three roommates, "What did you just say his name was?" The three of them were all taken aback. Could it be that Su Jin, the top beauty of the business administration college, known as the Ice Queen, was also interested in men? Colin Xian said, "Su Kong." "No, I'm talking about his roommate. Xiao Jun. How do you know him?" Su Jin panicked and said, "I don't know him." She immediately lay back on the bed and pulled out her phone to browse the campus bulletin board. The three girls looked at each other in confusion. What was wrong with this beauty? Su Jin looked at the familiar profile picture on the bulletin board, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. "You said you didn't want to see me again, but your body followed me obediently. This time, I won't let you get away." Colin Xian and the others were still discussing Su Kong and Xiao Jun. Colin Xian said, "I think Xiao Jun is all looks and no substance. He's pretty irresponsible." Another girl agreed, "I think so too." Su Jin said stubbornly from the bed, "Who said he lacks responsibility? You don't even know him." "Huh?" The three girls stared at Su Jin as if she were an alien. Su Jin stubbornly said, "Didn't you see what was posted on the forum? Xiao Jun tore up his low blood sugar certificate and requested to rejoin the team. How is that lacking responsibility?" Colin Xian whispered to her two roommates, "What's wrong with the beauty today? Did she get possessed or something?" The other two girls nodded wildly, "I think so too." Su Jin pretended not to hear her roommates teasing. Her mind was already at the military training ground of the computer science department. Oh, how long the nights seem to drag on. Chapter 101, The Ice Queen's Facade Crumbles. The next morning, Colin Xian was still asleep when she heard some rustling sounds. She rubbed her eyes and looked down at the floor, only to see Su Jin wearing a light blue dress, staring at her eyeliner in the mirror. What was going on? "Su Jin, why are you up so early today?" Colin Xian asked curiously. "Oh, I'm going to the library to study," Su Jin replied distractedly. "Going to the library and getting all dressed up? Even putting on makeup?" Su Jin gave a faint smile, "Because I'm in a good mood today." "What kind of excuse is that?" After finishing her makeup and tidying her desk, Su Jin hurried out the door. Just as she reached the entrance, she suddenly remembered something and called out to Colin Xian, "Colin Xian, please mark me present for the first two classes this morning." "Oh." Colin Xian replied mechanically. She checked her phone. It was only 6:30 a.m. and with a thud, she lay back down and fell asleep again. At that moment, on the East Sports Field of Jiangcheng University, Su Kong was organizing the software class formation for morning exercises. Suddenly, many students stared blankly at the area behind him. Su Kong jumped in surprise, thinking that Huang, the drill instructor, had arrived. But when he turned around, he saw a beautiful woman with long hair walking toward him, one hand holding an umbrella, the other holding a plastic bag filled with several bottles of drinks. Wow, what a beautiful woman. She is almost as pretty as Wang Nan from our class. I wonder who she is looking for. Su Kong turned back and shouted to the students in the software class formation, "Have none of you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Hurry up and line up properly, take roll call, and see if anyone is missing." "Xiao Jun, are you staring at ants?" Get back to your position. Su Kong suddenly froze. Something's off with Xiao Jun. There's a beautiful woman here, and he's just standing there spacing out? Just as Su Kong was puzzled, he heard a soft voice from behind him. Hello, Su Kong. Su Kong turned around and looked at Su Jin, asking curiously, You're looking for me? How do you know my name? Su Jin blushed and shook her head. She handed Su Kong a bottle of drink and said, Su Kong, I'm looking for Xiao Jun. I want to talk to him for a moment. Su Kong let out a soft "oh," realizing suddenly, and said, You must be Xiao Jun's ex-girlfriend, right? Su Jin nodded slightly. Su Kong chuckled. Yesterday, no matter how he asked Xiao Jun, he wouldn't say anything, but today she had come straight to him. He shouted at Xiao Jun, step forward. Your family is here for you. All the students turned to look at Xiao Jun, but to everyone's surprise, the usually shameless Xiao Jun started to act shy. He lowered his head and said, I don't know her. Su Jin, upon hearing this, saw the hopeful look in her eyes gradually fade. Su Kong looked at Xiao Jun, then at Su Jin. What the hell is going on here? Seeing Su Jin's dazed expression, he said, Don't worry, I'll talk to him. Su Jin blushed slightly at being called sister-in-law by Su Kong and nodded gently. Su Kong walked over to Xiao Jun and said, I'll give you the day off today. I'll ask the instructor to excuse you. Get out of here. Xiao Jun shook his head and said, I'm not going. You're going whether you like it or not. What did you say last night? You're already disobeying me after just one day? Mr. Kong, don't meddle in my affairs with her. Your future is my responsibility. Xiao Jun blared at Su Kong and said, I'm not going, no matter what. Su Kong kicked Xiao Jun on the butt in anger. You little bastard, you won't listen to reason, will you? The chubby kid beside him said, Mr. Kong, the instructor is here. Su Kong turned around and saw that the instructor's bus had already pulled up by the roadside. Su Kong had no choice but to return to Su Jin and say, Sis, I'll give Xiao Jun a lesson this morning. You can come over at noon. Su Jin said, Thank you, Su Kong. I knew he'd act like this. Su Jin handed Su Kong the plastic bag containing drinks and said, I bought drinks for Xiao Jun and his roommate. Could you help me distribute them? What a kind person. Xiao Jun doesn't even appreciate such a good girlfriend. He must have water in his brain. Su Jin continued, I don't have class this morning, so I'll just stay here watching you guys train. Don't worry about me. Su Kong was almost moved to tears. How considerate. Xiao Jun, you're such a jerk. You're the modern-day Chin Shimmy. By the time Huang, the drill instructor, walked up to Su Kong, Su Jin had already stood under the shade of a tree by the edge of the field. Su Kong shouted to Huang Jiaguan, reporting to Huang Jiaguan, the software class formation should have 56 people present, and there are 56 present. Please give your instructions. Instructor Huang didn't say anything. He gave Su Kong a meaningful look and whispered, Is that your girlfriend? Su Kong, feeling embarrassed, cleared his throat and whispered, No, it's Xiao Jun's. Instructor Huang furrowed his brows. Does that guy even deserve her? In September, Jiangcheng was still sweltering. Su Jin stood quietly under the shade of a tree at the edge of the field, her gaze fixed on Xiao Jun. With such a beauty present, the boys in the software class squad were all smitten. Xiao Jun looked preoccupied and kept making mistakes. Following last night's buzz on the campus bulletin board, many curious seniors had deliberately taken a detour to catch a glimpse of the software class squad. They noticed Su Jin standing by the sidelines and found it rather unusual. Su Kong wasn't some kind of superhero everyone else had just taken a quick look and left. Why was this delicate beauty still standing there, not bothered by the heat? Colin Xian and her two roommates had just finished their early morning class and had also arrived at the East Sports Field. Colin Xian pointed at Su Kong in the formation and said, That must be Su Kong, right? He doesn't look particularly remarkable. Yeah, I agree. When it comes to looks, his roommate Xiao Jun is definitely more handsome. The first roommate chimed in. Just as Colin Xian and the first roommate were discussing Su Kang's appearance, the second roommate pointed to a figure by the sidelines and said, Look over there, isn't that Su Jin? Colin Xian followed the direction the second roommate was pointing and looked over. My goodness, it really was her. She said she was going to the library, but she skipped class to come here and look at handsome guys? Is this really the ice queen of the business school? Roommate number 2 said, Should we go over and say hello? Colin Xian hurriedly said, What are you thinking? If we go over now, she'll be so embarrassed. Her ice queen image will be ruined. Then who do you think she's looking at? Su Kong? Are you kidding? From her reaction last night, she and Xiao Jun must have something going on. Lin Xian said, No wonder she's always so cold to other guys. Turns out the top beauty of the business school already has someone in mind. Chapter 102, A Style Misunderstanding. Instructor Huang looked at the many boys in the formation who were distracted, their eyes secretly fixed on Su Jin outside the field, feeling a pang of frustration. However, he couldn't entirely blame these young boys. After all, they were young men in the prime of their lives, not monks who had spent 100 years in meditation. Seeing a beauty like Su Jin, it was only natural for their hearts to race. Instructor Huang shouted, Su Kong, step forward. Su Kong walked over to Huang with a puzzled expression. In a low voice, he whispered to Su Kong, find a way to get that beauty out of here. She has to leave for the military training to continue. Su Kong looked at the instructor helplessly. I don't have the ability to do that. I know you don't have the ability. Have Xiao Jun go talk to her. He listens to you now. But they're having a fight right now. Instructor Huang was taken aback. They're having a fight and she still came to watch him at military training? Does this guy have that much charm? I've only known Xiao Jun for 3 or 4 days. I don't know the details. Instructor Huang frowned and said, I'm handing Xiao Jun over to you. I don't care what methods you use, but resolve this issue. Otherwise, the military training can't continue. Isn't this unreasonable? Why aren't you, Huang instructor, going to resolve this issue? Instructor Huang shouted again, Xiao Jun, step forward. Xiao Jun didn't hear what Huang and Su Kong were whispering about. He walked up to Huang with a puzzled expression and said, report, sir. What are your orders? This morning, follow Su Kang's instructions and resolve your personal issues. Seeing that the two were still standing there, Huang instructor impatiently said, what are you two still standing there for? Get out of here. Hurry up. If this issue isn't resolved by this afternoon, you two will be in for an upgraded push-up session. This is so frustrating. Damn it, not again. Su Kong glared at Xiao Jun with resentment. Every day, he just drags me down. Su Jin saw Su Kong and Xiao Jun approaching her, feeling both surprised and nervous. When they finally reached her, she spoke up, Xiao Jun, why have you been avoiding me? What did I do wrong? It's not your fault. It's my own fault for being so blind. Starting off with a melodramatic opening like that? Su Kong wanted to eavesdrop, but this wasn't the place for it, with so many students watching. He quickly said, this isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere else. No, it's just a few words. Xiao Jun turned to Su Jin and said, Su Jin, it's not that I've been avoiding you. It's that I never wanted to see you in the first place. You make me feel sick. Su Jin heard this and looked heartbroken. She said, if you didn't care about me, why did you give up studying abroad and even repeat a year just to come to my school? I just wanted to prove that I'm better than your pretty boy boyfriend. The schools he got into, I could get into too. Xiao Jun shouted. Are you crazy? Why are you shouting so loudly? Su Kong turned to look at the student formation and saw that many students were curiously looking this way. Damn it, Huang instructor is even walking over here. Do you also like to gossip? Fan Siru and I are completely innocent. Why won't you believe me? Su Jin said in a sorrowful tone. I want to believe you, but I believe my own eyes more. Then what exactly did you see? You know exactly what you did. I don't know. I didn't do anything to betray you. Why won't you believe me? After speaking, 2 tears trickled down Su Jin's cheeks. Xiao Jun felt a moment of tenderness, but it quickly turned to coldness. I don't want to see you anymore. Don't come looking for me again. You're only making me look down on you even more. With that, Xiao Jun turned and walked away, his expression resolute, showing no sign of lingering affection. Su Jin resignedly turned away, letting her tears blur her makeup. Su Kong, of course, couldn't follow Xiao Jun back. He turned to Su Jin and said, sister-in-law, don't be so sad. I'll go back and ask Xiao Jun what is going on. If it's just a misunderstanding, we'll figure it out. Su Jin cried, Su Kong, you're a good person. Thank you. What are you saying? No wonder there's such a big misunderstanding between you and Xiao Jun. I'm trying to help you, and you're scolding me. Su Jin wiped away her tears and continued, last night, I saw Xiao Jun come to Jiangcheng University. I was so happy I couldn't sleep all night. I got up at 5 o'clock this morning to try on clothes and put on makeup for today. In the end, it was all just my one-sided feelings. He no longer has a place for me in his heart. Su Kong smiled upon hearing this and said, you really don't understand him. Su Jin looked at Su Kong in confusion. Are you trying to comfort me? Su Kong continued, if he didn't care about you, why would he repeat a year to get into Jiangcheng University? Why would he prove to you that he's better than that fan student? Su Jin's eyes lit up. Words can be deceptive, but actions often reveal the subconscious. However, she quickly lowered her gaze and said, but he doesn't even want to talk to me now. I really don't know what he's holding against me. Su Kong patted his chest and said, don't worry, leave this to me. Give me your contact information and I'll keep you updated. Su Jin finally smiled and said, Su Kong, thank you. No problem. Xiao Jun is my roommate. But you shouldn't come here for now. I understand. Xiao Jun might have something to say. Whether he has an opinion or not doesn't matter. The main thing is that you're here, and my coach will make me do push-ups again. Su Kong scratched his head and said. Su Jin chuckled and left after giving him her contact information. Chapter 103, The Demon King. After morning military training ended, Su Kong and Xiao Qian gathered with a small group of people in the cafeteria to eat. Xiao Jun stood alone, keeping his distance from the others, probably still sulking. Xiao Qian whispered to Su Kong, did you hear that his ex-girlfriend came looking for him? Su Kong replied in surprise, yeah, how did you know? Of course. Our two platoons were close by and we all saw it. All right. Xiao Qian then said eagerly, Sukong, tell us, is his ex-girlfriend really as beautiful as Xiao Jun described? The other girls also looked over curiously. The chubby boy eagerly chimed in, of course. She's like a big celebrity, she's stolen the hearts of all the boys in our software class. Ma Ai Yuan curiously leaned in and asked, is his ex-girlfriend an upperclassman from our school? Sukong nodded and said, she's a sophomore, but I don't know which college she's in. So what's the deal with Xiao Jun and his school beauty girlfriend? Who dumped who? The chubby kid said, that's obvious. It was definitely my brother who dumped the school beauty. Didn't you see her still coming back for him? Ma Ai Yuan rolled her eyes and said, men are all trash. How could he not cherish such a beautiful girlfriend? All the guys present turned to Ma Ai Yuan. We haven't even touched a girl's hand, how are we not worth anything? Ugh, how are we just worthless things? Ugh, ugh, ugh. The chubby kid retorted, how do you know it's Jun Ji's fault? I think the senior must have done something to wrong Jun Gu. Then ask him. Did he say why? The chubby kid shook his head. Xiao Jun hasn't said a word about it. It's obvious, isn't it? Xiao Jun must have done something wrong first. The chubby kid retorted, but Jungu told the senior not to come looking for him anymore. Ma Ai Yuan sneered, men are all two-faced, lying through their teeth. You know so much. What, do you have a story too? The chubby boy said with a sideways glance. Everyone turned to look at Ma Ai Yuan, their clear eyes filled with curiosity. Who said I have a story? Ma Ai Yuan said nervously, her face turning slightly red. That's how it's portrayed on TV. The chubby boy chuckled, don't think I didn't notice. Last night, out of the 4 of you in the dorm, you were the only one who knew what that cow was. At this, Xiao Qian and the others all blushed and glared at the chubby boy. Ma Ai Yuan blushed even more and said, you're lying, I don't know anything. Then tell me, what does he mean? Ma Ai Yuan finally snapped, you fat idiot, are you looking for trouble? She grabbed a chopstick and threw it at the little fat boy, but he dodged it easily. The chubby boy smiled mischievously and asked Xiao Qian and the others, old class monitor, do you know what he means? Xiao Qian and the other 2 girls were all confused, what does he mean? Sukong and Zhu Huan, along with others, some covering their stomachs and others covering their mouths, were laughing so hard their bodies shook. Even Xiao Jun was laughing so hard his eyes were narrowed to slits. The chubby boy laughed and said, I don't know. Ma Ai Yuan knows. Xiao Qian and the others turned to Ma Ai Yuan, whose face turned bright red. How could I possibly know? If you don't know, why did you get so upset just now? Ma Ai Yuan let out a loud scream, you fat pig. I'll never forgive you. The little chubby boy didn't even finish his meal, he bolted out of there. After finishing his meal and returning to the dormitory, the little chubby boy held his butt and cried out in pain. Sukong said, stop making such a fuss, little fatso. You can't even outrun a girl, who else can you blame? Who said I can't outrun her? If I hadn't been afraid of hitting someone else, she wouldn't have been able to catch me even if I gave her another leg. After saying that, the little fat boy looked at Sukong pitifully and said, Master Su, I'm hurt so badly. Can you please ask for a day off for me this afternoon? That's not good. Sukong was hesitating when he heard Xiao Jun sneer, don't listen to his whining. With his thick skin and tough build, he wouldn't even feel a scratch from a girl's kick. The little chubby boy exploded, Xiao Jun, do you have any conscience? I was just speaking up for you and ended up in this mess. Don't try to sugarcoat it. I saw you get kicked by Ma Ai Yuan and you were still grinning like an idiot. I bet you were enjoying it inside. You're just making things up. You're not me, how do you know what I'm thinking? Xiao Jun cut straight to the point, you've fallen for Ma Ai Yuan, haven't you? Sukong and Lin Feng both turned to look at the chubby kid, their clear eyes filled with curiosity. She is a filthy demon queen. Why would I like her? The chubby boy said disdainfully. But she has got a great figure. Is it Lin Feng? Do you want Jun Ge to help you set things up? Xiao Jun said to Lin Feng, who was watching the scene unfold. The little fat guy immediately objected, mind your own business. My brother Lin Feng is a handsome guy, why would he need you to set him up? I need it. I want to date someone in college too, Lin Feng said deliberately. Seeing that all 3 roommates were grinning at him, the chubby kid sighed and said, alright, to be honest, I do have a tiny bit of a crush on Ma Ai Yuan. Sukong laughed and said, but you said she's the demon queen. The chubby kid said passionately, that's why I have to take her in. I can't let her cause trouble in the world. Shameful. Disgusting. You shameless bastard. Chapter 104, Past Memories Fade Away. Xiao Jun had just lain down on the bed to rest when Sukong called out, Junge, didn't you say yesterday that if I mentioned Wang Nan first, you'd tell me about your story with your ex-girlfriend? Xiao Jun nodded blankly and said, yeah, what's the matter? Wang Nan is indeed staying at my place, but we're in separate rooms. As soon as Sukong finished speaking, 3 loud exclamations echoed through the dormitory. Xiao Jun asked in confusion, does that mean she's an orphan? Sukong said, what orphan? She has parents, you know. Then why is she staying at your place? That's none of your business. Now, let's talk about your story with your ex-girlfriend. Xiao Jun paused, then said meaningfully, Mr. Su is truly a straightforward person. But matters of the heart are always a matter of mutual consent. Even if you force me to be with Su Jin, I won't be happy. It's awkward. It's disgusting. Su Kong interrupted, who the hell has the time to force you two back together? Just tell your story. Xiao Jun was taken aback again. You're willing to reveal such a bombshell about you and Wang Nan just to hear my story? What else? Besides, you all guessed it last night. There's no point in hiding it anymore. Now it's your turn. Tell us about your story with your ex-girlfriend. Xiao Jun looked at his three roommates, whose eyes were filled with curiosity, sighed, and finally began slowly, actually, Su Jin and I can be considered childhood sweethearts. We were classmates in elementary and middle school, and since our families lived close by, our relationship was always very good, more than friendship but less than love. By the time we got to high school, she had grown into a real beauty, and more guys started to like her. Some even wrote her love letters in secret. One day, she came to me and said she didn't want to be bothered by boys writing her love letters every day, so she asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend. So did you agree? The chubby kid asked impatiently. Su Kong and Lin Feng glared at the little chubby kid. They were enjoying the story, and he had the nerve to interrupt. Xiao Jun continued, I didn't agree. Su Kong, what? Are you stupid? The chubby kid, what? Are you a pig? Lin Feng, what? Why didn't you agree? Xiao Jun continued, because I confessed to her. I told her I've liked her for a long time. I don't want to be your fake boyfriend, I want to be the real one. Then she smiled and agreed. Su Kong and the others said, oh, then added, Xiao Jun, can you just say it all at once? You're just teasing us. Xiao Jun angrily said, it's because the three of you kept interrupting. Su Kong and the others were speechless. You have a point, continue. Xiao Jun continued, when I confessed, I could tell Su Jin was really happy. After that, our relationship heated up quickly, and no one bothered her anymore. Then how did you break up with her? Before the chubby kid could finish, Su Kong grabbed a book and threw it at him. The chubby kid let out an ah, and covered his head with both hands. You're all bad people. Even in stand-up comedy, there's a straight man and a comedian. Why won't you let me speak? Su Kong continued, Jun-gu, you go on. Xiao Jun smiled and continued, later, when we were divided into science and liberal arts classes in high school, we had our first disagreement. Neither of us could convince the other, so she chose liberal arts and I chose science. This also set the stage for our eventual separation. The chubby boy was about to speak when he saw Su Kong glaring at him fiercely, forcing him to swallow his words. After the class division, my relationship with Su Jin didn't change much. We still went to school together and came home together until senior year, when a guy named Fan Siru transferred into her class. That pretty boy knew Su Jin was my girlfriend, yet he followed her around like a fly every day, constantly telling her I was good for nothing. I couldn't stand it, so I gathered 5 or 6 people and beat him up on his way home. But that bastard ended up stabbing himself and went to the hospital. If it weren't for my old man intervening, the school would have disciplined me. I don't care about any of that, but what really broke my heart was that Su Jin actually called me immature. Xiao Jun said this, his emotions clearly running high. He turned to the 3 roommates and asked, what do you think? Am I immature? Su Kong said, since ancient times, men have fought for love. You're a real man, Jun. Xiao Jun looked dejected and continued, after that, a rift formed between Su Jin and me. That white-faced guy, after lying low for a while, started following Su Jin around like a leech. At that time, I still loved Su Jin too much and cared too much about her feelings. I was afraid she'd call me immature again, so I kept holding back my anger toward that white-faced guy. Until the day before the college entrance exam, that little white-faced guy actually confessed his feelings to Su Jin in front of everyone on the school playground. Su Kong, if you were me, what would you do? Su Kong imagined himself in the story. If someone confessed their feelings to Wang Nan in front of everyone, what would he do? Su Kong said coldly, if he dares to confess in public, I'll take him down in public. Yeah, so I didn't even think twice, I just went up and beat him up. Xiao Jun finished speaking and fell silent for a moment. This time, even without the little fat guy, Su Kong couldn't help but ask, why didn't you finish the story? What happened next? Did you beat him up so badly he had to go to the hospital? Xiao Jun blushed and said, I messed up that time, I didn't cause him any serious harm. The 3 of them murmured, then what about Su Jin's attitude? Su Jin was at the hospital with me the whole time. Lin Feng, why were you at the hospital? The little fat guy asked, you were beaten up by that fair-haired guy and ended up in the hospital? Su Kong, you couldn't even beat that pretty boy? Xiao Jun blushed and said, you don't know, that fair-haired guy is 1.8 meters tall, and he plays basketball. Plus, I wasn't in good shape that day. What the hell do you mean you weren't in good shape? Xiao Jun impatiently said, none of that matters. The point is that white-faced guy actually came to the hospital to apologize to me later that night. Should I accept his apology? He publicly stole my girlfriend and beat me up like this, so I told him to get lost without hesitation. As soon as that white-faced guy went downstairs, I noticed Su Jin's phone ring once, and then she made an excuse to leave too. Xiao Jun said this, his voice trembling slightly. I wasn't reassured, so I asked the nurse to remove the 4-needle and followed them secretly. I saw the two of them walking side by side, laughing and talking. At that moment, I still clung to a sliver of hope, thinking they were just taking a casual stroll. But when I got closer, I heard them making plans to enroll in Jiangcheng University together. Xiao Jun's eyes welled up with tears as he addressed the three of them. Do you have any idea how humiliated I felt at that moment? It turned out I was the one who was being played. I was completely disheartened. I performed poorly on the college entrance exam and had originally promised my family I would study abroad. But when I found out that those two had both gotten into Jiangcheng University, I felt so bitter that I decided to retake the exam and ended up here as well. After Xiao Jun finished speaking, Su Kong and the others couldn't calm down. None of them had expected such an outcome. Seeing the three of them silent, Xiao Jun shrugged indifferently. Actually, I wasn't trying to hide anything from you. It's just that experience was too humiliating for me to want to think about it. After speaking, Xiao Jun lay down on the bed and said, you guys should also go to bed early. We have military training this afternoon. Su Kong suddenly asked, which hospital were you at that night? He Hospital. Why? Nothing, just go to sleep. Chapter 105, Mr. Meng's Call. Su Kong stepped out of the dormitory. The students were all resting in their rooms, and the long corridor was unusually quiet. Su Kong dialed Qin Wan's phone and said, hello, Mom, have you eaten yet? I'm busy. Spit it out. Su Kong was speechless. What kind of attitude was that? I want to ask you to help me check the surveillance footage from a year ago. Qin Wan asked in a puzzled tone, what's going on? Su Kong briefly recounted the story between Xiao Jun and Su Jin. So, Mom, you're so well connected. Can you help me check the surveillance footage from the hospital at that time and see what Su Jin and that guy were talking about? Do you know I have billions of dollars waiting for me to manage? And you're asking me to get involved in the love life of two kids? Su Kong had no choice but to plead, Mom, please help me out. Stop, don't shout. I'll ask around when I have time. Don't tell me you'll ask later. Make the call now and handle your current matters first. After Su Kong finished speaking, Qin Wan remained silent for a while. Su Kong said again, Mom, why aren't you saying anything? Qin Wan's voice suddenly turned serious. Su Kong, I'll give you a phone number later. If you need to check any surveillance footage, ask Meng grandfather directly. But there's one thing you must never let anyone know about Meng grandfather's existence, including your Uncle Lin, your sister, everyone in the Su family, and Wang Nan. Su Kong felt a surge of panic. This Mr. Meng must be Mom's most closely guarded secret. The fact that she was giving him this number meant she trusted him completely and held him in the highest regard. Mom, I'll wait until you have time to look into it. This is such an important number, it's putting a lot of pressure on me. Qin Wan said softly, what can you do? You're my son. Mom has been through so much over the years, and you'll have to help me bear some of the burden in the future. Su Kong heard this and felt a pang of sadness. This was probably the umpteenth time his mother had asked him to help her bear the pressure. But his mother was already the richest person in the country. What kind of pressure could she possibly have? Was it those who coveted her wealth? Su Kong lowered his voice and asked, Mom, is there a lot of people watching your money? Qin Wan sighed and said, it's both yes and no. When the time is right, I'll tell you. Su Kong added anxiously, Mom, what if I accidentally leaked Grandpa Meng's information? Would that have a significant impact on you? Qin Wan smiled and said, there will definitely be some impact, but don't worry. Mr. Meng is just one of my trump cards. Qin Wan paused for a moment before continuing, however, unless it's something extremely important, you shouldn't disturb Mr. Meng lightly. Su Kong nodded, feeling slightly relieved. I'll give you Mr. Meng's phone number shortly. You must memorize it firmly within 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I'll delete the message. Remember to delete the call history after you finish talking with Mr. Meng. Mom, I understand. After hanging up with Qin Wan, she soon sent him a number. Su Kong racked his brain, silently repeating the string of numbers. 3 minutes later, Qin Wan indeed withdrew the message. Su Kong hesitated for a moment before dialing Mr. Meng's number. Before he could speak, Mr. Meng's voice came through, Mr. Su, hello. Su Kong exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Meng, how did you know it was me? Meng Lao smiled and said, because Miss Qin already gave me your number. As soon as you called, I knew it was you. Oh, I see. Su Kong said, Mr. Meng, I have a favor to ask of you. Su Gongzi, what is it? Su Kong briefly recounted the story between Xiao Jun and Su Jin. Mr. Meng said, so you want to find out what Su Jin and Fan Suro said to each other in the hospital a year ago, right? Yes, Mr. Meng, do you have any leads on that? Meng Lao laughed over the phone, that's nothing. It's simple. I'll send you the surveillance video from that day this afternoon. Make sure to check it. Su Kong was surprised, that fast? Meng Lao laughed, the matter is straightforward, so it's naturally quick. Investigating surveillance footage from a year ago, is that really simple? Su Kong hung up the phone and deleted the call history. Returning to his bed, he stared at the ceiling in a daze. Su-jin, are you truly devoted to Jungo, or are you playing both sides? In the afternoon, before military training began, Su-kong had just arranged the troops into formation when Su-jin appeared again. She was holding an umbrella in one hand and several bottles of drinks in the other, walking toward the software class formation. Lin Feng whispered, Jun Ji's ex-girlfriend is here again. What should we do? The chubby boy discreetly spat, his eyes filled with disdain for Su-jin's behavior. Su-kong looked over at Xiao Jun, who had turned his back and refused to look at her. What should we do? What should we do? It's always me who has to handle this. Su-kong sighed and ran over to greet her. Senior, you're here again. Su-jin felt bitter inside. This morning she was still called sister-in-law, but now she was senior sister. It must be because Xiao Jun had said something to Su-kong, causing him to change his tone. Su-jin spoke softly, I have class this afternoon, so I brought some drinks for the four of you in the dorm on my way. After saying that, she handed the drinks to Su-kong. Su-kong took the drinks but noticed her gaze passing over him and landing on Xiao Jun behind him, her eyes filled with a faint sadness. Su-kong looked at that expression and grew even more certain of Su-jin's character. He said, don't worry, sister-in-law. Everything will work out. Su-jin withdrew her gaze, flashing a bitter smile, and said, thank you, Su-kong. I have to go to class now. Without waiting for Su-kang's response, she turned and left. Su-kong watched Su-jin's lonely figure, feeling uneasy. Such a considerate person, could she really be toying with Xiao Jun's feelings and playing both sides? Su-kong held the drink and walked up to Xiao Jun, saying, here you go, Jungu. I brought this drink specially for you. Do you want it? I already have water. Do I need her to act all nice? Xiao Jun took the drink and walked straight toward the trash can by the roadside. Su-kong hurriedly grabbed him, don't throw it away. Give it to me. You brought your own water, she gave you a bottle, and now you want mine too? Why do you need so much water? Of course I'll drink it. If I can't finish it, I'll sell it. Xiao Jun rolled his eyes in exasperation, who would buy water from you? Damn it, yes, rolling his eyes. Su-kong shouted at Xiao Jun, you better be a tough guy and don't ask me for this bottle of water later. I, Xiao Jun, would rather die of thirst or be baked into a mummy than drink water from that woman. That's what you said. If you come asking me for this bottle of water later, I won't sell it for less than 300. Xiao Jun snorted and walked back to his squad with his head held high. Chapter 106, Reuniting. In the middle of the afternoon military training, a tall senior student suddenly appeared on the field. He had clear eyebrows, a handsome face, and looked quite presentable. He scanned the crowd and eventually fixed his gaze on Xiao Jun. The students in the formation naturally noticed the handsome senior. Su-kong saw that the senior's gaze was fixed on Xiao Jun and suddenly thought, this guy must be the pretty boy. Su-kong shifted his gaze to Xiao Jun and saw that he was also glaring fiercely at the senior, his breathing even becoming heavier. This is like enemies meeting and hating each other even more. But don't worry, there's so many of us, we can beat him up. Fansuro looked at Xiao Jun's provocative gaze, smiled slightly, and stepped back to the shade under a tree by the side of the field. Soon, Instructor Huang blew the whistle, signaling that the students could take a 10-minute break. Su-kong had felt his phone vibrate earlier and quickly pulled it out. Sure enough, Mang Lao had sent him a video. As soon as Su-kong clicked to download the video, he saw Xiao Jun striding toward Fansur with an intimidating aura. The chubby kid followed behind like a little henchman. As for Lin Feng, he had already quietly blocked Fansuru's retreat at the sidelines. It seems these two aren't stupid either. They immediately recognized him as the pretty boy type. Xiao Jun sneered, what's the matter? You used to say I was good for nothing. Now that you see me standing here, are you surprised? Fansura shook his head and said, I came here just to say a few words to you. Get lost. Who do you think you are to talk to me? Xiao Jun's eyes were filled with contempt. Fansuro sneered, so what if you got into Jiangcheng University? Does that prove you're better than me? Without your rich father, what are you? Xiao Jun flew into a rage and punched Fansuro in the face. Fansuro stumbled backward 2 steps from the blow. Instructor Huan was drinking water on the sidelines while keeping an eye on the situation. When he saw Xiao Jun getting into another fight with other students, he cursed silently, this kid must be a troublemaker reincarnated. He can't stay out of trouble for a single day. Instructor Huang hurried over in 2 strides, his face dark, and asked, what's going on now? Despite his earlier arrogance while fighting, Xiao Jun felt intimidated by Instructor Huang. Seeing the instructor's piercing gaze fixed on him, he dared not utter a word. Fansuru touched his slightly swollen face and said, Instructor, hello. We've been friends for a long time. I just came over to say a few words and then leave. Instructor Huang snorted and said, don't cause trouble under my nose. He then turned and walked away. At that moment, Sukanga's phone had finished downloading the video. Although Xiao Jun and Fansuru were currently locked in a standoff, Sukong knew that all the truth was now in that video. He stepped aside, opened the video, and began watching it quickly. Fansuru said calmly, you've already hit him. Can I speak now? While watching the video, Sukong thought to himself, this fair-faced young man isn't just good-looking, his temperament and composure are also far superior to Xiao Jun's. No wonder Xiao Jun has become less confident in his relationship with Su Jin over time. Seeing that Xiao Jun was still cold and unwilling to speak, Fansuro said indifferently, "First, I did indeed like Su Jin in the past and I still do now. But since I went to the hospital to apologize to you last year, I have had no contact with her. I came here today purely by chance after hearing about you from her roommate. Do you think I believe you? Believe it or not, it's up to you." Xiao Jun's expression softened slightly. Fansuro had no reason to lie to him. He could simply go to the business school to inquire and find out whether Fansuro was telling the truth or not. Xiao Jun spoke up, "What about the second part?" As soon as Xiao Jun finished speaking, he saw a slender figure rushing over with her skirt lifted, her face exposed to the blazing sun, turning bright red. Fansuro also saw Su Jin. He gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "The second part was such a wonderful Su Jin, you really don't deserve her." After saying that, he didn't wait for Xiao Jun to react and turned to leave. Su Jin stopped in her tracks and glanced at Fansuro in surprise, but he didn't even glance at her as he passed by. Su Jin looked back at Xiao Jun, only to meet his complicated gaze, causing her to lower her head in sorrow. She had just heard Lin Xian say that Fansuro had gone to find Xiao Jun, and she was worried they would fight again, so she hurried over. But now, facing Xiao Jun's complicated gaze, she felt wronged for herself. She turned around and headed back the way she came. Perhaps letting go was the only way out for both of them. Su Jin had only taken a few steps when she heard footsteps behind her. She dared not turn around, afraid that the person behind her was Xiao Jun, but even more afraid that it wasn't him. In this conflicting state of mind, she quickened her pace. The sound of the drill sergeant's whistle echoed behind her, but the footsteps did not stop. Su Jin felt a void in her heart. It wasn't Xiao Jun after all. She slowed her pace, watching the crowds of students on the road, feeling deeply saddened. Suddenly, her left wrist was grabbed, and she turned around in surprise to see Xiao Jun's familiar face. Su Jin felt the warmth from the other person's hand on her wrist and asked nervously, "Aren't you participating in military training?" Xiao Jun shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Su Jin. "Su Jin, last year at Love and Care Hospital, what did you talk about with Xiaobai and Fansuro?" Su Jin's originally eager expression turned cold, and tears welled up in her eyes. She broke free from Xiao Jun's grip and exhaled deeply, saying, "What do you think I told him?" Seeing Xiao Jun avoid her gaze, Su Jin felt even more heartbroken. She said, "Xiao Jun, I haven't done anything to hurt you. Over the past year, you've blocked all my contact information. I've been looking for you for over a year, and I'm truly exhausted. If loving someone always ends up hurting both of us, then maybe we should just..." Before Su Jin could finish speaking, Su Kong ran over from behind Xiao Jun and kicked him in the butt. Xiao Jun stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. "Who the hell is trying to take me out?" He turned around and saw Su Kong looking at him with a defeated expression. He whispered, "What are you doing, Kong?" "What? Hit you. You ungrateful bastard." Su Kong grabbed Xiao Jun by the collar and pulled him backward. Su Jin was completely confused. What was going on? We were in the middle of breaking up, and the atmosphere had been built up to this point. Why were you dragging the person involved away? Su Jin saw Su Kong dragging, pulling, and hitting Xiao Jun and couldn't help but say, "Su Kong, be gentle." After saying that, she blushed herself. Su Kong whispered in Xiao Jun's ear, "Look how much your sister-in-law cares about you." Xiao Jun impatiently said, "Su Kong, let go of me. What are you trying to do?" Su Kong whispered, "You've misunderstood my sister-in-law. I sent a video to your phone. All the answers to your questions are in there. Go and make up with your sister-in-law. But we're still in military training," Xiao Jun said, glancing over at the software class formation. "Holy crap, there's a crowd of people standing there, all gawking. Huang instructor, even if you're just watching, could you at least maintain some decorum? Do you really need to stretch your neck that far? Don't worry about military training. If it comes to it, I'll do push-ups for you," Su Kong said stubbornly. Xiao Jun still looked confused and asked, "What exactly was the video you sent me?" "It's the surveillance video from Love and Care Hospital on June 5, 2011. It contains the chat content between my sister-in-law and Fansuro." Xiao Jun was speechless. "You managed to get a surveillance video from a year ago?" "Of course. I've already sent it to your phone. If you don't believe me, check it yourself. It's absolutely real. How did you get your hands on it?" "Don't ask me that." Su Kong glanced back at Su Jin, whose eyes were filled with concern, and said angrily to Xiao Jun, "To be honest, you don't deserve my sister-in-law." He then threw a bottle of water at Xiao Jun, the one Su Jin had given him at noon, and said, "Get out of here." Xiao Jun might suspect Fansuro was lying, but he trusted Su Kong completely. He turned around and saw the tenderness in Su Jin's eyes. "I think I really misunderstood her." Xiao Jun slowly walked toward Su Jin and said, "Su Jin, let's go for a walk and talk. Aren't you supposed to be at military training?" Xiao Jun's eyes welled up with tears. "I haven't spoken to you in over a year. I can't stand it anymore." After saying that, Xiao Jun took Su Jin's right hand, and the two walked toward the school building, just as naturally as they had a year ago. "Are you sure you're okay not going to military training?" "It's fine. I have Kong Yi to cover for me. As soon as Xiao Jun finished speaking, the assembly whistle of Instructor Huang sounded from behind them. Enough of this spectacle. Everyone is required to attend this time. Stay an extra 10 minutes. Su Kong, you let that brat escape again. How are you going to handle this? Reporting, sir. I'll do 40 push-ups. Doing push-ups every day is no fun. Tonight, you'll perform a chest split for everyone to see. Instructor, are you trying to kill me? Who told you to meddle in other people's business? You deserve it. Xiao Jun heard Su Kang's cries from behind and exchanged a smile with Su Jin. Chapter 107, This embarrassment must be avoided. After military training ended in the afternoon, Su Kang and Xiao Qian gathered with their small group of classmates at the school cafeteria for dinner. Of course, Xiao Jun wasn't there. Yu Xiaoyu flashed her big eyes and asked, are you saying that after that fair-haired guy showed up, Xiao Jun and the senior girl made up? Of course. Jungo punched that white-faced guy in the face, knocking him out cold. Then the white-faced guy started crying and begging, Jungo, I was wrong. There's nothing between me and Su Jin. Then the senior sister appeared. Jungu, for love, disregarded Kong Yi and the drill sergeant's objections and resolutely followed the senior sister away. The chubby boy recounted the scene vividly. Yu Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and asked Su Kang, Xiao Jun and his senior finally made up. Why did you have to stop them? Su Kang casually replied, wasn't it military training at the time? Yu Xiaoyu glared at Su Kang angrily, is military training more important than love? Su Kang, do you even know what love is? Su Kang froze, oh my god, I'm the one with a broken heart and I'm the one taking the blame. I'm the villain in the story. Su Kang shouted at the chubby kid, you little brat, you're making things up. When did I ever stop Xiao Jun? The little fat boy looked at him with an innocent expression and said, isn't that what happened? Jun wanted to go with the senior, but you grabbed his collar and pulled him back. We all saw it. Zhu Huan immediately said, I didn't see anything. Lin Feng also said, I didn't see it either. Su Kang laughed at the little fat guy and said, little fat guy, you're pretty good at talking. You've got some acting talent. There's a chest-breaking performance tonight. I'll recommend you to the instructor. The little fat guy immediately deflated and said, Mr. Kang, are you joking? I don't know how to break a stone with my chest. Go find Zhu Huan, that guy has 8-pack abs, he'll definitely be able to do it. Zhu Huan immediately objected, I didn't say anything wrong. What does that have to do with me? Chao Qian and the other 4 girls all turned to look at the chubby kid. The chubby kid chuckled, actually, I was just making stuff up. Jungu and the senior sister were able to reconcile thanks to Kong Yi's divine assistance. Ma Ai Yuan sneered, you're always so irresponsible. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. The chubby kid retorted, you're the one being proper. You have a boyfriend, yet you still watch those explicit jokes every day. Ma Ai Yuan angrily said, you fatso, say that again. I won't say it. What can you do about it? Everyone turned to look at the little chubby guy, who now had an expression that was truly despicable. Ma Sikan suddenly asked, do you think Xiao Jun will come to military training tonight? Su Kang grew increasingly skeptical. That kid probably wouldn't show up tonight, right? Did he really think he could use me as a human jack, capable of handling anything? Su Kang immediately called Xiao Jun. The other end was also noisy, likely because they were eating. Xiao Jun kept assuring him over the phone that he would definitely arrive on time tonight, asking Kong Yi to rest assured. Su Kang finally threatened, if you don't show up for military training tonight, I'll stuff you into a sack and throw you into Donghu Lake to feed the fish. After hanging up, Su Kang checked his watch. There was still half an hour left before the military training started, so Xiao Jun should still have time to make it. He finally felt relieved. Ma Ai Yuan suddenly asked, do you think Xiao Jun will return to the dorm tonight? Everyone turned to look at Ma Ai Yuan. The dirty demon king truly lived up to her name, she always managed to ask the most direct questions. Ma Ai Yuan's face turned red. Oh no, I accidentally revealed my true nature again. Since there was still training that night, the group had dinner, rested briefly, and hurried back to the field. Su Kang, seeing that the intensive training was getting closer, was mentally cursing Xiao Jun's family. Finally, the kid appeared in front of Su Kang, holding hands with Su Jin. Su Kang said with a dark expression, can the two of you at least consider our feelings? The chubby boy and Lin Feng nodded frantically. Su Jin blushed and let go of Xiao Jun's hand, but Xiao Jun just laughed smugly. Su Kang couldn't stand seeing others show off in front of him. He teased, go ahead and laugh now. The instructor said you'll be crying tonight. Xiao Jun was indeed scared pale. Su Jin knew that she and Xiao Jun were able to reconcile thanks to Su Kang, who had acted like the matchmaker in the peony pavilion, putting in a lot of effort. She looked at Su Kang sincerely and said, Su Kang, thank you. Su Kang kept a cold face toward Xiao Jun, but immediately broke into a smile for Su Jin. I should also thank you, sister-in-law, for bringing us water every day. Su Jin giggled, I'll go buy water for you guys right now. After saying that, Su Jin turned to Xiao Jun and said, I'll wait for you by the side of the field after I buy the water. Xiao Jun nodded. After Su Jin left, Xiao Jun said to Su Kang, Master Su, I watched the video. You're truly a man of your word when it comes to brothers. From now on, don't talk nonsense. The chest-smashing task is all yours tonight. I suddenly remembered that Soo-jin asked me to accompany her to the movies tonight. I'll have to go now. Soo-kong laughed angrily. You've got a wife now, so you don't need your brothers anymore, do you? Soo-kong finished speaking and saw the coach's special bus parked by the roadside. He hurriedly said to Xiao-jun, stop messing around. Get in line and stand straight. Instructor Huang saw Xiao-jun standing in the formation and didn't punish him for going on a date in the afternoon. He immediately began the training. During the midday break, Instructor Huang shouted, Software class squad, do you want to have some fun tonight? After a long day of hard work, the students eagerly agreed, shouting, yes. Soo-kong took the water handed to him by Soo-jin, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. Sure enough, he heard Instructor Huang shout, where's Soo-kong? Come show everyone how to shatter a stone with your chest. After Instructor Huang finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter, and the little chubby boy was even clapping excitedly on the side. Soo-kong grimaced and said, Instructor, I'm scared to death. Let Xiao-jun do it instead. We'll be doing the community a favor. Xiao-jun was sitting next to Soo-jin drinking water. Upon hearing this, he choked and coughed. Instructor Huang laughed and said, where's that stinky kid Xiao-jun? Xiao-jun walked to the center of the field with a grim expression and said, Instructor, I don't have any children yet. Let the chubby kid go. He said he wants to stay single for life, yet he eats 2 bowls of food. Isn't that wasting national resources? Seeing the little fat guy dodging around, Instructor Huang shouted, Little fat guy, what are you hiding for? The more you hide, the harsher the punishment will be. The little fat guy had no choice but to walk to the center of the field with a bitter expression. Seeing Lin Feng laughing secretly from the sidelines, he felt uneasy and said, Instructor, Lin Feng not participating in military training is one thing, but how can we exclude him from this group activity? Under the instructor's call, Lin Feng was also forced to walk toward the center. He looked at the 3 from room 220 and sighed, Brother, why are you making things difficult for the second brother? Now it's over, room 220 has been taken down. Instructor Huang didn't care about any of that. He excitedly said, which 4 of you will perform the chest-breaking stunt? With a chorus of no way, Soo-kong, the chubby guy, and Lin Feng all pointed at Xiao-jun. Xiao-jun shouted, are the 3 of you crazy? Why should I do it? Because you have a girlfriend. Because you're showing off your love. Because you went on a date during military training. Xiao-jun looked at Huang, the drill instructor, with a pained expression and said, Drill instructor Huang, please spare me. I really don't know how to do this. How about I sing a song for everyone instead? Instructor Huang shouted to the surrounding students, do you want to hear this kid sing? Everyone shouted in unison, no. What do you want to see? Smash a rock with your chest. Surprisingly, they all agreed. What a bunch of heartless bastards. Xiao-jun looked at Huang the instructor with pleading eyes. Huang the instructor chuckled and whispered a few words in Xiao-jun's ear. Xiao-jun looked at Soo-jin on the sidelines with a troubled expression and said, this isn't good, is it? But Huang the instructor immediately turned cold and said, then break the stone with your chest. Soo-kong, you 3 go get that large stone slab over here. Xiao-jun hurriedly grabbed Huang Jugwon and shouted, alright, how can it not be? I'll go tell my girlfriend right now. Xiao-jun ran to the sidelines, whispered a few words to Soo-jin, and then saw the 2 of them walk toward the center of the field together. Instructor Huang excitedly shouted, let's welcome this beautiful lady to sing a song for everyone. Clap your hands. Soo-jin blushed and said, good evening, everyone. I'm Soo-jin, Xiao-jun's girlfriend. I'm a sophomore in the School of Economics and Management. I'll sing the promise of the dandelion for you all. Please forgive me if I sing badly. After Soo-jin finished speaking, a chorus of loud cheers erupted from the male students below. Instructor Huang blew his whistle and the crowd finally quieted down. He shouted, you all started school on the same day. She's already out of the single life and you're still alone. How dare you make such a commotion? After speaking, Instructor Huang noticed that Soo-kong and the other 3 were heading toward the sidelines. He quickly teased them, saying, students, when you sing, do you have backup dancers? The students excitedly shouted, yes. Soo-kong and the other 4 felt an ominous rising in their hearts. Instructor Huang turned to the 4 from room 220 and said, go on, you 4, show us what you can do. The 4 looked at each other, none of them looking like they could dance. What was even more infuriating was that some students in the crowd started making requests. Some wanted to see street dance, some wanted to see Latin dance, and someone even wanted to see pole dancing. The 4 looked over and saw it was Yu Huan. That. Want to see pole dancing? Go play with your own pole. Wait, no, plastic pipe. Soo-kong said awkwardly, instructor, none of us know how to dance. Instructor Huang said, alright, I won't make it too hard for you. Have you ever seen ballroom dancing on TV? Pair up in 2s and just shake your hips a few times. What a boring and evil instructor. Are we really going to make a fool of ourselves today? As Soo-jin's beautiful singing began, Soo-kong and Xiao-jun faced each other and started to dance, while the chubby guy and Lin Feng faced each other and started to dance as well. Seeing that the four were going through the motions, Instructor Huang immediately shouted, "All four of you shake your hips. Whoever doesn't shake will have their chest crushed on a rock." The four of them started shaking their buttocks as if they had electric motors attached to them. Everyone burst into laughter at the hilarious sight. Su Jin watched the four of them making funny faces and laughed so hard she could barely sing. She had to turn her back to them to finish the song. Su Kong and the others also finished their embarrassing performance. Instructor Huang saw that the students had played and made a commotion and was about to blow the whistle to gather everyone for military training when he noticed the network engineering squadron across the field marching toward them in unison under their instructor's command. Su Kong asked in confusion, "What are they doing?" Instructor Huang sneered and said, "They're here to challenge us." He then blew his whistle and shouted, "Software class squad, assemble and form ranks. Prepare to defend." Chapter 108, A War Caused by an Older Female Student. The software class squadron formed their ranks, and the network class squadron also arrived just in time, with the two squadrons facing off about 10 meters apart. Zhang Li was their squadron captain, with a slightly tanned complexion, standing at the front of the squadron. Their instructor remained at the back of the squadron, seemingly content to watch from the sidelines. Instructor Huang walked over to Su Kong and said, "I shouldn't get involved in this. As the captain, show some backbone. No matter what demands they make, even if they ask to borrow a screwdriver, don't agree. If they want to play, let them play." Su Kong nodded, walked to the front of the formation alongside Zhang Li, and shouted at the opposing side, "This is the territory of the software class. What business do you have here?" Zhang Li laughed and shouted, "We heard the senior sister sing a song earlier and it moved us deeply. Therefore, I have brought the entire network class squad to invite the senior sister to sing a song for us to boost the morale of our troops." "What the hell? They're not here to borrow screws, they're here to steal people." The software class squadron heard this and became enraged, shouting insults at the other side. Su Jin, who was resting by the sidelines, never expected that the other side was targeting her. Upon hearing this, her face turned red, and she grew even more shy. The single men from the network class, captivated by Su Jin's beauty, were filled with desire and became even more determined to steal her. Su Kong gave a hand signal, and the students from the software class fell silent. Su Kong shouted at Zhang Li, "Go back. The senior is our senior from the software class. She's not for sharing." Zhang Li snorted, "Senior is our 2012 freshman class's senior. How did she become your software class's senior?" "Sorry, but she's on our turf, so she's our senior. There are plenty of seniors on the street. If you guys in the online class have the guts, go grab one yourselves. First, this is all Jiangcheng University's territory, not just our class's territory. Second, we're formally inviting the senior, we're not trying to take her. Who are you trying to fool? Inviting a senior doesn't require so many people. Doesn't having more people show more sincerity?" Su Kong didn't want to argue with them anymore and said directly, "Anyway, the entire software class formation doesn't agree. You're being unreasonable. Our network class also refuses." Su Kong narrowed his eyes, "So you're saying you want to come and steal our people? So you're refusing to let them go?" Both sides were locked in a standoff. Su Kong was so angry he could feel his teeth itching. He shouted to the students behind him, "Those bandits over there are trying to steal our senior classmate Su Jin. Do you agree?" "No way." Zhang Li, upon hearing this, also shouted to the students in the online class behind him, "The gang of thugs over there are trying to illegally detain our senior sister. Do you agree?" "No." Su Kong said, "You came prepared. Go ahead, tell us how you want to fight." Zhang Li laughed and said, "Since we're all college students who've received a high-quality education, we can't resort to street fighting or brawling like some village bumpkins. Let's settle this with a combination of verbal and physical combat, 2 verbal rounds and 1 physical round, with the winner taking 2 out of 3. How do you propose to conduct the intellectual debate, and how about the physical confrontation?" Wushu combat consists of push-ups and pull-ups. Each side sends out 3 participants, and the side with the higher total number of repetitions wins. "What about the martial arts competition?" Martial arts combat is cockfighting. Each side sends out 3 people, and the one who falls to the ground is out. The last one standing wins. Cockfighting? Su Kong had played it as a child. It involves standing on one leg and using the knee of the other leg to attack the opponent. Whoever falls first loses. Su Kong asked again, "What about the participants? Can they enter the competition, or is it one person at a time?" Zhang Li replied, "If you have someone who can re-enter the field, that's fine." Su Kong felt slightly reassured. "With Xu Huan, the monster on our side, we've already won half the battle." Su Kong said, "No problem. If we lose, Su Jin will go sing a song for you. If you lose, all 20 of you do push-ups. Dare you? Deal." Su Kong and Zhang Li returned to their respective formations. Su Kong asked the students around him, "Who among you is good at push-ups and pull-ups? Sign up quickly." Xiao Jun was the first to raise his hand, "Me." Su Kong rolled his eyes and said, "With your skill level, you're not even as good as me. Just go up and admit defeat." Xiao Jun retorted, "At least I'll try one." Su Kong glanced at Zhu Huan and asked, "Huan Gu, how many of the 3 events can you do?" Zhu Huan replied, I can do as many as you need me to. A gasp came from the side, Huan Gu is such a man, so impressive. Su Kong knew that Zhu Huan had 8-pack abs and was incredibly strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong, so he said, anyway, it's best of 3. If you want, you can rest during the middle pull-up round and make sure you win the other 2. Zhu Huan nodded, alright. Soon, the teams were set. Push-ups were Zhu Huan and 2 other students who loved sports. Pull-ups were the other 3 students. As for the final arm wrestling match, it was Zhu Huan, Xiao Jun, and Su Kong. Since Zhu Huan had said he could handle all 3 opponents in the cockfighting match alone, he only needed 2 teammates. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun immediately volunteered, and Su Kong followed suit. Just as both sides were confirming their lineup, 6 more teams approached from different directions. The software class and network class teams were all confused. What is going on? Are they all here too? Sure enough, once they all gathered in a circle, they all mimicked the network class squad's words, inviting Su Jin to join their squad and sing. Su Kong wasn't arrogant enough to think his single squad could take on 7 opposing squads. He approached instructor Huang to lodge a serious protest, pointing out that even during the siege of Guangming Peak, there were only 6 major sects, but now there were 7 platoons coming at them, even a relay battle wouldn't be fair. Instructor Huang had no choice but to consult with the other instructors. They eventually decided to adopt an elimination format. 8 teams advance to the quarterfinals, and the top 4 move on to the semifinals. The winning team would receive the prize of a song from senior Su Jin. The entire computer science department's freshman military training was in complete chaos, with everyone eager to show off their skills. The 2 female platoons in the computer science department had no interest in military training anymore. To support their own class, they all switched to free activities. Xiao Chen led the girls from the software class back to their platoon and boldly took the wartime platoon command from Su Kong. 8 platoons were sharpening their weapons, and a war inspired by Su Jin, reminiscent of the Trojan War, was about to erupt. Chapter 109, Military Training ends. While the other 6 platoons were still drawing lots, the software and network classes had already officially begun. The 6 participants from both sides were ready in the middle of the 2 squads. With the instructor's whistle, the competition officially began, and cheers from both sides echoed back and forth. After about 50 push-ups, except for Zhu Huan, the other 5 clearly began to tire. In the end, the software class had one person with 56 push-ups and another with 58, while the network class had 3 with 53, 61, and 65 respectively. Xiao Chen noticed that Zhu Huan was still continuing and immediately shouted, Zhu Huan, that's enough. We've already won the first round. Zhu Huan stood up, took a few deep breaths, and asked, how many did I do? Su Kong was utterly impressed and said, Huan Gu is amazing, 78. You crushed the other team. The opposing team looked at Zhu Huan with fear in their eyes. Doing over 70 push-ups without breaking a sweat, what kind of monster was this? The girls from the software class cheered for Zhu Huan, especially Yu Xiaoyu, who jumped up in excitement. In the first round of push-ups, the software class scored 192, while the network class scored 179. The software class won easily. In the second round of pull-ups, since Zhu Huan was given a rest, the software class narrowly lost to the network class by 3 points. The final and most intense showdown was the cockfighting match. Originally, Zhu Huan was supposed to bring Su Kong and Xiao Jun, the 2 underperformers, but at the last moment, Xiao Chen objected. To play it safe, she replaced Xiao Jun with a heavier, stockier guy. Su Kong and his team took the field, only to discover that the opposing team's captain, Zhang Li, had also joined the fray. Both sides took their positions, and with a whistle blow, the 6 competitors engaged in a fierce battle. As the team captain, Su Kong naturally targeted the opposing captain, Zhang Li. Zhang Li also saw Su Kong as an easy target. Seeing him hopping forward on one foot, he quickly assumed a defensive stance. As they circled each other, testing their opponent's strength, suddenly a large object flew out of the corner of their eyes and crashed onto the ground with a loud bang. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at Zhu Huan with fear in their eyes. The student who had been knocked down weighed at least 140 pounds, yet he had been sent flying a meter away with a single blow. Was this even human? What the hell is this? Zhang Li swallowed hard, hesitating whether to surrender immediately. But then he saw Zhu Huan lower his foot, rush forward in a panic to help the fallen student up, and even kindly ask, "Are you okay, student?" "I'm fine," the student replied, then retreated to the sidelines like a scared mouse. Su Kong looked at Zhu Huan in disbelief and said, "Brother Huan, we're still in the competition. Why did you put your leg down to check on the student?" Zhu Huan finally realized something was wrong and his expression fell. Zhang Li, however, smiled and shouted at Zhu Huan, "You put your foot down, so you're out too." The software class formation erupted in cries of despair. Who could have imagined that our strongest fighter would be eliminated like this? Meanwhile, the student from the network class who had been knocked down was treated like a hero. After all, he had gone head-to-head with the formidable Zhu Huan. Zhu Huan awkwardly stepped out of the arena. Xiao Jun frowned and said, "Huan Gu, can we be a bit more quick-witted next time?" Yu Xiaoyu chimed in from the side. Zhu Huan didn't do it on purpose, and besides, he took out one of their guys too. Zhu Huan blushed and explained sheepishly, "I didn't expect that student to be so weak." Seeing him lying on the ground, I thought he was injured. Xiao Jun sighed, we're relying on Kong Yi and the little fat guy. The last round is going to be tough. He glanced at Su Jin beside him and thought to himself, if he dares to treat my wife like a trophy, he's dead. Something's wrong here, I'm taking my wife and getting out of here. Su Kong had no time to dwell on Zhu Huan's unexpected exit. He jumped over to Little Fat and whispered, in a one-on-one fight, neither of us can beat the other side. Let's focus on teamwork. The little fat guy said, Mr. Kong, you be careful. I can hold on for a while longer. Soon, the two opponents limped forward, one on one leg, launching an attack. The chubby kid, weighing 170 pounds, could only limp in place and defend passively. Su Kong saw Zhang Li charging toward him, so he tensed up and waited for his chance. As soon as they made contact, both nearly lost their balance and fell to the ground. Seeing that their strengths were evenly matched, they limped around in circles. Su Kong noticed the other man's gaze shift toward the chubby guy, so he seized the opportunity and charged forward. Zhang Li reacted quickly, stepping back, and Su Kang's attack missed. While keeping an eye on Zhang Li's movements, Su Kong glanced at the chubby boy. He remained as steady as an old dog against the glasses-wearing man's attacks, even nearly knocking him off balance several times. Su Kong feared the chubby boy might tire out soon, so he slowly moved closer to him. Zhang Li seemed to have understood Su Kang's intentions and charged toward him. Su Kong, whose attention was mostly on Zhang Li, saw him coming and quickly dodged to the side while shouting, little fatty, attack. The chubby boy immediately charged at the man in glasses. The man in glasses, who had been on the defensive the entire time, was caught off guard by the chubby boy's sudden attack. He hurriedly dodged to the side but hadn't regained his balance when he saw Su Kong following up. Zhang Li had just initiated his attack and was still some distance away from the glasses-wearing man, so he could only watch as his teammate was caught between Su Kong and the little fat man and fell to the ground. The software class erupted in cheers, while the computer class fell silent, as if they had lost a loved one. Su Kong and the chubby boy exchanged a glance. With 2 against 1, they were in a dominant position. Sure enough, Zhang Li was quickly overwhelmed by the two and knocked to the ground. Nice work, little fat. Impressive, my Kong boss. The two standing on the field shamelessly began to praise each other. The next 2 matches, with Zhu Huan, the monster, present, were a breeze, and they ultimately claimed the championship. Although there were no tangible rewards or certificates, all the students in the software class were overjoyed. Especially Huang, the instructor, who spoke with his nose in the air in front of the other instructors. Xiao Jun successfully completed his mission to protect his girlfriend, and during the final round of the chicken fight, he even shouted at the software class students without any shame, look at me and Huan Ge taking on 10 of them. Of course, the biggest beneficiary was Zhu Huan, as a group of girls approached him for his contact information, but the big guy turned them all down. However, Su Kong noticed that Zhu Huan always blushed when looking at Yu Xiaoyu. Could the big guy have fallen for her? The freshman military training lasted for 20 days, and on the final day's freshman competition, the software class team successfully secured second place. As the team captain, Su Kong had worked diligently throughout the training, and his skin had tanned significantly. Because of this, every time he video called Wang Nan, she would nag him for ages. Chapter 110, Lin Yi gets beaten. On the evening of the day the military training ended, at 8 o'clock, Su Kong was chatting with his 3 clueless roommates in the dormitory when Qin Wan suddenly called. Su Kong originally thought it was just a casual chat, but Qin Wan frowned and talked a lot about Lin Yi's recent situation. It turned out that when Lin Yi first went to Mr. Chow's place, she was relatively well behaved for the first few days. But once the novelty wore off, she started causing trouble. She wouldn't go home after school and instead went to the internet cafe, couldn't get up in the morning to go to school, and even when she finally made it to school, she fell asleep there. This morning, she got into another argument with some other girls at school. The argument was over something trivial, which popular young actor was more handsome. Lin Yi got into it, grabbed the other girl's hair, and slapped her repeatedly. The girl's parents came to the school in the afternoon, and Mr. Liang, as Lin Yi's homeroom teacher, could only keep apologizing. When she returned home that evening, Mr. Chow, unable to tolerate it anymore, picked up a ruler and struck her hand hard. Lin Yi had never been hit before in her life. She immediately threw a tantrum, calling Qin Wan and demanding to return to Beijing. Qin Wan was at a loss, trying to reason with Lin Yi while also apologizing repeatedly to Mr. Chow and his wife. In the end, Lin Yi refused to back down, saying that if Qin Wan didn't come to pick her up, she would walk back to Beijing on her own. Qin Wan finally lost her temper and scolded Lin Yi so harshly that she made her cry. After hanging up, Qin Wan regretted her harsh words and called Su Kong, asking him to call and persuade Lin Yi as well. Su Kong was speechless. He had just scolded her, yet he already felt sorry for her. No wonder Lin Yi had such a spoiled temperament. Su Kong thought for a moment and decided to call Chow teacher on WeChat video. As soon as the video connected, he saw that Chow teacher's house was in complete disarray, with broken bottles and jars scattered everywhere. Su Kong couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "Did my sister do this?" Mr. Chow nodded painfully, unable to speak. Su Kong knew exactly what Chow Laosher wanted to say. He wanted Su Kong to take her back. A surge of anger welled up inside Su Kong. He hung up on Chow Laoshi and, under the puzzled stares of his three clueless roommates, walked out the door. Su Kong called Li He, and shortly after, a Maserati pulled up at the school gate. Su Kong said, "Mr. Li, let's go to Mr. Chow's house in Daji County." Li He was also puzzled. It was so late, what could be so urgent that they had to return to Daji County? However, seeing Su Kang's grim expression, he didn't ask and stepped on the gas, heading straight for Daji County. There weren't many cars on the road that night, and the journey was smooth. They finally arrived at Mr. Chow's house before 10 o'clock. Liang Li opened the door and saw Su Kong, looking extremely surprised. "Su Kong, why are you back?" Su Kong said, "Ms. Liang, is Lin Yi at home?" Liang Li sighed and nodded. Su Kong walked inside and saw Chow Laoshi still mopping the floor with a mop. The entire room was almost tidied up. Chow Bin also looked surprised and asked, "Aren't you going to class tomorrow? Why did you come back?" Su Kong hummed in response and walked straight toward the small bedroom. After Chow Qian went to university, the small bedroom had been given to Lin Yi to live in. The door to the small bedroom was closed. Su Kong stood outside and could hear the sound of a celebrity variety show playing inside, along with Lin Yi's giggling laughter. Su Kong's anger grew even more intense. He grabbed a coat hanger and opened Lin Yi's door. Lin Yi saw Su Kong and didn't react at first, then smiled and said, "Brother, did you come to take me back to Beijing?" Without saying a word, Su Kong raised the coat hanger and struck Lin Yi's arm hard. Lin Yi winced in pain, let out a cry, and tears welled up in her eyes. 2 bloody marks immediately appeared on her arm. Su Kong didn't care and continued to strike her repeatedly. Chow Bin and Liang Li saw that Su Kong was serious and rushed over to hold him back. They shouted, "Su Kong, how could you hit her so hard?" Lin Yi looked at the dense bloodstains on her arms and thighs, crying even louder. Seeing Su Kong being held back by Chow Bin and Liang Li, she cried out, "Su Kong, why are you hitting me?" After saying that, she picked up her phone and threw it at Su Kong. Su Kong couldn't dodge in time, and it hit his forehead, causing a bump to form immediately. Su Kong broke free from Chow teacher and Liang teacher's grip and shouted at Lin Yi, "Get out of here. This isn't where you belong." He then swung a coat hanger at her. Lin Yi looked at Su Kang's enraged expression and felt afraid for the first time in her life. She cried as she jumped off the bed and ran toward the door. Su Kong chased after her with the clothes hanger, striking her back with all his strength. Lin Yi finally broke down, collapsing onto the ground and wailing loudly. Across from Chow teacher's house lived a couple who had just moved in during the summer vacation. Hearing Lin Yi's cries, they curiously opened the door. Since Liang Li had forgotten to close the door when Su Kong entered, they could clearly see what was happening inside Chow teacher's home. The couple saw that Lin Yi was covered in bruises from being beaten, and even her skirt was stained with blood. They couldn't help but say, "Young man, you're beating her too hard." Su Kong shouted angrily, "What's it to you? If I kill her, I'll go to jail." The couple felt awkward and closed the door again. Lin Yi heard Su Kang's words and cried even louder. She clung to Chow Bin's legs and cried, "Mr. Chow, save me. My brother is going to kill me. No one can save you today." Su Kong said, then swung a clothes hanger at Lin Yi again. However, it was blocked mid-air by Chow Bin's arm, leaving 2 bloody marks. Chow Bin grew slightly angry and said, "Su Kong, enough." Su Kong looked at Lin Yi, who was cowering at Chow teacher's feet, her white dress stained with blood. The clothes hanger in his hand was already bent out of shape. Lin Yi was, after all, his younger sister. Seeing her pitiful state, Su Kang's heart softened slightly. Su Kong forced himself to harden his heart and said, "You said you wanted to return to the capital. Get out of here immediately." He then threw the coat hanger to the ground, causing Lin Yi to shrink back in fear. Su Kong grabbed Lin Yi's arm, intending to pull her away from Chow teacher. Lin Yi clung to Chow Bin's legs, crying and refusing to let go out of fear. Chow Bin angrily said to Su Kong, "It's already so late. You've beaten her into this state. Where do you expect her to go?" Su Kong said, "Mr. Chow, mind your own business. If I don't teach her a lesson today, who knows how many people she'll harm in the future." Su Kong then turned to Lin Yi with a menacing expression and said, "Our mother and Uncle Lin wouldn't dare to hit you, but I certainly will." Lin Yi clung to Chow's leg and cried, "I'll stay here. I won't go anywhere." Su Kong said again, "When we sent you here, was it so you could go to the internet cafe every day after school?" Lin Yi cried, "I won't go anymore. Can you get up in the morning to go to school?" "Yes, I can." "Do you still fight at school?" "You don't fight anymore?" "Do you still dare to randomly throw things around?" "No, I don't." "Do you still listen to Mr. Chow and Mr. Liang?" "I do." "If I ever hear you skip class, fight, or throw tantrums again, just wait until I come back to deal with you. Let us see who can save you then." Lin Yi looked at Su Kong in fear and nodded nervously. Su Kong reached out and helped Lin Yi to her feet, speaking softly, "Let us go." Lin Yi looked at Su Kong with fear in her eyes. Mr. Chow also said, "She has already agreed, isn't she? Where else does she need to go? How does it feel like I've become a big villain?" Su Kong sighed and said, "Let us go to the hospital." Su Kong and Chow teacher's couple took Lin Yi to the hospital. While the doctor was examining and treating Lin Yi, he couldn't help but scold Su Kong harshly. In the middle of it, Qinwan sent a video of a penguin, and Lin Yongjin's eyes were red, while Qinwan was crying and kept scolding Su Kong for being so harsh. Su Kong remained calm, saying, "Go ahead and scold me. I'll listen. After all, you're so far away and can't do anything to me." However, Su Kong was still very concerned about Lin Yi. After she finished her treatment and had to stay overnight in the hospital, he asked Chao Lasher and his wife to go home and rest, while he stayed by Lin Yi's side all night until 7 a.m. the next morning, then took her back to Chao Lasher's home to rest. Only then did he leave with Li He. Chapter 111, Wang Nan arrives at school. Su Kong rushed as fast as he could and finally arrived at the classroom 3 minutes before class started. "Mr. Su, over here." Su Kong looked toward the back row. The four-person group from room 220 was missing only him. "Did you bring my books?" "Here they are." Xiao Jun handed the books to Su Kong. Seeing Su Kang's weak appearance, he whispered, "Why do you look so tired? Did you go out last night? Shut up and get out of here. Let me rest for a bit." Su Kong sat down and immediately rested his head on the desk. A wave of drowsiness overcame him, and his eyes began to close involuntarily. The chubby kid pointed at the bump on Su Kong's head and whispered, "Did Kong Ji get into a fight last night?" Xiao Jun shrugged, "Who knows?" At that moment, the 4 girls from Chao Qian's dorm arrived. After the military training, they had formed a small circle with the 220 dorm, and upon seeing Xiao Jun and the others, they sat down in the row in front of them. Yu Xiaoyu asked curiously, "It's the first class of university, and it's not even an early morning class. Why is Su Kong still sleeping?" Xiao Jun and the others shook their heads and said, "He took a call last night and went out. We don't know where he went." Ma Ai Yuan asked curiously, "Didn't he sleep in the dorm? Could he be up to something?" The chubby boy chuckled and said, "What kind of trouble are you talking about?" Ma Ai Yuan glared at him, grabbed a book, and tried to throw it at the chubby boy. Chao Qian frowned and said, "Stop arguing. He didn't sleep all night. Let him rest for a while." Everyone turned to look at Chao Qian. There was a lot of information in that statement. Sure enough, Ma Ai Yuan was the first to ask, "How do you know he didn't sleep all night?" Xiao Jun said, "Was he with you last night?" Ma Siken said, "Bull, Chao Banchang was sleeping in the dorm last night." Yu Xiaoyu said, "Chao Qian, you didn't do anything with Su Kong, did you?" Chao Qian was secretly furious. "I can't possibly say that Su Kong came to my house last night. That would only deepen the misunderstanding." Chao Qian was thinking of how to explain when a stunning figure walked into the classroom. She scanned the room and finally spotted her target in the back row. Chao Qian didn't know why, but seeing this girl who was more beautiful and graceful than her, she felt a pang of sadness. However, she stood up and forced a smile, saying, "Wang Nan, welcome to school." Wang Nan smiled and said, "Class monitor Chao, it's been a while. Unfortunately, I had something to do during the start of the semester and couldn't come. Otherwise, I might have been interested in the class monitor position." Chao Qian felt awkward at first, then her expression turned cold. She forced a smile and said, "Wang Nan, you're really joking. What's so great about this position? Your position is the one everyone is eyeing." Wang Nan's smiling face suddenly turned cold, and he said, "What? You want to compete for it too?" Chao Qian looked at Wang Nan's nervous expression and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She said, "You don't need to be so hostile toward me. Your position may be good, but I, Chao Qian, just happen to have no interest in it." Wang Nan relaxed his expression and smiled, saying, "I was just being thoughtless earlier. Class monitor Chao, please don't be angry." Everyone else listened to their conversation, confused by all the talk about positions. Wang Nan turned her gaze to the group of 4 in the back row and greeted them confidently, "Hello, I'm Wang Nan, Su Kang's girlfriend." Xiao Jun nodded with a smile while shaking Su Kong and said, "Su Kong, wake up. Your girlfriend is here." Su Kong opened his sleepy eyes and saw Wang Nan smiling at him. His mind froze for a few seconds before he reacted, exclaiming, "Wang Nan, when did you arrive?" "Last night." Just then, an elderly teacher wearing reading glasses walked into the classroom. Su Kong saw there were no seats left beside him and was about to take Wang Nan to the front row. Xiao Jun immediately stood up and said to the others, "Let's switch seats. They're like newlyweds after a short separation, don't be the third wheel." Wang Nan blushed slightly but still gave Xiao Jun a grateful glance. He knows how to handle things. The chubby boy said with a sour expression, "There are no other seats available except for the first row." "Then go to the first row." The old teacher watched as Xiao Jun and the others moved from the back row to the front row. His eyes lit up. These students were worth teaching. During class, he always paid special attention to Xiao Jun and the others, asking them to answer any difficult questions. Lin Feng was naturally delighted, but Xiao Jun, the chubby boy, and Xu Huan were seething inside. In the back row of the classroom, under the desk, Su Kong secretly held Wang Nan's hand, feeling a surge of sweetness. He raised his textbook to block the view and asked Wang Nan, "Have you handled everything with your company?" Wang Nan shook her head and said, "Things in Beijing are mostly settled. Now the main task is to move the company to Jiangcheng. The new address hasn't been chosen yet. I have an appointment with someone this afternoon. After lunch, I'll go check out the location." Su Kong nodded and said, "I have class at 2:30 p.m. After lunch, I'll go with you." Wang Nan nodded, feeling sweet inside. She suddenly thought of something and asked, Sukong, I was thinking of inviting your roommate to dinner tonight. Do you think that's okay? Why not? Sukong glanced at the girls in Chao Chen's dormitory across the hall and hesitated before saying, why don't we invite everyone from Chao Chen's dormitory too? We always eat together anyway. Wang Nan smiled sweetly, patted her handbag, and said, sure, we're not broke. Sukong relaxed, relieved that Wang Nan hadn't shown any signs of hostility toward Chao Chen. Wang Nan noticed the bloodshot eyes of Sukong and said, lie down and rest for a while. I'll cover for you. Sukong nodded. He was indeed exhausted and lay his head on the desk, closing his eyes. At the end of September, Jiangcheng was still very hot. The elderly teacher was lecturing endlessly at the front of the classroom, and the ceiling fan above the classroom made a creaking sound. The most pleasant sound was the soft, rhythmic snoring of the tall boy beside him. Wang Nan felt a sense of relief. Chapter 112, Company Location Selection. At noon, Sukong took Wang Nan to the canteen for lunch. The boys like Xiao Jun were naturally very friendly and polite to Wang Nan, but the four girls from Chao Chen's dormitory clearly felt a sense of distance. This was unavoidable. Chao Chen and the other three came from ordinary families, and their social circles and experiences were completely different from Wang Nan's. Additionally, Wang Nan's undeniable good looks made them feel inadequate in comparison. During the meal, Sukong invited Wang Nan to join the small group for dinner later that night. The boys naturally agreed with enthusiasm, and after some polite refusals, the girls also agreed. Sukong and Wang Nan had to rush to select a location for the e-commerce company, so they ate lunch quickly and left early after saying goodbye. Xiao Jun saw Sukong and Wang Nan holding hands as they walked toward the school gate and joked, Mr. Su and his wife sure are in love. They haven't been apart for a single moment since they met. The chubby boy said, shut up. You and your wife were the same a few days ago. The chubby boy gave Xiao Jun and Sukong a resentful look and said, you two aren't any better. You're only thinking about your own happiness. Xiao Jun immediately objected. He called out to Ma Yuan, our little chubby kid. Before Xiao Jun could finish, the chubby kid covered his mouth from behind. Everyone watched the two of them wrestling and burst into laughter. Ma Yuan's face turned red, and she muttered, you deserve it. It was unclear whether she was scolding Xiao Jun for being too talkative or the little fat boy for being too cowardly or perhaps both. Sukong and Wang Nan arrived at the school gate, where a Bentley Continental was already parked by the roadside. Sukong asked in surprise, did you drive back to Jiangcheng? Before Wang Nan could answer, a 35-year-old woman dressed in a business suit stepped out of the driver's seat of the Bentley. She opened the back door and said, Mr. Su, Mr. Wang, get in quickly. Wang Nan held Sukong's hand as he got into the car and said, I've only been driving for less than a month. How dare I drive on the highway? It was Ms. Wu who drove me here. This Ms. Wu, whom Sukong had met a few times in Kyoto, was named Wu Yun. She had been sent by his mother to assist Wang Nan. After getting into the car, Sukong hurriedly called out, Ms. Wu. Wu Yun smiled and nodded at Sukong, then turned to Wang Nan and said, Mr. Wang, which address should we go to first? Wang Nan didn't respond but turned to Sukong and said, there are currently 3 storefronts we're considering. The first is in an office building, with an area of 700 square meters. The advantage is that it's close to the school, but the space is too small, and it's inconvenient for us to transport goods in and out. The second location is quite remote, and it takes over an hour to drive there from the school. It's an idle warehouse with an area of approximately 1,500 square meters, but it's quite old and inconvenient for daily living. However, the advantage is that the rent is cheap. The third option is a villa in an industrial park, with 3 floors and a total floor area of over 1,800 square meters. This one is great in every way, but the rent is a bit high, and the renovation costs would be a significant expense. Sukong personally prefers the villa, but he is completely new to business. He looked at Wu Yun and asked, what do you think, Wu? Wu Yun, noticing that Wang Nan was also looking at her, smiled and said, Mr. Wang, I think we should rule out the office building first. After all, we are an e-commerce company, and an office building isn't very practical. Wang Nan glanced at Sukong and whispered, I mainly think it's close to the school, which is more convenient. Mr. Wang, in business, you have to think 3 steps ahead. Office buildings have only one advantage, being close to the school, and almost all other disadvantages. Plus, once you graduate in a few years, that only advantage will be gone. Sukong saw that Wang Nan looked like a well-trained elementary school student and naturally understood that she was more inclined toward the office building. Sukong patted Wang Nan on the shoulder, signaling that it was okay. He then turned to Wu Yun and asked, Ms. Wu, what do you think of the second warehouse and the third villa? Wu Yun spoke confidently, I think both are fine. It depends on how Mr. Wang and Mr. Su decide. If I have to choose, I personally prefer the third villa. Sukong nodded and said, I agree. Why don't we go check out the villa first? Wu Yun nodded and drove the Bentley toward the third location, the Villa District. Half an hour later, the Bentley entered an economic development zone, where there were rows of large villas. Most of the companies here were internet firms, with a few traditional businesses as well. The Bentley finally came to a stop in front of a villa in the Eastern District, where staff members were already waiting at the entrance. Xiong Yuan watched the three people get out of the car, hesitated for a moment, then walked toward Wu Yun and called out, Mr. Wang, hello. Wu Yun smiled and said, Mr. Wang is the one behind you. I'm Wu Yun, the one who contacted you. Xiong Yuan looked at Wang Nan and, after a long pause, awkwardly said, Mr. Wang is truly a young achiever. The group entered the house, and Xiong Yuan led the three others from the first floor to the third floor. The villa was designed for natural light, with a large courtyard in the middle and buildings surrounding it. Each floor had an area of approximately 600 square meters, making the size just right. Su Kong stood on the third floor corridor, growing more satisfied with what he saw. He turned to Wu Yun and asked, What do you think, Wu Jie? Xiong Yuan, standing beside him, was a bit confused about the relationships between the three. The young Mr. Wang should be the boss, yet he spent most of his time looking at the younger man, waiting for him to make decisions. The younger man, who looked like a junior assistant, seemed to hold significant influence and often sought advice from the older woman. Meanwhile, the woman treated the two younger men with great respect. What an unusual trio. Wu Yun said to Su Kong and Wang Nan, This villa is perfect in every way. The first floor and second floor can be used as offices for the clothing division and the electronics division, respectively. The third floor can be renovated into employee dormitories. The back of the villa can also be used as a simple warehouse. Plus, on our way here, we saw that they're building an elevated highway and a subway station, so transportation will be extremely convenient in the future. Su Kong added, and we can keep one room on the first floor as a kitchen, solving the issue of where employees will eat. But the annual rent is 150,000 yuan, and with such a large area, the renovation alone will cost at least 1 million yuan, Wang Nan said, calculating the balance in her account with a sigh. Wu Yun shook her head and said, I think we should postpone the renovation for now and focus on opening the store as soon as possible. Su Kong exclaimed in surprise, You mean use the raw space as is? Wu Yun nodded and said, These two shops have been closed for nearly 2 months. If we don't reopen soon, our fans and customers will all leave. So opening the new shop is urgent. As for renovations, I think we can do it in stages. For example, we can renovate the third floor employee rooms, video shooting room, and kitchen first. The other rooms can be temporarily made livable with water and electricity, and we can renovate them later. Su Kong and Wang Nan perked up at the idea, realizing they could save a significant amount on initial renovation costs. Chapter 113, Not renting, just buying. The three of them walked from the third floor to the first floor, then back up to the third floor, checking out every room and discussing what each one could be used for. Wang Nan turned to Xiong Yuan and said, We're quite satisfied with this villa, but could you reduce the rent a bit more? Xiong Yuan maintained a smile and said, Mr. Wang, the rent I quoted you is already the lowest possible. Not a single penny less. Wu Yun calculated in her mind that the rent for such a large area wasn't too expensive, so she said, We won't haggle over the rent, but the contract must be signed for at least 3 years, and the rent cannot increase within those 3 years. Xiong Yuan looked troubled and said, Ms. Wu, we can't accept that condition. We're offering this low rent now because there's construction all around subways, elevated highways, and other infrastructure. Once those projects are finished, the rent will at least double. The three of them looked grim. Su Kong said, Even if we rent this place and do minimal renovations, it will still cost at least 1 or 2 million. If you keep raising the rent every year, we'll be stuck here with no way out. You can rest assured on that point. Besides you, there are other companies renting villas here as well. We only adjust the rent based on market conditions and will never allow such drastic increases. The three knew that Xiong manager was telling the truth, and they fell into silence, calculating the costs and risks. Xiong Yuan suddenly said, You all drive million-dollar Bentleys. Why not just buy this villa outright? Wang Nan laughed in frustration and said, We're trying to save on rent, and you're telling us to buy the villa outright? Xiong Yuan felt awkward. Su Kong suddenly recalled Qin Wan's move of buying a house near the school. From the current perspective, the location here was indeed a bit remote, and due to ongoing infrastructure construction, the area was filled with dust. However, in 2 years, once the elevated roads and subway lines were completed, would this area still be considered remote? Su Kong asked, How much is the price per square meter here? Xiong Yuan didn't think much of it. Since your boss said there's no money, why are you, a junior employee, asking about the price? However, his professional demeanor made him maintain a smile as he said, Sir, 4,700 yuan per square meter. Su Kong couldn't believe it and said, 4,700? This is Jiangcheng, right? How can it be the same price as our small county town? Xiong Yuan was at a loss for words. How was he supposed to answer that? Was he supposed to say the location was bad and the houses were hard to sell? Wu Yun, seeing that Xiong Yuan hadn't spoken, explained, I think it's probably because the location is a bit remote. Plus, this type of villa is still a bit niche. As a family residence, it's too large, and as an office space for a company, it's too restrictive in terms of size, so it's not easy to sell. Xiong Yuan was impressed. Exactly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be renting it out. Su Kong nodded and said, Then calculate how much this property is worth. Xiong Yuan felt a slight stir in his heart and said, Sir, if you're interested in buying, let's go to the sales office to discuss the details. Wang Nan grabbed Su Kang's arm and said, Su Kang, you're crazy. We're in business here, we need to consider costs and make a profit. Su Kang held Wang Nan's hand and said, I know. I want to buy it as an investment. Anyway, the money in the bank isn't earning much interest. Then we can rent it out to you guys, and you won't have to worry about rent increases. Wu Yun also smiled and said, buying this house as an investment is indeed a good idea. Xiong Yuanan walked ahead and overheard their conversation. On one hand, he was amazed by Su Kang's wealth, on the other hand, he was secretly delighted the commission from selling a villa wouldn't be small. The group arrived at the sales office, which was deserted. Xiong Yuan walked into an office and soon emerged with a set of documents, saying, Sir, the 3-story house you were looking at is 1,786 square meters in total, priced at 4,780 yuan. Su Kang didn't take the documents, furrowing his brows and said, You just said 4,700. If you want to give me a discount, that is fine, but why did you raise the price? Xiong Yuan's face turned slightly red as he said, I'm sorry, sir. I made a mistake earlier. Su Kang felt annoyed. I'm not the one who's never sold a house before. A seasoned salesperson shouldn't make such a mistake. Adding a few dozen yuan per square meter means the total price increases by tens of thousands. Do you really think I'm young and easy to fool? Su Kang said coldly, You guys don't do business honestly here. I'm not buying it. He then walked toward the exit of the sales office, with Wang Nan and Wu Yun following closely behind. Su Kang silently counted in his mind, but before he could reach 10, the other person changed his tone and said, Sir, please don't leave. The price is still negotiable. Su Kang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, playing games with me? Do you think I've never dealt with real estate sales before? Su Kang said directly, Final price, 4,400. If you agree, we can sign the contract right away. You're cutting too much. The lowest we can go is 4,600. Su Kang, growing impatient, said, I have class this afternoon and don't have time to haggle with you. Here's what we'll do, call the person in your office out here. If we can negotiate a price, we'll do it. If not, we'll move on to the next place. Xiong Yuan sighed and walked back into the office. A few moments later, a beautiful woman with big curly hair came out. Su Kang recognized her but couldn't place her. He had a poor memory for faces and couldn't recall where he had seen her before. The woman, upon seeing Su Kang, froze for a moment before her face lit up with joy. She excitedly pulled out her phone and made a call. She said, Mr. Lu, come back quickly. Mr. Su is here with me. Which Su young master? I'm still out eating, I don't have time. The Su young master from Beijing. We even attended his farewell banquet for his teacher there. The person on the other end fell silent for a moment before shouting excitedly, Lu Huilan, please ask Mr. Su to wait 20 minutes. I'll be right over. There was a commotion on the other end, and someone could be heard shouting, Mr. Lu, we were having a good meal. Why did you leave so early? I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. There's an important guest at home today. We'll have to postpone the drinking for another day. After hearing the other party's phone call, Su Kang finally remembered that the woman of that Lu zone was none other than the one in front of him. Lu Huilan hung up the phone, enthusiastically led Su Kang and the others into the office, and even personally poured them some Anji white tea. Xiong Yuan looked completely baffled. He knew very well how opportunistic his boss Lu was. Just moments ago, she had demanded a price hike, yet now she was being so respectful. There was only one possible explanation, the plain-looking young man in front of them was an extremely influential figure. Chapter 114, I listen to you the most. Su Kang said to Lu Huanlan, you can't even decide to sell a house? Do you have to wait for Lu Zong to come back? Lu Huilan smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Su is an honored guest. I dare not quote a price lightly. Please wait patiently, Mr. Lu will be back shortly. Su Kang and the others waited for about 20 minutes before Lu Zhuang finally appeared at the sales office. From a distance, his face was already beaming with an extremely enthusiastic smile. He said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I kept you waiting. Su Kang smiled and said, Mr. Lu is too kind. It was just a matter of time for a cup of tea. Lu Zhuang led the three of them to sit on the sofa and asked, Mr. Su, what brings you to my humble abode today? Su Kang pointed to Wang Nan and said, this is my girlfriend, Wang Nan. Mr. Lu should have met her before. She is currently starting her own business and is looking to purchase a property here as an office space. Lu Zhuang looked at Lu Huilan and asked, how large is the property Mr. Su has in mind? It's building 24 in the East District, approximately 1,800 square meters. Lu Zhuang asked again, do we have any units larger than 2,000 square meters? There are two more. Building 5 in the West District is currently the largest, with over 2,200 square meters. Lu Zhuang nodded and said, arrange for someone to transfer the ownership of Building 5 in the West District to Miss Wang's name this afternoon. Su Kang and the others were all dumbfounded. Give away more houses? Su Kang hurriedly stopped him, saying, Mr. Lu, don't do this. You're a businessman, and my girlfriend is also a businesswoman. Business people don't make losing deals, so let's just do a normal transaction. Lu Zhuang replied unhappily, Mr. Su, business people are also human beings. Over the past few years, Mr. Chin has promoted me and taken me on several projects, allowing me to make a fortune. If I were to take even a single penny from you today, wouldn't all my friends in the business world laugh at me for being ungrateful and greedy? Different matters are different. My mother has business dealings with you. Since you've made money, I assume she has too. There's no debt between us. But how can that be the same? Stop, Mr. Liu. I'm the last person who likes to take things for free. If you insist, we'll leave. Seeing that Lu Zhuang was still insisting, Su Kong hurriedly said. Lu Zhuang, having been worn down by Su Kong, relented and said, all right, Mr. Su has the final say. Su Kong finally smiled and said, Mr. Liu, just give us a reasonable discount. Lu Zhuang turned to Lu Huilan and said, then give Mr. Su a 50% discount. Su Kong was drinking tea and choked on it, coughing violently. Lu Zhuang, seeing this, quickly changed his mind and said, 50% discount is still too much. Let's make it a 30% discount. Su Kong hurriedly stopped Lu Zhuang and said, Mr. Liu, that's almost like giving it away for free. Just give a 10% discount. That's not possible. What's the difference between a 10% discount and the original price? Thus, in the astonished gazes of everyone present, a comical scene unfolded, the seller desperately lowering the price, while the buyer desperately raising it. After several rounds of haggling, the price was finally settled at 70% of the original price. Su Kong pulled out his card and paid the full amount of 5.85 million yuan in one go. Su Kong felt delighted inside. Such a large villa for less than 6 million yuan, how much could he make if he sold it later? Su Kong suddenly noticed that Wang Nan beside him looked unhappy and asked curiously, the office address issue is resolved. Why are you still unhappy? Wang Nan sighed and said, I feel so useless, always needing your help. What are you thinking? This is an investment I bought myself. You're the one who has to pay rent. Do you think I'm giving it to you for free? Wang Nan's eyes widened. He hugged Su Kong's arm and pleaded, Su Kong, can you make the rent a little cheaper? That depends on whether you listen to me. I always listen to you, don't I? Su Kong leaned his face close to Wang Nan and said, then give me a kiss. A soft peck sounded, and the room fell silent. Su Kong touched his face and grinned. Wang Nan blushed and glanced at everyone else. Lu Zhuang looked at the spiderweb on the ceiling, Lu Huanlan watched the tea leaves floating in her cup, and Wu Yun counted the ants on the ground. Oh, there didn't seem to be any ants. Everyone had an expression that said they wanted to laugh but dared not. Wu Yun broke the awkward silence and said to Wang Nan, Mr. Wang, the issue with the house has been resolved. I'll contact the renovation company this afternoon to start the renovations. The renovation plan will be as we discussed earlier, start with the third floor and some rooms. Does that sound good? Wang Nan was still basking in the afterglow of the kiss, and upon hearing this, he simply nodded slightly. Lu Zhuang, hearing this, felt a stir in his heart and asked, Mr. Su, may I ask what business your wife plans to start? Why am I his wife? You're just saying that. I just like hearing it. Wang Nan's face turned even redder. She owns 2 e-commerce companies and plans to move them from Beijing to Jiangcheng, Su Kong explained. Then why only renovate part of the rooms? First, they need to open quickly, and second, they want to save on expenses. Lu Zhuang heard this and felt a surge of joy. He said, Mr. Su, to be honest, I've been considering shifting into the computer industry recently but haven't found the right direction. What do you think of this? I'll invest 10 million into your wife's company, and I don't want a large share, just give me whatever you think is appropriate. Su Kong looked at Lu Zhuang in surprise. Do you have too much money and nowhere to spend it that you want to give it away? Lu Zhuang, noticing Su Kang's expression, hurriedly added, Mr. Su, rest assured. I will not participate in company management and will not send anyone in. If there are profits, I'll take a share at year-end to buy some tea. Su Kong was more inclined to agree. Lu Zhuang had been operating in Jiangcheng for years, and bringing him on board would greatly benefit the company's development. However, since he had no business experience, he looked at Wu Yun, who nodded slightly, finally putting his mind at ease. He said, I'll thank Mr. Liu on behalf of Wang Nan for joining us. Lu Zhuang, upon hearing this, couldn't contain his excitement and said, thank you, Mr. Su. I'll arrange for the money to be transferred to your account immediately. Su Kong will eventually take over for Qin Wan. Joining Su Kang's team now means securing a stake in the company. Wu Yun said, Mr. Liu, there's no need to rush. The equity distribution hasn't been finalized yet. Lu Zhuang waved his hand and said, a small share is enough. The main point is to support you young people in your entrepreneurial endeavors. Wang Nan thought to himself, this Mr. Liu is truly a kind-hearted person. A while later, Su Kong and Wang Nan had class at 2:30 p.m., so they asked Wu Yun to drive them back to school. Wang Nan was thinking about the company's future development in the car, and the more he thought about it, the brighter the future seemed. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. He looked over and saw Su Kong with his eyes closed, leaning against his shoulder, snoring softly. Wang Nan felt a surge of sweetness in his heart. He adjusted his posture to make the young man beside him more comfortable. Chapter 115, The Irritable Tutor. Su Kong was still asleep when his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was Xiao Jun calling. Hey, Jungo, what's up? What's the matter? Look at the time. Su Kang glanced at his watch. Oh no, he was already 10 minutes late. Wu Yun, who was driving ahead, also heard Xiao Jun's voice on the phone and apologized. Sorry, Mr. Su, there's a bit of traffic on the road. Su Kang smiled and said, Ms. Wu, it's okay. Safety first. On the phone, Xiao Jun's serious yet soft voice came through again. Mr. Kang, why is there a woman's voice beside you? What's going on with you these past few days? You didn't come home last night either. Are you cheating on your wife behind her back? What are you talking about? Am I that kind of man? Su Kang said angrily. Don't worry, Mr. Kang. I won't tell your wife. I'm still in class. I'll hang up now. By the way, you and your wife don't need to come this afternoon. Both of you have been marked absent. Damn it, you bastard, you're not helping me. Su Kang hadn't finished speaking when the call was already disconnected. Su Kang put down his phone and Wang Nan narrowed her eyes at him. You didn't come home all night last night? No wonder you've been so sleepy all day. Su Kang swallowed hard and whispered, Yeah, I went to Chao Qian's place last night. Wang Nan widened her eyes. What did you say? Ugh, I meant last night I went back to Chao teacher's house in Daji County and gave Linny a good talking to. Wang Nan looked puzzled. What happened to her? Why did you go all the way to Daji County for that? Su Kang was about to speak when a Bentley pulled up slowly by the roadside. Su Kang and Wang Nan both got out of the car. Su Kang said, This is a long story. Let's go to class first. Aren't we already marked absent? Should we really go? Why not go? Knowledge is something you gain for yourself. Wang Nan gave a faint smile and followed Su Kang's pace. By the time Su Kang and Wang Nan arrived at the classroom, they were already half an hour late. Under the teacher's piercing glances, they awkwardly made their way to the back row. As soon as Su Kang sat down, Xiao Jun moved his lips toward him and then shook his phone. Su Kang understood what Xiao Jun was mouthing. He was telling him to check the class group chat. Su Kang took out his phone and opened the app. In the class group chat, the counselor Wu Wanqiu had posted a lengthy text criticism directed at Su Kang and Wang Nan. The gist of it was that as first-year college students, they had skipped their first day of cultural studies, disregarded their studies, had a poor attitude, and had questionable values. It concluded with a final statement, school is a place for learning, not for dating. Su Kang was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Who was the snitch who reported on him? Su Kang was holding his phone, seething with anger, when suddenly a stern voice rang out, like a sword's edge pointing directly at him. The student at the back playing with your phone, stand up and answer my question from earlier. Damn it, I have no idea what question you asked. Su Kang stood up. The roommates from room 220 were several rows away, and even if they wanted to help, they couldn't. Just as Su Kang was getting anxious, Wang Nan's voice, as clear as a bell, rang out, 1946. Su Kang immediately replied, 1946. The teacher had no intention of letting Su Kang off the hook. He walked down from the podium, stood beside Su Kang, and asked, What was the question I just asked? Su Kang was dumbfounded, his mind racing. What happened in 1946? The Liberation War broke out? This is a computer class, not history. Computers? Got it. Su Kang replied, When was the first computer invented? The teacher nodded and said, Next time you play with your phone, get out of the classroom. Su Kang sat down in relief. Wow, I got that right too. I'm a genius. After school, Su Kang once again called two roommates to go out for dinner. Xiao Jun told Su Kang to wait a bit before ordering, as he needed to pick up Su Jin first. He hurried off. Su Kang, Wang Nan, and two other dorm mates were happily walking toward a small restaurant off campus when Su Kang's phone suddenly rang again. He picked it up and saw it was his tutor, Wu Wanqiu. Su Kang dared not ignore the call. Wu Wanqiu spoke briefly, telling Su Kang and Wang Nan to come to her office immediately. Su Kang's previously good mood instantly turned terrible. He said to the chubby guy, Let us go to the usual place. You guys order first. We'll have the food served later. Wang Nan and I will go listen to Ms. Wu lecture us first. Everyone was amused by Su Kang's words and left him and Wang Nan behind, heading to the small restaurant ahead of them. When Su Kang and Wang Nan arrived at the entrance of the computer science department, Su Kang suddenly realized, Damn it, which office is the counselor's? Wang Nan smiled mischievously, You've been here for so long and you still don't know which office the counselor is in? Su Kang felt embarrassed. I'm such a good student, why would I bother the advisor? Wang Nan smiled and said, It's in room 306. Let's go. The two arrived at Wu Wanqiu's office, where she was the only one present. Wu Wanqiu saw them enter and asked directly, Where did the two of you go for lunch? If I tell her, will she scold me for not focusing on my studies? Su Kang was hesitating when he heard Wu Wanqiu raise her voice. What are you waiting for? Speak up. Reporting to the teacher, the two of us went out to discuss a business deal worth several million. As soon as Su Kang finished speaking, Wu Wanqiu slammed her hand on the desk and demanded, Tell the truth. Teacher, during lunch, Su Kang accompanied me to buy some daily necessities. We got stuck in traffic on the way back, so we were late, Wang Nan said. Wu Wanqiu nodded but still said sternly, Can't you buy them near the school? Why did you go so far? Su Kang froze. I told you the truth, but you don't believe me. She made it up, and you believe her. No wonder my mom told me not to be too honest. Wu Wanshou scolded both of them for half an hour, even taking a few sips of water in between. Su Kong secretly admired her. How could she keep talking for so long without repeating herself? I wonder if her boyfriend can handle her temper. Su Kong's phone buzzed. He knew it was his dear comrade sending him a signal. Brother, why aren't you coming yet? If you don't come soon, we're going to eat first. Wu Wanshou also heard Su Kong's phone and guessed he was hungry too. She finally said, you two go back first. Don't be late next time. Su Kong felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. As soon as he stepped out of the office, he pulled out his phone and replied, wait, Wang Nan and I are on our way. Chapter 116, Who was supporting whom? Su Kong and Wang Nan rushed to the shady establishment, where everyone else had already arrived. Su Jin, who was meeting Wang Nan for the first time, hurriedly stood up to greet him. The chubby guy, seeing everyone had arrived, immediately called the owner to serve the food. This little circle was growing larger and larger, with 2 dorm rooms plus Zhu Huan, Wang Nan, and Su Jin, totaling 11 people. Su Kong was worried there wouldn't be enough food and asked, how many dishes did you order? 1 hot pot and 7 side dishes, that's plenty, the chubby guy said. Su Kong complained, are you afraid my wife can't afford it? Add another hot pot. Wang Nan, sitting next to Su Kong, gave him a playful glance but felt sweet inside. She called out to the owner, add another hot pot and bring some beer and drinks. The chubby guy said, no need, this table is already going to cost 400 or 500. That's almost half of my monthly living expenses. Xiao Jun said, little fatso, you really have no sense of occasion. Look at the watch and handbag your sister-in-law is wearing. She's clearly not someone who lacks money. Wang Nan patted the LV bag Su Kong had given her and smiled sweetly. This is my first time meeting all of you brothers and sisters. Let's all eat together. Money isn't an issue. Xiao Jun suddenly grabbed Su Kang's wrist and said, Mr. Kong, I've been eyeing your watch for a long time. It doesn't look like a fake. He glanced at Wang Nan and added, Sis, did you give him this watch? Wang Nan nodded and said, yes, I didn't have much money at the time, so this was the only one I could afford. Xiao Jun said again, I don't wear watches and don't know much about them. How much does this one cost? Wang Nan blushed, feeling the watch was too cheap for Su Kang's status, and said, just over 10,000. Everyone present, except Chao Qian, gasped in shock. Especially the girls from Chao Qian's dormitory felt uneasy. Their ordinary family's spending habits were worlds apart from Wang Nan's, and a sense of inferiority crept into their hearts. Xiao Jun chuckled and said, Mr. Su, you're so lucky. Having such a wealthy and beautiful goddess supporting you is truly enviable, jealousy-inducing, and even hateful. Su Kong couldn't believe it and said, she's supporting me? Shouldn't I be supporting her? Mr. Kong, while men do value their pride, can't we be honest instead of boasting? Who is bragging? Then let me ask you, how much are the buns in the first floor canteen? 2 yuan each, so how much for 3? The chubby kid interjected, 6 yuan. That's a question even elementary school kids know. Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Kong looked at everyone in disbelief and said, don't you all know? 3 only cost 5 yuan. Xiao Jun burst into laughter and said, you're showing your true colors. Someone like you, who is so penny pinching over $1, wants to act like a wealthy playboy and keep a mistress? Damn it, why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? Su Kong was quite frustrated. Soon, the food was served, and everyone raised their glasses. The conversation gradually loosened up. Xiao Qian asked, by the way, Su Kong, where did you go with Wang Nan at noon? Why were you so late? Su Kong said, Wang Nan has 2 e-commerce companies, right? They're about to open, so he was helping her choose a location for the company. The residents of room 220 had already heard Su Kong mention Wang Nan's startup, so they remained relatively calm. However, the girls were shocked. They were all the same age and attended the same university. How could there be such a huge difference? However, girls are naturally interested in online shopping. Yu Xiaoyu immediately turned to Wang Nan and asked, Wang Nan, what does your e-commerce company mainly sell? Clothing and electronics. The clothing is mainly women's apparel, and the electronics are mainly smartphones and computers. When will you open? I'll come buy a few pieces of clothing then. It'll probably take another 10 days or so, around the time the National Day holiday ends. Wang Nan suddenly thought of something and turned to the girls, do any of you want to do part-time work? The girls' eyes lit up, and Lin Feng also curiously looked up. Ma Ai Yuan asked, does your company need part-time workers? Wang Nan nodded and said, we'll be getting new styles of clothes regularly, and we need attractive girls to try them on, take photos, and shoot videos for promotional use. Yu Xiaoyu said hesitantly, but isn't that usually done by models? We might not look good in the photos. Wang Nan said, we're college students. As long as we're confident enough, we'll look great in the photos. Ma Ai Yuan excitedly stood up and said, Wang Nan, do you think I could work there too? Why not? But you'd be perfect for maternity wear. Everyone turned to look at the little fat guy who had spoken. You dared to say that? Sure enough, Ma Ai Yuan flew into a rage and shouted at the little chubby guy, you fatso, dare you say that again? After Ma Ai Yuan and the little chubby guy had their argument, Wang Nan said again, I think our school environment is pretty good. I'll bring the clothes, equipment, and photography teacher over and we can just shoot here at school. That's a good idea. Several girls agreed. Xiao Qian actually wanted to earn some pocket money, but the thought of working under Wang Nan and following her instructions made her feel very resistant, so she remained silent. Lin Feng, upon hearing that it was all part-time work for girls, felt disappointed and continued eating in silence. Su Kong suddenly thought of a high school classmate, the shy yet stubborn girl Wang Quan. He wondered how her grandmother's surgery had gone and whether she might be interested in this part-time job. After the meal, the two single guys from room 220 and Zhu Huan naturally offered to escort the four girls back to their dorm. As for Su Kong and Xiao Jun, they silently took their girlfriends and slipped away under the cover of night for a romantic stroll. At that moment, the school playground was unusually quiet. Aside from the occasional passing couples, only the tireless birds continued to chirp. Su Kong and Wang Nan walked slowly along the synthetic track, whispering to each other. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound ahead, and Su Kong looked up to see a girl scrambling to her feet from a boy's embrace. The night was too dark to make out their features. Su Kong and Wang Nan turned away awkwardly, pretending not to notice, and continued walking forward. As they got closer, Su Kong curiously looked back at the two. It was Zhang Meng, the class youth league branch secretary, and the boy was naturally the non-mainstream guy with the red bangs. Zhang Meng also recognized Su Kong and Wang Nan. She pretended not to know them, lowering her head and hurrying past. As she passed by, her boyfriend deliberately gave an annoyed sound. After Wang Nan and the other two had walked away, he whispered, "You're not shy." Su Kong felt a tingle of excitement and said, "Wang Nan. What's up? Can I not be shy either?" Wang Nan's face flushed red, and she gently kissed Su Kong on the lips before pulling away immediately. Su Kong wrapped his arms around Wang Nan's waist, and the shy girl in his arms closed her eyes. The tenderness of that lowered head was too much for the cool breeze to bear. Chapter 117, Someone Always Tattles. The next morning, Su Kong and his two roommates were walking to class. As for Xiao Jun, he hadn't returned all night. Lin Feng asked, "Where do you think Jun Go went last night?" "I called him this morning, but he didn't answer." The chubby boy snorted and said sarcastically, "What else could he be doing? Probably enjoying a warm spring night under the peony canopy." Lin Feng, the model student, blushed slightly and asked, "What should we do if he doesn't come to class this morning? Should we answer for him?" Su Kong was about to speak when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was indeed Xiao Jun calling. He heard him panting, "Kongge, can you take attendance for me for the first two classes this morning?" Su Kong heard strange noises coming from the other end and curiously asked, "Where are you? What's that duan sound over there? There's no sound." "Don't ask so many questions, kid." Su Kong was puzzled when he heard Xiao Jun's voice again, this time much softer. "Su Jin, don't move. I'm on the phone." "Xiao Jun, you beast, scum." Su Kong immediately hung up the phone and asked Lin Feng, "What did you just ask?" Lin Feng paused for a moment and said, "I asked if you wanted me to answer for Xiao Jun." Su Kong said angrily, "Help him answer? Forget it." After saying that, Su Kong turned to the little fat boy and said, "What about you, little fat boy?" The little fat boy angrily said, "I'm not his father. He's having all the fun and he wants me to answer for him?" The two turned to Lin Feng, who could only say, "The thing is, I'm too scared. I'm afraid the teacher will find out." The two laughed, "If you're not brave enough, that's the right choice. Let the jerk fail the exam, take the makeup test, and never graduate." The three of them thought about it and felt a lot better. When they arrived at the classroom, Wang Nan had already secured a seat in the back row for Su Kong. Su Kong left his two roommates behind and sat next to Wang Nan. The chubby boy glared at Su Kong's back like a wronged woman. "Kongge, you're not much better than Jungu." This was a large lecture with 4 classes combined, and the classroom was packed with people. Soon the bell rang, and an old professor walked in. He went through the roll call list as usual. Su Kong noticed that many people were helping others answer the roll call. As the professor was about to call out Xiao Jun's name, Su Kong hesitated. "Should I help him answer?" "Forget it, he's just my good-for-nothing son." "Ugh, roommate." As the old professor called out Xiao Jun's name, 3 voices from different parts of the classroom answered in unison, "Present." The classroom erupted into laughter, and everyone turned to look at the 3 of them. Su Kong glared angrily at Lin Feng in the front row and the chubby boy in the back row. "Are you too crazy? I clearly said not to help Xiao Jun, now we've been exposed." The old professor either didn't hear or simply didn't care about such matters. He merely glanced at the students below and continued calling out names. Phew, that was a close call. After the general education class, software class 1 had to move to another classroom for their professional course. Su Kong and the others entered the new classroom, and fortunately, the chubby boy was already waiting in the back row. Su Kong said, "Xiao Jun, you bastard, you actually showed up for class. You better treat the 3 of us to lunch today." Xiao Jun looked miserable and said, "Check the class group chat." Su Kong opened the app and saw that the counselor, Wu Wanqiu, had written another lengthy message criticizing the behavior of room 220 for having someone else sign in for them. This was clearly someone deliberately targeting Su Kong and his group to report them. It had happened yesterday, and now again today. Su Kong couldn't hold back anymore and shouted at the students in the classroom, "Who's the one who has nothing better to do than report on me every day?" The chubby boy also shouted, "Do you have the guts to do it but not the guts to admit it? Are you even a man?" The students in the classroom looked at each other, none daring to speak up. Wang Nan pulled Su Kong back to his seat and said, "Forget it, let's be more careful next time and not give them a reason to pick on us." Su Kong was still fuming. "Should I ask Mr. Meng to investigate? No, it's not worth bothering him over this. If my mom finds out, she'll probably beat me to death." Since there were no classes in the afternoon, after lunch, Su Kong drove his Maserati and rushed to the company villa with Wang Nan. Wu Yun's efficiency was impressive. The renovation team had already started work, renovating the live streaming studios on the first and second floors, as well as the employee dormitories on the third floor. Wu Yun was personally supervising the workers. Upon seeing Su and Wang enter, she hurried over to greet them. Su Kong noticed the layer of dust on Wu Yun's clothes and couldn't help but admire her no-nonsense work ethic. He asked, "Sister Wu, how is the renovation going?" Wu Yun nodded and said, "We're proceeding according to the original plan, prioritizing the most important live streaming studios first. However, now that Lu Zong's funds have come in, we don't need to be so frugal. The entire house's renovation can proceed simultaneously. We're currently working on the design renderings and aim to ensure the venue can open within half a month and be fully renovated within 2 months." Wang Nan asked again, "Sister Wu, do you think we should notify the employees in Beijing to come over in batches?" Wu Yun nodded and said, "I plan to go to the real estate agency this afternoon to look for a temporary place to rent as employee dormitories." Su Kong asked, "Will many employees resign and refuse to come?" "There will definitely be some, but it's not a problem. There are so many college graduates in Zhengcheng every year. As long as the salary is reasonable, we won't have trouble finding people." "Alright, Zhengcheng has plenty of workers." Wu Yun continued, "We also need to communicate with our suppliers in advance. Once our warehouse is ready, we can arrange for them to start supplying goods." Wang Nan listened thoughtfully and said, "If Ms. Wu weren't here, relying just on me and Su Kong, things would probably be a mess." Wu Yun smiled and said, "You're still in school, still building your strength. By the time you're my age, you'll be so much better than me." Wang Nan teased, "Sister Wu is so capable, yet you're still humble." Wu Yun added, "By the way, Mr. Lu came by this morning, but he left after seeing you weren't here." Su Kong hummed in agreement and turned to Wang Nan, suggesting, "Why don't we invite Mr. Lu out for dinner tonight? We might need his help in the future." Wang Nan smiled faintly and said, "Alright, I'll follow your lead." The two stayed inside for a while, feeling there was nothing they could do to help, and then came out. When they returned to the sales office, many procedures were still unfinished due to their rushed departure the previous day. Lu Huilan personally took Xiong Yuanan and bustled around to handle everything. Lu Huilan suddenly asked Su Kong, "Mr. Su, should the property deed be in your name or Miss Wang's name?" Su Kong smiled and said, "Let's put both our names on it." Chapter 118, Is This Wine Real? After finalizing the property deed, Su Kong said to Lu Huilan, "Ms. Lu, could you please send me Mr. Lu's phone number?" Lu Huanlan nodded and immediately handed Lu Zhuang's phone number to Su Kong. At that moment, in the conference room of Lu Zhuang's group company, Lu Zhuang was negotiating cooperation matters with the Xiao group. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Lu Zhuang took it out and saw an unfamiliar number. Without thinking, he hung up. A few seconds later, the same number called again. Lu Zhuang saw everyone looking at him, so he hung up again and set his phone to silent mode. A few seconds later, the phone screen lit up again. Just as Lu Zhuang was about to lose his temper, he suddenly saw that the caller ID had changed to Lu Huilan. He answered the call and spoke in a low voice, "I'm in a meeting." "What's the matter?" A familiar male voice came from the other end, saying, "Sorry, Mr. Lu, please go ahead." Lu Zhuang had a sudden realization and exclaimed excitedly, "Are you Mr. Su?" "Yes, I called you twice earlier but you didn't answer, so I switched to Lu's phone to call you." Lu Zhuang stood up, nodded slightly to the people sitting around him, then hurriedly left the meeting room with the phone in hand. Xiao Zizai, sitting across from him, looked at Lu Zhuang's departing figure in surprise. Who is this Mr. Su on the phone? Why does Lu Zhuang have to treat him so seriously? Lu Zhuang stepped out of the meeting room and said into the phone, "Sorry, Mr. Su. I thought it was another prank call. I'll save your number after this call. Does Mr. Lu have time tonight?" Lu Zhuang replied without hesitation, "Yes, what are your plans, Mr. Su?" "Nothing much, just wanted to invite Mr. Lu out for dinner." Lu Zhuang was overjoyed, as if he had eaten honey, and hurriedly said, "Sure, I'll definitely be there." "Then Mr. Lu, please go ahead with your work. I'll send you the hotel address later." Lu Zhuang hung up the phone, quickly changed the unanswered number's contact information, and then walked into the conference room in a good mood. Xiao Zai looked at Lu Zhuang, who was beaming with joy, and asked, "Mr. Lu, what's got you so happy?" Lu Zhuang forced a serious expression and said, "Am I that happy?" After speaking, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch upward. Xiao Zai didn't bother to dwell on it and said, "The cooperation for this project is almost finalized. Let's go out for a drink tonight." You can't leave early like you did yesterday at lunchtime. I'm busy. Everyone turned to look at Lu Zhuang. What's wrong with Mr. Lu today? Mr. Xiao is an old friend he's known for over a decade. How can he be so ungracious? Lu Zhuang suddenly realized he had refused too bluntly and hurriedly explained, Xiao brother, to be honest, my stomach hasn't been feeling well these past few days, so I can't drink. Tonight, I'll have Zhang Zong accompany you for a drink. I need to go home early to rest. Xiao Zai gave a couple of haha laughs and didn't say anything. I've known you, Lu Zhuang, for so many years. I know your habits. I'll see who you're really meeting tonight. On the other side, Su Kong returned the phone to Lu Huilan, then pulled out his own phone and called Wang Tao. Hey, Tao Gu, come out tonight. I'll treat you to a drink. You're being so nice? Aren't you just trying to trick me into paying again? What do you mean trick you into paying? Last time I didn't have much cash on me. Besides, you were the one who insisted on ordering ox penis stewed with soft-shelled turtle. Su Kong suddenly remembered the two female colleagues beside him and hurriedly moved to a corner, continuing, and you ate the entire bowl by yourself. Laughter could be heard on the other end of the phone, seemingly with others present. Immediately after, Wang Tao's deafening voice boomed, Su Kong, don't talk nonsense. I'm a man as strong as an eagle, I ate it. Alright, you didn't eat, I ate it all, is that okay? On the phone, Wang Tao said arrogantly, that's just how it is. By the way, out of the blue, why did you suddenly want to take me out for a drink? Because I've invited a guest over for dinner tonight. You know I can't hold my alcohol, so I thought you could come over and help me drink. What kind of guest? Do you really need to be so formal? Lu Zhuang, do you know him? I've seen him a few times, but we're not very close. He's a wealthy and influential playboy in Jiangcheng. Send me the location and I'll come over after work. Alright, I'll send you the address later. Su Kong had just hung up the phone when Wang Tao called again. Hello, Tao Gu, is there something else? Zhang Chun is here with me. He said he'll come over tonight too. Su Kong immediately recalled the man named Chun Gu who had sold him the Bentley, whose family was in the steel business. Su Kong smiled and said, alright, that's a good opportunity to meet Chun Gu. After hanging up, Su Kong asked Lu Huilan, Ms. Lu, is there any upscale restaurant around here? Lu Huilan shook her head and said, there used to be a few, but they all moved away because of the construction projects everywhere, which affected their business. Wang Nan suggested from the side, why don't we just go to a hotel near the school? That way, we won't have to drive after dinner. Su Kong thought it made sense and decided to call Wu Yun before leaving, but she declined because she had a lot of work to do. The two returned to the school and finally found a restaurant called Jiangcheng Flavor nearby. It looked nicely decorated. After reserving a private room, Su Kong sent the address to Lu Zhuang and Wang Tao, who both said they would be there shortly. Su Kong turned to Wang Nan and said, let's go buy some alcohol. The two arrived at a tobacco and liquor store. The owner was playing with his phone. He glanced at Su and Wang and said indifferently, what can I help you with? Do you have any Mao Tai? The shop owner put down his phone, looked at them in surprise, and said, you two want to buy Mao Tai? Do you know how much a bottle of Mao Tai costs? Don't worry, we have the money. The shop owner immediately lit up with a smile, leading the two to a cabinet, pulling out a bottle of Mao Tai, and said, this 53-degree one is 2,800 yuan per bottle. Su Kong nodded and asked, a case contains 6 bottles, right? The shop owner nodded. Give me a case. The boss thought to himself, big customer. He hurriedly said, please wait a moment, I'll go to the warehouse to get it. He took out the keys, opened the warehouse door, and after a moment, came out carrying a box of Mao Tai. Su Kong took out his bank card, swiped it to pay, and asked, sir, is this wine genuine? Rest assured, my wine is genuine. As long as it's real, otherwise your shop will be in trouble. The boss sneered inwardly, two clueless kids. Su Kong paid and carried the box of Mao Tai toward the hotel. As he walked down the street, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him, Su Kong, Wang Nan, what are you two doing? Su Kong turned around. Damn it, why did I run into my tutor Wu Wanqiu at this moment? Chapter 119, this Mr. Su looks familiar. Su Kong had been scolded by Wu Wanqiu every day for the past few days, leaving him with psychological trauma. He froze in place for a moment. Wang Nan immediately replied, Ms. Wu, since we didn't have class this afternoon, we were just out for a stroll. Then why are you holding a cardboard box? It's filled with scrap items we're planning to dispose of. Wu Wanqiu was suspicious, but since it was after class, she couldn't really interfere with what her students were doing. Wu Wanqiu left with a parting remark, pay attention to classroom discipline in the future. No helping others answer questions, and hurried away. Su Kong waited until Wu Wanqiu was out of sight before snapping back to reality. It's not even class time. What right does your teacher have to meddle in everything, even how people go to the bathroom? With that, Su Kong lifted his head proudly and strode toward the hotel. By the time he returned to the private room, it was nearly 5:30 p.m. Su Kong ordered his meal from the menu, then sat waiting for a while before Lu Zhuang entered the room with Lu Huilan, who had her hair styled in big waves. Lu Zhuang extended his hand and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. There was some traffic on the way, so we were delayed. Su Kong hurried forward to shake hands and said, Mr. Lu, I'm truly grateful that you could spare the time to come. There's no need to mention the delay. Please take your seat. He then pulled Lu Zhuang toward the main seat. Lu Zhuang dared not sit in the main seat and hurriedly said, Today is Mr. Su's treat. The main seat should naturally be for Mr. Su. That's not appropriate. This meal was specially arranged to honor you. Just as the two were tugging at each other, a loud voice came from the door. Mr. Lu, aren't you feeling unwell? Aren't you supposed to be resting at home? What's going on? Is this your home? As the voice faded, a tall, slender middle-aged man entered the private room. Lu Zhuang recognized the man and exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Zai, you've been following me? What do you mean following you? We just happened to be on the same route. After speaking, Xiao Zai walked in confidently and said, Mr. Lu, you're no fun. We've known each other for so many years, and you didn't even invite me to come out and enjoy a good meal. Lu Zhuang said helplessly, Su Gongzi is here. Can you behave yourself? How am I not being proper? Xiao Zai said before sitting down at the head of the table. He then called out to the waitress at the door, Beautiful lady, bring me an extra pair of chopsticks. Su Kong was speechless. This guy is just like Xiao Jun, no shame at all. Did I invite you to dinner? You just sit down and wait for the food. Lu Zhuang said with a dark expression, Xiao Zai, get up. How dare you sit there? Xiao Zai looked at Lu Zhuang and Su Kong and said, It's just a seat. Why are you two arguing over it? I'll treat you to this meal. Lu Zhuang laughed derisively and said, What's the matter? Are you the only one with money here? Hurry up and give me the main seat. Xiao Zai was surprised and said, We're just having a private meal. When did we start distinguishing between main seats? Everyone can sit wherever they like. And those two beautiful ladies over there, don't be shy. Sit wherever you like. Lu Zhuang was speechless again and said, You really don't consider yourself an outsider. But today is different. Get up and give the main seat to Su Gongzi. Xiao Zai looked curiously at Su Kong and asked, This Su Gongzi looks unfamiliar. Where does he work? I'm still in school, Su Kong replied. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps sounded at the door. Wang Tao, his wife Zhong Ling, and Zhang Chun walked in laughing and joking. Upon seeing Su Kong, they all greeted him. Su Kong hurried forward to greet them, saying, Tao Ge, Chun Ge, and sister-in-law, you're here too. Zhong Ling smiled and said, Of course. Since we moved to Jiangcheng, we don't know many people around here. Today was a good opportunity to gather. She then called out to Wang Nan, who was standing nearby, Shanan, I heard you're now a boss. Sister-in-law is joking. I'm just messing around. Xiao Zai had encountered some trouble recently and had gone to Wang Tao for help, so upon seeing Wang Tao, he immediately stood up from his seat and walked over enthusiastically, shouting, Director Wang, you're here too. Wang Tao was also surprised to see Xiao Zai and said, Oh, Mr. Xiao is here too. Why didn't Kong tell me? Xiao Zai felt awkward, as he had come uninvited. Su Kong, as the organizer, hurriedly introduced both parties, Mr. Lu, this is Wang Tao, this is Zhang Chun, and this is Wang Tao's wife. They are all my friends from Beijing, so I invited them along today. Lu Zhuang hurriedly shook hands with everyone and said, Director Wang, I've admired you for a long time. Unfortunately, I've been too busy with work to pay you a proper visit. Now that we're neighbors, I'll make sure to drop by more often, even if I'm busy. Please don't mind the trouble. Wang Tao laughed heartily and said, I love a lively crowd. Good wine and tea are always ready. Please feel free to drop by anytime, Mr. Lu. Lu Zhuang then turned to Zhang Chun and said, This Mr. Zhan looks a bit unfamiliar to me. Zhang Chun smiled and said, My father is Zhang Huayo. Lu Zhuang and Xiao Zizai were both startled. Zhang Huayo's steel industry was spread across the entire country and was a dominant force in the steel industry. Lu Zhuang hurriedly said, So you're the young director of the Zhang family from the capital. I'm Lu Zhuang and I didn't recognize you. Please don't take it personally. Zhang Chun laughed and said, Mr. Lu is too kind. You are a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. I am still young and have much to learn from you. Zhang Chun looked at Xiao Zai, then at Su Kong, blinking his eyes, as if to say, Aren't you going to introduce this old friend? Su Kong was also at a loss. He didn't know this unexpected guest, so how could he introduce him? It was Lu Zhuang who reacted first. He turned to Zhang Chun and said, This is my longtime friend, Xiao Zizai, the boss of the Xiao group in Jiangcheng. He has admired Mr. Su for a long time, so he came along with me today. Xiao Zai's face turned red. He had stumbled into this situation by accident, but as a seasoned veteran, he quickly shook hands with Zhang Chun and exchanged greetings. After everyone had been introduced, Su Kong hurriedly said, Everyone, please take your seats. After speaking, Su Kong pulled Lu Zhuang toward the main seat and said, Mr. Lu, this meal today was specially arranged by me and my wife Wang Nan to invite you. The main seat should naturally be yours. Lu Zhuang dared not sit in the main seat and quickly declined, saying, Mr. Su, you're really making me feel embarrassed. You're the one who organized this gathering, the main seat naturally belongs to you. Zhang Chun also said, Mr. Lu is right. Mr. Su, please don't refuse. Wang Tao also urged, Kong, if you won't sit in the main seat, who else dares to? Don't be so polite. Xiao Zizai was secretly startled. To have three big shots willingly acknowledge him as their junior, what kind of background does this ordinary-looking young man have? Su Gongzi, Kong Laudi, Su Kong? Xiao Zizai suddenly looked at Su Kong. My goodness, Su Jinzheng's grandson, Jinwan's son, the future heir of AI Kong Group, how could it be him, such a big shot? Chapter 120, is that turtle-like son your son? After some polite refusals, Su Kong eventually sat down in the main seat. Wang Nan, seeing that everyone was seated, began arranging for the waitstaff to serve the dishes and instructed them to open the moutai that Su Kong had brought and pour the wine. What Su Kong didn't expect was that the three women present all voluntarily asked for white wine. Su Kong had noticed that Wang Nan rarely drank alcohol, and even when she did, it was beer or red wine. He said with some concern, "Why is your glass still full? Don't force yourself if you can't drink it." Wang Nan gave a faint smile, speaking with confidence, "Don't worry, I'll help you block the drinks later." Su Kong felt a surge of sweetness in his heart and whispered softly in Wang Nan's ear, "When a couple is in harmony, they can cut through gold." Wang Nan gave Su Kong a playful glance, her face turning red. Among those present, Wang Tao had known Su Kong the longest and had the closest relationship with him. He joked, "Su Kong, you two stop showing off your affection. Everyone is waiting for you to raise your cup." Everyone present smiled knowingly at Wang Tao's words. Su Kong raised his small wine cup and stood up, and everyone else followed suit. Su Kong looked at the people present, all of whom were either wealthy or powerful, and their eyes were fixed on him. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Who would have thought that just 3 months ago, he was at the bottom of society, struggling to survive, and now he seemed to have successfully adapted to the role of the prince of the capital, enjoying the flattery and adulation of those around him. He had originally intended to say, "Thank you all for your support," but instead, moved by his emotions, he changed his words and said, "To the past we dare not recall, and to the brilliant future ahead." With that, he downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Everyone followed suit, downing their drinks in one gulp. Except for Su Kong and the three women, everyone else present looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Wang Tao turned to the people beside him and said, "Is something wrong with the taste of this wine?" Xiao Zizai said, "It does taste a bit off, a bit spicy on the throat." Lu Zhuang also said, "I thought something was wrong with my throat, but it turns out everyone feels the same." Zhang Chun picked up the wine bottle and examined it, saying, "This wine is clearly counterfeit." Wang Tao asked, "Who brought this wine?" Su Kong cursed the shop owner's family from top to bottom in his mind. "I didn't even haggle with you, and you sold me counterfeit wine. Damn it." Su Kong said awkwardly, "I just bought it from a liquor store. Sorry everyone, it's my first time buying wine, I don't have much experience." After saying that, Su Kong turned to the hotel waiter and said, "Waiter, do you have any moutai? Bring a case over here." Lu Zhuang and Wang Tao hurriedly stopped him. Wang Tao said, "Why waste money? I have some in my trunk. I'll have my driver bring it up." Lu Zhuang said, "Director Wang, keep your wine for next time. I specifically brought some wine with me. Let's use mine this time." Su Kong said, "That's not right. I already said I treat everyone." Lu Zhuang smiled and said, "We're here to have a good time. None of us are going to quibble over a few bottles of wine." After saying that, Lu Zhuang saw Wang Tao taking out his phone and hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Director Wang, didn't we agree to use my wine?" Wang Tao said, "I've arranged for a few people to come and clean up the social trash." A few minutes later, Lu Zhuang's driver brought up another case of moutai. The waiter helped everyone pour the wine into the decanters, and then everyone turned their attention back to Su Kong. "Great, here we go again." Su Kong picked up his small wine glass and stood up, looking at the others who had also stood up. He smiled and said, "Wang Nan and I lack social experience. Please take us under your wing in the future." Everyone laughed upon hearing this. After several rounds of drinks and courses, Wang Tao suddenly asked, "Su Kong, how did you meet Lu Zhuang?" Su Kong then explained the events of the past 2 days, including Wang Nan's company relocation and Lu Zhuang's investment. To his surprise, Wang Tao listened and then vented his frustrations, saying, "Su Kong, out of all of us here, aren't we the two who've known each other the longest?" Su Kong nodded. "Are our relationship the closest?" Su Kong nodded again. "Then why did you bring Lu Zong along when you had the chance to make money, but not me?" Su Kong replied awkwardly, "It's just a small venture, it might not even make money. Besides, Wang Nan is the boss." Wang Tao, acting drunk, said, "I don't care. If Lu Zong is investing, I want in too. Right, honey?" Zhongling smiled at Wang Nan and said, "Wang Nan, I support my husband's idea. Whatever amount Mr. Lu invests and whatever percentage of shares he gets, I'll invest the same amount and get the same percentage. What do you think? Adding 1 is adding 2 is also adding." Wang Nan was tempted, but she still looked at Su Kong for his opinion. Whether it's about emotions or trust, Wang Tao is way better than Lu Zhuang. There's no reason to bring Lu Zhuang in and exclude Wang Tao. Su Kong could only nod. So Wang Nan smiled at Zhong Ling and said, "Alright, sister-in-law, let's get rich together. Why not bring me along too?" Zhang Chun also said. "I want to join too," Xiao Zizai also said. Su Kong stood up and said, "Alright, let's do this, all 4 of you join in, each investing 10 million, holding a 10% stake, and my wife Wang Nan will hold a 60% stake. How about that?" That's good. Let's do it. I wholeheartedly agree. I have no objections either. Wang Nan was speechless. He had only invested 10 million, all of which came from Su Kong, yet he ended up with a 60% stake. Wasn't he getting the better end of the deal? The other 4 companies were even more thrilled. They had only invested 10 million each and had already secured a stake in Su Kong's company. By the end of the drinking session, Su Kong had no idea how much he'd drunk. His head was spinning. Wang Nan had initially been confident that he could help Su Kong hold his liquor, but now he couldn't even take care of himself, let alone tell east from west. Su Kong, holding his wineglass, staggered over to Xiao Zai's side, wrapped his arm around Xiao Zai's shoulder, and said, Xiao Leoj, I have a question. Do you know Xiao Jun from Jiancheng University? Xiao Zai stared at him with wide eyes and said, Mr. Su, you know my son? Su Kong exclaimed in surprise, so that good-for-nothing is really your son? This world is too small. Xiao Zai had no time to explain whether he was a turtle or not. His heart tightened, and he asked, Did my son offend Mr. Su? How didn't he offend you? He made me do push-ups, got me in trouble with the teacher, and always makes me bring him lunch. I'd rather drown that turtle son of mine in Donghu Lake. Xiao Zai felt his heart race with fear and said, Mr. Su, rest assured. When he gets home, I'll definitely whip him with a whip. Yes, you must beat him severely. Chapter 121, Su Kong after drinking. As the drinking continued, everyone noticed that Su Kong was starting to get slurring, and they feared he had had too much to drink. They asked the waiter not to pour him any more wine, but to their surprise, he refused and started pouring the empty bottle into his own cup. Wang Tao saw this and was startled. If something happened, everyone present would be held accountable by Qin Wan. He hurriedly said, Brother Kong, stop drinking. You'll get drunk if you keep going. Who said I'm drunk? I'm perfectly sober. The others, who were seasoned drinkers, knew immediately that he was genuinely intoxicated. Wang Tao walked over to Su Kong, took the glass from his hand, and said, We've all finished eating. It's time to leave. Why leave? We haven't finished the bottle yet. Let us finish it before we go. You really can't drink anymore. Look at your wife, Wang Nan. She's almost passed out on the table. Su Kong looked at Wang Nan with drunken eyes and saw that she was propping her head up with both hands, her cheeks flushed red, and her eyes half closed, looking as if she could melt into a dream. Su Kong could only say, Alright, let's call it a night. We'll continue tomorrow evening. Everyone felt embarrassed, thinking he hadn't drunk that much, yet he was already so drunk. After settling the bill, Wang Nan helped Su Kong out of the hotel. Su Kong suddenly pointed across the street at a tobacco and liquor store and said, Tao Ge, have your men arrived? Let's go smash that place up. Damn it, they dared to sell me fake alcohol. Wang Tao felt embarrassed and said, Alright, leave it to me. You don't need to get involved. No way, I have to do it myself. Otherwise, I won't feel satisfied. Su Kong suddenly looked around and said, Wait, where's the fake alcohol I bought? Wang Tao sighed inwardly, drunk like this and still thinking about those few bottles of fake alcohol. He said helplessly, Don't worry, I've already taken care of your alcohol. Go back and rest first. Wang Tao then turned to Wang Nan and said, Xiaonan, do you know where Su Kang's dorm room is? I'll take him back to rest first. Wang Nan said, No need. He is this drunk I'm worried no one will take care of him in the dorm. Aunt Qin has an apartment near the school. I'll take Su Kong there to rest. I'll arrange a driver to take you there. At that moment, a Maserati pulled up by the roadside, and Li He stepped out of the driver's seat. Wang Nan smiled and said, No need, Tao Ge. Uncle Li has already come to pick us up. Li He greeted everyone and then helped Wang Nan and Su Kong out of the car. Su Kong called out as he walked, Guys, let's continue tomorrow. Wang Tao watched the Maserati disappear from sight before saying, That drinking capacity is really something. Lu Zhuang smiled and said, But his drinking manners are impeccable. Zhang Chen said, Guys, should we all go home now, or do you have other plans? Xiao Zizai said, Why go home? I'll take everyone out to sober up and relax. Zhong Ling and Lu Huilan rolled their eyes at Xiao Zai. Su Kong had only been in the car for a few minutes before leaning against Wang Nan's shoulder and falling asleep. Upon arriving at the villa, Li He carried Su Kong to the second-floor bedroom and gently laid him on the bed. Wang Nan instructed Lu Auntie to bring a basin of warm water, then blushed and asked Lu Auntie and Li He to step out. Wang Nan fetched a towel from the bathroom, dipped it in the warm water, and gently wiped Su Kang's cheeks. In his sleep, Su Kong felt the dampness on his face and shook his head in dissatisfaction. Wang Nan couldn't help but smile, sleeping Su Kong is so cute. After wiping his face, Wang Nan tried to remove Su Kang's short-sleeved shirt, but after several attempts, she failed each time out of fear of waking him up. She could only roll up his shirt and use the warm towel to wipe his stomach, chest, and arms. Finally, she took off Su Kang's sneakers and began wiping his feet. Now only the calves and thighs were left to be wiped. Wang Nan held a towel but hesitated. Should I help him take off his pants? She didn't know what she was thinking, but her face turned bright red. Suddenly, a phone rang, startling Wang Nan. She snapped back to her senses and scolded herself silently. Wang Nan, how could you be so improper? Wang Nan reached into Su Kang's pants pocket and pulled out his phone. The caller ID showed it was Xiao Jun. Wang Nan pressed the answer button. On the other end, Xiao Jun's voice came through. Hey, Kong Yi, where are you? Why aren't you back to the dorm yet? Su Kong is already asleep. Wang Nan said, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. Xiao Jun froze for a few seconds before his brain processed the information. He said, I'm sorry, sister-in-law. You two continue. Then he hung up the phone. Wang Nan felt incredibly embarrassed. This must have been a misunderstanding, but it doesn't seem like a big deal. Wang Nan still didn't have the courage to take off Su Kang's pants. She was worried he might catch a cold, so she covered him with a thin blanket and turned up the air conditioner a bit. Wang Nan poured out the warm water, looked at Su Kang, who was unconscious from drunkenness, and smiled faintly. He's asleep anyway, he can't see anything. I'll just take a shower in the bathroom of this bedroom. While Wang Nan was halfway through her shower, she heard voices outside the door. It's so late. Who could it be? Wang Nan was curious, turned off the showerhead, stepped out of the bathroom, and listened carefully at the door. Her heart sank like it had fallen into an ice cave. She couldn't make out the words, but the voice was unmistakably Qin Wan's. Then she heard footsteps coming upstairs, slowly stopping in front of her door. The door wasn't locked. If Qin Wan turned the handle, she would discover Wang Nan standing naked in the same room with her son, though nothing had happened between them. Wang Nan felt her heart racing. She regretted leaving the bathroom and regretted not locking the door earlier. Just as Wang Nan was filled with anxiety, the footsteps outside finally sounded again, heading toward the neighboring room, followed by the sound of the door opening. Wang Nan's heart finally settled. She glanced back at the young man on the bed. Thankfully, he was sound asleep, his nose emitting steady snores. Wang Nan quickly returned to the bathroom, showered as fast as she could, and changed into a clean set of clothes. She was hesitating whether to go out and find an empty bedroom to sleep in when her phone buzzed. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Qin Wan, which read, Is Su Kang asleep? Wang Nan felt both shy and delighted. She replied, He is asleep. Wang Nan lay in bed, looking at the sleeping young man beside her, feeling a surge of sweetness. Su Kang, this counts as sleeping in the same bed, doesn't it? Chapter 122, Xiao Jun, your father is calling you back for a big meal. The next morning, Su Kang was awakened by the urge to urinate. Looking around the unfamiliar room, it took him a moment to realize he was in the villa next to the school. He hurried to the bathroom to relieve himself, but still felt a bit dazed. Sitting back on the bed, Su Kang looked at the wrinkled sheets on the other side of the bed and fell into deep thought. Was I really that restless last night, rolling from one side to the other? And didn't I say I was going to smash that tobacco shop yesterday? Did I actually do it? How did I get back here? I don't remember a thing. Su Kang yawned. Ugh, I smell like alcohol. He rummaged through the closet for some clean clothes, then went to the bathroom to take a shower and brush his teeth. He felt refreshed and alert. Su Kang went downstairs to the living room, ready to leave for class, when suddenly a familiar voice called out from behind him, Where are you in such a hurry? Come down and eat breakfast. Su Kang jumped in surprise, turned around, and saw Qin Wan and Wang Nan sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Mom, when did you get here? Last night. He glanced nervously at the two women eating breakfast, sat down at the table, and picked up a cup of soy milk to drink. Seeing Qin Wan with a stern expression, Su Kang cautiously asked, Mom, did you come to Jiangqing for something? You still have the nerve to ask me why I came back? Of course it's to visit your sister in Daji County. Su Kang hummed in response and asked, When will you be returning to Jiangqing? Tomorrow morning. What's the matter? Do you have something to do? Nothing. Su Kang had wanted to invite Qin Wan to visit Wang Nan's company, but seeing her attitude, he dared not say another word. Qin Wan, seeing that Su Kang wasn't speaking, grew even angrier. She slapped the table and said, Su Kang, next time you hit your sister, you must ask my permission first. Yes, I know. You told me that night. Qin Wan looked at Su Kang, who seemed unfazed, and said angrily, I really want to take a coat hanger and beat you so badly you can't get out of bed for 2 days. Su Kang chuckled and then asked with a puzzled expression, Did Lin Yi not go to school today? The doctor said 1 day of rest was enough, didn't they? Qin Wan slammed the table again. You hit her so hard 1 day isn't enough. She put the bowl aside, grabbed her bag, and walked toward the door. Mom, aren't you going to eat? I'm so angry I can't eat. Qin Wan walked to the door, suddenly glared at Su Kang, and said to Wang Nan, Xiaonan, arrange a meeting with the other 4 shareholders today. Tomorrow at noon, we'll meet at the same hotel and private room as yesterday. I'll treat them to drinks. Wang Nan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly agreed. After Qin Wan left, Wang Nan couldn't wait to take out his phone and call the 4 shareholders, Wang Tao and the others, to tell them that Qin Wan had invited them to lunch tomorrow. They were all so happy they couldn't stop smiling. Especially Zhang Chun, who had originally planned to return to Beijing this afternoon, but after receiving the call, he immediately changed his flight. This 10 million was well spent. After finishing the calls, Wang Nan smiled at Su Kang and said, Su Kang, your mom is backing me again. She really cares about me. Su Kang chuckled and said, You still don't understand my mom. Wang Nan was taken aback. Isn't that the case? She is definitely supporting you, but there is also another purpose. What purpose? Su Kong didn't explain. He just silently repeated to himself, better them than me. You four better hope for the best tomorrow at noon. Su Kong suddenly turned to Wang Nan and said, by the way, what are you doing here? Were you the one who drove me back here last night? Wang Nan nodded. Su Kong asked again, did you also sleep here last night? Did you sleep well? Wang Nan didn't know what to say, blushing shyly and remaining silent. Su Kong was puzzled. Why did you suddenly blush? Did you sleep with me? Wang Nan glared at Su Kong angrily. Don't say that. Su Kong scratched his chin. That's not right. Why don't say it? Shouldn't it be don't say anything about it? It was Friday and there was class at 8 in the morning. Su Kong and Wang Nan hurried to the classroom after breakfast. They just walked in as the bell rang. The three people in room 220 saw Su Kong and Wang Nan enter and exchanged knowing glances. Xiao Jun even said, didn't you two sleep in this morning? Su Kong was puzzled and said, there is class in the morning, right? I don't want to get scolded by Mr. Wu again. Su Kong led Wang Nan to sit behind the three of them. After the teacher took attendance, Su Kong suddenly remembered that he had tattled on Xiao Jun to Xiao Zai yesterday while drinking. He whispered to Xiao Jun, did your dad call you? Xiao Jun's eyes widened and he said, how did you know my dad called me? And it was late last night. Did he say anything to you? He said there's a big dinner prepared at home tonight and told me to come back tonight. Xiao Jun snapped back to reality and asked Su Kong, wait, you weren't in the dorm yesterday. How did you know my dad called me? Su Kong laughed it off and said, last night I was out eating and I happened to run into an old man who looked just like you. After asking around, I found out it was your real dad and he praised you a few times. Xiao Jun expressed his doubts. My old man is a well-known figure in Jiangcheng. How could you just happen to run into him while eating out? Su Kong asked again, are you going back tonight? I don't really want to go back. There's no freedom at home like there is at school. Su Kong panicked upon hearing this. How could he not go back? He hurriedly said, you should go back. I know your family is wealthy. Bring some delicious food for the three of us to try. The chubby boy also nodded eagerly and said, Jungu, your family must have prepared a special meal for you. Is there abalone or prawns? I've never tried them before. Bring some over for us to taste. Lin Feng also said, I want to try some too. Xiao Jun raised his eyebrows smugly and said, alright, what can I do? I have 3 greedy sons. The burden on a father's shoulders is heavy. Su Kong, how dare you talk to your father like that? The little chubby boy said, that's called being filial, you know? Lin Feng, exactly, no respect for elders. Wang Nan nearly choked on his laughter. Xiao Jun, tonight's dinner is going to be a real feast. Chapter 123, are you challenging me to a fight? Just as the group was whispering among themselves, Su Kong accidentally made eye contact with Zhang Meng, the youth league secretary sitting in the front row, and quickly looked away. Su Kong was puzzled. What are you nervous about? Did I catch you and your boyfriend sneaking around on the playground that night, so you're afraid I'll tell everyone? But that doesn't make sense. You're already college students. Even if you were sneaking around in broad daylight, what could anyone do to you? Just as Su Kong was puzzled, he noticed Zhang Meng secretly taking out her phone and tapping away on it. Su Kong suddenly realized that the mole was actually her. He sneered inwardly, Zhang Meng, are you just too narrow-minded? We didn't vote for you in the class committee election and you've been holding a grudge ever since? Su Kong quickly kicked the chair in front of Xiao Jun, signaling them not to speak. A few minutes later, as if to confirm Su Kang's suspicions, the counselor Wu Wancho criticized the 4 students from room 220 in the class group chat. This time, she didn't give a long speech, she only said, if you don't follow classroom discipline, you'll have to retake the course. Xiao Jun and the chubby kid cursed under their breath upon seeing the message, but Lin Feng kept his head down, looking extremely dejected. Su Kong took out his phone and added Zhang Meng as a friend through the QQ group. Zhang Meng felt her phone vibrate, glanced at it, then quickly put it back in her pocket. Su Kong wasn't satisfied and tried adding her again, this time typing a message in the verification field, can we talk privately? Zhang Meng saw Su Kang's message, turned her head towards Su Kong, and caught his gaze. She quickly looked away and pretended nothing had happened. Su Kong had thought she would accept his friend request this time, but after a while, she only took out her phone and tapped on it, seemingly sending a message to someone else. As class was about to end, Zhang Meng told the teacher she felt unwell and hurriedly left the classroom. Su Kong also told the teacher he felt unwell and followed her out. The confused residents of room 220 were left behind. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, Su Kong saw Zhang Meng walking side by side with her boyfriend Huang Yi ahead of him. Su Kong quickly called out Zhang Meng's name. Huang Yi turned around and saw Su Kong, looking quite surprised that his girlfriend was in the same class as this man. Su Kong walked up to Zhang Meng and said, Zhang Meng, can we talk privately? Zhang Meng clearly looked nervous and said, no, I have something to do with my boyfriend. She then tried to pull Huang Yi away. Su Kong hurriedly said, Zhang Meng, the anonymous reports targeting the 4 of us in our dorm were all written by you, weren't they? Zhang Meng wrapped her arm around Huang Ye's arm and said, "What gives you the right to say it was me? Do you have any proof?" Su Kong sneered and said, "The evidence is all on your phone, isn't it? What, do you want to check my phone?" Huang Ye's gaze toward Su Kong also grew colder. Su Kong ignored Huang Ye's gaze and continued, "I'm not that bored. I'm just here to deliver a message. If it happens again, don't blame me for being rude." Standing beside him, Huang Ye finally couldn't hold back and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my girlfriend like that?" Zhang Meng, fearing the situation would escalate, quickly pulled Huang Ye back. But Huang Ye continued to stare at Su Kong with a challenging expression. Zhang Meng turned to Su Kong and said, "As the class monitor, I have a responsibility to maintain discipline during class. I didn't do anything wrong." Su Kong sneered, "We admitted we broke classroom rules, but were we the only ones talking the entire class? Were we the only ones from room 220 answering questions? You ignored everyone else and singled us out. You're a tattletale, fine, I'll do the same. Now go out with your boyfriend, does that count as leaving early?" Zhang Meng was at a loss for words, not knowing how to defend herself. Huang Ye, standing beside her, glared at her with growing hostility. Su Kong glanced at Huang Ye and said to Zhang Meng, "Also, tell your man to be nicer. I've been getting scolded by the teacher every day lately, and I'm in a bad mood." Huang Ye couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward, shoving Su Kong. Su Kong had been a notorious troublemaker in middle school. Though he had reformed and hadn't gotten into fights since, he still had plenty of experience with underhanded tactics. Seeing that Huang Ye was much stronger than him, he quickly said, "Big brother, I was wrong." That's it? He actually surrendered without a fight. Huang Ye heard Su Kang's words, stopped his actions, and turned around with a smug expression to look at his girlfriend. A loud smack echoed, and Huang Ye felt a burning pain on his left cheek. When he looked back at Su Kong, the kid had already turned and run away. Huang Ye was furious and immediately gave chase. Su Kong ran to the classroom door, turned, and dashed inside. Huang Ye chased him to the classroom door, and all the teachers and students in the class curiously looked at him. When they saw the clear handprint on his left cheek, they all burst into laughter. Huang Ye felt his left cheek burning even more intensely. He glared at Su Kong with a fierce expression, his eyes seeming to say, "You bastard, dare to come out." Su Kong glared back at him just as fiercely, "You dare to come in." The teacher turned to Huang Ye and asked, "Student, is there something you need?" Huang Ye snorted and stepped back, pulling out his phone to make a call. "What kind of person are you? What kind of person am I? Do you think I'm going to fight you like a coward?" Su Kong returned to his seat and Wang Nan hurriedly asked, "What's with that guy? Did you hit him?" Xiao Jun and the others also looked at Su Kong with concern. Su Kong thought to himself that Xiao Jun and the others were just ordinary students, especially the chubby one and Lin Feng, who had no connections at all. Even if he caused a huge scandal, he had Qin Wan and the Su family to cover for him, but if they got involved, it might affect their studies. Therefore, Su Kong turned to Xiao Jun and the others and said, "You don't need to get involved in this. I'll handle it myself." Xiao Jun angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about, Kong? Do you think I just stand by and do nothing?" The chubby kid also said, "If there's a fight, count me in." Lin Feng hesitated on the sidelines. Xiao Jun turned to Lin Feng and said, "Feng good, don't get involved. If it comes to a fight, we'll have to split up to protect you. Besides, you're the one who needs the scholarship. None of you get involved." "I've got people on my side," Su Kong said. Everyone looked at Su Kong. Is Mr. Kong really that arrogant? Su Kong took out his phone. Should he call Li He or Wang Tao? That was the question. Just as he was hesitating, his phone suddenly buzzed. Su Kong took it out and saw messages from Chao Qian, Ma Aiyuan, Zhu Wan, and others, asking what was going on. Su Kong felt a warm glow in his heart. He looked up toward the door and saw that Huang Ye was still waiting there, glaring at him with a menacing expression. Chapter 124, It's time for us to step in. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The teacher walked out of the classroom, glanced at Huang Ye, and walked away. Seeing that the teacher wasn't going to intervene, Huang Ye felt a surge of joy. He looked toward Su Kong, only to see several students charging toward him with menacing expressions. Huang Ye was startled. Following Su Kang's example, he turned and ran away. Xiao Jun chased him to the door and shouted at Huang Ye's back, "You bastard, stop blocking the door. If you've got the guts, don't run away." Su Kong watched Huang Ye's retreating figure and frowned. At that moment, the students who were close to Su Kong gathered around him. Xiao Qian asked, "Su Kong, what's going on?" Su Kong sighed and recounted everything that had just happened. Xiao Jun, upon hearing this, was furious. "Damn it, ever since I first saw Zhang Meng, I've never liked her. She always acts like an innocent lamb, but behind our backs, she's all kinds of scheming and underhanded." The chubby boy added, "Exactly. On the first night we reported to school, her boyfriend acted so arrogant, like he was some big shot. He wasn't a good person either." Chao Qian frowned and said, "What's the point of talking about this now?" Su Kong slapped him, and he won't just let it go. Xiao Jun scoffed, "Then let them fight. We're all students. What if we get disciplined for fighting?" Xiao Jun sighed, "My class monitor Chao, what should we do now?" Should we tell the teacher? Xiao Qian rolled her eyes at Xiao Jun and said, let's have Zhang Meng arrange a meeting with them. We'll sit down and talk it out. Xiao Jun found the girl's ideas too naive and didn't feel like talking anymore. Talking is pointless. Let's just fight. Su Kong said to Zhu Huan, Huan Good, dare you come with me to fight? Do I look like someone who's afraid? Su Kong smiled and said, alright, Jun Gu, Huan Gu, you two come with me to settle this. The rest of you go back to your dorms and mind your own business. Xiao Jun's face lit up and he jumped out and said, right, the rest of you can't help anyway. Go back to the dorm. Xiao Qian knew Su Kang's background. Even if he killed someone, he'd still be able to go to class tomorrow. Xiao Qian sighed helplessly and began to persuade the others to leave. Su Kang noticed that the little fat guy, Lin Feng, and Wang Nan hadn't left yet. He turned to the little fat guy and said, what are you doing here? Hurry up and take Feng Gu back to the dorm. The chubby kid chuckled and said, don't worry, I'll stay far away from Feng Gu. I'll pretend to be a bystander. If things get bad, I'll call 120. Xiao Jun said, little fatso, what do you mean? Do you think we can't beat them? If you don't believe me, ask Huan Gu. He can take on several of them alone. Zhu Huan chuckled and said, I won't boast, but 10 is no problem. Xiao Jun said triumphantly, did you hear that? If we average it out, that's 5 each. Su Kong was speechless. After all that, you can't even beat one of them. Su Kong called Li He and told him to come to the school. To be on the safe side, Su Kong called Wang Tao and asked him to send a few people to the school. Upon hearing that Su Kong wanted to fight, Wang Tao insisted on coming himself. About 15 minutes later, Su Kong and Li He met on the school playground. With Xu Huan and Li He around, if the other side had fewer than 20 people, it would be a walk in the park. If they had up to 40 people, it would be an even match. If they had more than 40 people, there was no point in fighting, just have Wang Tao arrest them all like a gangster. Su Kong found Zhang Meng's phone number in the class group chat and dialed it. The call connected quickly. Su Kong said directly, Zhang Meng, it's Su Kong. Is your man with you? Have him answer the phone. After a few seconds, Wang Ye's voice came through the receiver, where the hell are you? I'm at the playground, the same place where I saw you and Zhang Meng acting all lovey-dovey a few days ago. You little bastard, wait there. Don't run. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Su Kong put away his phone and saw Wang Nan standing beside him. He said, go over to the little fat guy. It'll be dangerous if they start fighting. Wang Nan shook his head and said, I'm staying with you. Though it was a simple sentence, it deeply moved Su Kong. He took Wang Nan's hand and smiled, saying, if we can't handle it, we'll run away together. Wang Nan nodded with a smile. About 20 minutes later, 15 people appeared on the playground, all unarmed and without weapons. Standing at the front of the group was Huang Yi, while Zhang Meng was lagging far behind. Su Kong felt a surge of joy. This was a sure thing. Xiao Jun, however, felt a surge of panic. He didn't know that Li He was also a monster. He had only thought of him as a middle-aged man who could at most fight one-on-one. Huang Yi was quite surprised. This kid had called him out for a fight, but there were only 5 of them, and one was a woman. He should have called fewer people. He'd wasted several packs of cigarettes. Su Kong was about to say some harsh words to the other side when he noticed a figure quietly step back a few paces. Su Kong turned his head and shouted, Xiao Jun, you bastard, why are you backing up? Xiao Jun retorted, who said I backed up? I saw there were more of them, so I called for backup. Su Kong looked over and saw that he was indeed holding a phone and dialing a number. Su Kong sighed, you good-for-nothing bastard, you're so unreliable. If you were going to call for backup, you should have done it earlier. Now you're just calling them over to clean up our mess? Xiao Jun retorted, well, I didn't know there were so many of them coming over there either. By the way, how much longer will it take for that guy you called earlier, Tao Gu, to arrive? Su Kong was about to speak when he heard Li He say, be careful, they're coming over. Zhu Huan was indeed a tough guy. He charged alone toward the dozen or so people across the street. Li He, however, protected Su Kong and Wang Nan behind him. As for Xiao Jun, he had already retreated further and further back, pretending to be a bystander and making a phone call. Damn it, Xiao Jun, you bastard, are you here to make a joke? I'd rather bring a dog than bring you. At that moment, Zhu Huan was already in a fierce fight with the dozen or so people across the street. Su Kong was worried about Zhu Huan's safety and hurriedly said to Li He, Uncle Li, don't worry about us. Go help my classmate. Li He saw that Zhu Huan had drawn all the attention of the people across from them, and there was indeed no danger on their side. He cracked his neck and charged toward the group across from them. With Li He joining the fight, the previously stalemate quickly turned one-sided. Occasionally, someone from the opposite side would fall to the ground and be unable to get up. Damn it, is your friend that tough? Su Kong was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Jun. Seeing police approaching in the distance, he hurriedly said, the police are coming. It's time for the 2 of us to step in. Let's hurry and settle the score with that guy. Xiao Jun looked at the large number of people lying on the ground across the street, nodded, and said, that's exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 125, Blame It on Yourself. Huang Yi had been punched in the stomach by Li He and was lying on the ground in pain. Seeing Su Kang and Xiao Jun approaching him, he forced himself to stand up despite the pain and ran toward the back. Just a few steps later, his butt was kicked by Xiao Jun, sending him crashing to the ground in a dog-eating position. Xiao Jun walked up to Huang Yi, slapped his face, and said, "Where's your arrogance now?" Huang Yi looked at Xiao Jun's smug expression and felt a surge of frustration. Today was truly his downfall. Who could have imagined that a group of over 10 people couldn't defeat just 2 of them? The chubby boy in Lin Feng ran over from a distance and said, "Su Kang, the police are here. Let's get out of here." Su Kang glanced back and saw that the leader was Wang Tao. He said calmly, "Don't worry, we're in the right." At that moment, some people on Huang Yi's side also noticed the police arriving. A few of the less severely injured quickly fled the scene. Huang Yi saw the police as if they were his saviors and shouted loudly, "Police officer, someone is beating people." Xiao Jun saw the police had arrived and dared not act too aggressively. He cursed once and stepped aside. But Su Kang didn't care. He kicked Huang Yi in the stomach and shouted, "Shut up and stop screaming." Huang Yi, in pain, screamed even louder, "Help! Police officer, they're going to kill me." Su Kang grabbed Huang Yi by the collar and slapped him twice. 2 red handprints immediately appeared on Huang Yi's face. Su Kang said coldly, "I told you, I've been in a bad mood these past few days. Do you understand now?" Huang Yi was completely stunned. "The police are here, and you dare to beat me like this?" He looked at the slightly overweight police officer behind him, his face filled with disbelief. "They're hitting me in the face, and you didn't even see it? You didn't stop him, and now you're just standing there laughing." Xiao Jun thought to himself, "Is Kang Yi really this ruthless?" Su Kang saw that Huang Yi had finally quieted down and turned to Wang Tao, saying, "Officer, there were over 10 of them beating us up, leaving us covered in injuries. What's even more infuriating is that when they saw you arrive, they all fell to the ground. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to frame us?" Wang Tao replied solemnly, "Don't worry, we won't let any criminals get away." Huang Yi said with a sorrowful expression, "Officer, we're the ones who were beaten up." Su Kang slapped him again. In the quiet playground, the sound of the slap echoed loudly. Su Kang turned to Wang Tao and said, "Officer, you saw that? That man just hit my hand with his face. Damn it, he used my lines." Wang Tao suppressed a laugh and said, "Yes, I saw it." After speaking, he gave a nod, and the other police officers rushed in, escorting the students who were lying on the ground away. At that moment, Huang Yi felt as though his heart had turned to ashes. Even if he were as dumb as a rock, he knew these police officers were all in cahoots with Su Kang. Who would have thought that an ordinary student could have such extensive connections? Today had truly been a day of hitting a brick wall. Wang Tao had seen Li He before, but had always regarded him as just an ordinary driver. Seeing that most of the people had left, he turned to Li He and Zhu Huan and said, "You two have some skills. Want to grab a drink together at noon?" Li He hurriedly waved him off, saying it wasn't necessary. After bidding farewell to Su Kang, he left. Zhu Huan said he had class in the afternoon and also declined the invitation. Su Kang suddenly remembered the fake wine incident from yesterday and asked, "Tao Ge, how did things go at the tobacco shop yesterday?" "It was shut down. They caught the culprit red-handed, and the owner was taken away." Su Kang panicked upon hearing this, "But I haven't gotten my fake alcohol back yet." Wang Tao muttered to himself, "Are you really that broke?" Despite his inner thoughts, he said, "Don't worry, he'll compensate you tenfold." Su Kang's mood instantly brightened. After Wang Tao left, Xiao Jun approached Su Kang and asked, "Was that police officer you called earlier the one you asked Tao Ge to call?" Su Kang nodded and said, "He's my friend." "Holy crap, Kang Ge, your connections are that strong? What's not tough about me?" Su Kang shouted to Zhu Huan, "Huan Ge, let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal for lunch. Bring Feng Ge and the little fat guy too." Xiao Jun protested, "Mr. Kang, what do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you have any idea? But I was just trying to gather people, right? Besides, I went up there later and even kicked that bastard." Su Kang was speechless. "Did you spend all your talent points on your thick skin?" Before leaving, Su Kang glanced in Zhang Meng's direction, but she was already gone. At noon, Xiao Jun, of course, still clung to Su Kang to tag along for lunch, and then boasted about himself again during the meal. In the afternoon, Su Kang went to class. Xiao Qian saw that everyone was safe and sound, her face lit up, and she asked, "Su Kang, did you handle it?" Xiao Jun interrupted, "With me here, how could it not be settled? Plus, our side wasn't even scratched, while the other side had over 10 people knocked out." Xiao Qian didn't believe Xiao Jun's exaggerations and looked at Su Kang. Su Kang smiled and said, "Xiao Jun is mostly correct. Plus, they all ended up in the police station for fighting." Xiao Qian and the others immediately felt relieved. Su Kang. Just as they were chatting, a woman's voice came from behind them. They turned to look and saw Zhang Meng, their expressions turning cold. Su Kang asked bluntly, "What's the matter? Can we talk privately?" "How interesting. If you had agreed to talk privately this morning, there wouldn't be so many issues now." However, the issue of tattling hadn't been fully resolved yet, so Su Kang could only say, "All right, let's go outside." The two of them went to the corridor. Zhang Meng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Su Kang, I was wrong. Can you spare Huang Yi?" Su Kang only then realized the man's name. He said with a smirk, "Zhang Meng, did you get the wrong person? The police took him away. What's the point of telling me? Go talk to the police. I saw it with my own eyes. You're close with that police officer. If you just ask, they'll definitely let him go." Su Kang sneered, "Yes, that police officer is indeed my friend, but why should I let him go? Su Kang, those people are all students from Zhengqing University. If they get a criminal record, it will have a huge impact on their future studies and employment, and it might even ruin their lives." Su Kang remained silent, leaning against the railing as he calmly gazed at the academic building across the street. Zhang Meng felt a pang of sorrow and said in a sorrowful tone, "Su Kang, this is all my fault. From today onward, I will never report any of your dorm mates again. I hope you can be magnanimous and let Huang Yi go. If you had said that this morning, none of this would have happened. Zhang Meng, it's not my fault your husband was arrested. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself." After speaking, Su Kang saw Zhang Meng looking pitiful and thought to himself, Xiao Jun's evaluation of her was spot on. She pretends to be harmless on the surface but is full of deceit and malice behind closed doors. Su Kang didn't want to stay with her any longer and said, "By this afternoon, those people will be back at school." With that, he walked straight into the classroom. Chapter 126, Lost the Fight, Lost the Argument. After school that afternoon, Su Kang received another message from his advisor, Wu Wanqiu, informing him that the 3 students involved in the morning's fight were to report to her office. As the 3 walked toward the computer science building, Zhu Huan worriedly asked, "Mr. Su, how did Ms. Wu find out about this?" Su Kang said, "Several freshmen from the Mechanical and Electrical Engineering College were taken away by the police. Their teachers will definitely investigate. Will we get disciplined?" Su Kang looked at Zhu Huan, who seemed deep in thought, and smiled, "Don't worry, Huan Gu. Just wait and see my performance." Zhu Huan forced a grim smile and looked at Su Kang and Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun also laughed and said, "Huan Gu, you're good at fighting, but I'm good at handling the aftermath. If Su Kang can't handle it, I can. If I can't, there's still my old man. I'll make sure you're safe." The 3 entered Wu Wanqiu's office and saw Huang Yi standing there. Beside him was a young man talking to Wu Wanqiu. It seemed like he was his academic advisor. Huang Yi, upon seeing the 3 of them enter, looked away nervously. Su Kang found this odd. Judging by Huang Yi's expression, this wasn't his idea, it must have been his teacher's. What does this teacher want? Is he trying to stick up for his student? Su Kang chuckled to himself, greeted Wu Wanqiu, and stood to the side. Wu Wanqiu, upon seeing the 3 enter, cleared his throat and spoke calmly, "This is Mr. He from the Mechanical and Electrical Engineering College. He came to report that you had a conflict with their students this morning. Is that true?" Mr. He interrupted, "Mr. Wu, I already explained earlier. Your students lured my students to the playground and beat them up. This isn't just a simple misunderstanding." Wu Wanqiu smiled faintly and said, "Mr. He, please calm down. Let's hear what my students have to say first. If they are indeed at fault, I will not tolerate it." Su Kang saw Wu Wanqiu's attitude and felt a surge of joy, knowing she was on his side. He hurriedly said, "Ms. Wu, there was indeed a misunderstanding. Please explain the details of what happened." Su Kang said, "This morning, I went to talk to Zhang Meng about something. This student happened to be nearby. I don't know how I offended him, but he started pushing and shoving me first. He's tall and muscular, so I was scared and ran back to the classroom. He then blocked the classroom door. After class, fearing he would continue to attack me, I gathered Xiao Jun and others to confront him. But when he saw we were outnumbered, he fled first." "That's a lie. I saw the video from the security office. It was clearly you who slapped Huang Yi." Su Kang innocently said, "That was just a reflex action to protect myself. Anyway, it was your classmate who started it. But you couldn't just slap him in the face either. Then I'll just stand there and take it. I deserve to be hit. Besides, I said it was a reflex out of self-defense." Mr. He was so angry he couldn't speak for a moment. After all, Huang Yi had started it. Wu Wanqiu cleared his throat and asked, "What about the fight that happened later?" "I didn't arrange a fight." Su Kang hurriedly said, "I wanted to smooth things over with this Huang student, so I called Zhang Meng to ask him to come to the playground to talk. But this student started cursing at me on the phone and told me to wait. Xiao Jun and the others all heard it. You can ask Huang if that's how it happened." Everyone turned to look at Huang Yi, who had lowered his head. It was clear he was the one involved. Su Kang continued, "Then, the 4 of us, Xiao Jun, Zhu Huan, Wang Nan, and I waited on the playground for over 10 minutes. Huang Yi suddenly showed up with over 10 people, didn't say a word, and charged at us. Zhu Huan tried to reason with them, but was beaten up by them. At this point, Su Kang gave Zhu Huan a glance, and Zhu Huan immediately understood. He pulled up his shirt, revealing bruises on his back and abdomen. However, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to his 8-pack abs. Su Kang cleared his throat, and Zhu Huan lowered his shirt. "Mr. He said coldly, these students only have superficial injuries, but several of my students are now lying in the hospital." Su Kang blinked and said, "Why did they go to the hospital? Are they trying to extort money?" "We don't have any money. Mr. He grew agitated. How did it become a scam? Several of them have fractures, you know. Zhu Huan wasn't stupid either. He immediately said, Mr. Wu, it wasn't me. There were over 10 of them against me. I couldn't even defend myself. Mr. He snorted and said, do you think I don't know? You have a thug from the streets involved in this as well. Su Kong turned to Wu Wanqiu and said, Mr. Wu, I don't even know that bystander. He saw the dozen people beating Zhu Huan and tried to intervene, but he ended up getting beaten up too. You're lying. What about the injuries on all my students? I don't know. Maybe they're out of shape from not exercising regularly. Nonsense. My students said that your classmate and that thug are trained fighters. They knocked them all down with just one punch. By the time the police arrived, your people were all fine, while ours were all lying on the ground. I was going to ask you the same thing. Before the police arrived, you beat my student and that bystander so badly. As soon as the police showed up, you all fell to the ground. If you were trying to stage an accident, at least make it less obvious. Mr. He was so angry he felt like he was about to explode. He looked at Huang Yi, hoping he would tell the truth, but Huang Yi had already been to the police station and was too scared to say a word. Su Kong continued, moreover, if it was really as Mr. He said, that we were the ones who beat up your dozen students, why didn't the police take us away? Mr. He's face alternated between red and pale. He had come with his students to seek justice, but instead, he was confronted head-on. Losing a fight was one thing, but now he had also lost an argument. Seeing Huang Yi still keeping his head down and not saying a word, he grew even more furious and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Come with me. Huang Yi glanced up at Su Kong, who was staring at him, and quickly lowered his head, following He Laoshi out of the office. He sighed inwardly, He Laoshi, you don't know Su Kang's capabilities. Losing the argument is a good thing, winning would have been disastrous. Wu Wanqiu saw Mr. He leave and looked at Su Kong and the others. He wanted to say something but stopped, then whispered, you should go too. The three of them felt as though they had been granted a pardon and hurried away. As they walked back to their dormitory, Su Kong suddenly said, did you guys notice that Mr. Wu seemed a bit off today? Xu Huan looked confused and asked, what's strange about her? Xiao Jun nodded and said, she just doesn't seem right. She doesn't have that confident, energetic vibe she used to have. Su Kong agreed, I feel the same way. If it were before, she would have scolded us all. Xiao Jun chuckled, I think this is better. The old Ms. Wu was too intimidating. Chapter 127, did you buy this belt for me? The three were chatting by the roadside when Xiao Jun's phone suddenly rang. It was Xiao Zizai calling him home for dinner. Xiao Jun bid farewell to Su Kong and Zhu Huan before heading toward the school gate. Su Kong watched Xiao Jun's back and felt as happy as if he had won $5 million. Zhu Huan looked at Su Kong and said curiously, Mr. Kong, why are you smiling so lecherously? Su Kong adopted a serious expression and asked, really? Of course you are. The two chatted and laughed as they walked toward the dormitory. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun returned home and saw Xiao Zai in the living room swinging a leather belt, making a snap sound. Xiao Jun leaned back on the sofa and started eating a banana. He looked at Xiao Zai curiously and asked, old Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Zai glanced at Xiao Jun, walked toward the door, and said, nothing, just testing the feel. Xiao Jun heard the snap sound of the belt and smiled, saying, this belt sounds like good quality. Did old Xiao buy it for me? Xiao Zai closed the door and said, yeah, I bought it specially for you. Xiao Jun noticed Xiao Zai's serious expression and felt a sense of unease. He asked, aren't we supposed to have a big meal when we get back? Where's my mom? Your mom went out. She'll be back soon. Xiao Zai sat down next to Xiao Jun and said casually, by the way, is there a student named Su Kong in your class? Xiao Jun nodded and said, yeah, that kid is in the same dorm as me. He said he saw you last night while he was eating. Xiao Zai frowned, Su Kong is your grandson? Su Kong is your uncle. Xiao Zai asked again, did you make him do push-ups? How can you say that? Xiao Jun said proudly, he was honored to take the blame for me, right? Xiao Zai was a bit confused, what do you mean take the blame? During military training, I got a doctor's note saying I had low blood sugar. The instructor didn't believe me, so he asked that kid. The kid actually listened to me and did dozens of push-ups, refusing to give me away. Xiao Zai felt his heart sink to the bottom. He said in a low voice, so he was scolded by the teacher because of you too? Xiao Jun thought back to that ridiculous morning, his face turning red, and said, one morning I had something to do, so I asked that kid to sign in for me. The counselor found out and scolded him a bit. Did you still make him bring you lunch? Of course. That kid listens to me the most, he daren't refuse. Xiao Jun spoke with growing pride, his lips curling into a smile. Xiao Zai listened in terror, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the belt. He said to Xiao Jun, let's play a game. I'll tie your hands and feet with a rope. If you can untie yourself, I'll give you 5 million. Xiao Jun's face lit up. Old Xiao, are you serious? Xiao Zai took out the rope he had prepared earlier and said, of course I'm serious. Xiao Jun obediently extended his hands and feet. After seeing Xiao Zai tie his hands and then his feet, he asked in confusion, old Xiao, there's no need to tie my feet. Once I untie my hands, my feet will come loose on their own, right? Xiao Zai tied the final knot and said, I'm just afraid you'll run away. Xiao Jun was still puzzled. Why would I run? Then he saw Xiao Zai raise the belt high and Xiao Jun was startled. Oh no! The belt struck his buttocks with a loud smack, leaving a deep mark. Xiao Jun winced in pain, and glared at Xiao Zai with wide eyes, shouting, Xiao Zai, you've gone mad. Look at me clearly, I'm your own son. Who said you're my son? I, Xiao Zai, don't have a son like you. Xiao Zai finished speaking and swung the belt again, producing another smack sound. Xiao Jun let out another woo sound. He couldn't run away now and said unwillingly, even if you hit me, you should at least tell me why. You must treat Su Kong like a master, do you understand? Slap. Woo. Su Kong is your master? So you're the one who ratted me out. What did you say? Slap. Woo. Su Kong, I, Xiao Jun, will never forgive you. Aren't you going to admit your mistake? Clap. Woo. Old man, stop hitting me. I'm sorry. Where did you go wrong? Smack. Woo. You have to treat Su Kong like a master. What else? Clunk. Woo. Old man, whatever you say, I'll do. You do whatever Su Kong says. Click. Woo. Got it, I'll do whatever Su Kong says. Click. Woo. Old man, why are you still smoking? I'm enjoying it. Meanwhile, Su Kong had just finished his post-dinner stroll with Wang Nan and returned to the dormitory. He received a video call from Qinwan on WeChat. Su Kang's heart skipped a beat and a sense of unease began to rise within him. Su Kong dared not ignore the video call, otherwise, he had no idea what kind of storm he would have to face tomorrow. Su Kong answered the video call, and on the screen appeared Qinwan's serious face, along with Lin Yi lying on the bed with her hands propping up her cheeks. The location was still the small bedroom in Chao Teacher's house. Su Kong saw that Lin Yi's injuries had healed quite a bit, which relieved him greatly. Qinwan cut straight to the point, I'm calling this meeting for the two of you. The meeting is now officially in session. Qinwan didn't wait for the siblings to speak, continuing, first, Lin Yi, you tell us where you went wrong. Lin Yi furrowed her brows tightly and reluctantly said, I shouldn't have hit a classmate at school, and I shouldn't have broken things at Mr. Chow's house. Qinwan sternly asked, what else? Lin Yi looked dejected and continued, I shouldn't have slept in this morning, I shouldn't have slept in school, and I shouldn't have gone to the internet cafe. So do you think you deserve to be hit? Lin Yi wanted to be stubborn, but seeing Su Kang's serious face in the video, she felt a chill and said softly, yes. Qinwan nodded and turned to Su Kong, saying, Su Kong, tell me where you went wrong. Su Kong immediately replied, I didn't ask you for approval before hitting Lin Yi. What else? Su Kong felt a bit embarrassed and said, I hit her a bit too hard. Lin Yi snorted in response. Qinwan said coldly, Lin Yi, what are you snorting about? I didn't say your brother shouldn't have hit you. If you don't listen in the future, keep asking your brother to hit you. Lin Yi's face immediately fell, looking dejected and wronged. Chapter 128, The First Shareholders Meeting. The next day, Su Kong and Wang Nan had a simple breakfast in the cafeteria before heading to the villa to prepare to drive the Maserati to the company. Su Kong had driven in Kyoto a few times, but since arriving in Jiangqing nearly a month ago, he hadn't touched a steering wheel. Suddenly, he felt like driving himself. Su Kong had Wang Nan sit in the passenger seat and got into the driver's seat, confidently beginning his first drive in Jiangqing. As the car pulled onto the road, Su Kong's expression grew increasingly serious. After being cut off by a small car, he finally lost his temper and started cursing. What the hell is wrong with your eyes? Can't you see the solid line? Cutting in like that, there is no camera to catch you. Damn it, is it that hard to change lanes? I've been signaling for ages, and no one even bothered to let me in. The car behind is honking like crazy. Can't you see I'm yielding to pedestrians? Are you blind? You can't see such a big red light? If I hadn't slammed on the brakes, you would have been hit and flown away. Wang Nan, sitting in the passenger seat, had never seen Su Kong in such a state before. She gripped the seatbelt tightly with both hands. Though she had never believed in superstition, she began silently reciting the name of Amitabha Buddha. What usually took 40 minutes to drive, Su Kong took an hour, and he even took 2 wrong turns along the way. By the time the car pulled up in front of the company villa, Su Kong was still frowning and not saying a word. Wang Nan cautiously asked, Su Kong, are you okay? Su Kong said angrily, those old buses have no right to drive so fast. Are they trying to take off? Even driving a Maserati, I can only eat their dust. Wang Nan smiled and said, alright, Jiangqing's buses are famous nationwide. Even experienced drivers can't beat them, let alone you. Hearing this, Su Kong felt much better. He got out of the car and saw that all 6 parking spots in front of the villa were taken by other vehicles, leaving his and Wang Nan's Bentley to park on the side of the road. His mood soured again. This villa had been empty before, so you could park wherever you wanted. Now that you can see the villa is under renovation, why are you still parking here? Su Kong and Wang Nan entered the villa, and Wu Yun immediately greeted them. Su Kong asked, Ms. Wu, why are our villa's parking spots always taken by others? It's the company next door. I've already reported it to the property management, and they said they'll handle it. Su Kang nodded and followed Wu Yun as she walked around the villa. Wu Yun said, now that the company has injected an additional 40 million in equity, I think we need to make some changes to our plans. Wang Nan nodded, with so much more capital, we should expand into other businesses. The third floor will have to be used as an office space instead of employee dormitories. Wu Yun smiled and nodded, saying, that's true. Plans always change. But Mr. Wang, are the other 4 shareholders really just investing money and not getting involved in management? Wang Nan and Su Kang exchanged glances and sighed, yes, that's what they said. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of a car pulling up was heard outside. Soon after, Lu Zhuang and the other 4 shareholders walked in, chatting and laughing. Wang Nan looked awkward, having just said they weren't involved, yet here they were together. Wang Tao saw Su Kang and Wang Nan and was also surprised. He said, oh, you two are here too. Su Kang said, Tao Go, why did you all come together? Wang Tao smiled and said, it's the weekend, isn't it? The 4 of us had nothing to do, so we decided to come by and take a look. Now that we're all shareholders, we should at least come by and see where the company is, right? Su Kang smiled and said, you didn't even give us a heads up before coming. We didn't want to bother you. You're busy, so I just brought these 3 along to take a look, Lu Zhuang said. Wang Tao noticed Wu Yun standing beside Su Kang and Wang Nan and curiously asked, what should I call this lady? Su Kang hurriedly introduced, this is Wu Yun. She was arranged by my mother to assist Wang Nan. It turned out she was sent by Qin Wan, and the 4 of them couldn't help but take a closer look. Su Kang then introduced Wang Tao and the others to Wu Yun one by one. After the introductions were finished, Wang Nan suddenly said, since everyone is here, why don't we hold our first shareholders meeting? Su Kang also perked up and said, that's right. With an additional 40 million in equity suddenly added, it's disrupted all our previous plans. As seasoned veterans of the business world, you must surely have some guidance to offer us younger generations. Lu Zhuang replied, but we agreed not to get involved in management. Wang Nan smiled and said, this is because the senior members trust me, but I'm still a newcomer. The company will inevitably face challenges and difficulties in the future. Are you really going to stand by and do nothing then? Xiaozai laughed heartily and said, Su Gengzi and Xiaonan are right. The company hasn't even opened yet, and there's so much to do. I'm sure they're overwhelmed right now. As experienced people, we can share our opinions and insights for them to consider. Su Kang looked at Xiaozai and really wanted to ask how Xiao Jun was doing and if he had had a big meal. But he decided not to ask. Asking too much felt like meddling in their father-son relationship. Su Kang smiled and said, Xiao Gu is right. Let us hurry up. My mother is inviting the 4 of us to lunch. Lu Zhuang looked at the villa under renovation and said, alright, let's go to my place. The group arrived at the sales office meeting room. After everyone had seated themselves, Wu Yan cleared her throat and said, I'll volunteer to host the first shareholders meeting of Su Wan E-Commerce Company. First, let me give a brief introduction of Su Wan E-Commerce Company. Su Kang blushed slightly. The company name was too casual. Wu Yan continued, Su Wan E-Commerce Company was previously owned by the Feng family of Beijing. At the time, it was divided into 2 e-commerce companies. One primarily dealt with electronic products, mainly smartphones and computers. The other focused on clothing and accessories. Last year, the combined revenue of the 2 companies was approximately 30 million yuan. In early August this year, due to certain reasons, both e-commerce stores ceased operations. By late August, our CEO Wang Nan invested to acquire both companies and merge them into one, naming it Su Wan E-Commerce Company. A few days ago, 4 new shareholders joined Su Wan E-Commerce Company, injecting a total of 40 million yuan in capital. Currently, Mr. Wang Nan holds a 60% stake, while the remaining 4 shareholders each hold a 10% stake. This is the basic overview of Su Wan E-Commerce Company. Wu Yan finished speaking, and the others nodded in agreement, indicating no objections. Chapter 129, Choosing a Brand or Choosing Profit? Wu Yan continued, the first issue the company faces now is the direction of its future development. Should we stick to the original 2 product categories or expand into other businesses? After all, we now have an additional 40 million in our accounts. Wang Tao said, of course we should expand. What else are we going to do with the money? Lu Zhuang pondered for a moment and said, I think expanding is definitely necessary, but we can't rush it. Let's first focus on running the current 2 categories smoothly and getting them on the right track before expanding into a 3rd category. After Lu Zhuang finished speaking, Su Kang nodded repeatedly. He was indeed a seasoned veteran who had been in the business for years, with a much more steady and cautious approach, unlike Wang Tao, who was still a greenhorn. Su Kang then asked Lu Zhuang, our company headquarters is currently under renovation. Should we reserve space for the 3rd product category? Definitely. Lu Zhuang continued, actually, when you were discussing the renovation, I felt that using the 3rd floor as employee dormitories was a bit of a waste. Of course, Mr. Wang might have considered this to accommodate the employees who came from Beijing, making their lives and work more convenient. However, we could also rent a place nearby for them long term, and the cost wouldn't be too high. Su Kang laughed, that's exactly what we were planning. We found a place 2 days ago and were originally negotiating for a 6-month lease, but we were considering extending it to a long-term lease today. Now that you've mentioned it, we feel more confident about our decision. Wu Yun asked again, if we decide to expand into a third business in the future, which category do you all think would be best? Zhang Chun, who enjoys playing sports, spoke up first. How about sports equipment? Wang Tao said, I think tea is also a good option. I heard from a friend that tea has high profit margins. Xiao Zai said, I think there are more options. For example, home appliances or school supplies for students have a wide market. Lu Zhuang, however, said, I think you younger folks should decide this yourselves. After all, online shopping is just starting to gain traction, and people like me and old Xia don't have much exposure to it, so we're not very familiar with the consumption habits of online shoppers. Lu Zhuang picked up the teacup on the table and said, take the tea that Wang Hall director mentioned earlier. People my age generally like to drink tea, but would we buy tea online? To be honest, I've never bought anything online, but my son buys a bunch of things every day. After saying this, Lu Zhuang laughed himself. Xiao Zai smiled and said, Old Lu, you're no good. I just bought a belt online a few days ago. Xiao Zai changed the subject and said, but Old Lu was telling the truth. People of our age have already formed their own consumption habits. When a new consumption model suddenly emerges, we do find it difficult to adapt. At least in the short term, people of our age will still primarily shop at physical stores. Su Kong nodded and said to Wu Yun, Wu Jie, since online shopping is mainly done by young people, I think we could conduct a survey at various universities in the future to see what categories of products young people mainly purchase online. Wu Yun nodded in agreement. She continued, currently, all 3 floors of the company are used for offices. My idea is to focus on soft furnishings on the first floor, emphasizing speed, so we can open the store as soon as the renovation is complete. The second and third floors can be done more elaborately, but we can take our time with the renovation. I'd like to hear the opinions of the other shareholders. After Wu Yun finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. There's another issue I think we need to discuss as shareholders, Wu Yun continued. Based on my recent communications with suppliers, I believe product selection is a critical task, even determining the company's market positioning. Let me give a simple example. A dress of good quality costs 100 yuan to purchase, and I can sell it online for 150 yuan, yielding a 50% profit margin. However, another supplier offers the same style of dress for only 30 yuan, but the quality is much poorer. I can sell it for 60 yuan, resulting in a 100% profit margin. However, online shopping has a unique characteristic: consumers can only see the product, not touch it. For the same style of clothing, most consumers, without knowing the quality, will naturally choose the cheaper option. But selling too many low-quality products will damage the store's reputation. Therefore, how to select products is a major challenge. Zhang Chun listened and immediately said, then we should definitely choose the cheaper option. The profit margin is higher, and selling is faster. What's there to choose? Lu Zhuang shook his head and said, but that's just quick money. The store's lifespan will be over after that. What's the big deal? I'll just change the name and open another store. As long as I make money, that's all that matters. Lu Zhuang said, how can you do business like this? Zhang Chun felt uneasy hearing Lu Zhuang speak this way. You think you're the only one who knows how to do business? He leaned back in his chair and said, so, according to Mr. Lu, we should choose the higher priced ones? But the profit margin is already low. What if we can't sell the goods later? Won't we end up losing money? Lu Zhuang saw Zhang Chun leaning back in his chair with a defiant expression and shouted, that's still better than taking dirty money. Su Kong saw the tense atmosphere and quickly intervened, we're all friends here. Don't argue. Let's talk this out. Zhang Chun said, Mr. Su, you judge. What I said is wrong. Why is Mr. Lu targeting me like this? When did I target you? I just think what you're saying is problematic. For a company, brand is its core competitiveness. If a company can't make money, it's doomed. Don't you understand such a simple truth? If you can build the brand, temporary losses are worth it. How can you guarantee it's only temporary? I really can't communicate with you. Lu Zhuangxing angrily turned his head away. Zhang Chun also snorted and turned his head away. Su Kong was at a loss, as both were big shots, and their argument was ultimately about saving face. The others all turned to look at Su Kong, waiting for him to make a decision. Damn it, I'm not the boss. Why are you all looking at me? Besides, I think both of them have a point. How am I supposed to choose? Su Kong turned his gaze toward Wang Tao. Forget it, this spoiled brat has never done business before. Su Kong looked at Xiao Zai. Forget it, he was the weakest here and couldn't afford to offend either side. Su Kong looked at Wang Nan. Forget it. I'll handle this unpleasant task. Su Kong lowered his head in thought, trying to decide which big shot's viewpoint to support. The conference room door suddenly opened. Xinwan looked at the somber meeting room and said in surprise, aren't we having a shareholders meeting? Why isn't anyone speaking? Chapter 130, Who is being so protective? Everyone stood up to greet Xinwan when they saw her arrive. Especially Xiao Zai, who was the most excited. Su Kong, who had been scolded by Qin Wan the previous day, now hurried to the door to greet her, saying, "Mom, how did you know we were having the shareholders meeting here?" Qin Wan saw that Su Kong hadn't even rested on the weekend, feeling both heartbroken and relieved. She said, "I came to your company and saw no one, so I just asked." Su Kong pulled Qin Wan to sit down at his own seat, then sat down on the other side of her. Qin Wan said, "You continue with the meeting, I'll just listen in." Seeing that everyone was tense and silent, Su Kong had no choice but to speak up himself. "Mom, we currently have an issue regarding our corporate positioning. The first option is to sell inexpensive products to pursue profits, while the second is to sell high-end products to build a brand. We are currently undecided." Qin Wan smiled at Lu Zhuang and the other four and said, "You've been in the business world for so many years. How can you still be stuck on such a basic issue?" Except for Wang Tao, the other three felt a bit embarrassed. Qin Wan continued, "The first option of selling low-end products isn't even worth mentioning. People whose family assets are measured in billions shouldn't even consider selling street vendor goods." Zhang Chun felt embarrassed. "When have I ever done such a small-scale business with just a few million in capital? Not having experience is pretty normal, right?" Qin Wan continued, "As for how to sell high-end products with quality guarantees, I think it should be divided into two parts. First, why do consumers choose our products? Second, how do we generate profits after selling the products?" Su Kong admired her. "Mom is truly mom. Breaking down a vague problem makes it much easier to think about." Wang Nan thought for a moment and said, "Nowadays, consumers have a habit of seeking low prices when shopping online. If we sell a certain brand of sneakers, we must at least price them lower than physical stores for consumers to choose us." Xiao Zai added, "But if we lower the price, we still need to make a reasonable profit, so we'll have to cut costs." Zhang Chun immediately interjected, "Lowering costs is simple, we can bulk buy inventory to reduce the purchase price." Lu Zhuang said, "Actually, it's okay if the profit margin per item is lower. As long as we increase sales volume, the total profit won't be much different, and the brand's influence and effect will be greater." Wang Tao, seeing everyone looking at him and waiting for his opinion, racked his brain for a moment before finally saying, "I agree with what you've said." Su Kong said with some concern, "But if we need to stockpile a large quantity, we'll need a significant amount of capital to support that." Wang Tao stared at Su Kong, thinking, "How dare you offer your opinion? This makes me look like the only one who doesn't know anything." Su Kong, noticing Wang Tao's gaze, asked curiously, "Brother Tao, did I say something wrong?" Wang Tao blushed and said, "I think you're absolutely right." Wang Nan furrowed his brows and said, "We currently have around 44 million in liquid assets. I wonder if that's enough." Zhang Chun immediately seized the opportunity to say, "Don't worry, with me here, money isn't a problem." Lu Zhuang heard this and wasn't happy, saying, "Who here is short on money?" Zhang Chun was furious inside. "This Lu guy, does he have a personal grudge against me? He always targets me." But with Qin Wan present, he dared not show it. Qin Wan spoke calmly, "My husband Wang Nan holds 60% of the shares, but he only contributed 10 million. I will cover the remaining 50 million on his behalf to avoid any misunderstandings." Upon hearing this, the four of them changed their expressions and exclaimed, "Ms. Qin, how could we possibly have any reservations? 10 million is nothing. You really underestimate us." Qin Wan smiled and said, "I was just joking. You're supporting a young entrepreneur, and I should thank you on Wang Nan's behalf." The four of them were seasoned veterans. They could easily discern the underlying meaning in Qin Wan's words. They were willing to invest in Wang Nan's company solely to align themselves with Qin Wan, and Qin Wan's statement was a clear endorsement of Wang Nan, effectively telling them that she accepted their goodwill. The four of them smiled broadly and exchanged compliments. Wang Nan felt both touched and disappointed. "Aunt Qin and Su Kong have done so much for me, yet I can't do anything to help him." Qin Wan continued, "With nearly 100 million in working capital, stockpiling goods shouldn't pose such a significant financial burden." Qin Wan suddenly turned to Wang Nan and said, "But there are two things to note: stockpile high-quality goods that consumers prefer. Second, always keep a portion of the funds as working capital in case of emergencies." Wang Nan nodded and said, "Thank you, Aunt Qin." Qin Wan continued, "Are there any other topics to discuss? Feel free to proceed." Wu Yun raised a few more questions, such as organizational structure and financial systems. Since Qin Wan was present, the four of them excluding Wang Tao all wanted to make a good impression, so the discussion in the meeting room was particularly intense. By 11:30 a.m., Qin Wan saw that the meeting was nearing its end. She stood up and said, "As Wang Nan mentioned yesterday, we'll have lunch at the same hotel near Jiangcheng University today. I'll treat everyone." The four exchanged polite refusals but were still in high spirits as they drove straight to the hotel. They arrived at the same private room. Qin Wan took out the Mao Tai she had prepared earlier and asked the waitress to pour the wine. The beautiful waitress hesitated and said, "Sir, the dishes haven't been served yet. Should we pour the wine later?" "No, now." The waitress had no choice but to pour the wine for everyone. Qin Wan directly picked up the wine pourer, stood up, and said, "We've all known each other for a long time. Although Mr. Xiao is meeting us for the first time today, we feel like old friends. So, in honor of our friendship, I'll toast everyone with the first glass." The four of them felt a pang of bitterness. There's at least 3 ounces in this wine pourer. We haven't even taken a single bite of the food, and we're already being made to drink so much? But since Chinwon had already raised her cup, what else could they do? They could only pick up the wine pourer and down it. Sukong chuckled to himself, I told you 4 not to take advantage of my poor drinking ability. In the end, after the 4 of them finished, they realized that Chinwon had only taken a sip. The 4 felt upset. Isn't this bullying? But they dared not say it out loud. The waiter saw that their cups were empty and immediately refilled them. Chinwon picked up the wine pourer and stood up again. The 4 of them were startled. Again? Chinwon began again, you 4 really have a lot of stamina. This second round is my toast to you 4, to thank you for supporting my family's wine nan. After saying this, she downed the wine in one gulp. The 4 of them were speechless. You're just being unreasonable. But what could they do? Chinwon was the one in charge, so they had to follow her rules. The 4 of them raised the wine pourer and drank it all in one go. They hadn't even eaten a single peanut, and 6 ounces of wine had already gone down their throats. Even though the 4 of them could hold their liquor, they were now dizzy and disoriented, complaining bitterly. Chinwon turned to Sukong and said, Xiaokong, these 4 are your elders. You should learn from them in the future. You should also toast them. The 4 of them had already figured out what was going on. Last time it was your own son who couldn't hold his liquor and got drunk. Are you blaming us for that? There's no one in the world who protects their own like you do. Lu Zhuan finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up, saying, Mr. Qin, we were wrong. If we drink anymore, the 4 of us will end up in the hospital. Qinwan smiled and said, so you're afraid of getting drunk too? The 4 of them had red faces, unsure if it was from the alcohol or embarrassment. Chapter 131, Treating Everyone to Ramen. After lunch, Lu Zhuan and the other 4 were practically carried out of the hotel, still wearing mysterious smiles on their lips. Qinwan finished eating and was about to return to Beijing. Sukong and Wang Nan accompanied her all the way to the airport before heading back to school. Sukong returned to his dormitory, but Lin Feng was nowhere to be found. The chubby guy was playing games in his room. When he saw Sukong come back, he looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't. Sukong sat on the chair under his bed and asked, Little Fatso, why are you always looking at me? The chubby kid nervously said it was nothing and continued playing his computer. Sukong felt that the atmosphere in the dormitory was a bit off today, as if a murderous aura was hovering around him. Sukong suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao Jun's bed. He saw a pair of deep, snake-like eyes staring intently at him. Sukong jumped in fright and shouted, Jungu, are you crazy? Why are you staring at me without saying a word? Xiao Jun lay on the bed, speaking angrily, Sukong, don't think I don't know. You've been tattling on me to my old man. Just wait until I'm healed. You'll see how I'll teach you a lesson. Sukong laughed upon hearing this and said, oh, you're injured? Who did this? Dad will go avenge you. Don't play dumb with me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Sukong climbed onto Xiao Jun's bed frame and saw that his back and thighs were covered in marks from a belt. Sukong guessed that Xiao Zai must have held back when he hit him, and since he had applied medicine afterward, it didn't look too serious. Sukong said dissatisfiedly, I don't think it's that serious. Did your old man not eat today? Xiao Jun's eyes widened in anger, and he grabbed a pillow and threw it at Sukong. Unfortunately, lying down, he couldn't muster enough strength, and Sukong caught the pillow. Sukong threw the pillow at Xiao Jun again and said, you're going to cut me like that? Wait until I'm healed, and I'll take on 10 of you. The little fat guy couldn't help but interject, forget it, Jungu. With your combat power of 5, you're just a noob. You want to take on Kong Yi? You'll end up getting beaten instead. Xiao Jun retorted, little fatso, whose side are you on? Spit out the abalone I just gave you. Just as they were arguing, the dorm room door suddenly opened. Lin Feng walked in with a smile on his face. Seeing everyone there, he asked, didn't you guys go out to play? Sukong asked, Fengge, what's got you so happy? I made 100 yuan from my part-time job today. Lin Feng put down his backpack and said, let's go. I'll treat everyone to hot pot tonight. What kind of hot pot? You worked so hard to earn that money, and it'll be gone in one meal. Besides, we eat hot pot every time. We're getting sick of it. Sukong finished speaking and turned to the little fat guy and Xiao Jun, saying, right, guys? Xiao Jun, though he had been arguing with Sukong earlier, now supported Sukang's view and said, Fengge, the thought counts. We're roommates, don't be so formal. But you've all treated us before. You and Kong Yi have treated us many times, and the little fat guy even treated us once during military training. It's my turn now. Sukong said, Fengge, if you really insist on treating us, let's go to the noodle shop in the cafeteria. I've heard Zhu Huan say that the food there is amazing, and I haven't tried it yet even though we've been here for so long. Inviting someone out for a meal isn't noodles. Why not? I just brought some abalone and prawns from home, they're cold now. We can put them in the soup and eat them. The little chubby guy was drooling, I think that's a good idea. I love seafood ramen. Lin Feng knew that his 3 roommates were reluctant to spend their own money, and he was deeply touched. He said, let's invite the 2 sisters-in-law and Huan Gu too. I wonder if they like ramen. If you like it, eat more. If you don't, eat less. There's no need to be so picky. Su Kong checked his watch. It was almost 6 o'clock and said, why don't we just go now? Xiao Jun endured the pain and got up, saying, what are we waiting for? I'll call Su Jin and we'll go now. Lin Feng asked curiously, hey, Jun go, what's wrong with you? You've been lying on the bed the whole time. Xiao Jun glared at Su Kong and said, it's all because of that brat, reporting on me. Su Kong heard this and gave a smug expression, what can you do to me? Which only made Xiao Jun seethe with anger. The 5 boys arrived at the cafeteria and waited for a while before Wang Nan and Su Jin arrived one after another. Lin Feng bought everyone a bowl of noodles and they gathered around to eat the seafood-topped noodles. Wang Nan suddenly asked, Lin Feng, what part-time job are you doing today? Just handing out flyers. Xiao Jun said, with your good grades, why don't you tutor instead? Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and said, I tried it before. I'm okay at solving problems, but explaining them is a bit too difficult for me. Everyone nodded in understanding, though it did fit his nerdy personality. Wang Nan suggested, why don't you consider coming to work here? Su Kong asked curiously, what can he do there? Do odd jobs, whatever needs to be done, Wang Nan said while eating noodles. It's a bit far, but there's a direct bus, so it's still convenient. The daily wage is 200 yuan. Lin Feng was tempted, but quickly frowned and said, no, I've already made plans with someone else. Everyone listened with curiosity. Su Kong asked, who is it? Is the other person a man or a woman? Lin Feng hesitated, unwilling to speak. Hey, you're here too. Chao Qian and her 3 roommates happened to walk by and greeted them. Chao Qian noticed everyone was eating ramen and asked curiously, is this ramen really that good? To be honest, this ramen is really good. Want to join us? Su Kong said. We're good. Li Siken is working part-time today and invited us to the 2nd floor for chicken hot pot. Xiao Jun said, what a coincidence. We're also working part-time with Lin Feng, and he invited us to eat ramen. Everyone turned to look at Lin Feng and Li Siken. Su Kong looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and asked, you just said you had plans to go do part-time work tomorrow. You didn't happen to invite our class monitor, did you? Lin Feng glanced at Li Siken, then blushed and nodded, saying, we're just going to hand out flyers together. Wow, that's impressive, the chubby kid exclaimed. Li Siken glared at him and said, shut up, fatso. What's it to you? Ma Ai Yuan, standing beside them, said enviously, humph, you're just jealous. You deserve it. Ha? Huh? Are they a couple too? Su Kong and Xiao Jun hurriedly signaled to the chubby boy, who finally gathered his courage and said, Ma Ai Yuan, after dinner, do you want to go for a walk together? The little chubby kid is going to die. Doesn't he know to send a private message on WeChat? Asking me out in front of everyone like this, how am I supposed to feel? Ma Ai Yuan blushed and said, sure, no problem. After saying that, she dashed upstairs, leaving the others in disarray. Chapter 132, Pengjinjin. The next morning, Su Kong and Lin Feng got up one after the other. The sound of brushing their teeth and washing their faces woke up Xiao Jun and the little chubby boy, who were still asleep. The little chubby boy rubbed his eyes and said, Mr. Su, Lin Feng is doing this for a part-time job. Why are you getting up so early? Wang Nan's company is about to open, there's so much to do. Xiao Jun complained, just stick to being a pretty boy. Why are you meddling in this? Get lost. Who are you calling a pretty boy? You have no respect. Xiao Jun chuckled and said, fine, I'll be the pretty boy then. The little chubby guy sighed beside him, if only I could hook up with a rich woman, I could sleep in every day. Su Kong sighed inwardly, everyone thinks I have it made, but in reality, I'm working my ass off. Who doesn't want to rest on weekends? But what can I do? The villa is under renovation and needs someone to oversee it. There are new employees coming for interviews in the morning, several suppliers bringing samples to discuss deals in the afternoon, and a few employees from Beijing arriving by high-speed train to Jiangqing tonight who need to be picked up. As for other unexpected matters, there are even more. If he relied solely on Wang Nan and Wu Jun, 2 women, there was no way they could handle such a workload. Su Kong said sadly, once Wang Nan's company is up and running normally, I'm going to make up for all the sleep I've lost. Xiao Jun curiously asked, by the way, where is your sister-in-law's company? Why don't I go there with the little guy today? Let's wait until we finish this busy period and then take you there. We really don't have time now. Lin Feng remarked, it feels like Kong Yi is as busy as if he were starting his own business. Sigh, for the sake of making my Wang Nan a wealthy woman sooner, I'm pouring my heart and soul into this. Get lost. Xiao Jun said, then threw an empty drink bottle at Su Kong, but Su Kong dodged it easily. Su Kong and Wang Nan gathered at the cafeteria, had a quick breakfast, and then drove to the villa in a Maserati to head to the company. With yesterday's experience, Su Kong was much more skilled this time and arrived at the company gate at 8:20. Upon arriving at the company, Su Kong saw that the villa's parking spot was occupied again, which made him furious. He obtained the property management's phone number through Lu Huilan and contacted them again to report the issue, speaking in a harsh tone. The property management apologized repeatedly and assured him they would handle it with the occupier today. Su Kang and Wang Nan entered the villa and found that, aside from the renovation workers busy at work, there was no sign of Wu Yun. Wang Nan called Wu Yun and found out she was at the sales office interviewing new employees. The reason was simple: her own workspace was too messy, and the noise from the renovation was too loud. She had no choice but to borrow an office from the sales department. Su Kang saw that he and Wang Nan couldn't help much with the office renovation, so he said to Wang Nan, "Let us go. Wu Yun is alone there. We should go help her." Wang Nan laughed. "Sometimes I feel like Wu Jie is as amazing as a superhero." Of course. She was sent by my mom. How could she not be amazing? Just as the two stepped out of the villa, they bumped into a girl rushing in. She tilted her head to look at the workers inside, furrowing her brows. Upon seeing Su Kang and Wang Nan coming out, she asked, "Hello, is this Su Wang e-commerce company?" Su Kang noticed that she was dressed neatly and assumed she was there for an interview, so he said, "Yes, are you here for an interview?" The girl's eyes lit up and she said, "Yes, my name is Peng Jinjin. I was stuck in traffic this morning, so I'm late." She then frowned and said, "But isn't the place still under renovation? It doesn't look like an interview location." Su Kang smiled and said, "The interview was at the sales office in the residential complex. We're heading there too. Why don't we go together?" Peng Jinjin smiled and walked beside Wang Nan, saying, "Thank you both. I'm here to apply for an accounting position." "What about you?" Su Kang joked, "We don't mind. As long as the company hires us, we'll do whatever they ask." Wang Nan gave Su Kang a playful glare. "You're such a liar." She turned to Peng Jinjin and asked, "Aren't accountants supposed to be experienced? But you don't look much older than us." Peng Jinjin replied, "I'm not that young. I'm already 28, and my child is in kindergarten." "You've had a child? But you look like you're just in your early 20s. Peng Jinjin smiled happily, then sighed and said, "But I don't really have any advantages. I've been out of school for 6 years, with only 3 years of work experience, and the remaining 3 years I've been at home taking care of the kids. I wonder how competitive the job market is here." Wang Nan asked again, "Did you forget your accounting knowledge during those 3 years without work?" "It's okay. I've been doing part-time work, handling accounting for some small companies." The three quickly entered the sales office and found a dozen people waiting in line outside an office. Upon asking, they confirmed it was the job interview site for Su Wang e-commerce company. Peng Jinjin said, "Thanks for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how long it would take me to find this place." After speaking, she looked around and eventually fixed her gaze on a printer. Peng Jinjin added, "You two go ahead and queue up. I need to take care of something first." Su Kang was curious and followed her, asking, "Aren't you here for the job interview? What else do you need to do?" Peng Jinjin took a piece of paper from the printer and said, "I want to write a few words on it. Su Wang e-commerce company job application site is at the community sales office, then posted on the company's main door. This way, late applicants will know where to go." Su Kang felt a bit embarrassed. Neither Su Wang nor Wu San had thought of that, yet an applicant had come up with it. Su Kang cautiously suggested, "But you've already found the place. Why bother with that? There might be other competitors behind you. It doesn't matter. Helping others is helping yourself. Go stand in line. There are still such kind people in this world." Su Kang hurriedly said, "Peng Jia, let me go." Seeing Peng Jinjin's puzzled expression, Su Kang explained, "I'm actually a staff member at Su Wang e-commerce company." "Peng Jia, focus on your job interview. Leave these trivial matters to me. I believe in you." Peng Jinjin realized, "No wonder you know so much about this place. Then I'll trouble you. It's my job, it's no problem." Su Kang asked the sales office staff to print out those few words, then took some tape and returned to the company villa. At that moment, 2 more job applicants had gathered at the villa entrance, looking lost as they came and went. Su Kang couldn't help but marvel at how thoughtful Peng Jinjin was. Su Kang stuck the paper on the front door and then led the 2 job applicants back to the sales office. Chapter 133, At work, she calls the shots at home, I do. Upon returning to the sales office, he heard a commotion. All the job applicants were gathered outside the office door. Su Kang's heart skipped a beat. Was someone causing trouble? He saw Lu Huilan also coming out of the office to watch the commotion and hurriedly asked, "Ms. Lu, do you know what's going on?" Lu Huilan shook her head and said, "It just started inside. It seems like one of the job applicants didn't get the job and is upset. I don't know the details. Ms. Lu, please send 2 security guards over immediately and call the police for me." After saying that, Su Kang shouted to the crowd, "I'm the company's boss. Please make way." Upon hearing Su Kang's voice, the crowd parted to make way. Peng Jinjin, however, looked curious. "Aren't you an employee? How did you become the boss?" Su Kang entered the office and saw a man in his 40s standing in front of Wu Yun, looking fierce, while Wang Nan stood beside him, her face flushed with anger. Seeing that both were unharmed, Su Kang relaxed. He addressed the man, "I'm the company boss. If you have any issues, speak to me." The man, seeing Su Kang's youthful appearance, didn't take him seriously. He pointed at Wang Nan and said, "Isn't she the company boss? How did you become the boss?" "We're family. If she's the boss, then I'm the boss too." Seeing Wang Nan's face turn slightly red, the man didn't argue. He said, "Alright, as long as you keep your word." Su Kong made a gesture inviting them out and said, "We still have job openings here. Let's discuss it outside." But the man, upon hearing this, started shouting again, "What hiring? This is a scam company. You don't have an office or staff. You've lured all of us here, aren't you wasting our time?" After the man finished speaking, the crowd of job seekers grew noisy. They likely shared similar concerns. Wang Nan, seeing the commotion outside, said anxiously, "Our office is currently under renovation, and the former employees will arrive in Jiangqing tonight. How can you call us a scam company? But how do we know you're telling the truth? Have you ever seen a company renting a space in a real estate office to hire employees?" Su Kong was puzzled. "If you think our company isn't legitimate, you can just leave. What's the point of causing a scene here? Either you have something to gain, or you're just venting your frustration." Su Kong asked Wu Yun, "What position is this person applying for?" Wu Yun replied, he originally applied for a sorting worker position, which involves packaging products and handling incoming and outgoing shipments. But when he arrived today, he insisted on applying for the operations manager position. With a company as unprofessional as yours, it's already a blessing that someone applied. You're just being picky. The man continued. This kind of person is just causing trouble and demanding unreasonable terms. Su Kong, who had spent years at the bottom of society, had seen plenty of such people before. He gave Wang Nan an assuring look and then addressed the gathered job seekers. "Everyone, rest assured. Our company is definitely legitimate. We have a business license and have registered for taxes. All relevant information can be verified online. Second, as you can see, our office space is currently under renovation. The entire third floor may take over 2 months to complete, while the first floor is undergoing basic renovations and should be finished sooner, all to ensure we can open normally after National Day. Third, once you are hired, we may notify you to start work at any time in the coming days. Overtime during the National Day holiday will be paid at triple the regular rate, and the monthly social insurance and housing fund contributions will also be provided. Fourth, everyone who applied today will receive a 50 yuan transportation subsidy, regardless of whether we ultimately hire you. You can collect it from me shortly. Finally, thank you all for your trust and support in Su Wang E-Commerce Company." After Su Kong finished speaking, the crowd of job seekers erupted into cheers and excitement. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Are you really giving a transportation subsidy? I'll be at the entrance. As soon as someone comes out, I'll give them 50 yuan. Please rest assured. Who hasn't been promised the moon by a company during job hunting? But which company is so considerate as to reimburse transportation expenses?" The crowd's impression of this new company changed drastically. Seeing that the crowd had calmed down, Su Kong smiled and said, "Please stay calm and line up. We'll interview one person at a time." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly formed a long line at the entrance. The man saw that the crowd had dispersed and that he had been left waiting aside. He shrugged it off and immediately said with a smile, "Then I'll apply for the sorting job." Su Kong frowned and said, "I'm sorry, but our company is a legitimate business. We require candidates with certain professional skills and qualifications. Someone like you is not suitable for our company." Su Kong saw the 4 security guards walking in and said to them, "Get this guy out of here." The man saw the security guards approaching him and shouted at Su Kong, "You haven't paid me my fare yet." Su Kong opened his wallet, which happened to have a 50 yuan note. He threw the money at the man and said, "Get out of here." The man took the money, as if he had gotten a great deal, and left immediately. Su Kong looked down on him. People who always take advantage of others often end up getting the short end of the stick. Wang Nan saw that Su Kong had gotten rid of the troublemaker and couldn't help but think that Su Kong looked tall and handsome at that moment. His eyes were almost sparkling as he looked at Su Kong. Su Kong noticed Wang Nan still standing there and said, "What are you spacing out for? Help Ms. Wu with the interview." What a clueless stray guy. Wang Nan glared at Su Kong and said, "I'm the company boss. Why should you tell me what to do? I'm your husband. Why can't I tell you what to do? If you don't listen, I'll have to discipline you." Wang Nan's face turned red. With so many people around, how could he say that out loud? Wu Yun, standing nearby, watched the young couple bicker and smiled faintly. Su Kong had brought several $1,000s in cash today. He moved a table and chairs to the entrance and handed out 50 yuan in transportation fees to each interviewee as they came out. Lu Huilan was quite opportunistic. Seeing Su Kong there, she busied herself with serving tea, exchanging change, and maintaining order, all in an effort to make herself noticeable. Su Kong saw Pang Jinjin come out and asked, "How did the interview go?" Pang Jinjin frowned and said, "I don't know. They said to go home and wait for a call." Su Kong smiled and said, "Don't worry, you'll definitely get it. What you say doesn't count." "What are you talking about?" "At the company, she is the one who decides, but at home, I'm the one who decides." Pang Jinjin asked curiously, "Are you really the boss's husband?" Su Kong opened the door and shouted inside to Wang Nan, "Mr. Wang, am I your husband? Why is he here again? Has he become so thick-skinned?" Wang Nan hurriedly said, yes, okay, just close the door." There's still an interview going on inside. Su Kang looked at Pang Jinjin triumphantly and said, "See? It's the truth." Pang Jinjin awkwardly smiled, took the 50 yuan fare, and left. Suddenly, a phone rang. It was the property management. Su Kang answered the call and grew even more annoyed. Seeing Lu Huilan nearby, he said to her, "Ms. Lu, are you free? Could you help me send the fare?" Seeing this opportunity, Lu Huilan quickly agreed. Su Kang opened the door and called out to Wang Nan inside, "Wang Nan, I'll head back to the company villa first. Ms. Lu will handle the fare for now. Is there something important? Should I come with you?" "No need. There are still so many people to interview. We can't let external factors disrupt our normal schedule. Any disputes or issues, just leave them to me." Chapter 134, Don't Say I Didn't Warn You. When Su Kang arrived at the company villa, he saw that 2 of the 5 parking spots in front of the door were already empty, while 3 were still occupied by other vehicles. Beside the parking spots, 3 people were arguing loudly with a property management staff member, apparently the owners of the 3 vehicles. The property manager, seeing Su Kang approach, hurriedly said, "Look, the owner is here. If you don't move your cars, we'll have to call the police." A bald man shouted, "Don't mention the owner, even the police want help. Our cars have been parked here for half a year. Everyone treats this as a public parking lot. You can't just sell it off because you're trying to sell the house." The remaining 2 also chimed in agreement. The property management staff member said, "These are private parking spots. They were just temporarily available because the houses weren't sold yet. Now that the houses have been sold, we have to return the parking spots to the owners." "Don't give me that nonsense. This is your property management's problem. In such a large complex, you only built a few parking spots. Where are we supposed to park our cars? What about the underground parking lot? It's over 100 meters away. Do you think that's convenient?" The property management staff member said with a sense of injustice, "But you can't just take someone else's parking spot." Su Kang, who had been listening impatiently, turned to the 3 of them and said, "I don't care about your grievances with the property management. I only recognize one principle: the 5 parking spots in front of my villa are part of my property. I paid for them with my own money, and they belong to me. Get your cars out of my property immediately. You can park wherever you want." Another long-haired woman immediately objected, saying, "You're just a young man, how can you speak so rudely? How did this become your private parking spot? How many cars do you have that you need so many parking spots? So what if I don't have a car? I paid for it, so it's mine. If you have an issue, go buy your own villa. Does having money make you so great? My car isn't moving. What can you do about it?" Su Kang sneered, "Don't use the thug logic you use with property management on me. It won't work." "I think you're the robber," the long-haired woman said. "Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to show mercy." Su Kang didn't bother to defend himself. He walked straight into the villa and went up to the 2nd floor. The others were completely baffled. The guy who had been talking so boldly just now, where did he go? Just as they were puzzled, Su Kang appeared at the 2nd floor window. He addressed the crowd below, "This villa is under renovation. If you don't move your cars, I'll dump the construction debris down here and crush your vehicles. Don't say I didn't warn you." The crowd was startled, unsure whether the young man upstairs was threatening them or serious. The bald man said harshly, "Damaging other people's property is against the law. I was just throwing trash into my own yard. What law am I breaking? It's you who are illegally occupying my parking spot." Su Kang finished speaking, picked up a piece of broken brick from the ground, and showed it to the people below. The man who had been silent all along saw the situation was getting out of hand and quickly drove his car out of the parking spot. Finally scared one away. Su Kang said to the other 2, "I'll count to 5. If you don't move your car, I'll throw it down. 5. The bald man, furious, pulled out his phone, opened the camera, aimed it at Su Kang, and said, "If you dare, go ahead and throw it. If you don't, you're my grandson." Su Kang suddenly asked, "Which one is more expensive, the BMW or the Audi parked below?" The bald man was delighted. "What, you know which one is more expensive, so you're too scared to throw it?" He said triumphantly, "Of course my BMW is more expensive, 500,000 yuan. Before he could finish speaking, Su Kang threw the brick in his hand, drawing a perfect arc through the air. With a loud bang, it hit the BMW's roof, causing it to dent inward. The bald man froze, or rather, everyone below froze. "You really did it." The bald man suddenly went into a frenzy, shouting at Su Kang, "How dare you smash my car? I just bought it a year ago. You have to compensate me for the car, 500,000 yuan. Su Kang ignored him, picked up another brick, and walked over to the window. Just as he looked out, the Audi roared and sped off, disappearing in an instant. "I thought you weren't going to run away?" Su Kang turned to the property manager below and asked, "Property manager, does this complex have a residence group?" The property manager nodded blankly. "What are you up to now, you troublemaker?" Su Kang smiled and said, "Could you please take out your phone and record a video for me, then post it in the residence group?" The property management staff member didn't know what Su Kang was up to, but she still took out her phone, opened the camera, and aimed it at Su Kang. Su Kong faced the camera and said, "Hello, all residents. From now on, anyone who acts rudely and unreasonable and occupies my villa's parking spot will meet this fate." After speaking, Su Kong threw the brick in his hand and another bang sound echoed. The front windshield of the BMW was now covered in spiderweb like cracks. Several people from nearby villas were peering out the windows. Seeing the teenager throw another brick at the BMW, they all gasped in shock. This was way too intense. Su Kong smiled and asked the property manager, "Did you get the video?" The property manager nodded mechanically, still shaken from the earlier visual shock. The bald man beside him was wailing, "My windshield! My BMW! You!" The bald man suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "Are you still throwing?" Before he could finish, another brick fell, this time landing on the roof with a loud bang, leaving another large dent. "My BMW! Please stop. I'll drive it away right now." Su Kong stood by the window, playing with a piece of broken brick, and said, "I'll count to 5. If the car doesn't move, I'll keep smashing." Just then, a loud shout came from the distance, "What are you doing?" Su Kong looked up and saw 2 police officers running over. Su Kong suddenly remembered that he had seen the man causing trouble at the sales office earlier and had asked Lu Huilan to call the police. He hadn't expected them to come here. The bald man, as if seeing a savior, stumbled toward the police officers and shouted, "Officer, someone is smashing my car." No sooner had he finished speaking than another loud bang echoed through the air. Then came the innocent voice of the teenager behind him, "Sorry, officer, my hand slipped." Chapter 135, Don't Speed While Driving. Su Kong ran down the stairs and rushed toward the 2 police officers, shouting, "Officer, you're finally here. This man piled a heap of scrap metal on my private parking spot. I request a tow truck to remove that scrap metal." The bald man, furious, stomped his foot and said, "Officer, listen to this. That's not scrap metal. It's a brand new BMW and he smashed it into this. Is there any justice in this world?" The 2 police officers looked at Su Kong. The young man didn't seem very old, but he was acting so brazenly. Su Kong asked the bald man, "Is that your car? I told you to drive it away. Why didn't you?" The bald man, seeing the 2 police officers looking at him, whispered, "I was just about to drive it away, but you came over with a brick and smashed it." Su Kong smiled and said, "Is that so? Before I arrived, the property management told you repeatedly to move your car. Did you move it? After I arrived, I negotiated with you for over 10 minutes. The other 2 cars have already left. Why didn't you move yours?" The bald man's face turned red and he said, "Even if I didn't move the car, you couldn't smash it. I can pay you the parking fee, but you have to fix my car." "Forget about fixing the car. Pay me 600,000 yuan for parking fees and I'll buy you a new car." "Are you a robber? What kind of parking fee is 600,000 yuan? Are you crazy? I told you to leave, but you refused to move and parked here. Now you're complaining that the parking fee is too expensive." When it came to such a petty argument, the bald man was no match for Su Kong. He turned to the 2 police officers and said, "Officers, you heard that. This man is being unreasonable." The 2 police officers now understood what had happened. The bald man had forcibly taken the teenager's parking spot and the teenager, unable to contain his anger, had smashed the car. The 2 police officers secretly rejoiced, thinking that it takes a villain to deal with a villain. Of course, they couldn't show their true feelings. One of the taller police officers said, "You were wrong for blocking someone else's parking spot first, but the young man was also wrong for smashing the car. Why don't you 2 negotiate a compensation amount and settle this privately?" Su Kong said, "I have no problem with that." The bald man thought for a moment, then turned to Su Kong and said, "How about 100,000 yuan?" The 2 police officers frowned. 100,000 yuan? That's really asking for the moon. But they never expected the teenager to agree immediately. The bald man's face lit up upon hearing this and said, "All right, as long as you compensate me 100,000 yuan, I'll let it go. Are you clear on this?" Su Kong said seriously, "You're the one who owes me 100,000. The 3 of them were completely baffled. The bald man couldn't believe it and said, "You smashed my car like this, and now you want me to pay you 100,000 yuan? This heap of junk isn't worth a dime." Su Kong walked over to the Bentley Continental parked by the roadside and said to the bald man, "Because you were blocking my parking spot, I had to park my Bentley on the roadside, and now the front and back of the car are all scratched up. How much do you think it'll cost to fix this?" The 2 police officers were taken aback. This ordinary-looking teenager is driving a Bentley worth millions? But someone who can afford such a large villa and drive a car worth millions must come from a wealthy family. No wonder he acts so arrogantly. The bald man finally realized what was happening and stood there, dared not speak. The teenager then walked toward the Maserati behind him and continued, "And the door of my Maserati was also scratched. How much do you think it will cost to fix that?" Su Kong finished speaking, feeling a bit uneasy inside. All these scratches were from other places and hadn't been repaired yet. If the other party dug deeper, it would be easy to expose the truth. But the bald man suddenly burst into tears, wailing, "I can't live like this. I only make 8,000 a month, not even enough to pay my car loan. Now you want me to pay 100,000? I'll give you my life instead. Su Kong was taken aback. Why aren't you playing by the rules? You should have first questioned whether the car was mine, then let me expose you. What good does playing the victim do now? Do you think I'll let you off just because you're crying? Su Kong walked over to the bald man and said in an exaggerated tone, this BMW is worth 500,000 yuan. How could you not have the money? The bald man plopped down on the ground, stretched out his legs, and said, I borrowed money for the down payment on this car. I really can't handle it anymore. Su Kong couldn't believe it. You have no money and you bought a BMW? What can I do? I'm not even 30 yet, and my hair is already falling out. No girl would look at me. Last year, I took out a loan to buy a BMW. But the girl just looked at me a few times and never contacted me again. Why is my life so hard? It was heartbreaking to hear. Su Kong looked at his face and thought he was in his 40s. Two police officers looked at Su Kong and said, why don't you let him pay less? Su Kong sighed and said, brother, it's not me making things difficult for you, you're making things difficult for yourself. You were the one blocking my parking spot and refusing to move. The 100,000 yuan compensation was your idea. The bald man heard this and cried even harder. Su Kong said, alright, just move your car. The bald man was overjoyed upon hearing this, but then cautiously asked, what about the compensation? No compensation. Fix your own car and get out of here. After Su Kong finished speaking, the bald man immediately stopped crying, got up, climbed into his BMW, and drove off with a loud roar. No one knew how he could see through the front windshield, which was now covered in spider webs. Su Kong watched the BMW drive away, thinking, he's driving so fast. Was he just pretending to be pitiful earlier? The two police officers, seeing that the conflict had been resolved, nodded to Su Kong and left. Su Kong noticed that the property management sister was still standing nearby and asked, Sister, did you send the video to the residents group yet? The property manager replied with an O and blushed, saying, I'll send it right away. She then hurried off and was gone in a flash. I'm not a monster, why are you running away? I didn't even say thank you. Su Kong parked his Maserati and Bentley in the parking spot, finally feeling at ease. By 8 p.m., Su Kong arranged a bus to the train station to pick up the 12 employees who had come from Kyoto and bring them back to the rental apartments near the company. All of today's work plans were finally completed. These veteran employees were willing to follow company management and travel all the way from Kyoto to Zhengcheng. Their loyalty deeply moved Wang Nan, who waved her hand generously and said, to welcome everyone back, I'll treat you all to a buffet dinner tonight. Everyone cheered with excitement. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that Su Kong and Wang Nan left the company and returned to the dormitory. On the way, Su Kong suddenly said, Wang Nan, it's probably past 11 p.m. by the time we get to the school. The dormitory gates are probably already closed. Why don't we stay at the villa tonight? Wang Nan suddenly recalled what Su Kong had said earlier, if you don't listen, I'll have to discipline you, and her heart raced with embarrassment. Will he really discipline me tonight? Seeing that Wang Nan hadn't responded for a while, Su Kong asked again, Wang Nan, did you hear me? Are we going back to the dorm or the villa tonight? Oh, let's go to the villa. Wang Nan said, feeling extremely shy. She secretly glanced at Su Kong, who was driving intently. Wang Nan felt a little disappointed. So going back to the villa is just for sleeping? What a straight guy. She gathered her courage and whispered, Su Kong. What's wrong? Actually, we're already adults. Huh? Su Kong looked at Wang Nan sitting in the passenger seat, his ears turning bright red. Su Kong felt his mouth go dry. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and silently repeated to himself, stay calm, stay calm. I'm driving, I can't speed. Chapter 136, A Small Success. Upon returning to the villa, Aunt Lu had already fallen asleep. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately woke up from her slumber. Her room was on the first floor. Hearing footsteps outside, she thought the house had been burglarized. She quietly opened a small crack and saw Su Kong and Wang Nan walking up the stairs one after the other. Though she found it odd that the two weren't speaking to each other, it wasn't her place to ask. She opened the door and said, Mr. Su, Miss Wang, why didn't you call me beforehand? I could have at least prepared your rooms. Su Kong and Wang Nan were both lost in their own thoughts and were startled by the sound. Su Kong hurriedly said, Aunt Lu, it's already 11 o'clock at night, aren't you asleep yet? Aunt Lu smiled and said, I was already asleep, but I heard footsteps and thought someone had broken in. Su Kong felt a bit embarrassed and asked, by the way, isn't Uncle Lee staying at the villa? Aunt Lu said, no, he's always lived outside. Su Kong nodded. After all, if Lee also moved in, it would be inconvenient for Lu Auntie to be alone with a man. Su Kong hurriedly said, Aunt Lu, Wang Nan, and I just got back from work. You should go to bed. We'll take a shower and rest too. Aunt Lu nodded and said, alright, if you need anything, just let me know. After Aunt Lu entered the room, Su Kong and Wang Nan fell back into an awkward silence. The two of them walked up to the second floor in silence. There were 3 rooms on the second floor. The room on the far left was prepared for Su Kong, the same room where Su Kong and Wang Nan had slept together last time. The middle room belonged to Qin Wan, and the room on the far right was empty and used as a guest room. Su Kong whispered, Wang Nan, why don't you sleep in my room? Wang Nan's eyes widened instantly, then she heard Su Kong say, I'll sleep in the guest room next door. Wang Nan lowered her eyes and softly nodded in agreement. Opening the door, Su Kong went to get a set of clean clothes. He looked at the neatly folded women's clothes in the wardrobe and was filled with confusion. My mom's clothes are all in her own room. These can't be hers. Could they be Wang Nan's? Why are her clothes in my room? Su Kong took the clothes and saw Wang Nan still standing behind him. He immediately panicked and rushed out of the room. Just as he stepped out of the door, there was a loud bang behind him and the door slammed shut. What a bookworm. Why is she still angry? We're all adults now, what does that mean? Is it what I think it is? What if it's not? Sigh, never mind, I'll just go take a shower. After taking a shower, Su Kong lay on the bed, still dwelling on Wang Nan's words, feeling restless and uneasy. Adults, minors, mature, immature beasts, worse than beasts. Su Kong suddenly sat up and muttered to himself, no, I have to ask her for clarity. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep all night. Su Kong didn't bother to put on shoes, tiptoeing to Wang Nan's his own room door. He heard the sound of a hairdryer inside. Good, she must be done showering. Su Kong gathered his courage and was about to knock on the door when suddenly a phone ringtone sounded. Damn it, why call now? Wang Nan was drying her hair when she heard the phone ringing outside the door. She felt a surge of joy. What a coward, he's right at the door and doesn't dare to come in. Su Kong took out his phone and saw it was indeed Xiao Jun, that jerk. Su Kong said in a low voice, what's the matter? Xiao Jun, hearing Su Kang's voice on the other end of the phone, felt a pang of anxiety. Why does his voice sound so resentful? Mr. Kong, aren't you coming back tonight? No, get lost. Xiao Jun, who had been hung up on, looked completely confused. He turned to the other two people in the dorm room and said, do you think Kong-gu ate gunpowder today? He's so angry. The chubby guy scoffed, that's obvious. You must have ruined his plans. Xiao Jun gave a look of sudden realization and chuckled. Little fatso, you're almost as smart as me now. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Su Kong felt even more confident. She's my fiancé, what am I afraid of? Su Kong turned the doorknob and opened the door, only to lock eyes with Wang Nan. Su Kang's face turned bright red. I'm sorry, Wang Nan stepped aside slightly and said softly, come in and talk about it. Oh, okay. As a male, Su Kong instinctively stepped into the room. Wang Nan glanced at Su Kong, blushed, and closed the door, locking it from the inside. Su Kong secretly rejoiced inside, thinking, it's exactly what I thought it meant. Wang Nan, still blushing, said, Su Kong, is there something you need? After I finished showering, I dozed off on the bed and had a dream. I dreamed that we both passed the imperial examination together. Isn't that strange? Wang Nan giggled upon hearing this. She stepped forward, stood in front of Su Kong, tilted her head slightly, looked into his eyes, and whispered, passing the imperial examination is the great achievement, the wedding night is the small achievement. Su Kong looked at the beautiful woman before him, his face flushing, his eyes half closed. A faint fragrance seemed to rise like a blazing fire, straight to the top of his head. Su Kong swallowed hard, about to. Suddenly, another ringtone sounded, snapping the two out of their moment of intimacy. Su Kong was furious. He answered the call and said, you better have something as big as a meteor hitting the earth, or else you're in for it. You little brat, who do you think you're talking to? Su Kong froze, glancing at his phone screen. Oh no, I'm screwed. Su Kong immediately explained, no, Mom, I thought it was my roommate calling. Seeing that Qinwan didn't respond, Su Kong asked softly, Mom, is there something wrong that you're calling so late? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Anytime is fine. You can call me anytime, even to harass me. On the other end of the line, Qinwan's tone softened noticeably, you're so disrespectful. Who would call you to harass you? Qinwan paused for a moment before continuing, you've been spending money like crazy lately, haven't you? I just transferred 50 million to you. Make sure to check if the money has arrived. What a thoughtful sugar mama. Su Kong said happily, thanks, Mom. I'll check tomorrow. Mom, I'll hang up now. Wait, November. Before Qinwan could finish speaking, the phone disconnected with a series of beeps. You little brat, what are you doing? How dare you hang up on me? Qinwan checked the time, it was almost midnight. She decided to wait until tomorrow to talk to him. On the other side, Su Kong turned off his phone and placed it on the table. He turned to look at Wang Nan, who was smiling at him. It was very late at night, and the room was warm like spring. A dark cloud drifted across the sky, obscuring the curious moon. Chapter 137, Lin Yi's Change. October 1st, the first day of the 7-day National Day holiday. Su Kong had been waiting at Jiangcheng International Airport for a long time. He noticed Su Kong occasionally placing his hands on his waist and couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Su, have you been working too hard lately? Su Kang's face flushed slightly as he pretended to be calm and said, I've been busy with classes and helping Wang Nan with company matters lately, so I am a bit tired. He smiled, choosing not to comment further. He had already heard from Aunt Lu in private that Su Kong and Wang Nan were already living together. They're just young, they should exercise some self-control. By the way, Mr. Su, isn't Miss Wang coming today? Lee He changed the subject. No, the company's opening date has already been set for October 8th. The schedule is tight and there's a lot to do. Su Kong thought of Wang Nan's radiant and energetic appearance every day and couldn't help but smile. Her condition is getting better and better. Why am I holding my waist again? I wonder if that bull penis stewed with soft-shelled turtle really works. Just as Su Kong was considering whether to sneak out for a meal someday, a familiar voice called out from ahead. Su Kong. Su Kong looked up and saw Qin Wan wearing a long dress, lightly made up, looking in a very good mood. Lin Yongjian was dragging a suitcase beside her. Behind them were two drivers who had worked for the family before. Of course, Su Kong now knew that the drivers at home were all top-notch. Su Kong exclaimed happily, "Mom, Uncle Lin, how did you get here so quickly?" Qin Wan walked up to Su Kong and said, "We just wanted to see you and sooner. Since we were taking a private jet, we left early. By the way, where is Wang Nan? Did she go to the company?" Su Kong nodded and said, "Yeah, the grand opening is coming up, so she can't leave." "Oh, aren't you going to accompany your Wang Nan? You can't forget your mother now that you have a wife." Qin Wan blushed and said, "At least you have some conscience." Lin Yongjian impatiently said from the side, "Su Kong, let's go. Hurry up and take me to the small county town where you grew up. I've never been there before." Qin Wan snorted disdainfully, "Just say you want to see. Why beat around the bush?" The head of the household smiled awkwardly. Su Kong smiled and said, "Let us leave now. The roads will probably be super congested, but hopefully we'll make it in time for Mr. Chau's family lunch." It was the peak travel season, just as Su Kong had anticipated. The highway from Jiangcheng back to Daji County was packed with cars. What usually took 2 hours took 4 hours, and they didn't arrive at Chao Teacher's building until 1 p.m. Chao Bin had been waiting downstairs. Upon seeing Su Kang's family get out of the car, he hurried forward to greet them. "Professor Lin, Mrs. Su, nice to see you again." Qin Wan hurried forward and said, "Sorry, Mr. Chao, the highway was so congested." Chao Bin smiled and said, "Exactly. I saw the footage on TV, the highway was gridlocked as far as the eye could see." Lin Yongjian took out some gifts he had prepared in advance and said, "Mr. Chao, it's good to see you again. I brought you some specialties from Beijing." Seeing Chao Bin's hesitant expression, Lin Yongjian hurriedly said, "Lin Yi has been staying with you for so long. As her father, this is just a small token of my heartfelt gratitude." Qin Wan smiled and said, "Mr. Chao, please accept them. These are all specially selected by old Lin. They didn't cost much." Su Kong chuckled to himself. After all, what they called not much money was a fortune to Chao Teacher. Chao Bin said, "You guys are always so polite whenever you come over. I feel a bit awkward." Lin Yongjian smiled and said, "Mr. Chao has been so kind to Su Kong, and now you're helping to discipline my daughter Yi. If we come over without bringing a gift, we feel even more indebted." Chao Bin reluctantly accepted them. Lin Yongjian continued, "By the way, Mr. Chao. Is Yi upstairs?" "Yes, she's playing on the computer." Lin Yongjian was speechless for a moment. This girl. Even her own parents came to visit, and she didn't even come down to greet them. What a waste of all those years raising her. Chao Bin nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right. My daughter Chanxian is 11, but when I call her to come back, she never does. It's always the parents who worry about their children." "Sigh, let's not talk about it." The two old men felt a deep connection, and Qin Wan couldn't help but say, "Mr. Chao, let's go upstairs first." "Right, the food is already ready." After saying that, she pulled Lin Yongjian home. Lin Yongjian suddenly turned back and said to Su Kong, "Oh, Su Kong, bring a few bottles of wine from the trunk. Let's have a drink with Mr. Chao at noon." Chao Bin hurriedly said, "No need, we've already prepared some wine at home." Su Kong, of course, didn't listen to Chao Bin. He picked up a case of Mao Tai and went upstairs. A neighbor happened to pass by, filled with curiosity. When did Mr. Chao get such a wealthy relative who drives such a nice car and drinks such fine wine? After everyone went upstairs, they indeed heard the sounds of a video game coming from the study. Lin Yongjian impatiently shouted, "Yi, come out quickly." "Wait a moment." Su Kong shouted rudely, "Lin Yi, are you still playing games?" Lin Yi peeked her head out of the study door and, seeing Su Kong, quickly retreated back inside. Then came the sound of the computer shutting down. Qin Wan and Lin Yongjian exchanged glances. Does Su Kang's words really work that well? Lin Yi stepped out of the study, linking her arm through Lin Yongjian's, and said, "Dad, you finally came. I missed you so much." "I didn't notice how much you missed me." "You're just saying that, right?" Lin Yongjian, who doted on his daughter, ruffled her hair and was about to say she'd lost weight after a month apart. But upon closer inspection, her face was round. He asked curiously, "How much do you weigh now? You seem so much heavier." Lin Yi was about to speak when Su Kong interrupted, "How could you not gain weight? You just eat and sleep all day. Lin Yi, did you come here to retire?" Lin Yi snorted in displeasure and said, "What's it to you? I didn't eat a single grain of rice from your house." Liang Li, carrying a dish, walked by and said, "Professor Lin, Mrs. Su, please sit down and get ready to eat." Old Chow, help bring the dishes. Su Kong couldn't sit still, so he immediately went to the kitchen to help carry the dishes. When he returned to the dining room, he saw Lin Yi helping to set the table with chopsticks and bowls, so he also went back to the kitchen to help. Lin Yi saw Su Kong blocking her way and shouted, "Can't you see you're blocking my way? Hurry up, I'm starving." Su Kong quickly moved aside. Is this really the Lin Yi I know? Lin Yongjian and Qin Wan exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Just 1 month and she's changed so much. Sending her here was definitely the right decision. Chapter 138, please have some potato chips. Liang Li had prepared 8 dishes and a soup for lunch. Though they were all ordinary southern home-style dishes, each one was her specialty, with excellent presentation and flavor. Perhaps because he noticed how much Lin Yi had changed, Lin Yongjian was in a good mood today and drank quite a bit with Su Kong and Xiao Bin. He turned to Liang Li and said, "Ms. Liang, I'm very satisfied with Lin Yi now, but I wonder how she is doing at school?" Liang Li smiled and said, "She's much better than before." Lin Yi proudly lifted her head, "Come praise this lady." Liang Li continued, "Ever since Su Kong came over and gave Yi a good talking to last time, she's been getting up on time every day and doing her homework after school." Qin Wan's eyes lit up. Not bad, quite a change. But? Qin Wan asked, but what? But her foundation is too weak. She came in 3rd from the bottom in the midterm exam a few days ago. Ha ha, 3rd from the bottom in the class. Su Kong was laughing heartily, but noticed Lin Yi glaring at him. Su Kong stopped laughing and said seriously, "That's right, there's still a lot of room for improvement." Lin Yi snorted, "If you don't say anything, no one will think you're mute." Lin Yongjian felt rather embarrassed. After all, he was a professor at Kyoto University, yet his own daughter was 3rd from the bottom in the class. How embarrassing. He said to Lin Yi, "Could you please try a little harder in school? Let's aim to improve your ranking by a few places." Lin Yi said innocently, "I want to, but I can't understand anything in class. Once I don't understand, I just want to sleep." Qin Wan, who managed the company, had her own simple and practical methods. She said to Lin Yi, "Next month's exam, for every rank you improve, I'll reward you 10,000. Lin Yi scoffed, "Just 10,000 yuan? You want me to be your slave? 30,000. Lin Yi said happily, "Alright, then 30,000 for each rank." Qin Wan warned, "But there's one rule, no cheating or bribing classmates. Otherwise, you'll get nothing, and I'll deduct it from your living expenses." "Don't worry, Mom." Su Kong suddenly asked, "But what if I perform poorly? I'm already 3rd from the bottom. How could I do worse?" "Who knows? You still have 2 spots below you." Lin Yi gritted her teeth and said, "If I do get worse, deduct my living expenses too. Is that fair?" Xiao Bin and Liang Li, watching the ruthless family, could only keep their heads down and eat their vegetables. The lunch dragged on until 2:30 p.m. Qin Wan, who had never done housework before, actually helped Liang Li clear the dishes. When they returned to the living room, Lin Yongjian was already asleep on the sofa, and Su Kong, with his eyes half closed, wasn't much better off. Qin Wan complained inwardly, "You two can't hold your liquor. Why drink so much? We were supposed to go out and play this afternoon. How are we supposed to do that now?" Su Kong and Lin Yongjian slept until 6 p.m. before waking up slowly. Chow teacher brought out 2 more bottles of wine, ready to continue drinking, which scared the 2 of them into shaking their heads like a metronome. After dinner at Chow teacher's house, Su Kang's family went to the county town's commercial street. Since it was the National Day holiday, even though it was evening, there were still many people around. Lin Yi loved the lively atmosphere, wanting to buy this and eat that. Whatever she couldn't finish, she would hand to Su Kong. Lin Yi suddenly pointed to a small stall ahead and said, "Mom and Dad, I'll treat you to a super delicious snack." Su Kong followed Lin Yi's gaze and saw a local specialty snack called potato slices. However, the stall was deserted, and it didn't seem to be doing much business. Qin Wan looked at the dirty and messy environment and said, "You should eat less of this kind of thing, okay?" Su Kong smiled and said, "Mom, it's okay to have it once in a while." Lin Yongjian added, "Exactly. Our daughter is treating us to a meal, and you're being so picky." Lin Yi made a playful face at Qin Wan. The 4 of them approached the small stall. Su Kong ordered in the local dialect, "4 bowls of potato chips, please." "Alright, coming right up," the vendor replied, lifting his head. Su Kong looked at the vendor's face, covered in scars, and nearly jumped in surprise. No wonder this place wasn't doing well. Lin Yi, standing beside him, screamed in fright and blushed, apologizing, "I'm sorry." The vendor looked embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry. A few years ago, there was a fire, and I ended up looking like this." Qin Wan said, "It's okay, it's my child who was being rude." Behind the stall was a clothing store, and a teenager emerged from inside, saying, "Mom, any customers? I'll help you." Lin Yi saw the person and exclaimed, "Kuyong, what are you doing here?" Kuyong was also surprised to see Lin Yi. He looked at Su Kong and the others and said, "Lin Yi, it's you. Are these your family members?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "My parents and my older brother." Kuyong noticed that Lin Yi's family had an air of sophistication and knew they must be wealthy or influential. After greeting them, he lowered his head and continued working. 'Cause mother saw her son dressed shabbily in stark contrast to Lin Yi and felt a pang of shame deep down. Lin Yi introduced Kuyong to Qinwan and Lin Yongjin, saying, "Mom and Dad, this is my classmate Kuyong. He came first in the monthly exam last time. Oh, he's so much smarter than my silly daughter." Qinwan and Lin Yongjin looked at Kuyong with a different expression, making the young boy feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Yi asked again, "By the way, Kuyong, what are you doing at the clothing store behind there?" "Doing homework." "How can you do your homework here? Why don't you do it during the day?" Kuyong replied casually, "I have to help my mom at the construction site tying rebar during the day." "Oh, you work so hard?" Kuy's mother sighed and said, "It's all my fault for being so useless." Kuyong smiled and said, "Who says that? I think you're the strongest person in the world. No one can compare to you." Su Kong and the others were deeply moved. Xinwan smiled at Kuyong and said, "You must take good care of your mother in the future and never let her down." Kuyong continued washing potatoes while saying, "Auntie, I will study hard and get into a good university. I will definitely make my mother live a good life." Kuy's mother was deeply moved and said, "As long as you study hard and make something of yourself in the future, don't end up like me, working so hard." Lin Yi suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Is studying really that important? Why don't I like it at all? The potato slices were soon ready. Kuyong turned to his mother and said, "Mom, this is my classmate. Let's give her a discount." Mrs. Ke said, "Since she's your classmate, we won't charge her for this order." "That's not right," Lin Yi said anxiously. "Money is the last thing I need." Kuyong smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll treat you." Xinwan saw that Lin Yi was still standing there dumbfounded, so she spoke up for her, "Thank you, classmate. I happen to know a friend who might be able to help you." As Kuyong looked on in surprise, Xinwan dialed Ma Xianhui's phone. "Hello, Mr. Ma, I've come across a student in need of assistance. Could our charity organization provide some support for him? Since it was personally recommended by Mr. Qin, we will definitely provide sufficient support." After hanging up the phone, Xinwan turned to Kuyong and said, "Thank you for the potato chips. Someone will contact you shortly to provide financial assistance. We hope you can focus on your studies and achieve your aspirations." Kuyong still couldn't believe it. Could a single phone call really lead to the charity organization donating money to him? Nevertheless, he replied politely, "Thank you, Auntie." Chapter 139, He's much happier than your brother. That evening, the Qin family returned to their presidential suite at the hotel. Su Kong had just finished showering and was about to return to his bedroom to video call Wang Nan. After all, a day apart felt like 3 years. Suddenly, Lin Yi's voice came from behind him, "Brother." Su Kong turned around in surprise and asked, "What's up? Wait a bit before you sleep." After saying that, Lin Yi pushed Su Kong to sit on the living room sofa. Su Kong grew even more puzzled. Why was Lin Yi acting so unusually now? Lin Yongjian, sitting on the other side of the sofa, also looked at the brother and sister with confusion, then continued watching the fishing program on TV. Lin Yi sat down next to Su Kong and asked, "Brother, do you think my classmate really can improve his mother's life through studying?" Su Kong was taken aback upon hearing this. Did she take the wrong medicine today? Lin Yongjian was startled upon hearing this. Does she have feelings for that classmate? Lin Yi, seeing Su Kong looking at her in surprise, said shyly, "I'm just curious." Xinwan had just finished a phone call and came out of the bedroom, asking, "What are you curious about?" She then sat down next to Su Kong. Lin Yi blushed and said, "Never mind, I won't ask anymore." Lin Yi was about to leave when she heard Su Kong say seriously, "I think he will." "Why?" Su Kong didn't answer but asked back, "Lin Yi, have you ever given your all to do something well? To overcome all obstacles for it? Does playing games count?" Su Kong smiled and said, "Yes. Then I have. I bet you've beaten that game." "Of course, because I cheated." Su Kong was speechless for a moment and said, "Can't you just beat it through your own efforts? It's really hard, you know." Su Kong said, "That means you haven't given it your all. If someone is determined to do something and puts in 120% effort, they'll succeed most of the time." Lin Yi rolled her eyes and said, "You make it sound like you've done it yourself." After Lin Yi finished speaking, the other three burst into laughter. Su Kong said, "When I was in 8th grade, my grades were about the same as yours. But one day, I had an epiphany and made the same resolution as you did. I was going to get into a good university. I spent a year working hard, going from being one of the bottom students to ranking 7th in my class on the high school entrance exam, which got me into the best high school in our county. It took me another 3 years in high school to get into a top-tier university. I think I've succeeded." Xinwan recalled how Su Kong had been so emotional he had tears in his eyes when he checked his scores. Wow, going from the bottom of the class to 7th in just 1 year? That's amazing. Lin Yi saw that Xinwan and Lin Yongjian were teasing each other earlier, so she snorted and asked, "Dad, what were you laughing at earlier? Did you have a similar experience?" "Of course I have. I worked my hardest to get into Kyoto University from the mountains. You should know that back then, I was the only one from our county who got in." Lin Yi turned to Xinwan, "Mom, what were you laughing at just now?" Xinwan looked at Su Kang and said with a mix of emotions, I've gone through so many hardships in my life and created so much wealth, but the thing I'm most proud of is that it took me 16 years to finally find your brother. At the time, I swore that as long as I, Xinwan, was alive, I would keep searching. For this, I established numerous paternity testing institutions worldwide and invested heavily in improving paternity testing technology. Even your older brother's grandparents gave up, but I kept going. Lin Yi, tell me, does that count as success? Lin Yi's lips curled downward. It feels like I'm the only useless person in the entire family. Even playing a game requires cheating. Su Kang said, is that all? I'll go back to my room then. Lin Yi saw Su Kang about to leave and hurriedly grabbed him, saying, why are you in such a hurry? You haven't finished speaking yet. Su Kang looked surprised and asked, what else is there to talk about? Lin Yi said, can reading really change a person's destiny? Not for you? Lin Yi retorted, do you look down on me? No, what are you thinking? Su Kang said helplessly, with our mom around, you're already at the top of the pyramid. Whether you study well or not doesn't matter at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Xinwan interjected from the side, you're just saying things that mislead people. Su Kang had to change his tone and said, actually, everyone should read books. At least it helps you understand right from wrong, know when to advance and when to retreat. Mom, is that okay? That's more like it. Seeing that Lin Yi was still confused, Su Kang paused for a moment and said, actually, the saying knowledge changes destiny is meant for the lower classes, like your classmates. Unless they get a stroke of luck, the only way for them to climb the social ladder and achieve their dreams is through education. Lin Yi fell silent for a few seconds. Then she suddenly asked Su Kang, were you like my classmate Kuyong before? Su Kang's long-buried memories floated back like snowflakes. He sighed and said, he was much luckier than me. Xinwan felt a pang of sorrow. At least that boy had a mother to rely on. Back then, Su Kang was alone, truly without anyone to turn to. Xinwan choked out, Su Kang, I'm sorry. Su Kang smiled and said, Mom, I've never blamed you. Lin Yi, standing nearby, was a bit puzzled. Why is my mom saying sorry? He turned to Su Kang and asked, my classmates are already doing their homework by the roadside. Are you worse off than them? This was a classic case of why don't you eat meat porridge? Su Kang didn't want to relive those painful experiences or play the victim in front of his family. He was thinking of how to handle Lin Yi. But he heard Xinwan say excitedly, because when your brother was starving, he went through the trash to pick up leftovers. When your brother had a cold, he could only lie in bed, his life hanging by a thread. Su Kang suddenly stood up and said to Xinwan, did you read my diary? Xinwan nodded while tears streamed down her face. Seeing Xinwan cry, Su Kang felt heartbroken himself. He forced a smile and said, you read it, so what? I didn't say you shouldn't have. Xinwan didn't respond to Su Kang but continued speaking to Lin Yi. Do you know why your brother respects Mr. Chow so much? Do you know why your brother rushed back from Jiangcheng that day to grab a clothes hanger and hit you? Without Mr. Chow, your brother might not have survived until today. So, Lin Yi, you tell me, isn't your classmate happier than your brother? Lin Yi nodded. She looked at Su Kang. Though his face was still as repulsive as ever, for some reason, she felt a pang of sympathy for him, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Chapter 140, I want to attend Jiangcheng University too. The next morning, Su Kang got up, washed up, and saw that Lin Yi's door was still closed. He called out to Xinwan, Mom, why hasn't Lin Yi gotten up yet? We have to pick up Mr. Chow and go to Jiangcheng together. Xinwan checked the time, it was already 7:30 and said, I'll go wake her up. Xinwan opened the door, but the room was empty. She was startled and shouted, Old Lin, where is he? Where did she go? Lin Yongjian was brushing his teeth and paused upon hearing this. I don't know. Isn't she in her room? No, when did she leave? Su Kang walked over and saw the bed in disarray. He said, don't worry, she must have gone out early. I'll give her a call. Just as Su Kang took out his phone, there was a knock on the door. Su Kang rushed over and opened the door. The moment he did, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. There stood Lin Yi, her once vibrant, colorful hair now completely cut off, her short, even-length hair framing her striking features, giving her an incredibly sharp and composed appearance. Lin Yi saw Su Kang blocking the door and not saying anything, so she said, what are you doing? Move aside. Lin Yi carried the breakfast and squeezed past Su Kang, then turned to see him still in a daze. She said, what are you spacing out for? I brought breakfast for you guys. Come eat. Su Kang muttered, oh, and closed the door. Xinwan and Lin Yongjian looked at Lin Yi in shock. Is this really our daughter? Xinwan smiled and asked, why did you cut your hair? Lin Yi placed the breakfast on the table and casually said, I just felt like cutting it. Why ask so many questions? Seeing that everyone was still standing there, Lin Yi grew impatient and said, hurry up. I specially brought you some local specialty breakfast. If you don't eat now, it'll get cold. All right, coming. Everyone felt relieved, as if Lin Yi had finally come to her senses. After breakfast, Su Kang's family went downstairs to Chao Bin's house. Chao Bin and Liang Li had been waiting downstairs for a while. Su Kang opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz SUV, about to call Chow teacher to get in, but saw Lin Yi dash out of the car in a flash. Su Kang looked confused and asked, Lin Yi, aren't you going to Jiangcheng? Lin Yi didn't even look back. Wait a few minutes. I'm going upstairs to get my backpack. Xiaobin turned to look at Lin Yi's retreating figure and asked Su Kang beside him, was that Lin Yi who just said she was going to get her backpack? Su Kang laughed, yeah, she went out this morning to get her haircut. She really does seem different from before. Xiaobin and Liang Li exchanged relieved smiles, she does seem different from before. Lin Yongjian got out of the car and sincerely said to Xiaobin, Mr. Chow, this place really is a feng shui treasure spot. Xiaobin and Liang Li exchanged awkward smiles. It seemed like they hadn't done anything, so maybe the feng shui really was that good? Xinwan thought to herself, Lin Yi has become like this entirely because of Su Kang. He beat her up before and scolded her again last night. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned out this way. Back in the car, Lin Yi actually asked Chow teacher about many stories from Su Kang's school days. As Chow teacher's favorite student, there were always endless stories to tell about him. Stories like how he once stole bread from the school supermarket and got caught by the owner, how he only wanted plain rice for lunch and refused any vegetables, and how he woke up too early one morning and went to school, only to be mistaken by the security guard for someone who had stayed up all night at an internet cafe. Although Mr. Chow told the stories in a lighthearted and humorous manner, they sounded bitter to the ears of the others. By the end of his story, Xiaobin turned to Lin Yi and sighed, your brother has persevered this far, I can't imagine how much hardship he's endured. Though I'm his teacher, I truly admire him from the bottom of my heart. You should really learn from your brother. Lin Yi murmured, oh, and glanced at Su Kang, who was calmly staring out the window. A surge of determination welled up in Lin Yi's heart, I must study hard too, I can't bring shame to my brother. 2 hours later, a black Mercedes-Benz SUV pulled up slowly at the entrance of Jiangcheng University. Lin Yi looked at the 4 elegantly written characters on the gate Jiangcheng University and asked, is it very difficult to get into this school? Mr. Chow smiled and said, though it's not the top university in the country, getting into this school does require a lot of effort. Lin Yi looked at the students rushing by on the street, feeling they were as vibrant as the rising sun. For the first time in her life, she felt a longing for university life. Xinwan got out of the car and said to Xiaobin, Mr. Chow, when school started, we didn't have time to explore properly before leaving in a hurry. Today we have nothing to do, so let Su Kang be our guide and show us around the campus. I was thinking the same thing, Mr. Chow said with a smile. He looked around and then frowned at Liang Li, what's going on with that girl Qianqian? I already told her to come pick us up at the gate, but she didn't show up. She must have something to do. I'll give her a call. Just as Liang Li was taking out her phone to call, Lin Yi suddenly tugged at Su Kang's sleeve. Su Kang asked curiously, what's up? Lin Yi whispered, I need to use the restroom. Su Kang smiled and said to Qinwan, Mom, I'll take Yi to the restroom. I'll come back later. Alright, we'll call you later. Su Kang looked around and noticed that the nearest building was the library next door. He said, Yi, come with me. Su Kang led Lin Yi to the library restroom, taking the opportunity to relieve himself as well. Upon exiting, Lin Yi curiously asked Su Kang, this library is so big. Are there a lot of books inside? Of course there are. Su Kang suddenly had an idea and said, Lin Yi, come on, I'll show you why Jiangcheng University is one of the top universities in the country. Su Kang swiped his student ID card and led Lin Yi to the second floor. The spacious hall was filled with students studying everywhere, yet it was extremely quiet, with only the sounds of typing and writing, no other noises at all. Lin Yi was stunned by the scene before her. Isn't today a holiday? Why are there still so many people studying? Su Kang noticed Lin Yi's expression and was quite satisfied. He whispered, let's go eat first. Lin Yi nodded and quietly followed Su Kang. After leaving the library, Su Kang smiled and said, how about it? Pretty shocking, huh? Lin Yi nodded. Su Kang continued, studying may be boring, but if you can immerse yourself in it like the students in the library, it can actually be quite enjoyable. Lin Yi nodded and said, I've decided. I'm going to study hard and get into this university. Su Kang was both surprised and delighted, about to say a few encouraging words, when suddenly a voice came from beside him, Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Lin Yi turned her head and her expression immediately turned grim. Chapter 141, Lin Yi, I believe in you. Su Kang turned to look and saw a brother and sister standing under the shade of a tree not far away. Coincidentally, the brother was about the same age as him, and the sister was about the same age as Lin Yi. Lin Yi crossed her arms and said, Hu Tian Yuan, why can't I be here? Hu Tian blinked her eyes and said, this is Jiangcheng University. Someone with grades as poor as yours should be at an internet cafe or a KTV, not here. Lin Yi sneered, Hu Tian Yuan, are your grades that good? Can you even get into Jiangcheng University with your current grades? Hu Tian Yuan consistently ranked in the top 10 in her class, but even getting into the county's top high school was a stretch. Her face flushed, and she said, but that's still better than you. Hu Wei tugged on Hu Tian Yuan's wrist and said, Tian Yuan, don't associate with people who don't do well in school. They'll only drag you down. Hu Tian glanced at her brother and said, I know. She then looked at Lin Yi with a smug expression. Su Kong heard this and grew displeased. Two young girls teasing each other was normal, but as a college student, attacking a middle school student like that, was that the kind of behavior expected of a college student? Su Kong looked at Lin Yi, who was pouting and holding a grudge, and said to her, Of course grades are important for a student, but there's something even more important than grades. Do you know what it is? Lin Yi asked curiously, What is it? Character. Anyone with poor character, we should keep our distance from them, or we'll be corrupted by them. Do you understand? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed into slits with a happy smile and said, I know. She then looked at Hu Tian with a smug expression. Hu Wei snorted, I'm not going to bother with you. Hu Tian also said to Lin Yi in a sarcastic tone, Exactly. Someone like you, a poor student, what could you possibly understand at Jiangcheng University? Unlike us, we're going to the library to study. Lin Yi asked curiously, Isn't the library right here? Why aren't you going in? Hu Tian said triumphantly, I knew you didn't know anything. The Jiangcheng University library isn't somewhere you can just walk into by paying money. You need a student ID to get in. Lin Yi was surprised, so that's why your brother isn't a student at Jiangcheng University. Hu Wei's face turned red. He was from the neighboring Science and Technology University, though it was also a first-tier university, but compared to Jiangcheng University, it was far inferior in reputation and strength. Hu Tian said, My brother is from Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, which is also a top-tier university, and he has a classmate who attends Jiangcheng University. Lin Yi mocked, So you still need to borrow a student ID to enter the library? Hu Tian's face turned red, and she said, Does your brother have a student ID? Lin Yi suddenly hugged Su Kang's arm and said triumphantly, My brother is from Jiangcheng University. Unlike your brother, he couldn't even get into Jiangcheng University. Hu Wei's face turned bright red. He looked at Su Kang suspiciously, but saw that he was calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. He feared that Su Kang might indeed be a student at Jiangcheng University. He glared at Lin Yi with hatred but couldn't say a word. Lin Yi was the kind of person who could stir up trouble out of nothing, and she wouldn't miss this opportunity to rub it in. She pouted at Su Kang and said, Brother, this classmate of mine is so pitiful. He can't even get into the Jiangcheng University library. Why don't you lend him your student ID so he can swipe it? What the hell? You're using my student ID to show off? Seeing that the brother and sister across from him weren't saying anything, Su Kang said, Alright, stop fooling around. Our mom is waiting for us. After saying that, Su Kang led Lin Yi toward the school gate. Lin Yi followed behind Su Kang with her head held high, proud as a peacock spreading its tail feathers. But after a few steps, Hu Tianyuan's voice came from behind them. You didn't even dare to show your student ID. Who knows if it's real or fake? Lin Yi exploded upon hearing this, saying, What do you know? I just came out of the library with my brother. But that could still be borrowed from someone else. I'll lend you a big head. Lin Yi reached into Su Kang's pocket, about to pull out his student ID, when a voice suddenly came from behind them. Su Kang, Lin Yi, what are you two doing? Su Kang looked up and saw Chao Qian walking over with a few books in her arms. Su Kang smiled and said, Class Monitor Chao, you're here? Your mom just called you. I know. She kept nagging me. I had to take my time coming out of the library. Chao Qian asked again, Aren't you two supposed to be with my mom and the others? Why are you here? I brought my younger sister to the library to use the restroom. Lin Yi ran over to Chao Qian, hugged her arm, and asked, Chao Qian, can I ask you something? Is my brother a student at Jiangcheng University? Chao Qian replied in surprise, Of course he is. Didn't you come with him when school started? Lin Yi glanced at Hu Tian and her brother with a smug expression and giggled. There are two fools who don't believe it. Hu Tian and his sister heard this and both looked embarrassed. Chao Qian also glanced at Hu Tian and her brother, wondering how these two had managed to offend this little witch. Chao Qian asked again, Why did you cut your hair? Lin Yi turned around and asked, I just got it cut this morning. Does it look good? Chao Qian smiled and said, It does look much better than before. She then turned to Su Kang and said, Let's hurry over there. Otherwise, my mom will call again. Lin Yi proudly shouted at Hu Tian, You two can just wait here for someone to bring you your student IDs. I'm going to the Jiangcheng University canteen to eat. After saying that, she skipped along to catch up with Chao Qian. Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi was feeling delighted, she heard Hu Tian's voice from behind. Lin Yi stopped and turned around, asking, Is there something else? Hu Tian shouted loudly, Your brother got into Jiangcheng University. What does that have to do with you? You're still a poor student, the bottom of the class. In a matter of seconds, Lin Yi's expression changed repeatedly: humiliation, resentment, and finally resolve. Hu Tian, I will also get into Jiangcheng University. Just wait and see. Hu Tian looked at Lin Yi's determined expression and suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. This version of Lin Yi was too unfamiliar. Su Kang felt a surge of satisfaction. These siblings are such a great help. He said to Lin Yi, Where there's a will, there's a way. Lin Yi, I believe in you. Chao Qian roughly guessed what was going on. She said to Lin Yi, perseverance pays off. Lin Yi, keep going. Lin Yi nodded firmly. If my brother can do it, so can I. Chapter 142, Auntie, I was wrong. I'll leave right away. Su Kong and the others walked to the school gate to meet up with Qin Wan and the others. Liang Li saw Chao Qian and complained, Qian, why are you so slow? Su Kang's parents have been waiting here the whole time. Chao Qian pouted and said, I know. Next time I'll grow wings and fly over. Liang Li frowned, what kind of attitude is that? Qin Wan stepped in to smooth things over, Ms. Liang, it's okay. It's a good thing the kids are eager to learn. Chao Qian, upon hearing this, glanced at Liang Li with a smug expression. Qin Wan then turned to Chao Bin and said, Mr. Chao, how about we have a simple meal at the cafeteria for lunch? Chao Bin smiled and said, that's a great idea. The food at Jiangcheng University's cafeteria is definitely good. Let's go try it out. Su Kong asked curiously from the side, aren't we going out to eat? Why go out? It's a waste of money, Chao Bin hurriedly said. Qin Wan smiled and said, going to a hotel would take half a day. Let's just have a light lunch and then stroll around campus in the afternoon. Su Kong, upon hearing this, could only lead everyone to the cafeteria and order a plate of stir-fried rice with toppings for each person at the counter. Just as Su Kong had led a few people to their seats, a familiar voice came from behind them. Mr. Kong, hey, and Chao, the class monitor. Su Kong didn't even need to turn around to know it was Xiao Jun, that troublemaker. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Xiao Jun walked over with a lunchbox and sat down next to Su Kong. Seeing that only Xiao Jun was there, Su Kong asked in surprise, where's the little fat guy? Isn't he coming down to eat? Xiao Jun gave him a disdainful look and said, she is off somewhere with Ma Ai Yuan, who knows where. Then why didn't you go out to play with Su Jin? She went home. After saying that, Xiao Jun looked at Qin Wan and the others and asked, Mr. Kong, who are these people? Xiao Jun pointed at the group and introduced them, this is my mom, this is my stepdad, this is my sister, and those two over there are the parents of our class monitor Chao. Xiao Jun said in disbelief, are the two sets of parents here to arrange a marriage? Chao Qian blushed furiously and angrily said, Xiao Jun, shut up. We're just two families who agreed to come to the school together for a walk. Qin Wan smiled sweetly and said, you must be Su Kang's roommate, right? Upon seeing Qin Wan, Xiao Jun felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind. He immediately put on a sorrowful expression and choked out, Auntie, you don't know. Su Kang is such a bad person. Everyone was taken aback. What was going on? Su Kang's heart trembled violently. Damn it, he's here to take revenge. Su Kang turned to Xiao Jun and said, our two families are having dinner here. What are you doing here? Get out of here. Auntie, did you see that? Su Kang bullies me every day in the dorm, along with two other roommates. Qin Wan smiled but didn't say anything. Chao, the teacher standing beside her, spoke up, Su Kang, your classmate is eating here. Why are you chasing him away? Su Kang's face turned dark with anger. He had planned everything meticulously, but he never expected this bastard to dare to rebel. Xiao Jun saw that Su Kang had calmed down and felt secretly pleased. He then said pitifully, you don't know. On the first day of school, Su Kang set a trap and swindled 500 yuan from me. The next day during military training, he found something to hold over me and blackmailed me into buying him 2 cans of Red Bull every day. The military training lasted 20 days, and I spent hundreds of yuan just buying him Red Bull. Xiao Jun said this, and even managed to squeeze out a few tears. He spoke in a tearful voice, I didn't have enough money to eat last month. I've been starving for a long time. I've even lost weight from hunger. Su Kang angrily retorted, look at the meat in your bowl. You say you have no money to eat? Xiao Jun innocently replied, it's already October, and my family sent me some living expenses, so I want to eat more meat to make up for it. Is there a problem? Then look at the clothes you're wearing, AJ, Arc'teryx. Are you really that poor? They're all counterfeit brands that cost only a few $dozen each. Xiao Bin couldn't help but say, Su Kang, why are you cheating your classmates out of their money? Su Kang felt more wrong than Doi. He shouted, Mr. Chao, you don't know. He's a super rich second-generation kid. Xiao Bin frowned and said, whether someone is rich or not, you can't cheat them out of money. That's a matter of character. Xiao Jun was puzzled why Qin Wan didn't react, but Xiao Bin's expression grew increasingly serious. However, it didn't matter to him as long as Su Kang was humiliated. He turned to Xiao Bin and said, Mr. Chao, you're Su Kang's high school homeroom teacher, right? Xiao Bin nodded. Xiao Jun ramped up the pressure and continued, Mr. Chao, you don't know that Su Kang stays out all night and no one knows where he's been. During the day, he just lies in class sleeping. If he keeps this up, he'll fail his courses and won't be able to graduate. Su Kang. Xiao Bin's voice carried a hint of anger. Su Kang cursed Xiao Jun's ancestors in his mind, then whispered, Mr. Chao, I didn't do anything. He's just making things up. Xiao Bin sighed and said to Su Kang, every time you lie, you pinch your own flesh with your fingernails. Su Kang stared blankly at Xiao Bin, then slumped his head like a deflated balloon. He had indeed pinched the flesh of his palm with his fingernails just now. Qin Wan looked at Su Kang's expression and felt a pang of sympathy. She turned to Xiao Bin and said, Mr. Chao, I know what happened. Su Kong has been busy starting his own business and his company is about to open. That's why he's been a bit neglectful in his studies. But don't worry, Su Kong promised me he won't fail the final exams. Su Kong was touched. Only my own mother would care about me and lie for me. Xiao Bin was a bit skeptical and said, he's starting a business at such a young age? Xinwan smiled and said, yes, his situation is a bit special. Xiao Bin fell silent. Su Kong was set to inherit such a large family business, it was indeed quite special. Xiao Jun noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly interjected, isn't his girlfriend Wang Nan the one starting the business? Xinwan's expression turned cold upon hearing this and said, you're Xiao Jun, right? Xiao Jun nodded, suddenly feeling a sense of unease, much like when he had first seen Xiao Zai randomly swinging a belt. Xinwan continued, what's the deal with your father, Xiao Zai? Why doesn't he give you more living expenses? Why let you go hungry? Xiao Jun's eyes widened. How do you know my father? Xinwan continued, but don't worry, let me call him and give him a piece of my mind. I'll make him increase your allowance. She reached for her phone. Xiao Jun turned pale with fear. If my father finds out, he'll beat me again. Xiao Jun picked up his bowl and said without looking back, Auntie, I'm sorry. I'll leave right now. Xiao Bin and his wife were completely confused. Increasing your allowance is a good thing. Why are you so scared? Chapter 143, Where will Wang Nan sleep? After lunch, Su Kong and Xiao Qian led everyone around the school aimlessly. They walked and stopped, chatting happily. When they came across some old buildings, they stopped to let Su Kong and Xiao Qian explain them. Then they took a group photo. This harmonious scene made Xiao Qian feel as though the two families had been close friends for years. But in reality, the two families had only known each other for 3 months. Xiao Qian whispered to Su Kong, how do those 4 people have so much to talk about? Who knows? They're talking about how hard it was when they were studying and then reminiscing about the good old days. I wish we could buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine together, but it won't be the same as when we were young. Maybe when we're old, we'll be just like them. Su Kong sighed. Xiao Qian blushed, who's going to grow old with you? You go grow old with your Wang Nan. Su Kong checked the time, it was already 5:30 p.m. He couldn't help but marvel, old people really have stamina. We've been walking for over 4 hours. Finally, Lin Yi couldn't help but speak up, I'm so tired from walking around. Let's go eat. We still have homework to do tonight. How rare. Lin Yi actually volunteered to do homework. Lin Yongjian excitedly said, Lin Yi is right. Let's stop shopping for today. We should go do our homework now, wait, let's go eat first. Su Kong said, Mom, why don't we go to that hotel from last time? No need. Aunt Lu has already prepared dinner. Let's go home and eat. Xiao Bin asked in surprise, aren't you guys living in Kyoto? Xinwan explained, for convenience, we bought a house near the school. Mr. Chao and Mr. Liang don't have to go to the hotel at night either, there are extra rooms at home. Xiao Bin and his wife couldn't help but sigh in admiration. They're so wealthy. When the group returned to the villa, Wang Nan heard the door open and came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. She called out, Mr. Chao, Mr. Liang, hello. Nice to see you again. Xiao Bin and Liang Li greeted Wang Nan warmly as well. Su Kong saw Wang Nan and was quite surprised, saying, Wang Nan, when did you come back? I knew Mr. Chao and Ms. Liang were coming today, so I came back early. Then why are you wearing an apron? Wang Nan took out some tea leaves, began brewing tea, and said, I was worried that Aunt Lu would be too busy alone, so I came to help out. Wang Nan brought the brewed tea to Xiao Bin's family and said, Mr. Chao, Ms. Liang, and Xiao Banchang, this is this year's Anji white tea. Please try it. Xiao Qian took the teacup, feeling a bit uneasy. Wang Nan, are you trying to act like the hostess? Wang Nan brought 2 more cups of tea to Lin Yongjian and Xinwan, saying, Uncle Lin, Aunt Xin, please chat with Mr. Chao. The meal will be ready in about 20 minutes. Not bad, not bad. You can handle both the kitchen and the parlor. Xinwan smiled as she took the teacup and asked, how's work going at the company? Everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan. The grand opening on October 8th should be no problem. Xinwan was greatly reassured and said, alright, I'll wait for the grand opening in Jiangcheng before returning to Beijing. Wang Nan smiled and returned to the kitchen. Su Kong followed Wang Nan into the kitchen, greeted Aunt Lu, and said, Aunt Lu, I'll help out too. Before Aunt Lu could respond, Wang Nan pushed Su Kong out of the kitchen and said, be a good boy, go accompany Mr. Chao. We'll be done soon. Su Kong felt his heart melt. Half an hour later, the meal was served. Su Kong invited Xiao Bin and Liang Li to the table. Lin Yongjian started shouting again, Su Kong, do you have any alcohol? We're free tonight, let's have a drink with Chao teacher. Wait, Uncle Lin, you're already so close with Mr. Chao? With your drinking ability, you're thinking of getting him drunk? You're probably going to get drunk again. Su Kong always kept some Mao Tai in the trunk of his car, so he said, I have some in the car. I'll go get it. Xinwan hurriedly said, Su Kong, no need, we have some at home. Su Kong was taken aback. When did we get wine at home? Aunt Lu walked over carrying a 10-pound glass wine jar, which contained deer antler, goji berries, ginseng, and seahorse. Su Kang asked in confusion. Medicinal wine? Aunt Lu explained, Mr. Chin had someone deliver it today. He said for Mr. Su to drink a little every day. Su Kang placed his hands on his waist and asked, what does this medicinal wine supplement? I don't lack nutrients. Shinwan frowned and said, why are you asking so many questions? Just drink a little every day, don't drink too much. Aunt Lu wanted to laugh but dared not, looking as though she had something to say but couldn't bring herself to speak. Chao Qian spoke bluntly, it's for kidney health. My father drinks a little every day too. Do you have kidney issues? A young man not even 20 years old being asked by a young girl if he has kidney issues, what a humiliation. Su Kangting exploded, saying, I'm a young eagle, no, I'm still young. Why would I need to tonify my kidneys? Are you kidding? Su Kang handed the prepared medicinal wine to Lin Yongjin and Xiao Bin, saying, Mr. Chao, Uncle Lin, you're older, you should take some to nourish yourselves. Lin Yongjin knew young people were sensitive, so he smiled and said, you should have some too. Medicinal wine isn't just for kidney health, it also helps with sleep and other benefits. Su Kang took a cup, secretly delighted, and said, I've been having trouble sleeping lately. I'll give this medicinal wine a try. Wang Nan listened nearby, her ears turning red. I should ask Su Kang for this less often in the future. After all, it's not appropriate for someone so young to be taking kidney tonifying medicine. After dinner, Lin Yi actually went up to the study on the second floor to do her homework. Wang Nan was curious. My little sister-in-law actually knows how to do homework? Su Kang noticed Wang Nan's puzzled expression and smiled, saying, Lin Yi is different now. Come on, let's go help her with her homework. Wang Nan quickly nodded with a smile. As the two were about to follow her upstairs, they heard Chao Qian say, Aunt Qin, I'm going back to the dormitory. Xinwan hurriedly said, Qian, it's already dark. You had some red wine tonight. Just stay here and sleep. There's an extra room on the third floor. Su Kang was a bit confused. There are 3 rooms on the second floor and 2 on the third floor. The 4 elders definitely take 2 rooms. Me, Wang Nan, Chao Qian, and Lin Yi, how are we supposed to split the remaining 3 rooms? Su Kang asked, Mom, where will Wang Nan sleep? Xinwan was taken aback, are you being silly? Do you really need me to say it out loud? Wang Nan lowered her head and rolled her eyes at Su Kang. Su Kang finally realized what was going on and said sheepishly, I had a few drinks and got a bit confused. Wang Nan, let's go check on Lin Yi's homework. Chapter 144, Lin Yi, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. After guiding Lin Yi with her homework for a while, Su Kang noticed that although her foundation was weak, her comprehension ability was truly strong. Many concepts were immediately understood after he explained them. Wang Nan, who was standing nearby, was also shocked. She never expected Lin Yi to have such a natural talent for studying. If she had put in any effort in the past, she wouldn't have been at the bottom of the class every year. A while later, Xinwan and Chao teacher arrived in the study. Xinwan whispered to Su Kang, how's Lin Yi's homework coming along? Su Kang gave her a thumbs up and said, her comprehension skills are exceptional. If she puts in the hard work this year, she'll have no problem getting into the top high school in the county. Everyone listened with satisfaction. Lin Yongjian said happily, no wonder she's my daughter. She's just so smart. Lin Yi suddenly stood up and said to everyone, oh my gosh, it's so noisy. How am I supposed to do my homework? Everyone get out. Xinwan gave everyone a look and they all left the study. Only Lin Yongjian remained behind Lin Yi, saying flatteringly, I'll stay inside and watch you do your homework. I promise I won't say a word. I want you to be the first to leave. You reek of alcohol. Lin Yi said, then stood up and pushed Lin Yongjian out of the study. Lin Yongjian stood outside the study door and said, do you want some fruit? I'll go get it for you. No, thank you. Then there was a loud bang as Lin Yi slammed the study door shut. Lin Yongjian, seeing everyone looking at him, felt awkward. Chaobin smiled at Lin Yongjian and said, Professor Lin Yi is already so grown up she definitely doesn't like being watched over. Besides, studying always requires self-discipline. Lin Yongjian thought about it and realized he was right. He immediately cheered up and said, Yi has come to her senses. I'm so relieved. Chao teacher, come on, let's go downstairs and have another drink. Chao teacher was taken aback and said, more drinking? The dishes have already been cleared away. Lin Yongjian pulled Chao teacher downstairs and said, have Aunt Lu fry a plate of peanuts. Let's have some beer or red wine. Lin Yongjian turned around and called out to Su Kang, come down and have a drink too. Su Kang shook his head vigorously. Just kidding, I was hoping to test the medicinal wine's effectiveness. Lin Yongjian didn't care, as long as someone would drink with him. Xinwan called out, old Lin, you and Mr. Chao should drink less. Lin Yongjian and Chaobin quickly went downstairs to the first floor, unsure if they had heard her. Xinwan muttered, he can't hold his liquor, yet he insists on drinking so much. Liangli laughed, maybe it's because he has changed so much lately. I think Professor Lin is really happy today. Anyway, we're at home, so it's okay to drink a little more. Xinwan smiled and said to Su Kang and Wang Nan, you two should also get some rest. I'll accompany you to the company tomorrow. Su Kang asked in confusion, aren't we supposed to go out with Chow teacher tomorrow? Liang Li sighed and said, I posted a message on Jiangcheng University's WeChat Moments today and my sister saw it. She invited our family over to her place tomorrow. After all, we're sisters, so it's hard to refuse. Su Kang recalled Liang Su's snobbish demeanor and felt uneasy. However, since it was Chow teacher's family matter, he had no say in it, so he kept quiet. Xinhuan said, Ms. Liang, let me take you and Qianqian up to the third floor to rest. Chao Qian followed Xinhuan upstairs, glancing back at Su Kang and Wang Nan with suspicion. Did they already sleep together so quickly? What if they have a baby? Will they have to carry the baby to school? What a mess. Chao Qian, mind your own business. What is it to you how other couples behave? After Xinhuan and the others went upstairs, only Su Kang and Wang Nan remained in the second floor lobby. Wang Nan felt a bit hesitant. With Su Kang's family all present today, going to his room to sleep seemed too forward. Should she share a room with Lin Yi instead? Suddenly, Wang Nan's hand was grabbed by Su Kang. Wang Nan looked at Su Kang in confusion. Su Kang smiled and said, what are you thinking about? Come back to my room with me. Wang Nan's face turned red with embarrassment as she let Su Kang lead her to his room. Wang Nan, how do you solve this problem? Before he could finish speaking, the study door opened and Lin Yi walked out holding her homework. She looked at Su and Wang and asked curiously, brother, why did you take Wang Nan to your room? Wang Nan broke free from Su Kang's grip, feeling extremely embarrassed. You little brat, mind your own business. Go do your homework. Su Kang said, reaching out to grab Wang Nan's hand again. Lin Yi quickly stepped forward, blocking Wang Nan behind her, and said, how could you drag a girl into your room? You're such a bad guy, trying to do something bad. How can love between a man and a woman be a bad thing? Su Kang impatiently said, get out of the way. No way. As long as I'm here, I won't let you bully Wang Nan. Lin Yi spoke with righteous indignation. I have a good relationship with Wang Nan. Why would I bully her? I don't care. She's a girl, she can't go into your room. Wang Nan looked at Lin Yi's innocent face and felt her heart break. My little sister-in-law, could you please mind your own business? She suddenly came up with an idea and said, if you have any questions on your homework, I'll help you finish them and then I'll go back to the dorm. It's so late, why go back? Stay and sleep with me tonight. Sleep with you? How am I supposed to sneak into your brother's room then? Su Kang also understood Wang Nan's meaning and hurriedly said, your sister-in-law has to go back to the dorm tonight. If you have any questions, I'll help you with them. Pfft, what sister-in-law? A toad trying to eat a swan. You little brat, can't you speak properly? I'm a toad, what are you? A little female toad? Su Kang said, don't you know what my relationship with Wang Nan is? She's not your sister-in-law, what is she? Lin Yi shook her head and said, no, she hasn't married you yet. This was going nowhere, so Wang Nan finally said, I really need to go back to the dorm. Ask your brother to teach you. If you're too late, the dorm will close. Lin Yi looked at the two of them suspiciously but nodded in agreement. After Su Kang took Lin Yi to the study, Wang Nan quickly slipped into Su Kang's room, closed the door, and sighed, this little sister-in-law is way too nosy. In the study, after Su Kang helped Lin Yi solve a math problem, Lin Yi suddenly asked, brother, what time did you use to stay up doing homework? Until 11 p.m. Why? Then I'll stay up until 11 p.m. tonight too. Oh no, I really should have kept my mouth shut. Wang Nan is still waiting for me in the room. Su Kang immediately said, you need to balance your studies with rest. Get a good night's sleep and spend more time studying during the day. It'll be more efficient. Oh, okay. Lin Yi replied. Chapter 145, Xinhuan has to go to class again. The next morning, Chao Qian finished her morning routine and came downstairs from the third floor. She bumped into Su Kang and Wang Nan as they were leaving their room. Chao Qian blushed, they're really sharing a room? They're not even embarrassed. A secret that wasn't really a secret since it had been exposed in front of everyone still made Su Kang feel a little awkward. Wang Nan, on the other hand, smiled and greeted him cheerfully, good morning, old squad leader. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad. After saying that, Chao Qian hurriedly passed by the two of them and went downstairs. With a click, the door to the opposite room suddenly opened. Lin Yi, with disheveled hair, stuck her head out, her sleepy eyes looking at Su Kang and Wang Nan. Wang Nan was confident when facing Chao Qian, but she blushed shyly upon seeing Lin Yi. Su Kang, however, smiled and greeted her, good morning, Lin Yi. Did you sleep well last night? Lin Yi let out a startled ah and ran downstairs, shouting, Mom, something's wrong. My brother has turned into a bad person. Su Kang's face darkened. You little brat, can you just go around shouting about this? During breakfast, everyone remained silent. Su Kang glared at Lin Yi with displeasure. It's all your fault. You deserve to be scolded by Mom earlier. You should have kept it to yourself. Such a simple thing, and you don't even understand it. Now look, everyone's embarrassed. Finally, Xinhuan broke the silence and said, Mr. Chow, Mr. Liang, I've already arranged a car. After we finish eating, I'll have Mr. Li drive you there, and he'll accompany you the whole time. He'll pick you up and bring you back later. Xiaobin hurriedly said, that's not necessary. Having Mr. Li drive us there is already very kind of him. We're just visiting relatives, we don't need Mr. Li to accompany us. We'll take a taxi back in the afternoon. Liang Li also said, that's right, Su Kang's mother, you're being too polite. Old Xiao and I would feel uncomfortable. Xinwan smiled and said, alright, if there's anything, we'll just call each other. After breakfast, Xinwan's family saw Mr. Chao off at the car. Su Kang and Wang Nan then took Xinwan to the company. As for Lin Yongjian, he was at home helping Lin Yi with her homework. The first floor of the company villa had already been renovated, with 2 large rooms designated as warehouses, which were currently storing some goods. The second and third floors were undergoing high-end renovations, so progress was slower. The construction workers were busy at work. Wu Yun took Xinwan on a tour of the premises while explaining the company's operations. When she heard that a professional team had been hired to design the store's website, Xinwan interrupted, aren't you students from the computer science department at Jiangcheng University? Why didn't you ask your professors to design the website for the store? Su Kang asked in confusion, aren't they teachers? Would they take on such projects? Xinwan smiled and explained, industry-academia collaboration is inherently interconnected. Universities don't engage in production, but they need to stay updated on the latest industry trends from companies and continuously innovate technologically. Companies, on the other hand, require the talent and new technologies that universities can provide. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. Of course, for you, the most important thing is the network behind you. Think about it, every year, universities graduate so many students, and many of them become elite members of society. Because they graduated from the same university, they often form a network, also known as an alumni association. If you entrust this project to the college, letting them know you're starting a business, the college will provide you with various technical and networking supports, and even help you quickly integrate into the alumni network of the university. After all, the better you develop, the more prestige the school gains. Wu Yun interjected, this isn't the fault of Mr. Su or Mr. Wang, it's my oversight. It's okay, just be more careful next time. At that moment, an employee rushed over. Seeing Wang Nan and the others surrounding Xinwan like stars, he was curious about her identity. Wang Nan asked directly, Li engineer, what's the matter? Li hurriedly replied, Mr. Wang, the Zhang general manager who came yesterday has arrived. Alright, I got it. After Li Gong left, Wang Nan turned to Xinwan and said, Aunt Qin, this Zhang Zong is one of our computer suppliers. We had a round of negotiations with them yesterday. Their product quality is fine, but they're still unwilling to budge on the price. Aunt Qin, would you like to accompany us for the negotiations? No rush, let him wait for a while. Xinwan turned to Su Kang and asked, Xiao Kang, if you were this Zhang Zong, how would you approach the second round of negotiations today? Su Kang was taken aback and asked in confusion, am I the computer supplier, Mr. Zhang? Yes, put yourself in his shoes as Mr. Zhang. How would you facilitate this deal while also protecting your own interests? Su Kang knew Xinwan was teaching him again. After thinking for a moment, he said, then I'll lower the price slightly to close the deal first. Xinwan burst out laughing and said, that's all you could come up with after thinking for so long? Su Kang smiled awkwardly and said, I don't have much experience. Xinwan put away her smile and said, actually, business negotiations are all pretty much the same. If I were Zhang Zong, I'd have 2 options. The first is to lower the price but also propose other favorable conditions, such as requiring you to increase the order quantity or improve the payment terms. Su Kang asked, what do you mean by payment terms? Wang Nan explained from the side, in large-scale contract transactions like ours, payments are typically made in installments. For example, after signing a contract with a supplier, we first pay a 10% deposit. Before the supplier ships the goods, we pay another 50% as a shipment payment. Once the goods arrive and we confirm there are no quality issues, we pay another 20% as a delivery payment. The final 20% is held as a deposit and paid in full after 6 months or a year. So what Ms. Qin meant earlier was that Mr. Zhang wants to reduce the final 20% deposit to 10%, or even less. After all, this payment is due a year later, and they're concerned we might not pay or that other unforeseen circumstances could arise. Su Kang nodded repeatedly and then asked Xinwan, what about the second option? Xinwan continued, the second option is to not lower the price but offer additional services. It's like when you go shopping for clothes, and the shop owner says the price is non-negotiable, but they'll give you a free pair of socks. The customer gets the socks for free and is happy. It's the same principle. However, in negotiations, the buyer usually holds the upper hand. For example, I set Zhang Zong aside first, which is also a psychological tactic. Xinwan concluded, negotiation is essentially a process of give and take. If you concede a little here, you should strive for more in other areas. Unilaterally conceding benefits isn't negotiation. Su Kang listened intently, feeling enlightened. Xinwan saw Su Kang's focused expression and knew he had taken her words to heart. She smiled with satisfaction and said, let's go. We shouldn't keep Mr. Zhang waiting too long, it's impolite. Chapter 146, Wang Nan becomes even more skilled. The group arrived at the simple meeting room on the first floor, where Zhang Jihan and his assistant were already waiting. Xinwan led Su Kong to sit beside her, while Wang Nan took the central seat and Wu Yun sat on the other side. Zhang Jihan, upon seeing Xinwan and Su Kong, assumed they were just errand runners and paid them no mind. After exchanging some polite formalities, Zhang Jihan got straight to the point and said, "Mr. Wang, I reported the situation on our side to the company leadership yesterday. We have agreed to offer an additional discount of 180 yuan per unit, but the advance payment from your side must be increased to 65%, with the remaining 5% as a quality deposit. What do you think?" "Oh no, my mom was right." Su Kong glanced at Wang Nan, curious to see how she would handle the negotiation. Wang Nan smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Zhang, to be honest, Wang Company has also been in contact with us in the past few days." As soon as Wang Nan finished speaking, Zhang Jihan grew tense and said, "Ms. Wang, if you are familiar with the market, you should know that Wang Company's computers have some quality issues." "Mr. Zhang," Wang Nan interrupted Zhang Jihan, "it's precisely because we've done our market research that we've only been in contact with you so far and haven't brought anyone from Wang Company over. This is our greatest gesture of goodwill." Zhang Jihan said, "Thank you for trusting us, Mr. Wang. We are also very sincere." Wang Nan shook his head and said, "I don't see your sincerity. This time, we need a total order of 5,000 computers of various models, with a total value of over 10 million yuan. That's no small amount." Zhang Jihan hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Wang, we can offer a discount of 220 yuan per unit. Would that be acceptable?" "No," Wang Nan said directly. "The payment terms can be as you suggested, with a 5% deposit, but the unit price must be reduced by at least 300 yuan per unit." Zhang Jihan said with difficulty, "Our company has never offered such a low price before. But you've never had such a large order volume in one go either." Zhang Jihan felt his palms sweating. When he first met Wang Nan yesterday, he had assumed the younger man would be easy to handle, but after a few rounds of negotiation, he found himself at a loss for words. He said, "Mr. Wang, please give me a moment. I'll step out to call the company." Wang Nan said calmly, "Then you better hurry up. If we don't have a result by this morning, we'll have to contact Wang Company. Anyway, transportation is convenient now. If we call them this morning, they can bring the sample machines to Jiangcheng by tonight. At that point, whether we source the goods from you or from them will be unclear." Zhang Jihan grew tense upon hearing this. He couldn't tell if Wang Nan was being honest or not, but he couldn't afford to take the risk. If he brought Wang Company in, there was a real chance of losing such a large order. Zhang Jihan nodded repeatedly, then left the meeting room with his assistant. He had to convince the company to offer a lower price. Su Kong watched this unfold and felt a mix of emotions. Back when Wang Nan's father, Wang Lin, had come to the Qin family to borrow money, Wang Nan had already shown herself to be a formidable negotiator. Now, just over a month later, she seemed even more formidable, with an even stronger presence. Wang Nan walked up to Qin Wan and asked, "Aunt Qin, do you think there's anything I could have done better in the negotiation just now?" Qin Wan was about to praise her, but Su Kong quickly stood up, gave Wang Nan a kiss on the cheek, and said, "Wang Nan, you're amazing." Wang Nan's smiling face suddenly turned bright red. She glared angrily at Su Kong. "Your mother is watching. Can you behave yourself?" Qin Wan murmured to herself. "That little brat didn't get enough kisses last night. Now he has to do it in front of me. How shameless." Qin Wan pretended not to notice and said, "You did a great job." Then she called out to Wu Yun, "Little Wu, let's go out for a walk. We'll come back later." Wang Nan waited until Qin Wan and Wu Yun had left before whispering, "What were you doing just now?" "Your mom saw everything." Su Kong shrugged indifferently, "I just kissed my fiancé. What's the big deal? Besides, she knows what our relationship is. That's still not right." "You're not embarrassed, but I am." Su Kong chuckled, "You were so confident during the negotiation. Why are you shy now?" Wang Nan rolled her eyes, "Can Xiao Jun's thick skin rub off on you?" After about 10 minutes, Zhang Jihan and Qin Wan returned to the meeting room. After another round of intense negotiations, they finally reached an agreement. Each computer would be discounted by 280 yuan from the wholesale price, with a 5% deposit as payment. Wang Nan and Wu Yun had initially expected a discount of around 250 yuan, so today's negotiation exceeded their expectations. After signing the contract, the tense atmosphere finally dissipated. Zhang Jihan pulled Wang Nan aside and said, "I've been in sales for many years, but meeting Mr. Wang today really opened my eyes. The young generation is truly impressive." Wang Nan laughed and said, "There's no choice. The pressure forces you to grow." Zhang Jihan smiled and suddenly lowered his voice, asking, "Mr. Wang, isn't the woman in white the real boss behind the scenes?" Wang Nan was taken aback. The woman in white was none other than Qin Wan. "I didn't expect Mr. Wang to have such keen eyes." Wang Nan smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, don't be too curious." Zhang Jihan laughed and said, "Mr. Wang is right. I'll treat you to lunch today to make it up to you." Wang Nan checked the time. It was already 11:30 and said, "Mr. Wang, you're too kind. Since you're on my turf, I should treat you. The restaurant is already booked. Let's head over now." On the way to the restaurant, Su Kang and Wang Nan were in a Maserati driven by Li He, while Qin Wan and Wu Yun were in another car driven by another driver from the family. Su Kang curiously asked Wang Nan, "What did that Zhang Zong from the other side want to talk to you about?" She asked if Aunt Qin was the real boss behind the scenes. Su Kang was puzzled. My mom was sitting there without saying a word. How did he figure that out? Wang Nan thought for a moment and said, "It must be because Aunt Qin has such a powerful presence, she's the center of attention wherever she goes." Su Kang nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a phone rang. Su Kang picked it up and saw it was Chao Chen calling. Su Kang was curious, weren't they supposed to be having dinner at Liang Su's house at this time? Su Kang answered the call and asked, "Chao class monitor, is something wrong?" "Su Kang, are you free right now? I'm just about to go eat." "What's up?" Chao Chen sighed and said, "My parents just had a big argument on the main road. Now they're both refusing to eat or speak to each other. Could you come over and help mediate?" Su Kang was stunned. Can they really argue while visiting relatives? Chapter 147, If anyone has any complaints, keep them to yourselves. After listening for a while, Su Kang finally understood what had happened. Chao Chen's family had arrived at her Aunt Liang Su's house and everything seemed normal at first. By noon, her uncle Jiang Haiping took Chao Chen's family to a hotel for lunch. Coincidentally, they ran into one of Jiang Haiping's company shareholders who was hosting a wedding banquet. What no one expected was that Jiang Haiping and his wife actually left Chao Chen's family behind to attend someone else's wedding banquet. Su Kang was speechless upon hearing this. How could there be such a selfish person in this world? Su Kang asked again, "Your uncle always gives gifts. Why didn't he bring you along to the banquet?" "Who knows? Maybe he thinks we're from the countryside and it would embarrass him." Su Kang said angrily, "What face does your uncle have? They didn't even invite him to the wedding banquet, yet he still went with a smile on his face." Chao Chen sighed on the phone and didn't say a word. Su Kang said again, "Why doesn't Mr. Chao just give 200 and go in to eat a meal?" Chao Chen replied, "Do you think my dad is as thick-skinned as you? Besides, this kind of banquet requires at least a few thousand yuan. Mr. Chao must be feeling pretty hurt that his sister-in-law's family doesn't think much of him. How could he possibly have the heart to eat?" Su Kang replied, "So your parents argued over this?" "Yeah, my dad kept yelling at my mom that we shouldn't have come, using some swear words. My mom got fed up after hearing it so much, and they started arguing." Just then, the car pulled up in front of a restaurant. Su Kang said into the phone, "Chao class monitor, don't worry. I'll come over to talk to Chao teacher." Chao Chen was touched. Su Kang's family treated her parents with such respect and courtesy. Compared to her aunt's family, it was like night and day. After hanging up the phone, Su Kang saw that Qin Wan had already gotten out of the car. He rolled down the window and said to her, "Mom, stay here and have dinner. I'll go over to Mr. Chao's place." Qin Wan asked curiously, "What's going on over there?" "It's not a big deal. Mr. Chao and Mr. Liang are arguing. I'm going to mediate and take them out for lunch. They were fine when they left." "How did they end up arguing?" Qin Wan thought of something and asked, "Is it related to Mr. Liang's sister's family?" Su Kang nodded and said, "It's a long story. I'll go ahead." "Wait, I'll go with you. I was planning to go shopping with Mr. Liang this afternoon to relax." After saying that, Qin Wan turned to Wang Nan, who was standing nearby, and said, "Xiao Nan, you're doing great. Just follow your own path. I've got your back. Don't be afraid." Wang Nan nodded happily upon hearing this. "Starting my own business, even my own parents aren't as concerned as Aunt Qin." Zhang Jihan stood at the door with a head full of questions. What is the relationship between this mother and son and Mr. Wang? After Qin Wan got into the Maserati, Su Kang recounted what had happened to Chao teacher at Jiang Haiping's house. Qin Wan laughed upon hearing it. Liang teacher's sister's family is truly the oddest of the odd. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jinwan Grand Hotel in Jiangchang, they indeed spotted Chao teacher's family of three in a corner by the roadside. Chao Bin and Liang Li were standing back to back, refusing to look at each other, while Chao Qian acted like a wise older sister, alternately trying to console one and then the other. Qin Wan and Su Kang hurried over to greet them. Chao Bin and Liang Li were surprised to see Qin Wan and her son. They asked, "Mrs. Su, how did you know we were here?" Qin Wan, fearing they might feel awkward, made up a lie and said, "I heard Su Kang and Chao Qian mention on the phone that you hadn't eaten yet. Since I had nothing to do at Wang Nan's company, I came over with Su Kang." Chao Bin and Liang Li looked a bit uneasy, worried that their daughter had told Qin Wan and her son about the entire argument. Since no one mentioned it, it was clearly to save face for the two of them. Chao Bin said, "Thank you, Mrs. Su Kang. Shall we find a place nearby to eat first?" Qin Wan pointed to the Jiangcheng Jinwan Grand Hotel and said, "No need to look for another place. Let's just go to that hotel." Chao Bin and Liang Li exchanged glances. Chao Bin whispered, "Su Kang's mother, that hotel is hosting a banquet. It's okay, let us just book a private room." Su Kang also said, "They'll eat their meal and we'll eat ours. It won't interfere with each other." Chao Bin and his wife had no choice but to follow. Huang Jiexayan's son was getting married today, and a banquet was being held at the Jiangcheng Jinwan Grand Hotel. Most of the guests had already arrived, with only the company's big boss, Lu Zhuang, still missing. Huang Jixian called Lu Zhuang, who said he was on his way with a few friends. While waiting, Huang Jixian noticed Qin Wan and her group entering the hotel. He was struck by Qin Wan's elegant demeanor and regal presence, and wondered, could she be the friend Mr. Lu invited? Fearing he might offend a VIP, he hurried forward and asked, "May I ask if you came here with Mr. Lu?" Qin Wan asked, "Which Mr. Lu? Lu Zhuang?" Huang Jixin's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said, "It's indeed Mr. Lu Zhuang. Please follow me to your seats." Qin Wan replied indifferently, "I'm sorry, I know Lu Zhuang, but I don't know you." Huang Jixian was taken aback. What was going on? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance, "Little sister, brother-in-law, why are you here too?" Everyone looked up and saw Zhang Haiping and Liang Su, a couple, getting up from their seats near the door and walking over. Chao Bin's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "We're here to eat, of course." Zhang Haiping was quite surprised and asked, "Do you also know our company's Mr. Huang?" Chao Bin and Huang Zixin exchanged glances. With his shabby appearance, who would recognize him? With his poor appearance, who would recognize him? Zhang Haiping noticed the expressions on their faces and realized they didn't know each other. He felt annoyed inside. What's wrong with my brother-in-law today? I already told him to have them eat something first and then entertain them properly tonight. Zhang Haiping spoke to Huang Jixian with a humble expression, "I'm sorry, Mr. Huang. My brother-in-law is from the countryside and doesn't know the rules. I'll take him out to talk for a moment." As soon as Zhang Haiping said this, Qin Wan and the others found it particularly offensive. Even Chao Qian glared at him angrily. Su Kong couldn't help but say, "We came in to have a meal. What rules do we need to follow? Do we need your permission?" Liang Su interjected, "You're just a kid. What do you know? This is a formal occasion. Can you just walk in like that?" Qin Wan glared coldly at Liang Su and said, "My son Su Kong can go wherever he wants. If anyone has an opinion, keep it to yourself." As soon as Qin Wan spoke, the surrounding area fell silent. Zhang Haiping and his wife thought to themselves, "Is this the mother of the student? What a bold statement. Huang Jixian is a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. You can't afford to offend him." Chapter 148, Mr. Lu, it's not me, it's Zhang Haiping. In Jiangshan, no one had ever spoken so boldly in front of Huang Jixian. Even the city's top tycoons, who were far more powerful than him, at least maintained appearances. Huang Jixian's expression grew increasingly grim. Liang Li saw this and hurriedly said to Liang Su, "Sister, we're not here for the banquet. Let's find a private room to eat." Liang Su realized what she meant and said, "But all the chefs in the hotel are busy with the banquet. Your meal might take a long time." Qin Wan said, "That's not your concern." Qin Wan noticed a waiter nearby and called out, "Waiter, do you have any private rooms available?" The waiter rushed over and said, "I'm sorry, sir, the remaining 5 private rooms are all reserved for Mr. Huang next door. Can you make one available?" Huang Jixian's expression grew even more grim. The waiter had already made it clear, yet he was still asking this question. This was like slapping him in the face. Zhang Haiping saw Huang Jixian's expression and felt extremely weighed down. He had come here to butter up the boss, but never expected Chao Bin's family to show up and cause such a scene. This was going to get him in big trouble with the boss. He pulled out 500 yuan from his wallet and said to Chao Bin, "Brother-in-law, could you please find a place to eat outside? Just consider it a favor for me." Earlier, when he had claimed to be from the countryside and unaware of the rules, Chao Bin had held his tongue. Now, with several hundred yuan in cash being offered, Chao Bin felt deeply insulted. He said, "Zhang Haiping, if you want us to eat elsewhere, just say so. Why bother pulling out several hundred yuan? I may be just a teacher, but I'm not so poor that I can't afford a few hundred yuan from you." "Chao Bin, what are you trying to do?" Zhang Haiping grew increasingly impatient. He thought Chao Bin must think the money wasn't enough, so he took out all the cash in his wallet and shouted hysterically, "Is it not enough? I'll give you all the cash I have on me. Now can you just leave and stop causing trouble?" Mr. Chao was momentarily speechless. Do they really think I'm this money hungry? Liang Su saw that Chao Bin wasn't taking the money and urgently said to Liang Li, "Quickly persuade your husband Chao Bin to take the money and take you all out to eat." Liang Li shook her head and said, "He won't take it." Zhang Haiping, hearing Liang Li's words, turned to Chao Bin and asked, "Chao Bin, what do you want from me?" "I'll transfer the money to you this afternoon. How much do you want? 10,000? 20,000? Or 50,000? Chao Bin took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. He said to Zhang Haiping, "I can't control my wife and daughter, but as for myself, from now on, I won't set foot in your house again." After saying that, Chao Bin turned to leave the hotel. Liang Li grabbed Chao Bin from behind and said, "Old Chao, why are you being so harsh?" Chao Bin didn't look back, his neck veins bulging. "I may be poor, but I have my dignity and principles. Don't use a few stinking bills to insult my humanity." With that, he walked away in large strides. Liang Li looked at her sister in disappointment, turned around, and followed Chao Bin out resolutely. Qin Wan shot a cold glance at Zhang Haiping and his wife before leading Su Kong and Chao Qin out as well. Jiang Haiping felt awkward on the surface, but deep down, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let them scold me. As long as these country bumpkins leave, that's fine. Xiao Bin waited at the hotel entrance. Seeing Qinwan emerge, he said with a guilty expression, I'm sorry, Mrs. Su Kong. The messy affairs in my family have caused you embarrassment. Qinwan smiled and said, Mr. Chow, it was my oversight. Let's find another place to eat. A few people were about to leave when a car slowly pulled up to the hotel entrance. Before it had come to a complete stop, Xiao's eye rolled down the window and excitedly shouted, Mr. Qin, you're here too. Oh, and Mr. Su as well. Upon hearing the voices, the others looked up and saw Lu Zhuang, Xiao's eye, and Wang Tao getting out of the car, running over excitedly. Qinwan smiled and said, Are the three of you forming a brotherhood now? Xiao's eye laughed, exactly. Since we're on vacation, the three of us often meet up to hang out together. Xiao Zai then looked at Xiao Bin's family, unsure of their relationship with Qinwan, and said, My name is Xiao Zai. May I ask how I should address the three of you? Wang Tao interjected, Mr. Xiao, you probably don't know. This is Mr. Chao, Mr. Kong's high school teacher, and this is Mr. Chao's wife, Ms. Liang. This is their beloved daughter, who has been in the same class as Mr. Kong from high school to university. Xiao Zai was no stranger to such situations. He could tell at a glance that this family held a significant place in Qinwan's heart. He quickly extended his hand and greeted them, So you're Mr. Su's mentor? It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Bin hurriedly shook hands and said, I'm not worthy of such praise. Lu Zhuang also extended his hand with a smile and said, Mr. Chao, do you remember me? Xiao Bin laughed, Of course I remember. Next time I have a first-class ticket, I'll ask you to swap with me. That's not possible. Last time I was too forward, and I felt guilty about it for a long time afterward, Lu Zhuang said with a smile. At that moment, the hotel doors opened, and Huang Jixian emerged with a complicated expression on his face. He said, Mr. Lu, Mr. Xiao, you've arrived. Lu Zhuang pointed at Huang Jixian and said, Mr. Huang, you're not being honest. You know Mr. Qin yet you never mentioned it. Huang Jixian looked embarrassed. He had already noticed inside the hotel that these people had an unusual relationship with Lu Zhuang. He looked at Qinwan, intending to greet her again, but heard Qinwan's icy voice say, I don't know him. Lu Zhuang was quite surprised. He asked in confusion, Miss Qin, you don't know Huang Jixin? Then why are you here? To eat. Lu Zhuang nodded and then happily introduced. This is Huang Jixian, a shareholder of my company. His son is having a wedding banquet today, so let us go and have a drink to celebrate. What do you think? No, let's not go. It's bad luck. Let's find another place to eat. You three go in. Qinwan said indifferently. Lu Zhuang felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this, and his smile froze on his face. He asked in a trembling voice, Mr. Qin, did this man surnamed Huang do something wrong to offend you? Huang Zixin was a smart man. He had already realized that the woman in front of him was someone even Lu Zhuang dared not offend. He was so scared that he hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, it's not me. It's Jiang Haiping from our company. Lu Zhuang recalled that there was indeed a middle-level manager named Jiang Haiping in the company. He was now filled with questions. How could an ordinary person like Jiang Haiping have angered Ms. Qin so much? He asked suspiciously, how did Jiang Haiping manage to offend Ms. Qin? Huang Jixin looked at Qinwan, then at Xiao Bin. He didn't know how to explain this situation. Xiao Bin sighed and said, Mr. Lu, Jiang Haiping is my sister's husband. Brother-in-law? So this is a family matter. Lu Zhuang felt a lot lighter. Family matters can't be blamed on me, can they? Chapter 149, Fate and Destiny. Lu Zhuang immediately guessed that Xiao Bin had been upset by Jiang Haiping. He was quick-witted and quickly figured out what to do. He asked Huang Jixian, do you have any private rooms available? Huang Jixin replied promptly, yes, they're all ready. Lu Zhuang nodded upon hearing this, then smiled at Xiao Bin and said, Mr. Chao, it's already this late, and there are no other hotels nearby. Why don't the few of us just have a simple meal in this private room? Xiao Bin sighed inwardly, I'm just an ordinary teacher. Everyone around me is a big shot. I can't very well make everyone else go hungry just because of a minor family dispute. So he reluctantly agreed. Lu Zhuang looked at Qinwan, who nodded slightly. Jiang Haiping and his wife had returned to their seats after Xiao Bin and the others left. Therefore, they were unaware of what had happened outside. They heard a creak, and Jiang Haiping and his wife immediately turned to look. The hotel door was slowly pushed open, and Lu Zhuang stood at the entrance, bowing slightly, and shouted in a loud voice, Mr. Qin, Mr. Chao, come in quickly. Qinwan and Xiao Bin then walked in side by side, followed by Xiao Zizai and Wang Tao, who entered one after another. Many people present recognized Lu Zhuang, Xiao Zai, and Wang Tao, and they all stood up to greet them. However, what puzzled them was the identity of the group that had just gone out and come back in, and why they were being treated with such respect by Lu Zhuang. Liang Li and Xiao Qian were at the back. Liang Li looked at her sister with a complicated expression. She saw her sister and her husband both looking stunned, sighed, and followed the others inside. Xiao Qian also deliberately glanced at her aunt and uncle, but her eyes betrayed a mix of pride and disdain. You treated my father like trash, yet the person you've been trying so hard to ingratiate yourself with is treating him like a VIP. It's all about timing and fate. Jiang Haiping couldn't resist his curiosity. He ran over and grabbed Chao Qian, asking, Qian, how does your father know Mr. Lu? Chao Qian replied calmly, we just happened to meet at the airport. That's impossible. Mr. Lu clearly respects your father. Want to know why? Jiang Haiping felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had just looked down on their family earlier and now he was asking someone else about it. But face doesn't cost a thing. He looked at Chao Qian, nodded, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Chao Qian looked at her uncle's fawning expression and felt more satisfied than winning first place in an exam. She chuckled, Uncle, you can go ask Mr. Lu yourself. Jiang Haiping see that inwardly, the little brat is mocking me, isn't she? Seeing Jiang Haiping at a loss for words, Chao Qian felt it wasn't enough and added, Uncle, you're part of the upper crust of Jiangchang. You wouldn't have no say in front of Mr. Lu, would you? Jiang Haiping, being teased so harshly by his niece, couldn't take it anymore, even with his thick skin. He huffed and returned to his seat. He had no appetite for the wedding banquet. His mind was filled with endless regret, just like Shanglin's wife. I'm such a fool. I only knew they were from the countryside, but I didn't know they could climb so high and connect with Mr. Lu. Liang Su nudged Jiang Haiping with her arm and said, why are you so downcast? Isn't it a good thing that Chaobin knows Mr. Lu? Let us apologize to Chaobin later and ask him to speak well of us to Mr. Lu. Jiang Haiping said worriedly, the harsh words Chaobin just spoke probably mean he wants nothing to do with me for the rest of his life. Liang Su laughed and said, Chaobin has always been stubborn and hard to deal with. However, my younger sister Liang Li is always kind-hearted. Let's go find her. Jiang Haiping's eyes lit up at the suggestion, seeing a glimmer of hope. Huang Jixin led everyone into a private room. After everyone had taken their seats, Lu Zhuang pulled Huang Jixin aside and said, Mr. Huang, today is your son's wedding day. First, congratulations. Second, the people inside are all VIPs. Don't let anyone disturb them. Third, after the banquet, keep Chao's brother-in-law, Jiang Haiping, here. I'll give you instructions later. Huang Jixin was taken aback and asked, why keep him here? I was planning to send them all away right now. Lu Zhuang furrowed his brows and said, after all, they're family. You never know if they might reconcile later. Just follow my instructions. After Lu Zhuang returned to the private room, the food was served shortly afterward. Lu Zhuang and the others naturally wanted to drink with Mr. Chao, and Su Kong said he would join them as well. However, all three of them looked at Qin Wan, and only after she nodded did they dare to pour wine into Su Kang's cup. Once the banquet officially began, Lu Zhuang and the others kept toasting Chao Laoshi repeatedly, but none of them dared to toast Su Kong first. Even when Su Kong took the initiative to toast them, they dared not return the gesture. Su Kong shot a resentful glance at Qin Wan. It's all your fault. Now I'm being isolated. Qin Wan hadn't expected these three, who were considered big shots in their own right, to be so timid. She cleared her throat and said, Mr. Lu, Mr. Xiao, and Mr. Wang, are you making my son Su Kong drink with the air? The three men turned red upon hearing this. If we drink with your son, you have an issue. If we don't drink with your son, you have an issue. How hard is this for us? Lu Zhuang, being more experienced, was the first to raise his cup toward Su Kong and said, Mr. Su, I'll toast you. Your drinking tolerance isn't up to par yet, so just take a small sip. Wang Tao also raised his cup and said, Kong, drink as you like. Xiao Zizai added, Mr. Su, just drink this cup. Of course, it's okay if you can't finish it. Su Kong said discontentedly, I can drink 2 cups now. With 2 cups worth, just drink 1. That's just right, Xiao Zizai hurriedly said. Chaobin didn't know that Lu Zhuang and the others had been pranked by Qin Wan earlier. Seeing that Su Kong had taken 3 sips and still had half a cup left, he said discontentedly, Su Kong, that's not acceptable. We're all on our 2nd cup and you still have so much left in your 1st cup. This is what we'll do, the teacher will drink with you. Finish the wine in your cup and I'll drink the same amount as you. How about that? The 3 of them were startled and quickly looked at Qin Wan, but she looked completely unfazed. The 3 couldn't help but sigh, it's still you, Teacher Chao. If we had drunk like that with Su Kong, Qin Wan would have sent us to the hospital the next day. As the banquet was about to end, Lu Zhuang found an excuse to leave the private room, and Huang Jixin immediately came over. Lu Zhuang asked, has Jiang Haiping left yet? No. Later, hint to him to come in and toast. Huang Jixin was completely baffled. I don't even have the qualifications to go in and toast him, and you want me to send him in? Lu Zhuang could only say, after all, he's Chao Teacher's brother-in-law. I'll test Chao Teacher's attitude first and then decide how to proceed based on the situation. Chapter 150, Destiny in Others' Hands. Chaobin wasn't too much of a drinker, but Lu Zhuang and the others were seasoned drinkers with high emotional intelligence. After a few rounds, they had Chaobin feeling a bit tipsy. Suddenly, the door to the private room opened, and Jiang Haiping and Liang Su walked in holding a wineglass. Chaobin was initially surprised, then fell silent, lowering his head to look at the table full of food. Lu Zhuang, standing beside him, noticed Chao Bin's reaction and thought to himself, it seems like there's a big rift between Chao teacher and his brother-in-law. The most surprised was Jiang Haiping. He never expected that Qin Wan would be seated at the head of the table, with Chao Bin and Su Kang on either side of her. On Chao Bin's other side were Lu Zhuang and the others, while on Su Kang's other side were Chao Chen and her daughter. The higher one's status, the more they value seating arrangements. Jiang Haiping didn't think Lu Zhuang and the others were unaware of this seating etiquette. It could only mean that among everyone present, Qin Wan held the highest status, followed by Chao Bin and Su Kang, and then his boss Lu Zhuang and the others. Chao Bin's family background was well known to Jiang Haiping. The fact that Lu Zhuang and the others were willing to sit behind him must be related to Qin Wan, who was seated in the center. Who was she, exactly? Liang Li saw her older sister and brother-in-law enter. Though she had been a bit upset earlier, she stood up and said, "Sister, brother-in-law, how did you two come in?" Before entering, Jiang Haiping had originally planned to flatter Lu Zhuang in front of him, but after assessing the situation, he immediately changed his mind and turned to Chao Bin, saying, "Brother-in-law, today I was rude to your family. I came over specifically to apologize to you." After speaking, Jiang Haiping raised his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Liang Su didn't know why her husband had suddenly changed his tone, but with so many people watching, she dared not ask and followed suit, downing her drink. Liang Li, standing nearby, looked happily at Chao Bin, but saw him still keeping his head down and silent. Liang Li felt a bit upset. After all, they were family. Even if bones were broken, the tendons remained connected. She whispered to Chao Bin with a hint of displeasure, "Chao Bin, my sister and brother-in-law have already apologized publicly. At least say something." Chao Bin could bring himself to cut ties with the Jiang Haiping family, but he didn't want his wife, who had been by his side through thick and thin, to be caught in the middle and have a hard time. He sighed, raised his glass, and said to Jiang Haiping, "Never mind, it's just a small matter. No need to apologize." After speaking, he also downed the rest of his drink. Liang Su was overjoyed and said eagerly, "Brother-in-law, can you come out for a moment?" Chao Bin asked in confusion, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Haiping cursed Liang Su under his breath for being so thoughtless. He stopped Liang Su and said to Chao Bin, "There's nothing else. My brother-in-law can continue drinking with the executives. I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, he tried to pull Liang Su out. "Wait, Jiang engineer." Lu Zhuang saw Jiang Haiping about to leave and hurriedly said. Jiang Haiping asked in confusion, "Mr. Lu, do you have any instructions?" Lu Zhuang smiled and said, "The director of your department, Wang, is being transferred to another position. You've been with our company for quite some time. Would you be interested in taking over Wang's position?" Jiang Haiping's heart leaped with joy. My earlier guess was correct. He hurriedly said, "As long as the company needs me, I'll go anywhere." Just as Jiang Haiping was looking at Lu Zhuang with eager anticipation, he suddenly turned his head and asked Chao Bin, "Mr. Chao, our company wants to offer the position of purchasing director in a certain division to your brother-in-law, but we're concerned that he may lack experience in dealing with people. So, should we promote him directly, or send him to the front lines to gain some experience first before promoting him?" Everyone present was taken aback. Wang Tao and Xiao Zizai secretly cursed Lu Zhuang for being a sly old fox. Su Kang and Chao Chen, however, felt secretly delighted. Qin Wan, on the other hand, watched the scene with a smile on her face. Jiang Haiping and Liang Su felt a mix of emotions. Just a few hours ago, their own couple had looked down on them as country bumpkins, leaving them on the street to attend Huang Ji Xian's wedding banquet. Now, the tables had turned, and the very people they had looked down on could decide their fate with a single word. Chao Bin said awkwardly, "Mr. Lu, you really think too highly of me. Personnel changes in your company are none of my business as an outsider." Lu Zhuang laughed. Jiang Haiping's personal abilities are beyond question. As for his interpersonal skills, I don't know him well enough. You're his brother-in-law, you definitely have a say in this matter. Outside the house, Huang Ji Xian was deeply impressed by Lu Zhuang. That's brilliant. With just one question, he not only vented Chao Bin's frustration but also made Jiang Haiping realize his true standing. Of course, the most important thing was that he had won Qin Wan's favor. The conflict between Chao Bin and Jiang Haiping was a family matter, and as an outsider, Qin Wan couldn't interfere. However, Lu Zhuang was Jiang Haiping's boss, so it was best for him to step in. Seeing that Chao Bin was still silent, Lu Zhuang smiled and said, "Mr. Chao, as the ancients say, one should not hesitate to recommend a capable person even if they are related. Feel free to speak your mind." Liang Su, standing nearby, couldn't help but say, "Brother-in-law, don't you know your brother-in-law's character? Since Mr. Lu has asked, why not tell him?" Jiang Haiping looked at Chao Bin, wanting to speak several times but holding back each time. Chao Bin shook his head and said, "Mr. Lu, this question is really putting me in a difficult position. Sometimes, refusing to answer is also an answer." Lu Zhuang smiled and said, "It's okay, I understand." Jiang Haiping's face turned pale upon hearing this. Sure enough, Lu Zhuang immediately turned to Jiang Haiping and said, "Mr. Jiang, you may leave now." Liang Su was much less experienced in social etiquette and didn't catch the meaning behind Lu Zhuang's words. She asked in confusion, "Mr. Lu, what about my husband's promotion?" Lu Zhuang replied casually, "Let's just keep things as they are." How can it be the same as before? You're so close to my brother-in-law, shouldn't you give him a promotion? Liang Su was thinking of speaking up for him again, but she saw Jiang Haiping glaring at her, so she quickly shut her mouth and followed him out. At that moment, there were still some company employees in the banquet hall. Upon seeing Jiang Haiping and his wife emerge from the private room, they all turned to look at him. Jiang Haiping felt his face burning with embarrassment. He whispered to Liang Su, "Let's go home first." As they walked home, Liang Su finally couldn't help but ask, "Old Jiang, is there still any hope for your promotion?" "Not in the short term." "Why? Didn't Xiaobin say anything?" Jiang Haiping sighed and said, "It's a good thing he didn't say anything. If he had mentioned today's incident in front of everyone, I would have had to pack my bags and leave the company." Liang Su complained, "Xiaobin is such an idiot. If he had said a few good words for you, you would have gotten the promotion." Jiang Haiping suddenly stopped in his tracks. Liang Su asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Liang Su, from now on, you must be polite to Xiaobin and his family. If Xiaobin doesn't say a good word for me in front of Lu Zhuang in the future, I'll never get promoted." After saying this, Jiang Haiping felt a bitter taste rise in his heart. The feeling of having his fate controlled by others was unbearable. Chapter 151, Qinwan gets jealous and sulks. Not long after Jiang Haiping left, Su Kong and the others also finished their meal. Xiaobin suddenly asked, "By the way, Su Kong, where is Wang Nan's company? I'd like to visit it with your teacher Liang." Su Kong replied happily, "Sure, let's go now." Wang Tao immediately said, "We're free this afternoon, so let's all go together." The others had no objections, but Qinwan's shopping plans were once again ruined. When the group arrived at the Su Wang e-commerce company villa, Wang Nan was in the small meeting room discussing supply issues with another supplier. Wang Nan heard the voices outside the meeting room and realized it was Qinwan and the others returning. After giving a few instructions to Wu Yin beside her, she hurriedly stepped out of the meeting room. Wang Tao saw Wang Nan elegantly emerge from the meeting room. Her hair was neatly tied back and she was dressed in a professional outfit, looking extremely poised and capable. He couldn't help but remark, "Little Nan is becoming more and more like a big boss these days." Su Kong said discontentedly, "Tao Gui, you don't know how to speak. What do you mean she looks like a big boss? She already is a big boss, isn't she?" Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Wang Nan smiled and greeted everyone in turn. Finally, she called out to Chao Bin and Liang Li, "Mr. Chao, Ms. Liang, you're here too?" Chao Bin laughed, "Mr. Liang and I don't know anything. We're just here to look around. But I can tell you're doing a great job here." Wang Nan said, "Actually, I don't know much either. It's all thanks to Aunt Qin, Mr. Lu, and Mr. Xiao were giving me advice behind the scenes. I'm just the one doing the actual work." Lu Zhuang laughed, "Xiao Nan, there's no need to be modest. The key is that you're ambitious and eager to learn. In just a few short days, it's obvious that your entire demeanor has changed." Xiaozi also sighed, "If my son were half as ambitious as you, I'd be so grateful." Wang Nan said, "I actually think Xiao Jun is quite good too. He's optimistic and open-minded, but more importantly, he's very loyal to his friends." Xiao Zizai smiled broadly. After all, everyone wants their son to be recognized by others. Xinwan pointed to the meeting room and said to Wang Nan, "Xiao Nan, you're not inside. Is everything okay?" "Aunt Qin, I've already discussed it with the other party, and Wu Jie is inside." Xinwan nodded and said to Wang Nan, "Since everyone is here today, is there anything you want to discuss or any difficulties you're facing? We can offer some advice." Wang Nan shook his head and said, "There are no issues or difficulties, but I'm a bit concerned." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Wang Nan continued, "We've already signed a supply contract worth over 70 million. When all those goods come in, if sales are poor during the grand opening." Before Wang Nan could finish, Xinwan burst into laughter. Wang Nan blushed slightly. "Aunt Qin, what are you laughing at? Is my worry unnecessary?" Xiao Zizai had intended to say that he could secure a few $1 million orders for the grand opening. But the words stopped at his lips. "I can't say that. I want to look impressive on the day of the grand opening." Lu Zhuang had the same thought. "I also want to act cool on opening day." Why add the word also? Only Su Kong, after hearing Wang Nan's words, thought her concerns were reasonable. He said, "Then let us post more ads in the QQ group, including some status updates in QQ space." After saying that, Su Kong actually took out his phone and started typing a post in the QQ space. Chao Qian was a bit surprised. When Su Kong got into Zhengcheng University, he didn't even post a status update. Qinwan felt a bit jealous. When she had found Su Kong and brought him back to Beijing, he hadn't posted anything either. Now his girlfriend's company was opening, and he was posting about it. With such an opportunity to show off, Lu Zhuang and the others wouldn't miss out. They all took out their phones, opened their penguin spaces, and were all taken aback. Damn it, Zhang Chun must have X-ray vision or be cheating. How did he repost Su Kang's post so quickly? Lu Zhuang and the others hurriedly copied, pasted, and sent it, afraid they'd be too slow. Even Chao Laoshir's family opened their phones and reposted Su Kang's post. Su Kang noticed that Qinwan hadn't made a move yet and said, "Mom, why don't you post something to help Wang Nan promote his business?" "I don't know how." "Stop bothering me." Su Kong was completely baffled. What on earth was she upset about? If Qinwan's secretary Zhao Rong were here, she would have immediately guessed that Qinwan was jealous and sulking. At that moment, in Zhang Chun's home in Beijing, Zhang Chun immediately reposted Su Kang's post, feeling secretly pleased. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his father, Zhang Huai, calling. As soon as Zhang Chun answered, he heard a barrage of curses. "You good-for-nothing brat. What are you sending all that nonsense to the company management group? Are you planning to switch careers and start selling clothes or computers? You're not doing your job properly. Delete it immediately." "Old man, let me explain." Zhang Chun didn't even get to finish his sentence before Zhang Huayo hung up. Why does the old man always get so worked up? At least let me finish speaking. Never mind, if you won't let me post in the company group, I can post in my own friends group, right? As a spoiled rich kid from Beijing, Zhang Chun was posting ads in various groups, and his friends started asking him what was going on. Zhang Chun didn't mention that he was a shareholder of Su Wan e-commerce company. He only said it was a business started by a good friend and hoped everyone would support it. Just as they were chatting enthusiastically, the phone rang again. It was the old man Zhang Huayo calling again. "Does that mean I can't even spam the group?" Zhang Chun nervously answered, "Hello." He heard his father's kind voice on the other end. "Spring, what was that advertisement you just shared?" Zhang Chun was confused. "I already deleted it. I'm not talking about that. I'm asking about that e-commerce company. I just invested a little money to try it out." "You invested money? Are you a shareholder?" "Yeah, a minor shareholder." Zhang Huai fell silent for a moment before continuing. "Earlier, Qinwan also reposted your e-commerce company's advertisement on her QQ space. What's the connection between her and your e-commerce company?" "Of course there's a connection." Zhang Chun then gave Zhang Huai a brief overview of how several partners had invested in Wang Nan's e-commerce company. As soon as Zhang Chun finished speaking, Zhang Huayo exclaimed excitedly, "My clever son! You're finally showing some intelligence in your life." Zhang Chun's face darkened. "Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" Zhang Chun said smugly, "With just 10 million, you've managed to climb onto Qinwan's coattails. In this family, I'm the only one who's this smart. It's not just that, Chunner. Don't sell your 10% stake. This e-commerce company will become an industry giant in just a few years." Zhang Chun paused, then thought it over carefully and realized he might be onto something. Chapter 152. Though Chu has only 3 households, it will be Chu that brings down Qin. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chun lay back comfortably in the massage chair. It wasn't easy to receive praise from his old father. Suddenly, his phone buzzed again. Zhang Chun thought it was another friend asking about the e-commerce company. He slowly opened the app, only to have his eyes widen in shock. There, Zhang Huai had reposted the e-commerce ad he had previously removed, this time in the family business group. "Old fool, you betrayed me." Before Zhang Chun could react, Zhang Huayo sent several more messages. He assigned the comprehensive department to count the number of old computers in the company that were over 5 years old, as well as the height and measurements of all employees, and instructed the procurement department to prepare for purchasing new computers and winter work uniforms. Zhang Chun let out a sigh. It was the old man again, always thinking big. Meanwhile, in other prominent families in Kyoto, everyone had the same question: what on earth is Su Wan e-commerce company? Why would Qin Wan and her son, who never post anything on social media, advertise for such an obscure little company? It doesn't matter if we don't understand. I'll just share it first. Thus, starting from the Kyoto aristocratic circles, the advertisements for Su Wan e-commerce company spread across the country at an astonishing speed. Su Xiaolan looked at the screen filled with Su Wan e-commerce company ads and couldn't help but laugh and cry. She had already made the same arrangements as Zhang Huai in the Su Feng Real Estate Corporate Management Group. Now she took out her phone and made a call. "Hello, Li Secretary, book me a flight to Jiancheng." "Sure, Ms. Su. What time?" "October 8th in the morning, or maybe October 7th in the evening." "Got it, Ms. Su. I'll send you the details once it's booked." Su Xiaolan hung up the phone and recalled the ads filling her screen on WeChat Moments. She couldn't help but mutter, "I wonder how much inventory Wang Nan prepared. There might not be enough to sell on opening day." In the days that followed, Wang Nan continued to go to the company every day without fail. Su Kong and Qin Wan accompanied Chao Bin's family as they explored Jiancheng. As for Lin Yi, she actually managed to endure the loneliness and stayed home to do her homework and catch up on her studies. Lin Yongjian was deeply relieved and stayed home to accompany her. It wasn't until the last day of the National Day holiday that Li He drove Chao Bin and his wife, along with Lin Yi, back to Daji County. On the evening of October 7th, after finishing their workout in bed, Su Kong and Wang Nan leaned against the headboard discussing the plans for the next day. Wang Nan said, "I've already taken the day off. Tomorrow morning, I'll leave early with Aunt Qin and Uncle Lin to go to the company. After you finish your 2 morning classes, bring Xiao Jun and the others over." Su Kong sighed. These classmates are really something, insisting on coming to take a look. Wang Nan laughed, "Let them come. Anyway, there's only the first and second periods tomorrow morning. Plus, it's the grand opening tomorrow, so the more people, the merrier." Otherwise, it'll be so quiet and lonely. Wang Nan thought about meeting Xiao Jun and his father tomorrow and smiled. What do you think Xiao Jun will say when he finds out you're calling his father brother? What reaction? He'll be over the moon, of course. Before it was Uncle Kong, now it's Uncle Kong. Just as Su Kong and Wang Nan were joking around, Wang Nan's phone rang. Wang Nan picked it up and said to Su Kong, "It's Mr. Wu. Don't say anything." Su Kong was surprised. Why was Mr. Wu calling so late? Wang Nan answered and said, "Mr. Wu, is there something wrong? Your e-commerce company is opening tomorrow, right? A few teachers from the college want to come by and take a look." Wang Nan was puzzled. "Alright, no problem. But how did the teachers find out about my e-commerce company opening tomorrow? It's been circulating in the class group chat and on QQ Space these past few days. How could they not know?" Wang Nan smiled and said, "Mr. Wu, how many people will be coming tomorrow, and around what time? Including me, there should be 4 of us. We'll leave around 9 a.m. Alright, should I arrange a car to pick you up? No need. Just send me the address, and we'll take our own car." After hanging up the phone, Wang Nan shrugged at Su Kong and said, "Mr. Wu is bringing some college teachers over tomorrow for a visit." Su Kong laughed. "My mom said it's a good thing for the school to know you're starting a business. Maybe the school will support you." Wang Nan threw herself into Su Kang's arms and whispered, "This isn't just my startup, it's our startup together." At that moment, far away at Shenzhen International Airport on the southern coast of China, under the cover of night, a plane from England slowly landed on the runway. Passengers streamed out of the plane and headed toward the airport exit. Among the crowd was a young man with a scar on his left cheek. He was dressed simply, wearing a baseball cap, and looked extremely ordinary. Wu Jun had been waiting outside the airport. Upon seeing him, he excitedly rushed forward and whispered, "Mr. Liu, you're finally back in the country." But the young man glared at him with a fierce expression. Wu Jun's heart sank, and he hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. I spoke out of turn." Chu Shanhu said, "Lu Xiaoxing died 2 months ago. The only one still alive is Chu Shanhu. If you make that mistake again, I'll sew your mouth shut with a needle, and you'll never speak again." Wu Jun bowed his head and replied, "Yes." Chu Shanhu asked again, "What are Qin Wan and her son up to lately?" Su Kang's girlfriend, Wang Nan, has opened an e-commerce company in Jiangcheng. It's scheduled to open tomorrow, October 8th. Qin Wan is currently in Jiangcheng. As for more detailed information, I don't have any at the moment because our people dare not get too close. Chu Shanhu nodded and said, "You're doing the right thing. Withdraw our men. Qin Wan is too powerful now. Even if she exposes her weaknesses to us, we have no way to deal with her. Acting rashly would only expose ourselves." Wu Jun asked in confusion, "Mr. Chu, why not let the brothers try an assassination?" As soon as Wu Jun finished speaking, Chu Shanhu glared at him with a fierce expression. Wu Jun was so frightened that he lowered his head again. "Assassination? You underestimate Qin Wan too much." Chu Shanhu said disdainfully, "Do you know how many people Qin Wan has openly and secretly stationed around her son? Do you know how many people under her command are constantly monitoring potential enemies? The Liu family is also one of the top aristocratic families in the capital. In the blink of an eye, we were torn apart, our family destroyed. In this world, besides Qin Wan, who else has such power? Even the scar on my face, do you think I wanted to disfigure myself? If I hadn't, I'd be like a rat, hiding and fleeing for the rest of my life, never able to return. You think she's just the top figure in the capital, but you don't know that the network she's built spans the globe. Why did I return from England instead of directly from France? It was to avoid her spies." Chu Shanhu spoke in one breath, then sighed, "Don't ever mention such childish things again." Wu Jun listened in fear, then whispered, "Mr. Chu, do we still have any hope for revenge?" Chu Shanhu heard this and clenched his fists tightly. He said in a low voice, "We can't do it on our own. We need to unite with other forces and use their strength against them. But we're still too weak right now. We need to develop quickly and strengthen our own power." Wu Jun nodded in agreement. Chu Shanhu looked northward, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. Though Chu has only 3 households, it will be Chu that brings down Qin. "Qin Wan, you destroyed my family. One day, I will make you pay with your blood." Chapter 153, The Meticulous Professor Gao. On October 8th, the breeze was gentle in Jiangcheng, and the sun was shining brightly. After finishing the first 2 classes of the morning, Su Kong led Xiao Jun and Xiao Qian to the school gate to wait for the bus. Xiao Jun made a call, and soon a pickup truck pulled up by the roadside, loaded with 2 money trees. Su Kong was surprised and asked, "What's going on?" Xiao Jun said proudly, "My sister-in-law's company is opening today, so we need a good omen. That's why we bought 2 money trees." Ma Yuan stood beside the chubby boy and said discontentedly, "Xiao Jun, you better explain clearly. This wasn't bought by you alone, it was bought by all of us together." Xiao Jun protested, "I never said I bought them alone." Su Kong was touched. These classmates were indeed considerate. He smiled and said, "Why don't we just call a taxi?" "Don't worry, I'll pay." Li Sikan said, "Your money is all from Wang Nan. She's starting a business now, you should save it for her." "What the hell? You actually think I'm some kept man?" Su Kong shouted hoarsely, I'm the one who's supporting her. Ask Chao, the class monitor. Chao Qian, seeing everyone looking at her, turned her head and muttered under her breath, boring. Li Sikan smiled sweetly at Su Kong and said, right. You're the one supporting Wang Nan. But Su Kong, if we're going to work part-time at Wang Nan's place, shouldn't we take the bus first to get familiar with the route? Su Kong was speechless. I was telling the truth, but they're just making fun of me. After waiting for a few minutes, Su Kong and the others boarded the bus, with the pickup truck carrying 2 large money trees following behind. The ride was bumpy, and they finally arrived near the company villa after 40 minutes. Su Kong led them on foot for another 7 or 8 minutes before they finally reached the entrance of the company villa. Chao Qian had been there before, and Chao Jun was a rich second generation, so they didn't feel much, but the others felt very different. Ma Ai Yuan stammered, Su Kong, is Wang Nan's company really this big? I thought it was just a small apartment. It's not that big, just average. After saying that, Su Kong looked at the empty space in front of the company entrance and muttered to himself. There should be a lot of people here, but it's so quiet. Xiao Jun jumped onto the pickup truck and shouted, guys, let's move this money tree down. Zhu Huan and the other guys immediately jumped onto the pickup truck as well. Su Kong was about to help when he heard a series of beeps from behind. A Volkswagen pulled up by the roadside. Wu Wanshou stepped out of the passenger seat and called out, you all came in such a big group. Chao Qian and the other students greeted Wu Wanshou. 2 more teachers got out of the driver's seat and the back seat. Wu Wanshou turned to the 2 and said, Dean Zhang, Professor Gao, these are all my students from software class 1. They're here for a visit and to learn. Zheng Cheng smiled and said, hello, students. I'm Zhang Chang, the deputy dean of our college. Professor Gao furrowed his brows and asked, don't you have class today? Wu Wanshou immediately explained, Professor Gao, they only had classes in the first and second periods this morning. They came here after class. Professor Gao remained expressionless but did not say anything else. President Zhang knew that Professor Gao could sometimes be a bit stubborn, so he said to him, Professor Gao, Jiangcheng University has always emphasized the practical application of knowledge. Listening in class is learning, and visiting companies is also learning. Moreover, online store sales have become a major trend. I actually think these students are commendable for taking the initiative to learn about this new field of computer science. Professor Gao shook his head and said, what could possibly be worthwhile about an online store run by a first-year freshman? President Zhang, familiar with Professor Gao's temperament, sighed helplessly and said nothing more. At that moment, Xiao Jun and the other boys had already moved 2 money trees to the entrance. Dean Zhang looked at the money trees and asked in surprise, did you buy these 2 money trees? Chao Qian replied, we bought them together. Not bad, Dean Zhang smiled at Wu Wanshou. The 3 of us aren't as emotionally intelligent as our students. Wu Wanshou was taken aback. In fact, on the way here, Wu Wanshou had suggested buying some flower baskets, and Director Zhang had agreed. However, Professor Gao, who was driving, had refused, saying, teachers don't give gifts to students. Wu Wanshou knew that Zhang Yuan was just saying that on purpose. She went along with it on the surface but secretly glanced at Professor Gao, who indeed looked very displeased. Su Kong stepped forward and asked, Ms. Wu, didn't you say 4 teachers were coming to our college today? Professor Chen had something come up and couldn't make it. After saying this, Wu Wanshou suddenly felt something was off and asked, Su Kong, how did you know there were supposed to be 4 teachers coming today? Because last night I was in bed with Wang Nan, and I heard everything you said to her on the phone. Su Kong, of course, dared not say that. He remained calm and said, Wang Nan told me this morning. Wu Wanshou nodded after hearing this. Su Kong, Mr. Wu, and everyone else, did you all come together? Wang Nan came out of the company gate and ran over. Wu Wanshou smiled and said, we just happened to meet at the company entrance. After turning to introduce Zhang Gao and the others, he said, Dean Zhang, Professor Gao, this is Wang Nan, the owner of Su Wang E-Commerce Company, and also a student from our software class 1. Zhang, the dean, said cheerfully, you're truly talented at a young age. That's great. Keep up the good work. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to let the college know, and we'll do our best to help. Wang Nan said happily, thank you, Dean Zhang. Professor Gao furrowed his brows and said, I heard that you skipped military training for your startup and often arrive late or take absences from class. This kind of behavior. Before Professor Gao could finish, Dean Zhang quickly interrupted, saying, special circumstances call for special treatment. This isn't a big deal. He then turned to Wang Nan and said, Wang, please take us inside for a tour. Wang Nan smiled slightly, stepped aside, and said, President Zhang, please lead the way. Su Kong glanced at Professor Gao, who had a dark and unpleasant expression. Su Kong felt a surge of satisfaction. These days, how can there still be such a stubborn person? Wang Nan led President Zheng to the front, with Professor Gao trailing behind by a step. Wu Wanshou and the students followed at the back. Su Kong approached Wu Wanshou and whispered, Mr. Wu, since Professor Gao has such strong objections to Wang Nan's entrepreneurship, why did he come today? Wu Wanshou replied, Professor Gao is very rigorous in his academic research and has expertise in online store sales, so President Zhang brought him alone. However, his ideas are somewhat outdated, and he tends to be too rigid at times. Chapter 154, Dean Zhang, let's make a bet. Zhang accompanied Wang Nan into the company villa, where only the staff were on high alert, with no one else present. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but frown. On the first day of opening, why is it so quiet? Not even a single social acquaintance came to support us? Zhang looked at Wang Nan with a touch of sympathy. This kid has it tough. Not even a single villager came to support him. If I had known it would be like this, I would have asked more teachers to come and lend a hand. Su Kang was even more surprised. The other staff members were one thing, but where were Qin Wan and Lu Zhuang? He was about to ask Wang Nan what was going on when Professor Gao asked for him. Student, is this your first day of business? Why is it so quiet? Wang Nan smiled wryly and said, there were too many people coming to support us this morning, and with employees from other companies in the park going to work, they blocked all the nearby roads. Later, the other shareholders and I redirected all the guests to a nearby hotel. Su Kang nodded in understanding, but Zhang, the dean, and Professor Gao weren't convinced. This little girl is just joking. When she came, the roads were clear, right? Plus, if the nearby streets were all blocked, that must have been hundreds or even thousands of cars. You're just a freshman, how could you have that many connections? Zhang didn't dwell on the issue. He asked, how much total investment did your company make? How many shareholders are there, and what percentage do you own? The total investment is 100 million yuan, with 5 shareholders. I hold 60% of the shares, and the other 4 each hold 10%. This information was all available online, so Wang Nan had nothing to hide. Professor Gao said, we already checked this information online before coming here. President Zhang is asking about the actual situation of your company. This is the actual situation. President Zhang was taken aback. A single online store has invested 100 million yuan? Isn't there any exaggeration in the online data? Wang Nan smiled and said, well, we spent nearly 80 million just on inventory. After speaking, Wang Nan led everyone to the warehouse entrance and said, President Zhang, look, this warehouse is filled with electronic products. The adjacent larger warehouse is filled with clothing. Zhang looked inside through the gate and saw that the warehouse was filled with goods stacked 3 meters high on shelves, leaving only enough space for 2 people to pass by. Before arriving today, Director Zhang had always assumed that Wang Nan's e-commerce company had an investment of around 10 million or even less. He had only come to take a look because it was in Jiangcheng and out of curiosity. Now, his perception was completely overturned. If operated properly, the annual turnover could easily reach hundreds of millions, and in a few years, it could even go public. Zhang became increasingly excited. Could this mean that another student worth hundreds of millions would emerge from his school? Professor Gao, however, looked skeptical. A first-year university student running a company worth hundreds of millions? Even if their family is wealthy, they wouldn't be so reckless, would they? Wu Wanshou suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm. I'm currently short on money. If I ask Wang Nan for a loan, would she agree? If she refuses, what should I do? Sigh, no way a teacher shouldn't ask a student for money. The other students had always known that Wang Nan was wealthy, but they had no idea just how wealthy she was. Now they finally understood a billionaire heiress. Zhang, the dean, asked again, what time will you officially start operations? 12 o'clock. Zhang looked at his watch and said, there's only 1 hour left. How's your preparation coming along? Have you done any advertising or marketing? Wang Nan smiled awkwardly and said, I was planning to do some advertising and marketing, but my elders told me not to do it until after the opening. How can you run an online store like that? Professor Gao said. Your elders are really unreliable. Even if you were opening a physical store, you'd need advertising and marketing. You've invested so much in this online store, and you're not doing any advertising or marketing? What will you do if there are no orders when you open? This is complete nonsense. Wang Nan had no choice. A few days ago, when she suggested spending 1 million yuan on advertising and marketing, Qin Wan had confidently assured her that it wasn't necessary for now, and that they wouldn't have any trouble getting orders once the store opened. Wang Nan trusted Qin Wan 100% and naturally followed her advice. Zhang, the dean, also expressed his concerns. Wang Nan, before opening an online store, you should have consulted the teachers in our college. After all, we are the computer science college, and we have some expertise in online store operations. Wang Nan didn't know how to explain it and could only say, thank you, Dean Zhang. I just trust my elders more. Professor Gao's professional instinct kicked in, and he shouted, if you just follow your elders' advice on everything, what is the point of going to school? Zhang said, Professor Gao, please don't get so worked up. The store hasn't even opened yet. After saying that, Dean Zhang turned to Wang Nan and said, Wang Nan, pre-opening advertising and marketing for an online store are crucial. They directly determine your sales figures at launch, and your sales figures at launch will in turn determine your sales volume for a long time afterward. So, I think you should postpone the opening for a few days and focus on getting the advertising and marketing right first. Wang Nan shook her head and said, President Zhang, I know what you're saying makes sense, but I still stand by my decision. My parent is an extremely capable person and I trust her unconditionally. Professor Gao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. I told you, a first-year freshman starting a business doesn't know what they're doing. People need to follow the proper steps and do things at the right age. Trying to rush things will only end up hurting the students. Su Kong walked over to Wang Nan from behind and said with a smile, "First, thank you for your concern, Dean Zhang and Professor Gao. We're not saying we don't need advertising and marketing. It's just that the situation is a bit special during the opening days. We're worried that if we do advertising and marketing, we won't have enough products to sell." President Zhang and Professor Gao were speechless. What on earth? 8 million yuan worth of goods aren't enough to sell? Do you think you're selling the elixir of immortality? President Zhang looked at Su Kong, then at Wang Nan, and said, "If you can sell 8 million yuan worth of goods in a month, that's a great achievement. How could it not be enough?" Su Kong said, "President Zhang, how about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether today's sales will reach 80 million. Wu Wanshou, who was listening behind them, was taken aback. What's wrong with Su Kong? Do you think the director is a child? Are you playing games? To everyone's surprise, Director Zhang seemed interested and said, "Alright, what's the stake? If today's sales exceed 8 million, I need the teachers from the computer science department to regularly assist Su Wang e-commerce company with online advertising strategies or website upgrades, among other professional tasks. Of course, the wages will still be paid." Zhang felt that Su Kong was an interesting student and thought to himself, regardless of the outcome, I'll allocate some resources to your e-commerce company because I also want it to grow. President Zhang asked, "And what if you lose?" Su Kong laughed, "Whatever you decide, Dean Zhang. If you lose, I want you to score above 85 in every subject on the final exam." Su Kong was taken aback. "I've already skipped so many classes. You want me to get an 85? Why not just ask me to fly to the moon? No way, I can't lose." Chapter 155, What kind of monster circle is this? As they were chatting, the sound of people talking suddenly came from outside the villa. Wang Nan recognized the voices and knew it was Qin Wan and the others returning. He smiled and said, "Director Zhang, Professor Gao, the elderly relatives I mentioned and the other shareholders have returned. Let me introduce you." Professor Gao furrowed his brows. He was curious about who this elder family member could be. Su Kong and Wang Nan led the others toward the villa's entrance. Before they reached the door, they saw Qin Wan and the others just entering. Su Kong looked up and saw his aunt Su Xiaolan and Wang Nan's parents among them. Su Kong ran over happily and called out, "Auntie, you came all the way from Beijing." Su Xiaolan smiled and said, "Your family's Wang Nan's new company is opening such a big event. I had to come take a look. However, your eldest uncle and second uncle couldn't make it due to work commitments. Don't take it to heart." Su Kong smiled and said, "Fourth aunt, I'm already very happy that you came in person." At that moment, Wang Nan also walked over, speaking in a delicate voice, "Aunt Qin, Aunt Su, Mom and Dad, these three are my college's Dean Zhang, Professor Gao, and our advisor, Mr. Wu. They also came today." Both sides hurriedly introduced themselves and exchanged pleasantries. Professor Gao assumed that the elders Wang Nan mentioned were Wang Lin and Kaiyan, and was about to share his insights. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out from the side, "Old Xiao, what are you doing here?" Xiao Zizai heard the familiar voice and nickname, and immediately looked up. He saw Xiao Jun pushing through the crowd and coming toward him. Xiao Zizai exclaimed in surprise, "You little brat, what are you doing here?" "Nonsense, Kang Yi is my brother, and Wang Nan is my sister-in-law. How could I not be here? As for you, old Xiao, why are you here instead of at the company?" "Nonsense. I'm a shareholder of this company, you know." Zhang Chen met Xiao Jun for the first time and asked Xiao Zai, "Is this your son?" Xiao Zizai smiled and introduced him, "He is my son." Xiao Jun furrowed his brows and shouted defiantly at his classmates, "This is my father." A burst of laughter erupted around them. Xiao Zai's smile froze on his face. "You little brat, daring to make fun of your old man. Looks like I didn't hit you hard enough last time." Su Kong laughed and said, "Xiao Gu, just the two of you standing in the crowd, no introduction needed, everyone knows your father and son." Xiao Zai felt embarrassed and laughed, "That's right, many people say that." Xiao Jun was puzzled. "Shouldn't Xiao Gu be referring to me? What did my old man say? That's not right. Kang Yi always calls me Jun Gu." Xiao Jun turned to Su Kong and asked, "Did you just call me Xiao Gu?" Su Kong blinked and spoke in a senior's tone, "Little Jun, your father and I hit it off right away. We've always called each other brothers." Xiao Jun's eyes were about to burst into flames. "In the dorm, we joke around, but you're taking this seriously? If there weren't so many people here, you'd see what I'd do to you." Professor Gao saw that the father-son banter had ended and returned to the topic, addressing Wang Lin, "Mr. Wang, I know you're probably very wealthy, but I think that since you've allowed your child to enter society early to start a business, many things should follow market principles rather than giving them wrong advice that could mislead them." Su Kong frowned upon hearing this. Why is Professor Gao so stubborn? He has fixated on this issue. I've already bet with Dean Zhang, let us just wait and see the results. Wang Lin was a bit confused, but since the other person was a professor from the academy, he dared not offend him and could only ask softly, Professor Gao, what do you mean by wrong advice? You said that when opening a business, there's no need to worry about sales and you don't need advertising or marketing. I never said that. Wang Lin said in confusion. Professor Gao was taken aback. Aren't you Wang Nan's father? Didn't you give her the money to start her company? Wang Lin said awkwardly, I am her father, but the money. Xinhuan didn't wait for Wang Lin to finish and interrupted, I said that. The money for Wang Nan's company was also given by me. Upon hearing this, Professor Gao, Dean Zhang, and Wu Wanqiu were all stunned. With so many people present, it didn't sound like a joke. Of course, the most shocked were Su Kang's classmates. Could Su Kang have been telling the truth all along? Was he really the one supporting Wang Nan? No wonder the company is named Su Wang E-Commerce Company. Professor Gao asked in confusion, you just said you're the mother of this Su Kang student. How come the money for Wang Nan's startup investment came from you? Xinhuan smiled and said, it's just supporting young people in their entrepreneurship. If they succeed, that's great. If they fail, they can learn from the experience. Zhang, the dean, and the others caught the underlying meaning of her words. Money talks. Su Kang knew that President Zhang and Professor Gao meant well. He was worried that Xinhuan didn't understand the situation and had offended the two teachers, so he said, Mom, actually, President Zhang and Professor Gao are worried that Su Wang E-Commerce Company won't have any orders on its opening day, which could affect the company's future development. I just bet President Zhang that today's sales will break 8 million. Zhang hurriedly explained, Su Kang and Wang Nan have been confidently claiming they won't have any sales issues. I just found it hard to believe they didn't even do any advertising or marketing before the opening. Where would such high sales figures come from? That's why I made a bet with Su Kang. Wang Tao curiously asked, may I ask what the stakes are? Su Kang said, if I win, I want President Zhang and the teachers from the computer science department to help our company with some work. If I lose, I have to score above 85 on my final exam. Xinhuan laughed, if that's the bet, I hope you lose. An elderly man beside Zhang Chun said, Miss Qin, young Mr. Su wants to lose, but that might be a bit difficult. Just our group company alone has placed an order worth 20 million this time. Su Kang felt a surge of joy, but then grew puzzled. Who was this man? Zhang Chun noticed Su Kang's confusion and whispered, that's my old man. Su Xiaolan wasn't to be outdone and said, our Su Feng real estate's procurement volume is also around 20 million. Lu Zhuang said, our company's procurement budget isn't that high, it's around 8 million. Xiao Zai had originally planned to show off today, but everyone present was far more powerful than him. He spoke with a lack of confidence, our Xiao group is at 6 million. Wang Tao said awkwardly, I'm the poorest here. I'll buy new clothes for my entire family, which should be around 100,000. Wang Nan laughed, Taogo, the clothes I sell online are very cheap. With 100,000 yuan, you probably won't need to buy clothes for the next few years. Then I'll buy a few more computers and phones. I'll make it up to 100,000 yuan somehow. The others nearby knew about the special nature of Wang Tao's family business and couldn't help but chuckle. Finally, everyone couldn't help but look at Xinhuan. Xinhuan smiled faintly and said, Icon Group is probably worth around 100 million. Zhang, the director, grew increasingly alarmed as he listened. What kind of monster circle is this? Chapter 156, the website crashed. Wang Nan was speechless after hearing this. You all big spenders should have said you needed to place an order earlier. I only have this much stock left, how am I supposed to sell it all? Thank goodness I listened to Aunt Qin and made preparations in advance, otherwise, I don't know how much sales we would have lost. Wang Nan was about to notify the procurement department to contact suppliers urgently when Pang Jinjin and 3 other employees, carrying large bags of boxed meals, shouted, please make way. Xiao Zizai and the others at the door quickly stepped aside. Pang Jinjin and the others carried the takeout boxes through the hallway, standing in the central courtyard on the first floor, and shouted in all directions, everyone, hurry up and eat. We only have over 20 minutes left before the official opening. She shouldn't have shouted, now everyone was hungry. Su Kang asked Wang Nan, what are we going to eat? Wang Nan had actually forgotten about her own group. She suggested, why don't we go out to eat something? That is too time consuming, Xinhuan said to everyone. Let us just have some boxed meals for lunch. Zhang, the director, smiled and said, I agree. Let's just eat something simple. The others had no objections. When Peng Jinjin brought the second batch of boxed meals, it was exactly 12 o'clock. Everyone in the company was working like machines. Xinhuan noticed Wang Nan's nervousness and comforted her, the sky is vast and the earth is wide, eating is the most important thing. As long as we arrange everything properly, there is no need to rush. Just wait for the results. Besides, Wu Yin is watching over things. The group entered the small meeting room. Due to the limited space, only Xinhuan, Zhang Huayo, and a few others sat down to eat, while the rest stood. Su Kang couldn't help but smile to himself. Having so many bigwigs stand and eat boxed meals was something you'd only see in this company. However, in stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere inside the meeting room, the staff outside were much more tense. Some were shouting loudly, others were running around moving goods, and still others were frantically packing products. At 12:10 p.m., Peng Jinjin rushed to the door of the small meeting room and said, "It's bad, Mr. Wang. There are too many orders, and our packaging staff can't keep up." Although they had already anticipated this outcome, Zhang Yuan and the others couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder they're so confident without advertising or marketing. This is too much. Fortunately, Wang Nan had already prepared a contingency plan. He turned to Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, we need your team to come over immediately." Lu Chen smiled and said, "We're ready. 30 people will be there in 10 minutes. He then made the call. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. As agreed earlier, their wages for today will be on me 200 yuan per person, paid daily." Lin Feng was quite tempted and whispered to Su Kong, "Do you think I can do this job? I don't mind getting paid less." "Nonsense. This is a lifesaver for you. The pay can't be any less. It's still 200 yuan. Lin Feng was delighted and put down his lunchbox. He said, "Then I'll go help right away." Su Kong quickly pulled Lin Feng back and said, "Why the rush? You can't work on an empty stomach." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. The other students were also tempted and expressed their desire to earn the 200 yuan as well. Su Kong smiled and agreed to all of them. Xiao Chen finished her meal in a few bites and led the other students out to work. Xiao Zai saw Xiao Jun still eating slowly and angrily said, "Your classmates have all gone out to help. What are you still doing here?" Xiao Jun shrugged indifferently, "What's the point? Old Xiao, I don't need this 200 yuan. Is this really just about 200 yuan? Such a good opportunity to show off, and you don't even know how to cherish it." Xiao Zai whispered in Xiao Jun's ear, "Don't think I don't know about your relationship with that girl Su Jin. If you listen to me, I'll go talk to your uncle Su in a few days and arrange this marriage for you." Xiao Jun immediately put down his boxed lunch and said happily, "Old Xiao, you're really my own father. I'll go right now." After saying that, he ran out. Xiao Zai saw everyone looking at him and chuckled, "My son just loves hanging out with his classmates." Everyone understood but didn't say anything, just smiled and remained silent. Just then, Peng Jinjin rushed over and said, "Bad news, Mr. Wang. All the A-model computers are sold out." Wang Nan checked her watch, it was only 12:28 p.m. Was that really the case? She asked, "Does Mr. Wu know?" "Mr. Wu has already notified the supplier to restock immediately. She sent me over to report to you." Professor Gao asked doubtfully, "Is it too late to notify them now?" Wang Nan replied, "We've already informed the suppliers in advance. We told them to keep stock ready at all times. With just one call, they can restock within about 4 hours." Professor Gao nodded in approval and said, "It seems you've prepared thoroughly." Wang Nan smiled, "We can't say we're fully prepared, but we've considered all possible scenarios." Zhang, the director, sighed, "Young people are truly impressive. However, today's sales speed has completely changed my perception." Lu Zhuang smiled and said, "Even with just the few companies here now, we won't have enough to sell. I wonder how many orders our procurement team has placed so far." After speaking, Lu Zhuang took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Xiaoli, how much has our company purchased from Su Wang E-Commerce Company?" "Mr. Lu, only around 100,000 yuan. Lu Zhuang felt a surge of heat upon hearing this, as he had just boasted about buying 8 million. He asked in confusion, "Didn't I ask the comprehensive department to give you a list? How could it be only a few 100,000? "No, Mr. Lu, the website was too slow. After half an hour, we could only buy a few dozen computers. Can we try other online stores?" Lu Zhuang paused and said, "We can only buy from the company I specified. As for the lag, I'll check what's going on first." Lu Zhuang hung up the phone and asked Wang Nan, "My procurement officer said our website is too slow. What's going on?" Wang Nan was also puzzled. Professor Gao was about to speak when Peng Jinjin rushed over urgently and said, "Something's wrong, Mr. Wang. Our website has crashed." Wang Nan was startled upon hearing this. She truly hadn't anticipated such a situation. Professor Gao said, "It must be because too many people are accessing the store and the server can't handle it." Zhang, the dean, smiled and said to Professor Gao and Wu Wanshou, "We really came at the right time today. Now it's our turn to pitch in." Wang Nan was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Dean Zhang." Zhang laughed and said, "We're all students here. No need to thank me. Besides, the better your company does, the better it is for the academy." Su Kong joked, "Dean Zhang, with that move, you've lost the bet." Zhang sighed and said, "A teacher losing to a student is a good thing, it's not something to be ashamed of." Su Kong admired him inwardly, "This Dean Zhang really reminds me of Teacher Chow. I'll do my best to get at least an 85 in all my final exams." Chapter 157, A Mother Knows Her Son Best. After the efforts of Dean Zhang and the others, an hour later, the website was not only restored to normal but also had significantly enhanced server capacity. Wu Wanshou saw the problem resolved, released the keyboard, and exhaled deeply. Wang Nan said from behind, "Ms. Wu, thank you. You're so amazing." Wu Wanshou, feeling proud of herself, said, "It's just a small issue. Study hard, and you'll be able to handle this kind of problem in the future." Wu Wanshou turned to Director Zhang and asked, Director Zhang, should we head back to the school now? According to the original plan, Director Zhang and the others had come for a visit, and after lunch, they were supposed to return, as there were other tasks scheduled for the afternoon. Director Zhang checked the time and said, let's wait another 2 hours. First, we can learn more about the online store's operations. Second, if any competitors launch malicious attacks on the website, we can address them promptly here. Wang Nan was deeply moved and said to Director Zhang, thank you, Director Zhang. Zhang smiled and said, I had your lunch, so I should at least help out a bit. President Zhang, this isn't just a little help. A boxed lunch can't possibly compensate for this. I'll host a banquet tonight to thank President Zhang, Professor Gao, and Mr. Wu for resolving my urgent issue. You're so busy with the grand opening today, there's no need for such formalities. Focus on your work first. Director Zhang paused for a moment before adding, moreover, while the website issue has been resolved, there are still significant problems with your supply chain, including the fact that your warehouse is too small. Wang Nan thought about it and realized there were indeed many unresolved issues. Plus, there might be more problems popping up in the future. President Zhang continued, Wang Nan, this Friday, a senior figure from the computer industry who is also your senior and a prominent business leader will be returning to the university. If you're available that day, I can introduce you to him, and we can have a meal together. If he has extra time, I can also bring him to your company for a tour. This was clearly an effort to channel the college's networking resources toward Wang Nan. Wang Nan was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, thank you, Dean Zhang. I will definitely be there. No need to thank me. The better your company does, the more our college will benefit. Wu Wanshou felt a bit off. The person who had hosted him wasn't even qualified to go, yet his student could. Su Kong, who had been silent the entire time, felt a bit uneasy after hearing Dean Zhang's words. To be more precise, he felt a bit upset. After all, the better Wang Nan did, the happier he should be. Why did he feel uncomfortable? 2 hours later, after confirming the website was running smoothly, President Zhang returned to the school with Professor Gao and Mr. Wu. Su Kong and Wang Nan saw the three teachers off and expressed their gratitude once more. Su Kong and Wang Nan returned to the small meeting room in the villa and heard Zhang Chun shouting into the phone. Zhang Chun saw Su Kong enter, said a few words, and hung up the phone. Su Kong curiously asked, Spring brother, what's going on? Zhang Chun replied angrily, our procurement department doesn't know what they're doing. They've only bought 1 million worth of goods so far, while Mr. Liu has already purchased over 3 million. Su Kong was speechless, he couldn't believe he was getting so worked up over this. Lu Zhuang laughed, maybe it's because our company's internet is faster. Wang Nan turned to Wu Yan beside him and asked, have we sold out of a lot of goods? Wu Yan nodded and said, we've already called the suppliers multiple times, asking them to speed up restocking. However, our restocking speed can't keep up with the sales pace. So far, our sales have already reached 230 million. Xiao Zizai curiously asked from the side, you said none of us shareholders bought much. Who created all this sales revenue? Zhang Chun, however, said angrily, who knows where all these people came from to make things difficult for me. Out of 180 million in sales, my Zhang family only contributed over 1 million. Isn't this a slap in my face? Once the next batch of goods arrives, I'll call my procurement officer first. Su Kong said, Spring brother, can we not cause trouble? We're all on the same team. We can place orders anytime. Let's give the goods to external customers first and collect their payments before worrying about the rest. The others all laughed. This was the happy problem that came with doing good business. Zhang Chun also smiled and said, that's right. I'm also a shareholder. Let's make sure we get their money first. After saying that, Zhang Chun took out his phone and called the company's procurement officer, telling them not to rush to place orders today. Zhang Chun kept changing his mind, leaving the poor procurement officers completely confused. Xinhuan said, today was the first day of business, and overall it went pretty well. As long as we maintain product quality, we'll eventually become a giant in the e-commerce industry. However, we need to be cautious. Don't let the good sales in the first few days blind us into expanding too quickly or stockpiling too much inventory, which could strain our cash flow. We need to take it slow and steady, one step at a time. Wang Nan nodded and said, I understand, Aunt Jean. Xinhuan looked at Wang Nan and was very satisfied with her performance over the past few days. She said, you're doing well. Keep it up. Receiving Xinhuan's praise, Wang Nan smiled brightly. Xinhuan stood up and said to Lin Yongjian, old Lin, stop dozing off. We need to head back to Beijing. Lin Yongjian's eyes cleared instantly, and he hurriedly agreed. Su Kong felt a bit reluctant and said, is it that urgent? Why not have dinner first before heading back? Xinhuan looked at her eldest son and smiled, we've been in Jiangqing for 7 or 8 days. There are many important matters in the capital that require my decision. Su Kong sighed. He knew Xinhuan was a busy person, and staying in Jiangqing for this long was already a rare treat. He smiled and said, then I'll send you and Uncle Lin to the airport. Xinhuan smiled with satisfaction. At least he hasn't forgotten his mother now that he has a wife. Su Xiaolan stood up and smiled, sister-in-law, can your private plane give me a ride? Zhang Huayo also said, there's not much left to do here. We'll catch the same flight. Xin Wan looked at Wang Lin again. Kaiyan interjected, we don't have much to do back home either. Let's stay in Jiangqing for a few more days and keep Xiao Nen company. On the way to the airport, Su Kong sat in the passenger seat, silently staring out the window. Xin Wan, with her keen observation, asked, Xiao Kong, is something on your mind? Su Kong hurriedly replied, no, there's nothing. Xin Wan smiled and said, you're my son. How could I not notice if you have something on your mind? Su Kong didn't know how to describe his current state, so he simply remained silent. Xin Wan said, is it because you saw Wang Nan is so outstanding and your self-esteem is hurt? A mother knows her son best. Su Kong blushed and said nervously, I didn't. Don't make things up. Xin Wan didn't call him out on it. Instead, she encouraged him, actually, your potential is even greater than Wang Nan's. You'll have a much broader stage in the future. Su Kong smiled broadly and couldn't help asking, really? Of course it's true. How could my son be worse than Wang Lin's daughter? Su Kong rolled his eyes. You're just fooling me every day. Xin Wan found Su Kong amusing at that moment and couldn't help but laugh. Su Kong angrily exclaimed, you're still laughing. Xin Wan stopped laughing and said, of course I'm telling the truth. You're more resilient than Wang Nan, more adaptable, and most importantly, you have thick skin. How is having a thick skin a good thing? Xin Wan said, you don't understand. Only those with thick skin can make big money. Su Kong heard this and suddenly felt it made sense. It seemed he still had a lot of potential after all. Chapter 158, Wang Nan, feeling like I lost a few billion today. After seeing off Xin Wan and her group at the airport, Su Kong returned to the company. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The company was still bustling with activity, with all the workers still working overtime. Wang Nan saw Su Kong return and happily called out his name. Su Kong was distracted, his mind fixated on 2 words, make money. Hearing Wang Nan call him, he replied distractedly, what? Wang Nan approached him and said, Su Kong, the company's sales have reached 300 million. Su Kong replied with a casual, I know. Wang Nan's smiling face froze for a moment. What was wrong with him? Why was he reacting so coldly? Wang Nan continued, if we keep this up, by midnight, sales will definitely break 500 million, maybe even reach 600 million. 500 million? That much? Su Kong murmured. Wang Nan suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and asked nervously, Su Kong, what's wrong? Did something happen on the way to the airport with Aunt Qin? No, nothing happened, Su Kong replied, but in his mind he was thinking, what could I do to earn 500 million in a day? Then why did you suddenly look like that? Wang Nan said, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Su Kong. Su Kong, don't scare me. Su Kong looked at Wang Nan, who was on the verge of tears, and snapped back to reality. He said embarrassedly, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. Don't worry. Wang Nan finally relaxed upon hearing this. You Haven Tea changed your heart. I thought you'd been possessed by someone else. Wang Nan asked again, what were you thinking about? Su Kong, of course, couldn't bring himself to reveal his true thoughts. He made up a story, I was thinking about how to get an 85 on the final exam. But you won the bet, didn't you? We can't let Director Zhang down after all he's done for us. Su Kong suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, are Mr. Liu and the others still here? It's the first day of business, let's invite them out for a meal. Mr. Liu and the others left shortly after you did, saying they had other matters to attend to. Su Kong nodded and said, what about you? Are you staying here to work overtime or going home to rest? Wang Nan had originally planned to stay and work overtime with the workers until midnight, but she suddenly felt that Su Kong had an indescribable aura today, making her uneasy. She changed her mind and said, I'll go back with you. The company has Wu Jie watching over things, it should be fine. Su Kong smiled and said, all right. Should we leave now or wait a bit longer? Let us go now. I'll go call my parents, and you go call Xiao Jun and the others. Su Kong nodded and walked toward a nearby room. Xiao Jun and the chubby guy were busy packing goods. Upon seeing Su Kong approach, they hurriedly called him over. Su Kong walked over to Xiao Jun and asked, Jun Go, what's wrong? Xiao Jun frowned and whispered, Mr. Su, this job is really too much for a human being. I need to leave early. The little fat guy couldn't help but interject, Jun Go, hang in there a little longer. We can leave at 8 o'clock. My back and legs are killing me. I can't move another muscle. It turned out that this young man was acting like a spoiled child. Su Kong smiled and said, if you leave now, you won't get paid. Xiao Jun said, do I need that 200 yuan? If it weren't for my sister-in-law's company, I would have left long ago to avoid causing trouble for the company employees. Su Kong understood. Although Xiao Jun was always acting like a show-off, he was indeed very loyal. Su Kong said, I came here to tell everyone to go home first. You've all worked hard today. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Xiao Jun stretched his body and said happily, finally, I can go home. I've never been this tired in my life. Su Kong greeted the others, and everyone was too exhausted to move, following Su Kong out of the company. Soon, Wang Nan and his family also came out. Su Kang asked Wang Nan, have you arranged everything for work? Wang Nan nodded and said, I've already coordinated with Ms. Wu. With her there, everything will be fine. Su Kang then turned to Wang Lin and Kaiyan and said, Uncle and Auntie, I'm taking my classmates back to the area near the school for dinner. Why don't you join us? Kaiyan said, no need. We haven't seen Xiao Nan in a long time. Tonight, the three of us will find a quiet place to eat and chat about family matters. Wang Nan furrowed her brows and said, I've only been in Jiangqing for less than 20 days since I came from Beijing. That's not that long, is it? Kaiyan's expression grew awkward. While Wang Nan had indeed been in Jiangqing for less than 20 days, she hadn't seen Wang Nan for over a month. Her words were clearly a subtle dig at Kaiyan. Wang Lin stepped in to smooth things over and said, let's just go with what Xiao Nan suggested. It's more lively with more people. Kaiyan glared at Wang Lin angrily but said nothing more. That evening, with Wang Nan's parents present, the dinner was particularly awkward. Everyone could see the deep rift between Wang Nan and her parents. The gathering ended in less than half an hour. Chao Qian and the others couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere. They put down their chopsticks and left for their dormitory, leaving only Su Kang and Wang Nan's family behind. Kaiyan had been waiting for Su Kang or Wang Nan to invite her and Wang Lin to stay at the villa, but neither of them spoke up. Reluctantly, she set aside her pride and said, Xiao Kang, can we stay at your villa tonight? How could she dare to ask? Wang Nan looked reluctant but couldn't bring herself to speak. After all, it was Su Kang's house. Su Kang suddenly perked up. I've been thinking all day and couldn't come up with any good ideas to make money. This is the perfect opportunity to go back to the dorm and look up some information. Otherwise, staying with Wang Nan every night, how could I focus on thinking about starting a business? Su Kang said happily, of course. I was just planning to invite your parents over. Su Kang then turned to Wang Nan and said, Wang Nan, take your parents to the villa. I'll head back to the dorm first. Without waiting for Wang Nan to stop him, he walked straight toward the dormitory. Wang Nan watched Su Kang's back and felt like he'd lost a fortune today. It must be because my parents are here that Su Kang is being polite. No way, tomorrow I'm taking them back to Beijing. Chapter 159, The Company is My Dowry. Wang Nan brought his parents back to the villa, arranged them in the third-floor guest room, and then returned to Su Kang's room. On the other hand, Aunt Lu, upon learning that they were Wang Nan's parents, eagerly changed the bedsheets and blankets and prepared 2 sets of toiletries. After taking a shower, Wang Nan lay on the bed, preparing to call Wu Yun to check on the company's situation, when there was a knock on the door. Wang Nan, are you asleep? Your parents want to talk to you. It was Kaiyan's voice. Wang Nan's heart sank. When Mom said she'd be staying in Jiangqing for a few days this afternoon, I knew something was off. This probably isn't good news. Wang Nan hesitated for a moment before opening the door. Kaiyan was in front, and Wang Lin was behind, both dressed neatly in their daytime attire. Wang Nan's bad feeling grew stronger. They haven't even gone to wash up yet. This must not be a minor matter. She spoke in a calm tone, it's so late. What do you need to talk to me about? Kaiyan forced a laugh, your parents haven't seen you in so long they just want to chat with you about family matters. After speaking, Kaiyan walked straight into the room. She looked around the bedroom and said, this bedroom is quite spacious. Is it specially reserved for you? Where is Su Kang's room? Being asked such a question by her own mother, Wang Nan felt a bit embarrassed and could only continue to remain silent with a cold expression. Kaiyan turned to her daughter Wang Nan and asked in a low voice, are you sharing a room with Su Kang now? Wang Nan finally couldn't help but respond, did you come all the way here just to ask that? Wang Lin, seeing his daughter's hostile tone, hurriedly interjected, children have their own thoughts. Don't meddle too much. Kaiyan had only asked casually, but seeing Wang Nan's impatience, she said, alright, I won't ask. Wang Lin also entered the room, intending to close the door behind him, but was stopped by Wang Nan. Leave the door open. Let some air in. Wang Lin furrowed his brows but said nothing. Kaiyan sat on the edge of the bed, hesitated for a moment, then said, Xiao Nan, your company's manager was said today that your company's sales for today will reach 500 million, and he estimates that for the next week, daily sales won't drop below that number. Is that true? Finally getting to the point, are you here to ask me for money? But why should I lend you any? Wang Nan nodded and said, yes, and the next few days should be even higher than today, since we only opened at noon today and didn't prepare enough goods. Kaiyan said excitedly, so how much did you make today? After deducting all expenses like labor costs, it's roughly a 20% profit margin. So you made 100 million today? That's the company's profit. There are other shareholders. That's incredible. Even when old Wang's company was at its peak, it didn't make that much in a day. Wang Nan suddenly asked, you're all coming to Jiangcheng and leaving Wang Hui alone in Beijing. Are you sure that's okay? Kaiyan was overjoyed upon hearing this, as he had been wondering how to broach the subject. What can we do? Today is an important day for your company's opening. Kaiyan finished speaking, trying to squeeze out a few tears but failing, and could only sigh, feigning sadness, Xiao Nan, you don't know how much trouble your brother Wang Hui has caused. Since your father sold the company, our family has no income. Your brother Wang Hui's tuition alone is 1 million yuan a year, plus tutoring fees and living expenses, totaling nearly 2 million yuan a year. Before Kaiyan could finish, Wang Nan interrupted him. Stop. If we don't have money, send him to a public school. 9 years of compulsory education is free. Kaiyan felt uneasy upon hearing this and said, what kind of background does your brother Wang Hui have? How can he go to a public school? What status does he have? Su Kang's sister, Lin Yi, is currently attending a public school in a small county. Her monthly living expenses are 2,000 yuan. How can Wang Hui's status compare to Lin Yi's? Kaiyan was at a loss for words and could only say, Lin Yi is, after all, a girl. Wang Nan heard this and exploded, shouting, what's wrong with being a girl? Do you think Aunt Qin is as biased toward boys as you are? Kaiyan dared not speak ill of Qin Wan, so she added, even if he can attend a public school, he still needs to learn piano, calligraphy, and English. When you were learning piano, your family spent a lot of money on it. First, I started learning piano when my grandfather was alive. He took me and paid for it. Second, Wang Hui has been learning piano for 3 or 4 years and can't even pass the 3rd grade piano exam. Why waste the money? Third, even if you're so overprotective that you insist Wang Hui must learn this and that, when my father sold the company, Aunt Qin offered a decent price. You're not exactly poor. But we can't just sit around doing nothing. Even if our family lives frugally, our annual expenses still amount to several million. Plus, your younger brother has always loved the ocean. Your father and I discussed it and decided to buy a villa on the Aegean Islands in Europe in a few days. That way, we can take him there during summer and winter breaks. But even a modest villa there costs tens of millions. Wang Nan felt heartbroken. My brother just likes the sea, and they're willing to spend tens of millions to buy a villa abroad, while I'm like a weed by the roadside, no one cares about me. She said in a cold tone, so you're here to borrow money? Kaiyan glanced at Wang Lin, hoping he would speak up to help. But Wang Lin, whether out of shame or for some other reason, remained silent. Kaiyan had no choice but to speak up himself, we're not here to borrow money. We want to buy some shares in your company. Not much, just 30%. Wang Nan heard this and laughed in anger. This is indeed my biological mother. Seeing that Wang Nan didn't object, Kaiyan continued, I know that Wang Tao and the others each invested 10 million yuan for a 10% stake. Your parents aren't trying to take advantage of you. We'll invest 30 million yuan for a 30% stake. I can earn 60 million yuan in a single day, and you want to buy 30% of my shares for 30 million yuan? Wang Nan laughed angrily, when Aunt Qin was here today, why didn't you mention this? Do you think that over the past 18 years, I've let you treat me however you pleased? What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Tao and the others can sell their shares, but you can't sell your own parents' shares? There's no such thing in this world. Is that the same thing? They came in when my company wasn't even open yet, when we were desperate for money. There wasn't a single penny in profit back then. Where were you? Now that we're making a fortune every day, you're getting jealous and trying to take what's mine by any means necessary. Wang Nan grew increasingly agitated. Pointing at Kaiyan, she shouted, Kaiyan, let me make this clear, the company is my dowry. If you want me to sell it, forget it. Chapter 160, I'm pregnant with Su Kang's child, dare you touch me? Kaiyan pointed at Wang Nan, trembling, and said, Wang Lin, did you hear that? She dared to call me by my first name. How could I have such an ungrateful child? Wang Lin spoke in a low voice, Xiaonan, your mother is still your mother. Even if she said something wrong, you shouldn't speak to her like that. Then what should I do? Hand over the company to you on a silver platter? Wang Lin heard this and felt torn inside. Since the Wang family company was sold to Qin Wan, he had endured countless scornful glances and mockery in Beijing. He needed something to help him hold his head high. Therefore, when Kaiyan suggested buying shares in his daughter's company today, even though he knew it was morally wrong, he was still tempted. Wang Lin sighed and said, Xiaonan, you are going to marry Su Kang. Whether it's Su Jinjiang or Qin Wan, they will give you wealth that will last you several lifetimes. But the Wang family is different. Without a business to support us, we will eventually become ordinary people in Beijing. How can we face your grandfather and great-grandfather? Wang Nan replied coldly, so you're just like my mother, wanting me to sell the company to you, aren't you? Wang Lin made up his mind and said, alright, I'll buy 30% of your shares for 90 million. You can still manage and operate the company, but the position of chairman will be under my name. If you think the price is too low, feel free to make an offer. Wang Nan never imagined that one day she would be forced into a corner by her own parents. A wave of sadness washed over her and tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back, refusing to let them fall. Wang Lin looked at his daughter's expression and felt torn inside. In the end, self-interest outweighed family ties. He turned to Wang Nan and said, Xiaonan, your father has never asked you for anything in his life. Can't you help your father this once? Wang Nan's tears finally gave way, and she turned away, not wanting Wang Lin and Kaiyan to see her in such a state. She spoke in a flat tone, go away. I've said it before, the company is my dowry, and I won't sell it. Why are you so stubborn? Wang Lin said angrily. You keep talking about dowry. Do you think Qin really cares if you bring a few quilts or a company as your dowry? But I do, Wang Nan finally erupted in anger. I want to marry Su Kong as his wife with dignity, not like an unwanted wild girl being bought with money to be a servant. Wang Lin was at a loss for words. Over the years, he had indeed given Wang Nan less attention, but she wasn't exactly an unwanted wild girl, was she? Kyan interjected, I think Su Kong really likes you. Why would he treat you like a servant? He wouldn't treat me like a slave, but you sold me off as a slave, with just a few quilts as dowry. Don't you fear the ridicule of the entire capital? What I mean is that Qin is as rich as a country. She is not really just giving a few quilts as dowry. Wang Lin saw that Wang Nan was still cold-faced, sighed, and continued, Xiaonan, even if you have grievances against me and your mother, what about your younger brother? Once you marry Su Kong and become a wealthy lady of a prominent family, how will your younger brother survive? As long as you raise him on the right path, surviving won't be difficult. A three-legged toad isn't hard to find, and jobs paying a few thousand a month are everywhere. Kyan trembled with anger and said, You're cursing your own brother, aren't you? What kind of status does your brother have? Go work for a few thousand yuan a month? Then tell me what his status is. Su Kong worked a summer job this year and only made 5,000 yuan. What's that? Is your son's status more prestigious than Su Kang's? Kyan was speechless again, but he thought to himself, Qin's two children are truly oddballs. Wang Lin didn't want to engage in this meaningless argument with Wang Nan. He said in a deep voice, Xiaonan, you're much better than your father. If you were a boy, I'd be proud of you. I'd even work for you. But you're a girl, and girls eventually have to marry. Are you just going to watch the Wang family fall apart step by step? It's not me who's leading the Wang family to ruin, it's you. You didn't listen to grandfather's advice, you were too eager for quick success, and that's why the Wang family has fallen to this state. Do you really think that by taking over my company, you can revive the Wang family? You think too highly of yourself. Wang Lin, furious and ashamed, raised his hand to strike her, but the scenes from the banquet flashed before his eyes. Wang Nan saw Wang Lin raise his hand again. She didn't dodge or flinch, glaring at him with eyes that seemed to shoot fire. Wang Lin, let me tell you, I'm carrying Su Kang's child. If you dare, try to touch me. Wang Lin, hearing this, his arrogant demeanor instantly faded. He exclaimed in astonishment, how could you be pregnant with Su Kang's child? Wang Nan walked to the wall, opened the wardrobe, and said, Look, this cabinet is filled with Su Kang's clothes, and this one is filled with my clothes. Wang Nan then turned to Kyan and said, You asked me where Su Kong sleeps. I'll tell you now. Su Kong has always slept in this bed. Kyan looked strange and muttered, How could you be so? The rest of the words stuck in his throat. In the past, he had encouraged her to climb into Su Kang's bed to sell herself for a good price, but now, it had become her shield. Wang Lin sighed and said, Xiaonan, is there absolutely no room for negotiation regarding the company shares? None. Wang Nan said coldly. When we started the company, I had nothing. All the money came from Aunt Qin and Su Kong. If you want me to sell, call Aunt Qin. If she agrees, I'll sell it to you immediately. Wang Lin didn't dare to call Qin. He wanted to stay as far away from her as possible. But just then, his phone rang. Wang Lin picked it up and turned pale. It was Qin calling. Wang Lin answered the call. Qin's emotionless voice came through the phone, Wang Lin, leave my house within 1 minute. Wang Lin was so scared he could barely speak, stammering, Alright, I'll leave immediately. Wait, give the phone to Xiaonan. Wang Lin was a bit surprised but handed the phone to Wang Nan. Wang Nan took the phone and whispered, Hello, Aunt Qin. Qin's voice, almost pleading, came through the phone, Xiaonan, are you really pregnant? Wang Nan froze. How did Aunt Qin know what I just said? Wang Nan blushed and said, I'm sorry, Aunt Qin. I was just joking. It's okay, don't be upset. I'm here, no one can bully you. Wang Lin and his wife listened nearby, feeling bitter. Their own biological parents were acting like strangers. Chapter 161, How about it, comfortable? The next morning, Wang Lin and his wife left without saying a word, returning to the capital in disgrace. Wang Nan slept until 8:30 a.m. before waking up slowly. She stretched, checked the time, and furrowed her brows. I wonder if it's because I've been too tired lately. I always feel like I don't get enough sleep. But it's worth it. By last night at midnight, the sales reached 580 million, far exceeding expectations. Just thinking about making money made Wang Nan feel delighted. After finishing her morning routine, she went downstairs to the living room. Aunt Lu had already prepared breakfast. She suddenly turned and asked, Aunt Lu, were you the one who called Miss Qin last night? Aunt Lu blushed and said, Last night, I heard your parents speaking so harshly to you on the first floor. I was worried something might happen to you, so I called Mr. Qin. Wang Nan smiled slightly and said, Thank you, Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu said, I shouldn't meddle in your family affairs, but I think your parents are too biased toward boys and too harsh on you. They even want to take the company shares from you, that's too much. Wang Nan gave a self-deprecating smile and said, They've always been like this since I was a child. I'm used to it. After breakfast, Wang Nan went back to the company. Yesterday, Director Zhang personally arranged several days off for Wang Nan, allowing her to sort out company matters during the opening days before returning to class. So for the next few days, Wang Nan spent most of her days at the company and returned to the villa in the evenings to spend time with Su Kong, while also updating him on the company's operations. Su Kong also learned that the company's revenue had been steadily rising over the past few days, and by the 5th day of opening, the total revenue had already surpassed 3.2 billion, causing a huge stir in the internet industry. People were speculating about who this mysterious boss named Wang Nan really was. On Friday evening, Wang Nan returned to the villa and saw Su Kong fiddling with something on the computer. Curious, she asked, "Su Kong, what are you doing?" Su Kong was on Jihu, studying successful entrepreneurship cases from others. Upon hearing Wang Nan's voice, he quickly closed the webpage and opened the Plants vs. Zombies game. He turned around and said, "Playing a game. Why did you come back so late today?" Wang Nan walked toward Su Kong while saying, "Just before closing time, a group of journalists came to the company to interview me." Su Kong listened and felt incredibly frustrated. Wang Nan isn't just good at making money, she's about to become famous. I don't want to live in her shadow. I need to hurry up and start my own business. Wang Nan walked behind Su Kong, glanced at the computer screen, and saw he was indeed playing the game. She smiled, extended her delicate hand, and began massaging his shoulders. Su Kong closed his eyes in comfort. It wasn't that Wang Nan's massage skills were particularly good, it was more the indescribable psychological pleasure he felt. A super rich, beautiful boss who makes a fortune every day comes home from work and the first thing she does is give her boyfriend a massage while he's playing a game. What man could resist that? Wang Nan asked softly, "How's that? Feeling good?" Su Kong replied dreamily, "Don't make it too comfortable. If it gets any better, my soul will float away." Wang Nan smiled gently and said, "I've noticed you've been sitting in front of the computer every chance you get lately. I was worried about your shoulder inflammation, so I specifically learned this online. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for?" Su Kong suddenly asked, "By the way, isn't there a Zhou from our college graduating today who's supposed to visit your company?" Wang Nan nodded and said, "This morning, I hosted him at the school with President Zhang and other teachers from the college. After lunch, he went to our company. However, although we're both in the internet industry, his gaming business is completely unrelated to our e-commerce business." Wang Nan suddenly thought of something and chuckled. Su Kong curiously asked, "What are you laughing at?" Wang Nan laughed, "You weren't there, so you didn't see it. The second and third floors of our company are currently under renovation. When Mr. Zhou arrived at our company, he found our office conditions too rudimentary and couldn't believe our daily turnover was 700 or 800 million. In the end, we had no choice but to show him the data from our back-end system." He stood there speechless for half a minute before he could compose himself. Su Kong also laughed, "Of course, my little treasure is so clever. Playing the fool to catch the wise, slapping them in the face." Wang Nan blushed and said, "Others might not know, but I'm well aware. Without your connections and influence with your mother, I'd be lucky to make a few million a day." While massaging Su Kong, Wang Nan pondered, "However, judging from the data over the past few days, the benefits from these connections are gradually fading. Soon, we'll be entering the broader market environment. We must focus on quality and service, and strengthen our advertising and marketing efforts to carve out a path for ourselves in this fierce competition." Su Kong nodded and said, "So we need to ride this wave to boost our visibility and focus on advertising and marketing." Wang Nan smiled and said, "Yeah, now that we have money in the account, we can act without holding back." Wang Nan continued, "By the way, I've already discussed it with Chao Qian and the others. Tomorrow is Saturday, and we'll take some photos of the new clothing designs at the school to post on our website." Su Kong asked curiously, "How much are you paying them per day?" "Still 200. Wang Nan explained, "Since they've never done modeling before, they might not be able to take many good photos in a day, so the pay is lower compared to professional models." Su Kong said, "That's not bad. I remember Lin Feng went out to hand out flyers and only made a few dozen dollars a day. But I think we should add one more person tomorrow." Wang Nan asked curiously, "Who? Do you remember that classmate who found Chao Qian's 1,000 yuan at the KTV? Oh, her. What was her name again?" Su Kong recalled the shy young woman and smiled, "Wang Quan, from the neighboring Hebei University." The next morning at 8 o'clock, at the entrance of Jiangcheng University, Wang Quan saw Su Kong and Wang Nan holding hands as they walked in from outside the school gate. She asked curiously, "Don't you live on campus?" After speaking, she suddenly thought of something and blushed. "Did they go to a hotel last night?" Su Kong nodded and said, "We have an apartment outside the school, so sometimes we don't stay in the dorms." Su Kong looked at the young woman in front of him, who was wearing light makeup, and smiled, saying, "You never wore makeup when we were in high school." Wang Quan blushed and said, "I'm modeling today, so my roommate helped me put on some makeup. Does it look bad?" Su Kong said, "You look beautiful. You look like a lotus flower emerging from the water." Wang Quan blushed shyly again. Wang Nan, standing nearby, felt a bit upset. "You've never complimented me like that before." Chapter 162, Why Be Polite Between Father and Son. Su Kong and the others waited at the door for a few more minutes before a van pulled up by the roadside. 3 men and a woman got out of the car. The three men were photographers, and the only woman was the makeup artist. The leader was named Qian Shushu, with long hair. He greeted Wang Nan politely, saying, "Mr. Wang, we've arrived. We have quite a lot of things, so we might need your help carrying them." Wang Nan smiled and replied, "No problem. You must be tired." Qian Shushu opened the trunk door and said, "Since there's no room to change clothes today, we brought an extra 2 tents. Wang Quan, standing nearby, asked Su Kong in surprise, "Your girlfriend is the boss?" Su Kong chuckled, "Yeah, she's the one who pays your salary." Wang Quan felt a bit odd inside. We're all the same age, and she's already a big boss. Su Kong asked Qian Shushu, "Did you bring the laptop?" Qian Shushu, who had just started working there, didn't recognize Su Kong, but Wang Nan had indeed told her last night to bring 2 new laptops from the company today. Although he was curious about why they needed the laptops, he didn't ask any further questions. He took 2 new laptops from the trunk and handed them to Su Kong, saying, "I brought them." Su Kong took the laptop, handed one to Wang Quan, and said, "This is today's pay. I'm giving it to you in advance." Wang Quan was so shocked she couldn't speak. She looked at Wang Nan, who was standing nearby with a smile on her face. Wang Quan lowered her head and whispered, "This isn't right. We were supposed to get 200 yuan a day, and this laptop costs thousands. It's too expensive. And won't your girlfriend be upset?" Su Kong laughed and said, "Why would she be upset? I lent you 100,000 yuan back then. What's one computer?" Wang Nan watched Wang Quan's timid demeanor and suddenly understood Su Kang's actions. He had helped Wang Quan because he wanted to help the version of himself who had once been just as lowly and insignificant. Having been caught in the rain, he wanted to hold an umbrella for others. Wang Nan took the laptop from Su Kong and handed it to Wang Quan, saying, "Wang Quan, take it. I'm the boss, listen to me." Wang Quan finally clutched the laptop bag tightly, but his eyes were red. Su Kong and his group of 7, carrying large bags, arrived at the school playground. Chao Qian and Xiao Jun were already waiting there, and surprisingly, Su Jin was also present. Chao Qian saw Wang Quan and was surprised, saying, "Wang Quan, did Su Kong call you here?" Perhaps feeling guilty, Wang Quan glanced at Chao Qian before quickly lowering her head and softly nodding. Chao Qian was puzzled. Why is Wang Quan so indifferent? Su Kong spotted Lin Feng and called out, "Fengge, come over here." Lin Feng asked curiously, "Mr. Su, what's the matter?" Su Kong handed the remaining laptop to Lin Feng and said, "Here's today's pay, in advance." Lin Feng looked at Su Kong in surprise and said, "Isn't the wage 200? Why is it a laptop? Is it second-hand?" "What's second-hand? It's brand new." I. Lin Feng looked at Su Kong but couldn't say a word. Li Sikan took the laptop and said, "Just take it. Mr. Kong isn't short on money. Right, Mr. Kong?" Su Kong chuckled, "Exactly, we're father and son, no need to be so formal. Damn it, just when I was getting emotional, he's taking advantage of me." Xiao Jun said from the side, "Oh my god, if I'd known, I wouldn't have brought my computer to school. I feel like I lost $1 billion. The little fat boy said, "If you call Mr. Kong dad, I guarantee he'll give you a computer too." Xiao Jun glared at the little fat boy and said, "You have no respect. If I call him dad, you should call him grandpa. I've always called him Kong Yi. Why don't you try calling him dad? Come on." The chubby kid was talking enthusiastically when Xiao Jun suddenly kicked him on the butt with a flying kick. Su Kong joked with Xiao Jun, "Jungo, why are you here today? Didn't you say last time you didn't think these 200 were worth it?" Xiao Jun said, "What's the point of money? I just want my stunning good looks to create more value for society." What a shameless guy. I wonder what Su Jin Sr. saw in him. The boys quickly set up 2 tents, and the makeup artists pulled out their tools to start applying makeup to the girls. Girls naturally love taking photos, so after getting their makeup done, they excitedly went to pick out beautiful clothes. Chao Qian took out 2 identical hoodies, one large and one small, and curiously asked, "Why are there 2 sets of these hoodies?" Qian Shushu replied, "These are couple outfits." Chao Qian felt awkward, as she and Wang Quan were the only singles there, and silently put the clothes back down. Xiao Jun was about to grab the couple's set, but Su Kong beat him to it. Xiao Jun said, "What are you doing? Su Jin and I were going to wear this set. Get out of the way, this set is for me and Wang Nan." "Su Kong, you're being too much. What did I do to you? I got it first." Su Kong held the clothes, handing the smaller-sized hoodie to Wang Nan, making her face flush with joy. Xiao Jun glared at Su Kong angrily but could do nothing about it. Su Jin sighed and tried to mediate. "Alright, let's just buy another set online. We can wear them every day. That should work, right?" After everyone selected a piece of clothing, they entered the separate tents for boys and girls to change. 3 photographers were assigned, each responsible for 4 people. The shooting location was the school playground, with a focus on a fresh campus style. Since everyone was modeling for the first time, after the initial novelty wore off, what remained was sheer misery. Poses were often repeated multiple times, either because the movements were unnatural, the expressions were off, or the clothes didn't look good. As noon approached, Xiao Jun sat on the school playground and said, "I can't go on. My feet are killing me." Wang Nan checked the time and suggested, "Why don't we go eat first? Xiao Jun replied, the cafeteria is so far away. I don't want to walk another step. The chubby boy also said, I don't want to walk either. Today has been too tiring. After speaking, the chubby boy took out his phone and said, let's just order food and have it delivered. It'll only cost a couple of extra dollars. Xiao Jun said, that's fine. I'll have 2 portions of stir-fried beef over rice with sujin. Everyone started ordering. Xiao Jun noticed that Wang Nan hadn't ordered yet and asked, Mr. Wang, what kind of fried rice do you want? Wang Nan shook his head and said, the stir-fried rice is too greasy. Is there anything lighter? The chubby guy said, I have the phone number of a noodle shop owner. How about I get you a bowl of noodles? Wang Nan nodded in agreement. The chubby kid looked at Su Kong, who was staring down at the table, lost in thought. He asked, what about you, Mr. Kong? What are you having for lunch? Su Kong hadn't heard the chubby kid's voice at all. At that moment, his mind was racing with excitement and he couldn't help but smile. Right, why didn't I think of this sooner? If I had started a business in this direction, I would have definitely succeeded. Wang Nan noticed Su Kang's strange expression and said worriedly, Su Kong, what are you thinking about? Lu Dawei is asking you what you want to eat. Su Kong suddenly looked up, excitedly said, you guys eat. I have something to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, he quickly walked away. Wang Nan was both puzzled and worried. What's wrong with Su Kong? After giving a few instructions to Qian Shushu, she also followed him out. Chapter 163, Only a Mother Knows Best. With so many college students nowadays, many don't want to eat at the cafeteria. Why don't I start a delivery service to bring meals to people? Su Kong walked while thinking. By the time he arrived at the villa, he had 3 plans in mind. The first was similar to parcel delivery. For example, he could set up a transfer point in the school cafeteria. Restaurants would deliver their meals to his store, fill in the address and contact information, and he would arrange for delivery personnel to deliver the meals. However, Su Kong quickly ruled out this option because the entire process was too cumbersome. By the time the food was delivered to the customer, it would likely be cold. The second option was to open a national chain of restaurants offering cuisines from all regions of China. Customers would order through a mobile app, and the restaurant would prepare the food and deliver it directly to their homes. However, the biggest drawback of this option was the high initial investment, and the variety of dishes available would be limited. The third option was to abandon the idea of opening a restaurant and instead establish a dedicated delivery company with a mobile app. The app would be linked to nearby restaurants, and customers would place orders through the app. The company would then dispatch delivery personnel to pick up the food from the restaurants and deliver it to the customers' homes. However, this option was highly challenging. The first hurdle was convincing restaurants to trust the company and agree to list their dishes on the app. Su Kong locked himself in his room and turned on his computer. He was desperate to find out if there were any similar delivery services available domestically or internationally. Su Kong, why did you lock the door? What happened? Just as Su Kong was fully focused on his research, Wang Nan's anxious voice rang out from outside the door. Su Kong felt a pang of guilt. He had suddenly rushed back from school for no apparent reason, and his young wife must be worried sick. Su Kong opened the door and saw Wang Nan looking at him with concern. She asked, Su Kong, why did you suddenly come back? Su Kong couldn't help but give Wang Nan a gentle kiss on the cheek and said happily, Wang Nan, I've come up with a business idea that no one has ever thought of before. Wang Nan was taken aback. These days, how many business ventures are there that no one has ever done before? She asked, you came back suddenly just for this? She then looked at the computer still glowing behind Su Kong and asked, what were you doing on the computer? Researching? Su Kong nodded and explained his idea to Wang Nan. At first, she didn't think much of it, but as she listened further, her eyes began to sparkle. Su Kong, between the second and third options, which one do you prefer? Su Kong paused for a moment and said, personally, I lean toward the third option. Wang Nan spoke with great anticipation, I also think the third option has a brighter future. Su Kong, if we could expand this delivery service nationwide, no, worldwide, that would be a huge opportunity. Upon hearing Wang Nan's words, Su Kong's spirits soared, feeling that he wouldn't take long to surpass his mother and become the new richest person. Soon, Wang Nan frowned and said, however, being the first in a new industry means great opportunities, but also great risks. You have no precedents to reference. How will you operate the company? How will you generate profits? Everything is uncharted territory. Moreover, regardless of whether you succeed or fail, within a few months, a large amount of capital will enter the market, joining this new industry. If you succeed, others will copy your model and become your competitors. If you fail, others will learn from your mistakes and use you as a stepping stone to their success. Su Kong looked at Wang Nan, and his previously fervent heart instantly cooled. The first to try something new has great opportunities, but even greater risks. One misstep, and everything is lost. Does that mean I should put this idea on hold and let others go first, then follow suit? Wang Nan shook his head and said, why give up the initiative to others? I think you should call Aunt Qin. She's seen a lot and will definitely have good ideas. Su Kong nodded. There is no one more trustworthy than Shinwon in this world. He took out his phone and called Shinwon. The call connected quickly. Hello, Sukong, what is up? Mom, are you free right now? Shinwon heard this and couldn't help but take it seriously. In the past, when Sukong called, if he had something to say, he would just say it directly. He had never asked a question like, is it convenient, before. Sure, go ahead. So Sukong went ahead and explained his business plan to Shinwon again. After listening, Shinwon was overjoyed. He really is my own son. He actually managed to spot such a business opportunity. Shinwon said, Sukong, the first plan you mentioned is indeed not very reliable, as you said. The second plan is feasible, but the key issue is that the investment is too large and the returns are too small, so its feasibility is also not very high. Therefore, the only option left is the third plan. Sukong said happily, I also think the third option is the best. Shinwon asked, Sukong, you haven't told anyone else about this idea, have you? Sukong glanced at Wang Nan standing beside him and said, I just mentioned it to Wang Nan. Then make sure to emphasize to Wang Nan that you must not reveal this idea to anyone. Wang Nan leaned closer to the phone and shouted, Aunt Shin, don't worry. I won't say a word. Shinwon smiled and said, Wang Nan, you're right next to Sukong. Auntie trusts you, of course. Sukong said anxiously, Mom, you haven't told me how to start a business yet. Haste makes waste. The bigger the task, the more preparation is needed. You should focus on your studies at school first. I'll reach out to some friends both domestically and internationally to gather information. Once I have a plan, I'll come directly to Jiangqing to find you. In the meantime, you should read more, think more, learn more, and gain experience. It's foreseeable that once this project kicks off, there will be a flood of capital coming in, and it will be a fierce battle. You need to be prepared for anything. Sukong felt a chill run down his spine. Wang Nan had said something similar earlier. Shinwon gave Sukong further instructions before hanging up. She leaned back in her chair and pondered for a moment before taking out her phone and dialing a number. Hello, Mr. Ma, have there been any recent news or new companies emerging in the domestic internet industry? There's an e-commerce company that sold 3 billion yuan worth of products in just a few days. Does that count as news? Do I need to ask you that? Shinwon asked again, anything else? I don't think so. Shinwon hung up the phone but still felt uneasy. She dialed an international number and asked in fluent English, Mr. Smith, please check if there are any new internet models emerging in Silicon Valley recently, or any relevant papers. If there are, please send the latest updates to my phone. On the other end, Sukong hung up the phone, feeling as though he had been given a lifeline. Only my own mother can be relied upon. Chapter 164, Sukong, please lend me 200,000. Over the next few days, Sukong attended classes while waiting for news from Shinwon, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was no response. Finally, Sukong couldn't help but call Shinwon, only to be scolded by her for being so impatient at such a young age. That afternoon after school, Sukong and Wang Nan were about to head home with their textbooks when Chao Qian blocked their path. Sukong, I need to talk to you. Can you come with me? Sukong was taken aback. It's been so long since school started, and she has never asked me out alone before. What could it be? He said to Wang Nan, you go ahead. I'll be right back. Wang Nan gave a faint smile and said, alright, come back soon. I'll wait for you and Aunt Lu to have dinner. After saying that, Wang Nan nodded at Chao Qian and turned to leave. Sukong, seeing no one around, asked, Chao class monitor, what's going on? Chao Qian frowned and said, Sukong, do you know that something has happened to Mr. Wu's family recently? Sukong nodded and said, I heard from other students that Mr. Wu's father has kidney failure and is borrowing money from other teachers at the academy. Chao Qian sighed and said, today at lunchtime, I went to find Mr. Wu, and just as I arrived, his brother called him. I overheard his brother saying that there was still a gap of several 100,000 yuan needed for his father's kidney transplant surgery, and he told Mr. Wu to find a way to raise the money. Mr. Wu said he had already borrowed everything he could, and the remaining several 100,000 yuan was up to his brother to figure out. Her brother then started yelling at her, using really harsh words. In the end, Ms. Wu was so upset she started crying. Sukong frowned and said, so you want me to lend money to Ms. Wu, right? Chao Qian nodded. Well, there's Xiao Jun and Wang Nan in our class who have money. Why didn't you ask them? Well, I'm closer to you, so if you won't lend it, I'll ask them. Besides, I know you'll definitely lend it. Sukong looked puzzled and said, how can you be so sure? You know, at the beginning of the semester, Ms. Wu was always picking on me, scolding me like I was her grandson. Chao Qian rolled her eyes at Sukong and said, last Saturday, there was a photo shoot for models on campus. Do you know what happened after you left? What happened? Weren't you just working normally? Chao Qian shook her head and said, Wang Quan approached me privately and asked to return the 1,000 yuan. Sukong smiled awkwardly and asked, did she tell you everything? Yes, she also said you're a good person, lending her 100,000 yuan, helping her find part-time work, and even giving her a laptop. So, Mr. Su, the good person, will you stand by and do nothing when Ms. Wu is in trouble? Why am I the kind person? You're the kind people. I helped you out of goodwill, and you're insulting me. Su Kong sighed helplessly and said, let's go. Where is Ms. Wu now? Is she in the office? Chao Qian smiled happily, her face lit up with two dimples. Su Kong and Chao Qian went to Wu Wanshou's office, but didn't see her there. Chao Qian called Wu Wanshou again, but no one answered. Chao Qian muttered to herself, why isn't she answering the phone? It's so early, Ms. Wu should be at work. Did she go home? Su Kong had a bad feeling and said, she must be either at home or at the hospital. Let's ask other teachers where Ms. Wu lives and where her father's hospital is. Su Kong and Chao Qian asked several teachers, but none of them knew. Finally, they asked Zheng, the dean, who found Ms. Wu's address in the faculty directory. It was an apartment near the school, only a 10-minute walk away. Su Kong and Chao Qian rushed over without stopping. As soon as they reached the apartment door, they heard loud arguing coming from inside. No wonder she didn't answer the phone. Something must be wrong at home. Su Kong knocked on the door while shouting, Mr. Wu, open the door. Chao Qian and I are here to see you about something important. After a few seconds of silence, the door opened, and Wu Wanshou appeared with reddened eyes. Chao Qian, Su Kong, how did you know I live here? Su Kong was momentarily taken aback. The first time he saw Wu Wanshou at the class meeting, she had her hands in her pockets, standing tall and confident. Now, she looked haggard, with messy hair, almost unrecognizable from her former self. Su Kong said, we were looking for Ms. Wu for something, so we found this place through Dean Zhang. After speaking, he glanced curiously into the room, where he saw a man, a woman, and an elderly woman standing in the living room. Wu Wanshou asked in a weary voice, what's the matter? Chao Qian, seeing the three people in the room with unpleasant expressions, felt a bit afraid and said, it's about class. Mr. Wu, why don't we go back to school to talk? Wu Wanshou glanced back at the three people inside the room and nodded with a complicated expression. Little did he know that as soon as Wu Wanshou stepped out the door, his older brother, Wu Jian, shouted, Wu Wanshou, if you dare to hide at school, I'll go there and cause a scene. I'll make sure every teacher and student at your school knows you're an unfilial bastard. Your own father is critically ill, and you refuse to help him. You don't deserve to be a university teacher. Wu Wanshou broke down and shouted, what more do you want from me? I've already paid 180,000 yuan and borrowed another 600,000 yuan from my colleagues. What about you? How much have you contributed? Just 8,000 yuan. Is he only your father? Wu's mother, enraged, stomped her foot and said, you ungrateful girl, how can you be so unreasonable? Your brother has 2 sons to raise. Where is he supposed to get the money? Besides, how much did the family spend to send you to school? You went to university, then got a master's degree, and then a PhD. Now that you've made something of yourself and become a university teacher, shouldn't you contribute more? Just because my brother doesn't have money doesn't mean I do. I've only been working for a short time. Why are you all pressuring me to pay? Go borrow from your colleagues then. You don't have money, but your colleagues don't have money either? Can you bear to see your old father lying in bed suffering every day? Wu Wanshou sneered and leaned tiredly against the wall, saying, all right, I'll go borrow it. Now you all go out. Wu Jian's face lit up and said, Wu Wanshou, our father's surgery is in 2 days. You must borrow 200,000 yuan before the surgery. Get out. Wu Wanshou shouted loudly. Wu Jian looked dejected but still led his mother and wife out of the room. As they passed by Wu Wanshou, he added, remember, it's 200,000 yuan. After Wu Jian left, Wu Wanshou seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She slowly slid down the wall and sat on the floor, covering her head with both hands, sobbing softly. Su Kong looked at Wu Wanshou's current state and felt deeply moved. He whispered, Ms. Wu, it's okay. I have money. Wu Wanshou raised her head, her hair and tears sticking to her face. She stared intently at Su Kong, then, under the surprised gazes of Su Kong and Chao Qian, slowly knelt down on the ground and said, Su Kong, please lend me 200,000. Chapter 165, if you don't pay back the money, does that mean you're keeping me? Su Kong and Chao Qian hurriedly helped Wu Wanshou to her feet and sat her on the nearby sofa. Su Kong said repeatedly, Ms. Wu, it's only 200,000 yuan. There's no need to be so dramatic. I came here today specifically to offer you the money. Chao Qian added, that's right, Ms. Wu. There's no obstacle we can't overcome. Wu Wanshou wiped away her tears and said, thank you, Su Kong. During this time, I've endured so much humiliation from others just to borrow money. Su Kong recalled his own past experiences and said softly, there's nothing we can do. This is just how the world works. Once you ask others for help, you'll never be able to hold your head high again. Wu Wanshou looked sorrowful and nodded in agreement. Some colleagues not only refused to lend money but also spread the news around. Now, the entire computer science department was abuzz with rumors about her. Su Kong laughed again, so, Ms. Wu, you should just pay back the 600,000 you borrowed from others. I still prefer the confident, carefree you from before. But? Su Kong laughed, borrowing 200,000 is borrowing, and borrowing 800,000 is also borrowing. Come on, let's go to the bank and transfer the money right now. Wu Wanshou heard this and smiled faintly, as if the heavy burden that had been weighing on her for so many days had suddenly been lifted. She teased, Su Kong, have you thought this through? 800,000 yuan by the time you graduate from university, I might not even be able to pay it back. Su Kang grinned and said, if you can't pay it back, it's no big deal. To me, 800,000 yuan and 80 yuan are the same. Wu Wanqiu and Chao Chen felt a bit uneasy upon hearing this. Money really does make one reckless. Su Kang and the others went to a nearby bank. Wu Wanqiu turned to Su Kang and said, Su Kang, transfer 600,000 yuan to my bank account and the remaining 200,000 yuan to my brother's account. She then took out a bank card and pulled up a photo of another bank card on her phone. Su Kang asked in confusion, is your brother handling all the medical expenses for your father's surgery? Wu Wanqiu nodded and said, because I still have to work at school. Su Kang suddenly asked, have you seen the detailed list of your father's medical expenses? Wu Wanqiu shook her head and said, every time there's a treatment, my brother just tells me how much it costs. I asked my mom a few times, and they all said the same thing. Besides, this is my father's life-saving money. Even if they're bad people, they wouldn't dare to touch this money, right? Su Kang didn't say anything else after hearing that. As Wu Wanqiu said, even the worst person in the world wouldn't be that bad. However, he was puzzled by the fact that a case of uremia had cost nearly 1 million yuan. How much does a kidney transplant cost? Su Kang still followed Wu Wanqiu's instructions and transferred the 800,000 yuan to 2 cards. After transferring the money, Su Kang suddenly asked, by the way, Mr. Wu, do you have any living expenses right now? Wu Wanqiu hurriedly replied, you've already lent me 800,000 yuan, which I'm already very grateful for. I still have a little left for living expenses, which should be enough to get me by until next month's paycheck. A little isn't enough. Let's help them all the way. Su Kang turned to the young woman at the counter and said, transfer another 100,000 yuan to this bank card. Moved by Su Kang's kindness, Wu Wanqiu joked, you're so rich I don't even want to pay you back. Su Kang joked back, if you don't pay it back, doesn't that mean you're keeping me? Chao Qian heard this and froze. Su Kang, you're asking for trouble. You dare to joke like that with Ms. Wu? Chao Qian hurriedly looked at Wu Wanqiu, who had a slight blush on her cheeks, glared at Su Kang's back, then lowered her head. The counter attendant looked at Su Kang with admiration. Why haven't I met such a rich and considerate handsome guy? She envied Wu Wanqiu, who, though unadorned, had striking features and an air of confidence. Heroes have always loved beauties. Someone ordinary like me should just give up. After transferring the money, Su Kang returned the card to Wu Wanqiu. After receiving the card, Wu Wanqiu took out her phone and called Wu Jian, saying, the 200,000 yuan for your father's surgery has been transferred to your account. You can notify the doctor to prepare for the surgery. On the phone, Wu Jian spoke in a sarcastic tone, Wu Wanqiu, didn't you say you couldn't get the money? It's only been an hour, and you've already transferred it. Wu Wanqiu hung up the phone immediately. Every extra word with her brother only ruined her mood. Having resolved the issue of her father's surgery fees, Wu Wanqiu felt a sense of relief. She turned to Su Kang and Chao Chen and said, let's go. The teacher is treating you both to dinner. Su Kang shook his head repeatedly and said, no need, Ms. Wu. I promised Wang Nan I'd go home for dinner. As soon as Su Kang finished speaking, he realized he had said the wrong thing. Oh no, Ms. Wu will find out that I'm living with Wang Nan. To his surprise, Wu Wanqiu just smiled and said, alright, I won't disturb you in Wang Nan's date. Su Kang felt secretly delighted. The 900,000 yuan he had spent was well worth it. Even if he was criticized for being late or for an early romance, as long as Ms. Wu spoke to him normally in the future, she would have to be polite. Su Kang returned to the villa, where Aunt Lu had just finished cooking and was serving dinner. Su Kang asked, Aunt Lu, where's Wang Nan? She's resting on the second floor. Oh, I'll go call her to eat. As Su Kang went upstairs, he called out, Wang Nan, dinner's ready. From the bedroom on the second floor, Wang Nan's voice could be heard on the phone, alright, Su Kang is back. I'll hang up now. Su Kang entered the bedroom and asked curiously, Wang Nan, who were you talking to on the phone? Wang Nan put away her phone and said casually, work-related matters. Is dinner ready? Let's go downstairs. Su Kang didn't think much of it and went downstairs with Wang Nan. At the dinner table, Wang Nan asked, by the way, Su Kang, what did Chao Qian want to talk to you about after school? Su Kang lowered his voice and said, recently, the students have been talking about how something happened to Mr. Wu's family. Actually, it's true. His father has kidney failure and needs a lot of money for a kidney transplant. So Chao Chen brought me to Mr. Wu to ask me to borrow money for him. How much did you borrow? Su Kang looked puzzled and said, how did you know I borrowed it? You know, back when school first started, she was always picking on me. Wang Nan laughed so hard her eyes narrowed to slits and said, if you didn't borrow it, then you wouldn't be Su Kang. Su Kang awkwardly smiled and said, I borrowed 900,000 yuan. Wang Nan furrowed her brows and said, is a kidney transplant that expensive? Su Kang shrugged and said, who knows? Su Kang asked again, by the way, you haven't been to the company these past few days. Is everything okay? Everything's back on track now. If Wu Jia can't make a decision, just give her a call. So whether I go or not doesn't really matter. The daily sales have dropped to a few million now. After speaking, Wang Nan put down her bowl, picked up a piece of soft-shelled turtle meat, and said to Su Kong, "Eat more. It's good for your health." Su Kong asked in confusion, "You're already full after eating so little?" "I don't know why, but I haven't had much of an appetite these past few days," Wang Nan said. Chapter 166, An Unprecedented Feeling. The next afternoon, Su Kong was in class when his phone suddenly received a message from Wu Wanqiu. It mainly mentioned how much to repay to teacher Zhang from the academy, how much to repay to teacher Li, and how much was left in total. Su Kong was speechless. He had already lent her the money, who cared how she spent it? However, he soon noticed something odd and typed back, "You said you borrowed 600,000 yuan. Why did you only return 300,000 yuan? Wu Wanqiu replied quickly, "The remaining 300,000 yuan was borrowed from a social acquaintance. I'll go to the hospital to repay him after work this afternoon." Su Kong read it and didn't think much of it, put away his phone, and listened carefully to the teacher's lecture. That evening, after dinner, Su Kong lay on the sofa, his mind preoccupied with the delivery company. Wang Nan came out of the kitchen, saw Su Kong with a blank expression and furrowed brows, sat down beside him, and asked, "Su Kong, what are you thinking about?" Su Kong glanced at Wang Nan, pressed his temples, and said, "I'm thinking about the delivery company. My mom doesn't know what's going on either. She hasn't replied to me for days." Wang Nan lifted Su Kang's head, placed it on her lap, took his hands, and gently massaged his temples. She smiled at Su Kong and said, "Don't worry. Aunt Qin will definitely take care of it. You shouldn't worry about it every day." Su Kong felt the softness and comfort at the back of his head, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into his nose. He looked into Wang Nan's eyes and said, "Wang Nan, I feel like I'm becoming more and more dependent on you. What should I do?" Wang Nan's face turned red, and she said, "What nonsense are you talking about? No one is going to separate us." Su Kong chuckled, "Let's go to the bedroom." "What for?" "To exchange feelings." Wang Nan blushed and said, "It's too early for that." Su Kong sat up from the sofa, about to pull Wang Nan toward him, when suddenly a phone rang. Su Kong furrowed his brows, "Who's so inconsiderate, calling at this hour?" He took out his phone and saw it was Wu Wanqiu. Su Kong's heart skipped a beat. Has something happened to her again? Su Kong answered the call, and Wu Wanqiu's voice, trembling with tears, came through. "Su Kong, come quickly. Someone is trying to extort money from me." Wang Nan heard the voice and looked curiously at Su Kong. Su Kong asked, "Where are you right now?" "I'm at Xieji Hospital, Building 5, 12th floor." "Alright, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Su Kong turned to Wang Nan and said, "Ms. Wu is in trouble. I'll go out for a bit and be back soon." Wang Nan was furious with Mr. Wu. Why doesn't he go to the police? Why is he always bothering my Su Kong? Though he thought this in his mind, he said aloud, "I'll go with you." "No need. We don't know what's going on with Mr. Wu yet. Stay home and wait for me to return." After saying this, Su Kong noticed the worry on Wang Nan's face and smiled, "Don't worry, I'll bring Wang Tao along too." Wang Nan said, "Bring Uncle Li too, and be careful." Su Kong nodded and immediately called Li He. "Hello, Uncle Li, I need to go to Xieji Hospital for something." "Got it, I'll be at the villa in 10 minutes. He hung up the phone. This Uncle Li is really efficient. Su Kong called Wang Tao again. "Hello, Tao Go, are you free now?" "Su Kong, I'm sorry, I'm currently out of town on a business trip. Is there anything urgent?" Su Kong hesitated for a moment before saying, "A friend of mine is in a dispute and needs you to send some police officers to handle the situation." "No problem. Tell me the location and I'll send someone right away." Building 5, 12th floor of Xieji Hospital. After hanging up, Su Kong felt much more at ease. Just as he stepped out the door, Li He arrived. The two of them got into the Maserati and sped straight to the hospital. Upon arriving at the floor mentioned by Wu Wanqiu, they heard faint commotion coming from a ward near the elevator. Su Kong led Li He into the room. Wu Wanqiu was indeed inside, facing her brother Wu Jian and another stranger. On the bed next to them lay an elderly man in his 50s, who was likely Wu Wanqiu's father. However, Wu Wanqiu's sister-in-law and mother were not present. Upon seeing Su Kong, Wu Wanqiu's expression lit up with surprise, and she hurried toward him. She glanced at Li He behind Su Kong, though she found it a bit odd. She didn't ask any further questions. Wu Jian shouted loudly, "What are you doing here again? What's your relationship with my sister? Why are you meddling in other people's business?" Su Kong furrowed his brows, ignoring Wu Jian, and turned to ask Wu Wanqiu, "Ms. Wu, what's going on?" Wu Wanqiu explained, "About a week ago, my brother brought this man here. He introduced himself as an internal employee of the bank, saying that because of my position as a university teacher, I could get a loan of 300,000 yuan without collateral or guarantees, just based on my credit. So I signed the contract with him and took out the loan. But today when I went to repay him, he demanded a year's worth of interest." The stranger said, "Mr. Wu, since you're a university professor, you should act reasonably. The contract is clearly written in black and white. Why aren't you honoring it now?" Wu Wanqiu shouted, "Your contract has dozens of pages. You hid such shameless clauses inside. Who would notice? Mr. Wu, you didn't read the contract carefully when you signed it. Should we blame you?" Wu Jian said from the side, Wanxiu, Zhang Zong has a point. Why don't you just give him the interest? Su Kong shook his head in disbelief. Wu Laoshi's brother is really a scoundrel. Wu Wanxiu shouted at Wu Jian, this is an unfair clause. Why should I give him money? Su Kong pulled Wu Wanxiu behind him and said, Mr. Wu, don't get so worked up. Let me handle this. Wu Wanxiu's face turned red, and she looked at Su Kong gratefully, feeling a sensation she had never experienced before. Su Kong turned to Zhang manager and said, where's the contract? Let me see it. Manager Zhang glanced sideways at Su Kong and said disdainfully, who are you? Why should I show you? The 300,000 yuan that Mr. Wu gave you was borrowed from me. Do you think I can take a look? Manager Zhang and Wu Jian were both taken aback. What does this student's family do? How can they be so wealthy? Chapter 167, The Ungrateful Bitch. Seeing that Su Kong was young, Manager Zhang thought to himself, you're just a student. What tricks could you possibly pull? He took out a contract with dozens of pages from his briefcase, handed it to Su Kong, and said, the clause that Ms. Wu didn't notice is on page 36. I've already marked it. Su Kong took the thick stack of contracts and thought to himself, forget about Mr. Wu, no normal person would go through each page, word by word. He flipped open the contract and saw that the borrower's name was Zhang Hui. Su Kong looked up at Zhang manager and thought to himself, this Zhang manager must be Zhang Hui. Borrowing money under a private name, I doubt his identity as a bank employee is genuine either. Su Kong flipped through the contract again and, upon seeing the loan interest rate, exclaimed in disbelief, no way, a monthly interest rate of 3%? That means the interest alone would be 9,000 yuan a month. Zhang Hui sneered, the interest rate was agreed upon with Mr. Wu beforehand. Why are you making such a fuss? Su Kong looked at Wu Wanxiu, who was lowering her head and whispering, when I borrowed the money, I thought my salary was high enough to cover it. Su Kong was truly impressed. This Mr. Wu must have just graduated with his PhD not long ago. He lacks social experience and has been tricked into this trap. Su Kong didn't bother reading the rest and flipped directly to page 36, where there was indeed a clause stating, the lender may repay the loan early. If the loan is repaid before 1 year, the interest will still be calculated based on 1 year. Su Kong closed the contract and said to Zhang Hui, this is an unfair clause and has no legal standing. At most, you can charge a 3% interest rate and pay 1 month's interest. If you have no objections, take the money. If you do, you can sue in court. Zhang Hui, of course, wouldn't he go to court? A 3% interest rate was already considered usury. He was furious and said, the state has its laws, and the underworld has its rules. Who do you think you are, meddling in other people's business? Watch your back, you might not even know how you'll die one day. Who do you think you are, threatening me? Su Kong pulled out the contract, tore off several pages with a tear, and said, I'm standing right here. Try to touch me. Zhang Hui watched Su Kang's actions, his eyes widening. He took a step forward and reached out to grab the contract. Li He took a big step forward from behind and tightly grabbed Zhang Hui's outstretched wrist. Zhang Hui's wrist ached, and he swung his arm to break free, but Li He's hand was like a pair of steel pliers, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. He was secretly startled and shouted, let go of my hand. Li He pushed him hard, sending Zhang Hui flying over a meter away, landing at Wu Jian's feet. Wu Jian hurriedly helped Zhang Hui to his feet and shouted at Su Kong, do you know who Zhang manager is? How dare you lay a hand on him? Su Kong sneered, what rules of the underworld? What's the big deal about life and death? Is he a gangster or something? Wu Jian was momentarily speechless. You saw what happened and still dared to act? You really don't know your place. Zhang Hui looked at his wrist, which had been grabbed, and saw it was already purple and swollen. He glanced fearfully at Li He, who was this guy? How could he be so strong? Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door, and at the same time, Su Kang's phone rang. Su Kong answered the call and heard the other person say, Mr. Su, this is Wang, the deputy director. We have arrived at the 5th floor of Building 12 at Xieji Hospital. Su Kong opened the ward door and saw 4 police officers at the service counter. He waved his hand and called out, I'm here. The lead officer was clearly taken aback upon seeing Su Kong. Earlier, Wang Tao had repeatedly emphasized that Su Kong was a very important person and instructed him to follow Su Kang's instructions throughout the mission. He had imagined this important person to be a successful young businessman or a respected elderly gentleman, but he never expected it to be a young boy still full of youthful vigor. He hurried over with the 3 police officers, stopping in front of Su Kong and said, Mr. Su, what are your instructions? Zhang Hui, who was inside the room, saw the police approaching and had no intention of staying any longer. He lowered his head and slipped out from behind Su Kong, rushing toward the staircase and fleeing in panic. Wu Jian followed behind him, shouting, Mr. Zhang, why did you suddenly leave? Slow down, I'll walk you out. Su Kong saw the other party running away like a mouse and gave the 4 police officers an awkward smile, saying, sorry, officers. When I received Ms. Wu's call, I thought she was in great danger, so I called the police. After speaking, Su Kong turned to Li He and said, Uncle Li, did you bring cigarettes? Li He quickly pulled out some cigarettes, handing them to the officers while saying, sorry for the trouble. You came all this way for nothing. The lead officer smiled and said, as long as everything's okay, we'll head back now. Su Kong nodded apologetically and said, sorry for the trouble. After the 4 police officers left, Lee stayed outside the door and closed it behind him. Inside the ward, only Su Kong, Wu Wanqiu, and Wu Wanqiu's father, who was lying on the hospital bed, remained. Wu Wanqiu looked at the young man in front of her with gratitude and said, thank you, Su Kong. If you hadn't come today, I'm afraid. It's nothing. Just a petty thug. If that Zhang guy comes again, just call the police. After Su Kong finished speaking, the two fell into an awkward silence. Su Kong thought to himself angrily, why did Uncle Lee close the door? Now it's so awkward. Just as Su Kong was about to stand up and leave, Wu's father, lying on the hospital bed, called out, Xiao Qiu, let's stop the treatment and go home. Wu Wanqiu came to the bedside and sat down, saying to her father, Dad, don't worry. The money is already prepared. You've only been working for a few months. Where did you get the money? You must have borrowed it from here and there. I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm worried about how this will affect you. Wu Wanqiu's eyes welled up with tears. She choked out, Dad, don't say that. This time, even if I have to give everything I have, I will save you. Wu's father shook his head and said, today, I've finally seen the truth. Your brother is nothing but a good-for-nothing, ungrateful bastard. Wu Wanqiu was taken aback. What did that mean? Wu's father sighed and said, actually, your mother and I are a remarried couple. I took you in, and your mother took your brother. At the time, you were less than a year old, so you didn't know anything. Over the years, I've devoted myself entirely to them, never treating your brother as an outsider. I thought that by taking my surname, he had finally accepted me as his stepfather. But it turns out he's just a thankless bastard after all. Wu Late Autumn was startled by his words, a bat rising in her heart. She turned to Wu's father and said, Dad, please don't get angry. Rest first. I'll go out for a while and come back soon. I fear that Mr. Wu's older brother has indeed tampered with the medical expenses. Su Kong remained composed as he followed Wu Wanqiu out of the ward. Chapter 168, Does this student like you? Wu Wanqiu made her way to the hospital admission and payment counter on the first floor and said to the staff member, hello, this is my father's medical card. Could you please check all the treatment costs incurred during his hospitalization? The staff member took the medical card, entered it into the computer, and after a moment, said to Wu Wanqiu, so far, the total treatment costs amount to 138,000 yuan. Wu Wanqiu was taken aback and asked, Doctor, are you sure it's only 138,000 yuan? The staff member looked at the computer again and said, that's the total. What's the matter? Do you think it's too little? Wu Wanqiu's heart sank. She had already transferred 980,000 yuan to her brother's account, yet the current treatment costs were only 138,000 yuan. The staff member printed out a stack of receipts and said, if you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Wu Wanqiu took the list and turned to see Su Kong and Li standing there. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she almost cried. Su Kong comforted her, Ms. Wu, it's okay. Let's go upstairs first. Upon hearing Su Kang's words, Wu Wanqiu, who had been holding back her tears, couldn't hold them back anymore, and they flowed down her cheeks. Su Kong, how could he do this? This is my father's life savings, and he actually swindled it all away. Wu Wanqiu's voice was sorrowful and pitiful. Although it was evening, the first-floor lobby of the hospital was still bustling with people. Seeing Wu Wanqiu crying so bitterly, they all cast curious glances her way. Su Kong smiled faintly and said, if it can be solved with money, it's not a big deal. Besides, your brother hasn't run away yet. Wu Wanqiu nodded, wiped her tears, and said, right, let's go find my brother and get all the money back. Wu Wanqiu took out her phone, ready to call Wu Jian, but it suddenly rang. It was Dr. Zhao, the attending physician of Wu's father. Wu Wanqiu answered the call and said, Dr. Zhao, hello. Dr. Zhao cursed angrily on the phone, your father's kidney donor has already been found. Are you going to proceed with the kidney transplant surgery or not? Dr. Zhao, of course we'll do it. Isn't the surgery scheduled for tomorrow? It was scheduled for tomorrow, but you haven't paid a single cent for the surgery fees yet. How am I supposed to perform the surgery tomorrow? Especially your brother, he keeps saying he's going to raise the money, but now he's not even answering my calls. I have no idea what your family is thinking. Wu Wanqiu heard this and her eyes filled with pain. She said into the phone, Dr. Zhao, we've actually already raised the money. It's all with my brother. I'll call him over right away to pay the surgery fees. Then you'd better hurry up. After hanging up, Wu Wanqiu hurriedly called Wu Jian again. The phone rang for a long time before it finally picked up. Wu Jian answered impatiently, Wu Wanqiu, what do you want? Wu Late Autumn hated Wu Jian deeply, but she forced herself to speak calmly, brother, Dr. Zhao just called and said we need to pay the surgery fees. It's so late. I'm still out. Tell Dr. Zhao I'll come tomorrow morning. If we don't pay today, we can't. Before Wu Wanqiu could finish, Wu Jian hung up the phone. Wu Wanqiu listened to the beeping sounds from the phone, feeling both angry and heartbroken. She looked up at Su Kong. Now only Su Kong can save her father, but he has already borrowed 900,000 from her. How could she possibly ask him for more? Just as she was struggling with her dilemma, she heard Su Kong say, "Ms. Wu, give me your father's medical card." Wu Wancho hurriedly handed the medical card to Su Kong, her mind racing with thoughts of gratitude, but she felt that any words at that moment would seem too hollow. Su Kong took the medical card and paid the 450,000 yuan surgery fee in one go at the cashier window. He returned the medical card to Wu Wancho and said, "You can now call Dr. Zhao and tell him to focus on tomorrow's surgery." Wu Wancho felt deeply grateful and immediately called Dr. Zhao. After hanging up, she turned to Su Kong and asked, "Su Kong, did you drive here?" "Yes, I did." "Then wait here for a moment. I'll talk to my father briefly and we'll go back together." "All right." The three returned to the 12th floor ward. Wu Wancho said to her father, "Dad, the surgery fee has been paid. You can rest assured and have the surgery tomorrow." Mr. Wu, upon hearing this, glanced at Su Kong standing at the door and asked, "Is that young man your friend?" "Him? He is my student." Mr. Wu sighed and said with a sigh, "You borrowed so much money from him. How will you ever pay it back?" Su Kong hurriedly said, "Uncle, I've already talked to Ms. Wu. She'll pay back as much as she can, and if she can't, it's okay." Mr. Wu sighed again and said, "Young man, can you step out for a moment? I need to speak with Xiao Qiu." Although Su Kong was puzzled, he still led Li He out of the ward. Wu Wancho asked, "Dad, what did you want to talk about?" Wu's father remained silent for a moment before asking, "Does this student of yours like you?" Upon hearing this, Wu Wancho's pretty face flushed red, and she hurriedly said, "Dad, he already has a girlfriend." To his surprise, Wu's father frowned even more deeply. He said, "If he already has a girlfriend, why is he borrowing money from you? He must be after you. Is Su Kong really that kind of person?" Wu Wancho fell silent. She then smiled faintly and said, "Dad, I know what I'm doing. You have surgery tomorrow, so rest well. I'll come back in the morning." After speaking, Wu Wancho walked toward the ward exit. Wu's father watched Wu Wancho's back and a few tears trickled down the corners of his eyes. "Xiaoqiu, it's all my fault for wasting your youth." Su Kong saw Wu Wancho come out of the ward and asked curiously, "What did your father tell you alone?" It was so mysterious. Wu Wancho smiled and said, "He said you're a good person." Su Kang's eyes widened. Did he just insult me again? The three of them arrived outside the hospital. Wu Wancho saw the Maserati and wasn't particularly surprised. A man who could casually lend over $1 million without batting an eyelid wouldn't drive an ordinary private car. The car drove around for a while, and after about 20 minutes, they arrived at the apartment building where Wu Wancho lived. "Su Kong, can you take me up?" Wu Wancho asked. Su Kong nodded and said to Li He, "Uncle Li, wait for me. I'll be down shortly." But Li He said, "No rush, no rush. I'll take a look around. Call me when you're ready." He then grinned. Su Kong was puzzled. Smiling so lecherously, what's wrong with him? Chapter 169, is it too expensive? Wu Wancho lowered her head, leading Su Kong by a step, and both of them walked in silence to the apartment door. Wu Wancho took out her keys and opened the door. Su Kong broke the silence and said, "Ms. Wu, you're home. I'll head down first." "Why the rush? Come in and have a cup of hot water." "Hee, Mr. Wu, no need to be so formal." "What a blockhead. I said it so clearly, and he's still playing the innocent guy." Wu Wancho grabbed Su Kang's wrist, gave it a slight tug, and pulled him into the apartment. He then closed the door behind him. Wu Wancho said angrily, "I told you to come in, so just come in. Are you acting like a man?" Su Kong stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Why did Ms. Wu close the door? Does she really not think of me as a man? Wu Wancho turned on the hot water tap of the water dispenser. Seeing that Su Kong was still standing there, she said, "Go sit in my bedroom for a while." Su Kong knew exactly what Wu Wancho meant by now. He stammered, Ms. Wu, I really need to go downstairs." After saying that, Su Kong turned to leave. Su Kong. Su Kong turned his head, his eyes wide with shock. He saw Wu Wancho reach behind her back, unzip her long dress, and with a rustling sound, the dress slid down like a waterfall. Su Kong stared at Wu Wancho's graceful figure, feeling his heart race and his head grow hot. He closed his eyes, turned his head, and said, "Ms. Wu, please don't do this. I'm not the kind of person you think I am." Wu Wancho felt a wave of relief. This young man still has a kind heart. She sighed and said, "You've done so much for me. Now, besides this body of mine, I don't know what else I can give you in return. Rest assured, I am still a virgin." After speaking, Wu Wancho wrapped her delicate arms around Su Kang's waist, her body pressing against his back. Su Kong felt the softness against his back, and his entire body grew restless. He bit his tongue hard, the intense pain bringing his mind back to clarity. Su Kong used his hands to break free from Wu Wancho's embrace and said, "Ms. Wu, spending over $1 million for one night of passion, isn't that a bit too expensive?" After speaking, Su Kong took 2 steps forward, opened the door, and fled, slamming it shut with a loud bang. Su Kong stood outside the door, taking a deep breath. Damn it, did someone slip Wu Laoshi some aphrodisiac today? She's so passionate and uninhibited. Inside the room, Wu Wancho stood there speechless, staring at the door. He actually ran away? Is there something wrong with his body, or is my body not attractive enough for him? Wu Wanqiu looked down at her chest and thought to herself, mine aren't small either. Suddenly, the teenager's voice came from outside the door, Ms. Wu, I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning to take you to the hospital. Get some rest. I'm heading back now. After speaking, footsteps grew fainter and fainter. Wu Wanqiu opened the door slightly, but outside, the hallway was empty, and Su Kong was already gone. Wu Wanqiu couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. She closed the door and muttered under her breath, what a coward. She recalled her father's words and thought to herself, Dad, you seem to have misjudged this time. Li He was playing with his phone downstairs when he saw Su Kong come down. He exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Su, you're back so soon? Su Kang's face darkened and he said, I just went up to see Ms. Wu off. Nothing happened. What's the hurry? Li He gave an awkward laugh and didn't say anything else. Su Kong got back into the car and suddenly asked, Mr. Li, if I were to ask you to investigate where Mr. Wu's brother is and bring him back tomorrow morning, could you do it? Li He frowned and said, Mr. Su, tracking and investigating isn't my strong suit, and besides, Mr. Qin has assigned me the task of protecting you as my top priority. Oh, okay. Su Kong sighed and pressed his temples. I guess I'll have to bother old Master Meng after all. After returning to the villa, Su Kong remained in the car. Once Li He had left, he took out his phone and called Meng Lao. After the call connected, Su Kong said, Master Meng, do you have time now? Old Master Meng chuckled, I have time. What instructions do you have for me, Mr. Su? Su Kong said, I'd like to ask you to help me find out where a man named Wu Jian is currently located. He is the older brother of Wu Wanqiu, a teacher at our academy. There is no need to investigate him. I've already arranged for someone to be following him. He is staying at a hotel next to the hospital with his mother and wife. Su Kong was taken aback. How efficient. He asked again, have the three of them already purchased plane or train tickets to leave Jiangqing tomorrow? Yes. They bought high-speed train tickets to return to their hometown tomorrow morning. Sure enough, they're a bunch of scoundrels. Mr. Meng, can you bring them to the hospital tomorrow morning? Meng Lao remained silent for a few seconds before saying, that's a bit difficult. My people aren't good at that. You can call your mother and have her arrange for a few people to help you. Su Kong murmured, oh. They really have their roles clearly defined. After hanging up, Su Kong called Qin Wan. Su Kong said, Mom, do you know anyone who is really good at fighting? Can you arrange a few for me? Qin Wan laughed lightly, are you into your beautiful tutor? Su Kong was speechless. How many spies has my mom placed around me? I have no privacy at all. Su Kong said nervously, no way, Mom, don't make things up. I just think she's going through a tough time, so I want to help her. I'll give you a number. Next time something like this happens, just contact him directly. Su Kong said happily, thank you, Mom. I love you. You little rascal. Qin Wan hung up the phone, still smiling. Finally, after all these years, she said I love you. Su Kong received the phone number Qin Wan sent him and immediately dialed it. As soon as the call connected, a rough voice came through, hello, Mr. Su. Su Kong asked in confusion, how did you know it was me? Qin Zong just called me and told me to follow your instructions. Su Kong smiled and said, I'll send you an address later. Tomorrow morning, bring these three people to Xieji Hospital and make sure they don't escape. Got it, I'll make sure it's done. By the way, what's your name? My name is Niu Ben. Alright, thanks for your hard work, Ben. Mr. Su is too kind. It's my duty. After arranging all the tasks, Su Kong felt much more relaxed. He opened the car door, ready to get out, only to find Wang Nan standing by the car. Su Kong said with concern, why did you come down? I saw your car come back, but you didn't get out for a while, so I came down to take a look out of curiosity. Su Kong took Wang Nan's hand and said, let's go back to the room and rest. Chapter 170, No Contact Until Death. That evening, after taking a shower, Su Kong lay in bed with Wang Nan and recounted every detail of what had happened with Mr. Wu that day. Wang Nan asked, so you really just sent Mr. Wu upstairs and nothing else happened? Of course not. What do you think I am? Wang Nan whispered, Su Kong, will you accompany me to the company tomorrow? You've already paid for Ms. Wu's surgery, so there shouldn't be any issues on her end. Su Kong noticed the change in Wang Nan's tone and asked softly, Wang Nan, what's wrong? I don't know, I just feel uneasy. Su Kong tucked Wang Nan's hair behind her ear and said, don't worry. I'm really innocent with Ms. Wu. You go to the company first tomorrow. I'll handle her brother's matter and come over afterward. Wang Nan wanted to say something but eventually nodded. In the middle of the night, Su Kong was awakened by the faint sound of sobbing. He turned on the light and saw Wang Nan lying with her back to him, her head buried in the pillow, her shoulders trembling slightly. Su Kong asked anxiously, Wang Nan, what's wrong? Wang Nan turned around, suddenly hugged Su Kong, and choked out, Su Kong, I had a nightmare. I dreamed that you didn't want me anymore. Su Kong felt a pang of sadness. He gently stroked Wang Nan's head and whispered, how could that be? I've always been right here beside you. Su Kong, promise me you won't leave me, okay? Alright, if you're worried, you can come with me to the hospital tomorrow morning, and then we'll go to the company together. Wang Nan looked at Su Kong and nodded firmly. Su Kong smiled, then I'll hold you like this while we sleep. The next morning, a phone rang. Su Kong opened his eyes and met Wang Nan's gaze. They locked eyes, and Wang Nan blushed and looked away. Su Kong smiled, picked up the phone, and saw that it was Niu Ben calling. Hello, Ben Gu. Su Gongzi, I've fulfilled my mission. I've captured everyone and am on my way to the hospital. Su Kong checked the time, it was only 7 a.m. That was way too fast. Su Kong said, alright, I'll be right over. After hanging up, Su Kong patted Wang Nan on the back and smiled, little lazy cat, time to get up. After breakfast, Su Kong and Wang Nan called Li He and headed toward Wu Wanqiu's apartment. When Wu Wanqiu got into the car and saw Wang Nan, she felt a mix of guilt and surprise. She awkwardly greeted him, Wang Nan, good morning. Good morning, Ms. Wu. After speaking, Wang Nan's gaze shifted away from Wu Wanqiu and toward the road ahead. Wu Wanqiu felt extremely embarrassed. Did Su Kong tell Wang Nan about last night when I threw myself at him? If that's the case, I really have no face to show her now. Su Kong was also puzzled. What's wrong with Wang Nan? Why does she have such hostility toward Mr. Wu? The rest of the ride was filled with awkward silence, with none of the four people in the car speaking a word. Half an hour later, when the car arrived at the hospital, Su Kong finally said, Mr. Wu, I had someone investigate last night and found out that your brother, your sister-in-law, and your mother are planning to take the high-speed train back to their hometown today. Wu Wanqiu was startled upon hearing this. How did you find out? Su Kong said, I have their online ticket purchase information on my phone. Do you want to see it? Wu Wanqiu's face turned pale. She shook her head and said, there's no need to look. I already expected this. But I sent someone to intercept them. Wu Wanqiu said in disbelief, you intercepted them? Yes, they're currently at the hospital. What should we do with the three of them, Mr. Wu? Where are they? Take me there immediately. Su Kong took out his phone and called Niu Ben. Soon, a 9-seat van pulled up beside the Maserati. A middle-aged man with a broad build and muscular frame got out of the car. Su Kong and the others quickly got out of the car. Su Kong greeted him, you're Ben Gu? Niu Ben bowed slightly and said, Mr. Su, you're too kind. I'm Niu Ben. The people you're looking for are inside the car. Su Kong nodded and said to Wang Nan, stay in my car. Don't get out. Wang Nan was also worried about violent interrogation methods and nodded, then climbed back into the Maserati. Su Kong and Wu Wanqiu climbed into the van. In the back row sat three people, their bodies bound with leather straps, their heads covered with black masks. Muffled cries came from beneath the masks, likely because their mouths were stuffed with something. Su Kong thought to himself, holy crap, this is so professional, just like in the movies. Niu Ben gave a nod, and one of his henchmen immediately ripped off the black masks from the three men. Wu Jian and the others were finally able to see again. Upon spotting Su Kong and Wu Wanqiu, they struggled even more violently, their muffled cries growing louder. The henchmen slapped each of the three on the back of the head, and they fell silent immediately. Su Kong turned to Wu Wanqiu and said, Ms. Wu, you decide what to do with these three. Even if you want to drown them in Donghu Lake, it's no problem. Wu Jian and the others had their mouths stuffed with cloth, but their ears could hear clearly. Upon hearing this, they trembled violently and looked toward Wu Wanqiu. Wu Wanqiu said, Su Kong, take the cloth out of their mouths first. Su Kong gave a nod, and the henchmen immediately removed the cloth from their mouths. The three immediately began to plead for mercy in a cacophony of voices. Xiao Qiu, I was wrong. I'll give you all the money back. I'll reform myself and start anew. My dear daughter, your mother did nothing wrong. She knows nothing. Don't sink her to the bottom of the lake. Su Kong was driven to the brink of madness by the commotion and shouted, all of you shut up. Anyone who makes another sound will be killed. The three of them looked terrified and finally dared not make a sound. This trick is really damn effective. Su Kong looked at Wu Wanqiu, who remained calm, showing no emotion. Wu Wanqiu said softly, brother, this is the last time I'll call you brother. Give me back the money for my father's treatment, and then you can leave. From now on, we'll never see each other again. All right. Tell these gentlemen to untie me, and I'll go to the bank right away to transfer the money to you. Wu Wanqiu looked at Su Kong, her eyes filled with pleading. Su Kong sighed inwardly, Mr. Wu is still too kind. He turned to Niu Ben and said, send someone to follow Wu Jian to the bank. Once he transfers the money, release his mother and wife. Understood. A henchman untied Wu Jian and led him out of the van. Su Kong watched Wu Jian's receding figure and furrowed his brows. This man is heartless and ungrateful, he probably won't stop here. Su Kong turned to Wu Wanqiu and said, Mr. Wu, I need to accompany Wang Nan to the company today, so I won't be able to accompany you upstairs. I wish your father a successful surgery. Wu Wanqiu smiled faintly and said, alright, go accompany your little wife. She's so jealous she's puffed up with anger. Su Kong smiled upon hearing this, then turned to Niu Ben and said, Ben Gu, come out for a moment. Niu Ben followed Su Kong out of the car. Su Kong whispered to Neo Ben, "Brother Ben, after this, arrange for a few people to monitor Wu Jian 24/7. If he shows any unusual behavior, notify me immediately." Got it. Chapter 171, Don't Kill Me. Su Kong and Wang Nan had just arrived at the company when Su Kong received a call from Wu Wanqiu. She excitedly informed him that her brother Wu Jian had returned 750,000 yuan to her. Once her father's surgery was completed, she would repay Su Kong. Su Kong was also happy for her and told her to focus on taking care of her father's surgery. As for the debt, she could repay it whenever she was able. During the day, Wang Nan only held 2 meetings with the employees and had no other matters to attend to. In the afternoon, Su Kong received another call from Wu Wanqiu, who informed him that her father's surgery had been successful and once again expressed her gratitude for Su Kang's generous assistance. That evening, after returning to the villa and finishing dinner with Wang Nan, Su Kong received another call from Neo Ben. He was startled, fearing something had happened to Mr. Wu. After answering the call, Su Kong asked, "Hello, Ben Go, what's the matter?" "Mr. Su, the subordinate responsible for monitoring Wu Jian just passed on a message to me. I'm not sure if it's an unusual action." "Go on." "My subordinate said that Wu Jian went to an apartment building next to your school." After waiting for a few minutes, 4 people arrived, and they all went upstairs together. "I don't know what they're doing. This is bad. They don't know where Mr. Wu lives." Su Kong jumped up from the sofa and said, "Ben Go, first, tell your subordinate to go to room 703 on the 7th floor and protect my female teacher as much as possible. Second, arrange for a few people to head to that apartment building as quickly as possible." "Got it." Su Kong hung up the phone and immediately called Wu Wanqiu. There was no answer for half a minute, followed by a voice prompt that the phone was turned off. Su Kang's heart sank. He feared that Ms. Wu had been taken hostage along with her phone. Su Kong urgently said to Wang Nan, "Wang Nan, Ms. Wu is in danger. I'm heading over there now. Stay home and stay safe. Be careful." Wang Nan hadn't finished speaking before Su Kong had already rushed out the door. Su Kong and Li He arrived at Wu Wanqiu's building 10 minutes later. They didn't even bother to park the car and rushed straight to the 7th floor. Upon reaching the entrance to Wu Wanqiu's apartment, they found the door tightly shut, and the young henchman from Neo Ben was nowhere to be seen. Faintly, the sound of a man's agonized moans could be heard coming from inside the room. Li He looked at the iron door and feared that he alone wouldn't be able to kick it open. He said to Su Kong, "Mr. Su, go to the stairwell first. Watch me from across the way. Maybe they'll let me in." Su Kong was anxious but had no other options. He could only head to the stairwell and hide. Li He pounded on the door and shouted, "What's going on in there? Are you letting us sleep downstairs? It's the middle of the night and you're causing noise pollution. Open the door immediately. You bastard, open the door. If you don't open it, I'll call the police." With a loud bang, the door finally opened. A burly man cursed, "What are you barking about?" Before he could even get a good look at Li He was kicked hard in the stomach, stumbling backward several steps. He fell to the ground with a thud, his throat tightening as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone inside the house was startled and rushed to the door. They saw Li He charging in like a wild dog that had broken free from its leash. Wu Jian had seen Li He before and had only thought he was an ordinary person, but now he saw that with just one kick, he had sent a big man spitting blood, and he was so scared he froze in place. The other 2 henchmen pulled out their knives, their faces hardening, and charged toward Li He. Li He casually picked up a wooden stool from the ground. In a few exchanges, he knocked the 2 henchmen to the ground, their bodies convulsing, unable to get up. The wooden stool in Li He's hand was already shattered. This time, he didn't hold back like he had during the schoolyard brawl. The 3 men lying on the ground were likely suffering from severe internal injuries. Su Kong entered the room and saw a young man with blonde hair lying on the ground next to the sofa. His face was bruised and swollen, and his hands were bound with rope. He must be one of Neo Ben's henchmen. Wu Jian, however, stood frozen in place, not uttering a word, with his pants already soaked through. Screams for help and the sounds of a man shouting and hitting someone came from the bedroom. Without needing Su Kang's orders, Li He took 2 steps forward and kicked the wooden door of the bedroom. With a loud thud, the wooden door was kicked open, and the lock mechanism was completely destroyed. Zhang Hui was seething with anger. He had already torn off all of Wu Wanqiu's clothes and slapped her several times, leaving her face swollen and red. Yet she still refused to submit. When she saw the bedroom door being kicked open, she was startled. Turning her head, she locked eyes with Li He's murderous gaze. Zhang Hui's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, shouting, "Big brother, I'm sorry." Wu Wanqiu saw Li He and immediately realized that Su Kong had sent someone to rescue her. She quickly grabbed the bedsheet and wrapped it around herself. Her eyes fixed on Zhang Hui, her body trembling uncontrollably. Li He shouted at Zhang Hui, "Get out here!" Zhang Hui, disregarding his own nakedness, crawled out on all fours. Seeing that the 3 men he had brought with him were all lying on the ground, unconscious, he was terrified beyond words. Su Kong saw Zhang Hui naked and assumed that Wu Wanqiu had already been defiled by him. Enraged, he kicked Zhang Hui in the head with all his strength. Zhang Hui fell to the ground, immediately clutching his head, and cried out, "Master, I'm sorry, don't kill me. I have money, I'll give you all my money. I want you dead." Su Kong kicked Zhang Hui's head again. Zhang Hui lay on the ground, covering his head with both hands, still begging for mercy. Su Kong kicked him several more times, still unsatisfied. He picked up the knife from the ground and walked toward Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui was so scared he could barely think straight. He tried to get up and run, but Li stood there like a demon, kneeling before Su Kong and shouting, "Master, I really made a mistake. Please spare me." Su Kong raised the machete, ready to strike Zhang Hui. From the bedroom came Wu Wanqiu's terrified voice, "Su Kong, don't." Su Kong paused, glancing toward the bedroom. In the dim light, Wu Wanqiu was tightly wrapped in a blanket, her cheeks swollen and red, with traces of blood on her forehead. Wu Wanqiu's tears flowed freely as she sobbed, "Su Kong, don't. Killing someone is against the law." Su Kong felt a pang of pity, dropped the knife, and walked into the bedroom, saying, "Ms. Wu, are you okay?" Wu Wanqiu nodded, then cried out, "Su Kong, I'm so scared." "It's okay, you're safe now. I'll take you to the hospital." Wu Wanqiu nodded while crying. Su Kong said again, "Then get dressed first. I'll wait for you outside." "No," Wu Wanqiu said fearfully. "Stay inside. Don't go out." Su Kong smiled and said, "All right, I'll stay inside. I won't go out." Chapter 172, Mr. Wu, come stay at my place tonight. The wooden door to the bedroom had been kicked by Li He, breaking the lock and tearing off one of the hinges, making it look ready to fall off at any moment. Su Kong walked over, straightened the door, gripped the doorknob with both hands, closed the door, and turned his back to Wu Wanqiu, saying, "Ms. Wu, go change your clothes." A soft hum came from behind, followed by the sound of bedsheets hitting the ground, then the sound of footsteps, and finally, creak, the wardrobe door opened. Just hearing the sounds, Su Kong felt a fire burning inside him. He looked at the wooden door in front of him, struggling to suppress his racing heart. Suddenly, Su Kong thought of the young man with yellow hair tied to the ground. After all, he had risked his life to save Wu Wanqiu. Su Kong shouted toward the outside, "Uncle Li, the young man with yellow hair tied to the sofa is one of our own. Please untie him." "All right, Mr. Su." Li He finished speaking and added, "By the way, Mr. Su, what should we do with these scum? Our men will be there shortly." Before Su Kong could finish speaking, a painful scream came from outside the door. Then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed and faded away. Su Kong panicked and asked anxiously, "Uncle Li, what's wrong?" "I was ambushed by that bastard, and those two dogs have escaped." "Are you seriously injured?" "Just a little bleeding." Su Kong grew even more anxious and shouted to Wu Wanqiu, "Ms. Wu, are you ready?" "I'm fine. Go out and see what's happening." Su Kong, hearing this, didn't hesitate. He opened the door and saw Li He's back soaked in blood. Su Kang's eyes turned red, and tears nearly welled up. Zhang Hui and Wu Jian were nowhere to be seen. It seemed they had taken advantage of Li He helping someone untie the ropes, grabbed a machete, and fled. Su Kong hurriedly pulled out his phone, dialing emergency services while saying to Li He, "You said you only had a little blood. How could it be this bad?" Li He grimaced and said, "It's not too bad. Just let those two bastards escape. Let them go. We need to get to the hospital." At that moment, Wu Wanqiu also came out of the bedroom, fully dressed. Seeing the blood on Li He's back, she felt a pang of guilt and said to Su Kong, "Su Kong, there's a hospital nearby. Is your car downstairs? Don't call 120. Let's just drive there." Su Kong picked up the machete from the ground and cut the rope binding the blonde-haired man. Then he said to Huang Mao, "Brother, help me carry Uncle Li downstairs to the car." Li He hurriedly said, "Mr. Su, it's just a superficial wound. I can walk on my own. Don't be so stubborn. You've lost so much blood." Li He was touched but said nothing more. Su Kong and the blonde-haired man helped Li He downstairs. Su Kong had Li He lie face down on the back seat, then turned to the blonde-haired man and said, "Stay here. Once Niu Ben arrives, you take him and lock up the others upstairs." Huang Mao, with a swollen face, replied solemnly, "Understood, Mr. Su." A few minutes later, Wu Wanqiu drove the Maserati to the hospital entrance. Su Kong helped Li He out of the car and shouted to the crowd, "Doctor, there's someone injured and bleeding. Hurry and help." Soon, several doctors rushed over with stretchers. They helped Li He onto the stretcher and rushed toward the emergency room. Li He noticed Su Kong following the stretcher and smiled, saying, "Mr. Su, I only have some superficial injuries. I'm really fine. You should take Mr. Wu to get checked out instead." Su Kong inwardly cursed himself for forgetting there was another injured person. He pointed at Wu Wanqiu and said to the doctor beside him, "Doctor, there's another injured person here." The doctor was confused about the relationship between Su Kong and the others. He turned to Wu Wanqiu and asked, "Is the person lying on the bed the one you attacked?" Wu Wanqiu shook her head vigorously, saying, "The one who hit me and the one who injured him are the same person." The doctor turned to Su Kong and said, "Young man, you weren't the one who did that, were you? Why are you so nosy, doctor?" Su Kang's face darkened and said, "The bad guy has already escaped. Doctor, stop gossiping and hurry up and treat him. Don't worry, both of them are fine." Li He heard this and said, "I told you I wasn't seriously injured. Su Kang looked at the doctor in disbelief and asked, he lost so much blood and he's okay? He's a bit more serious and will need to stay in the hospital for a few days. I'll disinfect this young lady, prescribe some medication, and she can go home to rest. Su Kang heard this and finally relaxed. As long as he's okay. While the doctor was treating Li He's wounds, Xinhuan and Wang Nan called separately. Xinhuan had already heard about Li He's injury and asked about his condition. Su Kang reported honestly that there was nothing serious. Wang Nan didn't know the details of what happened and only asked Su Kang how things were handled, if there was any danger, and when he would return. Su Kang reassured her, told her to rest first, and said he would be back soon. 2 hours later, Li He's wounds had been properly treated, and Su Kang had also arranged for his hospitalization. Wu Wanshou stood by the bedside, looking at Li He with guilt and said, I'm sorry, Master Li. It's all my fault. Li He waved his hand and said, it's my own fault for being careless. Don't blame you. He then turned to Su Kang and said, Mr. Su, everything is under control here. It's already past 1 a.m. You should take Ms. Wu back to rest. Su Kang nodded and said, I've arranged a nurse for you. Take care of yourself. I'll come visit you tomorrow. Su Kang took Wu Wanshou back to the car. The back seat still carried a strong smell of blood. Su Kang looked at Wu Wanshou sitting in the front passenger seat and said, Ms. Wu, why don't you stay at my place tonight? Wu Wanshou blushed and nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the villa, Su Kang and Wu Wanshou had just opened the front door on the first floor when they heard heavy footsteps coming down from the second floor. Su Kang, you're finally back. Wang Nan walked to the corner of the staircase, saw Wu Wanshou, and her expression changed instantly as she stopped in her tracks. Su Kang looked at Wang Nan, who was only wearing a nightgown, and asked in surprise, you haven't gone to bed yet? Wang Nan nodded, but her eyes were fixed on Wu Wanshou. Su Kang was about to explain when he heard Wang Nan smile and say, Mr. Wu is here too. Wu Wanshou looked awkward and said, I came here to stay the night. Su Kang frowned inwardly and said to Wang Nan, Mr. Wu almost got into trouble with some bad people today. So? I know. Mr. Wu can stay as long as he wants. After all, there are so many empty rooms at home. After speaking, Wang Nan walked over to the two of them and said to Su Kang in a sweet voice, Kanggu, go take a shower. I'll go arrange a room for Mr. Wu. Even though Su Kang and Wang Nan were used to exchanging sweet nothings, hearing such a tone suddenly made his skin crawl. This is a declaration of ownership. For some reason, Wu Wanshou suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 173, Preparing for the Night. The next morning, Aunt Lu prepared breakfast and waited for a while, but Su Kang and Wang Nan still hadn't come down to eat. She wondered to herself, what's going on with Mr. Su and Miss Wang? Why aren't they getting up? She climbed up to the second floor and saw a tall woman coming out of the guest room. She jumped in surprise and shouted, who are you? Wu Wanshou, seeing Aunt Lu, looked slightly embarrassed and said, I'm Su Kang's teacher. She brought me here last night. Aunt Lu realized who she was and hurriedly said, oh, you must be Ms. Wu. I've already prepared breakfast downstairs. Please come and eat. Wu Wanshou nodded and asked, has Su Kang gotten up yet? Before she could finish speaking, Su Kang's bedroom door opened. Su Kang, with his hair sticking up like a bird's nest, said, Mr. Wu, please go downstairs to eat first. I'll come down after I finish washing up. Wu Wanshou nodded and was about to go downstairs when Wang Nan's loud voice came from the bedroom, Su Kang, help me get some toilet paper. There's none left in the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Wu Wanshou's face turned red with embarrassment, and she hurried downstairs without stopping. Su Kang took a roll of paper and handed it to Wang Nan, who was using the restroom, saying, Wang Nan, can you keep your voice down when talking about such things? Ms. Wu was still here, it would be awkward if she heard. What's the big deal? She already knows we're living together, Wang Nan said with a smile, but in his heart he thought, it's good that she's embarrassed. Otherwise, who knows how long she'd keep staying here. A few minutes later, Su Kang and Wang Nan finished washing up and came downstairs. Wu Wanshou was on the sofa making a phone call, her tone sounding unpleasant, as if she was arguing with someone. Upon seeing the two come downstairs, Wu Wanshou hurriedly hung up the phone and sat down at the dining table with Su Kang and Wang Nan to eat breakfast. Su Kang asked, Ms. Wu, was that the landlord calling you? Wu Wanshou replied awkwardly, the landlord wants me to compensate him. Just pay it then. Why did you argue? She also told me to move out today. Su Kang chuckled and said, then just move out first. Didn't Wang Nan say yesterday that you can stay here as long as you want? Wang Nan's eyes widened. I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? What kind of situation is this, living here without clarity? Wu Wanshou blushed and shook her head, saying, I'll just go find another place to rent. You still have over 700,000 yuan, right? Why don't you use it for a down payment on a house? When your father gets out of the hospital, you'll have a place to go. Su Kang said seriously. Wu Wanshou was tempted by the idea, but upon further thought, she felt it wasn't right and said, but I have to pay you back. Ms. Wu, please don't be so polite. Wang Nan interjected, Su Kang isn't short on money. Take it to buy a house, preferably a second-hand one where you can move in right away. Don't take out a mortgage, pay it off in full. If the rest not enough, I'll cover the rest. Wu Wanshou couldn't help but sigh, how much do you want me to stay here? As they were eating breakfast, there was a sudden knock on the door. Aunt Lu opened the door and exclaimed in surprise, Wang Gui, what are you doing here? Su Kong saw Wang Gui and was also delighted, as he had witnessed his skills before, which were no less impressive than Li He's. He hurriedly explained, Aunt Lu, Uncle Li was injured last night, so my mother arranged for Uncle Wang to come over. Aunt Lu ushered Wang Gui into the house while curiously asking, how did Li He get injured? Su Kong laughed it off and said, it's nothing. He'll be fine after resting in the hospital for a few days. After saying that, Su Kong turned to Wang Gui and asked, Uncle Wang, how many people did you bring with you? 12 including me. Su Kong quickly calculated that with Wang Gui's 12 men and the 25 from Niu Ben's group, they should be able to overwhelm the enemy. He would then have Wang Tao finish off the remaining enemies, ensuring a perfect conclusion. Wang Gui, however, was in a hurry. He walked up to Su Kong and asked, Mr. Su, when should we go to avenge Li Gu? Su Kong frowned upon hearing this. Wang Gu realized he had spoken out of turn and said, sorry, I meant when we should go visit Li Gu. Wang Nan was a smart woman. She immediately realized that Su Kong was hiding something from her. She anxiously asked, Su Kong, what revenge are you talking about? Didn't you say that the people who hurt Uncle Li have already been arrested and sent to the police station? Wu Wanqiu knew that Zhang Hui and his brother Wu Jian had escaped the previous night. But she didn't expect Su Kong to act so quickly, arranging for revenge the very next morning. She also said anxiously, Su Kong, let's just leave it to the police. If you get a disciplinary record, your life will be ruined. Su Kong listened to the two women chattering away, feeling quite headache-inducing. He sighed helplessly, don't worry. There aren't many of them. I'll beat them up to vent my anger, then have Wang Tao take them away. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Wu Wanqiu sighed and said, Su Kong, I know you're doing this for me, but you're still a student. How can you do something illegal? If you get hurt because of me or it affects your future, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Ms. Wu, ever since Wang Hui ambushed and injured Li He, this isn't just your personal matter anymore. Even if I don't go, these brothers will still go. If I go, at least I can control the situation. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Wu Wanqiu paused for a moment and said, you can go, but I'm going too. Wang Nan also said, I'm going too. Wait, why are you women going to a fight? Wu Wanqiu said, once we're there, they'll follow your orders, but you must follow mine. Are you trying to be the boss of everyone? Su Kong said, why should I? Do you even know how to fight? Because I'm your teacher. Otherwise, you're not allowed to go. As Wu Wanqiu said this, he seemed to have transformed back into his former self, with one hand in his pocket and exuding confidence. Su Kong felt a bit defeated. He turned to Wang Nan and said irritably, then what are you going to do? I'm scared to stay home alone. Wang Nan said in a sweet voice. Taking one is the same as taking two. We have a strong team here, and Wang Tao is our backup. It shouldn't go wrong, right? Su Kong sighed and said, alright, you two can go, but you have to stay by my side. Wang Nan put down her chopsticks and said excitedly, Su Kong, let's go now. Su Kong said, what's the rush? Those two have hidden themselves in an underground casino. We'll go there tonight when they're all gathered. During the day, we'll just go about our business. After speaking, Su Kong handed his car keys to Wang Gui and said, Uncle Wang, arrange for someone to wash my car. There's some bloodstains inside. Also, rest during the day and prepare for tonight's operation. Got it. Wang Gui said before leaving the villa. Chapter 174, Su Kong goes to raid a gambling den. Are you a cop? Don't you care? At 9 p.m. on an unknown street in Jiangcheng, 8 or 9 cars were parked. Su Kong stood beside Wang Nan's Bentley Continental, pointing at a dance hall across the street and asked, Bengu, are you sure it's this place? Niu Ben nodded and said, the 3 men we arrested yesterday all identified this place. Plus, I personally scouted the location this morning. This dance hall has a secret door, and behind it is an underground casino. This is the place. Go in and raid it, then bring out Wang Hui, Wu Jian, and the owner of this place. Got it. After saying that, Niu Ben led several dozen men into the dance hall. Su Kong looked at the large group of people and suddenly recalled the incident several months ago at Luchuan Mansion when he had a conflict with Lu Zhe. At that time, Lin Yi had called Li He to gather people. If Li He had not called Qin Wan but had instead brought this group of people here, Lu Zhe might have been beaten to death by the mob. Su Kong noticed Wang Gui standing there and asked in surprise, Uncle Wang, aren't you going in? Wang Gui shook his head and said, those across the street are just a bunch of cowards. They don't have any firearms. The 10 men I brought from the capital are more than enough. Besides, Mr. Qin specifically instructed me yesterday that wherever Mr. Su is, I should follow him. But don't you dare follow me everywhere just because my mom told you to. Are you going to follow me home to bed tonight too? Wang Gui laughed, of course not. Su Kong sighed deeply, to be honest, I've never seen so many people fighting in a group before. If you want to watch, just go in. It's a one-sided fight, there's no danger. Wang Tao sat in the driver's seat of the Bentley, smiling as he spoke. Before Su Kong could respond, Wu Wanqiu, sitting in the back seat, glared and said, if you think it's exciting, go watch. Su Kang is still a student, what's he doing going to such a place? Besides, what's so interesting about a fight? What if someone gets hurt? Her words left Wang Tao speechless. Su Kang watched with a smile and said to Wu Wanqiu, do you know who Tao Gu is? Of course I know. I saw him at Wang Nan's company opening. Isn't he just one of the shareholders? He is a shareholder, but he's also the deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Wu Wanqiu looked suspiciously at the big man in front of her, finding it hard to believe. Wang Nan, who was standing nearby, said, Mr. Wu, Su Kang isn't lying. Wu Wanqiu's mind was spinning, and he stammered, Director Wang, Su Kang went to cause trouble at a venue. You're a police officer, aren't you going to do anything? At this, everyone around them burst into laughter. Wang Tao spoke in a solemn tone, Mr. Wu, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. What is considered right or wrong depends on one's perspective. Take Su Kang's actions today, for example. You should know better than I do why he did it. From his perspective, he was simply protecting someone he cares about. Is that wrong? As his friend, I naturally stand by him. Wu Wanqiu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Am I the person he wants to protect? I should be, right? Yesterday, when I was at my most desperate, wasn't it him who came to protect me? She glanced at Su Kang, only to find him staring back at her. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head. Less than 20 minutes later, Niu Ben and his group emerged, with a burly man bound and gagged at the front of the group. Su Kang furrowed his brows and asked, Are Wu Jian and Wang Hui not here? Niu Ben shook his head and said, Only the owner of the underground casino is inside. Su Kang bent down and looked at the bound man in front of him, asking, Are you the boss here? Wang Chong, with a sorrowful expression, said, Yes, I don't know what I did wrong to offend the boss. Su Kang ignored him and asked, Where are Wu Jian and Wang Hui? Wang Chong, upon hearing this, immediately realized that it was his younger cousin Wang Hui and Wu Jian who had caused trouble, offending the powerful figure before him, while he was merely caught in the crossfire. He cursed both of them and their ancestors for generations in his mind before saying, Big brother, I really don't know who Wu Jian is. What about Wang Hui? He's my cousin. After he left here yesterday with a few people, I haven't seen him since. I have no idea where he went today. Call Wang Hui and tell him to bring Wu Jian here. Remember, don't give anything away. Understood, but big brother, could you please untie me? Wang Chong said weakly. Su Kang gave a nod, and Niu Ben immediately untied Wang Chong. Wang Chong pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. Wang Cheng asked, Hui Zi, where are you now? Chongge, I'm lying in the hospital. Why are you in the hospital? Yesterday, I found an absolutely stunning woman I wanted to give to you, Brother Chong. But then two crazy guys showed up and started meddling, and they beat me up so badly I ended up in the hospital. Damn it, you want to hook up with a woman and now you're blaming me? Wang Chong angrily said, Forget about it. When did I ever say I needed a woman? Get back to the company immediately. Don't play dead. Alright, I'm coming back right now. By the way, is there someone named Wu Jian with you too? Yeah, but he's just a beggar. Do you know him, Chong? I don't know him, but I'd like to meet him now. Alright, I'll bring him along too. Alright, hurry up. Be there within half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chong cautiously asked, Big brother, can I leave now? Su Kang sat back in the passenger seat of the Bentley and said, They're not here yet. Where do you think you're going? Just wait here. At that moment, outside Jiangcheng train station, Wu Jian was holding a spring knife, peeling an apple, with his mother sitting beside him. His wife, Hui, was in line buying train tickets. Suddenly, the phone rang. Wu Jian picked it up and saw it was Wang Hui calling. I've already paid back the gambling debt I owed him. After escaping yesterday, I also told him I didn't want to get involved with Wu Wanqiu anymore. Why is he still looking for me? Wu Jian answered the call and said, Mr. Wang, our family is preparing to return to our rural hometown. Wu Jian, don't go back yet. I have good news for you. My brother heard your name somewhere and wants to meet you. Wu Jian jumped up excitedly and said, Zhongge wants to see me? It's absolutely true. He just called me. I think he wants to recruit you into the company. Wu Jian's heart raced with excitement. As long as I get into Wang Chong's underground casino, success won't be far off. Wu Jian asked, Where should I go now? Should I go straight to the company or meet you first? Go straight to the company and meet up there. Hurry up. After hanging up the phone, Wu Jian turned to his mother and wife and said, Mom, I found a job. We don't have to go back now. His mother asked, What kind of job is it? How much will you be paid? Don't ask about that. I have to go for the interview now. Wu's mother sighed, picked up the bags, and said, I'll go call off Hui to come with you. Wu Jian put the spring knife in his pocket and said, Hurry up, don't make the boss wait impatiently. Chapter 175, Where did you go wrong? Su Kang quietly gazed out the window. At that moment, the city lights were just coming on, neon signs flickered, and Jiangqing's night was immersed in a sea of lights and revelry. On the other side of the street, several police cars were parked by the roadside. Police officers kept entering and exiting the dance hall, escorting Wang Chang's injured henchmen onto the police cars before driving away. Su Kong joked, "Tao good, this counts as helping you boost your performance, right? Well, thank you then. You've been calling me since midnight last night, insisting on bringing me back from hundreds of kilometers away." Wang Tao sighed, "I've been so loyal to you, you should at least treat me to a meal. My wife Wang Nan will give you several hundred million in year-end bonuses. It's only fair that you put in a little effort." Wang Tao laughed happily and turned to Wang Nan in the back seat, saying, "Little sister-in-law, if your sister-in-law asks you how the company is doing, just say it's not great, okay? Then when the year-end bonuses come out, I'll give you 2 cards. Wang Nan interrupted Wang Tao and said, "Tao Ge, the company charter is very clear. Zhong Ling is the shareholder. If you transfer the money to your card, what are you thinking?" Wang Tao's expression froze, and he couldn't say a word. An Audi pulled up slowly by the roadside. Wang Hui got out of the car and saw Wang Chong, excitedly shouting, "Chonggo, were you waiting for me?" But before he could finish, he noticed 4 men in black closing in on him. Before Wang Hui could figure out what was happening, he was hit several times and then forced over to the Bentley. Wang Hui thought Wang Chong was blaming him for not informing him last night and going out with a few henchmen, so he endured the pain and shouted, "Brother Chong, I'm sorry. I won't do it again." Su Kong, sitting inside the car, rolled down the window and asked, "What did you do wrong?" Wang Hui, upon seeing Su Kong, looked as though he had seen a ghost. "What are you doing here? You guess how I ended up here." Wang Hui turned to look at Wang Chong again and shouted, "Chonggo, it was this guy who stole your woman yesterday. You." Wang Chong didn't wait for Wang Hui to finish speaking. He slapped him hard across the right cheek and said, "You fool, shut your mouth." Wang Hui was momentarily stunned. He looked at Su Kong again, but heard him say calmly, "Speak up. What did you do wrong?" Wang Hui felt his heart sink. "It's over. My family has been wiped out. Who is this young man, and why is he so powerful?" Wang Chong slapped Wang Hui again, this time on the left side of his face, and said, "The boss is asking you a question." Wang Hui fell to his knees with a thud and shouted, "Big brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have had any thoughts about your woman." The 2 women sitting in the back row heard this, one looking embarrassed, the other furious. Su Kong turned to Wu Wanshou and said, "Mr. Wu, what should we do with this man?" "Send him to the police station." Su Kong frowned and said, "We can't let him off that easily. He also injured Uncle Li." Su Kong threw a small knife out of the car and said, "From a young age, our teacher taught us that mistakes must be corrected. I'm giving you a chance. Cut off that thing down there, and I'll let you go today." In mid-October, Jiangcheng was already a bit chilly, but Wang Hui was drenched in cold sweat. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his head on the ground, crying out, "Master, I truly know I was wrong. Please spare me." In just a moment, Wang Hui's forehead was already bleeding, with fresh blood flowing out. Wu Wanshou whispered to Su Kong, "Su Kong, maybe we should just let it go." Wang Hui, outside the car, heard Wu Wanshou's voice and clung to it like a lifeline, shouting, "Auntie, I truly know I was wrong. Please spare me." Su Kong spoke coldly, "Ms. Wu, yesterday you begged him for mercy, and did he spare you? If I hadn't arrived in time yesterday, did you think about what would have happened to you?" Wu Wanshou lowered her head and remained silent. Su Kong turned to Wang Chong and said, "He doesn't want to do it himself. As his older brother, you should help him out. Castration is better than losing your life." Wang Chong picked up the small knife from the ground and said to Wang Hui, "Huizi, since you've entered this line of work, you must have this resolve. Don't blame your older brother for not sparing you out of brotherly affection." Wang Hui suddenly stood up and tried to run, but was blocked by Niu Ben. Niu Ben gave a glance, and immediately 4 men came out, knocking Wang Hui to the ground and pinning his limbs down. Wang Hui couldn't move at all, looking at Wang Chong in terror, shouting, "Chonggo, don't! My father only has me as a son. If you castrate me, our family will be extinct." Wang Chong's face turned grim. "Now you're scared? You're the one who caused my casino to be destroyed and my men to be arrested. Even if you were my own brother, I'd still deal with you." Wang Chong used the small knife to cut open Wang Hui's pants. Overcome by sheer terror, Wang Hui lost control of his bladder. Wang Chong paid no heed, raising the knife and striking down. A piercing scream echoed across the skies of Jiangcheng. Soon, the world returned to silence. Su Kong looked at Wang Hui lying motionless on the ground and asked, "Is he done for?" Niu Ben checked his breath and said, "He's just unconscious." Su Kong laughed, "Benge, let's show mercy and call an ambulance for him." "Got it." With that, Niu Ben pulled out his phone. A few minutes later, another taxi pulled up by the roadside. Wu Jian's family, carrying large bags, berated the driver. The driver waited until they all got out, muttered, "This family is really sick, poor and vicious," then stepped on the gas and drove off. Su Kong turned to Wang Chong and said, "That's Wu Jian over there. Go get him." Wang Chong looked at Wu Jian, who was holding a cigarette and looking arrogant. He called out, "Wu Jian, it's Wang Chong. Come over here." Wu Jian saw Wang Chong, quickly dropped his cigarette on the ground, and shouted to his mother, "Mom, wait here. I'm going to see the big boss." After saying that, Wu Jian excitedly ran toward Wang Chong. Just halfway there, he noticed Wang Hui lying unconscious on the ground. His heart sank, and he slowed his pace. By the time he realized something was wrong, several men in black had already surrounded him. Wu Jian turned to run but was immediately met with a barrage of punches and kicks. He was then forced to the side of a Bentley. From a distance, Wu's mother saw her son being beaten and taken away. She rushed over, shouting, "Someone's beating my son." Bystanders, seeing the elderly woman acting as if she were mad, quickly moved out of the way. Wu Jian's wife, seeing the situation was dire, grabbed her bags and hailed a taxi, speeding away. Wu Jian was dragged to the Bentley. Seeing Wang Hui's pants soaked in blood and a mangled mass of flesh nearby, his legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He forced himself to remain calm and said to Wang Chong, "Brother Chong, what happened to Brother Hui?" Su Kong replied coldly, "Can't you tell he's been castrated?" Wu Jian finally noticed Su Kong sitting in the car and exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" He then noticed Wu Wanqiu sitting in the back seat and exclaimed, "Xiao Qiu, you're here too." Chapter 176, Go and bury my son with him. Wu Wanqiu's face turned extremely ugly. She said with disgust, "Xiao Qiu isn't your name. I told you yesterday that from now on, we have nothing to do with each other. And you did such a beastly thing last night." At that moment, Wu's mother had rushed forward but was stopped by Su Kang's black-clad men about 3 or 4 meters away. She shouted, "What did my son do wrong? It's all your fault. Why did you take my son's money?" Wu Wanqiu never expected this stepmother to say such shameless words. She said, "This is my father's life-saving money. How did it become your son's money? This is what your father and daughter owe us. My son just graduated from high school, but your father wouldn't let him continue his education. Instead, he supported you all the way through your PhD. What gives you the right? If my son had been able to get a PhD, he wouldn't be struggling to find a job now." "A PhD from Kyoto University? Anyone can get in?" Su Kong asked curiously, "How many points did Wu Jian score on the college entrance exam?" Wu Wanqiu sighed and said, "I think it was around 200. At this remark, there was a burst of laughter around them. Su Kong shook his head, "This mother and son are a pair of fools. Trying to argue with them is like trying to talk to a wall." Su Kong turned to Wu Wanqiu and asked, "What do you plan to do with Wu Jian? Should we kill him, dismember him, or castrate him?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jian, recalling Wang Hui's tragic fate, spoke in fear, "Xiao Qiu, don't kill me. I don't want to die." Wu's mother, acting like a madwoman, broke free from the other's restraints and rushed to Wu Jian's side. She shielded him like a mother hen and shouted, "If you dare touch my son, I'll fight you to the death." Wu Wanqiu stared at the mother and son but couldn't bring himself to act. Wu's mother suddenly reached her hands through the back window, her face contorted in anger, and shouted, "It's all your fault, you bastard. Why didn't you die with your father?" Wu Wanqiu let out a startled ah and instinctively tilted her head backward. Wang Gui reacted the fastest, delivering a horizontal punch from the side, blocking Wu's mother's neck. With a slight exertion of force, he pushed her several meters away. Su Kong looked anxiously at Wu Wanqiu, only to see that her face was already covered in bloody scratches from her fingernails. Su Kong was furious, jumped out of the car, and kicked Wu's mother on the ground several times. Wu's mother, in pain, curled up into a ball on the ground. "Good kick. It's all her fault. I was planning to go back to my hometown yesterday, but she insisted I go find Wu Wanqiu tonight to get back the 750,000 yuan. Wu Jian said coldly. This mother and son are truly a pair of twisted psychopaths. Su Kong looked at Wu Jian with disgust and asked, "Why don't you just let your mother go die instead?" "How about that?" Wu Jian exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Su Kong slapped him across the face and shouted, "You're a traitor, ungrateful, and heartless bastard. Your mother, despite being a freak, at least knows to protect her own son. What the hell are you?" Wu Jian ignored the pain on his face, knelt down in front of Su Kong, hugged his left leg, and sobbed, "Big brother, I'm not worth anything. Please spare me. I'll do anything you ask. Let go." Su Kong, disgusted, pulled his leg away forcefully, but couldn't pull it out. Wang Gui and Niu Ben came up behind Wu Jian, grabbed his arms, and twisted them violently. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Wu Jian's arms were dislocated, hanging limply at his sides. Wu's mother heard her son's screams and struggled to get up from the ground. She hugged Wu Jian, who was sitting on the ground in agony, and said, "Xiao Jian, what happened? Don't be afraid. Mom will protect you." Wu Jian was in so much pain that his whole body was trembling. Seeing his mother hugging him, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit her ear fiercely, letting out a bestial growl, "It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Why wasn't it you who died?" Wu's mother's ear immediately began to bleed. She cried out in agony, "Xiao Jian, I'm your mother. I'm biting you." Su Kong could no longer bear to watch. How could such a monster exist in this world? He looked around and saw the small knife lying on the ground. He was about to pick it up, but Niu Ben beat him to it. Niu Ben said to Su Kong, "Mr. Su is of noble birth. Let me handle this." Su Kang's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he said, "Kill him." Niu Ben nodded and walked toward Wu Jian with the knife in hand. "No." Wu Wanqiu opened the car door, stumbled out, and said tearfully, "Su Kong, spare his life." Su Kong looked at Wu Wanqiu's pitiful expression and hesitated for a moment. That scoundrel has been with Mr. Wu for decades. If I kill him, Mr. Wu might hate me for the rest of his life. Su Kong sighed and said to Niu Ben, let him go. Niu Ben sheathed his knife and delivered a swift blow to Wu Jian's neck. Wu Jian finally let go and fell backward stiffly, his mouth covered in blood. Su Kong looked at Wu's mother's ear and saw that her left ear was a bloody mess, half of it bitten off, with only a small piece of skin holding it in place. Wu's mother, ignoring the pain in her ear, turned around and hugged her son, tears streaming down her face as she said, Xiao Jian, let's go home. But Wu Jian seemed to have fainted completely, motionless. Su Kong felt a pang of emotion. Though she had committed many evil deeds, as a mother, her deep love for her son was truly rare and precious. Su Kong addressed the crowd, let's go. As everyone was about to leave, Wu's mother's voice grew louder, Xiao Jian, wake up. Don't scare your mother. Su Kong turned to look and saw Wu's mother frantically pressing on Wu Jian's chest while crying, Xiao Jian, wake up. If you die, how will your mother live alone? Su Kang's heart sank. Could he really be dead? Wu Wanqiu's expression also changed, and she immediately rushed to Wu Jian's side, knelt down, and held a finger to his nose. But Wu's mother suddenly slapped away Wu Wanqiu's hand and screamed, you bastard, don't touch my son. After saying that, she collapsed onto Wu Jian's body and sobbed uncontrollably. Su Kong couldn't believe it. Could a single blow really kill someone? He knelt beside Wu Wanqiu, reached out to lift Wu Jian's eyelid, but couldn't make out anything unusual. Just as Su Kong was about to pull open the other eye, he heard Wang Gui's urgent shout, Mr. Su, be careful. Su Kong turned his head and saw a shiny spring knife coming straight toward his face. Wu's mother, in a frenzy, screamed, go accompany my son in death. Chapter 177, Doctor, save my teacher first. Su Kong was utterly terrified, reflexively raising his left hand to shield his face. In the blink of an eye, Wu Wanqiu suddenly lunged at Su Kong, followed by a sharp, stabbing pain in his back. Wu Wanqiu let out a pained cry and nearly fainted. Wu's mother, seeing the knife had struck, felt a surge of joy. This worthless woman deserves to die. She pulled out the knife to deliver another blow, but a dark figure flashed by. A dull thud echoed, and Wu's mother's head was struck with tremendous force. Her body flew backwards several meters her head crashing heavily onto the ground. A pool of bright red blood spread out, staining the ground crimson. After kicking her, Wang Gui saw that Wu's mother was lying on the ground, unconscious. He turned to Su Kong and shouted anxiously, Su Gongzi, are you okay? Wang Tao and Wang Nan also rushed out of the car, only to see blood gushing out of the wound on Wu Wanqiu's back, instantly staining her clothes red. Wu Wanqiu struggled to get up despite the pain. Su Kong sat on the ground, hugging Wu Wanqiu, his hands tightly pressed against her wound. Blood flowed out from between his fingers like warm milk. Feeling the warmth of Ms. Wu's blood in his hands, Su Kong could no longer hold back his tears. He said painfully, Ms. Wu, don't move. The ambulance will be here soon. Wu Wanqiu felt a sudden sense of fulfillment. She closed her eyes, rested her head on Su Kang's shoulder, and savored this moment of warmth. Wang Nan watched the two of them, feeling a mix of emotions. A few minutes later, the ambulance finally arrived. The doctor looked at the three people lying on the ground, feeling a bit confused. Wasn't it supposed to be just one person injured? Why were there so many people lying on the ground? Su Kong carried Wu Wanqiu toward the ambulance and shouted, Doctor, save my teacher first. Another one, the doctor hesitated, the three lying on the ground are in much worse condition. Maybe you should. Before the doctor could finish speaking, Wang Gui glared angrily, gripping the doctor's collar tightly. The doctor was so frightened that the rest of his words were forced back into his throat. Su Kong and several nurses carried Wu Wanqiu to the hospital bed and helped her lie down comfortably. The doctor tore open the clothes covering Wu Wanqiu's wounds and began disinfecting them with medical tools. Su Kong led Wang Gui and Wang Nan onto the ambulance and said to Niu Ben outside the vehicle, Brother Ben, the brothers worked hard tonight. You can all go home and rest early. Niu Ben nodded and said, it's our duty. Mr. Su, take care of yourself. Su Kong turned to Wang Tao and said, Tao Gu, you've worked hard too. Wang Tao waved his hand and said, we're brothers, there's no need for formalities. I've arranged for a police car to clear the way for you at the next intersection. Rest assured, your teacher Wu will be fine. After the ambulance drove away, everyone dispersed like a tide, leaving only Wang Chong standing alone. Unbeknownst to anyone, a dirty stray dog had approached and sniffed at the pile of soft flesh beside Wang Wei. Wang Chong flew into a rage, picked up a small stone, and threw it at the dog. The stray dog, startled, picked up the soft flesh and fled with its tail between its legs. Seeing this, Wang Chong sighed inwardly. Brother, your life force has been eaten by a dog. Several minutes later, the ambulance arrived at the same hospital as yesterday. The emergency room was still staffed by the same doctor from yesterday. Upon seeing Su Kong again, he exclaimed in surprise, it's you again. He then noticed Wu Wanqiu lying on the hospital bed and asked, did you stab her? Su Kong replied without a word, stop gossiping. Hurry up and get her into surgery. The doctor examined Wu Wanqiu's wounds, which had been roughly bandaged, and said, the injury is in this area, so it shouldn't have damaged any internal organs or nerves. It's not too serious. I'll write you a prescription. Go pay first. Su Kang relaxed upon hearing this. This doctor may love gossiping, but his professional skills are still quite reliable. Wang Nan took out his wallet and said, Su Kang, stay with Ms. Wu. I'll go pay at the window. After Wang Nan left, Wu Wanqiu asked the doctor, Doctor, how long will it take for my injury to heal? It will take about 1 or 2 months to fully heal. Wu Wanqiu grew anxious and said, Doctor, I'm a teacher and my father is still hospitalized at Xieji Hospital. Don't worry about that. You should be able to be discharged in about a week. Just make sure to rest properly and avoid touching the wound, and you should be fine. Oh my goodness, those are the 4 words I love to hear from a doctor. Su Kang turned to Wang Nan and said, Ms. Wu, take good care of yourself. I've already hired a caregiver for your father. When I don't have classes, I'll visit him for you. Wu Wanqiu nodded sweetly and said, Su Kang, could you get my phone out? I need to call the school to take a day off. Where's your phone? Wu Wanqiu slightly lifted one side of her buttocks and said, It's in my jeans pocket. Su Kang crouched down slightly and reached his hand into Wu Wanqiu's jeans pocket. Whether it was because the jeans were too tight or Su Kang was too nervous, he couldn't pull it out for a moment. Just then, Wang Nan returned after paying the fees and saw the two in an awkward position. She gave Su Kang a disapproving glance. Su Kang said awkwardly, Ms. Wu asked me to help her get her phone out. She needs to call the school principal to take a day off. Wang Nan tapped Su Kang's hand, which was still in Wu Wanqiu's pocket, and said, Use my phone. I have Director Zhang's number. She then took out her phone, called Zhang Yuanchang, briefly explained Ms. Wu's situation, and handed the phone to Wu Wanqiu, who spoke directly with Zhang Yuanchang for a few moments. Zhang said not to worry about work and told Wu Wanqiu to rest assured in the hospital. After hanging up, Wu Wanqiu was wheeled into the operating room by the doctors. Within half an hour, the wound had been properly treated. Su Kang arranged for her to be admitted to the hospital, and her room happened to be right next to Li He's. Wu Wanqiu lay on the hospital bed, her brows slightly furrowed. Su Kang guessed her thoughts and asked, Ms. Wu, are you worried about Wu Jian and his mother? Wu Wanqiu nodded quickly. Su Kang said with a smile, Don't worry. My people just told me that both of them are alive, though they're seriously injured and currently undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. Wu Wanqiu sighed in relief and said, Thank you, Su Kang. You took the knife for me. I should be thanking you. After saying this, Su Kang asked, Ms. Wu, once they're fully recovered, I want to give them some money and send them abroad. Do you think that's okay? After all, they're in too much danger. Wu Wanqiu nodded and said, That's a good idea. Let them disappear from each other's lives completely. Su Kang nodded superficially, but in his heart he thought, Mr. Wu, this mother and son will never appear in your life again, because they are already dead. Chapter 178, You Might Be Pregnant. The next day was Monday. There were classes in the first and second periods in the morning. Su Kang followed Wu Wanqiu's instructions and did not tell the students about her injury. After class, Su Kang and Wang Nan brought some fruit and went back to the hospital. Wu Wanqiu was lying on the bed receiving in 4 drip. After a night's rest, her complexion had improved significantly. Seeing Su Kang arrive, she looked very happy. Su Kang placed the fruits on the bedside table and asked, Ms. Wu, have you had breakfast yet? Wu Wanqiu nodded and said, This morning, the nurse from the room next door brought me breakfast. Li He had already learned the previous evening that Ms. Wu was also injured and hospitalized in the room next to his. So when he heard Su Kang's voice coming from the next room, he put on his slippers and also came to Ms. Wu's ward. Seeing that Li He could walk freely, Su Kang smiled and said, Mr. Li, you're recovering well. Here, these fruits are for you. Li He smiled and took the fruit basket, saying, It's just a minor injury. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Wang Nan seemed a bit preoccupied today. She said to Su Kang, I suddenly remembered there's something I need to do at the office. You stay here with Mr. Wu, I'll go take care of it. Su Kang asked in confusion, Didn't you go there on Saturday? Why go again today? Wang Nan pouted, There's really something I need to do. Wu Jia can't make up her mind, so I'll go and come back quickly. Alright, be careful. Wang Nan left the ward but didn't exit the hospital gates. Instead, she went to the gynecology outpatient clinic and registered. She waited nervously for over half an hour before it was finally her turn. Dr. Zhu was a kind-hearted woman in her 50s. Seeing Wang Nan, a young girl in her prime, she asked, Young lady, what's the matter? Wang Nan whispered, My period hasn't come for several days. Dr. Zhu furrowed her brows and asked, Have you had sexual intercourse in the past month? Wang Nan blushed and nodded. Almost every night. Did you use any protection? Wang Nan said, A few times we didn't. Dr. Zhu shook his head and said, This is very likely a pregnancy. I'll write you a referral. Go get your progesterone levels checked. Dr. Zhu wrote out the prescription and, seeing Wang Nan looking worried, added, Of course, a delayed period doesn't necessarily mean you're pregnant. It could be due to stress or fatigue causing hormonal imbalances. We'll need to wait for the results to know for sure. Wang Nan took the prescription and felt a bit more relaxed. Right, it must be because of the company opening. I've been under too much stress. Wang Nan asked again, Doctor, how long will it take to get the results? The doctor checked the time and said, if you get the blood drawn now, the results should be ready around 2 p.m. After getting the blood drawn, Wang Nan checked the time and saw it was almost 11:30 a.m. Going back to Mr. Wu's place at this time would seem a bit odd. She decided not to eat lunch and returned to the gynecology waiting area, sitting down to rest. Wang Nan was boredly playing with her phone when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. She looked up and saw Wang Tao coming out of the doctor's office with his mistress, Yu Qing. Wang Nan had followed Su Kong to the sales office several times before and recognized Yu Qing as Wang Tao's mistress. But why were they here? Wang Nan felt a pang of panic and tried to pretend she hadn't seen them, but she happened to make eye contact with Wang Tao. Wang Tao also felt a bit awkward. He walked over to Wang Nan with Yu Qing and greeted her, "Xiaonan, you're here too." Wang Nan hummed in response, noticing the slight bulge in Yu Qing's abdomen, and asked, "Brother Tao, is your wife pregnant?" Wang Tao nodded and said, "She is already 2 months along." Wang Nan had always had a good impression of Wang Tao, but his private life was something she couldn't approve of. She whispered, "Does your wife know about this?" Wang Tao said, "She knows. She found out about half a month ago that Yu Qing was pregnant." "Half a month ago?" "We had dinner with Wang Tao and Zhongling several times during that period to discuss business matters. They seemed to get along quite well, with the husband and wife complimenting each other." Wang Nan asked in disbelief, "Does your sister-in-law not mind?" "How could she not mind? She made me kneel on the keyboard for an entire night," Wang Tao said painfully. "Then what happened?" "There's nothing else. What else could we do?" Wang Tao rubbed Yu Qing's belly and said, "After all, this is the seat of the Wang family." Wang Nan felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. Men are all pigs. Yu Qing noticed Wang Nan's gloomy expression and said, "You're from the elite circle of Beijing, you should have seen this kind of thing before." Wang Nan didn't know how to respond. As Yu Qing had said, he had heard too many such stories, but he had rarely heard of anyone remaining loyal to their family or love. Yu Qing continued, "Zhongling is the legitimate wife, highly favored by the elders of the Wang family. Plus, she already has a son with Wang Tao. My threat to her is virtually non-existent. If she insists on clinging to me, she'll only end up annoying the Wang family." Wang Nan's heart trembled violently upon hearing this, his mind racing. The Qin family now only had Aunt Qin left, and Aunt Qin only had Su Kong as her son. Moreover, Su Kong was the only heir of the third son of the Su family. The responsibility of continuing the family line was immense. Wang Tao noticed the change in Wang Nan's expression and comforted him, "Your Su Kong is different from us common folk. With his status and position, he could have any beauty he wants. The fact that he's only with you shows how sincere he is." Wang Nan gave a faint smile, as if she had come to terms with it, or perhaps accepted her fate. "Wang Nan, are you okay?" Wang Tao asked with concern. "I'm fine. Thank you for your advice," Wang Nan said, her hands unconsciously reaching for her stomach. "By the way, what are you doing here?" Wang Tao suddenly asked. Well, I just had an argument with Su Kong, so I'm just wandering around the hospital," Wang Nan said casually. Wang Tao smiled and said, "Young people arguing is normal. Su Kong is a good guy. Don't take it to heart." Wang Nan nodded with a smile. After Wang Tao left with Yu Qing, Wang Nan fell into a daze again. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Su Kong calling. Wang Nan answered the call and said, "Hello, Su Kong, what's up? Where are you now?" Su Kang's voice was low, as if suppressing some pent-up anger. Wang Nan felt a pang of anxiety. Su Kong has never spoken to me like this before. What's wrong with him? Chapter 179, The Empress, please spare me. Wang Nan hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm on my way." "Did you know your father started a company?" "What kind of company?" "I don't know." Su Kong's tone grew impatient. "Wang Nan, are you really unaware, or are you pretending?" Wang Nan was puzzled and said, "He didn't tell me, so how would I know?" "He started a food delivery service company in Kyoto, Wang Nan." "You dare say you don't know? Why did my dad suddenly start a food delivery company?" Wang Nan said anxiously, "Su Kong, believe me. The idea to start a food delivery company was yours, I didn't tell anyone." "You dare say you didn't call your dad a few days ago?" Wang Nan felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this. He had actually sent someone to investigate me. "I did call my dad, but I didn't mention anything about the food delivery service." "If you went to the trouble of checking my call records, why didn't you check the actual content of the calls?" After Wang Nan finished speaking, Su Kong remained silent for a moment before saying in a sorrowful tone, "Wang Nan, I know what I did was wrong. But how could such a coincidence happen? I just told you and my mom about this idea, and less than a week later, your dad started a food delivery company. If you didn't tell him, then was it my mom? I called my father that day just to bring Aunt Zhang to Jiangcheng. That's all." After Wang Nan finished speaking, there was another moment of silence on Su Kang's end. Wang Nan didn't know how to explain herself now. All she could do was try to clear her name. She asked again, "Su Kong, how did you find out about my dad starting a company? Did Aunt Qin tell you?" "It's already been reported in the news." The company's name is Kyoto Smart Rise Information Technology Company, Limited, with the goal of becoming China's first food delivery service platform. I looked it up online, and your dad is one of the shareholders. Seeing that Su Kang's emotions were gradually stabilizing, Wang Nan felt slightly relieved and said, Su Kang, don't worry. I'll be at the hospital soon. Let's talk when we meet. There was a faint hum on the other end before the call was hung up. Wang Nan held the phone, hesitated for a moment, then called Wang Lin several times, but all the call showed as busy. Wang Nan put all the hospital test results into her bag and waited another 10 minutes before heading toward the ward where Wu Wanqiu was staying. Su Kang saw Wang Nan enter the ward, glanced up at her, then lowered his head again. Wang Nan felt bitter inside but forced a smile and said, Have you had lunch yet? Wu Wanqiu hurriedly replied, We've already eaten. It was delivered by Mr. Wang. After Wu Wanqiu finished speaking, an awkward silence fell over the room. Li He noticed the awkward atmosphere, gave a quick greeting, and returned to his own room. Su Kang finally spoke up, Did you go to the company? Wang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He's asking that again. He must have already called Wu Yun and found out I didn't go to the company. Wang Nan said, I hadn't even arrived at the company yet when I turned back. You're lying. Your car has been parked in the hospital parking lot the whole time and hasn't moved at all. Wang Nan's heart sank, but he saw Su Kang glaring at him with eyes wide open, clearly furious. This is bad. It's getting harder and harder to explain. Su Kang said with deep regret, Wang Nan, how many of your words are true? I trusted you so much, why did you lie to me? I didn't lie to you. Then tell me where you went. Did you go report my situation to your parents again to extort more money? Wang Nan felt a surge of injustice, and tears streamed down her face. Seeing Wang Nan cry, Su Kang felt that he had been deceived by her delicate appearance all this time, and his impatience grew. He said, Just tell me, what excuse can you come up with this time? Su Kang, you're a bastard. Wang Nan shouted, then knelt down, burying her head in her knees, and began to sob. Seeing Wang Nan crying so bitterly, Su Kang's heart softened. Did I really wrong her? But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, she must have done something behind my back. Su Kang, you can't be soft-hearted. Stay calm, or you'll be deceived by her appearance for the rest of your life. Su Kang spoke coldly again, have you thought of an excuse yet? Wu Wanqiu was still lying on the bed. Seeing Wang Nan crying so bitterly, she hurriedly said to Su Kang, say less. Su Kang ignored Wu Wanqiu's words and continued to Wang Nan, do you think staying silent will let you get away with it? Master Wang has already gone to check the surveillance footage. The truth will be revealed soon. Wang Nan suddenly stood up, wiped away her tears, and glared angrily at Su Kang, saying, You want the truth, don't you? I'll tell you now. After speaking, Wang Nan pulled out the hospital test results from her bag and threw them forcefully at Su Kang. 4 or 5 pieces of paper fluttered through the ward before landing on the ground. Su Kang picked up the nearest piece of paper, which was a registration slip. He looked at Wang Nan in surprise and asked, Are you sick? But Wang Nan turned away, looking wronged, and walked toward the hospital room exit. Just as she reached the door, she bumped into Wang Gui, who was smiling broadly. Wang Gui enthusiastically called out, Miss Wang, you're back. Wang Nan ignored him and walked past him. Suddenly, Li He appeared again, blocking her path, and said, Miss Wang, please calm down. You're a young couple, some misunderstandings are normal. Su Kang whispered, If you're sick, just tell me directly. Why go through all this trouble to deceive me? Wang Gui excitedly said, Mr. Su, Miss Wang isn't sick. She went to get a progesterone and HCG test. What is that? Su Kang looked confused and turned to Wu Wanqiu, who also had a puzzled expression. Su Kang asked, What's that CG test for? To check if implantation has occurred. What does implantation mean? Oh, it's to check if you're pregnant. Su Kang was startled for a moment, then overwhelming joy flooded his heart. He hurried over to Wang Nan and asked tremblingly, Are you pregnant? Wang Nan turned her face away and didn't say a word. Seeing that Wang Nan was ignoring him, Su Kang felt deeply ashamed and said, Well, you were right to scold me. I'm a complete jerk. Don't be angry, it's not good for the baby. Wang Nan finally turned around and landed a series of punches on Su Kang's chest, crying, You're the biggest jerk in the world. Su Kang quickly embraced Wang Nan and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive this scoundrel this time, Your Majesty. Wang Nan stopped crying and said, Who said I'm pregnant? Maybe it's just hormonal imbalance. What? No way. The results aren't out yet? Wang Gui, who was standing nearby, said, Mr. Su, I asked earlier. The results should be ready around 2 o'clock. Su Kang glanced at his watch, it was almost 1 o'clock. He hurriedly picked up all the papers on the ground, stuffed them into his pocket, and asked, Where do we check the results? On the 4th floor of the outpatient building. Su Kang took Wang Nan's hand and said, Let's go. It's almost time. Let's hurry and wait there. Chapter 180, This is a serious matter. Su Kang and Wang Nan returned to the gynecology outpatient clinic. Since it wasn't yet time for work, the place was unusually quiet. Just as the two sat down on the chairs, Wang Nan's phone rang. It was Wang Lin calling. Wang Lin's tone was unusually friendly. He said, "Hello, Shannan, I was in a meeting just now." "What's the matter?" Wang Nan glanced at Su Kong and asked, "Dad, did you start a new company?" "Well, not exactly. I've just invested in a new company. I'm just a minor shareholder and don't participate in company management." "By the way, how did you find out about this? Did Aunt Jean tell you?" Su Kong listened in astonishment. "My mom knows about this too? Could she have arranged it? If that's the case, doesn't that mean I've been wronging Wang Nan all along?" Wang Nan hurriedly said, "No, I saw it on the news." Wang Lin seemed quite satisfied with his new company. He said, "The company just started and already made the news. I wonder how it will perform in the future." Wang Nan asked again, "How did you suddenly decide to invest in this company?" "Your Aunt Jean told me about it. She said she was very optimistic about this new industry and company, so she introduced me to it, and that's why I invested. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know Mr. Yang." Su Kong and Wang Nan exchanged glances. "How could it be my mom?" Wang Lin added, "By the way, we've hired a new housekeeper. Your Aunt Zhang will be arriving in Jiangcheng in a couple of days. You should go to the airport to pick her up." Wang Nan hummed in response and hung up the phone. Su Kong felt deeply ashamed. He whispered, "Wang Nan, I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. If I were you, I might have done the same." After saying that, Wang Nan leaned her head against Su Kang's shoulder and murmured, "Su Kong, I will never betray your Aunt Jean in this lifetime." Su Kong was deeply moved. Seeing Wang Nan close her eyes slightly, he asked, "Are you tired?" Wang Nan nodded gently. Su Kong helped Wang Nan lie down on the bench, resting her head on his thigh, and said, "Rest for a while." Wang Nan gave a faint smile. Little did they know that just as their feelings were running deep, her stomach growled loudly. Su Kong was surprised and asked, "Didn't you eat lunch?" Wang Nan shot Su Kong a disapproving glance and whispered, "I'm not hungry. But you can't go without eating. Lie here for a while, I'll go to the hospital cafeteria and get you a bowl of porridge." As Su Kong stood up, Wang Nan grabbed his hand and pleaded with him, "Don't go. Let Uncle Wang go instead." Su Kong smiled and nodded, then sat back down and took out his phone to call Wang Gue, asking him to go to the cafeteria and buy something to eat. Just as Su Kong finished the call, his phone rang again. It was Qin Wan calling. As soon as Su Kong answered, Qin Wan's urgent voice came through. "Su Kong, are you with Wang Nan right now? How is she?" Su Kong guessed that Qin Wan had already heard about Wang Nan's possible pregnancy, so he said, "She's fine for now. The test results will be out around 2 p.m. Alright, let me know as soon as you have the results." Su Kong thought about Wang Lin's new company and asked, "Mom, what's the deal with that Beijing Jisheng Information Technology Company, Limited?" "I was just about to tell you. The company's boss is Yang Su, who returned from Silicon Valley in the United States. He has been in Hangzhou for the past few months, preparing to establish an online food delivery company." Su Kong said in surprise, "You mean this Yang Su also came up with the idea of online food delivery, just like me?" "Yes, he's done a lot of market research in Hangzhou, but due to funding issues, the company hasn't been established yet. I went to Hangzhou specifically a few days ago to meet him. I think he's a person with ideas and capabilities, so I decided to invest in his company." Su Kong said helplessly, "Mom, I was planning to do this too. You're not investing in your own son but in a stranger. Plus, you didn't tell me, which caused a big misunderstanding with Wang Nan today. I've been busy with your delivery company these past few days. I can't possibly handle everything. Besides, a little misunderstanding between a young couple is normal. Just talk it out and it'll be fine." Su Kong asked again, "But you still haven't explained why you're investing in someone else's company." "I've thought this through carefully. First, although he's the legal representative of the company, most of the shares are under my control. Second, even if I don't invest in him, sooner or later some big business tycoon will invest in him. It's better to have a partner than a competitor. Third, over the next year, food delivery companies will emerge like mushrooms after rain. As the first one in the industry, Yang Su's company will attract everyone's attention. If his business model succeeds, others will copy it. If it fails, it will serve as a stepping stone for others. If you establish your company after him, you can learn from his advanced operational methods while making improvements. With my financial support, overtaking him won't be a problem." Su Kong laughed, "It's just about accumulating resources and biding your time." Qin Wan laughed, "That's exactly how it is. And even if his company does succeed, we have nothing to fear. After all, I'm the real boss behind the scenes." Su Kong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Compared to my mother, this old fox, I'm still so inexperienced. Wang Nan had been lying there, quietly listening to Su Kong and Qin Wan's phone call. When Wang Gue came over with breakfast, he quickly sat up. Su Kong greeted Qin Wan and hung up the phone. Su Kong took the pumpkin porridge from Wang Gue and said to Wang Nan, "Let me feed you." Wang Nan blushed and glanced at Wang Gue standing beside her. Wang Gue, knowing when to back off, said, "Mr. Su, I'll go upstairs to chat with Mr. Li." After Wang Gue left, Su Kong scooped a spoonful of porridge and held it to Wang Nan's lips, joking, "You're still shy with Uncle Wang here?" Wang Nan happily took a sip of porridge and said, "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you?" Su Kong laughed and said, "I'm feeding my little treasure. How is that shameless?" In the future, there will be another little treasure who needs me to feed. Wang Nan suddenly no longer feared pregnancy. She said with anticipation, "What do you think we should name the little baby?" That's a serious question. We'll have to think about it carefully. Chapter 181, Ectopic Pregnancy. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the hospital. Wang Nan couldn't stay lying on the bench anymore. She checked the time and saw it was almost 2 o'clock. She said, "Let's go, the results should be ready soon." Wang Nan took Su Kong to a machine and retrieved the blood test results. Su Kong saw that both the progesterone and human chorionic gonadotropin levels were above normal and excitedly said, "I spent half the day researching online. It seems like you're really pregnant." Wang Nan grew concerned again and said, "But we're still in school. Having a child now, what will we do?" "Well, there's nothing we can do about it. It's fate. Let's go hear what the doctor has to say." The two entered Dr. Zhu's office. Dr. Zhu saw Su Kong and asked in surprise, "Is this your husband?" Wang Nan blushed and said, "We haven't." Su Kong quickly interjected, "Yes, doctor. Here's the test results. Could you take a look?" Wang Nan shot Su Kong a disapproving glance, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Dr. Zhu took the test results and furrowed his brows. Su Kong asked anxiously, "Doctor, is there a problem?" Wang Nan also asked anxiously, "Doctor, does that mean she's not pregnant?" Dr. Zhu shook his head and said, "The progesterone and HCG levels are higher than normal, so you are definitely pregnant. However, compared to a woman who is 4 weeks pregnant, the levels are too low. This is very likely an ectopic pregnancy." Su Kong felt a chill run down his spine. He had looked up a lot of information about pregnancy on his phone and knew that an ectopic pregnancy not only meant the fetus couldn't be saved but also posed significant risks to the mother, requiring surgery or medication. He glanced at Wang Nan, who also looked tense. Su Kong took Wang Nan's hand and gestured for her to stay calm. He then asked Dr. Zhu again, "Doctor, are you sure? This is just my guess. It could also be a normal pregnancy. We'll need to wait about 10 days and come back to the hospital for a follow-up check to confirm." "It's just a guess, then." Su Kong felt slightly relieved and asked, "What should she avoid during this time?" "Avoid lifting heavy objects, don't overexert yourself, get plenty of rest, and stay in a good mood." Dr. Zhu, noticing that Su Kong and Wang Nan were still young, added, "You young people should take better precautions. If it's an ectopic pregnancy, an abortion would be necessary, which can cause significant physical trauma to a woman and may even affect her future fertility." Su Kong said shamefully, "Thank you, doctor. We'll be more careful in the future." Just as the two stepped out of the room, Qin Wan's phone rang. "Su Kong, how are Wang Nan and the baby? Is she pregnant?" Su Kong sighed and said, "She's pregnant, but the doctor said it might be an ectopic pregnancy." "Ectopic pregnancy? That's a bit troublesome." Qin Wan paused for a moment before continuing, "Tell Wang Nan to stay calm. If it's an ectopic pregnancy, I'll arrange for the best obstetrician in the country to perform the surgery. I'll ensure her body won't be harmed." Wang Nan leaned into the phone and said, "Thank you, Aunt Qin. The doctor said there's a certain probability it's an ectopic pregnancy, and we'll need to come back for a follow-up in 10 days for the final results." "Wang Nan, don't worry. I'll handle things here this afternoon and come to Jiancheng tomorrow." Su Kong said, "Mom, isn't tomorrow Monday? Doesn't your company have to work? There's not much going on at the group right now, and besides, Wang Nan's pregnancy is such an important matter. I have to come and check on her to feel at ease. I'll also come to prepare for the various matters related to your company's establishment." Su Kong looked at Wang Nan, his expression seeming to say, "Congratulations, you're now a national treasure." Wang Nan thought of something and said into the phone, "Aunt Qin, my Aunt Zhao from my family also wants to come to Jiangcheng. Could you give her a ride tomorrow?" "Sure, no problem." Su Kong had just hung up with Qin Wan when Su Xiaolin called again, followed by grandfather Su Jinjiang, Uncle Su, and Uncle Su calling one after another. Su Kong guessed that Qin Wan had told them, so he had to explain Wang Nan's situation over and over again. After finishing his calls, Su Kong saw Wang Nan with a gloomy expression. Su Kong pinched Wang Nan's face and said, "The doctor said to stay happy, didn't he?" Wang Nan sighed and said, "So many people are hoping and praying for this. What if it turns out to be an ectopic pregnancy? If it is, we'll be happy, if not, we'll be at peace. Let nature take its course," Su Kong said with a smile. "Besides, there's plenty of time." Wang Nan's face flushed, and she wrapped her arm around Su Kang's. The two returned to Wu Wanshou's ward and saw her sitting on the bed, lost in thought. Su Kong curiously asked, "Ms. Wu, what are you thinking about?" Wu Wanshou seemed as though she had been caught thinking about something, her face flushing red. She hurriedly said, "I wasn't thinking about anything." Su Kong didn't think much of it and smiled, "Ms. Wu, Wang Nan might have to take a lot of leave in the future. Could you please give her a pass?" Wu Wanshou exclaimed in surprise, "You're really pregnant? But you're only freshman. Won't this affect your studies?" Wang Nan said, "Ms. Wu, don't worry. Even if I'm pregnant, I'll still attend classes normally. But what about after the baby is born? Are you going to bring the baby to class?" Su Kong chuckled and said, "Bringing a baby to class sounds pretty fun. Wang Nan glared at Su Kong and turned to Wu Wanshou, saying, "We have someone to take care of the baby. The doctor said it might be an ectopic pregnancy. If it is, I'll have to take time off for surgery." Wu Wanshou fell silent. Different upbringings had shaped their worldviews completely differently. She simply couldn't understand how a mother could entrust her child to others. Plus, she was barely an adult and already having children. That was just too much. However, Wu Wanshou didn't feel it was her place to say much more. Seeing the two still standing by the bedside, she said, "Since Wang Nan is pregnant, you two should go home and rest. I don't have much to do here, so there's no need for me to stay." Su Kong nodded and said, "Ms. Wu, we'll go now." As Su Kong reached the door, he suddenly thought of something and turned back to ask Wu Wanshou, "Ms. Wu, how much do you earn now?" Wu Wanshou was taken aback. Who just asks someone their salary like that? However, she had nothing to hide from Su Kong, so she replied, 15,000 a month. Su Kong continued, "Ms. Wu, I'm about to start my own company. Would you be interested in joining me? The salary would definitely be higher than what you're making now." Wu Wanshou felt uneasy. How could her students, who were just freshmen in their first semester, be so eager to start their own businesses and even try to poach her? Wu Late Autumn asked, "Are you planning to start an online food delivery service company?" "Yes, it's a new industry that requires high-tech internet talent. You graduated with a PhD in computer science from Kyoto University, exactly what my company needs." Wu Wanshou shook his head and said, "I really like my current job and am not considering switching companies at the moment. However, I know many talented individuals in the computer industry and could recommend them to you." Su Kong smiled and said, "Then I'll count on you, Mr. Wu." Chapter 182, You're the Boss? Wu Wanshou was a man of action. After Su Kong and Wang Nan left, he immediately began contacting his classmates and friends in the computer industry. The next morning, while Su Kong was in class, his phone received a message from Wu Wanshou. "This morning, 3 of my friends are coming to the hospital. The first is an older classmate from my PhD program at Kyoto University. He has a PhD, is 37 years old, and has been working in the computer field for many years. He previously worked at a large internet company in Shenzhen. The second is my classmate, who holds a master's degree from Kyoto University. He has worked at several companies and has extensive work experience. The third is also my classmate, with a bachelor's degree from Jiangcheng University. He currently works at an internet company in Jiangcheng. Although his education level isn't high, he seems quite interested in your food delivery company. I've arranged for them to meet at the hospital at 10:30 a.m., so please come over immediately after your first 2 classes." Su Kong couldn't help but smile and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Wu. I'll come over immediately after class." Xiao Jun leaned over curiously and asked, "Who are you chatting with? You're smiling so happily. Aren't you afraid Wang Nan will make you kneel on the keyboard tonight?" Su Kong put his phone away and said with a smile, "Does Su Jin Sr. often make you kneel on the keyboard?" Xiao Jun snapped, "Bull. Just because I let her have her way in public doesn't mean she listens to me when we're alone." "Ah, right. You're the head of the household, so your living expenses are all in the senior's hands. If you want to top up your game, you have to sweet-talk her for half an hour." Xiao Jun felt as though he had swallowed something disgusting. He glared fiercely at the chubby boy. The chubby kid spread his hands and whispered, "Jungu, I didn't tell on you. Everyone in the class knows about your little secrets. Damn it, it's all because of your sister Ma Ai Yuan's big mouth. How could the whole class not know?" Su Kong chuckled, "Hey, Jungu, that's not fair. Ma Ai Yuan is giving you free publicity for your glorious deeds, and you're still so upset?" Xiao Jun glared at him and said, "Konggu, don't be so sarcastic. You're probably not any better than me. Bull. When I was playing games, Mr. Wang gave me a massage, didn't he?" Xiao Jun looked at Wang Nan disbelievingly, but heard her whisper, "Actually, he didn't massage me that many times." "How many times? Why does Su Kong have such a good life?" Xiao Jun felt increasingly uneasy. He turned to Wang Nan and said, "Mr. Wang, as the old saying goes, money corrupts men. I give my living expenses to Su Jin, that's how I show I love her. So you should make your Su Kong give all his living expenses to you too." Wang Nan laughed, "I think Su Kong is great. He gives me a lot of money and even helps me wash my hair." Xiao Jun felt a double blow to his heart and turned to look at the blackboard. This fool is not worth talking to. After class, Su Kong and Wang Nan stood up and Xiao Qian came over with a few forms, shouting, "Su Kong, is Mr. Wu sick lately?" Su Kong nodded and said, "Yeah, do you need to see her?" Xiao Qian handed the forms to Su Kong and said, "I went to her office yesterday to hand over the scholarship application materials for our class, but she wasn't there. I called her, and she said she was sick and in the hospital, so she asked me to give them to you to pass on to her." At this point, Xiao Qian looked at the two of them suspiciously and added, "I'm just a bit curious. Ms. Wu is in the hospital, and none of the class committee members knew about it. How did the two of you find out so quickly and ask you to deliver the documents?" Su Kong took the form and said, "Well, it's because my Uncle Li was injured recently. When I took him to the hospital the day before yesterday, I happened to see Ms. Wu there too. That's how I found out she was sick." How serious is Ms. Wu's illness? She'll probably have to stay in the hospital for a few days, but she should be able to return to school in a few days. Oh, okay. Make sure to give this document to Ms. Wu. Don't worry, Wang Nan and I are on our way. 20 minutes later, Su Kong and Wang Nan arrived at Wu Wancho's hospital room. Su Kong raised his wrist to check the time. It was only 10 a.m. The ward was empty except for Wu Wancho, who was boredly scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Su Kong and Wang Nan arrive, she exclaimed joyfully, "You're here so early. My 3 friends haven't arrived yet. I'm practically the host, so I had to arrive early." Su Kong handed the scholarship documents to Wu Wancho and said, "Chow, the class monitor, asked me to give these to you." Wu Wancho took the documents and began reading them carefully. Su Kong leaned over to Wu Wancho and said, "Ms. Wu, our classmate Lin Feng comes from a difficult family. Could you consider giving one of the scholarship spots to him?" Wu Wancho smiled at Su Kong and said, "Young man, your thinking is dangerous. This is considered under-the-table dealings and using connections. What backdoor? I'm just telling the truth. Do you think I don't know that Lin Feng is in the same dorm as you? You're close to him, so you're speaking up for him. What about Zhang San in our class? He's from a single-parent family. What about Li Si? His parents are still alive, but they don't care about him at all. He's been raised by his grandmother since he was a child. Don't these two need this scholarship more than Lin Feng? There are several spots available, not just 2. Wu Wancho said helplessly, "If you could spare a little of your oil and water, it could ensure Lin Feng's livelihood for life. Why are you so fixated on my scholarship? But that's not the same. If I give it to him personally, he'll feel like he is holding a hot potato." Alright. I'll go talk to the school administrators about his situation, but I can't guarantee he'll get it. Su Kong smiled and said, "Then I'll thank Mr. Wu on behalf of Lin Feng. If he doesn't get selected in the end, it's not Mr. Wu's fault." Mr. Wu laughed, "I also have my own requirements. Once your company makes money, I want you to donate a few $100 million to your alma mater as scholarships for underprivileged students." Do I need to tell you that? A few $100 million isn't enough. Be more ambitious, $1 billion or 2. Mr. Wu glared at Su Kong. "I'm being serious with you, and you're just bragging." Suddenly, a man walked into the ward. He stood tall and straight, dressed in a dark suit. He looked extremely mature and composed. Wu Wancho hurriedly greeted him, "Senior brother Hao, you're here so early." Hao Jian said in surprise, "I thought you just had a cold. Are you injured?" "Just a minor injury, nothing serious." After speaking, Wu Wancho pointed at Su Kong and Wang Nan and introduced them. "Senior brother Hao, let me introduce you. These 2 are my students, Su Kong and Wang Nan." Hao Jian nodded slightly to Su Kong and Wang Nan. Wu Wancho then turned to Su Kong and said, "This is Dr. Hao Jian from Kyoto University, my senior. He previously served as the technical director at a certain internet company in the south." Su Kong hurriedly extended his hand and said, "Nice to meet you." Hao Jian shook hands with Su Kong politely, then turned to Wu Wancho and said, "Wu Junior sister, didn't you say there was a boss interested in investing in an online food delivery service company today?" Wu Wancho pointed at Su Kong and said, "The boss is right here in front of us." Hao Jian was taken aback, looked at Su Kong again, and asked in disbelief, "You're the boss?" Su Kong nodded awkwardly. Chapter 183, Capital, Technology, and Experience. Hao Jian's face froze instantly. He looked at Wu Wancho and said angrily, "Wu Wancho, are you mocking me?" Su Kong quickly interjected, "Dr. Hao, I am genuinely committed to building a successful business." "This is nonsense. How old are you? Do you even understand the internet economy?" Su Kong retorted, "I majored in computer science in college. Even if I'm not an expert now, I'll eventually get the hang of it. Come on, anyone can spout slogans. It's just a way to deceive yourself. You say you want to start an internet business. Do you have the funds? Do you have the technical skills? Do you have management experience?" Su Kong was speechless. To be honest, besides having some capital, an idea, and a lot of passion, he had nothing else. Wu Wancho, seeing Su Kong at a loss for words, quickly chimed in, "Senior brother Hao, did you hear the news yesterday? Beijing just established the first food delivery service company in the country." "You must have heard about it." Hao Jian replied impatiently, "I know. We discussed it for hours in the group chat yesterday. Then you mentioned that a boss also wanted to do this, so I came over today. Who knew?" Sigh. Wu Wancho smiled and said, "If I told you that my student Su Kong had already come up with this innovative idea more than a week before the news came out, would you still just see him as a freshman?" Hao Jian was quite surprised. In the internet economy, innovation is the most important thing. A good idea is often worth its weight in gold. Wu Wancho continued, "And don't worry about funding. This female student is his girlfriend. She started an online store, and within 5 or 6 days of opening, sales exceeded 3 billion. Hao Jian asked in astonishment, "You're Wang Nan?" Wang Nan smiled and said, "Yes, Wu teacher just introduced me." Hao Jian awkwardly smiled and said, "I didn't notice earlier. My apologies." Su was puzzled, "Is Wang Nan so famous in the internet industry?" Wu Wanshou turned to Su Kong and asked, Su Kong, how much startup capital did Wang Nan have when he first started his business? 100 million. And how much do you have this time? Su Kong replied, I currently have 50 million in cash. If the project starts, I'll ask my family for some more. Hao Jian was completely flabbergasted. How wealthy must this second-generation heir be? Wu Wanshou continued, as for the second point, technology. How senior, what is technology but talent? If you join this team, doesn't the team already have the technology? Flattery will get you everywhere. Hao Jian, upon hearing this, finally smiled. He then asked, and the last point, experience? Wu Wanshou said, this is a brand new field. Who has experience? When everyone lacks experience, what matters is passion, the courage to explore the market, continuously learn and improve, and having strong financial backing as a foundation. Senior brother Hao, it's foreseeable that in the coming months, more food delivery companies will emerge. In the end, only one company will rise to the top. Senior brother Hao, will you choose to create history or witness it? Wu Wanshou's passionate speech left Hao Jian deeply moved. After a long pause, he smiled and said, Wu Wanshou, with your eloquence, you'd make an excellent tutor. This role is at least worthy of a principal. Wu Wanshou replied happily, so you agree? Hao Jian glanced at the three of them, sighed, and said, this is a crucial decision in my life. I must be cautious. Give me 3 days, and I will definitely give you an answer. Su Kong grinned and said, thank you, Dr. Hao. I'll await your decision. After Dr. Hao left, Su Kong turned to Wu Wanshou and asked, Ms. Wu, do you think Dr. Hao will join us in the end? Wu Wanshou replied, I can't guarantee that. My senior is a cautious person. He always weighs the pros and cons when faced with such decisions. However, his professional skills are top-notch. He's the most accomplished disciple my mentor has ever had. Su Kong, hearing this, grew even more eager. He asked, Mr. Wu, do you know where Dr. Hao lives? What are you planning to do? Kidnap him or something? Mr. Wu, you're talking nonsense. In ancient times, Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang 3 times to invite him to join his cause. Today, I, Su Kong, am desperate to recruit talent and wish to follow in the footsteps of the ancients, making 3 visits to the thatched cottage. I am determined to move Dr. Hao to come out of retirement and assist me. Wu Wanshou and Wang Nan looked at Su Kang's comical expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, a loudspeaker-like voice blared from outside the door, what's going on with this nurse? I asked which ward Wu Wanshou is in. Then came the nurse's soft explanation. Su Kong guessed that the second person had arrived and was about to go out to greet them when a figure suddenly darted in. Upon seeing Wu Wanshou, he said, old classmate, you're here. That nurse is quite something. I talked to her for ages and she still couldn't explain it clearly. Wu Wanshou replied, she's just a young girl working hard. We should speak to her more gently. Besides, didn't I already tell you yesterday which ward I'm in? Oh, I didn't. Look closely, He Lei said casually. He glanced at Su Kong and Wang Nan and asked, old classmate, didn't you say there's a boss who wants to start a business? Has he arrived yet? Su Kong cleared his throat and said, I'm the one starting the business. You? Do you have the money to start a business online? That's not child's play. Don't worry about the funds. I have 5 million ready in my account. He Lei was startled by this. He rubbed his chin and said, what about the salary? Let us agree on that up front. If the pay is too low, no one will want to work. Su Kong felt a bit uneasy but still said, the first year's monthly salary is 18,000 yuan, with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, plus an annual bonus. Starting from the second year, there will be 2 salary increases per year based on performance. He Lei frowned and said, I graduated with a master's degree from Kyoto University. My salary should be at least 28,000 yuan, with annual leave. Rest days should not require overtime, and if there's an emergency, it must be voluntary, the company can't force it. Of course, overtime pay is separate. Su Kong grew increasingly skeptical. Is this hiring an employee or recruiting a boss, he thought. Besides, starting a business in a brand new industry, how could there be no overtime? Wu teacher had mentioned that this guy had changed several jobs in just a few years. Perhaps there was something fundamentally wrong with him. Su Kong interrupted him and said, sorry, but I think our company is too small to accommodate someone like you. He Lei was speaking enthusiastically, but upon hearing this, he suddenly froze. He said, actually, a lower salary is acceptable. With our connection to Wu Wanshou, we can negotiate. Wu Wanshou could tell his classmate was a fraud, so he said, old classmate, the company isn't even established yet. Go home and wait for news. He Lei saw that Su Kang's expression wasn't good and knew he hadn't made the cut. He angrily turned and left. Wu Wanshou felt a bit embarrassed and said to Su Kong, I didn't know he'd turned out this way after graduation. Su Kong said, it's okay, but he was a bit anxious inside. Dr. Hao is a technical genius, but he didn't give a clear answer. The second person is just a street hustler. I wonder how the third person will be. If the third person doesn't work out either, then today's recruitment efforts will have been a waste of time. Chapter 184, The provocation method works well on me. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, it was already 11 o'clock. Wu Wanqiu noticed Su Kang's growing anxiety and suggested, "Why don't I call again to give them a nudge?" Although Su Kang was anxious inside, he said, "Let's not. I just called 10 minutes ago." No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of knocks sounded at the door. Su Kang turned to look and saw a tall, slender man wearing glasses standing at the door. He held a fruit basket in his left hand and a file folder in his right. He said, "Old classmate, may I come in?" Wu Wanqiu, upon seeing the visitor, hurriedly said, "I was just thinking about whether to call you again." "You're here already. It's as if you heard me. Dai Guang, don't stand at the door. Come in and sit down." Dai Guang placed the fruit basket on the table and said, "Sorry I'm late." After speaking, he looked at Su Kang and Wang Nan and asked in confusion, "Are these two here for the job interview as well?" Wu Wanqiu smiled and said, "These two are the bosses." "The bosses?" Dai Guang was taken aback, his expression quickly darkening. His hand, which had been holding the file folder, tightened involuntarily. Su Kang noticed Dai Guang's change in expression, feeling a mix of frustration and anger, which eventually turned into arrogance. "Why does everyone think I'm going to fail just because I'm starting a business? The more you look down on me, the more I'll prove myself." Su Kang spoke up loudly, "Dai Senior, do you think I'm too young? Do you think I'm just messing around?" Having his true feelings exposed, Dai Guang felt rather embarrassed. Su Kang, however, spoke seriously, "Compared to you guys, I may be a bit younger, but I've been planning this startup for nearly 2 weeks. I'm confident." "Wait a moment." Dai Guang interrupted Su Kang and said, "The news about the first food delivery service company just came out yesterday. How could you have been planning this for half a month?" Dai Guang's eyes were filled with doubt. Wu Wanqiu said, "Su Kang is actually right. He had already been thinking about starting a food delivery service company before the news came out. If it weren't for that company in Beijing starting first, it might have been Su Kang in the news in a couple of weeks." Dai Guang, like Hao Jian, was filled with surprise. Su Kang said, "Dai Senior, to be honest with you, I'm a second-generation rich kid from Beijing. I have money, ideas, and passion, but I lack technical skills. I desperately need you seniors to join my team and help me build our own internet company." Dai Guang asked again, "What's your relationship with Wu Banchang?" Su Kang was puzzled. "Wu class monitor. Was Wu teacher also the class monitor in university?" Wu Wanqiu said, "They're both students in my class." Dai Guang laughed and said, "As freshmen, you dare to enter the internet industry to start a business. I wonder if it's because you're young and fearless, or if it's because heroes are born young." Wu Wanqiu added, "It's both fearless like a calf and the wisdom of youth. Hesitating and being timid will never lead to anything in life. Mr. Wu, don't try to motivate me with that. That doesn't work on me." Su Kang heard this and his face fell. Dai Guang's face grew excited as he said, "Motivational tactics work on me. Let's just do it. Better to make mistakes than do nothing at all. At worst, we'll just waste a few years." Su Kang and the others all looked excited. The team had finally gained a new member. Wu Wanqiu suddenly asked, "By the way, what's in that folder?" Dai Guang opened the folder and said, "After I heard yesterday that you wanted to start a food delivery company, I got really excited. Last night, I quickly designed the app software and drew a rough sketch." Su Kang took a look and saw there were over a dozen pages, all hand-drawn. He exclaimed in surprise, "You designed the entire software in just one night? No way, it's just a preliminary plan." Dai Guang laid out the design sketches one by one on the bed and continued, "I drew inspiration from e-commerce platform apps and sketched out a simple version of our food delivery app." Su Kang said, "This is just for customers. I think we should at least have a separate app for merchants and another one for delivery personnel." Upon hearing this, Dai Guang couldn't help but look at Su Kang with newfound respect. Wu Banchang said he's been preparing for half a month. It must be true. He said, "You're right, but unfortunately we don't have enough time. Otherwise, I would have drawn rough sketches for all 3 apps." Wu Wanqiu said, "Being able to design one in a single night is already quite impressive." Su Kang sighed and said, "We still don't have enough people. This is just the front-end interface design for the software. There's still the order processing system, payment system, merchant management system, and other back-end development to do. That's what it takes to truly build a software system. Once the software is ready, how do we gain merchants' trust to list their food on our platform? That's another challenge. Once merchants list their food on the platform and users place orders, who will be assigned to deliver the meals promptly? That's another problem." Dai Guang had completely changed his perspective on Su Kang. He said, "I'm just a technical person. These issues are beyond my scope." Wang Nan said, "Actually, the hardest part is the first step. Once you find the right model, merchants will even come to us voluntarily to list their food on our platform, and more people will be willing to join the delivery team." Wang Nan continued, "At least in the early stages, we need to build a large marketing team and a delivery management team." Su Kang also said, "I've thought about this too. In the early stages, we'll have to offer discounts to merchants to attract them to join. Otherwise, when customers open our app and see only a few dishes, they'll just go downstairs for a bowl of hot dry noodles." The others laughed upon hearing this, but soon sighed, "Just a simple concession, how much money would that require?" Wu Wanqiu added, I think we should start with the area around our school first. The initial phase is an exploratory process, so we shouldn't invest too much. Later, we can expand from our school to Jiangcheng and eventually nationwide. Dai Guang said, take it step by step, steady and solid. I think it's feasible. The four of them chatted animatedly, exchanging ideas, until it was noon at 12:30. Dai Guang noticed that Su Kong had an elegantly dressed woman standing behind him and feared she might overhear confidential information. He asked, hello, who are you looking for? Su Kong was startled. Someone is behind me? He turned around abruptly, his furrowed brows relaxing into a smile as he exclaimed, Mom, you're here. Chapter 185, Like Mother, Like Son. Dai Guang was taken aback. Su Kong said he was a rich second-generation heir, so this must be the wealthy benefactor behind him. No wonder he has such a distinguished demeanor. Wang Nan and Wu Wanqiu hurriedly greeted Xinwan as well. Xinwan asked Wu Wanqiu, Mr. Wu, are your injuries serious? Wu Wanqiu shook her head and said, I'm fine. I'll be discharged after a few days in the hospital. Xinwan took out a set of keys and said, I heard that Mr. Wu still hasn't resolved his housing issue. I bought a second-hand apartment of over 100 square meters near the school and would like to give it to Mr. Wu as a token of gratitude for saving my son Xiaokong's life. Wu Wanqiu hurriedly said, Ms. Qin, Su Kong was in danger because of me. I should have taken the knife for him. A house worth several million yuan, I can't accept it. Xinwan shook her head and said, there aren't many people in this world who would risk their lives for him without hesitation. Su Kong took the keys from Xinwan and said, Mr. Wu, take them. Renting a place isn't a long-term solution, and besides, once your father-in-law is discharged from the hospital, he'll need a place to stay. Wu Wanqiu frowned and said, then consider it a loan from me. Su Kong laughed, why borrow? My mom isn't broke. Besides, today you introduced me to Dai Sr. and Dr. Hao. Even if my mom doesn't buy it, I'll pay for the house myself. If you give me a house, doesn't that mean you're keeping me? What's that? A rich second-generation heir keeping a poor, beautiful, single female mentor? Pfft, pfft, pfft. I'd rather take the house your mom gave me. Wu Wanqiu blushed and took the keys. Dai Guang, standing nearby, was stunned. I thought you just accidentally got hurt, but it turns out you were taking a bullet for a rich second-generation student? This story is way too melodramatic. Xinwan turned her head to look at Wang Nan's stomach and said, Xiao Nan, are you feeling okay now? Wang Nan nodded and said, besides sometimes not feeling very hungry, everything else is the same as usual. You should rest more now that you're pregnant. Dai Guang was stunned again. Pregnant in her first year of college? Are these people filming a melodramatic campus idol drama? Dai Guang checked the time and realized it was already 12:30 p.m. He said belatedly, everyone, I'm sorry. I only took half a day off today and need to return to the office. I'll submit my resignation this afternoon, and it'll probably take 3 or 4 days to hand over my work. Su Kong nodded. Coincidentally, Hao Jian also needed 3 days to respond. Xinwan said, let's eat lunch first before leaving. I've already asked someone to pick up food from the hospital cafeteria. Su Kong also smiled and said, that's right, Dai Sr. We've been talking for so long, and we haven't even discussed your salary and benefits yet. Dai Guang sat back down in his chair and said, the company is just starting out and facing some difficulties. The salary can be whatever you think is appropriate. That's not acceptable. As the company's first employee, in addition to your regular salary, I'll give you a 1% stake in the company. Dai Guang almost thought he had heard wrong, looking stunned and saying, Mr. Su, you mean you're giving me shares? Yes, that's correct. Dai Guang said again, if our company eventually succeeds, do you know how much that 1% of the shares will be worth? Su Kong said sincerely, no matter how much it's worth, what does that matter? I can't build this company alone. What I need is for everyone to unite and work together. Dai Guang looked at Su Kong with burning eyes, deeply moved. He said, when I was working before, the boss treated me like a beast of burden, and I treated myself like a beast of burden. I never thought that one day, as a worker, I could become a shareholder of the company. Wu Wanqiu smiled and said, that's what they call the oppressed singing their song. Mr. Wu, do you want to join us? If you join, I'll give you shares too. Wu Wanqiu was truly tempted. Though 1% of the shares seemed small, in a large internet company worth billions, the value of 1% was counted in the hundreds of millions. Wu Wanqiu smiled bitterly and said, don't tempt me. When I grow tired of my teaching job one day, I'll come to your company to retire. Su Kong had intended to persuade her further, promising to waive her debt if she joined his company, but the words stopped at his lips. Since Ms. Wu cherished her teaching career, he would respect her choice. Just then, Wang Gui and Li He walked in with 7 or 8 dishes. The hospital room had a bay window, so they placed the dishes on the windowsill. The group gathered around, standing while they ate, discussing the company's development issues. Wang Nan said, the biggest problem right now is the shortage of staff, especially technical personnel responsible for software development. It's urgent. Dai Guang said, I can ask my classmates, colleagues, and friends to help look, but I don't think many will be available. Wu Wanqiu said, actually, I have some friends, but they're not in Jiangcheng. I can mention this situation to President Zhang. He has much more resources than I do. Su Kang nodded. If Dean Zhang could help introduce some people, the initial technical staff should be sufficient. He said, as for the merchant side, I think relying solely on online and offline promotions isn't enough. We also need field staff to go and communicate with the merchants in person. Otherwise, why would the business owners trust us? Wang Nan said, if we're doing on-the-ground promotions, we'll need a lot of people. And who will manage them? No matter how many people we need, there's no way around it. I think this is a necessary cost that can't be cut. As for management, I have someone in mind. My former supervisor from when I worked part-time, Yu Qing. She has good communication skills and management abilities. Plus, she's already in Jiangchang. Wang Nan furrowed his brows and said, she's pregnant, she probably can't come. Su Kang asked in confusion, how do you know she's pregnant? I ran into her yesterday. Su Kang frowned again. Wu Wanqiu put down his bowl and said, don't you think the most urgent thing right now is to find a location for the company? Otherwise, we'll have to stand up to eat and stand up to hold meetings every day. At this, everyone burst into laughter. That's right, we need to find an office location first. Xin Wan had been listening quietly all along, but suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone turned to look at her. Had we said something childish? Xin Wan said, seeing you all so full of energy and enthusiasm reminds me of when I first started my business. I was just like you. Wang Nan asked, Aunt Xin, how old were you when you started your business? Xin Wan replied, just like you, right when I started university. Xin Wan paused for a moment before sighing, actually, starting a business requires capital, technology, and wisdom, but what's even more important is your kind of spirit, not afraid of difficulties and willing to give things a try. I'm sure you'll all succeed. Su Kang chuckled, of course. That's what they say, like mother, like daughter. Su Kang added some fish soup to everyone's bowls, then raised his bowl and said, to our future, cheers. Everyone raised their bowls and shouted, cheers. Chapter 186, If you don't approve, pay me back. After finishing a simple lunch, Dai Guang hurriedly left. Su Kang said, Mom, I have class this afternoon. After class, I plan to go to the real estate agency to find a suitable office space. What about you? Do you want to come with me? Go ahead. Zhang Auntie from Wang Nan's family just arrived at the villa today. I'll take Wang Nan back to the villa to rest. You can go help Wang Nan take a day off in the afternoon. My dear mother, asking for a day off at university isn't as simple as just telling the teacher. You need to get the counselor's signature. Su Kang and Wang Nan both looked at Wu Wanqiu. Wu Wanqiu said, it's okay, I happen to have a leave slip in my bag. Let me sign it for you. Su Kang was quite surprised. Last time, when Xiao Jun pretended to be sick and asked Wu Wanqiu to sign a leave slip, she refused. He didn't expect her to agree so readily today. He handed Wu Wanqiu's bag to her. Wu Wanqiu took out the leave slip and quickly filled it out. Su Kang took the leave slip and was about to head back to school. But then he heard Wu Wanqiu calling out from behind him, Su Kang. Su Kang turned around curiously. Wu Wanqiu said, I suddenly remembered that our school has a science and technology park in Guanggu. You could go there first and ask if there are any available office spaces. They offer various subsidy policies for college students from our school who want to start a business, and the rent would be much cheaper. Guanggu is the industrial hub of Jiangcheng, home to a concentration of high-tech industries. It's not far from the school and backed by the university, which would indeed make things much more convenient. Su Kang was quite tempted and asked, who should I contact? Wu Wanqiu took out her phone and said, I'll ask for you. 10 minutes later, Wu Wanqiu gave him a phone number and said, after school this afternoon, go find Zhang, the director. He's in charge of the Science and Technology Park. Su Kang nodded. Back in the school classroom, there were still 10 or so minutes before class started. Seeing that the classroom was empty, Su Kang decided to take out his phone and call Mr. Zhang. After the call connected, Su Kang spoke humbly, hello, may I speak with Mr. Zhang? Zhang Ji, yes, may I ask who is this? I'm a student at Jiangcheng University. I was wondering if there are any available office spaces in the Jiangcheng University Science and Technology Park? Zhang Ji perked up and asked, yes, are you planning to start a business? Yes, I plan to start an internet company. What is your estimated investment amount? How much office space do you need? The investment is around 50 million, and the larger the office space, the better. 50 million yuan in investment? That's no small amount. Which department is this genius from? Zhang Ji said, where are you now? At the school or the Science and Technology Park? Let's meet up and discuss it. Su Kang hurriedly replied, I have to go to class right now. Where are you, Zhang director? I'll come find you after class. Zhang Ji said, I'm at the industrial park. I'll wait for you there. After hanging up the phone, Su Kang felt much better knowing Zhang Ji was so enthusiastic. After waiting for a while, Xiao Jun and the others gradually entered the classroom. The chubby boy asked in surprise, Mr. Kong, why are you alone? Where's Mr. Wang? She's not feeling well and is resting at home. The chubby kid assumed Wang Nan was on her period and frowned, saying, today is Mr. Zhu's class. He takes attendance very carefully. Su Kang pulled out the sick note and said triumphantly, I have this. Xiao Jun's eyes widened in disbelief and said, no way, Ms. Wu actually signed the sick note? What's the relationship between her and Mr. Wang? The chubby kid also looked confused and said, so many people in our class asked Ms. Wu to sign their sick notes. Unless it's really important, she wouldn't approve it easily. Su Kang boasted, that's because I handled it. She daren't refuse. Su Kang thought to himself, if she doesn't approve it, she better give me my money back. Lin Feng exclaimed in awe, Mr. Kang is really impressive. Xiao Jun spat out, blowing your own trumpet isn't illegal, but back when you worked at Ms. Wu's company, you were scolded like a dog and didn't dare to say a word. Now you're here bragging. You're really shameless. The chubby boy added, exactly, a shameless scoundrel. Just as they were talking, Mr. Zhu walked to the podium. Su Kang quickly handed the leave slip to the teacher. Mr. Zhu glanced at it, said nothing, and began taking attendance. Su Kang returned to his seat and Xiao Jun whispered, Mr. Kang, can you get me a few more sick notes? Su Kang asked with a sideways glance, who did you just call shameless? I'm the one who's shameless. Who's shameless? I, Xiao Jun, am shameless. Su Kang asked with a smile, do you want the sick leave slips? Xiao Jun nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Go ask Mr. Wu yourself. Xiao Jun's face darkened. Damn it, are you mocking me? After school that afternoon, under Xiao Jun's murderous glare, Su Kang hurriedly ran away. That evening, Qinwan and Wang Nan were having dinner when the villa's front door suddenly opened. Su Kang walked in with a worried expression. Aunt Zhang hurriedly said, Mr. Su, come and eat. Su Kang forced a smile and greeted her, Aunt Zhang, you're here. He then noticed Zhao Rong at the table and said in surprise, Sister Zhao, you're here too. Zhao Rong chuckled and said, yes, Mr. Qin brought me here. Qinwan noticed Su Kang's poor state and asked with concern, Xiao Kang, didn't you say you were having dinner with Director Zhang outside? Why did you come back so early? Su Kang sat down at the table, sighed, and said, I don't know why. When I first met Director Zhang, he was quite enthusiastic, but as we talked further, his attitude became increasingly cold. In the end, he didn't explicitly say he would rent the 3-story office building to me. Qinwan laughed and turned to Zhao Rong, saying, Xiao Zhao, analyze this for me. Why did Director Zhang act so polite at first and then become so cold? Zhao Rong said, either Su Kang might have accidentally said something inappropriate during the conversation and offended Director Zhang. Or maybe Su Kang was too honest, making Director Zhang think he lacks capability, so he just went through the motions in the end. I personally think the second possibility is more likely. Su Kang thought back and realized that Zhao Rong was probably right. After answering Zhang's questions, his attitude had indeed become much more dismissive. Qinwan saw Su Kang looking dejected and comforted him, saying, you're only 18 years old, that's already very impressive. You just lack experience, it doesn't mean you're not capable. Su Kang said, but you also started your business at 18. Why are you comparing yourself to your mom? When it comes to making money, is there anyone in the country better than your mom? Su Kang was even more discouraged by her words. Zhao Rong smiled and said, Mr. Qin, why don't I go talk to Mr. Su tomorrow? No need, Qinwan said. I'll go myself tomorrow. Wang Nan, you come along too. This is going to be a hands-on lesson. Wang Nan nodded happily upon hearing this. Zhao Rong thought to herself secretly, this is all for her own son. Otherwise, someone like him isn't worth Mr. Qin going out of his way to visit. Chapter 187, Welcome Su Kang to the Science and Technology Park. The next morning after breakfast, Su Kang called Zhang, the director, but no one answered for half an hour. Finally, the phone prompted, the number you dialed is currently busy. Qinwan said, let's go. We'll just go to his office and find him. Li He had already been discharged from the hospital today. Li He and Wang Gui each drove a car, taking Qinwan and the others straight to the Jiangcheng University Science and Technology Park. Upon arrival, Su Kang led the group to Zhang Ji's office, but after knocking for a while, there was no response. Just then, a passing staff member said, Director Zhang went to the university today. If you need to see him, go to Jiangcheng University. Su Kang asked in confusion, is he still working at the university? That's right, he's the deputy dean of the Materials Science and Engineering College and is also responsible for investment promotion in the Science and Technology Park. So he's always running between the university and the Science and Technology Park. Got it, thanks. After the staff member left, Qinwan said, since we're already here, let's take a look at the office building first, then head to the school. Su Kang led the group to the adjacent building and said, currently, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of this building are all vacant. The 3rd floor alone has over 5,000 square feet and it's already fully renovated. Once we rent it, all we need to do is add desks and computers, and we can start working right away. Qinwan walked around the area and said, this place is decent, though it is a bit small. Yes, and because of my status as a student at Jiangcheng University, the rent isn't too high, and there are other policy incentives. I checked it out yesterday and was quite satisfied. Let's go then. Let's head to the university and have a proper discussion with Mr. Zhang. Qinwan said. The group arrived at the Materials Science and Engineering College of Jiangcheng University, asked around, and finally found Zhang's office. Qinwan knocked on the door. Zhang Ji's voice came from inside, come in. Xinhuan led Su Kong and Wang Nan inside, while Zhao Rong and the others waited outside. Zhang Ji, upon seeing Su Kong, said with some surprise, it's you. You two sit down first, I have something to attend to. After speaking, he buried his head in his work. Xinhuan gave Su Kong and Wang Nan a look, signaling them to sit down first. However, after waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, Zhang Ji continued to ignore Su Kong and the others. Xinhuan took a leather envelope from Su Kang's backpack and placed it on Zhang Ji's desk. Zhang Ji stopped writing and looked at Xinhuan in surprise. However, Xinhuan smiled and said, my son Su Kong is planning to start a company. These are the company documents. Please take a look, Director Zhang. Isn't that cigarettes? My mom actually said it's documents. Su Kong remained calm, observing Zhang Ji's reaction. Zhang Ji finally put down his pen, glanced at the leather bag, and asked, are you Su Kang's parent? Xinhuan replied, yes, I came today to continue discussing the matter of the office building in the Science and Technology Park. Zhang Ji said, actually, I already spoke with your son yesterday. I'll be straightforward, I don't have much confidence in your son's company. Could there be a misunderstanding here? Zhang Ji glanced at Su Kong and said, your company isn't even registered and you don't have any partners. You've only hired one engineer. You claim to have invested 50 million yuan, but you have no people, no factory, and no products. Where could that 50 million yuan have gone? If I bring you in and you just leave, I'll be held responsible. Su Kong finally understood why Zhang Zhuchu had changed his attitude so drastically yesterday. He was about to explain, but saw Xinhuan speak first. Director Zhang's concerns are understandable. Yesterday, my son Su Kong didn't explain everything clearly, so I'll fill in the gaps. First, this is my son's first venture, and he has sufficient funds for now, so he doesn't need partners at this stage. Second, this is an internet company, and we need professionals with specialized skills. Over the next 2 weeks, we will collaborate with Jiangcheng University to recruit around 30 to 40 graduates, including PhDs, master's, and bachelor's degree holders. Zhang Ji's eyes flickered, and he asked, are all these 30 to 40 graduates you mentioned computer science majors? Of course. After all, we're an internet company. Additionally, we'll need to hire at least 500 or 600 people for basic support roles. However, I'm only referring to the initial phase. Within a year, these numbers may increase tenfold. However, Xinhuan added, we need to secure an office space first. Otherwise, employees might think we're a fly-by-night operation and wouldn't dare to join us. Zhang Ji's face flushed slightly. This was a subtle jab at him. Xinhuan continued, of course, the Science and Technology Park is our first choice, but if Director Zhang really doesn't trust us, we'll have to look for other office buildings. The company needs to officially open within a month, and if we get stuck on the first step choosing an office location, it will affect the progress of our subsequent work. Zhang Ji grew tense upon hearing this. If the other party went to another office building to set up the company and then succeeded, it would mean he had severely neglected his duties. He paused for a moment and asked, are you really prepared to invest 50 million? Su Kong pulled out a bank card and said, there's 5 million in cash in this card. If Director Zhang doesn't believe me, we can go to the bank together right now to check. Zhang Ji looked at Su Kong, who seemed honest, and feared that there might indeed be 50 million yuan in the card. Xinhuan said calmly, 500 million is just the initial investment. Once the company's operations stabilize, we may increase the investment to 5 billion, or even more. Zhang Ji finally smiled and said, Su Kong is an outstanding student from Jiangcheng University. Since he dares to start a business, Jiangcheng University will be his backing in his home. On behalf of the Jiangcheng University Science and Technology Park, I welcome Su Kang's company to join us. After speaking, he placed the leather briefcase into the drawer and said, I will keep this document. Thank you, Su Kong and your parents. Su Kong exhaled deeply. The matter was finally settled. He said, thank you, Director Zhang, for your support. Supporting college students in entrepreneurship is my duty, it's only natural. Xinhuan checked the time and said, Director Zhang, it's almost lunchtime. Shall we find a quiet place near the school to eat and discuss the details? Zhang Ji agreed readily. Chapter 188, School Company Regulations Prohibit Alcohol During Lunch. The group returned to the Jiangcheng Flavor Hotel outside the school but were informed that all private rooms were already booked. Su Kong suggested changing locations, but Zhang Ji said, Su Kong, you have class this afternoon and I have to work. We can just stay in the lobby. There's no need to look for another hotel. Su Kong smiled and said, alright, I'll follow Zhang's lead. Su Kong ordered the dishes, and Zhao Rong pulled out a bottle of Maotai from somewhere. Xinhuan smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, we won't drink too much at noon. Just a little. Zhang Ji, who also loved wine, politely declined, Ms. Qin, really, there's no need. The school has rules no alcohol during the day. Let's just have a little. Xinhuan said, alright, then we'll just drink a little. Drink as much as you can, no forcing or pressuring. Zhang Ji just said that, anyway he had to go to the science park in the afternoon and wasn't worried about the school finding out. Zhao Rong opened the bottle cap and except for Wang Nan, the other four each got a glass. Soon, the dishes were served. Xinhuan raised her glass and said, Mr. Zhang, from now on, my son Sukong will be based at the Science and Technology Park. I hope you can give him some guidance and support in the future. Zhang Ji hurriedly replied, Sukong is a student from my school. There's no need for Ms. Qin to remind me. I'll do my best to help whenever I can. Thank you very much. After speaking, Xinhuan and Zhang Ji both took a sip. After eating a few bites, Zhang Ji raised his glass towards Sukong and said, Sukong, I was a bit disrespectful yesterday. I apologize. Sukong lowered his glass and said, Director Zhang is too kind. It was my fault for not explaining clearly yesterday. Zhang Ji observed Sukong's actions and was quite impressed. This student not only comes from a powerful family but is also humble and modest in his dealings with others, neither arrogant nor impatient. He is a promising talent. Zhao Rong also raised her wine glass and said, Director Zhang, I'd like to toast you as well. Let's keep in touch in the future. Sukong was taken aback. What did Zhao Rong mean by that? Could it be? Zhang Ji had only met Zhao Rong for about 10 minutes, but from her demeanor, he could tell she was also a high-ranking official. Yet she was so polite to Sukong and his mother. He asked Zhao Rong curiously, May I ask what your relationship is with Sukong? Xinhuan explained, Xiao Zhao used to be my secretary. Later, she assisted my son Xiaokong in establishing the company. So she has been staying in Jiangqing for a long time. Sukong was both surprised and moved. Sister Zhao is my mother's right-hand assistant. She sent Sister Zhao here to help me start my business. She really is fully committed to supporting me. Just a secretary? Zhang Ji was surprised. He asked Xinhuan in a low voice, May I ask what business you are in, Miss Qin? My business is quite diverse: real estate, medical equipment, logistics and warehousing, and more. The company headquarters is in Kyoto. Wow, that's a major corporation. Zhang Ji said, So you're the big boss, Miss Qin. My apologies. Xinhuan smiled and said, What big boss? I'm just working myself to death for my children. Everyone at the table looked at Sukong simultaneously. Sukong blushed, lowered his head to eat, but his eyes kept glancing at Wang Nan's stomach. Zhang Ji chuckled, We parents are all the same, working for our children. After eating a few more bites, Zhang Ji suddenly pulled out his phone and said, Mr. Qin, would it be convenient to exchange contact information? If I ever go to Beijing, I'd like to visit your company for a tour and learn more. Xinhuan paused upon hearing this. Her contact list was almost full, and she rarely added new contacts unless they were important people. Zhao Rong, who was smooth and diplomatic, immediately said, Mr. Zhang, Ms. Qin is very busy. To avoid being rude to you, you can add my contact information instead. Being rejected outright, Zhang Ji's face turned slightly red. He said, It's no problem, but thought to himself, It's not that she's too busy, she just doesn't think I'm worth her time. Xinhuan smiled indulgently and said, It's just adding a contact. No problem. I'll give you my number, please save it, Director Zhang. Zhang Ji's face lit up, but just as he unlocked his phone, he heard a commotion at the hotel entrance. Several people turned their heads out of curiosity and saw a middle-aged man in white being surrounded by a group of people. Zhao Rong's eyes lit up and she whispered to Xinhuan, Miss Qin, that's Tang Jia from the Jiangcheng branch. Tang Jia had been chatting with the people beside him, but when he caught sight of Zhao Rong out of the corner of his eye, he paused for a moment before excitedly pushing aside the others and walking over. He greeted her enthusiastically, Ms. Zhao, why didn't you let me know you were coming to Jiangcheng? How's Miss Qin been lately? Xinhuan turned around and said, As long as you all work diligently and responsibly, I'm fine. Tang Jia finally noticed Xinhuan and dared not breathe heavily, stammering, Ms. Qin, the issues you mentioned last time, we are currently addressing them. Zhang Ji suddenly stood up and hurriedly put his wine glass aside. Everyone was confused by his sudden actions. Then they heard him say, Principal Li, are you here for dinner too? Everyone followed his gaze and saw an elderly man with glasses following behind Tang Jia. He asked Zhang Ji, Mr. Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Ji hurriedly explained, This student is named Sukong. He is preparing to move into our science and technology park, so I came out to welcome him. Principal Li glanced at the wine glass and said with a hint of displeasure, Our school has a clear rule, no alcohol during lunch. If there's a reception, it should be arranged for the evening. Otherwise, walking into the classroom drunk in the afternoon, what kind of example would that set? Zhang Ji explained in a low voice, Principal Li, I have no classes this afternoon because I'm going to the science and technology park. That's still not allowed. Zhang Ji looked dejected and nodded repeatedly. Xinhuan stood up and said, Principal Li, this isn't Zhang's fault. He did say that drinking alcohol is not allowed during lunch, but we insisted, so he had no choice but to pour a glass. Principal Li asked in confusion, Who are you? Tang Jia hurriedly introduced, This is Mr. Qin. Upon hearing this, Principal Li paid no mind to Xinhuan, but he currently needed Tang Jia's help. Since she was his acquaintance, he had to give her some face. He turned to Zhang Ji and said, This is a one-time exception. After speaking, Principal Li turned back to Tang Jia and said, Mr. Tang, let's go upstairs quickly. The food and wine are already prepared. Tang Jia, upon hearing this, felt nervous and clenched his toes tightly. He stammered, Principal Li, don't say that. Our company strictly prohibits drinking alcohol during lunch. Let's just have some food. After speaking, he glanced nervously at Qin. Principal Li was completely baffled. What on earth is going on here? Zhao Rong and Su Kang couldn't help but laugh at Tang Jia's expression. Qin also smiled and said, Tang Jia, it's okay to have a drink today. Tang Jia felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders and said, alright, Ms. Qin. Chapter 189, can I add an extra pair of chopsticks? Principal Li took another look at Qin. This person can give Tang Jia such direct instructions, her status must be higher than his. Qin asked Tang Jia, what are you two doing? Ms. Qin, our branch office is preparing to donate 100 million yuan in cash to Zhengcheng University. This matter has already been reported to the headquarters in Beijing. Zhao Rong said to Qin, Mr. Qin, this is indeed the case and you have already signed off on it. Qin nodded and asked, where will this 100 million yuan be used? Principal Li was a seasoned veteran. He had long since realized that this Ms. Qin was the real boss, so he hurriedly said, Ms. Qin, it will mainly be used for updating experimental equipment, renovating teaching buildings, and providing scholarships and grants for students. Qin paused for a moment and said, Tang Jia, rewrite the application and submit it to headquarters, increasing the donation amount from 100 million to 300 million. Got it, Ms. Qin. Zhang Ji was speechless. A boss who could casually donate hundreds of millions was actually coming here to discuss a project worth tens of millions with him. This was like a fairy tale. Principal Li was overjoyed inside. This was all performance metrics. He said, on behalf of the over 20,000 faculty and students of Zhengcheng University, I thank Mr. Qin for his generous donation. Qin said indifferently, no need to thank me. After all, my son is studying here, and I hope your university will continue to thrive. Tang Jia looked curiously at Su Kang. This is the famous Prince Su Kang? He looks pretty ordinary. I guess I'll have to butter him up more in the future. Principal Li immediately flattered Su Kang, saying, this must be Mr. Qin's son, right? He truly is a handsome young man, a true gem. Su Kang felt a bit uneasy inside. Money really does make the world go round. I've never heard anyone compliment my appearance before, and this person is even the principal of a university. Principal Li continued, Mr. Qin, have the details for your company's relocation to the science park been finalized? Why don't we head up to the second floor and discuss it over a meal? Qin replied casually, no need. This is my son's newly established company, and we've already discussed most of the details with Jean Director. Besides, I prefer a quiet environment, too much commotion isn't my style. Seeing Qin's response, Principal Li turned to Zhang Ji and said, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Qin's son has chosen to start his business in our science and technology park, which is a sign of trust in us. Please cooperate fully. If there are any requests from the other party within your scope of responsibility, please fulfill them to the best of your ability. If they are beyond your scope, report them to me, and I will find a solution. All the work is for me to do, but you get to say all the nice things. Zhang Ji cursed Principal Li in his heart but said aloud, alright, I understand. Su Kang, feel free to let me know if you have any requests, and I'll do my best to accommodate them. Su Kang said, I don't have any specific requests. I just wanted to ask about the rent. Around 800,000 yuan per year. After deducting policy subsidies, the actual amount may only be 600,000 yuan. These figures were transparent, and Zhang Ji stated them honestly. For such a large area, 600,000 yuan a year isn't too bad. Su Kang was about to agree happily when Principal Li interrupted, Su Kang is Mr. Qin's son. Don't charge market price. The rent will be free for the first 3 years, and 400,000 yuan per year starting from the 4th year. After speaking, he turned to Qin and asked, what do you think, Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin replied indifferently, the rent is a drop in the bucket compared to the total investment of the project. Let's stick to the market rate. There's no need for special treatment. Principal Li's smile froze on his face. Zhang Ji felt a sense of satisfaction. Serves him right for flattering the wrong person. Principal Li was a man of few words. He quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, alright, let's go with the market rate. Su Kang, do you have any other requests? Su Kang hurriedly waved his hands and said, nothing else for now. Principal Li took out his phone and said, Mr. Qin, would it be convenient to exchange contact information? Qin replied indifferently, no need. My phone's contact list is almost full. If there's anything, just contact Tang Jia. Being rejected outright, even Principal Li, with his thick skin, felt rather awkward. He walked back to Su Kang and said, Su Kang, let's exchange contact information. If you ever encounter any difficulties at our school, feel free to reach out to me. Having such a powerful figure looking out for him would indeed make things much easier. Su Kang gladly gave out his phone number. Tang Jia quietly took out her phone and saved Su Kang's number. Principal Li turned to Wang Nan, this girl sitting here must have a special relationship with Su Kang. He asked cautiously, is this student also from Zhengcheng University? Wang Nan stood up and said, hello, Principal Li. My name is Wang Nan and I'm from the computer science department. Principal Li asked again, are you and Su Kang classmates? Wang Nan glanced at Su Kang and nodded. Su Kong didn't want Wang Nan to be looked down upon, so he said, Principal Lee, she's not only my girlfriend but also the owner of an e-commerce company, and she's worth several hundred million now. Zhang Ji was startled again. He had thought this young lady was so quiet and reserved, but she was actually so wealthy. Principal Lee exclaimed in surprise, these students today are truly remarkable. They're all hidden talents, keeping their abilities under wraps. Wang Nan said, Principal Lee is too kind. I owe everything to Aunt Qin and Su Kong. Without their support, I wouldn't have achieved any of this. Xinwan smiled and said, don't be so modest. You're truly outstanding. Principal Lee also said, Ms. Qin is right. Young people should be humble, but not overly so. Wang Nan, let's exchange contact information. After adding Wang Nan's contact information, Principal Lee glanced at the food on the table and said, Ms. Qin, there's so much food left. Would you mind if we add another set of chopsticks? Fearing Ms. Qin might refuse, he quickly added, first, it's about being thrifty and not wasting food. Second, since we hit it off so well, I'd like to communicate more and get to know each other better. Xinwan couldn't refuse the thick-skinned Principal Lee and nodded in agreement. Principal Lee was delighted and immediately brought over a chair to sit next to Su Kong. He called out to the people behind him, Director Liu, take Mr. Tang to the second floor and give him a proper welcome. Tang Jia stood by, muttering to herself, what an old fool. When he didn't see Mr. Qin, he kept calling me Mr. Tang, but now that Mr. Qin is here, he's pushed me aside and doesn't even acknowledge me. Xinwan smiled and said, no need. Tang Jia, bring a chair over here too. After we finish eating, you can give me an update on the current situation at the Jiangcheng branch. Alright, sure. Tang Jia happily brought over a chair and sat down next to Su Kong. The remaining dozen or so people stared at each other. With the two main characters absent, what was the point of continuing the meal? Chapter 190, A Genius Beyond Compare. With Principal Lee and Tang Jia joining them, they ordered 2 more dishes and opened a bottle of wine. It must be said that Principal Lee had some skill. He was witty and charming at the table, livening up the atmosphere. An hour later, the dinner finally ended. Everyone exchanged polite farewells and went their separate ways. Zhang Ji sat in the car, feeling a bit dizzy. His colleague Xiao Zhao was driving, having come specially to pick him up and take him to the science park. Seeing that Zhang Ji had drunk quite a bit and was feeling dizzy in the car, Xiao Zhao said, Director Zhang, didn't Principal Lee say you could go home and rest this afternoon? Why do you still need to go to the science and technology park? Zhang Ji sighed and said, there's so much to do every day I can't skip it. Besides, the lease contract with Su Kong is significantly different from previous ones. I need to review it personally and get it finalized as soon as possible. Xiao Zhao was a bit surprised. Yesterday, Zhang Ji hadn't seemed particularly concerned about Su Kong, but today his attitude had changed so much. Plus, when they left, even Principal Lee looked like he was trying to curry favor. He whispered, Director Zhang, is this Su Kong student exceptionally talented? Zhang Ji gave a faint hum and fell silent. He considered himself a standout among the school's many elite professors, both in academic ability and work efficiency. Yet, despite his years of effort, he had remained stuck at the position of deputy dean, unable to advance further. After much effort, he had finally secured the position of director at the Science and Technology Park. While he had plenty of responsibilities, any credit for achievements went to his superiors, while he bore the blame for any mistakes. He had a vague feeling that Su Kong might be his lucky break. His phone suddenly vibrated. A message had arrived. Zhang Ji picked it up and felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress a smile. It was a string of phone numbers from Su Kong, followed by a message, Director Zhang, my mother wasn't able to give you my phone number at the dinner, so she asked me to send it to you now. Please keep it safe. Zhang Ji quickly saved the number, further confirming the feeling in his heart. Meanwhile, Su Kong, who had already returned to the villa, had just finished sending the message to Zhang Ji when his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Wu Wanshou, containing only the home address of Hao Jian. Su Kong was thrilled and said to Wang Nan, I need to go find Dr. Hao this afternoon. You can go to class alone and let Xiao Jun know to sign in for me. Dr. Hao said he'd respond in 3 days, didn't he? Plus, you've had a few drinks. Just a little over a cup. It's fine. Su Kong said worriedly, I'm just afraid these technical experts have some quirky personalities. If he gets poached by another company, that would be a big loss. Should you tell your mom about this? Su Kong saw that Qin Wan's door was closed and said, my mom is taking a nap. Tell her for me when she wakes up. Wang Nan obediently said, alright, be careful. Su Kong took Li He with him and hurried out the door. Following Wu Wanshou's address, they successfully located Hao Jian's villa after 20 minutes. The villa wasn't very large, but it had a spacious yard filled with flowers and plants. Su Kong told Li He to wait in the car while he carried a fruit basket to the door. Dr. Hao, are you home? Su Kong knocked on the door while calling out. The room was completely silent, with no sound at all. Su Kong sighed inwardly, Dr. Hao isn't home, is he? Could he really be like Liu Bei, needing 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Just as Su Kong was feeling helpless, the door creaked open. A teenage girl sat on a bicycle, staring curiously at Su Kong and asked, are you looking for my father, Hao Jian? Yes, that's right. I have something to discuss with him. Su Kong replied excitedly. After speaking, Su Kong couldn't help but glance at the girl's legs. This girl's legs are still intact. Could she have some kind of illness? Hao Qingqing noticed Su Kong staring at her legs and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. She said, I'm sorry, my legs aren't very convenient, so I'm a bit slow. Su Kong snapped out of it and quickly looked away, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Hao Qingqing turned her wheelchair back toward the living room while saying, it's okay, I'm used to it. Come in and sit for a while. My father will be back soon. Are you alone at home? Yes, usually my dad is with me. What about your mom? A year ago, there was a car accident. My mom passed away, and my legs are like this now. Hao Qingqing spoke casually, but Su Kong felt uneasy hearing it. He saw Hao Qingqing pushing her wheelchair toward the water dispenser to pour tea and hurriedly said, let me do it. Hao Qingqing gave a faint smile and said, it's okay, I've been doing this for a long time. Su Kong felt a sense of relief. The greatest respect for the disabled is not to treat them as disabled. She poured a cup of water, handed it to Su Kong, and said, brother, have some tea. Su Kong took the cup and asked, didn't you go to school? Hao Qingqing shook her head and said, school is boring, so I don't want to go. She must have faced a lot of strange looks at school. Su Kong asked, aren't you bored at home by yourself? Bored, so I've been learning programming with my dad. Su Kong was surprised and said, you're learning programming too? Yeah, my dad gave me a task yesterday, and I'm working on it right now. Can I take a look? Su Kong saw her big eyes staring at him and smiled, saying, don't worry, I'll just take a quick look. I won't copy your hard work. Hao Qingqing smiled, revealing 2 dimples, and said, big brother, you're the boss, of course you can look. Su Kong asked in disbelief, do you know who I am? You're Su Kong, right? Su Kong was stunned and asked, did your dad show you my photo? No, he just said there's a student named Su Kong who wants him to come out and start a business together, so he told me to design the front end for a food delivery app. Then how did you know I was Su Kong? I just guessed. Hao Qingqing led Su Kong into the study, where the computer screen was indeed displaying rows of code. At Su Kang's current level, he couldn't understand it either. But he pretended to know what he was looking at, constantly scrolling the mouse wheel and muttering, not bad, not bad. Brother, you haven't even clicked run yet, and you're already saying it's good? Su Kong felt extremely embarrassed. Run? Which button do I click to run it? Can unfinished code even run? I'm just a freshman who has only been in school for a few months. The teacher hasn't even covered this yet. Hao Qingqing didn't seem to notice Su Kang's embarrassment and said, brother, let me try. Su Kong quickly stepped aside. Hao Qingqing tapped a few times, and soon a screen appeared. It was clearly an app login interface. A moment later, a food ordering interface popped up. Su Kong was utterly shocked and asked, how long have you been learning programming? About 10 months, I think. Holy crap, 10 months and you're already this good? No wonder you could guess my identity. You're a genius, a prodigy. I'm starting to wonder if you didn't go to school because you were bullied, or because you thought the knowledge there was too basic and you didn't want to go. Chapter 191, My dad is way more impressive than me. Just as they were talking, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from outside. Qingqing, come out quickly. Dad bought your favorite durian. Coming. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Kong and Hao Qingqing emerged from the study together. Hao Jiangang had just finished changing his shoes when he looked up and saw Su Kong. Surprised, he asked, Su Kong, what are you doing at my house? Mr. Wu gave me your address. Dr. Hao, I apologize for the sudden visit. Hao Jian noticed the fruit basket on the coffee table and guessed it was brought by Su Kong. He placed the fruits on the coffee table and said to Su Kong, it's okay, please sit down. I'll wash the fruits. Hao Jian picked up the fruits from the coffee table, washed them, and placed them back on the table. He then sat down on the sofa next to Su Kong. Hao Qingqing pushed the wheelchair over to Hao Jian's side. Su Kong spoke up, I came here today to invite you to join my team. I understand. Actually, I was already tempted yesterday. On one hand, I want to fulfill my ambitions. On the other hand, I need money to treat Qingqing's legs. However, you've seen my current situation. With Qingqing like this, I can't fully commit to work. So I want to arrange Qingqing's daily life as soon as possible in the next few days. But so far, I haven't found a suitable person. Su Kong asked, what about hiring a caregiver? Hao Jian shook his head and said, Qingqing's situation is a bit special. She can occasionally stand up, but she has no strength and can't walk. The doctor said that her legs need to be massaged regularly to promote blood circulation. Otherwise, in a few years, she won't even be able to stand up. I've been asking around the market these past few days, but there are very few nannies who know how to massage. Oh, Dad, just go. I'm already this old, do I still need someone to take care of me? Qingqing pouted. Hao Jian sighed and said, you're just being stubborn. Your legs are already like this, and you don't want anyone to take care of you. Even basic daily tasks are a problem. What's the problem? I'm alone at home. I eat, drink, and take care of myself. Isn't that fine? Besides, my legs are already like this. I've gotten used to it. Don't keep fantasizing about curing my legs. If you really have money, why not take me around the world to travel? Then my life would be worth it. Hao Jian couldn't argue with her inside again. Su Kong asked, can Qingqing's legs be cured? How much would it cost? There's no such technology in China right now. I looked it up, and there's a hospital in the United States that has successfully treated a few cases like hers, but the treatment costs over 10 million yuan. Pang Qingqing scoffed, the success rate is less than 30%. Are we just going to give them our money and let them use me as a guinea pig? Less than 30%? That probability is indeed too low. Su Kong asked, have you tried traditional Chinese medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine? Hao Jian said, to be honest, I've never really trusted traditional Chinese medicine. You can't say that. Sometimes traditional Chinese medicine can work miracles. I know a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who specializes in difficult cases. Why don't you give it a try? Where is he? Kyoto. Hao Jian shook his head and said, thank you, Su Kong. Kyoto is too inconvenient. Let's just forget about it. Su Kong sighed helplessly. It seems I'll have to invite that master to Jiangcheng after all. Seeing Su Kong lower his head in silence, Hao Jian smiled and said, Mr. Su, it's rare for you to value me so highly. Rest assured, I will definitely join your team. Su Kong heard this and showed a delighted expression. He then noticed Hao Qingqing beside him and asked, what about Hao Qingqing? What should we do? Overtime will be the norm. I'll just rent an apartment near the company. Su Kong suddenly had an idea and said, why don't I arrange the largest office for you? We can renovate it and add a bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen. You can bring Hao Qingqing to the company, and this way, work and life won't interfere with each other. Hao Jian was stunned and said, is that possible? Why not? Su Kong said happily. If Hao Qingqing wants to go to school, I can use my connections to find a school near the company. Going to school isn't necessary. She is too proud, and with her legs like that, she is always the target of bullying. Su Kong fell silent. Hao Qingqing was too smart, yet she lacked the ability to protect herself. It was like a child walking down the street with a large sum of money. During the day, under the sun, perhaps no one would dare to touch it. But once night fell and the wind blew, the ugliness of human nature would be exposed. Hao Jian asked Hao Qingqing, Qingqing, would you like to live with me at the company? Hao Qingqing replied, I'd love to. After saying that, she turned to Su Kong and asked, brother, can I work as a programmer at your company? Su Kong replied happily, of course you can. I'll even pay you a salary. Really? How much will I get paid? 15,000 a month. How about that? My goodness, that's so high. Hao Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. My dad said with my skills, I could only make 3,000 a month at most. Are you just feeling sorry for me and offering such a high salary on purpose? Su Kong looked at Hao Jian. Is that how you deceive your own daughter? Hao Jian awkwardly smiled and said, Qingqing, don't be silly. Work isn't like the homework I give you. There can't be any mistakes. You can help out and gain some experience, but don't expect a salary. Hao Qingqing heard this and lowered her head in disappointment. Su Kong smiled and said, don't listen to your father. Your abilities are better than most college graduates. The salary I offered you is actually quite generous. Hao Qingqing smirked triumphantly and stuck out her tongue at Hao Jian. She suddenly asked, what about my dad? How much does he make? Su Kong said, your dad makes about the same as you. What? My dad is way more capable than me. This little girl is still siding with her father. Hao Jian said, the company hasn't generated any revenue yet, so we have to save wherever we can. Though he said this, his tone and expression betrayed a sense of disappointment. Su Kong hurriedly said, Dr. Hao, you've misunderstood. I prepared 3% of the shares specifically for you. Hao Jian exclaimed in surprise, what? 3% of the shares? Do you know how much 3% of a large internet company is worth? Su Kong smiled and said, the value isn't determined by me, it's decided by our team. If we succeed, it's worth a fortune. If we fail, it's worth nothing. Hao Jian choked up and said, Mr. Su, I'm not good with emotional speeches. Just watch my performance in the future. Su Kong laughed, just looking at how impressive Hao Qingqing is, you must be quite the father. Chapter 192, better to keep a low profile. Half an hour later, Su Kong emerged from Hao Jian's house in a good mood, got into the car, and waved goodbye to Hao Jian and his daughter. Li He said, Mr. Su seems so happy. Did the talks go smoothly? Su Kong smiled and said, yes, Dr. Hao has agreed to join my team. Li He said with concern, will he change his mind? Su Kong replied confidently, someone like him, a pure technical engineer, either doesn't speak up or keeps his word once he does. Besides, the terms I offered weren't exactly low. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. It was Zhang Ji calling. Su Kong wondered, could something have gone wrong? Hello, Director Zhang, is there something wrong? Zhang Ji, who had had too much to drink, slurred, Su Kong, I've sent the electronic contract to your WeChat. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be adjusted. Su Kong replied excitedly, so fast? I'll take a look right away. Su Kong hung up the phone and opened the file, which contained over 20 pages. Su Kong read through it word by word. In addition to stipulating the normal rights and obligations of both parties, the contract also included many additional benefits such as the technology park providing financial guarantees, offering 30 million yuan in low-interest park loans to enterprises, and providing one-stop entrepreneurial services such as business registration and talent training. It also stated that enterprises would be given priority in applying for government policies at all levels. Additionally, if the company provides job opportunities for graduates of Jiangcheng University, the park will subsidize each employee with 1,500 yuan per month and will also seek additional subsidies from higher-level authorities. Su Kong grew increasingly delighted, unable to contain his excitement. He forwarded the document to Qin Wan and called her immediately. "Hello, Mom, the contract from Director Jiang has been sent over. Could you take a look and give me your opinion? Have you reviewed it yourself?" "I have. The various preferential policies are very attractive. If you think it's okay, I want to head to the Science and Technology Park right now to sign the contract." Qin Wan joked, "Even when others are getting married, they're not as eager as you." Su Kong laughed and said, "What can I do? I just feel so excited right now, I can't stop." Qin Wan said, "Having passion is a good thing, but with Mom backing you up, there's no need to push yourself so hard. Come back early tonight, I've prepared some nourishing soup for you in Wangnan." A warm wave washed over Su Kong as he replied, "Got it, Mom. Also, forward this document to Xiao Zhao. She's been with me for years and is very familiar with such matters. Plus, she'll be stationed in Jiangcheng from now on to help manage the company. It's important for her to be involved in such matters." "Got it. Understood. Alright, that's all. I'll get back to you once I've reviewed it." Su Kong nodded and hung up the phone. He then sent the document to Zhao Rong, exchanged a few words with her, and hung up. Su Kong returned to Zhang Ji's office in the science park. The door was ajar, and Su Kong peered inside through the crack, seeing him resting with his head on the desk. Su Kong stepped back. Li He asked curiously, "Mr. Su, is he not here?" Su Kong replied, "He drank quite a bit at lunch and was rushing to finish the contract. He's resting inside. I'll go in later." Li He said, "Mr. Su is truly kind-hearted. This Zhang director is just a minor official, it's not worth waiting outside the door for him." Su Kong laughed and said, "People themselves have no inherent hierarchy of nobility or lowliness, it is only their status and wealth that divide them into different classes. But this world has never had a 1,000-year-old dynasty, nor a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. It's all about one generation rising and another falling. Therefore, as a person, one should remain humble. Don't overestimate yourself and never underestimate others." Li He sighed, "Su Gongzi's perspective is truly admirable." Su Kong laughed, "Enough flattery. We're old friends, there's no need to butter me up." Li He smiled upon hearing this. This Su Gongzi might just surpass Qinzong and reach even greater heights. "Su Kong, are you here to see Zhang director again?" A man approached with some documents. This man had seen Su Kong a few times before he had even driven Zhang Ji away earlier that day. Su Kong didn't know his name, so he addressed him as, "Yes, sir. I saw Director Zhang resting inside, so I didn't want to disturb him." No sooner had he finished speaking than footsteps could be heard coming from the office. Zhang Ji opened the door, looking flustered, and said, "Sorry, Su Kong, I accidentally dozed off. Please come in." Su Kong smiled and said, "Director Zhang, you've been working hard. We just arrived." After everyone sat down, Zhang Ji asked, "Su Kong, have you reviewed the contract? Are there any adjustments needed?" Su Kong replied, "Overall, I'm satisfied. There are just a few details that need to be modified. The revised contract has already been sent to your WeChat. Please take a look, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Ji opened the file on his computer and was increasingly surprised. While there weren't many changes, they were all highlighted in red with annotations, making them easy to understand. If that were all, even an ordinary clerk could have done it, and it wouldn't have been enough to surprise Zhang Ji. The key was the content of the revisions. Although only a word or two had been changed, they made the legal responsibilities of the second party, the Science and Technology Park, more standardized while also mitigating the legal risks for the first party, Su Kong. To catch these details in such a short time, the other team must either have a professional legal advisor or someone with exceptional expertise. Zhang Ji sighed, "Your team really is full of talent." Su Kong asked, "Does Director Zhang have any objections to the revised contract?" "No, let's proceed with this revised version." Zhang Ji then asked, "Shall we sign now?" "Exactly." Zhang Ji had someone print out the contract. Both parties quickly reviewed it before signing and stamping it. Of course, Su Kong, whose company hadn't been established yet, placed his fingerprint instead. Zhang Ji handed Su Kong a copy of the contract and smiled, saying, "Welcome to Jiangcheng University Science and Technology Park, Su Kong." Su Kong also smiled and said, "From now on, we're neighbors. Please give me your guidance, Director Zhang." Zhang Ji added, "However, Su Kong, you should also register your company and brand trademark as soon as possible. If you're busy, just provide me with the company name and other details, and we'll handle the business registration for you." After all, we've done this many times before, so it's second nature to us. Su Kang nodded and said, "Thank you, Director Zhang. I'll discuss the company name and trademark with my family tonight and get back to you tomorrow morning." Alright. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ji, another matter was settled and Su Kang felt much lighter. However, he soon thought about the personnel issue and furrowed his brows again. For technical personnel in the computer field, I can go to President Zhang, he should have a solution. But who can I trust to be the head of the field marketing team? And the delivery staff will be a large team, who should I find to manage them? Su Kang pressed his temples in frustration. Forget it, my mom is waiting for me at home. I'll go home and eat first. Chapter 193, The Charm of Home. Half an hour later, the sky had grown dim, and stars twinkled in the night sky. A gentle evening breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Su Kang stood at the villa's entrance, seeing the lights inside shining brightly, with occasional bursts of laughter drifting out. Su Kang felt a warm surge in his heart. This must be the charm of home. Su Kang took out his keys and opened the door. Inside, Xinwan, Zhao Rong, Wang Nan, and two aunts were sitting together chatting about everyday matters. Upon seeing Su Kang return, Wang Nan hurriedly stood up to greet him. She said, "Su Kang, you're back. Everyone's been waiting for you to come home for dinner." Su Kang smiled and asked, "What were you talking about? You were laughing so happily. I could hear you from outside." Wang Nan teased, "We're not telling you." Xinwan said, "We were discussing names for Wang Nan's unborn child." "Just naming a baby? Why are you laughing so much?" Wang Nan blushed and said, "They came up with them, and none of them are proper." Su Kang laughed and said, "How inappropriate. Tell me." Wang Nan pushed Su Kang toward the dining table and said, "Why are you prying so much? Hurry up and get ready to eat." Su Kang felt a pang of sadness in his heart. If it's an ectopic pregnancy, wouldn't that be a false hope? Aunt Zhang and Aunt Lu brought the dishes to the table, and everyone sat down. Xinwan personally served Wang Nan a bowl of black chicken soup and said, "Wang Nan, you're pregnant. You need to eat more nutritious food." Wang Nan smiled and said, "Thank you, Aunt Xin." Su Kang asked, "Mom, what about mine?" Xinwan glared at him and said, "Do you want me to feed it to you?" Su Kang grinned and said, "I guess that's okay." Su Kang had expected Xinwan to scold him for being shameless, but to his surprise, she took the bowl and also poured him a bowl of chicken soup. Su Kang took the bowl and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mom. I love you." Xinwan's face turned red. She was actually a bit embarrassed by Su Kang's words. She forced herself to stay calm and asked, "Have you signed the contract yet?" When it came to business, Su Kang became serious and said, "It's signed. I signed it based on the version Zhao Jie sent me." Su Kang took a sip of chicken soup and added, "But so far, the company name hasn't been decided yet, and the rest also the trademark. You guys were brainstorming names earlier, right? Keep going and help me come up with a catchy name and trademark for the company." Xinwan was surprised and said, "You haven't thought of anything in all this time?" "Of course I have. The company name I came up with is Zhengcheng Keng Yunnan Network Technology Company, Limited." A few people chuckled and turned to look at Wang Nan. Wang Nan blushed slightly and lowered her head to drink her chicken soup. Why not just register directly? Why say it in front of so many people? That's so embarrassing. Xinwan suppressed a laugh and said, "That's a nice name, quite meaningful. Let's go with that." "Hee hee, I think it's good too. I've already thought of a trademark name, Shower Network. What do you think?" Zhao Rong said, "That trademark is really great. Shao Air means waiter, and it's simple and easy to remember. The advertising slogans will be easy to come up with." Xinwan nodded and said, "The name Shao Air humbles oneself and gives a warm and hospitable impression. It's definitely suitable." Su Kang added, "Don't you want a couple of nice-sounding names?" Xinwan laughed and said, "You're the company boss, you decide." Su Kang, thinking about the severe shortage of staff and management, said, "Mom, I want to borrow someone from you." "Who?" "Li Xiaoqin. She was the mentor who taught me when I was doing part-time work selling houses." Xinwan asked curiously, "She's just a junior employee. Why do you need her?" "I want to hire her for merchant operations, mainly to negotiate partnerships with various restaurants. This is a crucial position. Are you sure you want to entrust it to someone with no management experience?" "Mom." Su Kang interrupted Xinwan and said, "Li Jie is someone I trust implicitly. Second, she is capable. Maybe she lacks management experience, but that can be developed, right?" Xinwan smiled and said, "Alright, you handle the details with her. I'll have Yang Chen release her." Wang Nan added, "What about the delivery staff? Who will manage them?" Everyone turned to look at Su Kang. Su Kang hesitated and said, "What do you think of Uncle Li?" "Li He?" Everyone was stunned by Su Kang's out-of-the-box idea. Xinwan said, "Mr. Li has never worked a day in his life. How did you think of him?" Su Kang said, "I've thought about this choice for a long time. The main reason is that delivery personnel come from all walks of life and are a mixed bunch. Ordinary people can't handle them. Uncle Li has a steady temperament, follows orders without question, and never drags his feet. Having him manage this group might just work wonders." Xinhuan nodded and said, the delivery position doesn't require much technical skill, but it's a crucial link between merchants and customers. Plus, since they're constantly moving around the streets, they also represent the company's image. If discipline isn't strict, it could determine the company's survival. Exactly. So, Mom, do you think Uncle Li is a good choice? Xinhuan didn't answer but asked, I'm handing Xiao Zhao over to you. Which department do you plan to have her handle? That's a no-brainer. She'll be the deputy general manager. Everyone in the company will have to listen to her. Xinhuan nodded and said, alright, let Xiao Zhao oversee this area and handle the overall direction. After all, Mr. Li has no work experience, let alone management experience. Su Kong thought this was a good idea and said to Zhao Rong, then we'll have to trouble Zhao Jia. Zhao Rong laughed, I've been pretty idle since I got here. It's good to have something to do. With the support of Xinhuan for these two key positions, Su Kong felt much more at ease and even ate an extra bowl of rice. After dinner, Su Kong couldn't wait to call Li Xiaqin, but she hesitated, mainly because her family and children were all in Beijing, and she didn't want to be separated from them. Su Kong told Li Xiaqin to bring her entire family to Jiangcheng, promising to help her resolve her husband's employment issues and her children's education. Only then did Li Xiaqin agree. Su Kong then called Li He. He had thought it would be a quick conversation, but to his surprise, Li He seemed to be in a bad mood and refused to cooperate no matter what Su Kong said. In the end, Xinhuan had to take the phone and convince him. Chapter 194, Is it necessary to be so polite? The next morning, President Zhang was already waiting in his office. The previous night, Su Kong had called him, excitedly sharing his plan to start a business in the online food delivery industry, and he hadn't slept well all night. Jiangcheng University had outstanding alumni excelling in various fields, but the internet sector was a notable exception. There were many small-time bosses, but no big bosses. A few days ago, when the first food delivery company in Beijing was established, it caught his attention. With his decades of expertise in the internet field, he immediately recognized this as a brand new sector with the potential to create a trillion-dollar monopoly. Unfortunately, within his circle of acquaintances, no one had the capability to compete in this sector. President Zhang, hello? A clear voice interrupted Zhang's thoughts. He looked toward the door and saw a stylish figure standing there. He had seen this student a few times before and recognized him. Come in, what can I help you with? Chao Qian handed him a form and said, our teacher, Ms. Wu, is in the hospital. She asked me to come find you to sign this. Zhang looked at the form, which was for poverty-stricken students' scholarships. He glanced over it quickly and saw that Wu Wanqiu's name was already on it, so he picked up the pen and signed his name as well. He returned the form to Chao Qian and asked, I seem to recall that you are a classmate of Su Kong and Wang Nan, aren't you? Chao Qian felt a bit awkward. As the class monitor, you don't know my name, but you remember the names of two students who are always late and skip class. Chao Qian took the form and said, yes, I'm their class monitor. Just as Chao Qian finished speaking, footsteps sounded behind her. Zhang, the dean, turned to look behind him, then stood up happily and walked toward the door, calling out, Su Kong, Wang Nan, you're finally here. Come sit down. Chao Qian turned around quickly. Besides Su Kong and Wang Nan, there was another older woman who looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Zhang picked up his teacup and walked toward the water dispenser. He said, you sit down. I'll go make some tea for you. Chao Qian felt a sense of absurdity rising within her. Director Zhang, even though Su Kong and Wang Nan are wealthy, is it necessary for you to be so polite? Su Kong was surprised to see Chao Qian and grinned, saying, hey, Chao class monitor, you're here too? Yes, I'm here to get Director Zhang's signature. Chao Qian finished speaking and turned to Director Zhang, saying, Director Zhang, I'll be going now. Zhang nodded and said, all right. As soon as Chao Qian stepped out of the office, the door was closed by Director Zhang. Chao Qian felt uneasy. What secrets are you discussing? Are you afraid I'll eavesdrop? If I ask Su Kong later, he'll tell me everything. Well, maybe not, but if my father asks Su Kong to find out, do you think he'll tell him everything? Inside the office, Director Zhang looked at Zhao Rong and asked, you seem unfamiliar. May I ask who you are? Zhao Rong stood up and shook hands, saying, hello, Director Zhang. My name is Zhao Rong. I'm here to work for Su Kong. Zhang, the director, wasn't about to take her at her word. He probed further, what exactly are you responsible for? Su Kong said, Director Zhang, she will be my company's deputy general manager, assisting me in managing the entire company. Director Zhang looked at Zhao Rong again. He thought to himself, this team is so young. But youth has its advantages, passion and ideas. Director Zhang smiled and said, so you're Ms. Zhao. Nice to meet you. After some polite small talk, Director Zhang said, Su Kong, after you called me yesterday, I reached out to quite a few people. So far, there are roughly 8 or 9 who are interested in visiting your company to check things out. Only 8 or 9 people? Su Kong grew anxious. If 4 or 5 of them were willing to join, that would already be decent. Zhang said, it's not graduation season, and you only told me about this yesterday. It's not surprising that there aren't many responses in the short term. I'll spread the word in my network, and there should be another 10 or so people coming over in a couple of days. Zheng paused for a moment before continuing, however, your company is newly established. After the computer engineers take a look, they may not stay. After all, the current job market offers plenty of good opportunities for them. Su Kang remained silent, as Director Zhang was speaking the truth. Zhao Rong said, Director Zhang, our company is currently in the process of business registration. Once it's completed, we'll recruit through multiple online and offline channels. Meanwhile, please provide as many human resources as possible from your side. As long as they don't leave, we'll keep them. Zhang laughed and said, aren't you worried that some of them might not have the necessary technical skills? Zhao Rong smiled, as long as the employees have a good attitude, we're willing to invest in their training as part of our talent pool. Of course, if they lack technical skills and refuse to follow management, then we'll have to say goodbye. Alright, I'll reach out to my network to spread the word. Zhao Rong added, according to our plan, we need to launch the app software within a month. Time is tight and the task is heavy, so our technical staff must be in place by the latest 5 days from now. Zhang, the director, frowned and said, I actually have an idea. I wonder if you're willing to give it a try. Su Kang said excitedly, President Zhang, please go ahead. If, after 5 days, you still don't have enough technical staff, could we collaborate with our college? Zhao Rong's eyes lit up and said, that's indeed a good idea, but... Zhang explained, rest assured, we will hand over all the technical results to you without reservation. Su Kang understood Zhang's meaning. There are many doctoral and master's students in universities who cannot secure employment because they haven't graduated yet. However, their skills are still up to par, and they have professors guiding them. This is a typical university-industry collaboration model, where the company pays to acquire technological achievements from the university. Su Kang said happily, thank you, President Zhang. This really solves our urgent problem. Zhao Rong, however, was a bit concerned. After all, Director Zhang already knew about our urgent situation. Would he demand an exorbitant fee? She asked, Director Zhang, how much will the cooperation cost? President Zhang smiled and said, I know your company has been investing heavily upfront and hasn't made any profit yet. You can decide the amount. I'll talk to the senior professors and get them to lead their teams to fully support you. Zhao Rong couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect and said, President Zhang is truly noble and generous. I was being too cautious. Zhang said, Su Kang and Wang Nan are both students of my college. The better your company does, the happier I'll be. And to be honest, Su Kang's company isn't like Wang Nan's e-commerce business. Once it takes off, its potential is limitless. Su Kang said emotionally, President Zhang, rest assured. Once the company makes a profit, we will immediately give back to the college. President Zhang smiled and said, that's all easily arranged. Over the next few days, I'll gather a few of the college's doctoral advisors. You bring your technical lead as well. You treat everyone to a meal, and then we'll conduct a technical handover. Su Kang smiled and said, don't worry, I'll cover the bill. Chapter 195, My Father Deals with His Father, Holding the Upper Hand. After leaving President Zhang's office, it was around 9:40 a.m. Su Kang and Wang Nan bid farewell to Zhao Rong and went to attend their next few classes. Qin Wan, however, had already returned to Beijing early that morning. When the two arrived at the classroom, they saw Xiao Jun waving at them. Su Kang walked over and asked, what's up, Jun Go? Need to talk to your dad? Xiao Jun was already immune to Su Kang's casual talk. He said, let's go out for dinner tonight. I'll treat you. Bring Wang boss along too. Wow, have you hit the jackpot lately? Xiao Jun chuckled, it's my birthday today, so let's all get together. Besides, we haven't had a meal together in the dorm for ages. The chubby guy added, exactly. Kang Yi, you're really uncool. You've been stuck in your little bubble all day, forgetting about us guys. Lin Feng also said, Kang Yi, what have you been up to lately? We never see you around. At that moment, the 4 members of Chao Qian's dorm arrived and sat in the row in front of Su Kang. Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, everyone perked up their ears out of curiosity. Su Kang said, I'm starting a business. Xiao Jun said in disbelief, you're actually considering starting a business? Why give up your comfortable university life and choose to make things hard for yourself? Chao Qian turned and asked, so you went to see Dean Zheng earlier because of the startup? Su Kang was about to answer, but seeing that the teacher had already walked to the front of the classroom, he whispered, the teacher is here. Let's talk about it later when we have dinner. The others glanced at Su Kang and Wang Nan, thinking to themselves, no wonder you two are a pair. Who in their right mind would think about starting a business every day while in college? That evening, in the villa's living room. After finishing a phone call, Su Kang looked particularly happy. But when he turned around, he saw Wang Nan frowning beside him. What's wrong? Wang Nan composed herself and smiled faintly, saying, did you finish your call? What did Li Jia say? Is she coming over this weekend? Yeah. She's already processed her resignation and will be here the day after tomorrow. Su Kang held Wang Nan's hand and asked, Wang Nan, is something bothering you? Or are you feeling unwell? Nothing. I was just a bit distracted earlier. Let us go. Xiao Jun and the others are waiting for us. Are you sure you're okay? Why don't you stay home and rest? I'll ask Zhang auntie to cook you some dishes. No need, let's go. After saying that, Wang Nan pulled Su Kang's hand and let him out. Xiao Jun was chatting with Zhu Huan and the others. Upon seeing Su Kang and Wang Nan arrive, he joked, the two big bosses are so busy with work that they've been waiting for you two for half a day. After saying that, he called out toward the inside, boss, everyone's here. You can serve the food now. Su Kang glanced around. Besides the two dorm rooms, Zhu Huan and Su Jin were also there. A large round table was already crowded with 9 people, leaving only 2 seats by the door. Su Kang led Wang Nan to sit down and said, sorry everyone, we're a bit late. The chubby guy pulled out 2 bottles of beer and said, just an apology? You have to start with 3 shots each. Ma Yuan pulled out a bottle opener from somewhere, opened the 2 bottles of beer and said, exactly, each of you must drink 3 cups as punishment. You two are quite the couple, aren't you? Husband and wife in perfect harmony. Su Kang rolled his eyes and said, 3 drinks? Just call an ambulance and take me to the hospital. Xiao Jun said, I know you can't hold your liquor. How about you and Wang boss each have 1 glass? The others joined in the teasing. Ma Yuan poured 2 glasses of beer and placed them in front of the 2 men, saying, what do you say, gentlemen? You can't even drink a single glass of beer, can you? Su Kang saw the situation and realized he wasn't getting out of this. He took the glass from Wang Nan and placed it in front of himself, saying, Wang Nan isn't feeling well. I'll drink this one for her. Is that okay? The others assumed Wang Nan was on her period and quickly agreed. Su Kang picked up both glasses of beer and downed them in 1 gulp. He wiped his mouth and said, damn it, where's the food? Hurry up and let me eat something to settle my stomach. Xiao Jun turned around and saw the owner carrying a plate of food to another table. He angrily shouted, owner, where's the food I ordered? Why hasn't any of it been served yet? The boss replied awkwardly, I'm sorry, please wait another 10 minutes. I'll bring the food right away. Xiao Jun impatiently said, I asked you 20 minutes ago, and you said the food would be ready soon. Now you're telling me to wait another 10 minutes. Did you give my food to someone else again? Ma Yuan said, that's definitely it. The fish-flavored shredded pork we ordered was just served to that table. Xiao Jun stood up and saw the table crowded with about 10 people eating happily. He angrily said, I'll go over there and check if those are my dishes. The owner hurriedly grabbed Xiao Jun and pleaded, please spare us, sir. That table is where Mr. Li is having a banquet. Our small shop can't afford to offend him. Rest assured, your food will be ready in just a few minutes. Xiao Jun sneered, what Mr. Li? I've never heard of such a person in Zhangcheng. The owner whispered, his father is the vice principal of the school. He has a lot of power. For us, who run a restaurant outside the school, he could have us kicked out with just a word. We really have no choice. Chao Qian asked from the side, do they pay? None of the restaurant owners in this row dare to take his money. This is truly a little bully. Su Kang asked, is his father tall and skinny, wearing glasses, around 60 years old? That's right, that's Principal Li from our school. He had a son in his middle age and he spoils him rotten. So his son runs wild at school, doing whatever he wants. I heard he's even harmed many female students and teachers at the school. What a scoundrel. I'll show him what a real Jiangcheng aristocrat is today. Xiao Jun finished speaking and walked toward the table. Su Kang, who was sitting by the door, quickly grabbed him and said, that's the vice principal of Jiangcheng University. Don't treat him like some random university. When it comes to wealth, your father is indeed much richer, but when it comes to influence, your father might not be able to match his. Xiao Jun said, don't worry, my dad has recently befriended several powerful figures. My dad can handle his dad with ease. Su Kang was speechless and asked, did your father mention who these influential people are? He didn't mention that. He just keeps muttering to himself about how the Xiao family is going to rise to great heights. With your father backing you, how could the Xiao family not rise to prominence? Su Kang said, don't worry about this. I happen to know his father. Just wait and see how I handle them. The students sitting here all knew that Su Kang's family was very powerful, so they didn't think there was anything exaggerated about it. However, the boss sneered, thinking the student was just bragging. Chapter 196, Sudden Outbreak of Conflict. Although Xiao Jun wasn't sure about Su Kang's exact background, after knowing him for a few months, he trusted him completely. Besides, if any conflict were to arise, even with Xu Huan around, there were so many girls on their side that he wouldn't be able to protect them all. Following the principle of the fortunate yielding, Xiao Jun returned to his seat. After about 10 minutes, the boss finally started serving the dishes. Everyone raised their glasses and toasted Xiao Jun for his birthday. Although Xiao Jun was a rich kid, aside from being a bit pretentious at times, he had a very easygoing personality and got along well with most of the people in the class. So everyone present treated him as a friend, except for Su Jin. After a few beers, the conversation gradually turned to Su Kang's entrepreneurial venture. Chao Qian said to those around her, today I went to President Zhang's office and happened to run into Su Kang and his group. You wouldn't believe how exaggerated President Zhang was. He not only stood up to greet them but also personally poured tea for them. Yu Xiaoyu curiously asked, Mr. Su, why did you go to Dean Zhang for your startup? Su Kong explained, I just wanted him to introduce some alumni who have already graduated. After further discussion, Dean Zhang suggested that our college collaborate with my company. What the heck are you doing with your startup? Do you really need our college to collaborate? The chubby guy exclaimed dramatically. Anyway, the news is already out, so Su Kong didn't need to hide anything. He said, a lot of people don't like going to the cafeteria to buy meals, so I want to create an app where people can order food from their dorm rooms or homes, and someone will deliver it to them. Xiao Jun, influenced by his father, was highly attuned to business opportunities. He trembled with excitement, immediately realizing there must be huge potential here. He said admiringly, compared to Konga, I feel like I'm just a kid playing in the mud. Su Jin asked Xiao Jun, will this be profitable? Xiao Jun replied, of course it will be profitable. Think about it, this is a completely new industry with no one else doing it. The national market is so vast. Even if we only make a few dollars per order, that would still be an astronomical figure. Everyone turned their attention to Su Kong. Wang Nan doing e-commerce was already shocking enough. I never expected Su Kong to be even more daring, creating an entirely new industry. It turns out the gap between people can be this vast. Su Kong said, don't listen to Xiao Jun's nonsense. A few days ago, someone in Beijing already started a similar business before me. And in the coming months, more food delivery companies will emerge. At that point, I have no idea if my company will even survive. The chubby guy said, don't back down, Mr. Su. Take down the other companies. I'm behind you. Su Kong laughed sarcastically, you're just talking the talk, aren't you? When my company officially starts operations, you'll be the one delivering meals for free. The chubby guy said with a bitter expression, I'm not built for running around. I'm only suited for sitting in an office and strategizing. Do you have any jobs that just require brain work and no physical labor? Sure, bosses only use their brains, not their hands. Are you trying to push me out so you can take my spot? The chubby guy shamelessly said, it's not impossible. Everyone rolled their eyes. Chao Qian said from the side, you'd be better off studying your major properly during university and then asking Mr. Su for a job after graduation. Lin Feng also said, I think the same. Mr. Kong, your company should still be hiring, right? Su Kong said, don't worry, as long as the company is still around, we'll welcome anyone who comes. Ma Ai Yuan said, that means we'll have to wait another 4 years. Yu Xiaoyu said, I'm planning to take the graduate school entrance exam. That would mean waiting 7 years. Su Kong said, you can come for internships during winter and summer breaks. You'll get paid and learn professional knowledge faster. Yu Xiaoyu curiously asked, how much is the internship wage? 5 or 6,000. Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, that much? Su Kong cleared his throat and said, that's our internal rate. Xu Huan suddenly stood up and said, Master Su was so generous. Let's toast to Master Su. Everyone stood up and raised their glasses. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, holy crap, guys, look over there. That girl is hot. The voice wasn't too loud or too soft, just loud enough for Su Kong and the others to hear. They frowned and looked over, only to meet the gaze of the group sitting at the table where Principal Li's son was. Su Jin's face flushed slightly. It turned out that the group of thugs were talking about her. Xiao Jun furrowed his brows and clenched his fists. Xiao Qian whispered, Xiao Jun, don't act impulsively. Don't pay attention to those people. Xiao Jun suppressed his anger and pulled Su Jin back to her seat. Little did they know, a burst of laughter came from the table, followed by 2 people stepping out. The boss saw that something was wrong and quickly stepped in front of the 2 men, speaking in a humble tone, Mr. Li, have you finished eating? Would you like me to send you 2 more side dishes? Li Yiming shoved the boss aside and said, I want a beautiful woman right now. Are you going to send one or not? The boss grew increasingly anxious but dared not approach them further. Xu Huan saw the situation was wrong and immediately stood up, walking over to Su Jin's side. Little did they know that the 2 men had walked over to Su Kong but suddenly stopped. Li Yiming fixed his gaze on Wang Nan, his breath reeking of alcohol, and said, hey, there's an even better looking girl here. Wang Nan turned her face away in disgust. Li Yiming reached out his hand toward Wang Nan's face, grinning lewdly and said, beautiful lady, do you want to go sing some songs with your big brother tonight? Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang echoed, and countless shards of glass fell from Li Yiming's head, with fresh blood flowing down his forehead. Li Yiming was stunned. Someone actually dared to attack him on school grounds. He glared angrily at Su Kong, but saw him pick up another beer bottle, causing him to immediately raise his hand to block it. In the blink of an eye, one of his companions suddenly pushed Su Kong, causing the beer bottle to hit Li Yiming's arm. However, Su Kong lost his balance and fell backward, colliding with the table. The table was a folding one. And under the force, it tipped over to one side. The hot oil from the hanging pot spilled onto the ground, and Xiao Qian and the others couldn't dodge in time, causing a commotion of screams. In an instant, Zhu Huan, Xiao Jun, the chubby boy, Lin Feng, and the others from Li Yiming's side all joined the fray. The girls panicked and fled to one side. Xiao Qian, ignoring the burns on her calf, pulled out her phone and dialed 110 to report the incident. Su Kong and Wang Nan were at the center of the chaos. As soon as they made contact, Su Kong was hit by several chairs. He endured the pain, protected Wang Nan, and made his way to Chao Qian. He saw that Wang Nan's clothes were stained and asked, "Are you okay?" Wang Nan placed her hands on her lower abdomen, her expression slightly pained. She said, "I'm fine, just a little stomach ache." Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyu shouted, "Wang Nan, you're bleeding down there." Su Kang's heart sank as he looked between Wang Nan's legs and saw a pool of red blood on her pants. Su Kang felt as though his heart had plummeted into an endless ice cave, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 197, Why go to Jiangcheng? To kill someone. Wang Nan also noticed her condition and tears streamed down her face. She cried, "Su Kang, I'm so scared." Su Kang clenched his fists and said, "Everything will be okay." After speaking, he turned to Yu Xiaoyu and said, "Yu Xiaoyu, take Wang Nan to a safe place and call an ambulance. Please." Yu Xiaoyu nodded and helped Wang Nan into the store. Wang Nan turned back and shouted, "Su Kang, be careful." Su Kang turned around and saw the floor in complete disarray, with glass shards, chair legs, and blood on the ground from an unknown source. Xiao Jun and Lin Feng lay on the ground, covered in blood, curled up into a ball. Xu Huan, though tall and muscular, was covered in blood on his head and back. He held a chair, fighting alone against the 6 opponents like a war god. The chubby boy had bloodstains all over his face, holding a chair leg, leaning against the wall. There was one person in front of him on both sides, and they were all struggling together. The situation on the other side was no better. Most of them were already injured, and 2 were sitting on the ground, their expressions of pain making it impossible for them to stand. However, the other side had the numbers advantage. The chubby boy slipped and fell to the ground. The 2 men on top of him saw their chance and kicked him wildly. The chubby boy lay on the ground in agony, covering his head with both hands. Ma Ai Yuan had a fiery temper. Seeing the chubby boy being beaten, she grabbed a chair and charged at one of the attackers, smashing it into his back. The man winced in pain, stopped his movements, and glared at Ma Ai Yuan with a ferocious expression, shouting, You're asking for death." Just as he lifted his foot, a loud whistling sound came from the side, followed by a chair smashing heavily onto his arm. Su Kang, after hitting the man, quickly pulled Ma Ai Yuan to the side. Before he could speak, another man grabbed a beer bottle and swung it toward them. Su Kang reached out to block it. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room, and everything fell silent. The sound was familiar, yet unfamiliar. It was the sound of gunfire. Su Kang looked up and saw a ring of blood around the chest of the man in front of him, who then collapsed to the ground in agony. Everyone turned toward the direction of the gunshot and saw a person wearing a hat and a mask across the street, holding a handgun and aiming it this way. Su Kang's nose tingled. The undercover agent my mother arranged has finally appeared. The remaining few, having never seen such a thing before, were terrified and fled into the darkness. The hooded figure, seeing the danger had passed, holstered the gun and vanished into the night. Su Kang helped the chubby boy to his feet. He was covered in injuries, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and said weakly, "Mr. Su, is the police here?" Su Kang looked at his pitiful state, his eyes turning red, and his throat felt blocked, unable to utter a word. Several girls helped Xiao Jun and Lin Feng to their feet. They were both bruised and swollen, limping as they walked. Chao Shen brought over some sturdy chairs for them to rest on. Yu Xiaoyu helped Wang Nan out of the store, looking at the other's condition, and couldn't help but shed tears. Su Kang saw that the bloodstain between Wang Nan's legs wasn't spreading any further and hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Wang Nan nodded and said, "I'm okay. Call an ambulance quickly." Chao Qian said from the side, "I've already called." Xu Huan saw the man who had been shot still lying on the ground, gasping for breath. He grabbed his hair and slapped him twice, saying, "Who are the others?" The man, already weakened from the gunshot wound, was terrified by the slaps and fainted, his head lolling to the side. Xu Huan furrowed his brows, checked his breath, and was relieved to find he was still alive. He turned to Su Kang and said, "He's unconscious." Su Kang clenched his fists and said, "It's okay. We'll take them all down. Not a single one will escape. Su Kang, Su Kang. Su Gongzi, Su Gongzi." Su Kang heard the voices and realized it was Zhao Rong and Li He rushing over. He shouted, "I'm here." Zhao Rong and Li He pushed through the crowd of students and saw Su Kang standing safely in the middle of the field. Their hearts immediately settled. They then looked at the blood-covered students and the chaotic ground, their hearts pounding, and asked, "Su Kang, are you okay?" Su Kang hurried toward the 2 of them and said, "I'm fine. Did you come by car?" "We brought 2 cars. Quickly take Wang Nan and my other classmates to the hospital." Zhao Rong saw Wang Nan standing unharmed beside him and curiously asked, "Is Wang Nan injured too?" She then noticed the bloodstains on her pants between her legs, gasped in horror, and turned to Li He beside her, saying, "Mr. Li, hurry up and take Wang Nan to the hospital. If we're any later, it'll be too late." Chao Qian was a bit confused. It's just her period, why is everyone so tense? She then thought of a possibility and asked anxiously, "Wang Nan, are you pregnant?" The other students were startled by her words and curiously looked at Wang Nan. Wang Nan placed her hands on her stomach, her expression sorrowful, and nodded slightly. Seeing Xiao Jun and the others covered in injuries and gasping for breath, she said, "If it's a miscarriage, then so be it." The doctor said it was likely an ectopic pregnancy. Let's send Xiao Jun and the others first. They're too badly injured. Su Kong said, don't be modest. Everyone get in the car. Those of us who aren't injured can take a taxi. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a siren echoed in the air. Chao Qian exclaimed happily, the ambulance is here. Li Yi heard the sound and said, there's a police car too. Soon, the gathered students dispersed and a large number of police officers and medical personnel arrived. They quickly carried Xiao Jun and the others onto the ambulances, including the man who had been shot on the ground. Su Kong was about to follow Wang Nan into the ambulance when he was stopped by a police officer, who asked, were you involved in the fight? Su Kong nodded. Since you weren't injured, come with me to the police station. He then pulled out his handcuffs. Li Yi stepped forward and said, get out of the way. My master Su doesn't have time for this. The police officer placed his hands on his waist, gripping the handle of his gun, and shouted, are you obstructing the police from doing their job? This is a shooting incident. Su Kong frowned and said, Uncle Li, it's okay. I'll go with them. Li Yi finally stepped aside and said, alright, I'll go with you. The handcuffs were locked around Su Kong and Li Yi's wrists, and they were escorted into the police car. Meanwhile, in the distant capital city, a convoy of luxury cars was heading toward the international airport. Wang Gue glanced at Qin Wan through the rearview mirror. Her face was icy cold, sending a chill down his spine. Wang Gue felt a chill run down his spine. Qin Zong is in this kind of mood, she must be planning to kill someone. Su Kong must be in trouble. At the Su family courtyard, Su Jinjiang received a call and couldn't help but tremble. After hanging up, Su Jinjiang called Su Kaixiong. Su Kaixiong asked curiously, Dad, what's going on so late at night? Gather the second and fourth sons. We're heading to Jiangcheng immediately. Now. Why go to Jiangcheng? To kill someone. Chapter 198. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Wang Nan saw Su Kong being forced into the police car and ran down from the ambulance. He shouted anxiously, Su Kong. Although Su Kong's hands were cuffed, he managed to lower the car window and shouted to Wang Nan, I'm fine. Get back in the ambulance. I'll catch up soon. Zhao Rong grabbed Wang Nan's wrist and said, Li sure will go with you. It'll be fine. Let us go to the hospital first. The baby in your belly is more important. Wang Nan touched her stomach and said to Su Kong, a wise man doesn't take a loss. Whatever they ask, just answer. Don't act impulsively. Wang Tao will get you out. Alright, I understand. Hurry to the hospital. The sound of nurses urging them came from behind, and Wang Nan turned and got into the ambulance. Su Kong said to Zhao Rong, Sister Zhao, contact Wang Tao. Those 9 who escaped must all be brought to me tonight. Got it. I'll take Wang Nan to the hospital first and come pick you up at the police station later. Su Kong was about to respond when he was interrupted by an impatient voice. Who told you to roll down the window? The lead police officer walked over from a distance, opened the car door, and shouted at Su Kong, what are you standing there for? Get inside. Su Kong frowned but moved in a bit, sitting next to Li Yi. After Officer Ku Yusheng got into the car, he closed the door and shouted to the outside, Zhang San, take 2 people to secure the scene. Li Si, take a few more people and follow them to the hospital. Remember, don't let anyone escape. The rest of you take those girls and follow me back to the police station. After speaking, he closed the car window. The police car then started moving. Su Kang's phone rang. Su Kong guessed it was Qin Wan calling. Just as he reached into his pocket, Ku Yusheng slapped his hand. He shouted, I'm warning you, don't make any sudden moves. Li Yi, standing nearby, said, be polite to my young master Su, or else. Before Li Yi could finish, Ku Yusheng leaned over Su Kong and punched Li Yi in the chest. Su Kong looked at Li Yi, who was grimacing in pain, likely from the punch aggravating his back injury. He hurriedly said, Uncle Li, Wang Nan is right. A true hero doesn't take a loss in the moment. Let's be more cooperative. Li Yi nodded and said nothing more. Ku Yusheng cursed angrily, you're all about to die, yet you still dare to mention Su Gongzi? Do you even know who the people you beat up today are? Su Kong was also curious about their identities and asked, who are they? Ku Yusheng didn't answer but muttered, the phone is so loud. After speaking, he reached into Su Kang's pocket, took out his phone, looked at the mom on the screen, and sneered, your mom is pretty well informed, but now is not the time for you to talk to her. In a few days, you can leave a farewell message for your mom. After speaking, he hung up the phone and turned it off. Then he handed the phone to the police officer in the passenger seat. Little did he know that as soon as he finished speaking, his own phone started ringing insistently. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. Without thinking, he hung up. But less than 2 seconds later, the phone rang again. He picked it up and saw it was the same number. As soon as he answered, a urgent voice came from the other end. This is Wang Tao. Stop the car immediately and release the person. Damn it, Ku Yusheng cursed, hung up the phone, and switched it to do not disturb mode. On the other end, Wang Tao was sitting in his private car, staring at the disconnected call, and cursing hysterically, damn you all, you idiots. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Zhong Ling, who was driving, said, don't panic. Su Kang was just taken away. He should be fine. The station chief doesn't know you. Call his superior and have him order them to release him. Wang Tao frantically opened his contacts. What's the name of the police chief in charge of that area? Damn it, my brain is freezing up. Just as Wang Tao was growing more anxious, the phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and answered quickly, "Hello, Mr. Chin. Su Kang's phone is turned off. Have you gotten in touch with the police yet? I'm trying to contact them. I've sent the phone number of the local public security bureau chief, Wu Ji, to your phone. Within 5 minutes, I need to hear that Su Kang is safe. Otherwise, you can forget about being the deputy director." Qin Wan hung up the phone. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Tao's forehead. While he was still trying to recall Hu Ji's name, Qin Wan had already obtained his phone number. He didn't have time to marvel at Qin Wan's connections. He was about to call Hu Ji when the phone rang again. It was Su Chang calling. Wang Tao quickly answered the call and said, "Brother Chang, is it about Su Kang's news?" "Don't worry, we'll have news within a few minutes." Work faster. Don't be afraid to offend anyone. We're heading to Jiangcheng right now." "What? Who else is coming besides you?" "My father, my second uncle, my fourth aunt, and my grandfather." "Wow, the Su family is mobilizing everyone." Wang Tao swallowed nervously and tried to keep his voice calm. "Alright, I understand." After hanging up, Wang Tao immediately called Hu Ji. As the phone rang, Wang Tao's heart pounded wildly. "Hu Ji, Hu Gu, Hu Dage, please answer the phone quickly." Finally, the ringing stopped and Hu Ji's voice, as clear as a bell, came through the phone. "Hello, Director Wang, is something wrong?" Wang Tao said nervously, "Hu Ji, it's Wang Tao. During the time I'm calling you, don't hang up under any circumstances. But there's just been a shooting at Jiangcheng University and I'm on my way there right now." "That's exactly what I needed to tell you. Right now, in the police car of Officer Ku Yusheng from Dongfeng Road Police Station, there's a student named Su Kang. You must notify Officer Ku Yusheng immediately, tell him to stop the car where he is, release the person, and return the phone to Su Kang." "Release him?" "Director Wang, you might not be aware of the situation. Su Kang's group has illegally possessed firearms, and the people who were beaten are all wealthy young men from Jiangcheng, including the son of Mayor Zhu." "Releasing him? That's not a good idea. Mayor Zhu is nothing." Wang Tao finally couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Hu Ji, let me tell you, Su Kang has a prestigious background. If anything happens to him, your family will have to bury you." "Director Wang, are you okay? Do you think I'm out of my mind? Su Kang's family is on their way from Beijing. If my phone doesn't work, it won't be long before they call you directly." "But what about Mayor Zhu's side? That Zhu guy is already as good as dead. Do you want to go with him?" "Go to hell, don't drag me down with you." Hu Ji stammered, "I understand. I'll call Ku Yusheng right away." Chapter 199. The bureau chief led the police into the police station. The police station was near the school. Within minutes, a row of police cars pulled into the station yard. Su Kang and Li He got out of the car and just happened to see Chao Qian and the others getting out of other police cars. Their wrists were also handcuffed. Yu Xiaoyu was terrified, crying and wiping away her tears. The other girls weren't crying, but they looked just as panicked. Su Kang hurriedly comforted them, "It's okay. We'll be able to leave soon." Ko Yusheng kicked Su Kang in the butt and shouted, "The son of Bureau Chief Zhou was shot and is still unconscious in the hospital. The sons of so many high-ranking officials in Jiangcheng were beaten to a pulp by you. And you dare to think about leaving?" Su Kang was kicked and nearly lost his balance, falling to the ground. Chao Qian hurriedly asked, "Su Kang, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Su Kang took a deep breath and thought to himself. A true hero doesn't take a loss in the moment. "I'll endure this. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you later." Ku Yusheng ordered the surrounding police officers, "Take them all to the interrogation room." Just then, a young police officer ran over and said, "Chief Ku, director who called you but couldn't get through. He called me instead. He wants you to call him back immediately." Ku Yusheng quickly pulled out his phone and saw a string of missed calls, startling him. There were calls from Hu bureau chief and other unfamiliar numbers. He quickly called Hu Ji back and asked, "Director Hu, is something wrong?" "Ku Yusheng, you bastard, why didn't you answer my call for so long?" Ku Yusheng had never seen Hu Ji so furious before. He whispered, "Director Hu, I just received a few harassing calls, so I turned off my phone." "Don't give me that bull. Release Su Kang immediately." Ku Yusheng asked in confusion, "Release him? You told me earlier that he was the son of Mayor Zhu. The situation has changed. Release him immediately. Give his phone back to Su Kang so he can call home and let them know he's safe." "But, do you not understand what I'm saying? Alright, I'll release him right away." After hanging up, Ku Yusheng rushed into the room and shouted, "Release him immediately." Su Kang felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Finally got in touch. A young police officer ran up to Ku Yusheng and asked, "Are we releasing him now?" Ku Yusheng impatiently replied, "Stop wasting time. Hurry up." The young officer hurried back, pulling out his keys as he said, "Chief Ku said to release the person. Hurry up." The other police officers quickly pulled out their keys. Su Kong turned to the girls beside him and comforted them. I told you everything would be okay. Yu Xiaoyu stopped crying and smiled. Ku Sheng's heart was racing. Does this student have some powerful connections? But there's no prominent family surnamed Su in Zhangcheng. Suddenly, his phone rang again. Ku Sheng picked it up and saw another unfamiliar number. He was on edge, dared not hang up, and quickly answered the call. A deep voice came through the phone. Is this Ku Sheng? This is Zhu Hao. Ku Sheng stood at attention and replied respectfully, Mayor Zhu, hello. This is Ku Sheng from Dongfeng Road Police Station. Have you caught those students? Ku Sheng looked at the students, whose handcuffs had already been removed, and forced himself to say, they've all been apprehended. This case has had an extremely negative impact, causing great panic in society. You must handle this case strictly and swiftly, ensuring no suspects escape. Especially the gunman who got away. Understood. Su Kong had just walked over to Ku Sheng's side. Seeing that Ku Sheng had hung up the phone, he asked, where's my phone? Ku Sheng suddenly shoved Su Kong hard, sending him stumbling backward several steps. Fortunately, Li He was right behind him and quickly caught him. Ku Sheng sneered and ordered the police behind him, arrest all these students and take them to the interrogation room. Su Kong heard this and felt a chill run down his spine. This is bad. The other side must have someone of higher rank than Wang Tao. My mother and grandfather are far away in the capital. Will they arrive in time? Several police officers approached with handcuffs. Li He looked at Su Kong and asked, Mr. Su, what should we do? Su Kong forced himself to remain calm and said, don't worry, it's just for one night. Let's cooperate to avoid any physical harm. Ku Sheng watched as the students were led into the interrogation room, his mind filled with doubt. Should I call Hu bureau chief and explain the situation? But if I call, and he tells me to release them, what should I do then? Ku Sheng gritted his teeth, put away his phone, and switched it back to do not disturb mode. Director Hu, don't blame me. That's just how the world works. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being powerful enough. He walked into Su Kang's interrogation room and saw Su Kong sitting upright in his chair. Ku Sheng sat across from Su Kong and said, tell me everything. How many accomplices do you have? Who is the gunman, and where is he hiding now? Su Kong replied, all of us are either in the hospital or at the police station. As for the gunman, I truly don't know him. Ku Sheng slammed the table and said, bull. You don't know him? Why would he shoot someone for no reason? I don't know him, but he should know me. I think he's the bodyguard my mother arranged to protect me. Of course, it's also possible that my grandfather arranged it. You'll have to ask them both. Ku Sheng furrowed his brows and said, do you think this is a TV drama? Su Kong spread his hands and said, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Where are your mother and grandfather now? They're in Kyoto now. They should arrive in Zhangcheng in a few hours. Ku Sheng turned to the young police officer taking notes and asked, check if there are any flights from Kyoto to Zhangcheng tonight. The young police officer had just put down his pen when he heard Su Kong say, don't bother checking. They're on a private jet. Ku Sheng's expression fluctuated. Director Hu's reaction just now was highly unusual. Could this young man actually be the son of a prominent family in Kyoto? A young police officer suddenly burst in, shouting, bad news, Officer Ku. Director Hu has arrived with dozens of police officers. The bureau chief leading police officers into the police station? This sounds so absurd. Ku Sheng hurried out of the interrogation room and saw a fat man in a pajama, looking furious, rushing toward him, followed by Hu Ji and a group of police officers. That guy in the pajamas looks familiar. Ku Sheng was still trying to figure out where he had seen him before when a huge palm, accompanied by a gust of wind, slapped him across the face. As the world spun around him, he finally remembered. It's Wang Tao, the director from the provincial bureau. Oh my god, I not only hung up on him earlier but also called him a. Chapter 200, what on earth is going on? Ku Sheng staggered to his feet, his mouth slurring, Director Wang, hello? But Wang Tao didn't even glance at him, turning and entering the interrogation room. Hu Shi saw that half of Ku Sheng's face was swollen and sighed in disappointment before following Wang Tao into the interrogation room. Su Kong heard the commotion outside and, in the blink of an eye, Wang Tao appeared before him. Su Kong finally relaxed and said, Tao good, you came in your pajamas? Wang Tao saw that Su Kong was unharmed and felt so wronged he was about to cry. He said, my dear Su Kong, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so scared I almost died. After speaking, Wang Tao took out his phone and dialed a number. Su Kong raised his hands and shouted, Tao go, what are you calling for now? Untie this thing off my hands first. I'm calling your family to let them know you're safe. Wang Tao said, then shouted at the police officer taking notes beside him, what are you waiting for? Open it. The young police officer, seeing that half of Ku Sheng's face was swollen, didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took out the keys to unlock Su Kang's handcuffs. Just then, Qin Wan's call came through. Wang Tao hurriedly said, Ms. Qin, I've arrived at the police station. Su Kong is safe and unharmed. Give him the phone. Wang Tao quickly handed the phone to Su Kong and whispered, your mom. Su Kang nodded, took the phone, and said, "Mom, I'm okay." But before Su Kang could finish speaking, Shinwon's soft sobs could be heard over the phone, and she remained silent for a long time. Su Kang felt both heartbroken and touched. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. He said, "Mom, don't cry. I'm fine." Shinwon sniffled and finally stopped crying. She said softly, "Go back and rest first. I'll handle the rest." Su Kang remained silent for a moment before saying, "Mom, I want to go to the hospital. My classmates and Wang Nan are all there." Shinwon hesitated for a moment and said, "Alright, take Wang Tao with you. I'm about to board the plane. I'll arrive in Jiangcheng in 3 or 4 hours." Su Kang nodded. Shinwon added, "Give your phone to Wang Tao. I'll give him some instructions." Su Kang quickly handed the phone back to Wang Tao. Wang Tao took the phone and kept saying, "Got it, and okay." A minute later, he finally hung up. Wang Tao turned to Su Kang and said, "Your mom told me to go with you to the hospital and make sure you're safe." After saying that, he didn't waste any time and made another call. Su Kang curiously asked, "Who are you calling now?" Wang Tao sighed helplessly, "Su Chang. Su Chang, your grandfather, your uncle, and your aunt are all on their way to Jiangcheng." Su Kang felt a heavy weight in his heart. The feeling of having family to rely on and protect him was truly comforting. After the call connected, Su Kang took the phone and reported his safety to the elders of the Su family. He hung up the phone. At that moment, Chao Qian and the other girls, along with Li He, were also free. Seeing that the hallway was filled with police officers, they approached Su Kang and stood timidly by his side. Su Kang felt quite ashamed and said, "It's really okay now. I'll have someone send you back to school." Chao Qian asked, "What about you?" "I'll go to the hospital." Ma Yuan shook her head and said, "I'll go with you. Lu Dawei is still at the hospital." Su Jin also said, "I'll go too. We don't know how Xiao Jun is doing yet." The remaining girls all expressed their intention to go to the hospital as well. Su Kang smiled lightly and said, "Alright, I'll take you there." Ke Yusheng held a phone and walked up to Su Kang, whispering, "Mr. Su, your phone." Su Kang saw him and couldn't help but get angry. He took the phone and said to Ke Yusheng, "Lift your butt up. Higher. That's it, keep that position." Everyone was curious about what was happening. Su Kang lifted one foot and kicked Ke Yusheng hard on the buttocks. With a loud thud, Ke Yusheng fell to the ground like a frog and the surrounding area erupted in laughter. Ke Yusheng lay on the ground, hearing the mocking laughter around him, a wave of humiliation washing over him. He dared not move, only burying his head lower. Finally, he heard Su Kang's voice, "You blind fool. Let's go." As he spoke, the sound of footsteps faded away like receding waves. He exhaled deeply, slowly lifting his head, only to see another pair of feet directly in front of him. He hurriedly lowered his head again. Huji looked at his pitiful state and said, "Get up. It's me." Ke Yusheng heard this, crawled to his feet, and collapsed onto the ground. I. He stammered for a moment but couldn't utter a single word. Huji said, "Write a resignation letter immediately. Whether you can save your life or not, it's up to fate." After saying that, Huji walked toward the door. Ke Yusheng felt a surge of panic and shouted at Huji's back, "Director Hu, the other party is Mayor Zhu. How dare Wang Tao? What a fool." Huji said indifferently, "There are important officials coming to Beijing. Mayor Zhu's days are numbered." With that, Huji left without looking back. Ke Yusheng muttered, "So he was serious about the bodyguard. How did I end up offending such a powerful figure?" At that moment, in the hospital ward, Wu Wanqiu held a form and walked out of the doctor's office in confusion. Just then, she saw a nurse passing by and hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, where is Dr. Zhao? I need to sign some papers tomorrow to be discharged." The nurse replied, "Dr. Zhao is currently in the emergency room. A group of people were injured in a fight and brought to the hospital. Dr. Zhao went to assist them. You should go to the emergency room to find him." Wu Wanqiu hurriedly thanked her. As the nurse walked away, she muttered to herself, "Those college students were really reckless. They actually got into a fight with a group of officials' children. Their bright futures are probably ruined now." Wu Wanqiu frowned upon hearing this, fighting and brawling? What kind of good students are they? She held the form and headed to the emergency room. Even in the hallway, she could hear the intense arguing inside. Wu Wanqiu felt tense. Going in now might get her caught in the crossfire. Better to come back tomorrow and get Dr. Zhao to sign the form. Just as Wu Wanqiu turned around, she saw a familiar figure hurrying toward her. She hurriedly greeted him, "Principal Li, hello." Principal Li paused, "Who are you?" Wu Wanqiu hurriedly explained, "I'm a counselor from the computer science department. I'm currently hospitalized here and came to find a doctor to sign some papers." Principal Li nodded dismissively and hurriedly pushed open the waiting room door, shouting, "How is my son Yiming's injury?" Wu Wanqiu curiously peered inside and saw that the room was divided into 2 camps, with several police officers maintaining order. She suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. That tall figure with a bandage on his head, isn't that my student Zhu Huan? Oh my god, how did Lin Feng, such a well-behaved student, get injured? Did he also get involved in the fight? Isn't that man in the suit Xiao Jun's father? And the man beside him, I saw him at Wang Nan's company opening. I think his surname is Liu. Why are they both here? What's going on? Zhu Huan happened to spot Wu Wanqiu at that moment. He hurried toward her but was stopped at the door by a police officer who said, "You are a suspect. You are not allowed to leave." Wu Wanqiu frowned upon hearing this. He saw Principal Li walking toward the crowd and berating Xiao Jun's father. Recalling what the nurse had said earlier, she suddenly understood what was happening and resolutely headed toward the waiting room. Chapter 201, Who will be sent to prison? The police officers stationed by the door saw Wu Wanqiu enter and quickly reached out to block her, asking, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Wu Wanqiu replied, "I am the teacher of these students." The police officer glanced up and down at Wu Wanqiu, noticing she was wearing a hospital gown and slippers, looking frail and weak, so he stepped aside. Zhu Huan excitedly called out, "Ms. Wu." Lin Feng, who was sitting in a chair, also noticed Wu Wanqiu. He first showed a look of surprise, then quickly lowered his head in fear. Lu Zhuang, who had met Wu Wanqiu before, nodded slightly in greeting. Xiao Zizai and his wife were too busy arguing with the people across from them to notice Wu Wanqiu. Wu Wanqiu asked Zhu Huan, "Where's Xiao Jun?" Zhu Huan replied, "Xiao Jun and Xiao Pang and Lu Dawei are inside undergoing surgery." "Is it that serious?" Wu Wanqiu asked, "What happened?" "Today is Xiao Jun's birthday. We gathered together to eat out. The group across the street got drunk and started harassing several girls from our class, then a fight broke out. At that moment, Principal Li suddenly shouted at Wu Wanqiu, "Look at the students you've taught. They're all scum of society, trash. Tomorrow when I return to school, I'll expel all of them." Zhou, the bureau chief, angrily said, "Expulsion is enough? My son was shot in the chest and is lying inside, his life hanging by a thread. Taking all of them to be executed by firing squad wouldn't be too much." Xiao Zizai retorted, "Don't spout nonsense. My son is being treated inside. They were eating peacefully. You thugs came to harass the girls. Getting shot was just karma for your evil deeds. You deserve it. We just invited a few girls to sing. How does that make us thugs? There's no such thing in this world." Xiao Zai said disdainfully, "We're all people of status. Do I have to spell out what singing means? If you want to play with women, go find a prostitute. You dare to bully my son? Do you think I, Xiao Zai, have no backbone?" "Zhou Bureau Chief, Xiao Zai, don't get so cocky. Just because you're rich, does that make you special? We didn't just hang around in Jiangqing for nothing. And remember, it was your son who started it. Even if we end up in court, I'm not afraid." Xiao Zai said, "Was it my son who started the trouble? Isn't my son lying in the hospital? Let's go to court if you want. I'm not afraid of you." Lu Zhuang stepped between the two and said, "We're neighbors. Let's talk this out. Don't keep bringing up the court. The court is busy enough. Let's just apologize privately and call it even." Zhou, the bureau chief, said, "Apologize? Who should apologize? My son was shot and is still lying there. Is an apology enough?" Xiao Zai also said, "Lu Gu, don't get involved in this. I'm not someone who gets scared easily." Lu Zhuan listened with a headache. That evening, he had dinner with Xiao Zi and heard about Xiao Jun being injured, so he thought he'd be polite and came to the hospital with Xiao Zi. But when they arrived, he discovered that Zhou, the bureau chief, Lu, the bureau chief, and others were all acquaintances. He was now caught between a rock and a hard place. Helping either side would offend the other. If he didn't help either side, he'd offend both. Though personally, he naturally leaned toward Xiao Zai, he couldn't show it too obviously. He could only act like a trusted older brother, trying to calm both sides. He was starting to resent Wang Tao a bit now. Every time he called him, the line was busy. If Wang Tao were here, those officials would at least tone it down a bit. Principal Li pointed at Xiao Zai and said, "I'm in my 40s and this is my only son. If I don't send your son to prison, I'll write my surname Li backwards. I only have this one son. If anyone touches my son, I'll go after them. If it comes down to it, we'll all go down together." Xiao Zizai swept his gaze over the officials in front of him and said in a cold tone, "Don't think I don't know about the shady deals you've been pulling. If you push me too far, I'll report all of you." Principal Li and the others were startled, falling silent in fear. Lu Zhuang stepped forward again and said, "The children are still inside undergoing surgery. Let's keep our voices down. Everything can be negotiated. Don't jump to conclusions so easily." Zhou, the bureau chief, remained silent for a moment before saying, "All right, we'll give you face, Xiao Zai. But the other students who were involved in the altercation will rot in prison." Xiao Zai and Xiao Jun's mother exchanged glances, their eyes meeting with a knowing look, and they felt quite tempted. Xu Huan and Lin Feng, however, turned pale, their hearts sinking to the depths. Lin Feng was so frightened that he lowered his head, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "No!" A clear voice suddenly rang out. Wu Wanqiu stepped forward, approached Zhou, and met his gaze without flinching. "My students were acting in self-defense. Why should they go to prison? Who do you think you are? Get out of my way." With that, he slapped her across the face. Xu Huan acted quickly, stepping forward and gripping Zhou bureau chief's wrist tightly. Zhou, furious, turned to the police officers beside him and said, "Did you see that? This student dared to hit someone." Xu Huan quickly let go, but said angrily, "It was you who hit Mr. Wu first." Principal Li jumped out from the side and shouted at Wu Wanqiu, "I've already fired you. Get out of here immediately." Wu Wanqiu felt wronged. Some people would pretend not to see, others would stay out of it, but some, even if it didn't concern them, would act without hesitation. This was probably what they believed in. Her gaze grew firm as she said, "Even if you expel me, I am still their teacher. I will fight for justice for them, even if it costs me my life." Lu Zhuang and Xiao Zizai were deeply moved by her words. Everyone has their own scale in their heart, weighing the pros and cons, calculating gains and losses. But there are also those who weigh righteousness and calculate conscience. Though few in number, such people always inspire admiration whenever they appear. Lin Feng, standing nearby, was moved to tears. He clenched his fists and limped over to Wu Wanqiu, saying, "Mr. Wu, I'm sorry." Wu Wanqiu patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "You did well. You did nothing wrong." Xu Huan said from the side, "Mr. Wu, don't worry. Su Kong will come to save us." Su Kong? Right, Xiao Jun and the others are Su Kang's roommates. There's no reason they wouldn't invite Su Kong to his birthday dinner, right? Wu Wanqiu asked curiously, "Where is Su Kong? Didn't he go to the dinner with you?" "He went, but then we were sent to the hospital, and he was taken to the police station." Lu Zhuang and Xiao Zai stepped forward anxiously and asked, "So Su Kong was involved in the fight too, right?" "Yes, otherwise why would the police take him away?" Lu Zhuang had a sudden realization. No wonder Wang Tao's phone has been busy, he must have rushed to the police station to bail him out. Principal Li asked in a low voice, "Which Su Kong are you talking about?" Lu Zhuang suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "You bunch of thugs. Even if I have to break every bone in my body, I'll make sure you all end up in prison." Xiao Zai also shouted, "I'll do the same. Who do you say you're going to send to prison?" As the voices echoed from outside, there was a creak and the door swung open. Lu Zhuang and Xiao Zai turned to look, their expressions changing drastically in an instant. Chapter 202, Introducing Ourselves. 6 or 7 police officers surrounded a middle-aged man wearing an administrative jacket as he walked in. Zhou Bureau Chief and the others immediately rushed forward, greeting him enthusiastically, "Mayor Zhu, you're here." Mayor Zhu glanced at Lu Zhuang and said, "With such a major incident occurring, how could I not come? Otherwise, wouldn't that allow certain criminal elements to distort the truth and act with impunity? Right, Mr. Lu?" Lu Zhuang smiled cautiously and replied, "Mayor Zhu, you can't put it that way. You can't see the light until you turn on the lamp. The truth becomes clearer the more you discuss it. Since this incident has occurred, let's keep an open mind, stick to the facts, and resolve the issue." "Mr. Lu, you're right. I came here today to resolve the issue." Mayor Zhu's expression suddenly turned cold as he turned to a police officer beside him and said, "Take these suspects away immediately." The police officers nearby were taken aback. "Which ones are the suspects?" Seeing the police still standing there, Mayor Zhu scolded, "What are you waiting for? Handcuff Xiao Zai first." Xiao Zai's expression changed, and he said, "Mayor Zhu, even if my son was fighting, there's no need to take me away, is there?" Mayor Zhu sneered, "I suspect you arranged the gunman. Otherwise, how would those poor students know any hitman?" Earlier, he had indeed been puzzled about how a gunman could appear out of nowhere, but after learning that Su Kong was also involved, he was certain that the gunman had been arranged by Su Kang's family. Xiao Zai laughed coldly, "Mayor Zhu really thinks highly of me. I'm just an ordinary citizen. How would I know any gunman? Whether you know them or not doesn't matter. Everything will be determined by the police investigation." As Mayor Zhu finished speaking, 2 police officers pulled out handcuffs and walked toward Xiao Zai and his wife. Lu Zhuang hurriedly stepped in between them and said, "Mayor Zhu, when the incident occurred, Xiao Zai was having dinner with me. How could he possibly have arranged for a gunman? Mr. Lu, we've known each other for years. I can overlook the insults you've hurled at me in the past, but as a criminal suspect, I must arrest Xiao Zai." After Mayor Zhu finished speaking, seeing that Lu Zhuang was still blocking Xiao Zai, he shouted angrily, "Lu Zhuang, don't be ungrateful. Get out of the way. What if I refuse?" Mayor Zhu said with a grim expression, "Then I'll take you with him." Lu Zhuang's expression changed repeatedly. Zhou, the bureau chief, interjected, "Mr. Lu, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to get involved. Besides, you don't know that Mayor Zhu's son is also involved." Mayor Zhu suddenly glared at Zhou bureau chief. Director Zhou realized he had spoken out of turn. Xiao Jun's mother, Sun Xiaoli, exclaimed in realization, "You speak so nobly, but you're just settling a personal grudge." Mayor Zhu sneered, "Whether it's a personal matter or a public one, the police investigation will determine who is guilty and who is innocent." Xiao Zai knew he couldn't get out of this today. He turned to Lu Zhuang and said, "Lu Gu, step aside. I'll go with him." "But?" "No buts. You standing in front of me is already enough for me." With that, Xiao Zai stepped past Lu Zhuang and extended his hands toward the police. Sun Xiaoli grabbed Xiao Zai from behind and said, "Old Xiao, you've lost your mind. If you go in, who will protect Xiao Jun?" Xiao Zai couldn't help but think of Su Kong, who was loyal and righteous and would definitely come to his aid. Xiao Zai said confidently, don't worry, Xiao Jun will be fine, and we'll be fine too. Let's just go to the police station for a cup of tea. Sun Xiaoli heard her husband say this. Though she didn't understand, she didn't say anything else. The police officer cuffed Xiao Zai and Sun Xiaoli's wrists. Joe, the bureau chief, said with satisfaction, the handcuffs aren't comfortable, are they? Don't worry, your son won't get away either. Xiao Zai said, don't rush. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Mayor Zhu furrowed his brows. I'll see just how far that bullet can fly. He then turned to the police and said, handcuff those two students as well. Wu Wanqiu immediately shielded Zhu Huan and Lin Feng behind her like a mother hen, saying, my two students are injured and need to be treated at the hospital. You can't take them away. Mayor Zhu impatiently replied, they're as lively as ever. Where are their injuries? Even if they have injuries, they're just faking it. Stop wasting my time. Take them away. The lead police officer walked up to Wu Wanqiu and said, didn't you hear what Mayor Zhu said? Get out of the way. I won't let you. The police officer dared not touch Lu Zhuang, but he had no mercy for an ordinary person like Wu Wanqiu. He reached out to push her aside. But his wrist was suddenly grabbed by Zhu Huan, and he reflexively tried to pull away, only to find himself unable to move an inch. Several police officers nearby immediately drew their guns aimed at Zhu Huan and shouted, let go of Captain Lu, or we'll shoot. Zhu Huan let go and raised his hands immediately. Wu Wanqiu, seeing the guns, was so scared she froze in place. Captain Lu cuffed Zhu Huan's wrists and kicked him in the stomach, shouting, that's for disobeying orders. But Zhu Huan took the kick without flinching, not even uttering a sound. Captain Lu felt humiliated. He glanced at Mayor Zhu, who looked displeased. He immediately realized that Mayor Wu was dissatisfied with his harsh treatment. After all, it was this tall man who had injured Mayor Wu's son. Lu Captain gave a nod, and the other two police officers quickly holstered their guns and began beating Zhu Huan with fists and kicks. Zhu Huan was already injured, and his hands were cuffed. Under the brutal beating from the three officers, he was in agonizing pain, grimacing and screaming in agony. Wu Wanqiu tried to push Captain Lu away, but she couldn't move him. She grabbed his clothes and shouted urgently, what right do you have to beat him? Captain Lu swung his arm, sending Wu Wanqiu flying 2 meters away and landing on the ground. The wounds on her back, which had just begun to heal, were torn open, and blood stained her white hospital gown. Zhu Huan shouted, Ms. Wu, don't worry about me. Su Kong will come to save me. Principal Li, standing nearby, finally confirmed that the Su Kong mentioned was the same Su Kong he knew. After dining with Qin Wan last time, he had specifically looked into her background. What he discovered was shocking. Even the publicly available information revealed that Qin Wan was incredibly wealthy, with influence spanning the entire country. She had only one son and one daughter, and was renowned throughout the capital for being fiercely protective of her children. With Xu Mayor's power, he was no match for Qin Wan. Principal Li walked up to Mayor Zhu and said, Mayor Zhu, why don't we release the person? Mayor Zhu hummed in response, looking at Principal Li with confusion. Principal Li whispered, Su Kong, we can't afford to offend him. Who is Su Kong? Before Mayor Zhu could finish speaking, the door was kicked open. Everyone turned to look. A young man walked in, followed by a couple in pajamas, and behind them were a group of police officers and men in black sunglasses. There were roughly 40 or 50 people in total. Mayor Zhu was shaken. This teenager was quite the character. He hurriedly asked, who are you? Su Kong didn't respond. Instead, he rushed to Wu Wanqiu's side, helped her up from the ground, and said, Ms. Wu, are you okay? Wu Wanqiu, seeing Su Kong, finally let go of the tension she had been holding in. She choked out, I'm fine, Su Kong. They're taking Zhu Huan and Lin Feng away. Su Kong glanced at the blood seeping from Wu Wanqiu's wound and said with concern, I'm here, so everything will be fine. Rest well. After speaking, he walked over to Mayor Zhu with a grim expression and said calmly, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Kong. Su is from Su Jinjiang, and Kong is from Ikong Group. Chapter 203, Did I let you go? Mayor Zhu's expression visibly darkened. He coldly asked, what's your relationship with Su Jinjiang? You guess? Seeing his confidence, Mayor Zhu couldn't help but furrow his brows. By age, this young man must be Su Jinjiang's grandson. Otherwise, Wang Tao wouldn't have followed him out wearing just a pajama. At that moment, Chao Qian and several other girls pushed their way into the corridor. Seeing Wu Wanqiu standing in the middle of the room, they were surprised and rushed forward to greet him. Su Jin saw Xiao Zai and his wife wearing handcuffs and hurried over, asking, Mr. Xiao, and son, what's going on? Xiao Zai smiled and said, don't worry, we'll be fine. Su Jin looked around but didn't see Xiao Jun's figure. Just as she was about to ask anxiously, she heard Xiao Zai say, don't worry, Xiao Jun and his chubby classmate are inside having surgery. Ma Ai Yuan heard Xiao Zai's words and also felt relieved. Yu Xiaoyu saw Zhu Huan sitting on the ground with a bruised face and rushed over, shouting, Zhu Huan, are you okay? Captain Lu stepped in front of Yu Xiaoyu and said, step back. Don't approach the suspect. Yu Xiaoyu stopped in her tracks, momentarily at a loss. Captain Lu shouted at Mayor Zhu, should we take the suspect back to the police station now? Mayor Zhu muttered under his breath. Idiot, do you think these 20+ new police officers will listen to me? Since Su Kang arrived, the situation has already shifted in our favor. Su Kang couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, turning to Mayor Zhu and saying, Mayor Zhu, it seems your men aren't very bright. Mayor Zhu took a deep breath but remained silent. Captain Lu shouted from the side, how dare you speak to? Before he could finish, he stepped forward swiftly, grabbed his collar, and slapped him twice. Then he threw him to the ground. Captain Lu was dizzy and disoriented. He never expected that someone would dare to assault a police officer in front of so many officers. He reached for his waist, intending to draw his gun. But He was faster, stepping on his hand. Captain Lu let out a pained cry. The few men behind him panicked and reached for their guns, but suddenly there was a series of clicks. The 20 or so police officers who had arrived later were already pointing their guns at Lu's men. Wang Tao's face turned grim as he shouted, don't move. Anyone who moves will be shot. The few young police officers had never seen such a scene before and were too scared to even breathe. On Zhou's side, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The situation had completely exceeded their understanding. Wang Tao shouted to the police officers beside him, disarm everyone across from us. The officers immediately moved forward to disarm them. Mayor Zhu shouted, Wang Tao, do you know what you're doing? What am I doing? I'm arresting the suspects. Anyone who obstructs me will be dealt with. Typical of Mayor Zhu's usual rhetoric. Mayor Zhu's eyes widened in anger. He and Wang Tao had always kept to themselves, but today he had suddenly brought men to confront him, clearly acting on Su Kang's orders. He turned to Su Kang and said, Mr. Su, have I, Zhu, done something to offend you? Su Kang laughed, Mayor Zhu, you've forgotten. Just now you were on the phone with the police station, telling them not to let me go. The situation was now beyond his control, so Mayor Zhu lowered his stance, bowed his hands, and said, I didn't know you were involved in this matter. It's not too late to know now. Su Kang finished speaking and pointed at Zhou bureau chief and the others across the room, saying, arrest them all. Principal Li saw the police approaching with handcuffs and hurried forward, saying, Su Kang, I'm Li Fong. We've had meals together before. Su Kang recalled Li Yiming's lecherous hand reaching toward Wang Nan and said coldly, you failed to raise your son properly. You're the first one to be arrested. Principal Li cried, Su Kang, I know I was wrong. I was just begging Mayor Zhu to spare your classmate. Su Kang looked around and didn't see Li Yiming, so he asked, where's your son? Principal Li, seeing that Su Kang's tone had softened, hurriedly said, he's still inside having surgery. Please spare us, Su Kang. I can forgive you for the past, but your son deserves the death penalty. Principal Li suddenly knelt down, clinging to Su Kang's leg, sobbing, I know my son is a good for nothing, but he's my only son. Please have mercy and spare him. Su Kang, disgusted, tried to pull his leg away, but Principal Li held on even tighter. Zhu Huan's handcuffs had been unlocked. He walked up to Su Kang and said, Su Kang, this old man isn't a good person. He used to boss everyone around and even threatened to fire Mr. Wu. After hearing your name, he only spoke a few words on our behalf. We can't let him off. Su Kang looked at Li Fong with disgust and said, do you know why there was a clash with your son and his group of official scum last night? It's all because your son had the nerve to make a move on my woman. Let me tell you, I was the one who hit your son's head. If you want me to let this scum go, forget it. So how do you plan to deal with him? Death. Li Fong's expression suddenly turned ferocious. He grabbed Su Kang's legs and shouted, then you die too. After saying that, he somehow mustered the strength to lift Su Kang's legs off the ground. Su Kang didn't expect a 60-year-old man to have such explosive strength. He lost his balance and was about to fall backward. Fortunately, Zhu Huan was standing beside Su Kang. He quickly reached out to support Su Kang and kicked Li Fong in the chest. A loud thud echoed as Li Fong fell backward, spitting blood. It was likely that several of his ribs were broken. Wang Tao rushed forward, kneeling on Li Fong's body, and said to the nearby police officer, quick, take him away. 2 police officers arrived immediately and handcuffed Li Fong's wrists. Su Kang was still in shock, and if it weren't for Zhu Huan being there, he would have definitely taken a big fall. Li Fong, held down by 2 police officers, glared at Su Kang with hatred and croaked, Su Kang, if you kill my son, I'll haunt you even in death. One of the police officers kicked Li Fong's back knee and shouted, you old fool, be quiet. At that moment, Zhou bureau chief and the others had all been subdued, handcuffed, and were crouched against the wall with their hands on their heads. Su Kang scanned the area and frowned, there were 10 people who attacked at night. Why are there only 6 here? Where did the other 4 go? Zhu Huan said, 3 are inside being treated, and 1 is still missing. Mayor Zhu suddenly flung his hand aside and shouted, Su Kang, Wang Tao, you're abusing your public authority, disregarding the law. Just wait. I'll report you to the disciplinary committee. None of you will get away with this. After saying that, he pushed past several police officers and headed toward the door. Did I tell you to leave? As soon as Su Kang finished speaking, 2 men in black stood in front of Mayor Zhu. Mayor Zhu turned around abruptly and shouted angrily, Su Kang, do you dare to detain me? These words were indeed powerful, and for a moment, the surrounding police officers all lowered their heads and looked at their feet, dared not approach. Su Kang coldly said, hand over your son. My son is also seriously injured. I won T-press charges, but what more do you want? Su Kang hesitated for a moment. As a high-ranking official, he must have a complex network of connections. Was it worth risking his career by angering him? Just as Su Kang was hesitating, his phone rang. It was Zhao Rong calling. Su Kang quickly answered the call. Hello, Zhao Jia, how's Wang Nan? She's okay, but the baby didn't make it. Su Kang clenched his fists and said, alright, Zhao Jia, take care of Wang Nan for me. I'll be there shortly. Su Kang hung up the phone and said to Mayor Zhu, I want your son dead. Chapter 204, I need to vent. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room erupted in chaos. Mayor Zhu, enraged, glared at Su Kang and said, Su Kang, don't push your luck. If you force me into a corner, we'll all go down together. Wu Wanqiu shouted, Su Kang, do you know what you're saying? Have you lost your mind? Wang Tao also stepped forward and said, Su Kang, calm down. This is ultimately just a fight. It doesn't warrant death. Second, Mayor Zhu isn't an ordinary person. His connections are complex. Even if you kill his son, you might feel satisfied, but you'll have offended a whole group of people behind him. Can you kill them all one by one? Director Wang is right, Lu Zhuang also tried to persuade him. Killing his son will have a terrible impact. The whole world will look down on you. Of course, you can say you don't care, after all, you have the Su family and Mr. Qin backing you. Even if you tear the sky apart, they'll handle it for you. But your classmates are ordinary people. They've gotten involved in this matter. Those powerful figures can't touch you, but they'll vent their anger on them. What will they do? Can you protect them for 1 year, 2 years? Can you protect them for 10 years, 20 years? Su Kang stood frozen in place, his mind in turmoil. Wu Wanqiu said, Su Kang, steel that is too hard is prone to breaking. Where there is room to spare, spare them. Su Kang suddenly looked up at Mayor Zhu and said, I can spare your son's life, but I must vent my anger. Hand over your son. Mayor Zhu remained silent for a moment before asking, how do you plan to vent your anger? Su Kang said, send him to prison. Whatever sentence the court imposes, he must serve every day of it. Mayor Zhu's heart filled with joy. With his protection, his son wouldn't suffer much in prison. He was about to agree when he heard Su Kang add, while he's in prison, don't even think about giving him any special treatment. Otherwise, he'll stay there for the rest of his life and never come out. In an instant, Mayor Zhu's expression changed repeatedly before finally returning to calm. Never mind, let's do as he says. At least my son's life is spared. Besides, letting him suffer a bit in the hospital is better than having him cause more trouble in the future. He spoke softly, alright, we'll do as you say. Zhou, the bureau chief, and the others shouted in unison, Mr. Su, I also agree to send my son to prison for reform. The other second-generation officials shouted, Mr. Su, I was wrong. I want to go to prison. I don't want to die. Wang Tao roared angrily, shut the hell up. If you keep making a scene, I'll have you all executed. The scene fell deathly silent. Mayor Zhu turned around and walked toward the door with an expressionless face. The group of black-clad men made way for him. Mayor Zhu reached the door, feeling a sudden sense of relief. He didn't want to stay here another moment. Mayor Zhu isn't just going to leave like this, is he? As the words fell, a woman appeared in the corridor, quickly walking up to Mayor Zhu and blocking his path. Mayor Zhu looked at the woman in front of him, furrowing his brows, and asked, who are you? Zhao Rong replied coldly, who I am doesn't matter. I just want you to stay here for a few more hours. What if I insist on leaving? Do you dare to stop me? Zhao Rong smiled and said, I'm just delivering a message from our Mr. Qin. You're free to leave, but you'll have to face the consequences. Mayor Zhu asked, who is Mr. Qin? The chairman of Icon Group and Su Kang's biological mother. Mayor Zhu was startled by this. He looked at Su Kang with a complicated expression. This son of mine really knows how to cause trouble. He asked, I already agreed to Su Kang's request. What does Mr. Qin want from me? I don't know either. I'm only responsible for keeping you here. Mayor Zhu's mind raced. He wasn't a pushover. Xinwan keeping him around couldn't mean anything good, but why didn't she force him to stay? Why give him the choice? What would happen if he stayed? What if he just left? Mayor Zhu asked again, what else did Miss Qin say? Our Miss Qin said that Su Kang's anger has been vented, but hers hasn't yet. Mayor Niu was startled. How did she know what had just happened here from so far away? He quickly calmed down, realizing that with so many informants here, staying informed in real time wasn't too difficult. He sighed inwardly, just finished dealing with one young one, and now an old one comes along. Venting anger? Beating oneself up is venting anger, ruining one's reputation is venting anger, and assassinating oneself is also venting anger. Xinwan, what exactly do you want to do to me? Zhao Rong spoke again, well, Mayor Zhu, have you made up your mind? Are you staying or leaving? Mayor Zhu sighed deeply and said, I will wait here for Miss Qin's arrival. After speaking, Mayor Zhu returned to the waiting room, found a chair in the corner, and sat down, looking dejected. Lu Zhuang and Wang Tao exchanged glances. Xinwan is still the same Xinwan, narrow-minded and protective of her own. Su Kong walked up to Zhao Rong and asked, Sister Zhao, where's Wang Nan? She's asleep in the obstetrics ward. As if afraid Su Kong wouldn't feel reassured, she added, Don't worry, there's a bodyguard at the door. Su Kong checked the time. It was already past midnight. Wang Tao walked over, pointing at Zhou bureau chief and the others, and asked, What should we do with these people? Should we send them to the station or keep them here? Su Kong said, Send them to the station first. Keeping them here isn't a solution. We'll wait for my mother and grandfather to arrive tomorrow and see what they think. All right. Wang Tao turned to a couple of police officers beside him and said, Leave a few people to guard the suspect undergoing surgery inside. Take the rest of them to the station. Su Kong turned to Chao Qian and the others and asked, Chao class leader, I'll arrange a car to take you back to school. Chao Qian shook her head and said, The dorms are already closed at this hour. I'll stay with Mr. Wu in the ward for the night and return to school tomorrow. The other girls also expressed their intention to stay at the hospital. Lu Zhuang exchanged a few words with Su Kong before heading home to rest. Su Kong walked over to Zhongling and said, Sister-in-law, you've worked hard tonight with Tao Gu. Zhongling said, Su Kong, don't take Wang Nan's miscarriage too hard. You're still young. Take care of your health and there's plenty of time ahead. Su Kong nodded. Zhongling said, Alright, I'll go back and rest with Wang Tao. Su Kong looked at Zhongling and Wang Tao, who were still wearing their pajamas, and felt moved. He said, Sister-in-law, if you and Tao ever encounter any difficulties in the future, please call me immediately. I'll be there as soon as you need me. Zhongling smiled and agreed, then left with Wang Tao. As the crowd dispersed like a tide, the waiting room was left with only Xiao Zizai and his wife, Su Jin, and Ma Yuan waiting for Xiao Jun and the little fat boy's surgery. Besides them, only Mayor Zhu sat alone on a chair. Niu Ben approached and asked, Mr. Su, should we assign 2 people to keep an eye on him? Su Kong shook his head and said, No need. Let him go if he wants to. The choice is his. After speaking, he turned to Zhao Rong and said, Let's go, Zhao Jia. Take me to see Wang Nan. Chapter 205, My mother always taught me this way. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, spreading across the white hospital bed. A rustling sound woke Su Kong from his sleep. He opened his eyes and found himself curled up on Wang Nan's hospital bed, with a woman's coat draped over the blanket. He quickly got up. Last night, he had stayed by Wang Nan's side, waiting for Qin Wan to arrive. He had stayed awake until 3 a.m., but eventually couldn't keep his eyes open anymore, so he lay down at the foot of Wang Nan's bed for a while. Little did he know that he had slept straight through until dawn. Su Kong picked up the woman's coat, feeling quite ashamed. What time did my mother arrive last night? She covered me with her coat, wasn't she cold herself? Wang Nan, who was brushing her teeth in the bathroom, peeked out and said with a slurred voice, Su Kong, you're awake. Su Kong noticed that Wang Nan's face was still a bit pale and asked, How do you feel now? Wang Nan swallowed a mouthful of water, spat out the foam, and said, I just feel a little uncomfortable, but everything else is fine. Su Kong said, I looked it up online last night. Miscarriage is also considered childbirth, so you need to rest and avoid getting wet or moving around too much. I don't want to. It's so dirty. Besides, the doctor said last night that in my case, since it was only a month, as long as I take good care of myself, there shouldn't be any long-term effects. Su Kong suddenly sighed and said, Wang Nan, do you blame me for being too impulsive last night? Wang Nan walked over to Su Kong and said, Why would I? I was worried you'd blame me for being useless. Su Kong looked puzzled and asked, What do you mean? How could I blame you for being useless? Wang Nan looked down at her toes and said, Because I couldn't save the baby. Su Kong embraced Wang Nan and said, Silly girl, how could this be your fault? If anyone is to blame, it's me. A nurse in her 30s walked in and saw the two of them hugging. She cleared her throat. Wang Nan blushed and stepped out of Su Kang's embrace. The nurse smiled and said, You two are so close. But maybe you can hug later. It's time for the 4 now. Wang Nan blushed and let out a soft oh, then quickly lay down on the bed. The nurse finished inserting the needle, and Su Kong hurriedly asked, Doctor, how is my girlfriend doing? The nurse replied, She's stable. She'll be discharged after a few days of observation at the hospital. Just make sure she gets plenty of rest. With that, she left. Wang Nan said from the side, I told you there was nothing wrong. Alright, you're right. Su Kong said with a smile. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, By the way, Wang Nan, did you see my mom last night? Wang Nan shook her head and said, I just got up too. Wang Nan glanced at the woman's coat in Su Kang's hand and said, Last night, Aunt Qin came over so late and had to deal with those troublemakers. She should be resting at home now. Su Kong remained silent. Yesterday morning, my mother just returned to Beijing from Jiangcheng, then rushed back to Jiangcheng from Beijing last night. After arriving, she had to deal with Mayor Zhu. With all that travel, even someone as strong as her must be exhausted both physically and mentally. I wonder how my mom and grandpa handled Mayor Zhu. They should be resting now, so I shouldn't call to ask. Su Kong took out his phone and noticed that Zhao Rong had sent him a message at 5 in the morning. Su Kong opened it and saw that it was the outcome of last night's discussion between Qin Wan and Su Jinjiang regarding the handling of Mayor Zhu and the others. Mayor Zhu, due to his cooperative attitude, was transferred to a county-level city in another province to serve as the second in command, a demotion of several ranks. His son will serve 5 years in prison. Other officials' sons involved in the brawl received sentences ranging from 5 to 20 years. Those whose parents held official positions were all forced to resign. The only exception was Principal Li and his son. As the main instigator of last night's conflict, Li Yiming was sentenced to death, while his father, Li Feng, was sentenced to life imprisonment. Su Kong finished reading and remained silent. The outcome largely aligned with his expectations, yet he felt no sense of satisfaction from revenge. If possible, he wished last night's incident had never occurred, so Wang Nan wouldn't have miscarried, Xiao Jun and the others wouldn't have been injured, and his mother Qin Wan wouldn't have had to endure such a arduous journey. But there are no ifs in this world. Wang Nan noticed Su Kong staring at his phone and asked, "Su Kong, what are you looking at?" Su Kong snapped back to reality and said, "Nothing, just the outcome of last night's incident. By the way, what do you want for breakfast? I'll go buy it for you." Wang Nan smiled and said, "Thank you, dear husband, but it's not necessary. Zhang Auntie sent me a message saying she'd bring breakfast over." "Husband?" Su Kong smiled and said, "Alright, my dear wife." Sure enough, a few minutes later, Aunt Zhang appeared in the ward with several lunchboxes. Su Kong saw Aunt Zhang and said awkwardly, "Aunt Zhang, I'm sorry. I didn't protect Wang Nan last night." Aunt Zhang was surprised and said, "Mr. Su, there's no need to apologize. I heard about last night. You're braver than many men in the world. Wang Nan found you, it's truly her good fortune." Su Kong felt quite ashamed upon hearing this. After finishing breakfast, Su Kong saw that Ms. Zhang had cleared away the bowls and was standing by Wang Nan's side. He turned to Wang Nan and said, "Wang Nan, I want to go upstairs to check on Xiao Jun and the others." Wang Nan smiled and said, "Go ahead. Aunt Zhang is here watching over me. It'll be fine." Su Kong then turned to Aunt Zhang and said, "Aunt Zhang, keep an eye on Wang Nan while she's getting her four. Once it's almost finished, press the bedside bell, and the nurse will come to change the solution." Zhang Nadi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Su Kong folded Qin Wan's coat and put it in the cabinet before taking the elevator to the floor where Xiao Jun and the others were. Xiao Jun and the little chubby boy were lying on their beds, their bodies wrapped in bandages. Ma Ai Yuan had bought kanji and eggs from the hospital cafeteria and was feeding the little chubby boy spoon by spoon. On the other side, Sun Xiaoli sat by Xiao Jun's bed, feeding him while complaining, "I told you to come home for dinner yesterday, but you wouldn't come back. If you had come home, none of this would have happened." Xiao Jun retorted, "Who could have predicted this would happen? How can you blame me? Don't you know your own physical condition? When you fight, you grab bottles and chairs. How many hits can you take? Why didn't you find a place to hide and call the police first?" Sun Xiaoli said, tears welling up in her eyes. "Oh my goodness, my dear mother. At the time, even Lin Feng, who's such a nice guy, went up there. How could I hide? If I had hidden, not only would my roommates look down on me, but I wouldn't even be able to look at myself in the mirror." "So you're satisfied with getting yourself all injured?" Xiao Jun smirked triumphantly, "Of course." After saying that, Xiao Jun saw Sun Xiaoli glaring at him angrily and added, "Mom, you don't understand. A man can't run away when faced with trouble. You have to stand up for yourself, your family, and your friends. Otherwise, you'll be a boy your whole life." Sun Xiaoli laughed sarcastically, "Oh, you haven't even gotten married yet and you're already acting like a man?" Xiao Jun was about to retort when he heard a voice from outside the door, "I think Junge was pretty manly last night." As the voice faded, Su Kong walked into the ward. Sun Xiaoli's expression grew uneasy. She didn't know how much of what she just said Su Kong had heard. Sun Xiaoli said, "Su Kong is here. Please sit down. I'll go find the doctor for a moment." She handed the bowl to Su Jin beside her and hurried out. Xiao Jun turned to Su Kong and said, "Don't mind what my mom just said. She was just..." Su Kong smiled and said, "What's there to mind? My mom always teaches me that way."